Chapter 1. Genius Xiao Yi? A thing of the past. Haha, what's the point of studying so hard? In the end, he still awakened a useless D-class profession. Exactly. Even if he got perfect scores in every subject for all 3 years of high school, so what? I heard he studied day and night for these 3 years, even achieving perfect scores in mixed martial arts. What a pity. There's nothing to regret. If anything, he only has his own bad luck to blame. In this day and age, hard work alone can no longer bridge the gap. A worthless D-class profession will never be able to turn things around. From now on, the legendary genius of first high school will be nothing but a thing of the past. The crowd erupted into a commotion, with everyone openly mocking him without restraint. Word after word, like needle tips, stung Xiao Yi standing on the awakening platform like bee stings. As is well known, Xiao Yi is a madman, a complete madman who studied with all his might. For 3 years in high school, every day was like a mad obsession, studying all subjects tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep, professional classification, exotic creature species studies, trap setting and disarming, coordination among different professions, even the most obscure subjects, including the most challenging holographic combat simulation course. Xiao Yi achieved the highest scores in the history of first high school in all courses, even breaking all the records left by previous top students. Among the awakened in their year, there were indeed no shortage of geniuses. Wang Biao, the second son of the Black Eagle Guild leader, Lin Xueming, a genius from a humble background, Lu Ruyan, the privileged little princess of first high school, Qin Yanran, the aloof and unapproachable school beauty. Yet without exception, all of them were completely overshadowed by Xiao Yi for 3 full years. Until today, the moment Xiao Yi stepped onto the awakening platform, the ancient awakening stone monument erupted with a gray light, and a shattered great sword totem appeared in the air. Gray represents the lowest D-class. The great sword signifies the profession category Xiao Yi awakened. Warrior, D-class warrior, the most bottom-tier existence among all combat professions, with no destiny other than being cannon fodder. The moment the results were revealed, the entire awakening ceremony site erupted in uproar. Haha. To think I was actually suppressed by a good-for-nothing for 3 whole years. Wang Biao couldn't help but sneer contemptuously, making no effort to conceal the mockery in his words. Wang Biao's awakened profession is the S-class. Coiling Dragon Monk. The difference between S-class and D-class is like night and day. From today onward, the shadow that had been weighing on his heart no longer existed. Ah! Beside him erupted another wave of hysterical laughter, coming from Lin Xueming, one of the other 3 prodigies. Lin Xueming, who had always been following behind Xiao Yi with a humble attitude seeking guidance. Lin Xueming, who kept claiming that Xiao Yi was his lifelong big brother. At this moment, Lin Xueming's entire face was twisted into a deranged grimace as he sneered and said, "Xiao Yi, oh Xiao Yi, who would have thought you'd end up like this? You're always so smug. Acting all high and mighty, who do you think you're fooling? Turns out you're just a worthless piece of trash in the end. From now on, you shall fall into the dust." Lin Xueming's sudden change in demeanor at that moment even made Wang Biao, standing nearby, frown in silent disapproval. This guy used to follow Xiao Yi around like a little lackey, begging for his guidance in combat every day. Who would have thought he had such deep schemes hidden in his heart? Lin Xueming also awakened an S-class combat profession. Frostblade duelist. Equally stunned was Lu Ruyan, who ranked among the top 3 in the school's beauty list. As everyone knew, Lu Ruyan and Xiao Yi were childhood sweethearts. Originally, with Lu Ruyan's intellect and talent, she would never have qualified for the elite training program. It was solely due to Xiao Yi's tireless efforts over 3 years patiently tutoring her in academics and meticulously teaching her combat techniques that she achieved her current status as a top-tier talent. However, since the first year of high school, she had been diligently bringing breakfast to Xiao Yi every single day, always addressing him affectionately as Brother Xiao Yi. Seeing Xiao Yi as her exclusive possession, she would immediately become alert whenever any girl came within 3 meters of Xiao Yi. Now, as she watched Xiao Yi on the awakening platform, the starry-eyed admiration of the past was gone, replaced only by unconcealed disdain and regret. "Xiao Yi, I never thought you'd be destined to be such a worthless waste. I admit you've taught me a lot, but from now on, let's not stay in touch anymore." The next second, Lu Ruyan's cold gaze had already shifted to Lin Xueming and Wang Biao beside her. In her eyes, Xiao Yi, who had awakened with a D-class profession, no longer held any value to her. Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, both with S-class professions, were the next targets she aimed to conquer. Although Lu Ruyan only awakened an A-grade combat profession, Fire Element Mage, her most proud skill was not this. Under the sunlight, Lu Ruyan gently removed her hairpin, lazily letting her hair cascade down her fair neck. This seemingly casual gesture instantly drew numerous gazes, including those of Wang Biao and Lin Xueming. Among a group of gleeful fellow students, Xiao Yi, only the usually unsmiling school beauty Qin Yanran furrowed her brows. Her beautiful eyes filled with regret and pity as she gazed at Xiao Yi on the awakening platform. Oh, by the way, Xiao Yi and I have already broken up. Lu Ruyan's seemingly offhand remark once again caused a stir. Hearing Lu Ruyan's blatant statement to draw a clear line, no one noticed as Qin Yanran turned her head to glance at Lu Ruyan, her eyes carrying a trace of coldness. Also wearing a dark expression was Lin Jingnan, the principal of First High School. After spending the previous night drinking and swallowing his pride to invite the enrollment representatives of the 4 major guilds of Dragon Nation to the scene, he watched as the D-class profession appeared on Xiao Ye's awakening stone. His aged face flushing crimson with embarrassment. It couldn't have been more humiliating. Coincidentally, the recruitment officer from the Beacon Guild added fuel to the fire with a mocking tone. Principal Lin, is this the so-called top genius of number 1 high school you were talking about? Lin Jingnan's face was tense with anger, but he didn't dare vent it on the other party. Instead, he turned his head and gritted out a few words through clenched teeth to the grade director beside him. Director Zhang, you've really brought me an outstanding student. 3 years of scholarships wasted on such a useless piece of trash. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into inviting the heads of the 4 major guilds here? Director Zhang could only force a smile and flatteringly said, Principal, you're absolutely right. That Xiao Yi is just a fake pearl among real ones. I must have been blind. I'll revise the graduation speech right away and remove all mentions of Xiao Ye's name. Meanwhile, the beautiful homeroom teacher Tang Wanner, standing behind them, overheard the principal's conversation. Xiao Yi was the hardest working and her favorite student in the class. She never expected that Xiao Yi would only awaken a D-class profession. Heaven is truly unfair to him. Tang Wanner's delicate face flushed with urgency, her eyes reddening as she couldn't help but speak up for Xiao Yi. But, Principal, even if Xiao Yi didn't awaken a good profession, does that mean even his honor as an outstanding graduate should be erased? But Director Zhang gave her a cold glance and said, Teacher Tang, not to be harsh, but when has our top-tier high school ever allowed a D-class profession among its outstanding graduates? You need to face reality. That good-for-nothing Xiao Yi is a thing of the past from now on. Little did he know. At this moment, standing on the awakening platform, Xiao Yi had no mind to pay attention to the disturbances outside the field. Because the scene he witnessed, it was completely different from what the school instructors had described about the awakening ceremony. According to the textbook, all professions are bestowed upon you by the gods. After stepping onto the awakening platform and touching the ancient stone tablet, only one deity bathed in holy light will appear, choosing you to become her follower and granting you a profession of your own. From then on, you will follow this deity, slay monsters, and offer their embers as sacrifices to her, growing stronger step by step. Yet, at this very moment, Xiao Yi found himself standing before not one, but 4 deities. One was a goddess clad in golden armor, wielding a sacred greatsword. Another was a mysterious figure shrouded beneath a black cloak. An old man leaning on a bone-white staff. A warrior standing tall despite his battered body. For deities, for professions, and that lowest-level D-class warrior was merely the first choice among them. Xiao Yi couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Wait, am I really this popular, bro? Chapter 2. 4 deities. 4 professions. The one offering Xiao Yi a class change was the goddess clad in golden armor blazing like flames, wielding a great sword engraved with sacred scriptures. Her divine face beneath the majestic visage was untouchable, while the shining sword and shield totem behind her revealed her identity, the goddess of war. The goddess of war looked down upon Xiao Yi with arrogance, her gaze as disdainful and discomforting as if she were observing an ant. Awakened one, I have sensed your diligence and devotion. Follow me, and I shall bestow upon you the glory of a warrior. Then the ancient stone tablet emitted a faint gray glow, followed by the slow appearance of a tattered greatsword totem in the air. A line of text suddenly appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Option 1. Follow the goddess of war and reclassify as D-class profession. Warrior. Basic skills. Block. Thrust. Talent skill. None. Xiao Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Seriously? That's it? This arrogant-looking goddess of war claims to have sensed my devotion and diligence, asking me to follow her, only to bestow upon me a mere D-class cannon fodder profession? I don't believe a word of it. I refuse. Xiao Yi shook his head without hesitation, then turned his gaze to the second deity beside him. This deity wore a black cloak and veil, their entire body shrouded in a faint, shadowy darkness, making it hard to discern their gender. Yet, an intense aura of killing intent radiated from them. Upon hearing Xiao Yi reject the first deity, the black-cloaked deity seemed to secretly rejoice. He extended his hand toward Xiao Yi and said, "A wise choice, brilliant awakener. Follow me and become the black blade that cleaves the void." In an instant, a totem resembling a black blade suddenly tore through the void and appeared at Xiao Ye's neck. It seems to be both a threat and a display of the terror of the void's power. Option 2. Become a servant of the void spirits and reclassify as S-rank profession. Shadow assassin. Basic skills. Void annihilation, shadow stealth, shadow clone. Talent skill, shadow assassination. Can ignore any barrier restrictions, teleport behind the target from a distance, and deliver a fatal strike. At the same time, amidst the jeering gazes of the crowd below the awakening platform directed at Xiao Yi, the ancient stone monument suddenly erupted once more with a dazzling purple radiance. The previously restless crowd fell into an instant, deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this sight. Purple light, the distinctive mark of an S-class combat profession. Immediately after, a black blade that seemed to tear through the void suddenly appeared, floating around Xiao Ye's body sharp and swift. The eerie black blade insignia instantly overshadowed the previous gray, broken greatsword. The silent crowd finally couldn't hold back as someone whispered, "Why has Xiao Yi manifested another profession totem? Exactly? How can there be a second profession? Xiao Yi has awakened a second profession. What's going on here? Why does he have two professions to choose from? And the second profession seems to be S rank. What? This can't be." Wang Biao, his smile still frozen on his face, suddenly turned pale with rage and sprang to his feet, roaring, "How can a person possibly awaken two professions?" Meanwhile, the expressions of Lin Xueming and Lu Ruyan beside him instantly changed. Lin Xueming's lips twitched as he forced out a few words. This is absolutely impossible." The three exceptionally talented individuals, their faces a picture of shock, immediately turned their gaze toward the podium. Lin Xueming, even more agitated, rushed straight to the stage and confronted the principal, demanding, "Principal, there must be a mistake. Xiao Yi couldn't possibly awaken two professions. He's just a useless profession." At this moment, the principal and others on the podium were also stunned. The grade director quickly stopped Lin Xueming and tried to calm him down, saying, "Student, please calm down for now." Old Principal Lin Zhongnan suddenly slammed the table and stood up. His face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Good lad, this is undoubtedly an S-class profession. Didn't I tell you this old man never speaks nonsense?" Lin Zhongnan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Having spent most of his life in the education sector, he had never personally witnessed a case where someone awakened with two professions to choose from, but he had heard of such extremely rare instances of awakening multiple professions. That was because he had been chosen by multiple deities simultaneously. The expressions of the four major guild leaders beside him were particularly dramatic. Just moments ago, they had been mocking this so-called genius seed who awakened a D-class profession. Yet now, Xiao Yi on the awakening platform had manifested yet another S-class profession. And then there was that black blade totem, appearing as if it had torn through the void. One of the older leaders of the Black Eagle Guild pondered thoughtfully and said, "Look at this totem. It must be an S-class profession shadow assassin." In one sentence, the other guild leaders on the podium could no longer remain seated. The S-rank shadow assassin, capable of traversing the void, is a being powerful enough to decapitate enemy generals amidst thousands of troops. The situation had now reversed. It was no longer about the four major guilds choosing Xiao Yi, but rather how to make Xiao Yi choose them. The Black Eagle Guild leader, who had been the first to recognize the shadow assassin, was filled with regret. wishing he had kept a lower profile and not spoken up. The leaders of the 4 major guilds eyed each other warily, each silently calculating what terms they should offer to recruit Xiao Yi. No one paid any attention to the raving Lin Xueming beside them. However, at this very moment, the few individuals on the podium, each with their own thoughts, suddenly heard another wave of exclamations from the crowd below, the commotion and cries of surprise even louder than before. Good heavens! Look at the awakening platform. Old Principal Lin Jingnan and the others hurriedly stood up to look. It was fine if they didn't look, but once they did, even these experienced individuals on the podium couldn't help but gasp in shock. They saw that the ancient stone tablet on the awakening platform was actually glowing once again, and it was an orange beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. Xiao Ye's third profession. 3 deities have chosen him. The reason the ancient steel erupted with light once more was none other than because Xiao Yi, standing in the midst of the awakening ceremony, shook his head yet again. S-class combat profession Shadow Assassin, a name that ranks prominently even on the entire assassin profession leaderboard. But Xiao Yi wasn't in a hurry. After all, weren't there still 2 deities behind him? Xiao Yi waved at the deity shrouded entirely in a black cloak and said, "I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush just yet. Let me hear the offers from the other 2 first." The void god clad in a black cloak trembled with anger, yet there was nothing he could do. And from the way the void spirit looked at the 3rd deity, Xiao Yi actually detected a trace of fear and reverence in its gaze. The 3rd deity was an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane. The bone-white staff flickered with an eerie blue flame. Though his expression was stern, his gaze toward Xiao Yi held a hint of admiration. "Awakened one, I am the god of the underworld. Submit to me, and I shall grant you the power to command life and death." Such an overbearing tone, such domineering words. Xiao Yi thought to himself, it seems even among gods there are hierarchies. The next second, a line of bone-white characters floated before his eyes. Option 3. Submit to the Underworld King. Reclassify as SSS tier profession. Undead Calamity. Basic skills. Undead Summoning, Bone Substitute, Death Bloom. Talent skill. Underworld King's Emissary. Become a subordinate of the Underworld King, with no upper limit to the number of undead attendants you can summon. Instantly, a dark, ghostly cloud suddenly appeared like a mirage, rushing straight toward Xiao Yi. Upon closer inspection, the cloud wasn't filled with mist but rather countless ghastly white skeletal skulls. The black cloud was actually an army of trillions of undead. Chapter 3. A terrifying omen. Shocking the nation. Outside the awakening platform, everyone only saw that ancient square steel suddenly emit an orange beam of light piercing straight into the heavens. The sky above the entire awakening ceremony plaza abruptly darkened, as if eclipsed by a solar phenomenon. At high noon, it suddenly became as pitch black as midnight, rendering everything invisible. Billions of white skeletal figures, like an apocalyptic cloud, appeared above people's heads like a mirage. Not just the awakening ceremony square, nor merely the skies above Shangjing City. A horde of hundreds of millions of undead suddenly appeared like a locust plague across the entire sky of Dragon Country. At first glance, it was suffocatingly oppressive. Many of the watching children were already wailing in terror at the sight. Upon closer inspection, among the countless undead army, the immortal skeletal warriors were merely the lowest tier soldiers. Gigantic undead behemoths, phantom-like undead assassins, the undead ghost general riding a skeletal warhorse, even several bone dragons that blotted out the sky as they swept over the undead army, bringing with them a storm of blood and gore, a scene barely resembling the apocalypse itself. Not only were the students of the same cohort wide-eyed in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. Even the adult awakeners who had long since completed their profession transition felt a chill run down their spines at this moment, their clothes soaked in cold sweat. Only the old principal, Lin Jingnan, on the podium suddenly stood up, murmuring to himself, How much area does this phenomenon cover? The entire Shangjing City? Or the entire province? At this moment, those present at the awakening ceremony site were still unaware of the situation in other regions. Nor did they know that the phenomenon triggered by Xiao Yi this time was not limited to just one city or one province, but encompassed a full half of Blue Star, not only in Shangjing City, but the entire Dragon Nation and even the surrounding small countries all witnessed this terrifying phenomenon. We now interrupt with an urgent news bulletin. Lu Sisi, the host of Xuanwu City's New News, suddenly received instructions from the director in her earpiece. With years of professional experience, she showed no sign of panic and calmly read the content provided by the director in her earpiece. A terrifying phenomenon has suddenly appeared in the skies above Dragon Country. Dark clouds loom, and an army of hundreds of millions of undead skeletons. Confident in her professional skills, Lu Cece recited these chilling words one by one without the slightest hint of fluster. But the next second, the window outside the broadcasting room on the top floor of the building suddenly darkened. Then an undead ancient dragon, large enough to blot out the sky, flew past the window. Its bloody eyes swept over her with a chilling realism. For that 1 second, Lu Cece suddenly felt death was so close to her. When she came to her senses, her entire face had turned pale, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Cece. According to the compiled observation reports from various regions, the epicenter of this anomaly appears to be in Shangjing City. At the same time, all news outlets across the country were urgently broadcasting the same announcement. Breaking news from White Tiger City. Just moments ago, the skies above our country were suddenly engulfed by billions of skeletal dark clouds. Emergency broadcast. Residents of Qinglong City, please do not panic. The apocalyptic scene appearing above everyone has been confirmed as a phenomenon triggered by a certain job changer in our country. Breaking news from Vermilion Bird City. At noon today, an awakened individual in our nation's capital, Shangjing, triggered an apocalyptic spectacle during the profession transition ceremony. At this moment, within the secret military zone codenamed Dragon's Nest, an elderly man with silver hair, his military uniform adorned with medals, gazed sternly at the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the sky. Old Chun, it's fortunate you acted swiftly and sealed this anomaly in time. Otherwise the news would have already reached the European nations. Beside him, the man referred to as Old Chun was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Old Chen's profession was 5 Elements illusionist. As one of the top-tier guardian generals of Dragon Nation, he had just exerted his utmost effort to barely contain this anomaly within the borders of Dragon Nation. Otherwise, this anomaly might have swept across the entire world. It would be troublesome if the intelligence were to be known by the enemy country. Commander Qin, what kind of person could have triggered such a terrifying phenomenon? The white-haired old man nodded slightly and said, I've already sent people to investigate. No matter who it is, our military will ensure their protection as soon as possible. Principal. The entire nation is in an uproar. Xiao Ye's phenomenon has completely blanketed the entire Dragon Kingdom. Director Zhang held his phone, urgently reporting this already nationwide sensation to the principal. Meanwhile, the elderly principal Lin Zhengnan had completely lost his composure, muttering under his breath, Undead Cataclysm. This is the Undead Cataclysm. This time, it wasn't just the elderly recruitment officer from the Black Eagle Guild who noticed. The representatives from all 4 major guilds saw it clearly. This calamitous phenomenon sweeping across the entire Dragon Kingdom is actually a divine sign. Xiao Ye's third awakened profession had directly triggered a divine sign. That was a special omen only professions of S rank or above could possess. And it was an apocalyptic scene never before seen in history, truly a scourge of the undead. Throughout the history of Dragon Country, tens of thousands of diverse professions have been awakened, including many renowned predecessors with S-class professions. Because the last profession to trigger such a phenomenon of an undead army sweeping across the land was none other than the famous SS-class profession, Necromancer. That Dragon Country predecessor was capable of leading an army of countless skeletons, a brutal existence capable of slaughtering an entire city single-handedly. Director Zhang, if I recall correctly, the anomaly caused by that necromancer only covered a single city, didn't it? Lin Zhengnan said with trembling voice. Director Zhang kept nodding incessantly. The anomaly of the undead army summoned by the necromancer back then only covered a single city. Yet now, Xiao Ye's anomaly has engulfed the entire Dragon Nation. What does this signify? This means the profession Xiao Yi awakened to is even far superior to a necromancer. It surpasses SS grade. Could it possibly be SSS grade? Lin Jingnan couldn't help but drop his jaw in shock, stammering, This is a true undead calamity. Chapter 4. The Undead Calamity. All sides scramble. The term undead calamity first appeared in the media from the words of Principal Lin Jingnan. The media immediately erupted with excitement. Undead cataclysm? Principal Lin said this phenomenon is the undead cataclysm? Exactly. Isn't this level of anomaly considered a calamity-level event? It can truly be called an apocalyptic phenomenon. Isn't this the scourge of the undead? The first to react was the person in charge of the Domination Guild, who hurriedly fumbled out his communicator with trembling hands. Hello, guild leader? You need to come to the first high school's awakening ceremony right now. Get here immediately. There's a big fish here. No, not just a big fish. It's a whale. It's a kuan. You have to come personally to recruit him. This quick-witted move by the Domination Guild's representative instantly enlightened the other 3 major guilds. The recruitment heads of the 4 major guilds immediately lost all decorum on the podium, frantically contacting their respective guild leaders. Hello, guild master. The awakening ceremony at First High School. Get here now. What? You're leading a dungeon run and about to reach the boss? Stop it. The world's about to turn upside down. First High School has produced an SSS class profession awakener, Undead Calamity. President, haven't you seen the omen of the Undead Calamity? It's happening right in Shangjing City. You need to get here fast. These seasoned veterans all knew very well that an SSS class profession was no longer a role they, as mere guild recruiters, could handle. Their guild presidents had to come in person to recruit him. For decades, the 4 major guilds had maintained a balance of power in Dragon Country. Yet, the appearance of Xiao Yi on the awakening platform was destined to shatter the stalemate. Whoever can recruit Xiao Yi into their guild is destined to dominate the next 100 years. After all, that's the SSS class profession, Undead Cataclysm. The excitement on site wasn't limited to the leaders of various guilds. Big and small, it also included the media personnel responsible for coverage. The awakening ceremony at First High School had already drawn significant attention for this year's batch, and now the sudden emergence of the Undead Calamity phenomenon. Is Shangjing City about to welcome the second necromancer in Dragon Country? Or could Xiao Yi be even more formidable? No one could be more frenzied than these media personnel, with their array of long and short cameras aimed like weapons at the dark clouds gathering over the awakening platform. Hello, dear viewers. This is the Bugle Daily, bringing you exclusive live coverage of the awakening ceremony at First High School. Yes, you heard it right. Xiao Yi, a student from First High School, has actually triggered the ominous phenomenon of the Undead Cataclysm during the awakening ceremony. Does anyone remember what profession last caused such a terrifying phenomenon? The bustling crowd of journalists completely abandoned Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, Lu Ruyan, and others who had just been the center of attention, swarming toward the awakening platform. Some reporters even got separated from their dedicated photographers, too frantic to care, and some even borrowed their colleagues' photographers to go live on camera directly. I'm a reporter from the Sunset Daily, here to bring you exclusive coverage of the awakening ceremony at First High School. Hey, why are you showing up in our shot? Sorry, we're all in the same line of work, cut us some slack. Okay? Cut you some slack, my foot. What do you mean, exclusive coverage? Can't you see all these media outlets here? At the same time, the presidents of the 4 major guilds rushed non-stop to the awakening ceremony site at First High School. Lu Lian, the president of Beacon Guild, was leading a team through a dungeon raid when he received the news, so he didn't witness the terrifying phenomenon. After hanging up the communicator, this top-tier tank of the guild immediately turned to leave the dungeon, leaving his team members behind, all shouting anxiously, "President, where are you going? We're about to start the boss fight. No time to explain, try fighting if you can, otherwise retreat." "No, President, this is an S-rank dungeon. We've been preparing for over a month." "What's an S-rank dungeon? If I can recruit that promising talent from First High School, our guild could even tackle an SSS rank dungeon next." One of the 4 major guilds, the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, has never lacked for professionals seeking to join. Because among all the guilds in Dragon Country, the Cloud Pavilion has the most beautiful female professionals. And the president of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion is a universally acknowledged beauty. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao, the president of Liyun Pavilion, was lazily soaking in the hot spring. After listening to the content on the communicator, this stunningly beautiful guild president, whose face and figure were nothing short of divine, abruptly stood up. Her delicate body still slightly damp, she hastily wrapped herself in a bathrobe. "Hurry! Call a car for me immediately. I need to get to the awakening ceremony in Shangjing City right away." Her assistant beside her was left dumbfounded. "But, sis, are you really going in just a bathrobe? What kind of graduate has you in such a rush?" "Bathrobe it is then. No time to investigate what style of clothes Xiao Yi prefers." "Huh?" Tang Jinyuan, the president of the Domination Guild, was in the middle of negotiating with shareholders when he answered the communicator, disturbed by the communicator's sound. He answered with an angry expression. "I've told you not to disturb me no matter how important it is. Can the shareholders' meeting be interrupted? What? You want me to look out the window?" Tang Jinyuan stormed to the window, but the next second, he was so shocked that his hand slipped, and the communicator fell to the ground. The hot-tempered chairman, completely disregarding his image in front of the shareholders, immediately dropped to the ground to pick up the communicator and urgently asked, "You said the talent causing this phenomenon is where? What? Shangjing City? Wait there, I'll be right over. Shareholders meeting? What's the point of even holding that? If we can secure this talent, next year's investment will have to be 10 times what they're giving me now." The head of the Black Eagle Guild was none other than Wang Biao's father, Wang Meng, a man known for his extreme seriousness and meticulousness, who would personally plan every high-level dungeon raid down to the last detail. Even he, who hadn't attended his own second son's awakening ceremony, couldn't remain calm upon hearing this news through the communicator. "What? Attending Beijing number 1 high school, Xiao Biao's classmate, right? I'll be there immediately. Spare no effort in recruiting him for me. What? Worried my son might feel insecure? Don't bother about that little brat. Do everything possible to recruit Xiao Yi for me." The usually elusive leaders of Dragon Country's 4 major guilds unexpectedly found themselves on the same road heading to number 1 high school. At the same time, several unremarkable convoys were also making their way to Shangjing City from various parts of the country. These vehicles appeared no different from ordinary family cars, and the people inside were all dressed in casual attire. However, as these vehicles passed through the checkpoint, the guarding soldiers all saluted respectfully. Chapter 5. The Fourth Profession. A Fragment of Divine Spark? Xiao Yi, immersed in the awakening ceremony, remained completely unaware of the massive uproar he had triggered in the outside world. The choice he now faced would directly determine the course of his entire life. The elderly deity holding a bone staff called himself the Underworld King. The choice he offered was the utterly irresistible SSS class profession, Undead Cataclysm. Xiao Yi, having thoroughly read the history of the Awakened, knew all too well what achievements and glory the previous SS-class necromancer from Dragon Country had attained. Choosing the third profession was equivalent to selecting a divinely favored beginning. Smooth sailing all the way, even destined to leave a mark in history. Yet, Xiao Yi once again shook his head lightly. He wanted to see the last deity. The last one was more of a mortal than a deity. A shattered and broken body, disheveled black hair, blood-red pupils, and in his hand nothing more than a dying torch. What kind of deity could reduce themselves to such a pitiful state? Compared to the overbearing presence of the previous 3 deities, this fourth god appeared like a broken beggar. Yet it was this beggar. The moment he spoke, Xiao Yi trembled all over, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Are you also a transmigrator from Blue Star?" Xiao Ye's mind seemed to explode in an instant. Xiao Yi wasn't originally from this world, he hailed from Blue Star. This secret Xiao Yi had never told anyone. Not even the 3 deities from before could see through Xiao Ye's origins. Yet this incomplete person before him actually saw through Xiao Ye's background at a glance. Moreover, what does it mean? Could this crippled deity also be a transmigrator from Blue Star? Xiao Yi was utterly shocked. But before he could voice his question, the incomplete person seemed to speak with urgency, saying, "Do not follow the gods. This is all a conspiracy of the deities. We are all pawns, all victims. Even gods can be slain. We can also become gods." A series of incomprehensible words left Xiao Yi utterly bewildered. Yet the crippled man's body suddenly began to dissipate slowly, as if he had been slain. Countless questions swirled in Xiao Ye's mind, but there was no time left to ask, when suddenly a line of text appeared before his eyes. Option 4. Reject the divine blessing and become one forsaken by the gods. Obtain the unknown tier profession. Godforsaken. Basic skills, none. Initial talent, broken divinity. Broken divinity. Though incomplete, it still allows you to receive offerings. The Godforsaken can sacrifice the embers from any monster they kill to themselves, thereby gaining one of its attributes, talents, skills, or other traits. And the moment this option appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes, Xiao Yi was horrified to discover a bizarre scene unfolding. The heads of the three deities ahead suddenly displayed three blood-red to pitch-black health bars. The health points numbered in the trillions, yet they appeared so clearly above their heads. This scene left Xiaoyi utterly shocked. His worldview collapsed and reconstructed in that moment. So even deities have health bars. Can humans truly become gods? In that instant, a shiver ran down Xiaoye's spine. Xiaoye's hands trembled slightly as he instantly grasped the immense value of the incomplete divinity talent. Originally, humans were not meant to enjoy sacrifices, only deities could partake in them. Only by slaying monsters and offering their embers as sacrifices to the gods they follow can awakened professionals receive new skills, second advancements, and other blessings from the deities. But a fragmentary divinity is still a divinity. Possessing divinity means standing on equal footing with these gods, can also enjoy the benefits of sacrifice. Thus, when a forsaken by the gods slays monsters, the sacrifice is no longer offered to the deities but to themselves. All the attributes, talents, and traits from those monsters can be absorbed and made their own. Though starting as a blank slate profession, it holds limitless potential for growth. Could even make one a true god. The first three deities. One was arrogant and miserly, one lures like tempting prey, gradually enticing, while the other simply commands submission directly. Xiaoyi pondered carefully. A follower, servant, submission. Not a single one is a truly respected term. In the eyes of these deities, perhaps humans are nothing more than ants for them to toy with. As mentioned earlier, Xiaoyi is a madman, a complete and utter madman. The final words of that broken man echoed in Xiaoye's heart. Gods can also be killed. We too can become gods. Hello everyone, dear audience. As we can see, due to the once-in-a-century phenomenon of the undead cataclysm, the leaders of all four major guilds in Dragon Country have actually gathered together at the scene. Black Eagle, Beacon Fire, Dominance, and Flowing Cloud Pavilion. The leaders of the four major guilds in Dragon Country, Lu Lian, Tang Jinyuan, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Wang Meng all made an appearance. This pushed the awakening ceremony to its climax. All media outlets turned their cameras toward these influential figures, who are usually difficult to interview. In the frame, one can also see that the relationship between the four guild leaders is quite delicate. Although they are all in Shangjing City and not at the point of drawing swords against each other, they are still in absolute competition, especially today with Xiaoyi being a once-in-a-century prodigy. None of the guild leaders are willing to back down easily. Principal Lin, you truly live up to your reputation as a century-old educator of excellence. What a remarkable talent you've nurtured. Lu Lian, the leader of the Beacon Fire Guild, immediately flattered Lin Jingnan with enthusiasm. Being socially astute, he knew that to secure Xiaoye's allegiance, the key lay in winning over this veteran principal. In an instant, the leaders of the four major guilds all converged on the podium, while the four guild representatives originally seated there hastily made way for the true authorities. Old Principal Lin Jingnan had probably never encountered such treatment in his life. It was only after Director Zhang reminded him that he managed to tear his gaze away from Yi Xiaoxiao, the president of Liyun Pavilion. Lin Jingnan was instantly flattered to the point of being overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. Of course. Xiaoyi has always been the top talent we nurture at number 1 high school. For 3 years, we have spared no effort in providing resources, and Xiaoyi is one of our outstanding graduates. Yet, as they spoke, the terrifying army of millions of undead, hovering above the awakening ceremony, gradually began to disperse. Then, another beam of light shot up into the sky from the ancient stone tablet on the awakening platform. A fourth profession? Wang Meng, the leader of the Black Eagle Guild, gasped in shock and couldn't help but exclaim, I've heard of a senior who once had 2 profession choices during their awakening, but that ancient steel actually gave Xiaoyi 4 profession choices. This is truly unheard of. However, judging by this phenomenon, it doesn't seem to compare to the SSS class profession, Undead Calamity. Does it? Probably at most a C-class profession. The gazes of several guild leaders, along with the old principal Lin Jingnan, turned toward the ancient steel. As the fourth pillar of light soared into the sky, a tattered torch-like totem also joined the ancient steel. 1 gray, 1 purple, 1 orange, 1 black, for totems of different hues shimmered and intertwined around Xiaoyi. Yet anyone could tell at a glance that only the orange one among them shone the brightest and most dazzling. Obviously, the SSS class profession Undead Calamity is the best choice among them. Principal Lin, surely Xiao Yi will make the right choice, right? Yi Xiao, the beautiful guild leader of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, couldn't help but ask with some concern. After all, even these guild leaders had never witnessed a four-profession awakening ceremony, let alone a freshly graduated student. And Principal Lin Zhengnan at this moment was already looking down on everyone with his nose in the air. He had already envisioned the glorious scene where, after Xiao Yi emerged from the awakening ceremony, no school in the entire Shangjing city could rival their first high school. Rest assured, presidents of the associations, our school's career planning course has always. Lin Jingnan's beaming words were abruptly cut off. Yet there on the awakening platform, Xiao Yi finally made his choice. Chapter 6 Ignorant Fool? Xiao Yi gets blacklisted. A barrage of media cameras and microphones, the personal presence of guild leaders one after another, under the gaze of the crowd. As soon as Xiao Yi moved on the awakening platform, he immediately drew all eyes. The entire awakening ceremony venue fell into complete silence. Everyone held their breath, eager to see what choice Xiao Yi, the one who had stirred up the storm that swept through the entire Shangjing city, would ultimately make. As the four beams of light atop the ancient steel nearly dissipated at the same moment, wisps of mist settled upon the awakening platform. The mist dispersed, whether it was the broken greatsword, the void black blade, or the skeletons of the undead calamity, all slowly dissipated. At this moment, only one last totem remained on Xiao Ye's body, a torch that was almost completely burned out. After circling around Xiao Yi, it injected into the center of his forehead. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. This can't be, right? Old Principal Lin Jingnan's face suddenly froze. He rubbed his eyes and asked Director Zhang beside him in disbelief. Xiao Yi, he actually didn't choose undead calamity? The presidents of the four major guilds were also stunned on the podium. As they watched the last wisp of dark clouds above the awakening ceremony gradually dissipate, each of their eyes revealed shock and disbelief. How is this possible? He actually didn't choose undead calamity. That's a calamity-level profession. Is Xiao Yi out of his mind? Doesn't Xiao Yi from the awakening ceremony know about profession information? Lu Lian, the leader of the Beacon Fire Guild, shook his head and sighed in regret, wishing he were the one standing on the awakening ceremony platform instead. Student Xiao Yi is still too young, failing to recognize the preciousness of the necromancer profession. At this moment, Principal Lin Jingnan, who had just experienced extreme joy followed by despair, charged onto the awakening platform like a mad bull. Necromancer, that's a once-in-a-century SSS tier profession. Did Xiao Yi just refuse like that? Xiao Yi, get out here. Old Principal Lin Zhengnan roared hysterically. Director Zhang, who is Xiao Ye's homeroom teacher? Why wasn't there proper career education? Get his homeroom teacher here immediately. I want to see who it is. Director Zhang, acting like a bully with his master's backing, turned to scold Teacher Tang Wanner. Teacher Tang, as a homeroom teacher, how could you fail to cover even the most basic career education? At this moment, Tang Wanner felt as if struck by lightning. In her eyes, Xiao Yi had always been an exceptionally intelligent and gifted student. Even the most obscure subjects were something he could master with ease. How could he have gone astray at the most critical moment of career selection? Had she been too complacent about Xiao Yi all along? Instead, they neglected to provide him with the most basic professional orientation. Facing the reprimands from Director Zhang and the principal, Tang Wanner wasn't particularly concerned. Yet, if her failure to properly educate about professions ended up hindering Xiao Yi, such a promising talent, Tang Wanner suddenly trembled with anxiety, feeling as though she had harmed Xiao Yi herself. Such a dramatic outcome also sent the onlooking media into a frenzy. People love to create idols, and even more, they love to tear them down. Cameras and microphones were deliberately aimed at Xiao Yi on the awakening platform, broadcasting this dramatic outcome live. Dear viewers, who would have thought that among so many great professions, Xiao Yi would choose the worst one? The SSS class profession, undead calamity, was just wasted like that. What a real shame. First high school boasts about being the top in Shangjing City's education, yet they couldn't even manage the most basic profession education. Truly lamentable. I believe both Xiao Yi and the teachers of First High School are responsible for this outcome. They must all be held accountable for Dragon Country losing an undead calamity profession. The live stream viewers were divided in their opinions, with many even starting online harassment. Meanwhile, the heads of the four major guilds on the podium could only shake their heads in disappointment and quietly leave. They had thought Xiao Yi was a once-in-a-century prodigy. But alas, he failed to live up to expectations. Lu Lian, the head of the Beacon Guild, especially felt it wasn't worth leaving a crucial dungeon to come here, only to end up empty-handed. Shaking his head disdainfully, he said to his secretary beside him, "Secretary Lin, this student Xiao Yi is far too restless in his thoughts, and judging by the profession he awakened in the end, it's merely a C grade, isn't it? Our Blazing Fire Guild has no need for such mediocrity." Tang Zhenuan, the guild master of the Domination Guild standing nearby, didn't even bother to hide his disdain as he scolded. "Such trash, lacking even the most basic judgment, is even less qualified to join our Domination Guild." Tang Zhenuan changed the subject and asked teasingly, "Old Wang, your Black Eagle Guild wouldn't actually recruit him, would you?" Wang Meng, the leader of the Black Eagle Guild, glared fiercely and said, "Humph, do you really think our guild is a garbage dump that takes in any kind of trash?" While the guild leader of Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Yi Xiaoxiao, remained silent. The disappointment on her face was tantamount to tacit agreement with their words. The four major guild leaders joining forces to blacklist Xiao Yi. The surrounding media immediately seized upon this sensational news, embellishing it further with exaggerated details. In an instant, explosive headlines swept through the entire city. Genius seed Xiao Yi, yet can't even distinguish professions clearly? Xiao Yi, the fake among the genuine, suffers a joint boycott by the four major guilds. On the podium, Lin Zhengnan and the heads of the four major guilds were both overjoyed and deeply sorrowful. Yet many others were deeply sorrowful and then overjoyed. For example, students like Wang Biao and Lin Xueming from the same grade. Trash will always be trash. Even if an opportunity is given to him, he can't hold on to it. Wang Biao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he thought he would be overshadowed by Xiao Yi for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Xiao Yi actually rejected the now common profession of undead calamity and chose some kind of fire poker instead. Ha ha ha. Lin Xueming, who had just frantically rushed onto the awakening platform, was still shaken but couldn't suppress the grin forming at the corners of his mouth. Who would have thought Xiao Yi is really an idiot? How could he pass up such a great profession? In that case, don't blame me for not holding back in tomorrow's trial assembly. Lin Xueming's eyes revealed the malice he had suppressed for 3 whole years. Ruyan, you won't protect him in the future, will you? Lin Xueming turned his head and grinned at Lu Ruyan as he spoke. What are you talking about? Xueming, he and I are just ordinary classmates. But Lu Ruyan shot him a coquettish glare and said, that single glance made Lin Xueming feel immensely pleased, and his gaze towards Xiao Yi grew even more venomous. Xiao Yi, oh Xiao Yi, you've been so proud all these years. In the upcoming trial tower, you'd better learn how to grovel like the trash you are. Chapter 7. The Trial Tower. The First Sacrifice. On the awakening platform, Xiao Yi, who had just awakened his profession, had no time to react, as the 4 deities before him and the strange visions gradually faded away, followed by a sudden shift in the surrounding scenery. I had already been teleported from the ancient steel to an unfamiliar place. A voice prompt immediately sounded in my ears. Newly awakened one, you have entered the Trial Tower. The Trial Tower serves as the final assessment for every new generation of awakened individuals. The ability to quickly adapt to one's profession and maximize the advantages of the awakened profession is also what major guilds value the most. Even for professions of the same level, there can be a significant difference in immediate combat effectiveness due to the user's varying abilities. In the past, those awakeners who swiftly adapted to their professions and repeatedly broke climbing records in the Trial Tower all became highly sought-after key cultivation targets for major guilds without exception. And the reason Xiao Yi is called the top genius seed of Shangjing City, it was because Xiao Yi had been too dazzling in all the tests during his 3 years of high school. Everyone had extremely high expectations of him, believing that as long as he awakened a profession of a rank or higher, he would undoubtedly shine brightly in the Trial Tower. Yet, faced with the once-in-a-century SSS rank profession, Undead Calamity, Xiao Yi actually chose a trash among trash, a blank slate character even worse than AD rank profession. Perhaps there is only one person in the world who doesn't think so, and that is Xiao Yi himself. Xiao Yi quickly surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an ancient forest where sunlight barely penetrated the dense canopy, flickering intermittently through the branches, while eerie, indistinct cries echoed faintly from all directions. This should be the first floor of the trial tower. Each floor within the trial tower forms an independent space. Only by defeating the guardian monsters on a floor can one proceed to the next. Open the status panel, Xiaoyi softly called out. After awakening, individuals can view their own attribute panels upon obtaining a profession. Before his eyes instantly appeared a panel containing all of Xiao Ye's current data. Xiao Yi, profession, Godforsaken, level 1. HP, 200 MP, 100. Attack, 20 defense, 20. Constitution, 5 strength, 5. Agility, 5 spirit, 5. Initial skill, none. Talent, incomplete divinity. As expected, pitifully weak. Even Xiao Yi couldn't help but sigh to himself. The forsaken by gods profession was truly like a blank slate. The initial 4 attributes, constitution, strength, agility, and spirit, were all a pitifully low 5 points each. His vitality, attack, and defense were even lower than those of the lowest tier D-class profession. Not even an initial skill. The only thing remotely passable was the initial talent, broken divinity, he possessed. Check talent, broken divinity. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes and said, he had staked almost his entire fortune and fate on this dark red talent trait. Ordinary talents range from the lowest gray, white, green, and blue to the higher level purple and orange traits. The higher the level of the talent trait, the stronger it is. Yet Xiao Ye's incomplete divinity trait was an eerie, blood like dark red. Then, a line of introduction instantly appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Incomplete divinity. Description: the divinity of those abandoned by the gods. Though incomplete, it can still receive offerings. Offering the flame of tribute can restore the incomplete divinity. I hope I didn't bet wrong. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and said, only to see a massive weapon crate placed right where he had been teleported. It was filled with swords, shields, spears, bows, staffs, and various other weapons for their use. Without exception, all these weapons are the most basic white-tier equipment, ensuring the trial tower provides the fairest possible environment. Xiao Yi pondered briefly before selecting a crude iron spear. Xiao Ye's current profession doesn't provide any weapon specialization bonuses, so he chose the spear simply because it offers the longest attack range among melee weapons. For Xiao Ye's currently fragile physique, this provides the safest possible combat distance. Crude iron spear. Level requirement: 1. Attack power, plus 15. After equipping the crude iron spear, Xiao Ye's attack power on the attribute panel reached 35. And just at this moment, a rustling sound emerged from the surrounding jungle. The guardian monster of the trial tower's first floor had appeared. There stood several hunched, pointy-eared humanoid monsters with sickly green skin all over their bodies. Goblins. Xiao Yi immediately recognized these creatures. The goblin race that had maintained its population through formidable reproductive abilities and stood unshaken across the continent. Although they are among the weakest monsters, for Xiao Yi, whose attributes are practically blank, he still couldn't afford to be the slightest bit careless. Xiao Yi tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and cautiously took several steps back. There were 3 goblins in front of him. If he were to be surrounded, his current frail physique would likely be instantly overwhelmed. Fortunately, Xiao Yi was currently leaning against a massive tree trunk so thick it would take 5 people to encircle it. The enormous roots protruding from the ground gave him the advantage of higher ground to strike from above. At that moment, the goblin charging at the front let out a wild howl as it launched its attack toward Xiao Yi. A pair of green-furred claws gripped a rusted iron sword, swinging it down at Xiao Yi with a vicious slash. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. Xiao Yi gripped his spear with both hands, deftly deflecting the goblin's iron sword with pinpoint accuracy. This was one of the most fundamental combat techniques. Had Xiao Yi possessed the block skill, this move alone would have been enough to throw the goblin off balance. Unfortunately, Xiao Yi didn't even possess the most basic block skill, and the goblin's powerful slash left his palms numb from the impact. Yet despite this, Xiao Yi, who was highly skilled in combat and held the high ground, still keenly seized the opportunity to counterattack, taking advantage of the moment when the goblin stumbled, and thrust his crude iron spear fiercely into the goblin's chest. 29. A damage number instantly popped up. This is the result of Xiao Ye's current attack power after deducting the damage reduction from the goblin's defense. The goblin let out a sharp scream. Already unsteady from standing on the tree roots, the gunshot sent it tumbling sideways. Xiao Yi suddenly took a step forward, his spear sweeping and slashing, delivering 2 consecutive strikes. 31. 29. The first goblin's health bar had already dropped by more than half. However, at this moment, the other 2 companions of the goblin also charged at Xiao Yi with furious cries. Facing the pincer attack from both sides, Xiao Yi suddenly took a step forward and attacked, thrusting his spear fiercely through the body of the leading first goblin. 27. Instantly clearing its last health bar. This was Xiao Ye's combat style, decisive and ruthless. Since it's one against many, the first priority is to take down one of them. The first goblin slowly collapsed, its hollow eyes still filled with a trace of unwillingness. Xiao Yi also obtained a crucial piece of information. A goblin's health is around 100, and with Xiao Ye's crude iron spear, it would take at most 4 strikes to defeat one. Seeing their companion's death, the remaining 2 goblins became even more furious and charged at Xiao Yi with their axes. Faced with simultaneous attacks from both sides, Xiao Yi remained completely calm, dodging with agile footwork while using his spear to block. If anyone were observing from Xiao Ye's perspective at this moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished by his nimble movements and his precise control over the weapon's attack range. Despite 2 goblins attacking simultaneously from both sides, not only did they fail to land a single hit on Xiao Yi, but they were also continuously blocked and counterattacked by him, gradually depleting their health bars. 5 minutes later, the last goblin slowly slid off the tip of Xiao Ye's spear, turning into a lifeless corpse. 3 wisps of white light gathered from their bodies onto Xiao Ye's head, and the experience granted directly leveled him up by 1. Level up, gained 5 free attribute points. Yet Xiao Ye's gaze was drawn to the corpses of the 3 goblins. As faint flickers of flame emerged from each of the goblin corpses, this is the flame of hope. Killing monsters allows one to obtain ember. Offer sufficient tribute of kindling to the deity you follow, and you shall earn their favor. Bestow upon you new skills or a second, third, job promotion. But now, the talent, incomplete divinity. On Xiao Ye's body signifies he can offer these flames of inheritance as sacrifices to himself. Sacrifice the embers of the goblins. Xiao Yi performed the sacrificial ritual without hesitation. Success or failure hinges on this one move. The 3 ember sparks above the goblin corpse circled once around the tip of Xiao Ye's spear before dissipating one by one into the air around his body. Goblin's ember sacrifice successful.
Ember Sparks A.
Goblin's ember sacrifice successful. Ember sparks +1. After 2 consecutive flame sacrifices, a pleasant chime rang in Xiao Ye's ears. Goblin's flame offering successful. Flame seed +1. Obtained talent trait Savage D tier. Strength attribute +100. Chapter 8. The use of the spark. Infinite skill enhancement. Done. Xiao Yi was instantly overwhelmed with ecstasy. Quickly opening his talent panel, he saw that the originally solitary page with only the incomplete divinity talent now. Sure enough, an additional Savage D tier entry has appeared. The effect of this entry is remarkably simple strength attribute +100. Level increased by 1, though it only granted 5 free attribute points. Yet, just this single Savage entry boosted Xiao Ye's strength by a full 100 points. And this is just the low-level, barbaric. Xiao Yi opened his attribute panel and saw that his original pitiful 5 points of strength had indeed increased to a whopping 105 points. This is equivalent to a direct level up of 20 levels. For most melee professions, the strength attribute is directly linked to attack power. And now, with a full 105 points of strength, Xiao Yi, his attack power directly surged to 135. Is this what it feels like to enjoy sacrifices? Xiao Yi couldn't help but glance at the incomplete divine spark in his talent panel. Just a fragment of a divine spark can yield such powerful sacrificial effects. The deities who possess complete divine sparks enjoy countless sacrifices from their followers every day. How terrifyingly strong must their enhancements be? And all they give their followers in return are mere skills and class advancements. It seems Xiao Yi has bet right this time. Although Xiao Ye's initial blank slate profession was far behind those S-tier professions in terms of both attributes and skills, with the power of sacrifice, it won't be long before he catches up and even surpasses them. Moreover, obtaining such powerful attributes by merely sacrificing 3 goblins. What if stronger monsters were sacrificed? What about elite-level bosses? Or even dragon-level creatures? This is truly a talent with limitless growth potential. Xiao Yi gripped his spear and continued deeper into the jungle. The first level space was still vast, far from just 2 or 3 goblin-like monsters. Only by defeating their leader could one advance to the next level. Soon, Xiao Yi once again spotted traces of a small group of goblins, another scattered squad of the creatures. This time, however, with an attack power as high as 135 points, Xiao Yi could take down a single goblin grunt with just one shot. Hiding in the shadows, Xiao Yi launched a proactive attack. Swinging his spear fiercely, he precisely slashed the throat of the nearest goblin. 129. A staggering 129 points of damage finished it off with a single strike. The goblin minion squad immediately panicked and scattered in fear, their chaos giving Xiao Yi the perfect opportunity to harvest them. Xiao Yi descended like a divine being, taking down one enemy with each shot. Soon, another pile of goblin corpses lay before him, as streams of white light experience points converged onto Xiao Yi, leveling him up once again. Naturally, Xiao Yi meticulously offered every last goblin ember from the corpses in sacrifice. Goblin ember sacrifice successful. Fire seed +1. Goblin's flame offering successful. Flame seed +1. Lines of successful offering prompts appeared, yet no new entries were obtained. It seems accumulating flame offerings requires gradual buildup. By now, Xiao Yi, having slain another entire goblin squad, was already approaching the heart of this ancient forest. Scattered torches flickered among the trees ahead, suggesting the presence of an entire goblin tribe. Where there's a tribe, there's a leader. It seems the key to entering the next layer of the trial space lies here. By now, Xiao Ye's level had already reached 3. To enhance his agility in action, Xiao Yi allocated all 10 of his free attribute points to dexterity. He then gripped his spear tightly and twirled it with a flourish. Indeed, his movements became noticeably faster. Dexterity not only affects movement speed and attack speed, but is also closely tied to critical hit rate and the damage dealt by striking weak points. The higher the agility, the more accurate one could hit the monster's vitals. The dual cultivation of strength and sensitivity was the path Xiao Knight would take in the future. Xiao Knight observed carefully in front of the goblin tribe. Perhaps because those goblin squads had been sent out to patrol, there were only 3 or 2 goblin soldiers left in the tribe, as well as an orc kobold whose body was obviously several times larger than that of an ordinary kobold. He was sleeping soundly. Obviously, this guy was the mini-boss of the first level of the Tower of Trials. Xiao Knight gently tossed a small stone that he had picked up on the road. The movement of the small stone knocking on the ground instantly drew out a few wary stragglers. Before killing the boss, clear the stragglers first. This as everyone from the textbook learned the truth. The hands of the thick iron lance playing more and more smooth, Xiao Knight almost no effort to solve these kobold soldiers. The next step was to make a move on that goblin leader. Seemingly sensing that one by one his minions had lost their movement, this huge orc goblin roared, raised a huge wolfsbane stick, and patrolled around. Xiao Knight hid behind a fence and, taking advantage of this orc goblin's back, he struck first. The rough iron lance in his hand brazenly stabbed at his thigh, and the high power value directly stabbed out a bloody hole of 95. It seems that this thick-skinned orc goblin's defense has always been much higher than that of the soldiers. At the same time, the kobold leader's bloodstain also appeared in front of Xiao Knight, a full 2,000 points. The kobold leader was in pain, and when he turned his head and saw Xiao Knight's attacker, he raised his huge wolf tooth club and smashed it down. However, this sluggish movement was deftly dodged by Xiao Knight. The 10 points of agility value he had just added wasn't for nothing. Xiao Knight wandered around the goblin leader as if he was dancing, and the thick iron spear in his hand backhanded another stab. 98. This kind of monster with high defense and thick blood but slow movement was like a clumsy mannequin in front of Xiao Knight. 88. 93. One by one, damage couldn't stop popping out on the body of the goblin leader. Even with a blood level of up to 2,000 points, it had instantly passed the halfway mark. At this time, the kobold leader's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and then as if he had gone berserk, his destructive power suddenly skyrocketed. However, the wolf fang stick in the hands of the impotent and furious goblin leader had already lost its pattern. The frenzied kobold leader waved his thick arm, and even grabbed and smashed his body down, pouncing towards Xiao Knight. However, this just suited Xiao Knight's intentions. The goblin leader, who had no height advantage, just showed his vitals in front of Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight's footsteps flashed, and the lance in his hand viciously stabbed at the goblin leader's neck. In an instant, a high amount of damage exploded out. The 187 weakness attack, double damage. For this kind of greedy and tyrannical goblin mutant, Shao Knight didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. He would kill him while he was sick. The lance in his hand stabbed out one after another at a perfect angle. Along with a single weak point damage bursting out, this huge kobold leader collapsed with a loud bang. The large amount of experience given by the elite-level mini-boss allowed Shao Knight to level up 2 levels to level 5 in a row. The fuel fire spark that surfaced on the corpse of this orc goblin was also quite a bit larger than the other goblin stragglers. Sacrifice the goblin leader's payfire. Shao Knight touched the goblin chief's corpse with the tip of his spear, and without hesitation, he began to sacrifice it. A line of prompts immediately surfaced in front of Shao Knight, and Goblin Chief's salary flame sacrifice successful. Spark +5. Acquired skill Berserk grade B. Skill out. Shao Knight was instantly delighted in his heart, not realizing that this Goblin Chief with orc bloodline actually exploded a natural skill unique to orcs, Berserking, for Shao Knight. Check the skill. Shao Knight immediately called up the skill panel. The originally empty skill bar finally had its first skill appear. Berserking. Skill level, B rank. Effect. A skill unique to the orc class, increasing damage and attack speed by 30% after activation. However, after the effect ends, it will fall into a weak state for a period of time, and its defense will be reduced by 50%. As we all know, the difficulty in killing orc monsters lies in the fact that they will fall into a berserk state after their blood level is over half. A berserk orc's destructive power and desire to attack increase dramatically. Although as long as you can survive this period of berserk time, the beast-human monster will be in a weakened state, but 90% of the professional team is often killed in the orc rage of this period of time. Because the orcs that were inspired to go berserk were too terrifying. A direct 50% increase in attack power was enough to smash most of the professional squad's T-bit. Now that this orc class exclusive talent phrase had fallen into Shao Knight's hands, while Shao Knight was slightly excited in his heart, a line appeared in front of his eyes once again. Is it possible to consume 10 points of fire seed value to strengthen this skill? Shao Knight was suddenly stunned. It turns out that fire seed is for this purpose. It was actually possible to strengthen an acquired skill. Strengthen. Shao Knight decisively chose to strengthen the only skill he had in his hand. Consuming 10 fire seed points, the berserking skill has been strengthened to Beast Blood Boiling. Beast Blood Boiling. Grade. A rank. Effect. A natural skill possessed by the high-ranked bloodline orc race. Damage and attack speed are increased by 50% after excitation. At the end of the effect, you will fall into a short period of weakness, and your defense will be reduced by 30%. Bonus. Killing the target extends the duration. Chapter 9 Elite Level Boss. Immortal Tree Spirit. Perhaps Shao Knight didn't realize that. At this moment outside the Tower of Trials, there was actually another person who was paying close attention to his perspective, and it was none other than his homeroom teacher in the first middle school, Tang Wanner. After Shao Knight rejected the SSS class occupation Undead Heavenly Plague, a farce that had stirred up the entire city, all the onlookers stopped paying attention to him. All the onlookers stopped paying attention to Shao Knight, this jumping clown, and turned to watch the trials of the 3S class professions Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanyan without paying any more attention to Shao Knight, this trash. Only Tang Wanner quietly locked the observer in her hand onto Shao Knight's perspective. Shao Knight was a student that she had taught with her own hands. She was the only one who knew exactly how excellent Shao Knight was. Therefore, she was even more aware of how painful it would be for an outstanding son of heaven to face a huge career gap. She was afraid that Shao Knight would be devastated by this huge gap. What's more, Tang Wanner, as a member of the teaching team, knew that this year's Tower of Trials wasn't that simple, and that the first level of the Goblin Horde alone would be enough to brush off half of the awakened. When Tang Wan'er opened her observer. When Tang Wan'er turned on the observer, she happened to see Shao Knight surrounded by the first wave of goblins. As a career mentor, she naturally knew the consequences of a whiteboard career being surrounded by goblins. If one wasn't careful, they would be killed in seconds. However, just as she was sweating for Shao Knight, she saw Shao Knight keenly occupying the high ground terrain in the midst of the crisis, with his back against a large tree. Then he wielded the thick iron lance in his hand and killed the goblins one by one in a textbook maneuver. Well done, Shao Knight. Tang Wanner, who was the bishop of the fighting class, couldn't help but secretly sigh. Shao Knight's operation Even if one looked at the entire dragon country's current class of awakened, there might not be 5 that could fight out. And what made Tang Wan Air's heart feel even more gratified was that Xiao Knight didn't show as much self-loathing as she thought, but calmly groped his way towards the center of the first level of the Tower of Trials. And, along the way, he dryly and neatly ended up dropping a single goblin. This kid Xiao Knight, he's even more resilient than I thought. Even a whiteboard profession may not be the end of him. In the Tower of Trials, a beep sounded in Xiao Knight's ears. Congratulations! You have killed the guardian of the first level of the Tower of Trials. The second level of the Tower of Trials is being teleported. Xiao Knight only felt a trance before his eyes. The surrounding goblin horde, as well as the corpse of the goblin leader, gradually disappeared. Then the screen turned. Xiao Knight was teleported to a huge dark cave, surrounded by nothing but stone walls and sticky wet soil. It seems that this is the second level of the Tower of Trials. At this time, Xiao Knight's heart was more excited than nervous. Just by sacrificing the kobolds on the first floor, he had already gained savagery and beast blood boiling, 2 talent phrases with such a big boost. Then what kind of surprises would the next monsters give Xiao Knight? It was important to realize that in the Tower of Trials, there was no real death. Dying here would only cause them to be teleported out and end the trial. This is equivalent to Xiao Knight having no worries at all. He could go ahead and sacrifice 1 more monster to obtain 1 more word. In the midst of his thoughts, the monsters on the second level of the Tower of Trials. The monsters on the second level of the Tower of Trials have already appeared. In this huge cavern, there seems to be something surging in the soft and wet soil underneath the feet. Then a black root like an old vine violently broke out. The branches on top of the roots were as sharp as thorns, causing people to shudder. Xiao Knight hurriedly jumped backward and, only to see that the 2 nearby vines had already flung themselves towards the place where Xiao Knight had just stood. The vines with spikes immediately threw out 2 deep traces in the dirt. Luckily, they didn't hit him. Xiao Knight, who reacted extremely quickly, then raised the lance in his hand and swung it violently, chopping at those 2 vines. 30. 30. The 2 damage numbers jumped out in unison, and at the same time, the 2 vines were cut off by Xiao Knight's spear. It fell to the ground and kept twisting as if it was a living thing. Turns out that these 2 vines actually only have 30 drops of blood. Xiao Knight was a bit puzzled. According to reason, the monsters on the second floor of the Tower of Trials should be far more powerful than the first floor. But these vines' blood level was also too low, right? And right at this moment, it seemed to confirm Xiao Knight's thoughts in general. In the next second, several vines once again emerged from the damp soil around them. They surrounded Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight's quick eyes and hands, while these vines hadn't completely grown out, the lance in his hand accurately chopped them all off. 30. 30. Still only 30 drops of blood. However, the ground around the severed vines was like a breeding ground, and more vines emerged from the ground. More vines emerged from the ground. There were more than a dozen of them. It's not over yet. Xiao Knight instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. Although these vines had less blood, they chopped 1 to give birth to 2, and the more they killed, the more they gave birth. It was simply impossible to kill them all. No, these vines should only be subsidiary species. Xiao Knight gradually reacted. He realized that before each vine drilled out of the soil, it was like a swimming snake stretching from the soil in one direction. The vines were only subsidiary. Only by killing their mother body could they be completely killed. And the direction where their mother body was located should be the direction of those surging in the mud. Xiao Knight instantly picked up his spear and rushed over towards the direction of the surges in the mud. Along the way, there were hundreds of vines drilling out of the soil. However, they were all avoided one by Xiao Knight with his dexterous walking position. Feeling the cold wind from the thorns coming from behind him, even Xiao Knight sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This huge underground cavern had 7 twists and turns. Xiao Knight, however, wasn't induced by any of the twists and turns, but followed the direction of that root extension all the way forward. And, as expected, after circling around about 7 or 8 caves, a huge ancient tree root that was as thick as dozens of people appeared in the middle of the cave, and the countless roots ended right in the middle of the cave. The end of its countless roots was on its body. What was even more bizarre was that a huge human face had actually grown out of this tree root. This must be the mother. Seeing that the vines growing behind him were like water snakes chasing towards Xiao Knight didn't hesitate any longer. Xiao Knight no longer hesitated and, raising the thick iron lance in his hand, he fiercely stabbed towards that huge root. 137, along with a damage number popping up. The blood stripe of this huge tree root also appeared in front of Xiao Knight's face. Immortal Tree Spirit. Rank: Elite Boss. Blood Volume: 50,000. Danger Level: High. Profile: Unknown. That long blood bar was actually a full 50,000. And the most despairing thing was that, just a few seconds after Xiao Knight had dealt the damage numbers that appeared, a recovery number suddenly appeared on this Immortal Tree Spirit. Plus 100. Plus 100. The damage dealt by Xiao Knight was recovered within a few seconds. This Immortal Tree Spirit not only had a bloodline as high as 50,000, but its recovery power was actually so terrifying. So it turns out, Xiao Knight instantly understood the intent of the second level of this Tower of Trials. In order to completely remove these roots and vines, it was necessary to kill this huge Immortal Tree Spirit. However, this Immortal Tree Spirit not only had a deep bloodline, but its recovery power was also quite amazing, so it was simply impossible to kill it quickly in a short period of time. But the longer it dragged on, the longer the mother would be able to kill it. But the longer it dragged on, the more vines the mother would nourish. So what this tier examines is the output ability of the professional. Professions with insufficient output would sooner or later be consumed by more and more vines. If the Goblin Horde on the first level of the Tower of Trials would have brushed away half of the professional awakenings, the undead tree spirits on this level would wipe out all the remaining non-output professions. Who actually designed this year's Tower of Trials? Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At the same time, a calculation was quickly made in his mind. This Immortal Tree Spirit's blood bar totaled as high as 50,000, but it would recover 100 drops of blood every second. Therefore, the only real effective output was a damage value higher than 100 per second. If Xiao Yi had just arrived at the first level of the Tower of Trials, he could have surrendered and quit at this point. But for the current Xiao Knight, however, it might not be impossible to fight. Xiao Knight's enhanced Beast Blood Boiling was able to significantly increase damage and attack speed for a sustained period of time. Moreover, killing the target can also increase the duration. The undead tree spirit has spawned countless vines with only 30 drops of blood, which can be used to refresh the Beast Blood Boiling. It could just be used to refresh the duration of Beast Blood Boiling. Chapter 10: Sacrificing the Immortal Tree Spirit. S-rank word photosynthesis recovery. Outside the Tower of Trials. Looking at the battle of the new class of awakened who had already been brushed down by a large portion just on the first level, the old headmaster Lin Jingnan's brows were about to wrinkle into folds. Damn it! Who the hell designed the Tower of Trials this year? Director Zhang, who was next to him, then hurriedly and quietly reminded Principal Lin that the media cameras were still in both of their faces. Principal Lin then hastily adjusted his expression, revealing a kind smile. At this moment, within their viewing perspective, the awakened who had successfully cleared the first level of the Tower of Trials, represented by the 3S-ranked professionals Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanyan, had already arrived in that dark and humid cave. Countless vines that grew out of the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain began to attack Wang Biao. Wang Biao, who was an S-rank melee profession discordant dragon martial monk, immediately wielded the battle club in his hand. A battle skill with a dragon pattern was swung out, instantly strangling these vines. Luckily, this second layer is still human-like. Lin Zhengnan was just about to catch his breath when he saw that Wang Biao had similarly discovered the veins of these vines, hidden underground, and chased them all the way to their mother body. The moment the giant mother tree root appeared in the middle of the camera, everyone present on the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Oh my God! Is that an immortal tree spirit? This thing is hard to kill even for a level 10 professional. Who on earth put the undying tree spirit on the second level? It's too perverted, isn't it?" Old Principal Lin Zhengnan couldn't help but curse out with a mouthful of profanity. He was deeply aware of how difficult it was to kill an immortal tree spirit. "I'm afraid that this second layer alone is enough to brush down more than half of this year's awakened people in their first middle school. I'm afraid that all non-output professions will have to stop here." On the other side of the corner, class teacher Tang Wanner also hurriedly lowered her head to pay close attention to the situation on Xiao Knight's side. Despite relying on Xiao Knight's extreme maneuvering, he was able to clear the first level of the Goblin Horde. However, the undying tree goblins on the second level were no longer a gap that could be bridged by operation alone. Xiao Knight's profession that was almost a blank slate didn't have enough output to be able to kill the Matrix even with more operation. However, she saw that she was the only one watching the footage. Xiao Knight had already begun to make a move on that immortal tree spirit's mother body. Tang Wanner, who was a specialized class in fighting techniques, could tell at a glance that Xiao Knight's movements seemed to be almost twice as fast as when he was on the first level. What's going on here? Even Tang Wanner's heart was secretly surprised. At this moment, Xiao Knight had already surrounded the mother body of that immortal tree spirit and frantically began to output, only to see that this immortal tree spirit's mother body didn't have any means of attacking itself, and all of his attacks relied on those rooted vines that he extended out from the ground. Therefore, the second floor of the Tower of Trials was a test of output power. The thick iron lance in Xiao Knight's hand was constantly jutting above this immortal tree spirit's mother body at every moment. And 179, 158. Damage numbers as high as 200 burst out. This was naturally because Xiao Knight had turned on Beast Blood Boiling, which directly increased his attack power and attack speed by 50%. Xiao Knight was able to output a number as high as over 200 per second at this point, subtracting the immortal tree spirit's recovery of 100 drops of blood per second. The average effective output per second then reached 70 points. Even if the immortal tree spirit's total blood count was as high as 50,000, it was definitely not untouchable. However, in order to kill this undying tree spirit, it wasn't as simple as just outputting a single point. Almost every second, a vine root full of thorns and thorns was sprouting out of the damp ground. If we don't clear these vines quickly, if you don't clear them quickly, they'll accumulate more and more. However, if one was distracted from dealing with these vines, one would not be able to concentrate on outputting the mother body. This was the test of the designer of the second level of the Tower of Trials. However, for Xiao Knight's operations, it wasn't that difficult to use two things at once. These vines that grew out around him instead became targets for him to refresh his Beast Blood Boiling, while Xiao Knight was outputting against the mother of all undying tree spirits, while quickly using the thick iron lance in his hand to cut down the vines that had just popped up. Kill the thorny vines, and the effect of Beast Blood Boiling will be extended by 10 seconds, a cycle of 10 seconds. Xiao Knight's rhythm was very steady, and he struck only those vines that were closer to his output position. As for those vines that grew farther away and couldn't attack Xiao Knight at all, Xiao Knight just ignored them. He knew very well that as long as he killed the mother body of this immortal tree spirit, even if more vines grew, they would instantly die out. Under Xiao Knight's exquisite rhythmic control, the immortal tree spirit's 50,000 blood bar was gradually fading. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. This kind of high-intensity and high-focus operation continued for an unknown period of time. Finally, when Xiao Knight's last shot stabbed at the body of the immortal tree spirit, the long and invisible blood bar finally cleared the last trace. The roots of this huge tree spirit suddenly snapped and withered, turning into dust in the sky. And those vines that had almost covered the entire cave also instantly turned into dust. The immortal tree spirit collapsed in front of Xiao Knight. A large amount of experienced white light directly converged into Xiao Knight's body, and this difficult boss directly allowed Xiao Knight to ascend 3 levels in a row, directly coming to level 8. However, what Xiao Knight was more interested in was the large amount of salary flame left on the ground by the immortal tree spirit. Sacrifice the immortal tree spirit's salary flame. Xiao Knight's sacrificial movement had become more and more skillful, only to see that the dots of pay flames that were like swarms of fireflies immediately surrounded Xiao Knight's spear tip and, finally, it gradually dissipated. The immortal tree spirit's salary flame sacrifice is successful. Fire Seed plus 20. Acquired talent phrase Photosynthesis Recovery. Photosynthesis Recovery. Rank S. Chapter 11 The Rascal Fight. Beautiful Swamp Banshee. Salary Flame Burning. Sacrifice to all souls. As dots of eclipsing inflammation like glowing flames flew, a sound of void chanting came from the air, as if it was singing the praises of the birth of great words. The entire copy shook. It was as if something terrifying had been born in the void. As class lyric, Xiao Knight forced himself to hold back his excitement, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the phrase. Photosynthesis Recovery. Word rank, S rank. Effect. Immortal tree spirit's strong recovery power. When bathed in light illumination, all of its own recovery effects are increased by 500%. Bonus. Automatically recovers 1% of its maximum life value of blood every second. Sure enough, it's an S-rank phrase. This undying tree spirit was only an elite-level boss, but its strong recovery power was top tier amongst almost all monsters. The recovery effect was increased by 500%. For a human professional, not only was the effect of taking blood pills directly increased by 5 times, some skills with blood-sucking and recovery classes could also be directly increased by 5 times. Before Shao Knight could get excited, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations! You have killed the guardian of the 2nd level of the Tower of Trials. The 3rd level of the Tower of Trials is now being transmitted. In the blink of an eye, Shao Knight had already been teleported from that dark and damp cave to an open-air swamp. At this time, Shao Knight's ears but once again heard a reminder that, congratulations on becoming the 5th awakened to enter the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. Remaining awakened in the Tower of Trials, 47. Shao Knight was instantly startled in his heart. He knew that he was definitely not the first awakened to kill the immortal tree spirit. After all, some high-output professions, especially those with fire attribute attacks, would have a natural advantage in killing wood attribute monsters like the immortal tree spirit. But now there are only 47 people left in the Tower of Trials? In other words, apart from the 5 who had already reached the 3rd floor, including Shao Knight, there were only 42 awakened who were still struggling with the undying tree goblins on the 2nd floor. This elimination was also too fast. One must know that there were as many as tens of thousands of students in Shangjing City who participated in the awakening ceremony this year. I don't know who designed this year's Tower of Trials. The mechanism of elimination can be called too cruel. The goblin horde on the 1st level directly brushed away half of the people with insufficient combat power. The 2nd layer of the undead tree spirit will be the rest of the non-output occupation all brush off. Then what kind of cruel challenge should the next 3rd layer be? Shao Knight didn't have time to think about it, only to see that 3 humanoid monsters had already emerged from the black swampy mire that he was in. They grew out of the mud and dirt. However, their bodies were white and flawless, revealing half of their sexy and enchanting bodies from the swamp, making the youthful Shao Knight somewhat unable to hold on to his blood. The natural beauty of the female demon's face was even more mesmerizing. A sound wave like soft chant immediately swept towards Shao Knight. Swamp Banshee. Shao Knight was startled, and hurriedly dodged into the surrounding jagged piles of rocks to avoid it. In the next second, a sound wave attack with an extremely wide range of attack landed in the same direction he had just been in, and the entire marble slab shook slightly. Magic attack. As expected, Shao Knight's guess was fulfilled. The guardian monsters of this 3rd floor were actually 3 swamp banshees. This kind of monster with a beautiful and enchanting figure that relied on bizarre sonic attacks to harvest the lives of countless professionals was extremely difficult to deal with. The reason for this was that their attacks were not ordinary physical but rather, they were extremely wide-ranging sonic attacks that were difficult to avoid. The 3rd level of the Tower of Trials had been set up in such a wide swampy terrain, with only the area in the center surrounded by the swamp. Only the surrounded area in the center had several huge rocks as cover. It wasn't difficult to kill these swamp banshees. As long as they could get close, their physical defense wasn't that high. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that as long as one showed their head to attack one of them, they would be attacked by the remaining 2 banshees with sound waves. In the swampy terrain, the challenger is already slowed down. The range of their sonic attacks was so great that it was hard to avoid them, and they would almost certainly take damage. Therefore, the test of this level was the challenger's ability to move and dodge, or rather, staying power. After figuring out the purpose of the designer of the 3rd level, Shao Knight's mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of snickering. In terms of dodging ability, the current Shao Knight might not be able to compare with those A-rank or S-rank agile professionals. However, in terms of durability, Shao Knight had just obtained the passive skill. Shao Knight, who had just obtained the passive skill, photosynthesis recovery, saw himself as unrivaled at this stage. Although the Bog Banshee's sonic attack had a huge range, the damage wasn't fatal. As long as Shao Knight spared a few moves, he could exchange blood for blood in the past. Then he would return to the rock pile in the center, rely on photosynthesis recovery to return to full blood, and then fight again. Relying on this rogue method of fighting, Shao Knight's ability to pass the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials was almost a handful. When it's all said and done, Shao Knight's body surged up and charged towards the nearest swamp banshee. His footsteps slowed down, and he had already received the slowing effect of the swamp. However, Xiao Knight's killing intent did not diminish, and while the swamp demoness was scared out of her wits, the thick iron lance in her hand violently stabbed. 137. Then Xiao Knight collected his spear and ran, never being greedy for the sword. At this time, the sound wave attacks from the other two directions of the swamp banshee had already come. Ripples of waves blasted straight to the head. Xiao Knight only felt a tremor on his head, and two damage numbers had exploded out of his body. 150, 150, 150. Now that his level has reached level 8, Xiao Knight's total blood volume has reached 500. After eating these two attacks, there was just under half of his blood left. Xiao Knight had just stabbed the swamp banshee with a shot that was close to 1/3 of its blood. At this time, hiding behind the rocks, Xiao Knight's photosynthesis recovery effect was already in effect. Xiao Knight's blood was recovering at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, and he was waiting for his blood to return to full strength. The next step was to wait for the blood level to return to full, and then repeat what he had just done. Thus, in the third level of the Tower of Trials, this picture appeared. A teenager holding a thick iron lance, hard fighting to eat the sound wave attack coming from behind him, rushing towards that swamp banshee. After stabbing it, he ran back to the rocky formation at the center. Then cowering and waiting for the blood level to return to full blood, and then once again tirelessly rushed out. 10 minutes later, Xiao Knight with his hand on the thick iron lance breathed a long sigh of relief, relying on this rogue and obscene fighting style. Finally, he was able to take down all 3 swamp banshees without any danger. With a flash of experience, Xiao Knight also rose to level 11. Sacrifice Swamp Banshee. Xiao Knight opened the sacrifice ceremony once again. The 3 swamp banshees' salve slowly dissipated around Xiao Knight, and the swamp banshee's fuel flame sacrifice successful. Skill acquired water calling step. Second skill. Xiao Knight hurriedly clicked on his skill panel, only to see that besides beast blood boiling, the second skill was already lying peacefully in the skill bar. The water calling step. Skill level B grade. Effect. A unique talent skill of the aquatic race, summoning water to wrap the whole body, immune to most of the slowing down control effects. Passive effect. Increases movement speed by 15%. Passive effect. Increases movement speed by 15%. A supportive control free skill. At this time, Xiao Knight hadn't realized that it was the seemingly mediocre non-injurious skill but it helped him a great deal in the next 4th level of the Tower of Trials. Congratulations! You've killed the 3rd level's guards. The 4th floor of the Tower of Trials is in the middle of a teleportation. Hint: there is no need to kill all the guard monsters on this level. You only need to reach the center's teleportation array alive. No need to kill the guard monsters? A moment of doubt rose in Xiao Knight's heart. And after seeing the sinister intentions of the designers of the first 3 levels, Xiao Knight could not help but raise his guard even more. The 4th level of this Tower of Trials was definitely fraudulent. Chapter 12 Ghost Fire Spider Lair. Riches and Riches. A few seconds later, Xiao Knight, who had been teleported to the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials, was suddenly dumbstruck. He saw that the guards here were not just a few monsters, but an entire Ghost Fire Spider Lair. Instead, it was an entire Ghost Fire Spider Lair. Ghost Fire Spider group of this kind of scalp-numbing arthropod monsters. Just that dense compound eyes and call people uncomfortable crawling action is enough to dissuade 90% of the female awakened person. The layer upon layer of spider silk like a dragnet has turned the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials into a real coil cave. Anyone who stepped into this place would be gradually bound honestly, followed by the swarms of spiders that swarmed up from all around. These devilish spider-like monsters would devour their prey with what they knew best, the ghostly fire toxin that closed out from their fangs. This was an attack with the dual attributes of fire and poison. The sustained damage of burning plus poisoning was capable of causing any Blood Bull profession to instantly die a violent death. My dear mother! Xiao Knight frantically scurried away in the midst of the roiling spider silk traps, dodging a spider silk that shot towards him. Water-evoking step. Open. Xiao Knight hurriedly turned on this new skill that he had only just acquired, only to see a stream of water gushing up from the surroundings slowly wrapping around his feet, isolating a water curtain. Feeling a lightness coming from under his feet, Xiao Knight once again stepped on top of the roaming spider silk, but there was no sense of blockage or stickiness that he had just felt. At this moment, Xiao Knight could hardly imagine that if he did not have the water calling step, a divine skill that was immune to the slowing down control effect, he would have been devoured by 10,000 spiders a few minutes ago and died. Shao Knight, who was in discomfort, hurriedly took advantage of the time when water-calling steps was in effect and swept towards the center of the 4th floor. However, even though Shao Knight's positioning was as exquisite as Shao Knight's, he was inevitably hit by the swarms of ghost flame spiders that surrounded him. Shao Knight only felt a stabbing pain on his shoulder. Caught in ghost fire toxin state. In the next second, the dual sustained blood deduction damage of toxin and burning appeared on Shao Knight's head. Burning damage 9. Toxin damage 5. Although the damage figure was not large, it was important to realize that this was only a layer of ghost fire toxin stacked on top of the bite. But if he was bitten a few more times and stacked 3 or 4 layers of burning and toxins, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to take more than a few steps. Shao Knight's entire body tensed up and he kept dodging without stopping, taking position. After a long time, Shao Knight, who was rushing forward regardless of everything, had almost rushed to the center of this layer. When he looked up, he could vaguely see a teleportation array on the top floor of the ghost fire spider's lair, which was glowing with blue light, taking advantage of the time for the water-calling steps to take effect. Shao Knight hurriedly took 3 steps and climbed up. However, just at the moment when he was about to step into the teleportation array, Shao Knight stopped his footsteps and stood on the edge of the teleportation array with both feet, suddenly turning around. Looking at the dense swarm of ghost fire spiders chasing behind him, a thought suddenly surfaced in Shao Knight's heart. A greedy and risky thought. Shao Knight violently raised the thick iron lance in his hand and ruthlessly swept it towards the several ghost fire spiders that were pouncing on him. 10. 10. A few damage numbers came out at once. These ghost fire spiders' life value was even lower than the vines on the 2nd level, only 10 points, and they could be killed in seconds with just 1 hit. It only took 1 hit to kill them in seconds. However, whether or not you can kill every ghost fire spider that approaches you in seconds is a great test of your weapon usage. Moreover, Shao Knight was still suffering from the effects of ghost fire poison. His bloodstain was dropping bit by bit. If he hadn't relied on the photosynthesis recovery to restore his blood every second, Shao Knight's blood bar would have almost dropped by half at this moment. Not many chances. Shao Knight narrowed his eyes. The thick iron lance in his hand was precise and dry, stabbing all the ghost fire spiders that rushed over one by one. With more and more spiders catching up, Shao Knight was destined to not be able to block all the attacks airtight. But before that, Shao Knight had to kill as many ghost fire spiders as possible. What is Shao Knight doing? Tang Wan Air, the only one who was watching Shao Knight's viewpoint, froze in her tracks. He had clearly reached the teleportation array, but instead, he was turning his head to kill these ghost fire spiders? Could it be that he didn't hear the hints for the 4th floor? Tang Wan Air couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It seemed to her that Shao Knight's current approach was as useless as anything else. Even though these palm-sized ghost fire spiders were numerous, each one simply didn't give much experience, and using them to brush experience was nothing more than a waste of time. Didn't Shao Knight know that if the trialists ended up reaching the same number of floors, then whoever reached the final floor first would be able to obtain a higher score? Time was money. Shao Knight, what on earth are you doing? At this moment, Shao Knight was also in a state of high tension. On the one hand, he had to make sure that he didn't miss any of the ghost flame spiders getting close to his body. On the one hand, he also had to pay attention to his blood bar that was constantly being corroded down by the ghost fire poison. Finally, with more and more spiders chasing after him, and Shao Knight's own blood level dropping to nearly a quarter of the danger line, Shao Knight had to enter the teleportation formation. Shao Knight had to enter the teleportation array. However, at this time, the corpses of the ghost fire spiders were already densely covered around him, at least close to 100 of them. Sacrifice the ghost fire spider's salary flame. Shao Knight danced with the tip of his spear and he hurriedly opened the sacrifice ceremony at the last minute. At the same time, he took a step backward and stepped into the teleportation formation with 1 foot. At the same time as the surrounding scenery skyward spun, the hundreds of prompts also appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Ghost fire spider's fire sacrifice is successful. Fire seed +1. The ghost fire spider's fire sacrifice is successful. Fire seed +1. Ghost fire spider's fire sacrifice successful. Fire seed +1. Finally, a pleasant voice appeared in Shao Knight's ears and acquired talent skill ghost fire poison. This incomparably moving prompt instantly caused Xiao Knight's heart to rejoice wildly. At this moment, everything that was risked was worth it. This was the reason why Xiao Knight had just risked turning back to kill the Ghost Fire Spider Ghost Fire Toxin. You should know that of all the abnormal statuses, it must be realized that of all the abnormal statuses, the one that restricts the most types of monsters is poison. Most of the monsters, except for the corrupt creatures, would be affected by the effects of the toxin. The second most restrained monster is fire. Most fur-type creatures or wood attribute creatures were weak to fire. The Ghost Fire Spider's Ghost Fire Toxin coincidentally combined these two abnormal states, and was simply a divine weapon for killing monsters. However, for human professionals, collecting toxins and refining toxins was a highly dangerous task, and only a very few hunters and assassins possessed the skill of extracting toxins from weapons. But Xiao Knight was different. He could enjoy sacrifices and was able to directly obtain the monster's talent phrase. However, there was a probability to the sacrifice and it didn't work all at once. That's why Xiao Knight had risked killing as many Ghost Fire Spiders as he could just now. But fortunately, it was all worth it now. The Ghost Fire Toxin, a toxin that restrained the vast majority of monsters, including human awakened, was now lying quietly in his talent skill bar. Check the skill effect. Xiao Knight instantly called out softly and, Ghost Fire Toxin. Lexical rank, Grade A. Lexical effect. A toxin unique to the Ghost Fire Spider race that grows in the lava poison miasma and can attach Ghost Fire Toxin to weapons after use. Hitting the target will add a layer of burning and a layer of poison. Burning. Continuous damage and lowers the target's defense. Poison. Sustained damage and inhibits the target's recovery effect. What a Ghost Fire Toxin! Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Then he secretly surveyed the scene on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, only to see that, on the 5th floor, the surrounding area had become much narrower. This place was like a coliseum, with neat marbles on the ground. Right at this moment, there was suddenly a burst of vibrations coming from above the ground. The guardian monster of the 5th floor was about to appear. Soon, a huge figure appeared in Xiao Knight's field of vision. He saw that it was a giant bear with a figure like a small mountain, with hair as rough as needles, and sharp claws like blades on its palms. Ghost Claw Bear. Status: Adult. Rank: 15 Elite Boss. Danger level: extremely dangerous. Xiao Knight immediately tensed his bowstring. It was finally time to come face to face with the monster without any place to avoid. The adult Ghost Claw Bear in front of him was at least capable of matching the strength of an ordinary professional team. The surrounding grounds were even more devoid of any hiding places. However, Xiao Knight did not intend to surrender. There was no other reason. The Ghost Claw Bear had a thick layer of fur on its body. It means that it is weak to fire. The species belongs to the ordinary living creature category. It means weak poison. Chapter 13. Behind the scenes designer. A big shot from the military. At this moment, on the awakening ceremony square outside the Tower of Trials, the old principal Lin Jingnan, who had his eyes firmly fixed on the big screen, spoke not a word with a black face, and ruthlessly squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. And, which son of a designed the Tower of Trials this year? The Goblin Horde and Immortal Tree Goblins on the first 2 floors of the Tower of Trials alone had directly brushed away nearly 90% of the awakened. The Swamp Banshee on the 3rd level eliminated all the clumsy warriors and knights. Instead, some long-range professions such as archers, mages and other awakened relying on their own means of long-distance output, hiding in the rock crevices, far from killing 3 Swamp Banshees. When it came to the numbing 4th level, the Ghost Fire Spider nest that was like a small building was even more despairing for Lin Jingnan to see. Above the live screen, almost all that remained were the few seated players who had awakened their S-rank professions, and a handful of A-rank professionals. Relying on the high resistance and output of his half-meat warrior, Wang Biao was able to carry the damage towards the teleportation array in the center of the lair. Even so, there was only a sliver of blood left when he reached the teleportation array, which was saddening to see. Frost swordsman Lin Xueming is also not much better. His ice system is just restrained by the Ghost Fire Spider, relying on the shield of the S-rank profession to save his life, and only then arrived at the teleportation array without any danger. Qin Yanyan, who has awakened the agility profession Bloodline Hunter, seems to have the same immune to deceleration control skills, and deftly avoided the spider threads and the spider swarms that deterred the majority of girls, and arrived at the teleportation array. She reached the teleportation array and became the only female awakened left to reach the 5th floor. Previously, relying on her fire elemental mage attribute restraint, Lu Ruyan was the first one to kill the undying tree spirit and used her long-distance rocket art to consume the swamp banshee. When she arrived at the ghost fire spider's lair on the 4th level, she was completely desperate. As a fragile mage, she was trapped by the spider webs after only a few steps, and looking at the ghostly fire spiders crawling towards her, Ruyan Lu's face turned pale. Lu Ruyan's face was pale, and she directly chose to voluntarily abstain from the game, and the results of the trial came to an end. Seeing that there were only a few seated players left in this class of awakened ones from the first middle school. After the cursing Principal Lin and Director Zhang and the others followed Wang Biao and Lin Xueming's perspective to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. The adult ghost claw bear that appeared on the arena with them. However, all of them could not help but curse once again and say, "Damn it! Who on earth would put this thing in the Tower of Trials?" Not to mention a newly awakened professional. Even a whole team of practitioners might not be able to defeat an adult ghost claw bear. Who exactly is the designer of this year's Tower of Trials? I heard it's a big shot from the military side. At this moment, in a military research institute in Shangjing City, a block of high-definition screens covered the entire observation room, and the images on top of these screens were all, without exception, images from the Tower of Trials. Although 95% of the screens have become black and white, eliminated. Nye Xiaoyu, who was wearing a professional outfit that outlined the perfect curves of her body and wearing gold glasses, showed a hint of disappointment on her face and said in a bland tone, "It seems that this year's Trial of Trials is going to be a great one," she said. "It seems that this year's Tower of Trials will end here. Not a single person from Shangjing City can break through the 5th floor." Next to him, Wang Lin, a researcher wearing a military uniform, said with some tears in his eyes, "That's true. Who would put an adult ghost claw bear in the Tower of Trials? Even an S-ranked professional would never be able to single-handedly defeat a ghost claw bear when they first awakened, right?" Nye Xiaoyu, on the other hand, gently pulled her hair back and said with a somewhat innocent look on her face, "Is that so? But back when I participated in the Dragon Scale examination, taking out a ghost claw bear before the first turn was merely the most basic examination for combatants." The researcher next to him, Wang Linxiang, couldn't help but sweat for a while. This year's leader Nye Xiaoyu, who had suddenly descended on the institute to take full responsibility for the Tower of Trials, had nothing to hide in her mouth. The name of the organization that came out of her mouth was even more of a military secret organization that Wang Lin's level simply couldn't come into contact with. Nye Xiaoyu habitually bit the pen in her hand. Her tone was somewhat cold and said, "It's just a pity that this year's awakened can't even get through the 5th layer, let alone the hidden layer. I've gone to a lot of trouble to catch that little guy." Wang Lin next to him, however, was listening to the cold sweat. Even this ancestor thought it was a lot of work, so what exactly is the hidden layer? "Sir, the 5th layer is an adult ghost claw bear." "Hidden layer, what kind of monster did you actually catch over here?" Only to hear Nye Xiaoyu use the flattest of tones, yet utter the most heart-stopping words. "It's nothing much, just a dragon cub." Xiaoyu, who was on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials at this time, did not rashly launch an attack. An adult ghost claw bear that was simply not something that an ordinary professional could deal with. This level is simply set up for S-class professionals and above. The ghost claw bear was as strong as a small mountain, and the wire-like rough hair on its back was like a thick layer of armor. A pair of ferocious eyes glared fiercely at Xiao Knight, who had intruded into its territory. Since it was already here, quitting and surrendering without giving it a try was simply not Xiao Knight's style. Like its burly figure, the ghost claw bear was likewise a power monster with high feats and thick blood, and although its action speed was fierce, it was not swift. In order to maneuver around him, one had to rely on agile positioning. Xiao Knight had now leveled up to level 13, and in one breath, he added all the free attribute points he had gained from previous upgrades to agility. After opening the water-evoking step, Xiao Knight's movement speed soared once again. At this time, the ghost claw bear had already attacked Xiao Knight with a low roar. The attacks of bear-like creatures were simple and reckless. 1 pounce, 2 hugs, 3 stools. These were all learned from Xiao Knight's reading through the notes of his predecessors in the school library's collection. 1 pounce. It was the ghost claw bear that lunged over like a truck. Even a shield warrior with high defense can't withstand a professional before the first turn. Moreover, they must not dodge too early, and must not underestimate the steering ability of the ghost claw bear. Xiao Knight stabilized his steps and saw this ghost-clawed bear as a storm rushing to a distance of 4 or 5 meters. Only then did he violently roll to the side. Although he was in a sorry state, he managed to avoid this fatal blow. Xiao Knight, who had dodged this move, didn't dare to carry the slightest bit, and violently rushed towards the position after the demon-clawed bear. 2 hugs. Seeing that this ghost-clawed bear missed its pounce, it immediately stretched out its 2 thick arms and violently embraced towards Xiao Knight. If he let it hold him, his life would almost be accounted for here. However, Xiao Knight was running behind the ghost-clawed bear, and this blind spot in his vision was precisely the corner that happened to be out of the ghost-clawed bear's range of attack. It was now. Xiao Knight's gaze flashed. Ghost fire toxin was instantly unleashed. The tip of the thick iron lance was wrapped with a hint of toxin effect that flashed with fire, and it ruthlessly stabbed at the back of the ghost claw bear. The target has fallen into the ghost fire toxin state. Chapter 14 Terrifying Ghost Claw Bear. Wang Biao, Lin Xueming eliminated. Xiao Knight scored a hit, and without the slightest pause, he hurriedly made a big jump backward, only to see that between the flashes of lightning and fire, that ghost-clawed bear's wide and thick ass violently sat down towards the back, and along with it, its back like a small mountain fiercely rubbed on the ground. Even that marble slab was instantly made a dent. This was the 3-sitting stool. This move looked silly and funny, but it was full of killing power. It was the key point that countless professionals had summarized with their lives to fight against bear-type monsters. If one was unfamiliar with the attack methods of bear-type monsters and attacked hastily around the back, they would most likely fall into its path. It was good that Xiao Knight had predicted this early and withdrew in advance. However, looking at the large pit where the large stone slab was sat in pieces and broken, he also still had palpitations in his heart. And at the same time, this ghost claw bear was also successfully hooked up to the ghost flame toxin by Xiao Knight. The thick fur on the back of the ghost-clawed bear was instantly set ablaze, dealing scorching damage while also receiving a toxin effect. 10. 15. The ghost claw bear was agitated more and more with the burning and painful ghost fire toxin on its back, and at the same time, its blood bar was revealed. Adult ghost claw bear. Level 15 Elite Boss. Blood level 4,953, 5,000. A small section of its blood strip was rapidly poisoned and burned in just a few seconds. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, quickly distanced himself from this maniacal ghost claw bear by utilizing the water calling steps movement speed boost. Next, as long as he found the right opportunity to apply another layer of ghost flame toxin, and then pull back to a safe distance, he would be able to kill this ghost clawed bear. If things went well, consuming this ghost claw bear would not be a problem. However, at this time, the other awakened who had reached the 5th level of the Tower of Trials were not as smooth as Xiao Knight. Wang Biao's profession was the S-rank melee profession, Discordant Dragon Martial Monk. When he saw the mountainous ghost claw bear, he thought it was the same as the undead tree spirit on the 2nd floor, a monster with an empty size and blood volume but slow attack moves. Knowing that there are countless spectators outside the Tower of Trials, including his own father, are watching his Wang Biao low roar, holding a war club and rushed up, want to show some of his profession can carry and fight, but the ghost claw bear came up and gave him a good fight, However, Ghost Claw Bear came up and taught him a lesson. He hadn't even reacted when the swift and ferocious pounce that was like a locomotive rushed into Wang Biao's face. 891. Instantly, a damage close to 900 exploded on Wang Biao's head. After all, he was an S-class melee profession, and his defense and blood quantity were good, so he wasn't killed in seconds. However, the audience outside the Tower of Trials shook their heads for a while. The heads of the 4 major guilds, except for Wang Biao's father Wang Mang's Black Eagle Guild, the other 3 were looking at this comical scene with some amusement, and nonchalantly had taunted that. It seems that Wang Gongzi's fighting maneuvers still need to be practiced more. Wang Mang's face even darkened. Immediately after, Wang Biao on the screen was once again hit by Ghost Claw Bear's second hug. Ghost Claw Bear's thick arm directly will firmly grasp Wang Biao, and then ruthlessly hugged in his own arms. Bear hug. This sounds a little naive word. Until you see it with your own eyes, you will not understand the horror of it. 1526. Terrifying damage directly overflowed Wang Biao's blood bar, instantly turning it into a flash of white. Then the screen turned gray and an announcement had been revealed. Trialist Wang Biao has been eliminated. Final score Tier 5. The head of the Black Eagle Guild hurriedly flattered the president, Wang Mang, by saying, "Chairman, Xiao Biao's result is already very good. Who else could have been able to avoid the ghost claw bear's attack, even when they had just awakened their profession? Wang Mang, on the other hand, said nothing with a dark face. Bear-type monsters have 1 lunge, 2 hugs, and 3 benching moves. Even he, the president, only knew about it after experiencing countless copies of it, but for his own son to be hit by 2 moves in a row in full view of everyone still made him a bit humiliated. The other S-ranked professional awakened, Lin Xueming, was no better. After 3 years in high school following Xiao Knight's S day in and day out, he had naturally learned a lot. Therefore, he did not recklessly attack the ghost-clawed bear, so he dodged the first move like a locomotive without any danger. He also relied on the unique skills of the S-class professional frost swordsman. The cold air formation slowed down the movements of the ghost claw bear and avoided the fatal hug. Then his footsteps turned to the back of the ghost claw bear, and the long sword in his hand frantically began to output. Against this kind of clumsy giant monster, one had to go around behind them. This was what Xiao Knight had told him at the beginning. It was a pity that Lin Xueming had only learned the skinny, not any giant monster's back was their weak point. For example, this small mountain-like ghost claw bear in front of him. When old Principal Lin Zhengnan and the onlookers, including Director Zhang, saw on the live broadcast screen that Lin Xueming had managed to dodge the first 2 powerful attacks and go around behind the ghost-clawed bear, all of them were overjoyed. One by one, they were all overjoyed. Student Lin deserves to be the genius seed of our first middle school. With such dexterous positioning, coupled with his S-ranked profession, I'm afraid that he might not be able to pass this 5th floor. Old Principal Lin Jingnan, on the other hand, even rubbed his chin and grinned, saying, I've long been optimistic about student Lin Xueming. Our first middle school has finally produced a talent. Student Lin's future is simply unlimited. Tang Wan-er, who had raised her head to look at the big screen, frowned when she saw this scene. Lin Xueming was too greedy with his sword. Even though his frost swordsman's output was quite considerable after turning on an attack with the frost attribute attached to it. But for a boss as vicious as the ghost-clawed bear, he could never output at the same angle for too long. As expected, on the big screen, the ghost-claw bear felt a chill on his ass. The ghost-clawed bear, who felt a chill on his butt, roared and then sat back violently. Lin Xueming, who was in the middle of his output, was unable to avoid it. Wide-eyed, he watched as that mountainous ass slammed down from above his head. Lin Xueming was so shocked and anxious that he wanted to curse. Ego! However, before the words came out of his mouth, a huge number had already exploded out of Lin Xueming's head. 2,158. It directly sat and shattered his frost shield. This was the bear-type monster's most terrifying move. The 3 sitting stools. As Lin Xueming's bloodline was almost instantly emptied, with only a sliver left. However, that wasn't all. Only to see the ghost-clawed bear sat down on his butt, not satisfied, and then lie down. The broad back directly pressed Lin Xueming on the ground, rubbing. 951. 861. Several heart-stopping numbers sprang up. And Lin Xueming also became the first trialist in this year's Tower of Trials to be made to die by an S. Turning into a stream of white light, the screen watching his perspective instantly went black and white. Trialist Lin Xueming has been eliminated, with a final score of the 5th floor. The smile on Principal Lin's face, who saw this scene from the large screen, stiffened by inches and, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Director Zhang still has a few left that haven't been eliminated. Director Zhang, on the other hand, hurriedly lowered his head to check, and replied, Headmaster, there are still 2 people left in our first middle school. One is classmate Qin Yanyan, who is an S-class professional, and the other, it's actually Xiao Knight? Director Zhang immediately widened his eyes in shock, while Principal Lin, who was next to him, said with a look of impatience, Xiao Knight? That loser who awakened a whiteboard profession is probably still staying on the 1st floor, right? Immediately transfer the viewpoint of student Qin Yanran to the big screen for me. Chapter 15 Total Elimination? No, there is still one more person. Without even thinking, Director Zhang immediately complied. The big screen instantly changed to Qin Yanran's perspective. Holding a longbow, she was the only agility system long-range S-rank profession, Bloodline Hunter, only to see that in the middle of the limited field on the 5th level of that Tower of Trials. Qin Yanyan circled around the outside of the dueling arena with dexterous steps, drawing a rather safe distance from that ghost-clawed bear. The longbow in her hand was continuously outputting on that ghost claw bear. Shot after shot, The swift arrow feathers shot at the body of the ghost claw bear, spinning and drilling out one blood flower after another. It was none other than her profession's specialty skill, blood-stained arrow feather. Although the rough iron longbow in Qin Yanyan's hand was unable to deal excessive physical damage to the ghost claw bear, it did strike a bleeding effect. And the ghost claw bear's blood bar was decreasing bit by bit. Kite flow. This is kite flow. Student Qin Yanran's control of distance is really exquisite. A burst of admiration erupted from the crowd of onlookers. The school beauty Qin Yanyan already had a lot of followers in the school, and with her own favorable conditions and the awakening of an S-rank profession, she had even become a thoroughly sought-after object. Good, good, good. Good job, Ms. Qin Yanran. Principal Lin didn't dare to speak too harshly this time, and could only lead the applause with a red face. The gazes of the crowd all gathered above Qin Yanyan's perspective. Even Tang Wanner couldn't help but be attracted by Qin Yanran's alignment, secretly praising that student Qin Yanran must have put in some hard work into her alignment. According to this tactic, as long as there were no surprises, it might really be able to exhaust the ghost claw bear. Then Tang Wan lowered her head to look at Xiao Knight's perspective on the monitor in her own hand again. But she instantly couldn't help but stare in disbelief, only to see that, on the monitor, Xiao Knight was dancing around the ghost-clawed bear with a spear in his hand, and every output was precise and crisp. In contrast, the ghost-clawed bear that had fallen into a state of rage was like a clown, not even touching Xiao Knight's hair. What shocked Tang Wan the most was that the ghost-clawed bear's blood level was not as high as it should be. That ghost-clawed bear's blood bar had horrifyingly bottomed out? How is that possible? What kind of damage is this? Tang Wan, who specialized in teaching fighting classes, couldn't figure out how Xiao Knight, a whiteboard professional, could possibly deal such a high output in a short period of time. The meticulous Tang Wan slowly saw the reason for this. She saw that the ghost-clawed bear's bloodline was not diminishing when Xiao Knight attacked every time. It seemed like it was constantly losing blood, and the value of the blood deduction was quite high. Could it be that Xiao Knight also hit an abnormal status? Announcing, First Middle School Awakener Wang Dong, eliminated from the third tier of final results. First Middle School Awakener Lin Tian eliminated. Final scene Tier 2. First Middle School. As each and every elimination message was broadcasted on the large screen of the Tower of Trials. Those awakened who knew that they had no hope of breaking through to the upper levels of the Tower of Trials and tried their best to survive for more time on the second and third levels to improve their scores were also gradually eliminated. At this moment, in the large screen view of the awakening ceremony, only Qin Yanyan was left. There was only Qin Yanran left. In the middle of the screen in that open dueling arena. Relying on the blood-stained arrow feather skill, Qin Yanyan was able to deal considerable damage to the thick-skinned ghost-clawed bear, bit by bit grinding its blood bar to nearly half. Student Qin Yanyan truly deserves to be the role model of our first middle school. As expected of a woman, I can see that Qin Yanyan has hopes of breaking through the 5th level of the Tower of Trials to get a perfect score. Once again, a burst of hopeful flames danced in the eyes of the old principal, Lin Zhengnan. Next to him, Director Zhang was even chattering and flattering, saying, "That's true. I'd say that Qin Yanyan is our pride." At this time, Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, who had already been eliminated from the Tower of Trials, had also been teleported out. Looking at Qin Yanyan, who was still fighting in the 5th floor of the dueling arena on the big screen, both of them had complex expressions on their faces. Qin Yanyan, who had always been polite to everyone but had a sense of distance, was the recognized school flower of the first high school, with many admirers around her, and Wang Biao was one of them. Even though as the heir of one of the 4 major guilds, Black Eagle Guild, he was definitely a proper rich man, Qin Yanyan didn't make any exceptions for him, and refused to stay away from him all the same. In the eyes of the crowd, Wang Biao also gave himself the persona of an affectionate, rich, and handsome man. But it was a pity that Qin Yanyan didn't take care of him for a single word. And in today's awakening ceremony, even though he had also successfully awakened an S-rank profession. But compared to the big screen on the positioning of the exquisite Qin Yanyan, his own just that poor performance is simply like a clown general. At this time, Wang Biao's face was regretful and hateful, regretting that he was too reckless on the 5th floor. Otherwise, on the big screen now, he would be able to be on par with fellow student Qin Yan. On the other hand, Lin Xueming's face showed a hint of shade. Unlike Wang Biao, who had a deep love persona, Lin Xueming had taken the initiative to confess to Qin Yanran. However, under the eyes of the public, Lin Xueming, who thought he was sincere enough, was politely rejected by Qin Yanyan. After that, Lin Xueming looked at Qin Yanran differently. Qin Yanyan. Lin Xueming looked at Qin Yanyan above that big screen, his eyes filled with grudges and jealousy. If he wasn't able to pass the 5th level, then Qin Yanyan definitely wasn't allowed to either. And right at this moment, Qin Yanran on the big screen had an accident. The arrow that was supposed to be shot at that ghost clawbear's body was deflected towards the ghost clawbear's head. 169. In an instant, a bludgeoning weakness damage appeared on the screen. In the eyes of the crowd, this was a good thing. However, Qin Yanyan, who was in the middle of the screen, was in a bit of a panic. The heads of the several guilds under the field, as well as Black Eagle Guild's president Wang Meng, were also instantly frowning. Not good. The reason why Qin Yanyan had been able to pull a safe enough distance to execute the kite flow tactic was because she had deliberately controlled the arrow she shot at the ghost clawbear's body instead of its weak point, in order to prevent it from hitting the ghost clawbear out of its rage state. However, this arrow exploded into a bludgeoning damage, only to see the ghost clawed bear in the middle of the screen roar with a roar from this arrow, and it had indeed entered a rage state. The body snapped to the ground and charged madly towards Qin Yanyan, its speed surging by more than half compared to just now. Qin Yanyan subconsciously dodged, however. There was no cover at all on the empty dueling arena, and she could only try her best to dodge to the side. But in her panic, she still couldn't avoid it. The furious ghost claw bear just clawed and slapped Qin Yanyan into a ray of white light. 1150. Qin Yanyan, who was already a brittle agility profession, was simply unable to block this blow. First middle school awakener Qin Yanyan has been eliminated. Final score 5th tier. Along with Qin Yanyan's perspective gradually turning gray, the last S-ranked professional's Tower of Trials came to an end. Principal Lin couldn't help but let out a cry of rage when he saw this scene of love. Who the hell designed this year's Tower of Trials? One touch and you get killed in seconds? Whoever you let in can't beat the ghost claw bear on that 5th floor. And next to him, Director Zhang, who knew some gossip, hurriedly reached out and said something into Principal Lin's ear, only to see Principal Lin's face instantly turn white as he whispered, "What? The people from the top of the military designed the... Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Director Zhang lost his smile while he could only nod his head coyly. With the elimination of the last hope, Qin Yanyan. In the eyes of the crowds of onlookers on the awakening ceremony field, this year's awakening ceremony should have come to an end. The first middle school had awakened 3S class professions, but unfortunately, no one had been able to break through the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials to get a perfect score. Just as the crowds of people watching were getting up to leave the stage, Principal Lin on the podium and the heads of the 4 major guilds had also gotten up. However, the large screen of the Tower of Trials automatically jumped to a picture. This showed that the trial hadn't ended yet. Wait, why are there still awakened people in the Tower of Trials? Hasn't everyone already been eliminated? Didn't the 3S class awakened come out already? Who the hell is the other one? One by one, the people who had left the field were suddenly surprised and turned their heads, looking towards the large screen of that Tower of Trials. Only to see that in the big screen, an awakened who had never been watched before was holding a thick iron lance, striding in an extremely precise position, stuck in the dead center of the ghost claw bear at all times. The ghost claw bear's bloodstain, on the other hand, was horrifyingly lowered to only 1/5. Tang Wanner was the only one amongst the entire awakening ceremony scene who silently put down the monitor in her hand and cast her gaze towards the big screen. Who is this? How did he also rush to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials? Quickly look. The ghost claw bear seems to be on the verge of being killed by him. Didn't the first middle school only have 3S rank awakened this time? How could he? The crowd of onlookers, including those in charge of the guilds, were all wide-eyed. However, the awakened person from the same class had already recognized that person and... Wait, that person seems to be Xiao Knight. Chapter 16 Whiteboard Profession Passing Level 5? Must be cheating. Xiao Knight? Look, isn't that Xiao Knight? How is that possible? Didn't Xiao Knight only awaken a white plate profession? How can a white plate profession rush to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials? This is impossible. Wang Biao's eyes widened as he slammed the table, looking at Xiao Knight on top of the big screen with a face of disbelief. Lin Xueming, who was next to him, couldn't believe his eyes. The first thing that came up was the extremely difficult orc goblin leader, the undead tree spirit with a blood volume of up to 50,000, as well as the difficult swamp banshee, the ghost fire spider's lair. Lin Xueming boasted that he had already overplayed his hand by being able to rush to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. As for Xiao Knight, he was nothing but a whiteboard profession, so how could he have rushed through the 5th floor as well? He should have been pinched to death by the goblin leader on the 1st floor and died under the vines of the undying tree spirit. Early elimination was the way to go. However, on the big screen in front of him, he could clearly see that Xiao Knight had already reached the familiar marble-paved dueling arena on the 5th floor. In front of him was the ghost claw bear that had caused Lin Xueming and Wang Biao to have some psychological shadows. Its blood level had already been consumed by Xiao Knight to the point where only 1/5 of it remained. No! Lin Xueming instantly questioned in a loud voice that Xiao Knight, he must be cheating. How could he kill an immortal tree spirit with a blood count of 50,000 as a whiteboard profession? Lin Xueming's words instantly awakened Wang Biao and the crowd of awakened ones next to him. They had all personally experienced the Tower of Trials, the immortal tree spirit, the swamp banshee, and the ghost fire spider's lair. Each layer of the Tower of Trials was like a cruel hell, and how could Xiao Knight, a whiteboard profession, pass these levels? Cheating. He must have cheated. Headmaster must investigate him properly. Xiao Knight. He must have cheated. It's impossible for him to pass the previous levels. The cheater must be severely punished. However, right in the midst of a chorus of skepticism, Xiao Knight on the big screen had already forced the ghost claw bear's bloodline to the last sliver. At this moment, the ghost clawed bear had already fallen into a state of rage. However, each of his violent attacks couldn't even touch a single hair on Xiao Knight's head. Xiao Knight's movements weren't fast and his agility wasn't high. However, he was able to dodge every time without any danger, and this was the exquisite control of distance. At this moment, Qin Yanran, who had just been teleported out of the Tower of Trials, also happened to see this scene. Xiao Knight has also rushed to the 5th floor? After a short period of shock, Qin Yanyan's gaze also became increasingly grave. Looking at Xiao Knight, who was still steadily maneuvering around the ghost clawed bear in a state of rage under the ghost clawed bear's attack, her gaze became more and more scorching. I see, it turns out that sometimes you can't just dodge with the goal of pulling away. Positioning around the target was more able to take advantage of the time difference between the turns of those clumsy monsters. Xiao Knight! Just how strong are you? Amidst a sea of skepticism and disbelieving gazes, that ghost clawed bear's blood bar was returning to 0 bit by bit. Lin Xueming, on the other hand, said with a face full of veins that suddenly flared up. Look at this. That ghost claw bear's blood bar isn't decreasing with Xiao Knight's attack at all. Cheating. Xiao Knight must have cheated. Lin Xueming's words instantly caused a flurry of agitation, and a group of people instantly stood up and shouted cheating in unison. In the eyes of the scholars of the same class, Xiao Knight had already suppressed them for too long. However, at this moment, Xiao Knight, who had awakened an ordinary white plate profession, was about to break through the 5th floor to get a full score in the Tower of Trials right in front of their eyes. This was something they would rather die than believe. They'd rather believe that Xiao Knight could do this with an S-ranked profession. However, they didn't want to believe that a whiteboard profession would be able to kill the ghost clawed bear on the 5th floor by relying solely on his own maneuvers. The restlessness and skepticism grew higher and higher. Tang Wanner, who was a fighting teacher, finally couldn't help herself. She had witnessed Xiao Knight's kills all the way to the 5th floor. Tang Wanner stood up and frowned as she reprimanded. All be quiet. The fact that the blood bar isn't decreasing with the attack means that the ghost clawed bear has been hit with an abnormal state by Xiao Knight. Can't you all see this most basic reasoning? Have all the fighting lessons I usually give you all been in vain? Tang Wanner, who was already beautiful and was the fighting coach of the whole year, had always been extremely prestigious in the eyes of the students, and her words immediately caused a group of weak-minded people to lower their voices. However, at this moment, Lin Xueming had already gone crazy, and wasted no time in standing up and retorting to Tang Wanner, saying, Teacher Tang, you can't be so partial to Xiao Knight just because of your favoritism towards him. We all know that Xiao Knight, he's only awakened a white plate profession, so how could he possibly hit the ghost claw bear's abnormal status? He must have cheated. Tang Wanner looked at Lin Xueming with a hint of displeasure on her face at once, but it turned out that even she couldn't figure out just how Xiao Knight had gotten this far with a whiteboard profession. Right? Teacher Tang, you can't take his side. Xiao Knight must have cheated. Cheaters should be disqualified from the results and from participating in the Tower of Trials. One questioning voice after another resounded above the awakening assembly. And at this moment, Principal Lin and Director Zhang on the podium frowned as they looked at Xiao Knight on top of the big screen. Xiao Knight? How could it be that kid? He's just a waste of a profession. Even if he operates well, it's impossible for him to hit the 5th floor? Is there something wrong with the Tower of Trials? Did it let that guy speculate? At this moment, everyone could see that there was only a sliver of blood left in that one ghost claw bear. Even if Xiao Knight didn't end up killing the ghost claw bear, according to the rules of the Tower of Trials, the trialist who was able to kill more of the monster's blood would receive a higher score. Then Xiao Knight was almost destined for first place in this Tower of Trials. Before Principal Lin couldn't help but turn his head and whisper to Director Zhang, saying, "What's going on? If the reward for first place in this Tower of Trials is given to him, wouldn't it be a waste?" This time, in addition to the military's reward for the Tower of Trials, the first middle school administration had also provided an additional reward for the first place winner of the Tower of Trials. This reward, Lin Jingnan had put his blood into it. The purpose was to get closer to the first place winner who had a bright future ahead of him. Therefore, the first place winner could be Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, or Qin Yanyan, but it could not be that Xiao Knight who had awakened a wasteful profession. Director Zhang also said with a dark face, "I didn't expect that Xiao Knight kid to be able to do this with a whiteboard profession. But Principal, even if we have put out the word before, something that good can never be wasted on a waste." Old Principal Lin Jingnan looked at the crowd underneath that was already in an uproar and couldn't help but say, "Do you think there's a possibility that this Tower of Trials might have really gone wrong and allowed that kid to speculate?" Director Zhang instantly swore and said, "Principal, I think it must not have run away." Principal Lin nodded slightly with an expressionless face, and he then looked at the cheating sounds around the awakening ceremony that were getting louder and louder. In his heart, he instantly made up his mind that even if Xiao Knight ended up killing the ghost-clawed bear, he must not give the final reward to this waste of a person. Xiao Knight. Chapter 17, Poisoning the Ghost Claw Bear. The unexpected surprise of the hidden level. At this moment in the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, as Xiao Knight once again managed to stack a layer of ghost flame toxin on the ghost claw bear, a prompt once again appeared in front of his eyes. A prompt appeared in front of his eyes once again. The target has fallen into the ghost fire toxin state. Number of toxin layers: 10. Stacking 10 layers of ghost fire toxin. This was the reason why Xiao Knight was able to burst out with such a high output in a short period of time. A layer of ghost fire toxin was only able to stack 1 layer of burning and 1 layer of toxin effect. It was almost only able to deduct a dozen drops of blood per second. However, 10 layers of ghost fire toxin was enough to deduct close to 100 drops of blood per second. At this moment, the ghost-clawed bear's steel fur had almost all been burned up, and the toxin was making its mind dizzy and its eyes dazed. 121. 139. The over 100 damage that kept popping up on his body finally corroded all 5,000 drops of the ghost-clawed bear's bloodstain. As that ghost-claw bear's hill-like body collapsed, the huge amount of experience allowed Xiao Knight to directly rise to level 15. Sacrifice the ghost claw bear's salary. Xiao Knight performed the sacrifice ceremony without hesitation. Compared to the huge amount of experience, Xiao Knight was more looking forward to what this elite-level boss Ghost Claw Bear's sacrifice could bring to him. Ghost Claw Bear's salary sacrifice successful. Acquired talent skill Savage Charge. Skill level, Grade A. Skill effect. Ghost Claw Bear charges towards the target with an unstoppable momentum, causing a stun effect when it hits the target. What a great displacement skill to have in hand. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but feel a burst of joy at the same time. But a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears once again. Congratulations! You have cleared all the levels of this Tower of Trials? Does it open the hidden level? The screen of the hidden level will not be broadcasted live. There are still hidden levels? Xiao Knight was stunned. Hadn't the previous Tower of Trials only had 5 levels? I didn't realize that this year's difficulty had increased so much, and that there was also a hidden level that wouldn't be broadcast live? What kind of medicine is this designer selling in his gourd? But come here. Simply go and take a look. Enter the hidden level. Just after Xiao Knight's words fell, the image around him was like a heavenly spinning trance. It was as if he had arrived at the top of a towering mountain, surrounded only by roiling clouds and blue sky. Then there was a sudden click underneath his feet. Xiao Knight hurriedly looked down, only to see that he had actually stepped on a white bone. It was only at this time that Xiao Knight suddenly realized that, as far as the eye could see, there were white bones of all kinds of monsters everywhere, and there was even a lack of monsters that were even bigger than the ghost claw bear. All of their deaths are all gnawed corpses without exception. What kind of monsters were put in this hidden level? Xiao Nightfall couldn't help but be creeped out. What that madman who designed the Tower of Trials this year was capable of doing was no longer something a normal human could predict. When Xiao Knight was not daring to move at all, only to see that a pair of large eyes were revealed in a huge pile of white bones in front of him, and were stealing a curious look at Xiao Knight. However, the pupils in that pair of eyes were golden-colored vertical pupils. Surrounding the eyes were scales that shone with a dark red luster, one after another. At the same time, a pair of slightly tender, yet proud wings were revealed. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Good heavens! Who put a dragon cub here? Dragon race, one of the most terrifying races of all monsters. This kind of monster, which has been documented in the ancient legends of various countries, is inherently at the top of the food chain. Born with unrivaled magic resistance and scales that are difficult for ordinary weapons to break through. Even the lowest-ranked dragon cub had the strength of a gold-level boss. The scene in front of us was like a monster graveyard. It was enough to illustrate this fact. Even a mammoth with a huge body had somehow become food for the young dragon species in front of them. Looks like it's the end of the line. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but shake his head and lamented somewhat helplessly, saying, there was no longer any point in dwelling on who actually designed this Tower of Trials this year. Xiao Nightheart is very clear. In front of the eyes of this seemingly harmless dragon cub is the existence of their own hands of weapons simply cannot hit even a little bit of damage. And a mouthful of dragon's breath will be enough to let Xiao Knight ashes into smoke. Xiao Knight simply put away the thick iron spear in his hand and took the initiative to move forward. Even if he was eliminated by this little guy's direct bite of dragon breath, it would be fine. Watching dragon creatures up close was not an opportunity that everyone had, and most ordinary awakened could not watch such a high-level monster like a dragon in their entire lives. What made Xiao Knight feel a little surprised was that along with his approach, this juvenile dragon race didn't seem to show a high desire to attack. Instead, it stared at itself with a pair of big eyes that were somewhat curious. Even Xiao Knight had already walked to a distance of only 4 or 5 steps away from him. It was only at this time that Xiao Knight could not help but feel that the dragon race was truly a wonderful creature. The scales that were black with a hint of red shone with a dark light just like the Dark Knight. Even though the 2 wings were still considered young, the streamlined wing membranes that were filled with a sense of power could already be seen. It is said that adult dragons can spread their wings up to several hundred meters and fly as fast and fierce as a shooting star. Only a few great awakened people in the world are able to sign a contract with a dragon and become a dragon rider that is admired by all. Xiao Knight is not without this dream. Standing in the towering clouds of the giant dragon, just appearance is already enough to pull the wind. At this time, Xiao Knight has come close enough. A person and a dragon are separated by a distance of almost a few meters, looking at each other with curiosity and some caution. Xiao Knight could even feel the young dragon's nostrils exhaling, as if it was sniffing its own scent. When he realized that he was just a human, he would send himself out of the Tower of Trials with a mouthful of dragon breath, right? Just as Xiao Knight and this dragon cub were looking at each other in all directions, a reminder suddenly surfaced in front of his eyes. Obsidian Dragon juvenile body initiates a contract with you? Does it sign the contract? In an instant, Xiao Knight was struck by lightning. What the hell? A wave of ecstasy surged through every cell of Xiao Knight's body. How could this be? How could such a great thing happen to him? Signing a contract with a monster was an extremely rare behavior, and from then on, the 2 sides became one with each other, inseparable. Often, only the Beast Master profession had this ability. And even for Beast Masters, there were only a handful of them in the entire world that could sign a contract with a dragon, right? I'll sign. Xiao Knight, however, hesitating for one more second would be disrespectful to the dragon race. The next second, a ceremony interspersed with a special contract surfaced between Xiao Knight and the dragon race cub, as it was the dragon cub that took the initiative to sign the contract with Xiao Knight. So the entire ceremony was completed very smoothly. Soon after, a prompt appeared in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. Successfully contracted Obsidian Dragon Juvenile. Obsidian Dragon. Level 5. Status. Juvenile. Race. Obsidian Dragon. only to see a unique summon icon of the dragon race appear on Xiao Knight's panel. And soon Xiao Knight also felt a subtle connection with this obsidian dragon hatchling in front of him, as if he could sense the other party's thoughts. It was only in a flash that Xiao Knight finally realized why this obsidian dragon cub chose to actively sign a contract with himself. The reason was the unique talent that came with him at birth, the broken divine character. Only monsters of the highest bloodline could feel the existence of the supreme godhead. This obsidian dragon happened to have this noble bloodline. From Xiao Knight's body, it could practically feel a god-like pressure, which was real even though there was a hint of strangeness. In other words, this dragon species that was still in its infancy regarded Xiao Knight as a true god. Being able to sign a contract with a true god was a matter of supreme honor even for the dragon race. One person, one dragon, both felt that they had picked up a great deal, and just the moment the contract was completed, a prompt also appeared before Xiao Knight's eyes that, "Congratulations, you have cleared the hidden level of the Tower of Trials, and are about to be teleported out of the Tower of Trials, whether or not to retrieve the contracted beast obsidian dragon juvenile back into the summoning space." Xiao Knight immediately nodded and, "Retrieve it." Of course he had to take this little dragon cub out before he was teleported out. This little guy was 100 times more precious than the reward of that Tower of Trials champion.
Chapter 18 Nixiayo was confused.
No? Where's my dragon? Cheating. Xiao Knight, he must have cheated. Punish cheaters severely. We can't let anyone speculate. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers outside were still shouting with righteous indignation. As the bloodstain of the ghost claw bear in front of Xiao Knight on the big screen approached zero one by one, everyone's shouts couldn't help but grow louder and louder. Everyone's shouts couldn't help but get lower and lower, and everyone's eyes were fiercely staring at the ghost-clawed bear's bloodstain, hoping that an accident would happen at this last moment. However, as they watched the ghost claw bear's last bloodstain clear up, Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and the others gathered around the ghost claw bear. Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and the other onlookers' hanging hearts finally died. In front of everyone's eyes, the ghost-clawed bear, which everyone thought was impossible for anyone to defeat, had died under the thick iron spear in Xiao Knight's hand. The big screen also displayed the final prompt. First middle school awakener Xiao Knight has successfully cleared the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. This trial ceremony ends. Shangjing City. In the Tower of Trials control room, Nie Xiaoyu, who was holding a cup of coffee in her hand and leisurely pushing open the door, saw the notification on the screen as soon as she entered. This session of the Tower of Trials has ended, and all participating awakened have been teleported out of the Tower of Trials. Ooh, it's over? Nie Xiaoyu instantly walked over to the console in an unhurried manner. In fact, all the results were not what she expected. An adult-bodied ghost claw bear was simply not something that freshly awakened occupiers could deal with. It was just a pity that none of the hidden levels that she had painstakingly captured and prepared to give everyone a surprise could be seen at all. That young obsidian dragon was a youngster that she had just caught in conjunction with the research institute, and because the above hadn't approved the research program for the time being, she had simply taken it over and placed it in the hidden level of the Tower of Trials. This level of dragon cubs in the entire military research base is a high-level weapon. Whether it is military research value or strategic significance is incomparable. If it wasn't for Nie Xiaoyu, the madman, no one would have dared to take this dragon cub out. However, Nie Xiaoyu wasn't at all worried that anyone would be able to harm this dragon cub. After all, even if it was a juvenile dragon race, it was definitely not something that a newly awakened professional could deal with, and it wouldn't even be able to injure it in the slightest. However, just as Nie Xiaoyu was maneuvering the teleportation array, intending to teleport the dragon cub out of the Tower of Trials tower, he suddenly froze. Wait, where's my dragon? Where's my big dragon cub? The cup of coffee Nie Xiaoyu was carrying in her hands fell to the ground. Her hands were extremely deft in manipulating the teleportation array as well as the entire security camera, and her pair of big eyes were both puzzled and a bit panicked as she searched the entire 6th floor of the Tower of the World. However, in the hidden layer that was opposite to all sorts of giant white bones, there was no trace of the dragon cub. Killed? Impossible. Nie Xiaoyu instantly dismissed the ridiculous thought that had surfaced in her mind that it was simply impossible for a freshly awakened professional to have the ability to kill a dragon race. Furthermore, that dragon cub had a special chip implanted in its body, so if it had already died, they would have long since received a red alarm alert. But now the chip didn't have any hints at all. Open the Tower of Trials. the video recording of the 6th hidden level. Nye Xiaoyu's hands couldn't help but break out in a wet sweat as he hurriedly pulled up the surveillance records. It was a good thing that there was only one surveillance record for in the entire Tower of Trials in Shangjing City, there was only one person who had cleared the 5th level of the Ghost Claw Bear to the hidden level. There's actually someone who was able to kill the Ghost Claw Bear on the 5th level. Nye Xiaoyu couldn't help but narrow her eyes, her heart faintly surprised. However, when she saw what happened next in the monitor, her entire being couldn't help but stand up violently with emotion. What the hell? He's signing a contract with the Dragon Cub? Who is this person? Has he lost his mind? How can a freshly awakened professional make a contract with a dragon? Wait! Nye Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes stared like copper bells as the signing was successful? The shock and dumbfoundedness in Nye Xiaoyu's heart at the moment simply couldn't be described in words. A newly awakened professional had so easily contracted the dragon race that they had gone through so much trouble to capture. He just shoved it into the summoning space and took it away, and then took it away. You, leave the dragon cub behind for me, hey. Nye Xiaoyu was practically in a hurry to cry at the moment. Everything that had happened was too illogical. It wasn't as if they hadn't tried to sign a contract with this dragon cub after they had taken the trouble to bring it back to the institute. However, it wasn't just Nye Xiaoyu. Even those level 200 beast masters in the team were unable to sign a contract with the dragon cub. The reason for this was that they were unable to obtain the approval of the dragon race. But this guy on the monitor who had just awakened, just easily and smoothly signed a contract with the dragon cub. What kind of god is this guy? Nye Xiaoyu's forehead couldn't help but break out in a fine sweat. If he let the higher-ups know that he'd lost this dragon cub to play, he might have to be court-martialed. Nye Xiaoyu quickly searched on the console. First middle school. Shao Knight. Nye Xiaoyu's mouth softly chanted Shao Knight's name. The news that a dragon cub had been contracted by a newly awakened professional must not be spread. Otherwise, it would not only attract forces from various countries that were interested in the dragon cub, but it would also pose a threat to that kid's personal safety. Something big has happened. We have to contact their examiner quickly. On the other hand, at the awakening ceremony on the side of the first middle school, as the announcement of Shao Knight's success in passing the Tower of Trials was slowly released on the large screen, the entire awakening ceremony was first in a state of shock. There was first a silence above the entire awakening ceremony, followed by more skeptical and abusive sounds. Cheating. Shao Knight must be cheating. Strongly request an investigation into Shao Knight's clearance process and severely punish the cheaters. Don't let a waste profession ruin this session of the Tower of Trials. Principal Lin, who sensed that the fire had arrived, suddenly stood up and coughed gently, signaling the venue to be quiet. Then he opened the microphone and said to the crowd of onlookers that, "Fellow students, I have heard the wishes of the citizens of Shangjing City. Don't worry. I've been the principal of the first middle school for so many years, and I've never shown favoritism to any cheater. Our first middle school has always demanded fairness and openness from its students. So here," Principal Lin said with a slight smile as he sold his words. "I, the principal, will replace everyone and initiate a request to the chief examiner, asking the chief examiner to make sure that he properly investigates student Shao Knight's clearance record and investigates whether or not he has cheated. If there is cheating, we will never tolerate it and expel him from school." Principal Lin instantly gave a wink to Director Zhang next to him, and the two of them instantly had a heart-to-heart. 3 years of resources to cultivate out of the genius seed actually awakened a waste occupation. Originally, this will certainly be in the education world to make their first high school become a laughingstock, but now just take the opportunity of cheating in the Tower of Trials will be directly expelled from the school of Shao Knight. It would also save their reward fee on a waste. Director Zhang also immediately understood and stood up to concur, saying, "That's right. Our first middle school will definitely severely punish any cheater, and this kind of opportunistic person is not qualified to receive the final reward from the Tower of Trials." The speeches of the principal and Director Zhang, who did not favor their own students in the slightest, but instead demanded that the examiners conduct a strict investigation, instantly caused a chorus of applause in the venue. There was even a chorus of agreement amongst the crowd that, right, resolutely not to tolerate any cheater. Punish Shao Knight severely and expel him from school. Chapter 19. Bullying announcement. Shao Knight was the first place. Shao Knight must be cheating. Investigate Shao Knight thoroughly. Punish the cheaters severely. Among the crowd, which was as if possessed, Only Qin Yin did not say a word, her brows frowning tightly. No, Xiao Knight he. She believed that Xiao Knight had this ability to manage to kill the ghost-clawed bear on the 5th level. However, before her words were finished, they were drowned out by the crowd's shouts. This is human nature. In this situation, no one would even listen to her words. The one who was similarly stopped from speaking was class teacher Tang Wanner, who was desperately trying to defend Xiao Knight. Director Zhang, principal. You believe me, student Xiao Knight didn't cheat. I witnessed his record of passing all the way through. Tang Wanner was so anxious that she picked up the monitor in her hand and was about to break into the podium. However, she was stopped by the quick-eyed Director Zhang, who even grabbed the monitor in his hand and glared at her, saying, Ms. Tang, pay attention to your identity. The podium is not a place for you. It's even less of a place for you to talk nonsense now. And at this time that examiner Yang Wan, who was standing at the awakening ceremony, was also caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, Yang Wan had presided over the entire awakening ceremony and the Tower of Trials with his own eyes. Even he himself didn't believe that Xiao Knight, who had only awakened a whiteboard profession, would be able to pass the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, which was so difficult. But on the other hand, the Tower of Trials, a unique space made up of teleportation arrays, had already served the awakening ceremony for hundreds of years, and had never made a mistake. This year's designer was even a big shot sent down by the military, so the possibility of someone making a mistake was even more remote. Is it his turn to question? Comrade Examiner. At this moment, Principal Lin, who prided himself on being on the side of the shouts of the onlookers, righteously pressured Yang Wan, saying, I want you to immediately contact the designer of the Tower of Trials to thoroughly investigate Xiao Knight's cheating. While Yang Wan was also having some difficulty, the contact in his ear was suddenly forced through. A voice instantly resounded in his ears. Is the examiner of the first middle school? Hello, I'm Nye Xiaoyu, the designer of the Tower of Trials this time. The examiner, Yang Wan, was instantly shaken and hurriedly stood at attention as he said, Sir, I'm examiner Yang Wan of the first middle school. Whether it was the designer's identity or rank, Nye Xiaoyu was far higher than examiner Yang Wan. Nye Xiaoyu in the contact device was heard to say in an undeniable tone, Did you see how student Xiao Knight of the first middle school cleared the 5th level of the Tower of Trials and entered the hidden level? The chief examiner, Yang Wan, was suddenly in a cold sweat. It was reasonable that, as an examiner, he should have monitored the situation of every participant. However, just now, even he had been focusing on the 3S-ranked professionals such as Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanran, and if it wasn't for the big screen automatically jumping to the last participant at the end, he, as the examiner, would not have even known that Xiao Knight had actually cleared the 5th level, and he had even reached the hidden layer? Examiner Yang Wan was shocked and panicked in his heart, somewhat incoherent. If he said it out, this would simply be his own dereliction of duty. And just then, he heard Nye Xiaoyu in the contact device say, I'm ordering you to immediately block this news and not allow anyone to know that Xiao Knight has ever reached the hidden layer. This Tower of Trials only has 5 floors. There are no hidden floors. Do you understand? The examiner, Yang Wan, was instantly confused in his head, somewhat puzzled by this. But it seems like everything has nothing to do with him in this way, right?
Yang Wen hurriedly replied.
Sir, I understand. Nye Xiaoyu in the communicator continued. The information I've conveyed to you is not allowed to be revealed to anyone. As an examiner, you should know this common sense, right? Examiner Yang Wen's brain was running fast for a while. It seemed to have realized something. In the past, there had been awakened people in the Tower of Trials who were looked upon by the military because their performance was too outstanding, and information about these people would be kept secret without exception. Then this Xiao Knight. Report, sir, I understand. Yang Wen replied with a resolute voice. At this moment, the image of the examiner Yang Wen being talking to the designer Nye Xiaoyu through the liaison device was also put on the big screen, and everyone at the awakening ceremony site was able to see this scene. Although they were unable to hear the contents of the military liaison device, they were all waiting for the pronouncement of Xiao Knight's cheating behavior. Principal Lin Jingnan and Director Zhang and the others were even looking at Yang Wen with anticipation in their eyes. When the examiner Yang Wen saw this, he instantly asked again to the liaison, somewhat sheepishly, Sir, then how will the results of this Tower of Trials be calculated? Is student Xiao Knight still in first place? Only to hear Nye Xiaoyu on the other side of the liaison then dryly replied, How is it calculated? Wasn't he the only one who cleared the 5th floor? Then of course he's first place. Reporting, sir. Understood. Examiner Yang Wen suddenly let out a long breath. The top officer had already given such a clear answer, so what was there to question? Examiner Yang Wen, who hung up the contact device, immediately turned pale, took the microphone from Principal Lin Jingnan's hand, and said in a dignified manner, "As the chief examiner of this awakening ceremony, I have solicited a reply from the designer of the Tower of Trials. I hereby formally announce, there were no problems throughout this Tower of Trials, and there was no speculation or cheating on the part of student Xiao Knight. Ranked first, due to the fact that student Xiao Knight has become the only trialist to pass all the layers of the 5th floor of this Tower of Trials. He has achieved a full score for the trial. Next, I will personally present a special reward for the first place trial score to student Xiao Knight." Examiner Yang Wen's words immediately caused the entire awakening ceremony to fall silent. Those onlookers who were still making a lot of noise just now and the awakened ones from the same session were suddenly dumbfounded. This result was undoubtedly the final pronouncement. Was there anything more authoritative than the words of the examiner Yang Wen? On the other hand, Principal Lin and Director Zhang on the podium had their faces frozen in shock. Principal Lin, who had thought that he was on the side of the masses, had been completely slapped in the face. Now, instead of setting up an image of a fair and impartial principal, he would next become a dim-witted principal who questioned his own students, reduced to material for the media to add fuel to the fire. How? How is that possible? Comrade examiner, are you mistaken? Principal Lin, still somewhat undeterred, walked up to examiner Yang Wen and asked after him. And when the examiner Yang Wen saw Principal Lin's deadpan appearance, he immediately frowned and said in a cold voice, "Principal Lin, are you questioning our military examiner for favoritism? Or are you saying that you have doubts about the Tower of Trials that our military participated in designing this time?" 2 grandiose hats were snapped and Lin Jingnan was immediately shocked and frightened. Hastily waving his hands, he said, "No, no, no. How could I possibly question you guys? I just..." Xiao Knight he. Coincidentally, right at this moment, with a flash of light from the legendary array, the party that had triggered this chaos, Xiao Knight, was finally teleported out from the Tower of Trials. The rightful owner has come out. Chapter 20 Special Reward from the Military. Looking at the surrounding rods of long guns and short cannons like cameras immediately aimed at Xiao Knight. For his part, the old Principal Lin Jinan instantly changed his face and hurriedly put on an amiable smile and walked over to Xiao Knight, pulling up Xiao Knight's hand and attentively saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Xiao Knight. Congratulations on becoming the first place winner of this Tower of Trials in Shangjing City. You are truly worthy of being the outstanding student of our first middle school, our pride." At this moment, Xiao Knight, who had just contracted the little dragon cub, was instantly confused. In his impression, Lin Jingnan, this old fellow was a snob. He would never be so enthusiastic and fair to a person who had awakened a waste profession. Can't it be that he has been wrong about him all along? This old principal is still a good person. Director Zhang, quick! The old principal Lin Jingnan immediately made a wink, and the director Zhang next to him also hurriedly brought up the thick gifts prepared by their first middle school. Student Xiao Knight, this is an extra reward that our first middle school has specially prepared for the first place winner of the trial 100,000 dragon coins. I hope it will help you in your future development. The old principal, Lin Jingnan, said, almost gritting his teeth as he looked at Xiao Knight. In his heart, he was remorseful. Originally, he had prepared this 100,000 dragon coins in order to climb into a relationship with the first place winner of the trial. I didn't expect that it would end up being sent to this loser, Xiao Knight. Even if he got the first place, so what? Even if he got the first place, so what? The profession of a waste is doomed to have no future at all. The 100,000 dragon coins that I took out with my own blood is the same as saying that it's a waste of money, and has just been teleported out of the Xiao Knight, although do not know what happened, but from the wonderful expression on the face of the Principal Lin can also be able to judge out one or two. This old man is afraid of being driven to the duck, had to do so. However, for this real 100,000 dragon coins, then Xiao Knight can smile and accept it. Xiao Knight also smiled as he saw a man speak and a ghost speak and said, "Thanks to the principal's cultivation of me, I will definitely work hard and add color to our first middle school in the future." The words were said in a dignified manner. The words were said in a dignified manner, which made Principal Lin and Director Zhang's faces turn green and white. Yang Wen, the examiner next to him, couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Knight, who had passed the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, and wondered what this guy was capable of. In his heart, he thought to himself, what exactly is this guy capable of? He's obviously a waste of a profession, yet he's able to pass the 5th level of the Tower of Trials? However, at the moment, this was no longer something he needed to consider. Since this kid had already gotten the attention of the military hierarchy, all he had to do was to logically award him the first-place prize in the Tower of Trials. Yang Wen immediately raised the microphone in his hand in a serious manner. Chen voice said, on behalf of the military, I would like to specially award the reward to the first-place winner of this Tower of Trials student Xiao Knight. Yang Wen then handed an envelope-wrapped card to Xiao Knight's hand, and then opened his mouth to explain, saying, this is a weapons and equipment exchange voucher from the Shangjing City Armory. With this voucher, you can go to the armament depot to exchange any piece of gold-grade equipment below level 30, and I believe that it will be a big help to your initial development. Xiao Knight was immediately delighted in his heart as well. Gold-grade equipment. I didn't expect that the Tower of Trials military had also put in a lot of blood this time. The level of weaponry is divided into white plate equipment, black stone weapon, fine iron weapon, silver weapon, gold weapon, as well as higher level weapons such as radiant, transcendent, epic, and legendary that are further up the ladder. The price of a gold level equipment on the market was basically equivalent to 100,000 dragon coins. If it was a weapon, the price would only be higher. It seemed like he could say that he had gained a lot from this Tower of Trials. In contrast, the faces of the same awakened who were sitting under the awakening stage could be said to be wonderful to the extreme. Lin Xueming looked at the weapon redemption coupon in Xiao Knight's hand, and his eyes were on fire with jealousy. He couldn't compare to a rich second generation like Wang Biao, and his family's already poor circumstances didn't allow him to take out much money to purchase an initial set for himself. Originally, he thought that the final reward of the Tower of Trials would be his. He didn't expect it to fall into the hands of that trash Xiao Knight. On what grounds? Lin Xueming instantly couldn't help but whisper. It's simply a waste to have something like gold-level weaponry in the hands of that trash Xiao Knight. Lin Xueming's words instantly caused some agreement and concurrence amongst those surrounding the crowd that had clustered around him. And, that's right, so what if Xiao Knight got the first place in the Tower of Trials? A waste of a profession is a waste of a profession, and he'll have to suffer sooner or later when he goes down for a copy in the future. That's right. A profession that's such a waste will definitely show its true colors when it goes into battle. For the military to send such a precious gold-level weapon exchange coupon to him, it's simply a pearl of truth. The voices of discussion and questioning grew louder and louder. Naturally, they also fell into the ears of Xiao Knight, who was standing on the awakening stage. From the moment he chose the 4th profession, God Abandoner, Xiao Knight had already expected that this group of fellow awakened who had been suppressed by himself for 3 years would surely gloat and taunt himself. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xueming, who had been following him around day after day, to change his face so quickly. The starry-eyed Lin Xueming in the center of the crowd looked at himself with undisguised hatred and shade in his gaze. Next to him, a newly recruited junior brother immediately shouted to Xiao Knight without thinking. Xiao Knight, if you're sensible, give the gold-grade weapon exchange coupon to Xueming. Putting it in your hands is simply spoiling it. Right? What's the use of you, a waste profession, even if you hold such a good thing? A chorus of echoing taunts rang out from the crowd. Xiao Knight, who was the target of these one word, one sentence, one short sword-like words, however, raised his eyebrows and said with amusement, give it away? Send it out. If it was you guys, would you give away this gold-level equipment redemption coupon? The voices of some of the righteously indignant people gradually lowered. This kind of gold-grade weapon, anyone who got it would never be able to give it away. In full view of everyone, Xiao Knight held the 100,000 dragon coin storage card issued by old Principal Lin Jingnan in one hand, and, in one hand, he was holding the gold-grade weapon exchange card issued by Examiner Yang Wen. He walked off the awakening stage in such a grand manner, rightfully so. The more Xiao Knight looked like he was taking things for granted, the more the crowd that mouthed that the waste professions didn't deserve the rewards broke their defenses. In the midst of all the opposition and even abuse, Xiao Knight walked straight into the crowd. Xiao Knight walked straight into the crowd. When he brushed shoulders with Lin Xueming, Xiao Knight opened his mouth and said, Lin Xueming, in these 3 years of high school, have I offended you in any way? At this time, Lin Xueming did not hide the shade in his eyes and said with a cold smile, Offended? No, Xiao Knight. You have not offended me anywhere. On the contrary, you are still a very good teacher. You are so dazzling. But have you ever thought about the feelings of me who follows your ass? Every instruction you give from on high is like a handout. But from now on, it's you who should be humble. Xiao Knight was suddenly stunned and, after carefully recalling the period of 3 years in high school, for Lin Xueming, who often sought advice from himself, Xiao Yi had never assumed any lofty stance, much less any condescension. It was only in the eyes of some people that no matter what you did, you were just pitying him. Hee, I see. Xiao Knight immediately let out a light laugh and shook his head. Then he turned around and walked towards the outside of the crowd. Chapter 21 The School Flower Finds Her Door? Qin Yanran's Invitation. An old rental apartment building that was as dilapidated as a dangerous building was Xiao Knight's residence for the past 3 years. But today, Xiao Knight, who had just walked into the stairwell, looked up and saw someone he never thought would appear here, Qin Yanran. This is the same as the first high school recognized school flower. At this time, Qin Yanyan has changed into a casual dress. A head of smooth hair tied behind the head, aptly set off a pair of exquisite side face, is lethargic leaning on the railing. Xiao Knight had to admit, even when standing in front of his own rental house that was plastered with all kinds of small advertisements, this girl was still so beautiful that it was a little shocking. Looking at this somewhat incongruous scene, Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but be a little surprised. Qin's group in the city of Beijing Family Big Business, Qin Yanran is extremely favored only heir. According to reason, how will not and Xiao Knight this dilapidated rental building has half a penny relationship. Unless this building is also the assets of others? However, even if it was to collect rent, there was no need for this little princess of the Qin family to come personally, right? Just as Xiao Knight was in a daze. Qin Yanyan also saw Xiao Knight, and instead, she got up and took the lead in greeting Xiao Knight, saying, "Hello, Mr. Xiao Knight." "Hello," Xiao Knight politely said back, but in his heart, he muttered, could it be that this Qin Yanyan is specifically here to find herself? Seemingly seeing the doubt in Xiao Knight's eyes, Qin Yanyan then smiled with a flourish and explained, "I got your address from Mr. Tang." It's really here to find me?" Xiao Yi froze and asked, Is there something that student Qin wants?" Although they were the same as the 4 great genius seeds of the first middle school, in Xiao Knight's impression, the two of them barely crossed paths, and they didn't even strike up much of a conversation. Not to mention that Qin Yanyan had a large number of followers inside the school and was the center of attention of the crowd wherever she went. Xiao Knight tended to habitually avoid her. "Well?" Qin Yanyan blinked her eyes, and there was even a hint of an anxious blush on her previously cool face. Then she suddenly opened her mouth and said, "May I ask if Mr. Xiao Knight has a guild he wants to join?" Xiao Knight frowned, then smiled mockingly and said, "I would like to join a guild and get a stable subsidy. But with this profession that I have awakened, I'm afraid that not many guilds want me. So for the time being, it's better to be a loose cannon." But seeing Qin Yanyan blinking a pair of big flickering eyes, she said, "But many areas and copies are difficult to explore and complete with just one person. It's hard for you to develop quickly in the early stages if you're alone." These words immediately made Xiao Knight a little surprised. This is not like that always calm Qin Yanran can say words. This Qin family big miss actually want to do? What exactly does this Qin family miss want to do? Xiao Knight simply took the initiative to ask, "What exactly does Miss Qin want to say?" Seeing that Qin Yanyan also seemed to have realized that she had lost her temper, a hint of scarlet rose on her cheeks as she said, "I'm sorry, student Xiao Knight. Please forgive my offense." Qin Yanran lifted her pair of clear eyes and said sincerely that, "I intend to create a new guild in the name of the Qin group, and would like to invite you, fellow Xiao Knight, to join." Xiao Knight was stunned. This was explosive news. The Qin clan group, which had always stayed out of the professional guilds in Shangjing City, was actually going to intervene? "Ms. Qin Yanran, you should know that what I awakened is a whiteboard profession, right?" Xiao Knight said with a shrug of his shoulders. "I know." I only saw Qin Yanyan staring at Xiao Knight with a burning gaze, then said with a smile, "But I'm even more aware of the gold content of a white plate profession being able to pass the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials." "I'm sorry, haha, classmate Qin." Xiao Yi, however, shook his head and politely refused. "Thank you for the invitation, but at this stage, I still have some things of my own that I need to do, so it would be a bit inconvenient if I join the guild." Unexpectedly, Qin Yanyan suddenly turned her body around and blocked in front of Xiao Knight. Looking at the eyes of this first middle school's recognized school beauty from such a close distance, even Xiao Knight couldn't help but hold his breath, lamenting that it was really a beauty embryo. This girl wouldn't be trying to use a beauty trick, right? Qin Yanran blinked a pair of big flickering eyes and said, "Does Mr. Xiao Knight want to hear my conditions first?" Xiao Knight shook his head again and said, "Sorry ha. 50,000 dragon coins per month. Wait. How much?" Xiao Knight's tiger's torso trembled. Knowing that his rent for this rental house was only 3,000 dragon coins a year, Qin Yanran smiled and said, "As long as Mr. Xiao Knight joins my guild, you'll receive a base salary of at least 50,000 dragon coins per month. After awakening as a professional, equipment, potions, and going down the copy of various consumables can all cost money." Xiao Knight, after all, wasn't destined to be clothed and fed from the moment he awakened like an S-ranked professional. "Can I ask why the Qin group has suddenly decided to intervene in the professionals' guild?" Xiao Knight calmed down and asked with some curiosity. This piece of cake in Shangjing City that had long been divided up by the 4 major guilds, where would it be possible for a new guild to rise out of nowhere? Even if it was Qin clan group, it would be as difficult as hell to make a new guild from scratch between so many old guilds. "I'm afraid it's not Qin group's decision, but my own decision." Only to hear Qin Yanyan bite her lips with a smile and say, "The specific reason, well, if you agree to join, I'll tell you." Hearing this, Xiao Knight actually guessed some clues. In recent days, quite a few rumors inside the school had also reached his ears. Qin's group seemed to have had a major incident. Many of the businesses under its name had been transferred out, and it was rumored that it had been saddled with a huge amount of debt. As the sole heir, Qin Yanyan was destined to take on this Qin clan group. Creating a new guild was the way she came up with to break the situation. But even if she had awakened an S-rank profession, creating a new guild was by no means as easy as it sounded. But this girl was a responsible person and extremely intelligent. Should we agree? Xiao Knight was a bit hesitant after all. He did need money at this stage. How is student Xiao Knight considering it? Qin Yanran looked at Xiao Knight with a crooked head and asked, "One condition." Xiao Knight pondered for a moment and said, "I want the privilege to act alone, and I have the right to refuse to participate in any non-essential action of the guild." "Good. I didn't expect Qin Yanyan to agree so dryly." Xiao Knight continued, "And in these recent days, I'm going to temporarily detach myself from the guild and act alone." "How long is temporarily?" "1 month." "Deal." Qin Yanyan instantly extended her slender hand and said with a smile that, "Mr. Xiao Knight, welcome to my guild." Xiao Knight happily shook his hand and, "Happy cooperation, future president." Chapter 22 SS Rank Talent. The Against the Heavens Obsidian Dragon Cub. Qin Yanyan also left Xiao Knight a gift before she left a brand new contact device, saying that it was for easy contact. This thing is also an essential thing for professionals. Qin Yanyan sent a contact device as a valuable brand. If you go to buy it is a large sum of money. Xiao Knight is naturally nonchalant smile. This future president of himself does not have the slightest stingy search. Even now Qin's group has a problem, is still a giant in the city of Beijing. Xiao Knight just opened the door and returned to his own less than 20 square feet rental house. A rush of urgency suddenly surged in his mind. Bad. The dragon cub is coming out. Xiao Knight hurriedly got up, and a line of prompts already appeared in front of his eyes. And, "Do you agree to release the obsidian dragon juvenile body?" Before Xiao Knight could agree to release the little guy from the summoning space, a summoning array glowing with streaming light appeared in front of him. A summoning formation glowing with streams of light suddenly appeared in Xiao Knight's cramped rented room. This little dragon cub even came out on its own, only to see that the obsidian dragon cub with black and red scales all over its body suddenly appeared in Xiao Knight's rental house. A pair of vertical pupils curiously surveying the surrounding objects. The small dragon cub's current size was almost only about 1 meter, but in this narrow rental house it already seemed a little tight. It seems that it won't take long. Do we still have to spend money to change a bigger house? Xiao Knight immediately held his forehead and pondered. Raising a dragon is obviously an extremely costly endeavor. However, this little dragon cub does not seem to mind Xiao Knight's home is small. Instead, it is curious in all the corners of the rental house after sniffing once, fluttering his wings, then jumped to the sofa lazy coiled lying up, very comfortable look. Good dragon. Xiao Knight was very pleased. Really the dragon does not mind the family However, before Xiao Knight breathed a sigh of relief, he saw the little dragon cub staring straight at Xiao Knight, his mouth innocently wailing twice. The dragon cub is hungry. Xiao Knight immediately in the refrigerator a rummage. Good thing there are still a few frozen meat. Start a pot, burn oil, fry the meat. Xiao Knight is extremely skillful in the narrow kitchen. A flurry of pounding. The little dragon cub next to him is sitting on the refrigerator curiously watching. Before Xiao Knight could serve it, the meat that had just come out of the pot was precisely snatched over by this little dragon cub and swallowed it in one bite.
Oi oi.
Be careful, it's hot. Xiao Knight subconsciously tensed up and, however, he saw that the little dragon cub swallowed it in one mouthful, burped, and emitted a light smoke. Xiao Knight suddenly realized that his worries were really redundant and stupid, and that, a fire-breathing dragon, you are afraid that it will be scalded by eating? However, this little dragon cub is really amazing appetite. Originally as Xiao Knight hoard up at least can eat half a month of meat, a meal to dry a fine light. Looking at the empty refrigerator, Xiao Knight love can't help but lament. It seems at least to change a bigger refrigerator first. Raising a dragon is really a money-burning job. After eating and drinking enough, the little dragon cub was quite well behaved, and coiled on the sofa in a short while, he huffed and puffed. Xiao Knight also happened to take this opportunity to check out the attributes of this dragon cub. Obsidian Dragon, Level 5. Status: Juvenile Contracted. Race: Obsidian Dragon. Attributes: Blood, 30,000. Attack: 1,390. Defense: 2,500. Talent phrase: Dragon Breath, Obsidian Scale Armor. Talent phrase: Dragon Breath, Obsidian Scale Armor. Dragon's Breath S rank. The Dragon Clan's unique means of spitting attack, dealing scorching damage over a wide area. It ignores combustion resistance. Obsidian Scale Armor SS rank. The scales of the Obsidian Dragon Clan, immune to most fire, lightning, ice, and other attacks, and ignores most anomalies. My goodness! Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but stare. This little dragon cub is only level 5, but it has a full 30,000 blood. One of the two natural skills, Dragon Breath, was already S rank. The other, Obsidian Scale Armor, had reached SS rank. It was immune to almost all attribute damage and abnormal states. Attack and defense attributes directly crushed the present Xiao Knight. It was no wonder that the dragon race species were all heaven-defying existences. Just the juvenile body was enough to rival a gold-level boss. If they were allowed to grow up, each one was a natural disaster. Even if it was a juvenile obsidian dragon cub, just by relying on its outrageous defense and blood, it had already crushed all the new professionals. Not to mention the dragon's breath, as a large range output means, with this little guy, wouldn't one have a natural invincible tank? Xiao Knight immediately felt an itch. After all, he had already signed a contract with this dragon cub and was considered its master.
Dragonkop, Seat.
Xiao Knight said with a thought. But see that as huffing and puffing the dragon cub lazily opened an eyelid. White Xiao Knight a glance. Then eyes closed as if he did not hear the general continue to sleep peacefully. The tail is also a fluttering leisurely. Hey! Xiao Knight immediately ate a hold. He is very sure that the dragon cub just now is bound to receive his own mind. But it is purely lazy to respond. Could it be that the method is wrong? Xiao Knight instantly self-doubtedly said. After all, although he had read through almost all the textbooks for professionals during high school, he had only superficially studied the subject of imperial beasts and hadn't delved too deeply into it. Not to mention that this little guy wasn't just any imperial beast. Rather, it was an actual obsidian dragon, the most arrogant and difficult to tame species of dragon. Xiao Knight sat up and opened the terminal on his desk, accessed the database of the first middle school, and searched for Imperial Beast Basics. At the same time, Nie Xiaoyu's slender fingers in the middle of the general control room in Shangjing City were likewise tapping away in front of the terminal. But the military authority she had was the highest level in Shangjing City, and the entire database of Shangjing City was open to her. Soon, one piece of data after another was displayed in front of her eyes. The 71st student of the first high school, Xiao Knight, achieved perfect scores in all subjects over the past 3 years of high school, is known as one of the 4 genius seeds of the first middle school. Achieved an S+ in holographic simulation fighting last year, breaking the record in Shangjing City. Nie Xiaoyu instantly narrowed her eyes, especially when she saw those latest breaking news about Xiao Knight. Genius seed Xiao Knight, yet he can't even tell his occupation apart? The fish-eyed Xiao Knight was tragically blocked by the 4 major guilds. Someone actually rejected the SSS-ranked undead heavenly tribulation profession and chose a crap profession. It's a bit interesting. Nya Xiaoyu lifted the next door and stretched, her mouth gently chanting. A whiteboard profession? What makes it possible to contract a dragon race species? And on top of her terminal, a line of extremely detailed residential addresses had also appeared. Number 1, 3rd floor, Factory Street Family Building, Xingwang Road. Chapter 23, Redeeming Gold-Level Weapons. When Xiao Knight woke up from his bed, he only felt a tingling in his legs. When he got up, he saw that the little dragon cub was lying at his feet, half of his body pressed against his leg, sleeping soundly. Xiao Knight slowly pulled his legs out while lamenting that dragons were really a strange creature. Even though its body could withstand high-temperature flames, the scales on its body surface were cool. However, there was still one more thing Xiao Knight had to do today. That was to go to the armory to exchange the gold-grade weaponry exchange coupon in his hand. Make the best use of what you have. A good sword should be used in the moment. In the entire Shangjing city, the highest grade equipment and weapons were concentrated in 3 places. The first is the armory of the Shangjing City Military. The second is the auction house under the name of the number 1 consortium in Shangjing City, the Baoli Group. The last one was the underground black market that could not be said in the open, but was known to everyone. The highest threshold is the military's armory. The collection in this confidential warehouse specially built for the military is not something you can buy with money. Only with special vouchers and certificates issued by the military can you go in and buy equipment. And this gold-grade weapon exchange voucher in Xiao Knight's hand was the entry voucher. After being verified by the heavily guarded guards at the entrance, Xiao Knight walked into the armory that didn't look insignificant on the outside but had a lot to offer on the inside. As far as the eye could see, a wide array of equipment filled the rows of shelves, arranged according to different ranks and professions. Neatly and distinctly, heavy armor, leather armor, cloth armor, vestments, covering all professions from warriors to assassins and mages. And all kinds of weapons, greatswords, shields, staffs, bows and arrows, and so on are even more available. Just greatswords. This classification will be full of more than a dozen shelves. The goal of Xiao Knight's trip was not equipment or damage weapons. He wanted to use this precious weapon in his hand. What he wanted to exchange for with this precious gold-grade weapon exchange coupon in his hand was a secondary weapon, the battle shield. When he fought against the ghost claw bear in the Tower of Trials, Xiao Knight had relied on his dexterous and precise SE positioning to avoid the furious attacks. However, monsters in the real world were often even more brutal, monsters far more sensitive than the ghost-clawed bear abound, and a one-dimensional walk simply can't cope with all situations. Being able to defend and fight was the hard solution. In the shield area, shields of different shapes and sizes filled the shelves. The name and attributes of each shield also fell into Xiao Knight's eyes. Fine Grind Brass Shield. Grade Gold. Type Kite Shield. Praetorian Shield. Grade Gold Artifact. Type Kite Shield. Grade Gold. Type Giant Shield. Slippery Gold Round Shield. Grade Gold. Type Small Round Shield. There are several types of shields. Giant Shield, Kite Shield, Artifact Shield, Round Shield, Whole Shield. The largest shields are the Giant Shield and Kite Shield, which have the highest defense attributes but are also the most bulky. Generally only used as the only front-row warrior in a team. This kind of giant shield, which almost abandoned the means of attack and focused on defense, was naturally not what Xiao Knight wanted. The small-shaped shield and the round shield were secondary weapons used by agility-type professions as a means of saving their lives. Although they were dexterous enough, the same defense was greatly weakened. Even if they managed to block an attack, they would not be able to withstand most of the damage, and again were not Xiao Knight's target. What Xiao Knight wanted was a branch of the artifact-type shield, the battle shield. That was a type of shield that had an appearance mostly like a diamond shape. Not only was it able to resist most of the damage when blocking perfectly, it was also able to utilize the shield in conjunction with the main hand weapon to perform shield strike and other means of counterattacking, and it was also the most commonly used shield by all warrior-type professions that were proficient in fighting techniques. Xiao Knight's eyes swept over the rows and rows of battle shield shelves. Finally, the name of a shield caught Xiao Knight's attention: Tiger Fierce Battle Shield. Although the rest of the name was a bit plain, the distinctive white tiger pattern on it made Xiao Knight's eyes light up. This was the unique symbol of a well-known blacksmith family in White Tiger City, one of the 4 major cities. The fierce tiger pattern This White Tiger City's blacksmith family had been passed down for 100 years, and almost every family head had switched to blacksmithing, and had even produced several grandmaster blacksmiths. Every weapon and equipment that came from their family's hands had absolutely excellent attributes and would come with an extremely useful extra attribute or skill. Shao Knight immediately stepped forward to check, and the attributes of this Tiger Fierce Battle Shield immediately appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Tiger Fierce Battle Shield. Grade Gold. Strength requirement, 100 points. Defense, plus 300. Blocking effect, strong immunity. Attribute, physique plus 45. Attribute, physical fitness plus 45. Additional phrase, block counterattack after successful blocking. Increase damage by 30%. That's you. Shao Knight immediately picked up this Tiger Fierce Battle Shield and gently wiped the layer of fine ash on top of it, wondering why the shield from this blacksmith's family would be covered in dust in the middle of a warehouse. But no matter what, he was considered to have picked up a big leak. This Tiger Fierce Battle Shield not only had the blocking effect of strong immunity, but also added an additional 45 points of constitution. 1 point of constitution can increase 20 points of blood. Equipped with this Tiger Fierce Battle Shield is equivalent to directly increase the blood limit of 900 points. For Shao Knight, this small fragile skin can be said to be quite critical. It also had the block counterattack damage bonus that Shao Knight valued the most. It was worthy of being a gold artifact level equipment. This Tiger Fierce Battle Shield will undoubtedly become Shao Knight's life-saving weapon as he sweeps through the leveling areas around Shangjing City. After registering again, Shao Knight also smoothly brought this Tiger Fierce Battle Shield out of the armory. Walking on the streets of Shangjing City at the moment, there were mountains of people as far as the eye could see. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of people. Today was the first day for the new class of Awakened to become professionals. Not only are all the guilds buzzing with new recruits, but a lot of casuals are also recruiting regular teammates on the streets. But more than that, there were some vendors selling equipment for them. Such a large group of Awakened who needed newbie equipment was undoubtedly a huge business opportunity. After all, not everyone had enough capital to buy sets at the auction. This student, you're also a new Awakened, right? Would you like a map of the practicing areas around Shangjing City? A small vendor wearing a cowboy suit immediately stopped Shao Knight with his eyes shining brightly. From Shao Knight's age and this ordinary outfit, it was enough for him to tell Shao Knight's identity. 50 dragon coins apiece. All the latest maps of this year. Shao Knight did not refuse. The leveling areas around Shangjing City were not unchanging for eternity. Where did a new copy of the Rift appear? Where are the new copy cracks? Where are the monsters scurrying around in the area? This information is constantly changing every year. Shao Knight immediately directly threw out a $100 dragon coin and said, "Here's a map, and by the way, another one of the latest intelligence on each guild's leveling area." The vendor in cowboy clothes immediately looked at Shao Knight with a knowing gaze, then quietly pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Shao Knight, saying quietly, "You really are a connoisseur. This is all the information that we only inquired about last night, and the leveling areas that the 4 major guild divisions are going to cover are all marked on it. Us casuals who are just trying to make a living, we mustn't mess with them." This was also the information Shao Knight wanted. In the early stages of every awakened professional, the 4 major guilds would often directly and grandly occupy an area to bring their recruited newcomers to practice, and quite a few of the rest of the powerful guilds would also have this practice of dominating the area. It was best to avoid the leveling area Shao Knight was going to with these people to save the crowd. Opening the envelope, what met his eyes were several fiery news stories about the new class of S-rank Awakened. Lin Xueming, an S-ranked professional awakener from the first middle school, chose to join the Hegemony Guild, one of the 4 major guilds. Wang Biao, the first middle school S-ranked professional awakener, joined the Black Eagle Guild. First middle school A-ranked professional Lin Tian, Lin Xueming, Wang Biao. Xiao Yenyue couldn't help but narrow his eyes and repeat the 2 names. Wang Biao was clearly Shao Knight's nemesis as early as when he was in the first middle school, with all sorts of naughty tactics laid out in plain sight. However, Lin Xueming was different. This person was extremely shady. In fact, Shao Knight had long realized that this Lin Xueming, who had been following him day after day, was extremely deep, but he did not expect this person's heart to be so deep. However, he didn't expect that this person's mind would be so narrow, and that his own goodness towards him would become a high and mighty alms in his eyes. Now that Lin Xueming has joined one of the 4 major guilds of the hegemony and has become a key cultivator of the hegemony, according to his nature, he will definitely not let go. This time, however, it was his turn to be in the light and Shao Knights in the dark. Chapter 24 Abandoned Mines. Target. Necrotic Bats. Hegemony Guild. Shao Knight whispered. The Hegemony Guild was the most financially powerful of the 4 major guilds. The president, Tang Jinyuan, was the owner of hundreds of billions of dollars of consortium. All the resources of the Hegemony Guild are almost all smashed out with money, and the elite members of the guild are all treated well, and those who focus on cultivating the seedlings are more than generous. With Lin Xueming's talent as an S-ranked professional frost swordsman, it wasn't surprising that he had been chosen by Hegemony. However, as one of the 4 major guilds, Hegemony was not in a good position to go out of its way to target Shao Knight as a loaner for Lin Xueming. This gave Shao Knight a chance to develop savagely. Shao Knight flipped through the rest of the news that was empty of gimmicks and opened the latest regional distribution map. From the latest distribution map of the leveling areas around Shangjing City, there were quite a few low dangerous leveling areas that were below level 30 and suitable for Shao Knight. City North Wasteland. Distributed monsters. Mutant wolves. Abandoned mining cave. Monsters. Corpse poison bats. Monsters. Corpse poison bats. South Mountain ruins. Monsters. Large kobold horde. Monsters. Large kobold horde. Gale Cemetery. Monsters. Skeleton soldiers. For an ordinary awakened, brushing monsters was not in the number, but in the precision. Especially in the early stages, these low-level monsters were merely used for upgrading transitions. But for Shao Knight, every type of monster was able to sacrifice a word or skill to Shao Knight. So naturally, regardless of whether it was a low-level monster or a high-level monster, the more types of monsters that were brushed, the better. So sweeping through all these low-level map monsters above was imperative for Shao Knight. It was just a matter of prioritizing them.
Corpse poison bat.
Shao Knight's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the abandoned mining cave S division of monsters. He had already tasted the strong effects of the ghost fire toxin in the Tower of Trials, but he was more and more interested in the genre of diet poison. If he was able to further stack new toxins, it would definitely be a godsend when it came to brushing monsters, especially when it came to fighting boss-level monsters. Moreover, this abandoned mine was in the dark underground. The underground passages were intricate. There weren't many professionals who would choose this place, so it was just enough to avoid people's ears. When it was said to be done, it was done. Shao Knight spent more than 1,000 dragon coins in a potion store on the street to purchase 2 sets of blood pills, 1 set of blue pills, and 1 set of antidotes. After making all the preparations, he set off towards the abandoned mine. The nearest city gate to the abandoned mine was the North City Gate of Shangjing City. In order to prevent monsters from attacking the city, the entire city was surrounded by a tight protective wall with formations, and only the 4 gates in the southeast, west, north, and south could be accessed. The 4 gates are even guarded by heavy troops sent by the military, and every awakened who enters or leaves Shangjing City has to be strictly registered. It is said that these measures are not only to prevent monsters, but also to prevent those awakened who are mixed in by enemy countries. After doing a series of strict registrations, Shao Knight also came to the real wild world for the first time as a professional awakened. What met his eyes was the open and boundless wilderness. The ruins of the former human civilization had been eaten up by monsters and copies over the centuries, and all that remained were some vaguely visible roads. As we gradually move away from Shangjing City, there are fewer and fewer professionals around. There were fewer and fewer professionals around. Shao Knight also opened his attribute panel and Shao Knight. Profession. God Abandoner. Level 15. Blood. 1950 Magic. 230. Attack. 175 Defense. 320. Physique. 50 Strength. 105. Agility. 75 Spirit. 5. Initial Talent Crippled Godhead. Talent Phrase. Savagery D rank. Photosynthesis Recovery S rank. Ghost Fire Toxin A rank. Skills. Water Evoking Step B rank. Beast Blood Boiling A rank. Savage Charge A rank. Now that Shao Knight was equipped with the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield, his defense and chi and blood were greatly increased. 3 passive phrases of Savagery, Photosynthesis Recovery, Ghost Fire Toxin had been collected on the talent phrases. At the same time, He has also obtained 3 active skills such as water summoning steps, beast blood boiling. Can be said that it is a considerable stride from the blank slate profession when it was just awakened. With these words from various monsters, Shao Knight boasted that at this stage, even if he faced an A-class professional, he would not be the least bit intimidated. The only drawback was that the means of output was still a little less. In addition to beast blood boiling, there are no other damaging skills and can only rely on the greatly increased damage of the berserk state to output. At this time, Shao Knight also suddenly remembered that when he was in the Tower of Trials, he had once relied on consuming the value of the fire seed to strengthen the skill, berserking into a scene of beast blood boiling. I didn't realize that this was the true use of the fire seed. Now that he had cleared the Tower of Trials, he should have hoarded quite a few fire seed values, right? Check the fire seed value, Shao Knight immediately whispered, and a prompt instantly surfaced in front of his eyes. Acquired fire seed value, 85. Check the skills that can be strengthened. Immediately, the 2 entries in the talent bar and skill bar all appeared in front of Shao Knight. Savagery D rank can be strengthened. Water calling steps rank B can be strengthened. Other than that, the other entries and skills were displayed in gray insufficient fire. So that's it. Shao Knight instantly figured out the mechanism of fire seed reinforcement. The amount of fire seed consumed for each level of reinforcement for all words and skills increased exponentially. Back in the Tower of Trials, Shao Knight had consumed 10 fire seed points to strengthen his B-ranked, berserking into an A-ranked, beast blood boiling. Nowadays, if one wanted to strengthen an A-ranked, beast blood boiling, into an S-ranked, beast blood boiling, one would need to consume a full 100 points of spark value. The kindling value that he had hoarded after clearing the entire Tower of Trials was not enough. And the photosynthesis recovery, which was already in S rank, would require a full 1,000 points of spark value to strengthen it to SS rank. It seemed that the most important task at this stage was to harvest a large amount of seed of fire values. Shao Knight remembers killing a goblin soldier to obtain a point of kindling value, and even killing more than 100 small ghost fire spiders only gave a total of more than 10 points of kindling value. He didn't dare to squander it at all. With more and more phrases in the future, strengthening skills or talent phrases, one must also be selective and use the kindling value on the most crucial phrases. However, strengthening beast blood boiling is definitely not a bad choice. This kind of instantly boosted damage skill that is unique to only orc monsters is the best even among all skills of the same type. Shao Knight's advantage was that the words and skills that these human awakened were unable to obtain could be easily obtained by himself through sacrifices. Kobolds, savagery, the immortal tree spirits, photosynthesis recovery, ghost fire spiders, ghost fire toxin. This was Shao Knight's unique advantage. Following the directions on the map, Shao Knight gradually arrived at the abandoned mine. This abandoned mine is located in the middle of a wild countryside. The entrance of the mine has collapsed in half. The remaining half of the cave is only relying on the rubble to support and even a little shaky, so no wonder most people are reluctant to come here. Seeing the abandoned mine in the appearance of a dangerous building, Shao Yixing also couldn't help but give himself a lot of psychological construction before stepping in. First stroll around the periphery. In case there are signs of collapse, it's good to get out in time. Shao Knight took out a glass tube from his backpack, in which a firefly-like creature was quietly hibernating inside, emitting fluorescent light just enough to illuminate the area within 3 or 4 meters around Shao Knight. This kind of bug was known as a lighting bug, and was also an alienated creature that Shao Knight had bought from a street vendor. It was inexpensive and could keep the light on for a long time, making it a must-have for all kinds of dungeon copies. Holding the lighting bug in his hand, Shao Knight carefully walked down the steps of the pit towards the depths of the mine step by step. The mottled stone walls around proved that the ruins here were at least a few hundred years old. It didn't take long before one black sandy substance after another appeared on the ground.
That poop.
Shao Knight was instantly alert, pinning the lighting bug to his waist and, in one hand, he took out his rough iron lance, while in the other hand, he equipped his tiger fierce battle shield. Borrowing the glowing insect fire, he cautiously walked forward. Suddenly, a sound of wings fluttering could be heard from the top of the tunnel ahead, and in the next second, several black shadows swooped towards Shao Knight, and there were at least a dozen necromantic bats. Each one was as big as a falcon. Shao Knight snapped his head down and, raising his tiger fierce battle shield to protect his head and chest, he immediately felt a few violent impacts and a few muffled sounds. However, Shao Knight was only knocked back half a step and did not receive any damage. This was the power of the gold-level weapon, Tiger Fierce Battle Shield. The strong blocking effect allowed Shao Knight to completely withstand the damage from this wave of surprise attack. The dozens of corpse poison bats were like hitting a wall when they hit Shao Knight's shield, and a few of them directly fell to the ground in a daze. Seeing this, Shao Knight raised the lance in his hand as quickly as he could and ruthlessly stabbed the corpse poison bats at his feet. Puff! With a sound of the lance piercing into flesh. That corpse poison bat also exploded with a damage number of 157. At the same time, the corpse poison bat's bloodstain also exploded out. 157. Corpse poison bat. Level 11. Level 11. Blood. 43,200. A corpse poison bat's blood level was around 200, and Shao Knight was able to kill 3/4 of its blood level with a single shot. He immediately added another shot in his hand, sending this corpse poison bat to the west. A white light flowed into Shao Knight's body, and his experience bar rose by a small amount, which was quite generous for Shao Knight's level. However, the death of one corpse poison bat caused the rest of the corpse poison bats to fly in all directions. In the dark and narrow mine cave, Shao Knight was unable to avoid the situation. A bat that fled behind him took advantage of the situation and bit him hard in the back. 29. Although the damage wasn't high, a reminder immediately appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. You've fallen into a state of necrotic poison. 5. Stun value is accumulating. Chapter 25 Poison Control Divine Technique. Corpse poison. Shao Knight immediately felt a trance in front of his eyes, and his mind seemed to be becoming more and more dizzy. This was the effect of corpse poison. Although the poisoning damage inflicted per second wasn't high, it could accumulate a stun state for a person. If the antidote was not used quickly, the stun value accumulated to the threshold would cause the target to enter a stun state where they were completely unable to move. Shao Knight immediately leaned his back against the wall, holding his shield to protect his front body with one hand, while with the other hand, he pulled out a bottle of antidote and tilted his head back to directly pour it down. As the vision in front of his eyes gradually became clear, the continuous poisoning and blood deduction effect on Shao Knight gradually weakened. The stun state has been reduced. Good lord. A bottle of antidote actually can't completely remove the corpse poison state? Shao Knight instantly poured in another bottle of antidote before completely lifting the poison state on his body. It was evident how difficult this corpse poison was. However, this strengthened Shao Knight's determination to definitely brush out the phrase, corpse poison. Borrowing the glowing light, Shao Knight used his hand to feel a depression in the wall behind him, just enough space to accommodate a person. At once, he dodged into the depression, holding his shield in one hand to protect almost his entire body. The thick iron lance in the other hand jabbed forward fiercely. Although the angle of attack was limited, the good thing was that the number of corpse poison bats was large enough, and a single thrust of the spear would always result in a large amount of damage. In order to increase the efficiency of brushing monsters, Shao Knight simply turned on beast blood boiling. Every time he killed a corpse poison bat, he was able to refresh the duration. The efficiency of the output was instantly doubled. Soon, the sound of wings fluttering was no longer heard in the nearby mines. Shao Knight's feet were covered in the corpses of corpse poison bats. Sacrifice the corpse poison bat's salary flame. A wisp of ethereal payload fire immediately converged into Shao Knight's body from above the corpse of the corpse poison bat. Corpse poison bat's fuel fire sacrifice successful. Spark +1. Corpse poison bat's fire sacrifice is successful. Fire seed +1. After a series of successful sacrifice prompts, the words Shao Knight wanted to hear did not appear. It seemed that this corpse poison phrase wasn't so easy to obtain. Shao Knight wiped the tip of his gun, which was stained with blood, and continued to walk towards the depths of the mine. Once again, he slaughtered swarm after swarm of corpse poison bats along the way. What gave Shao Knight an even bigger headache was that in this extremely dark and intertwined mine, the corpse poison bats were always able to escape. Those vampire bats were always able to detect Shao Knight's arrival in advance, and every time they arrived at a gathering point, they would always surprise Shao Knight with a swarm of attacks, and if he wasn't careful, he would be hit by a swarm of vampire bats. If you're not careful, you'll get a bite and fall into the corpse poison state. But the good thing is that the experience given is also rich. As a channel of white light of experience was added to Shao Knight's body, Shao Knight's level came to 17. The fire on top of the corpse of a corpse-poison bat was also sacrificed by Shao Knight. Along with the prompts of a successful sacrifice, an extremely pleasing sound was finally heard. Finally, an extremely pleasant sound appeared in Shao Knight's ears. Has obtained the talent phrase corpse poison. Finally, I've brushed you out. Shao Knight was instantly bursting with joy. He hurriedly opened the talent phrase panel, only to see that a greenish corpse poison phrase had been placed there peacefully above. Corpse poison. Rank B. Effect. Attacks that hit the target attach a corpse poison effect. Causes persistent toxin blood loss and continues to accumulate stun value. It was really the original corpse poison. Shao Knight, who had already experienced this kind of corpse poison, was all too familiar with that kind of trance-like stun feeling. Especially when used on a human professional, it had a surprisingly powerful effect. The absolute poison control weapon. At this moment, Shao Knight, who had already penetrated into the depths of this abandoned mine, suddenly felt creepy. When he looked up, he saw a pair of bulb-sized eyes that were upside down on top of Shao Knight's head. Looking straight at him, Shao Knight lifted up the lighting bug to take a look, and he saw that it was a necromantic bat hanging upside down on the stone wall, but its size was 3 times larger than a normal necromantic bat, and the white fangs in its mouth were like daggers. A boss is out. Shao Knight immediately felt a chill in his heart and raised his tiger fierce shield towards his head, taking a battle stance. As a gust of black wind swept by, the giant bat above his head violently swooped over towards Shao Knight and ruthlessly impacted on top of the shield. The huge momentum was far more violent than even the swarms of small bats earlier, and instantly sending Shao Knight stumbling and falling to the ground. In the darkness of the fluorescent light, seeing those 2 dagger-length fangs coming towards his neck, Shao Knight hurriedly raised his shield. Shao Knight hurriedly raised his shield to block them, and a violent vibration came from the palm of his hand that, this force is surprisingly so great. Shao Knight was unable to get up from the pressure for a moment, and what's worse is that, between the entanglements, the illuminating insect test tube that was inserted in Shao Knight's waist seemed to hit something and completely shattered with a click. Shao Knight immediately felt bad. He saw that the fluorescent lighting bug hadn't even flown out a few meters before it was swallowed by the giant corpse poison bat. The entire mine cave was suddenly plunged into darkness. Bad! Before Shao Knight could pull out the spare lighting bug from his backpack, he could already feel a fishy wind lashing in front of him once again. It hit hard on top of the firefighting shield and 197. Even though he was already in a blocking state, he still lost so much blood. However, in the darkness of the mines, it is impossible to see anything. The lance in Shao Knight's hand violently stabbed forward, but it hit an empty spot. In the darkness, the giant Bat King, which was a nocturnal creature, came and went as it pleased. Shao Knight was only able to judge whether the giant bat was coming or not by the sound of its wings fluttering. Another gust of fishy wind came. Shao Yi silently counted the time in his heart. It was now. Ghost fire toxin was violently unleashed. The thick iron lance in Shao Knight's hand suddenly erupted into a burst of burning fire, illuminating the surrounding scene. He violently stabbed at the giant Bat King that was close to his eyes. 134. Target is in a burning state. Target is in toxin state. As the 2 lines of prompts appeared, the body of that giant bat burst into flames, especially conspicuous in the darkness of the underground cave. Let's see where you're going to escape this time. Shao Knight held his shield and brazenly took a step forward as his thick iron lance stabbed out several lance blossoms on that giant Bat King's body one after another. 137. Burning damage, 35. 129. Burning damage, 35. The stabbing damage along with the burning and toxin effects instantly caused that giant Bat King's blood bar to drop by a large amount. It seemed that this necromantic bat that had lived in the damp mines for a long time was indeed a creature weak to fire as well. The giant Bat King wrapped in flames kept fluttering in the narrow underground cave, but was unable to extinguish the flames on its body, losing the cover of darkness. The giant Bat King that was covered in flames became a target in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Shao Knight raised his shield and pressed forward, and the thick iron lance wrapped in ghost fire toxin in his hand kept on outputting. Another series of mixed damage burst out. Less than half of the corpse poison Bat King's blood bar remained. I'm going to kill him while he's sick. Shao Knight decisively turned on beast blood boiling, and a new power surged through his body. increasing his damage and attack speed drastically. 219. 238. With that corpse poison Bat King letting out a wail, this boss that was entrenched in the abandoned mines finally fell under Shao Knight's coarse iron lance. A white light of experience immediately flowed into Shao Knight's body. It allowed Shao Knight to directly level up. At the same time, a payload of fire surfaced on top of the corpse poison Bat King. Sacrifice the corpse poison Bat King's salary flame. Shao Knight decisively performed the sacrifice ceremony. The corpse poison Bat King's salary flame is successfully sacrificed. Spark plus 10. Acquired talent Sonic Probe Grade B. Chapter 26. Unlimited Strengthening. S-rank skill Ultrasonic Solicitation. Sonic Probe. Shao Knight was stunned, not expecting to have swiped this phrase from the giant corpse poison Bat King. No wonder that just now, in the middle of that dark underground mine, this corpse poison Bat King was yet often able to attack itself with incomparable precision, and was even able to probe its movements in advance. Biologically speaking, bats could judge their surroundings and the location of their prey through the ultrasonic waves they emitted. Unexpectedly, this group of necromantic bats had similarly inherited this ability, and even taken it a step further. Check. Sonic Probe. Only to see that he already had this B rank skill in his skill bar. Sonic Probe. Rank. B rank. Skill effect. By sending out high-frequency sound waves to spread out in the surroundings, thus detecting the surroundings, as well as the enemy's approximate location. Effective distance, 30 meters. Effective distance, 30 meters. Effective distance, 30 meters. Surely a good skill to anticipate the enemy. I didn't expect that the corpse poison bat, which was only a low-level area, would give itself such a powerful skill. At this moment, a reminder suddenly surfaced in front of Shao Knight's eyes. He has 135 points of spark value. Does he want to strengthen his skills? Shao Knight suddenly realized that after clearing this abandoned mine, he had accumulated quite a bit of spark value again, enough to strengthen an A-ranked skill. However, nowadays there were a total of 3 skills that Shao Knight could strengthen. They were the A-ranked Beast Blood Boiling, the B-ranked Water Summoning Step, and Sonic Probe. After thinking about it for a while, Shao Knight made a decision. Beast Blood Boiling was certainly his main means of output, but Sonic Probe was his main means of output. However, Sonic Probe was able to sense those monsters or other professionals that appeared around him in advance. Knowing in advance was bound to be too much better than being passively victimized. Strengthen Sonic Probe, Shao Knight decisively said. Consuming 10 points of fire value, Sonic Probe B rank is strengthened to Ultrasonic Probe A rank. Ultrasonic Probe. Rank. A rank. Skill effect. Sends out high-frequency ultrasonic waves to the surroundings, able to probe the nearby terrain more quickly and determine the enemy's location more accurately. Additional phrase. Doubles the effect in a narrow space. Effective distance, 50 meters. Effective distance, 50 meters. The effective distance has been directly increased from 30 meters to 50 meters, and it was able to determine the enemy's position more accurately. But this wasn't enough. Shao Knight clenched his teeth and said, "Continue to strengthen." A prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Do you want to consume 100 points of spark value to strengthen your ultrasonic probe grade A skill? Yes. Consume 100 points of spark value. Ultrasonic Probe A rank is strengthened to Ultrasonic Enemy Detection S rank. Ultrasonic Enemy. Grade S rank. Effect. Sends out high-frequency probes to the surroundings with ultrasonic waves that cannot be detected by humans. Quickly probes the surrounding terrain, and locates the position and movement trajectory of the surrounding enemies with extreme precision. Additional phrase. Includes those who are in a concealed position. Additional phrase. Includes enemies in stealth and sneak states, but does not include enemies in the void state. Effective distance, 100 meters. This is an S-rank skill. Shao Knight instantly felt that he had spent these 100 points of spark value too well. Not only did the probing distance directly increase to a full 100 meters, there was also an additional ability to detect enemies in stealth as well as sneak status. It was simply a divine skill for the anti-assassin profession. Shao Knight had learned from his 3 years of combat simulation classes in high school that assassins were often the most difficult professions to deal with. Assassins with sneaking skills were often able to hit you with a surprise first strike. But now with this ultrasonic enemy detection skill, in the future, whether it was any assassin, it would be almost impossible to hit Shao Knight with a surprise attack. and with a detection distance of 100 meters. This is enough to allow Xiao Knight to avoid some of the high-risk monsters that are roaming around in advance. So whether it's brushing monsters or making copies, it's a safer way to proceed. Just a single abandoned mine brought Xiao Knight so many surprises. For the next 3 days, Xiao Knight, who had tasted the sweetness, simply swept through all the low-level practice areas around Shangjing City. North of the city, the wasteland, sacrificed the mutant jackal's flame, gained the talent phrase Bloodlust C rank, melee attacks have a 5% bloodsucking effect. South Mountain Ruins, sacrifice the kobold shaman's flame, gained a talent concentration D rank, mental attribute, plus 100. Gale Graveyard, sacrifice the skeleton soldier's flame, gain talent word undead D rank, poison resistance, plus 100. The 4 leveling copies not only allowed Xiao Knight to level up to 25, but also gave Xiao Knight several pieces of low-grade equipment, rusty breastplate, leather wrist guard, rotten wood legs, and beast skin boots. Although they were all low-grade black stone weapons that didn't have any additional attribute bonuses other than basic defense, it was still a complete set of equipment. After equipping them, Xiao Knight's attributes also once again had a qualitative improvement. Xiao Knight, profession, Godforsaken, level 25, blood 2920 magic 450, attack 271 defense 470, physique 50 strength 105, agility 155, spirit 105, initial talent crippled godhead, talent phrase savagery D rank, light and restoration S rank, ghostfire toxin A rank, bloodlust C rank. Skills: water calling step B rank, beast blood boiling A rank, savage charge A rank, ultrasonic solace S rank. While Xiao Knight was tirelessly rushing to the various low-level practicing zones in Shangjing City to sacrifice monsters to obtain words. However, he didn't realize that his whereabouts had fallen into the eyes of some fellow awakened. Quickly look, the once genius seed Xiao Knight can now only hang around in some low-level practice areas. Nonsense, who let him awaken a waste occupation? Going to a high-level area is not the same as looking for death? Yes, it's a pity. But if I were him, I would simply stop being a professional and stay in the city as a cook or a blacksmith. A waste profession is ultimately a waste. Even if you practice hard enough to level up, you won't be able to catch up with others. Some gossips that didn't care in the slightest about being seen by Xiao Knight were posted in the class channel of the contact device in such a grand manner. Among them, there was even no lack of some good people who had even specially ate Xiao Knight. I don't know if this former genius seed of ours needs someone to lead him. Call out to your father and I'll take you to a B rank copy. Ha ha. The name of the person who said this was Li Feng. Honestly, Xiao Knight didn't have much of an impression of this name.
Li Feng.
Xiao Knight repeated the name with his mouth, but from now on he memorized this name. Scrolling further up the page, what became a stark contrast to those words that denigrated Xiao Knight were the flattering faces of the 3S ranked professionals such as Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanyan. I heard that Xueming has joined the Hegemony Guild of the 4 major guilds. We'll be relying on Brother Xueming to take care of us in the future. While Lin Xueming replied back in the group's high profile, "Don't worry, we're all classmates, but anyone who has a good eye will follow me in the future. Not to mention, at least they'll be better than a certain loser." Lin Xueming's appearance triggered a fervor in the class channel, and the eerie tone in his words immediately caused everyone to point the finger at Xiao Knight. Don't mention that trash Xiao Knight. It's bad luck, and it purely lowers the standard of our class. Isn't that right? I heard that Xueming has already become a small army chief of the Hegemony Guild's Shangjing City branch. Big brother is so busy, he still remembers our classmates. It's rumored that a new copy of Red Scorpion Desert has recently appeared there, and the danger level hasn't been determined yet, so I wonder if Brother Xueming will lead the brothers of the Hegemony Guild's Shangjing City branch to go through it first? Lin Xueming, on the other hand, said without hiding his status at all. First pass? That's natural. Right now, I'm the Hegemony Guild's legionnaire in the Shangjing City branch. The new class of professionals in the Hegemony Guild are all managed by me, and we, Hegemony, are determined to win the first pass of this new copy. Brother Xueming is mighty. Amidst the series of undisguised flattering words, Xiao Knight, however, keenly extracted a keyword. A new copy of Red Scorpion Wasteland has appeared? This was quite a crucial piece of information. Due to the instability of the spatial rift, a new copy could appear in any region. And since the danger level of a new copy was often unknown, the Shangjing City military had extremely generous rewards for the first passers of new copies. Not only that, but there are some one-time reward chests and bosses in many special copies that only the first passer can obtain. This also made all the major guilds rush towards the first pass of the new copies. Since the area around Shangjing City was surrounded by some low-level areas, even the new duplicates would not be too high in danger level. The elites of the major guilds usually wouldn't come over to waste their time, and would mostly give the opportunity to the new class of awakened in their guilds. Therefore, the new copy is often a piece of fat meat that the new generation of transmigrators are fighting over. And this new copy was a must for Shao Knight. New copies meant new monsters. New monsters means new words. Chapter 27 Red Scorpion Desert. A narrow road between enemies. The Red Scorpion Desert was also an area near Shangjing City. Only this Red Scorpion Desert covers thousands of kilometers. The depths of the desert still has a lot of areas that have not yet been set foot in. The discovery of a new copy is not surprising. Due to the fact that the teleportation array in the desert has not yet been established, all professionals who want to go to this newly discovered copy must go on foot. With the hot sun and yellow sand in the Red Scorpion Desert, few professionals would take the initiative to go there. However, for this new class of transitioners, it was a chance that everyone was eager to take. This was the first new copy to appear in this term. Not only would the Shangjing City military have an extremely generous reward for the first passer, but for this new class of transmuters, it was an opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop. So when the news spread, this piece of desert that was originally deserted immediately became lively. As Shao Knight walked on the road to the Red Scorpion Desert. When Shao Knight was walking on the road to the Red Scorpion Desert, he was surrounded by professionals who were eager to go to this new copy. Most of them were either traveling in a guild or in groups of 3 or 5. There were almost no solo travelers like Shao Knight. Everyone knows that the appearance of a new copy represents opportunity, but it also means danger. This kind of new copy, where the danger level is not determined, has not been without its share of cases of reputation-craving professionals getting killed in a group, so one more teammate will be more reliable. There were also teams that saw Shao Knight alone and invited him to join them. Classmate, you should also be a new class of transfigurator, right? Seeing that you're going to the new copy alone, do you want to team up with us? The one who spoke was a tall warrior professional, his eyes constantly sizing up Shao Knight, mainly because he was interested in Shao Knight's equipment that had almost come together as a set. At this stage, those who were able to gather so much equipment were either rich or noble, or had considerable strength. Shao Knight turned around and looked at the tall man's team. Looking at the different forms of clothing, they should not be from a guild, but a small group that was temporarily formed. There were 2 males and 2 females. Apart from the tall man's warrior profession, the 2 girls were mages and priests respectively, and the other male was an archer profession. Judging from those equally cobbled together equipment on their bodies, the occupation level should be C or B rank. The team configuration was fairly balanced. It was only a pity that a wandering position of the Vice T profession was missing. Once this only front row tall person pulled away from the hatred, the rest of the brittle professions would have to face a huge crisis. Shao Knight's heart occupationally gave this team a judgment. Sorry, I don't have the idea of forming a team for now. Shao Knight shook his head and politely refused. The tall man seemed to be somewhat undeterred and invited again, saying, "This student, the new copy may be full of crises. More teammates are always an extra safeguard. Do you want to think about it? My name is Deng Hao. If not, let's add a contact." Shao Knight's contact device immediately popped up this Deng Hao's invitation to add. This person can be considered sincere. However, Shao Knight had not yet agreed. However, the priest girl behind Deng Hao looked at Shao Knight with a strange look on her face, then pulled the corner of Deng Hao's coat and whispered something in his ear. Deng Hao once again looked at Shao Knight's eyes also changed, then directly canceled the ad invitation and stammered, saying, "You are Shao Knight. Sorry, Ha. Let's find someone else." In 2 sentences, Shao Knight instantly understood everything. Obviously, he was recognized by that priest girl as the Shao Knight who had chosen a wasteful whiteboard profession during the awakening ceremony. Even this low-level casual squad didn't want Shao Knight, a waste profession, to pull their leg. Shao Knight was indifferent and simply turned his head and left. And behind him came a chorus of pointing voices, the sounds of, "See? So he's Shao Knight. That's the guy who chose a waste profession. I heard that he was once the genius seed of the first middle school. Look at his current equipment, he's not as good as us. These mocking windy words were originally ignored by Xiao Knight. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up in Xiao Knight's handheld contact, and it was none other than his only contact in this contact, Qin Yanran. Xiao Knight, have you heard about the new copy appearing in the middle of the Red Scorpion Desert? It's on its way. Xiao Knight instantly replied. What? Are you coming over as well? Qin Yanran on the other side of the contact device replied back almost in seconds. I would like to go, but I have to go and approve the qualifications for creating a guild today, and I have to busy myself with some recruiting things next. It seemed that this girl really wasn't just talking, but was a man of action, only to see Qin Yanyan then send another message saying, I heard that the Black Eagle, Hegemony 2 guilds also went over to the Red Scorpion Desert, so you have to be careful alone. Qin's group's news was still quite swift and accurate. Good. Xiao Knight simply replied back with a single word, and Qin Yanran's side didn't send any more messages. At this time, Xiao Knight had gradually arrived at the depths of the Red Scorpion Desert, and was getting closer and closer to the location where the new copy appeared in the intelligence. Looking from afar, there were already quite a few people gathered in front of him, only to see that the copy was originally an ancient tomb that was covered under the yellow sand. It was said that the violent standard wind a few days ago blew open the yellow sand that had settled for hundreds of years, which revealed the gap in this underground tomb and opened the entrance to this copy. General Lolan's tomb. Danger level. Unknown? The crowds surrounding the entrance to the copy were all eager to try it out, and many of the early comers were ready to step into the copy first. Among them, Xiao Knight also saw a few familiar faces. Lin Xueming, who used to be one of the 4 genius seeds of the same first middle school. The Hegemony Guild has really come. After not seeing him for a few days, Lin Xueming had already put on a uniform with the special logo of the Hegemony Guild, and was being surrounded by his former classmates in the center like stars. Looking at the fawning faces, one didn't need to listen to know what they were saying. And at this moment, but suddenly a somewhat sharp voice rang out from behind Xiao Knight's back. Xiao Knight? What are you doing here? Xiao Knight turned his head to look, only to see that the one who spoke was his former deskmate, Lu Ruyan. Only now that she had taken off her school uniform, she had already changed into a more mature and attractive outfit. The upper half of her body was also wearing the uniform of the Hegemony Guild, but the lower half of her body was wearing a pair of extremely short vestments. Underneath the vestment robe, a tight black silk was revealed, causing countless gazes to gather on it. Lu Ruyan's words instantly made Xiao Knight the center of attention among the crowd. Bunches of gazes were immediately thrown at Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight? What's this waste of a profession doing here if he's not staying inside Shangjing City? He can't be trying to enter the new copy as well. That's not a place for a whiteboard profession like him to come. I heard that the other day he had been brushing monsters inside the low-level area and didn't even dare to go to the danger level intermediate area. Ha ha. Does he still think he's that once proud son of heaven? Understandable. People always want to get it back again after losing their halo. Under a bundle of unintentional mocking gazes, Lin Xueming pushed aside the crowd and walked to the side of Lu Ruyan, directly wrapped one hand around Lu Ruyan's shoulder, and looked at Xiao Knight with a provocative gaze. Xiao Knight, you wouldn't have followed Ruyan here, would you? I'm telling you, Ruyan is now my person. In the future you stay away from him. Lin Xueming's overbearing wife protecting remarks immediately caused Lu Ruyan to burst into a fit of shyness, and with a crossed eyebrow angrily motioned Lin Xueming a glance. Xueming, so many people, what are you talking about? The voice was petulant and charming. Listening to Lin Xueming was incomparably flattered. Dotingly looked at Lu Ruyan and said, Don't worry, Ruyan. From now on I will never let him get one step closer to you. However, looking at the sitting and acting duo in front of him, Xiao Knight but really didn't want to be a part of their play. A frown said, Well said, but there is a problem. Ruyan Lu, have I ever approached you before? Chapter 28 Shocking Lin Xueming. The general's tomb copy opened. Lu Ruyan's face suddenly changed. She knew in her own heart that even though in the past when she was in the first middle school in the eyes of many people she and Xiao Knight were as close as if they were a couple, but in fact everything was just an illusion that she had created. In fact, Xiao Knight did not respond to her at all, but even more to her everywhere to be far away. However, from the mouth of Xiao Knight, who had now been reduced to a waste, such words were said, causing her to break her defenses even more. Xiao Knight, I know you don't feel good in your heart for not awakening a good profession. Although we are no longer related now, but considering the fact that we were classmates for a while, if you want compensation in terms of money, I can give it to you. But you must apologize to me. Rian Lu had always been a girl who was very good at acting. However, with just a few words coupled with that pearly, aggrieved expression, it instantly labeled Xiao Knight as a stalker who hated her because of her cynicism, despite the fact that Xiao Knight just said, "Have I ever been close to you before?" The crowd around him all said the same thing. The surrounding crowd, however, were each and every one galvanized by her acting skills and were outraged as they said, "That's right. Xiao Knight, this punk, doesn't look at himself now to see if he's worthy of Rian Lu? Rian Lu is a Class A Fire Elemental Mage. She's the perfect match for Xue Ming. That's right." Especially Lin Xueming looked at Xiao Knight in a shadowy manner and said in a cruel voice, "Xiao Knight, you must apologize to Rian today." Lin Xueming viciously drew the weapon in his hand and, only to see that it was a longsword, from the luster and texture it was at least a gold-level weapon, it seemed that the Hegemony Guild had really treated him well. A layer of frosty fog instantly shrouded the gold-level longsword, which was precisely the natural skill of the S-rank profession Frost Swordsman. Lin Xueming sneered as he looked at Xiao Knight and said, half-threateningly, "Xiao Knight, this isn't Shangjing City anymore. You kneel down and apologize to Ruyan." Behind them, a group of Hegemony's juniors then also fanned the flames one by one, saying, "Bullying your sister-in-law? Xiao Knight, you don't even look at what a waste you are. Brother Xue Ming, waste him." Looking at the seething crowd, each and every one of them made themselves the moral high ground, as if the one who should apologize was really Xiao Knight, while Lin Xueming became the righteous messenger who acted on behalf of the heavens. This was Rian Lu's tactic. It was also Lin Xueming's tactic. Xiao Knight laughed instead of being angry and coldly looked at Lin Xueming and said, "Each and every one of you said that I insulted her. Let's see you say which sentence I insulted her. If you want to commit a crime, why don't you apologize? What if I choose not to apologize?" Xiao Knight's coldness became the greatest provocation in Lin Xueming's eyes. The people behind him were constantly egging him on. "Brother Xue Ming, what's the point of talking to this punk? Dare to insult your sister-in-law? Kill him." Lin Xueming, an S-class professional, had become a god-like existence in the eyes of these people. Perhaps in order to maintain this image of his that was so hard to build up. Lin Xueming made his move. The frost condensation longsword in his hand slashed violently towards Xiao Knight, interspersed with a piece of ranged damage sword chi. "Xiao Knight, this is your own way of seeking death." The distance between the two was only a few steps away, and the condensed frost sword chi suddenly arrived. However, in the next second, a shield with a white tiger pattern attached to it appeared in Xiao Knight's hand. There was a sound of gold and iron clashing. The Tiger Fierce Battle Shield firmly blocked the sword, including the heavenly sword chi that was instantly dispersed. Perfect block. Xiao Knight's strength had already reached 100 points with the addition of the Savage word. Holding the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield in his hand, he didn't retreat a step. Instead, it shocked Lin Xueming's arm and made him stumble. However, before he could stabilize himself, Xiao Knight's thick iron lance in his other hand violently stabbed out, accurately resting on his throat. This scene happened in a matter of seconds. However, the surrounding crowd that was still clamoring just a moment ago were all silent, and everyone was stunned by this scene. S-class professional Lin Xueming's all-out strike was easily resisted by Xiao Knight. It was even directly countered. Making a move without figuring out what weapon your opponent has. "Did I teach you so much in the 3 years of high school for nothing?" Xiao Knight said in a cold and arrogant manner. In an instant, Lin Xueming's heart was once again flooded with the fear of being completely suppressed by Xiao Knight for 3 years in high school. Not only him, but the minds of all the students of the first high school present once again conjured up that genius young man who had ruled over the 3 years of high school like a god. "No! No! It's impossible. You're nothing but a loser now." A scowl erupted on Lin Xueming's somewhat dazed face as he got up and was about to come again. However, right at this moment, the yellow sand underneath the feet of the gathered crowd suddenly began to flow like a giant whirlpool, and all of them were instantly shaken and unsteady on their feet, as what appeared to be the door of a tomb chamber slowly emerged from underneath the yellow sand, and a burst of golden light erupted from the nearby corner of the chamber that was exposed to the yellow sand. attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? An earthquake? Or is it quicksand? It seems like the copy is about to open. Shouldn't there only be one entrance? What's going on here? As the crowd was somewhat flustered, a prompt appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The tomb of General Lolan's tomb copy has opened. Xiao Knight swept his gaze and barged straight into the entrance of one of the chambers. Since the copy had opened, there was no need to waste time with Lin Xueming and the others. The key was to get the one-time only special rewards in the copy. Although Lin Xueming behind him still had a grim expression on his face as he glared sinisterly at the departing Xiao Knight, he quickly calmed down and shouted, "Hegemony's brothers, follow me. The first pass of this copy must be taken." Those other casual teams also woke up and entered the entrance of this Lulan general's tomb one after another. Xiao Knight, who was the first to jump into the entrance, slid down with the passageway and almost came to a place more than 10 meters deep underground before he landed on the ground. Through the vague light, he saw that this underground chamber was extremely spacious and could be described as a heavenly place. Western-style carvings were everywhere, and on top of the walls, various kinds of colorful murals were gradually oxidizing and losing color with the intrusion of air. Xiao Knight raised his eyes and looked, but he saw a treasure chest stained with a lot of dust at the end of a long corridor not far away. The special knowledge and patterns proved that this treasure chest was definitely a special treasure chest in the Lulan General's tomb, and it can only be opened once. First come, first served. However, Xiao Knight did not act rashly, but opened the ultrasonic enemy claim. A high-frequency infrasound wave that could not be heard by humans echoed in the narrow corridor. The results were quickly sent back. Only 3 red dots appeared around Xiao Knight. It seemed that there were 3 other people in the vicinity besides himself. Chapter 29: The Treasure Chest at the end of the corridor. Greed and betrayal. Those 3 people were very close to Xiao Knight's position and had obviously come in from the same chamber entrance as well. As expected, after a few seconds, the sound of footsteps had already come from behind them. A few seconds later, the sound of footsteps came from behind him, and he saw that the 3 people who had rushed here were wearing the same uniform, and all of them had a special symbol on their chests, the Zhonglan Guild. These 3 people were actually from the same guild. They had likewise discovered Xiao Knight in front of them, and a wave of vigilance immediately appeared in the eyes of the 3. Especially when the boy with glasses, who was the leader of the group, also discovered the treasure chest at the end of the distant corridor that shone with a brilliant light. People die for money, birds die for food. The 3 of them immediately exchanged glances, drew the weapons in their hands, and quietly surrounded Xiao Knight. "Brother, this treasure chest is not for you to take. If you are sensible, you should stay away from me. The 3 of us have our eyes on this treasure chest," the leading man with glasses said in a fierce voice. While raising a dagger in his hand that glowed with a cold light, he pointed at Xiao Knight. This person's profession should be an assassin. The other 2 people next to the man with glasses were a mage and a warrior with a sword and shield. Xiao Knight laughed coldly in his heart. The things in the duplicate were originally ownerless things, and the reasoning followed was nothing more than first come first served, or the person with the hardest fist could get it. However, this treasure chest was placed at the end of such a conspicuous corridor. I'm afraid it's not that easy to get it easily. The name of this copy is Lulan General's Tomb. The burial goods in the general's graveyard. Would it be so easy for someone to get their hands on them? Xiao Knight directly sidestepped his body, making way for the path leading to the treasure chest, and gave a gesture to those 3, signaling that he had given way to them. The man with glasses, however, was still glaring at Xiao Knight warily and said, "If you want to get lost, get out of the way. Don't get in the way here." Obviously, they were also afraid that Xiao Knight would sneak up behind them while they were opening the treasure chest. Xiao Knight shrugged his shoulders and he turned around and walked towards the stairs in the other direction. Just now, when he used ultrasonic enemy solicitation, he had already detected the nearby terrain clearly. After walking through this corner staircase, he would be able to go up to the 2nd floor of the platform. From the 2nd floor, they were able to see the situation in the corridor below clearly without realizing it. It was only after Xiao Knight disappeared from their sight that the 3 men with glasses began to move. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Knight hadn't gone far at all, but had quietly touched the top of their heads and was quietly observing them. Only to see that the 3 glasses men did not move forward recklessly, but rather they were quite experienced in letting the only front row warrior walk at the front with his shield up, and this person was not only equipped with a shield but also with the shield. This person was not only equipped with a large and heavy shield, All of his equipment was heavy armor, so it could be said that he was armed to the teeth. The other two were hiding behind him, forming an eagle catching chickens general formation, all the way along the side of the corridor, sticking to the wall, step by step, groping forward. It was quite prudent, only that the leading glasses man as an agile assassin profession should have walked in the forefront to crack the mechanism, but the wise man walked at the end of the team. Only to hear that the warrior who held up a large shield and walked at the forefront suddenly fell into a step under his feet. With a crisp sound of shell ejection, several poisoned arrows immediately shot from both ends of the corridor. The warrior scrambled to raise his shield to resist, and the mage behind him dodged the arrows. The mage behind him was not able to dodge in time, and was hit by an arrow on his leg, panicking him. Wow. Panic? What panic? The man with the glasses behind him kicked him violently and said, "Quickly drink the antidote." The mage man looked at his blood bar that was constantly being cut down, and hurriedly rummaged through his backpack to find a bottle of antidote, and tilted his head back and poured it down. Only then did he stop the toxin effect in time. However, right at this moment, the marble slabs of the corridor in front of them suddenly fell off inch by inch. The warrior who was walking at the front of the corridor fell down unsteadily as his feet became empty. Looking down at the rows of traps covered with spikes, fortunately that warrior reacted quickly and grabbed the floor behind him with both hands.
Li Xiang.
"Be careful." The mage man behind them hurriedly reached out and grabbed the warrior's arm. At this time, they were only a few meters away from the treasure chest at the end of the corridor. However, the man with the glasses who was originally walking at the end of the corridor did not reach out to save his companion. Instead, he jumped over the trap, towards the treasure chest at the end of the corridor, his eyes filled with greed. "Brothers, I'll go and take a look at the contents of this treasure chest for you first." The treasure chest at the end of the corridor was extraordinary at first glance, and it was highly likely that it would open up gold level or higher equipment and weapons. In front of the temptation of this kind of treasure, this spectacled man obviously abandoned his brotherhood and teammates. "Wang Tong, you come back here." That mage profession instantly cursed. With his strength alone, it was difficult to pull up that warrior Li Xiang who was covered in heavy armor. Li Xiang, who was grasping the edge with both hands, was on the verge of exhaustion. His eyes were red with urgency, but his heavy armor had become the biggest drag on him. Just at this moment, a rope but suddenly from the corridor above hanging down, just fell in this warrior Li Xiang's hand. The two of them looked up and saw that it was Shao Knight who had left under false pretenses earlier. Shao Knight fixed the rope on the railing above the platform while saying to them in a cold voice, "Take off your shield and armor. Whether you want your life or your equipment, your choice." When warrior Li Xiang heard this, he looked down at the sharp spiked traps underneath his feet, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly threw down the dozens of pounds of shield in his hand, and half of the equipment on his body was directly taken off. Pulling the rope with one hand, he managed to climb up with the help of his mage teammate Zhang Wei. And on the other side, Wang Tong, the man with glasses who had jumped over the trap early, had already walked to the treasure chest with a face full of ecstasy. Without hesitation, he pulled out a set of lock-picking tools from his backpack and skillfully unlocked the treasure chest. Unlocking was a specialty belonging to the assassin profession. "Wang Tong, you're going to die a horrible death." Li Xiang, who had just escaped from death, cursed at Wang Tong. "I was really blind to team up with you." Zhang Wei, another mage teammate, cursed with the same indignation. However, this kind of behavior of abandoning teammates in front of great benefits had long been a rare and common occurrence in this world. "Don't worry, it's not that simple." Shao Knight, on the other hand, said in a cold voice. Being on top of the platform on the second floor, he could see clearly that there was an extremely obscure teleportation array hidden behind the treasure chest at the end of that corridor. If his guess was right, if he guessed correctly, the condition to activate this teleportation array was to open the treasure chest. Wang Tong, who was squatting in front of the treasure chest with a greedy face, was completely unaware of this. In his hands, the lock-opening tool was constantly pounding, and he was sweating profusely as he tried his best to open the lock on the treasure chest. Chapter 30. The Man Who Makes Himself a Man. Unlivable. Wang Tong's profession was a C-rank assassin. Ever since he had awakened to this profession, he had invested almost all of his family's wealth in the skill of lock-picking, only hoping that one day he would be able to soar to the heavens by relying on the special treasure chests in the duplicates. And now this dream-like opportunity is right in front of him. Greed and desire made him overlook the teleportation array that was revealed underneath the treasure chest. What kind of brothers and teammates? Is it comparable to a piece of gold-level equipment? Wang Tong's eyes were glistening, and his mouth was indistinctly chanting as the lock-picking skill in his hand kept fiddling with it, and just a little bit closer. Almost. Finally, with a crisp sound, the treasure chest in front of him opened. Inside was a flash of golden light. Lay a ring of ancient shape, a golden artifact, and it was an extremely precious jewelry equipment. Even if it was directly sold in the black market, it was enough to earn him hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. The ecstatic Wang Tong couldn't help but reach out for it. However, the moment he reached into the treasure chest, the teleportation array underneath the treasure chest was suddenly triggered and sucked him into the treasure chest in an instant. Sucked him in a flash. What's going on? Wang Tong was instantly shocked and panicked. Yet half of his body had already been sucked into the teleportation array. In the next second, the entire person was suddenly back on top of the spike trap at the center of the square corridor. The end point of the teleportation array was right here, and so, a dramatic scene occurred. Wang Tong, who had been the first one to get in, was now hovering over the trap, with only one hand gripping the edge of it. Coincidentally is just his teammate Li Xiang almost died position. Save! Quickly save me. Wang Tong only had one hand left to grab the edge of the trap, and his feet kept stomping on the wall there. But the smooth trap didn't allow him to borrow any force at all.
Li Xiang, Zhang Bai.
Quickly! Pull me up! Wang Tong anxiously shouted. However, the only thing that responded to him were two cold gazes. The two former teammates had already seen through his true colors. Especially that Li Xiang, who had thrown away all his equipment before escaping to heaven. At this moment, he was not more than a step away from Wang Tong, yet he just stood there looking at him coldly. Quickly save me, brothers. I just wanted to take a look at the contents of the treasure chest for you guys first, and I'll be right back to pull your... The oily Wang Tong hurriedly explained. However, Li Xiang sneered and said, Don't need you to pull it. Wang Tong, you scumbag. Seek your own fortune. Let's go. Li Xiang reached out and pulled his teammate Zhang Wei next to him and twisted his head to leave. And before he left, he also looked up and gratefully glanced at Xiao Knight on top of the second-floor platform, arching his hand and saying, This brother, a great favor is not appreciated. I've already run out of equipment, and staying in the copy is equal to looking for death, so I'll go out first. My name is Li Xiang. I'll definitely treat you to dinner when I return to Shangjing City. After saying that, the two of them turned their heads and left, leaving that Wang Tong alone to pick at the trap to fend for himself. Rope! Rope! Wang Tong instantly remembered the rope that Xiao Knight had just put down from the second-floor platform and hurriedly turned his head around to look for it. However, he didn't want to realize that Xiao Knight had already put away the piece of rope that he had just put away. At this time, he wrapped it around his arm and swung it violently like a swing through the railing, landing at the treasure chest at the end of the corridor. At this time, the treasure box below the transmission array has been destroyed, obviously a one-time array. And in the treasure box, a ring with golden light and ancient shape was lying there quietly. Thanks for scouting the way for me. Xiao Knight gently picked up the ring in the treasure chest and directly equipped it. The attributes of the ring immediately appeared in front of Xiao Knight as well. Jade Hidden Ring. Grade, Gold Artifact. Level Requirement, Level 20. Introduction. The collection of the Lulan General's family, made from the unique jade of the Lulan country, crystal clear. After wearing it, it has a refreshing effect, and it is also the key to open the General's tomb. Attributes. Spirit, plus 50. Strength, plus 50. Additional phrase. Divine Clarity Stun Resistance increased by 35%. It really is a golden artifact. Xiao Knight put the jade hidden ring on his hand and raised his hand to show it from afar towards Wang Tong, who was lying in the trap. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, brother, for scouting the way for me. That Wang Tong, who only had one hand left to stake on the edge of the trap, immediately glared at Xiao Knight with eyes full of redness and urgency and hatred. Damn it! This Wang Tong hadn't finished his words yet, but then he forced a smile out of his face and said to Xiao Knight in a nice voice, saying, This brother, since you've already taken the equipment, can you raise your hand and save my life? I, Wang Tong, will definitely repay you after I get out. Xiao Knight raised his eyebrows. This Wang Tong was really capable of giving and taking, and he changed his face so quickly when it was a matter of life and death. This heart mechanism could be called terrifying. Xiao Knight shook his head with a smile and said in a cold voice, "If you had just scolded me fiercely, maybe I would have thought that you were a straight person and would have given you a hand. But you even disregarded the lives of your own teammates for a treasure chest, and now, in order to stay alive, you can give up your gold-level equipment to me. If I really pull you up, I'm afraid that you'll flip your face faster than a book and turn your head to give me a knife, right?" Wang Tong's face suddenly changed. The coquettish words of the previous moment had turned into a bitter plea that, "Brothers, everyone isn't awakened in Shangjing City. Save my life. I won't be able to hold on any longer, please." After Xiao Knight got the jade hidden ring, he once again pulled the rope hanging above the platform and swung to the entrance of the corridor. Looking at Wang Tong, who had only one hand left to pick at the bottom of his feet and begged bitterly, Xiao Knight took a deep breath and slowly walked forward, just about to reach out to pull him. However, he saw that Wang Tong's eyes snapped, and the dagger in his other hand violently stabbed towards Xiao Knight. However, with the sound of gold and iron colliding, the dagger in his hand was firmly blocked on top of a shield with a white tiger pattern. Xiao Knight smiled coldly. He had expected this deception. Wang Tong was an agile professional, and the leather armor he was wearing didn't weigh much. With his awakened professional's attributes, he could have peeled up his other hand and escaped with his life a long time ago. However, he had been using only one hand to hang on the wall of the trap, while the other hand was hidden in his clothes. I'm afraid that when he had just been sucked into the trap by the teleportation array in the treasure chest, he had already come up with this poisonous plan. Waiting for Xiao Knight to walk to him, suddenly rise up and kill Xiao Knight, will be the treasure box in the gold-level ring back. However, the scheme in his heart had already been seen through by Xiao Knight. As that violent strike was blocked by the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield, Xiao Knight viciously kicked him to the ground. Xiao Knight viciously kicked him down.
No.
No! Wang Tong let out a wail, his eyes full of unwillingness before he died. However, the root spikes under the trap directly penetrated his body. 1,500! 1,500! As one huge damage number exploded out, Wang Tong had been completely reduced to a corpse. However, the next scene. However, Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but narrow his eyes in shock, because he saw that from Wang Tong's corpse, a little bit of payfire unexpectedly floated up a little bit of payload. It was exactly the same as the payflame floating on the corpse of the monster that he had killed. A line of reminder that caused Xiao Knight to shudder appeared in front of his eyes. Do you want to sacrifice the human professional Wang Tong's fire? Chapter 31 Witchcraft. 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis. Human professionals would leave behind a payload even after being killed. Xiao Knight couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. This was not only a groundbreaking discovery, but also a challenge to Xiao Knight's morality of also being a human. If human professionals could likewise be sacrificed, then was it possible to do whatever it took to become stronger? Whether or not to sacrifice the human professional Wang Tong's salary. Looking at this prompt that surfaced before his eyes, Xiao Knight chose to confirm after hesitating for a moment. He was not a saintly mother. Some people should be killed, and after killing them, their value should be utilized to the extreme. As the salary flame in the trap floated and emerged, it dissipated on Xiao Knight's body. A line of hints also appeared. Professional Wang Tong's salary flame sacrifice is successful. Acquired skill lockpicking a rank. I didn't expect a C-ranked professional assassin Wang Tong to have an A-rank lockpicking skill. Looks like he spent a lot of money on it. No wonder the treasure chest at the end of the corridor did not look like an ordinary treasure chest. But Wang Tong had unlocked it in just a few minutes. But now this assassin profession exclusive locksmith specialization, but in the hands of Xiao Knight for nothing. This lock-picking skill was a must-have for team copies, and was one of the key values of the assassin and thief professions. Now, it had just become a big help for lone wolf Xiao Knight. After leaving this corridor, Xiao Knight once again looked around and confirmed that there were no other treasure chests or obtainable items. After confirming that there were no other treasure chests or obtainable items, it was time to move on to the depths of the Lulan General's tomb. The jade hidden ring that was obtained from the treasure chest was written in the introduction that this ring was also the key to unlocking an important organ in the General's tomb, but it was unknown what it was actually referring to. I just don't know what it refers to. However, this copy of the General's tomb is like a whole underground palace. Even if thousands of professionals flooded into it, they would not be able to explore every corner of it in a short period of time. What's more, in addition to the heavy organs in the tomb, the monsters guarding the tomb are also the same. The monsters guarding the chamber were likewise a drag for these professionals. Not long after Shao Knight left the corridor, he once again found a group of professionals in the surroundings through his ultrasonic enemy detection, and they seemed to have encountered the general's tomb. And they seemed to have encountered the monsters in the general's chamber. And the sounds of the group fighting reached Shao Knight's ears. Shao Knight searched for the sound and quietly went there, only to see that this team of professionals was breaking into the side hall of a chamber. There were a total of 5 people in the team, ranging from front row outputs to healing and support professions, and they were fighting a kind of millipede-like monster with good coordination. 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis. Level 25. Introduction. A creature that looks like a human but not a human. After falling into the Lulan general's captivity, it has become the guardian of the general's tomb by the special method of witchcraft level 25. This 1,000-legged soldier chrysalis was like a giant monstrous insect. Standing upright, it was as tall as a man and looked scalp-numbing. However, with the tacit cooperation of this team of professionals, even against 2 soldier nymphs at the same time, they were not at all unruffled. It seemed like a team of long-term professionals had chosen to use these 1,000-legged soldier nymphs as their target for leveling. At this time, this team of professionals also saw Shao Knight, and the leader of the team, a warrior, greeted Shao Knight from afar and said, "Brother, be careful. There are monsters like this further on." Shao Knight also arched his hand and said, "Thanks for the reminder." In fact, the other professions encountered in the duplicates were not all treacherous self-interested people like Wang Tong. Most of them would kindly remind or help the strangers they encountered. Passing through this one side hall, the tomb passage further on was also littered with a single wandering 1,000-foot soldier nymph. In fact, Shao Knight's target was also this 1,000-foot soldier nymph. I wonder what words are on the guardian monsters in this kind of uncomfortable-looking chamber? Shao Knight raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand and walked straight towards the dark tomb passage. The team of professionals who were still in the middle of the side hall were also a bit shocked when they saw this scene, and the team immediately yelled, "Captain, how did that guy charge in alone? This is too chaotic." The captain, who had just opened his mouth to remind Shao Knight, watched as Shao Knight rushed into the tomb alone and said, after observing for a while, "That person doesn't look like a risk-taker, and that shield in his hand should be at least a gold weapon. It should have the certainty of being able to single-brush the 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis. It's estimated to be at least an A-ranked professional.
No wonder.
It looks like we've met a big brother." At this moment, the captain of this professionist squad also spoke to the priest girl behind him, saying, "Snowy, put a buff on him." The girl wearing a priest's robe, who was protected in the center of the team, swung her staff. A white light from afar landed on Xiao Ye's body. "You have received the Song of Praise bonus from Profession Lishuer Shelter of Light. For the duration, the damage received from specters is reduced by 20%. Shao Knight froze. Although it wasn't a particularly powerful buff bonus, it allowed him to feel the goodwill from this unfamiliar team of professionals. "Thanks a lot." Shao Knight once again turned around and waved his hand at that team of occupiers and said thanks. The captain of that occupier squad also gave a slight nod and turned around to lead his team to open the next 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis and continue their leveling. After parting ways with this professional squad that had met in passing for this reason, Shao Knight also spotted a single 1,000-footed soldier nymph, not far from the tomb passage ahead of him. "Come on. Let's see what you guys are capable of." Shao Knight stepped forward with his Tiger Fierce battle shield in one hand, and the thick iron lance in his other hand stabbed straight over. The 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis likewise discovered Shao Knight as an uninvited guest, and the tentacle-like limbs all over its body wriggled crazily, emitting a jejia sound of armor collision as it crawled over towards Shao Knight. Shao Knight stabbed out with his gun, but clearly felt the obstruction coming from the tip of the gun. 135. A random damage figure burst out, but it was much lower than Shao Knight expected. By means of the dim light Shao Knight also saw clearly, it turned out that this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis limbs, but there is a set of armor as long as in the flesh in general became its most sturdy protection. This layer of Shao Knight stabbed precisely on top of one of the scales, and was even blocked off half of the damage. Scale armor in flesh? Shao Knight couldn't help but remember that this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis was a monster made by the Lulan people using the witchcraft technique, and was sealed in this tomb to guard the tomb for the Lulan general forever. It seems that the ancient Lulan people's methods are really chilling. Chapter 32. Weak point damage. The professional squad was shocked. Immediately after, that thousand-legged soldier nymph's counterattack came swiftly, only to see this big bug raise its upper body high, and its centipede-like limbs, each of which had barbs on top, grabbed at Xiao Knight like a storm. It grabbed at Xiao Knight like a storm. Fortunately, Xiao Knight reacted in time, and his tiger fierce battle shield steadily blocked in front of his body. In the narrow passageway, there was an ear-piercing sound of claws grinding on metal, although the damage was all resisted by the shield. At the same time, a wisp of black gas suddenly poured out from the limb barbs of that thousand-legged soldier chrysalis and spread out in front of Xiao Knight like smoke. Is it poison? Xiao Knight had already held his breath in his heart, and then a damage suddenly appeared on his body. The Spectre damage, 34. Spectre. Xiao Knight instantly narrowed his eyes. No wonder that priest girl had just purposely added a shelter of light buff to herself before saying goodbye. It turned out that these 1,000-foot soldier nymphs actually came with special spectral damage. Ghost damage was a kind of damage unique to undead monsters. With the attribute of ignoring physical defense, it was also one of the most headache-inducing types of monsters. However, it was fortunate that this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis only had a hint of the spectral attribute attached to it, and not all of it was that tricky spectral damage. With Xiao Knight's current blood value, coupled with the 5-fold recovery bonus of the S-rank talent, photosynthesis recovery, it was enough to ignore the 30-odd points of psionic damage. Xiao Knight immediately stood his tiger fierce battle shield in front of his chest. The thick iron lance in his other hand viciously stabbed forward. Ghost Fire Toxin was immediately activated. Ghost-type monsters inherently ignored toxin effects, but this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis was at best half ghost-type, half creature-type, and could not escape burning damage. At the very least, burning damage could not be escaped. The lance with the Ghost Fire Toxin immediately ignited the surface of this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis. Burning damage, 39. Burning damage, 39. At the same time as the burning damage burst out, Xiao Knight also did not stop his lance. Xiao Knight also did not stop the output of the lance in his hand. With the light of the fire on this monster, Xiao Knight also looked carefully. It turned out that the armor in the monster's flesh was not completely wrapped around every corner of the body. Rather, it is just like a path of scales, and there is a gap between each piece of armor. If you can attack into these gaps, one would be able to ignore the defense of the armor in the flesh. The lance in Xiao Knight's hand stabbed out, accurately stabbing into the gaps between the scales. As expected, this time, there was no obvious obstruction. And a huge damage was dealt by the lance. 319. It was really weak damage. Xiao Knight, who had found the doorway, directly turned on beast blood boiling. The damage and output ability increased once again. 475. 481. One by one, damage that was several times higher than before burst out. Within just 2 minutes, more than half of the blood of this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis had been knocked out. This kind of monster made by witchcraft didn't seem to have any feelings. Even though its blood level had already reached the bottom, it was still in that numb state. It seemed to only attack the intruder one way or another, as another of its lunges was firmly blocked by the Tiger Fierce battle shield in Xiao Knight's hand. The Xiao Knight's lance in his other hand blatantly stabbed out. A large amount of damage instantly resulted in its last blood bar. 629. This was the effect after stacking the blocking counterattack damage bonus. As a strand of experience pooled into Xiao Knight's body, a strand of payload similarly surfaced on the corpse of this 1,000-footed soldier chrysalis. Sacrifice the 1,000-footed soldier chrysalis salary flame. Xiao Knight decisively sacrificed. This kind of bizarre creature that shouldn't have appeared in the world in the first place, and had been like a walking corpse in this Lulon general's tomb for hundreds of years, should have long since dissipated into the world. The fire of the 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis has been successfully sacrificed. Fire +1. Sacrificing just 1,000-footed soldier chrysalis really wasn't that easy to pop out its words. Xiao Knight continued to walk deeper down the tomb passage, and under the dim light, at least 7 or 8 more were visible crawling in the tomb passage in front of him. Xiao Knight gripped the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand and continued forward. With his current attributes and strength, facing 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis at a time could be said to be easy. Even if he faced multiple 1,000-foot soldier nymphs, as long as he wasn't caught in a back-and-forth attack, it wouldn't be a problem. Killing along the way. In the narrow and dark tomb passage, the corpses of 1,000-foot soldier nymph were left behind. On the other side, The team of professionals that had cleared all the 1,000-foot soldier nymphs in the side hall also chose to continue to the depths of the tomb. Captain, should we take this tomb passage as well? Lin Fei, the archer among the team, immediately pointed at the tomb passage that Xiao Knight had left earlier and said, "We might even be able to catch up with the person we just met. That guy shouldn't be able to walk too far alone. In case something happens, we can also help out." Captain Hong Liang also nodded his head in acquiescence, although he could also see that the strength of that person just now was definitely not ordinary. But in his heart, he felt that even if he was no matter how strong he was, it would still take a lot of effort to kill the 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis with just one person. "Let's go. If we run into him, we can also let him join our team temporarily," Hong Liang said in a deep voice, while leading the team into the tomb passage. "Old rules. I'll go at the front. Lin Fei, Li Yang follow me. Xiao Shui go in the very center. Chan Song you break the back." The two warrior professions were one in front and one behind, with the main output and priest protecting the very center. However, without taking a few steps, Hong Liang saw the corpse of a 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis collapsed in the middle of the tomb passage. This guy can really kill a 1,000-foot soldier nymph alone. Hong Liang couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. Although he, a front-row warrior, could also withstand the attacks of the 1,000-foot soldier nymphs, it was almost impossible to penetrate the 1,000-foot soldier nymph's thick armor of flesh with his output alone. One had to rely on the output of the archers and mage professions in the team. That fellow actually had such a high output ability all by himself. Yet this was just the beginning. Before he could take a few more steps, Hong Liang, who was at the front, discovered the corpse of a second 1,000-foot soldier nymph. "Lin Fei, how much time did it take for us to just kill a 1,000-foot soldier nymph?" Hong Liang instantly asked, somewhat incredulously. Archer Lin Fei was similarly wide-eyed as he replied, "Captain, with the 5 of us outputting together, killing a 1,000-foot soldier nymph would also take at least 10 minutes. This guy actually killed 2 already?" And as the tomb passage gradually went deeper and deeper, the corpse of a 1,000-foot soldier nymph once again appeared in front of their eyes. As the team's number 1 output archer, Lin Fei's worldview had collapsed a bit. "Captain, what kind of monster was that guy just now? It's only been less than an hour. That guy has already killed at least a dozen 1,000-foot soldier nymphs. Is his output alone higher than our entire team combined?" Captain Hong Liang, on the other hand, was also filled with disbelief. Raising the searchlight in his hand, he carefully observed the corpse of the 1,000-foot soldier nymph on that ground. That guy seems to have the means of a burning attack. But the burning attack alone definitely doesn't have such a high output. Could it be that he's an S-class professional? But aren't there only a few S-ranked professionals in Shangjing City? It's really strange. Chapter 33 Please. Save them. Hong Liang's occupation was a C-rank occupation, heavy armor warrior. Among all the ranks of professions, it was only one level higher than the lowest D-ranked profession, and belonged to the category of being able to struggle on the edge between relying on a professional to beg for a bite to eat and giving up on a professional to become an ordinary person. However, this did not diminish Hong Liang's passion to become a professional. His dream since he was a child was to form a team of professionals. After an exhausting day of exploring copies and slaying monsters, he would return to Shangjing City and enjoy a refreshing beer in a tavern. His passionate and righteous behavior is his greatest strength. Because of this, he was able to become the leader of this team of professionals as a C-rank professional. In the squad of 5, apart from the main output archer Lin Fei, who was a B-ranked professional, the other priests Lai Shuer and the mages were all B-ranked professionals. The other priest Li Shuer, mage Li Yang and berserker Chun Song were all C-rank professions as well. They were all gathered together because of their captain, Hong Liang. Every day they diligently practiced teamwork, and as the understanding between each other became higher and higher, they gradually became a team that could earn a living from the loot in the duplicates. As the captain of the team, Hong Liang was very pleased, but also more and more energetic. Walking in the tomb, opened his mouth and joked to Lin Fei behind him. "Fei, when we've accomplished our goal for today, let's go to a tavern together and have a drink. Aren't you already 18 years old? It's time to learn how to drink. I heard that you have a crush on the girl at the jewelry store. Let your Tsong brother give you an idea tonight." Lin Fei, who was the youngest and shy by nature, was immediately embarrassed, and before he could say anything, Priest Li Shuer, who was in the team, complained, "Captain, you guys can't bring Fei down. Ha ha ha." Chun Song, the berserker who was walking at the very back, also laughed out loud and said, That's right. Little Fei, let brother teach you a few moves. Mage Liang, on the other hand, was relentless in his dismantling of the situation, saying, You listen to Chan Song? He himself has been dumped how many times have? Who said I was dumped? Ha ha ha. The entire dark and narrow tomb passage was suddenly filled with a burst of laughter as they snickered at each other. Although Lin Fei's face was red, the corners of his mouth carried a hint of a smile. He loved this atmosphere. Under the leadership of Captain Big Brother Hong Liang, everyone was like a family. Lin Fei twisted his head around and smiled at the defeated brother Chan Song at the tail end of the group. And, suddenly, the archer profession gave him a unique acumen, but it allowed him to see what seemed to be a shadow moving behind Chan Song's back. Brother Song, be careful behind you, Lin Fei shouted in a hurry, yet it was already too late. He witnessed the expression on Chan Song's face, who was still looking at him and smiling, gradually stiffen, and then a ghostly black dagger passed through his chest. 993. A huge damage figure exploded out from Chan Song's body, and as a berserker, his bloodstain almost instantly changed to just a sliver. At this moment, the captain, Hong Liang, who was walking in front of him, turned his head when he heard Lin Fei's shriek, and just happened to see this gruesome scene. Priest Lai Shuer, who was right next to Chan Song, was so frightened that she hurriedly raised the staff in her hand and put a healing spell on Chan Song. Plus 500. Chan Song's blood stripe had just rebounded by a hair. Suddenly, 2 more black slashes of light flashed across his body, and 2 consecutive damage numbers burst out. 753. 753. 753. 719. The blood that had just been healed, along with his last sliver of blood, were all emptied in an instant. Chan Song was dead. He didn't even have time to turn around to see who the owner of the black dagger in his chest was. He just fell to the ground like a puppet with broken strings. Who? Witnessing this with his own eyes, Lin Fei was shocked and horrified. His trembling hand bent his bow and arrow, then shot towards the black shadow behind Chan Song. However, it shot blankly. The black shadow that had killed Chan Song had once again disappeared in the darkness of the tomb. Who is it? As the captain of the team, Hong Liang saw his team members suddenly die in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but hiss and roar. While doing so, he raised the shield in his hand and rushed over to protect the fallen Chan Song.
Chen Kong. Chen Kong.
However, Chan Song's face had already stiffened, blood dripping from above his chest, and he had long since lost his breath. This knife had directly pierced through his heart. Lin Fei, lighting arrow.
On Liang Roar d'Angrilly.
Having been stunned silly long ago, Lin Fei then hurriedly shot a feather of an arrow with light towards the middle of the tomb passage behind him. The white light immediately illuminated the entire tomb passage as if it was daytime, and, however, no trace could be seen. At that moment, a black shadow jumped down from the ceiling of the tomb like a ghost. This time, his target was the only healing priest in the team, Li Shuer. The black knife dagger hidden in the shadows stabbed towards Li Shuer's back. Snowy, be careful. Liang, who was watching, fiercely pulled Shuer, and then smashed an explosive inflammation spell in his hand, and a fireball with explosive inflammation was launched at the back of Shuer's head. The fireball burning with explosive inflammation exploded on the black shadow's body, but it exploded with a number that made him somewhat desperate. 315. 315. His most proud of output means in such a close distance but only hit such a low damage. The black shadow that had taken a hit seemed to be a bit enraged at being thwarted in his plans, and turned his head and stabbed the dagger in his hand between Li Yang's chest. Feeling the stabbing pain between his chest, Li Yang saw a miserable white face underneath that black shadow smiling grimly at himself. And, hey, it's the same to kill you. With that, a huge damage burst out on himself. The 1332. As a cloth-robed mage, he couldn't resist such high damage. That black shadow struck with a single blow and disappeared into the crowd's line of sight once again. Li Yang also died. Before dying, he left a sentence that, "The captain is a human professional." Hong Liang's eyes were so wide that they were about to crack open, and his brain roared with a, in a few short seconds. Chan Song was dead, and Li Yang was also dead. Anger surged to his head, but there was more than a hint of fear and panic in his heart. He rushed over like a madman. The long sword in his hand swung wildly but struck a blank. Who are you? Why? You come out, come out. However, at this time, that former hidden black shadow, however, seemed as if he was tired of playing with it, and slowly manifested in front of him. That was a boy with a pair of triangular eyes and a white, quiet face, and from the looks of it, his age seemed to be just as old as Lin Fei. The black dagger in his hand confirmed his profession: assassin. The boy looked at the shocked and panicked Hong Liang trio playfully as if he were looking at prey, then smiled shadily and said, "Why? Of course it's because you guys are nothing more than a bunch of C-rank waste professions, while I'm a rank. If I want to kill you guys, I will also kill you." Hong Liang's face was grim, but a wave of fear welled up in his heart. The strength of an ranked professional assassin was surprisingly so terrifying. They were now left with only 3 people, not opponents. Not a match at all. Xiao Shui, Lin Fei, run. Hong Liang roared violently, and his entire body, like an angry bull, raised his shield and pounced fiercely towards the man.
Abandoning ou l'offensive technique.
He only wanted to use the most primitive means to be able to delay a little more time. "Captain!" Lai Shui shouted out of breath. Lin Fei, however, snapped out of it, remembering what Captain Hong Liang had once told them about what they should do once they encountered the most critical situation. He pulled Li Shuer with all his might and fled like mad in the direction of the deeper part of the tomb passage. There was still one more person in front of them that might be able to save their lives. Deep within the tomb passage, a gigantic 1,000-legged soldier nymph slowly collapsed, and Xiao Yi skillfully pulled out the lance from its body, and a beam of ghostly pay fire immediately surfaced above the corpse of that soldier nymph, which was a little bit stronger than all those soldier nymphs earlier on. This fellow seemed to be an elite leader. Sacrifice the pay flame of a 1,000-legged soldier nymph. Xiao Knight lightly guided the tip of his spear towards that pay flame, and finally a pleasant voice resounded in his ears. 1,000-foot soldier Chrysalis Centurion's salary flame successfully sacrificed. Gained the talent phrase Spectral Grievance Grade A. Finally got it. Xiao Knight didn't have time to check out this new phrase in detail, but a burst of panicked and messy footsteps came from the middle of the tomb passage behind him. Xiao Knight turned around vigilantly. He saw that the person coming was the priestess Lai Shui from the team of professionals that he had just encountered. The girl's steps were staggering and panicked. Her white robe was stained with mud and dirt. Her delicate face was filled with tears, and after seeing Xiao Knight, Li Shui directly fell to her knees at his feet and said, "Please, save them." Chapter 34: The Playful Hunt. Who is the prey? Xiao Knight's brows furrowed into knots as he, putting away his shield, he freed his hands to help up the priest girl who had once given him the shelter of light and asked, "What exactly happened?" Looking at this Li Shui's appearance, she was afraid that something big had happened. "Help! Brother Chun Song is dead. Li Yang is also dead." Li Shui's face was filled with panic, and the words coming out from inside her mouth were already incoherent. A pair of eyes drenched in tears were filled with sorrow and despair. The captain stopped him and told me and Fei to run. Fei was also caught up by him. "Please, save them, please." Li Shui, who had already been helped up by Xiao Knight, once again fell to her knees and begged. From these messy words of hers, Xiao Knight also keenly pieced together the truth of the matter. According to the style of this team of professionals of theirs, they would never risk touching some monsters that could lead to the annihilation of the group. Then the only possibility was that there was a human professional hunting them, and in that not-so-short period of time, he had already killed 2 of her teammates. He should be at least an A-class professional. To be able to strike in the middle of a dark tomb passage, one would most likely be an assassin-type profession. Xiao Knight once again picked up Li Shuer, who was kneeling on the ground, and only said one sentence, "Take me there." Xiao Knight, who had just stepped back into the middle of the tomb passage, had his ultrasonic enemy claim directly opened, only to see that in the middle of the tomb passage, there were really 2 red dots next to each other that seemed to be entangled in a fight. If one of them was Lin Fei, who Li Shuer said was caught up by him, then the other one that was moving extremely fast should be that huntress, with such a high agility value. It was also the first time Xiao Knight had seen it since the awakening ceremony. "He's an assassin, right?" Xiao Knight asked as he hurried. Lai Shui, who was still a lost soul of grief and despair at this time, but also stared and tried to recall the scene that had just happened, said that after he killed Brother Tsong, he disappeared all of a sudden, Lin Fei couldn't even find him with his illuminating arrows. Just now Lin Fei was also killed by him in a flash. Sure enough, it was an assassin profession. Xiao Knight's heart instantly had a number. The steps under his feet also turned on water-calling steps, and his movement speed skyrocketed. At the same time, he didn't dare to leave Li Shuer, a priest profession with no self-protection ability, alone at the back. He could only let her follow him and stay within his field of vision at all times. When Xiao Knight returned to the tomb passage he came from, he saw that Lin Fei, whom Li Shuer had mentioned, was already leaning against the wall, covered in wounds, with only one blood bar left on his head. There was only a sliver of blood left on his head, but it had not been depleted yet. At this moment, he was raising his bow and arrow in his hand with fear in his eyes, aimlessly aiming at the surrounding area. That person was teasing Lin Fei. It was like playing with a prey that was in complete control. Xiao Knight and Li Shuer's appearance, however, caused that person to slowly reveal himself in the tomb passage. On a rather white face, a pair of hanging eyes looked at Xiao Knight and Li Shuer with interest, and the indifference in his eyes was just as cold as the indifference in his eyes. The indifference in his eyes was like looking at prey. Yo, you even found a helper? It just so happens that killing is not enjoyable. Seeing the dying Lin Fei, Li Shuer completely collapsed and wanted to run over like a madman, but was grabbed by Xiao Knight's arm. Lin Fei, how are you? Li Shuer cried out. Lin Fei in the distance shouted hoarsely, Xiao Shuer, don't come over. Quickly run. You run. Xiao Knight raised the lance in his hand and shielded Li Shuer behind him while he said to her in a hushed voice that, don't go over if you want to save him. From the man's words and expression, Xiao Knight had already seen through his mind that what he wanted was to play around with ordinary hunting. Ordinary killing had long since lost his interest, or else he wouldn't have taken the initiative to reveal himself just now. If Li Shuer had run over, he would have killed Li Shuer first in front of Lin Fei. It looks like you're also a new awakened, right? Xiao Knight then suddenly opened his mouth and asked, what kind of grudge do you have against them? Is it necessary to drive them to extinction like this? Only to see that the person seemed to have heard something funny as a maniacal smile appeared on his pale face. Feud? There is no such thing as a grudge. Killing you all purely because I wanted to. The awakening ceremony destined us to not be of the same class. The higher-ups deserve to have everything. You bottom-level waste professions have to be ready to be killed at any time. Hearing these maniacal and inhuman words, Xiao Knight, however, suddenly laughed and skimmed his mouth, saying, what kind of person did I think it was? It turns out to be a complete mental illness. I only asked you one sentence, but you preached so much to me. Looks like it's nothing more than a pitiful person, nah. The smile on that person's face suddenly slowly solidified, and a pair of dangling eyes stared fiercely at Xiao Knight as he laughed and said, what a smooth talker. Such a gutsy prey can't be seen often. I hope you'll still be this articulate later. The man smiled grimly as he looked at Xiao Knight, and his figure slowly dived into the shadows, disappearing within Xiao Knight's line of sight. Seeing this scene, Li Shuer grabbed Xiao Knight's arm in shock, but she heard Xiao Knight whisper to her, saying, listen to my instructions in a moment. When I say run, you go save your companions. Li Shuer was a little scared yet still nodded. Actually, Xiao Knight had just said so much to that person, but only to wait for the cooldown time of the ultrasonic solitaire. What that person was relying on to conceal his figure was inevitably the assassin-type profession's exclusive skill, sneaking, and the only way to detect his position was to rely on ultrasonic enemy solicitation. The cooldown time of ultrasonic enemy detection was 3 minutes, and Xiao Knight had already used it once earlier when he had just returned to the tomb. The party had gone through a lot of trouble, and now the cooldown had finished. However, the time to use it was not now, as the means to detect stealth was only once. Xiao Knight protected Li Shuer with one hand and held his gun in the other. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the direction where that person had just disappeared, which was almost 30 meters or so from Xiao Knight's current position. Estimating with the agility value of at least an A-ranked professional, it would only take almost 5 seconds or even faster. But it was never that simple to come straight from the front. The person in the sneaking state was like a fish out of water in this dimly lit tomb passage, and could not be detected with the naked eye alone. And the floor of the tomb is bare marble. There is no trace. The invisible enemy is the most frightening. This was the mindset of that person who wanted to toy with Xiao Knight. A tiny stone was suddenly thrown out of the shadow and landed at Xiao Knight's feet. And Xiao Knight's reaction was indeed as he expected, holding his spear. He hurriedly changed his direction with vigilance and, as if he was a headless fly panicking. Then came another stone. Li Shuer, who was hiding behind Xiao Knight, tensed her nerves and almost cried out in fear. And right at this moment, but he heard Xiao Knight suddenly whisper, "Run!" Li Shuer clenched her teeth and ran towards Lin Fei regardless of everything. Almost at the same time, in the dark shadows, a ghostly black dagger suddenly emerged and ruthlessly stabbed towards Xiao Ye's back. However, the expected sound of the dagger piercing through flesh and blood did not ring out. Instead, there was a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. Clang! The crisp sound echoed in the narrow tomb passage. Xiao Knight turned around violently in the nick of time, suddenly equipping the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield in his hand, blocking the strike with unparalleled precision. The person hiding amongst the dark shadows was immediately shaken out of his body by the large shield that suddenly appeared, and he was so shocked that he couldn't help but stare blankly. He was so shocked that he couldn't help but widen his eyes as he looked at Xiao Knight, who had turned his head around, with his 4 eyes facing each other. He saw Xiao Knight sneering at him. Chapter 35 Desperate Counterattack. Who the hell are you? It could be seen from the shock in that pair of dangling eyes that he had never thought that his inevitable strike would actually be blocked by Xiao Knight. However, Xiao Knight did not give him any time to think, and the lance in his right hand viciously stabbed over. Block counterattack. Block counterattack. The 30% bonus lance viciously stabbed at the man's chest. However, the damage figure that came out was a bit of a surprise to Xiao Knight. 275. 275. He actually only dealt less than 300 damage? Seeing this person's profession should only be an agile assassin profession, the leather armor he wears definitely can't have such a high defense. Unless he had more than one golden weapon on his body. Only to see that person laugh a bit, and then a withdrawing step deftly distanced himself from Xiao Knight, saying, "What a blocking counterattack. Oh! You trash of the bottom-tier professions are afraid that you haven't seen the defense of a gold-level equipment at all, right? But you can actually see through my stealth. It seems like you should have struck lucky with a skill that can detect sneaking. It's really getting interesting." A white face under the man's cloak once again revealed some kind of maniacal smile, saying, "A waste profession actually has a skill that can detect sneaking? If my guess is right, I'm afraid that your skill's cooldown time will take several minutes. So what are you going to do now?" After saying that, that person, however, suddenly pulled out a prop from his backpack and ruthlessly slammed it on the ground, and smoke like ash suddenly included his entire body. The man once again disappeared into Xiao Knight's field of vision. Strong concealment. Xiao Knight immediately frowned. This was a more advanced skill of the assassin and thief professions, with the help of some props that. Thus, he was able to force his way into the sneaking state again when the sneaking technique had not yet finished cooling down. This person was really a tricky guy. The entire tomb passage became silent again, and not even a single footstep could be heard. However, Xiao Knight knew that this time, it wouldn't take long for that person to attack, because that person didn't dare to consume too much more time. He had to hurry before Xiao Knight's detection skill cooled down and launched the next round of attacks. And not far from the tomb passage, Li Shuer had already run to Lin Fei and used a healing spell to preserve Lin Fei's bloodline for the last time. Xiao Knight, who saw this scene, however, suddenly moved. He violently put his shield behind his back, turned around and took a big step, running in the other direction of the tomb passage. In anyone's eyes, this scene was like abandoning his teammates to escape alone. When Li Shuer and Lin Fei saw Xiao Knight running away in the other direction, there was also some despair in their eyes, but Xiao Yi was betting on it. He was betting that the crazy guy was far more interested in killing himself than Michelle and Lin Fei. He was betting that guy would never watch himself escape under his nose. Only in this way, only then could that person come after himself, thus moving away from Li Shuer and Lin Fei. Otherwise, once that person reacted to take Li Shuer and Lin Fei's life as a bargaining chip, the situation would be difficult. As expected, Xiao Knight had gambled correctly. Just as he was running in the other direction of the tomb passage with big strides, that person's gloomy and miserable voice suddenly came from his ears and, "Want to run? Don't you think it's a bit too late?" That person's speed was extremely fast, and his agility value was at least half as high as Xiao Knight's. The moment the voice came, a black dagger suddenly stabbed Xiao Knight from another direction. The voice was indeed a decoy. That person's figure suddenly surfaced beside Xiao Knight along with the black dagger, his gaze sinister and maniacal. It was so fast that one could not react. However, the corner of Xiao Knight's mouth floated up into a smile. He did not pay the slightest bit of attention to this black shadow that suddenly appeared by his side. The savage charge. Xiao Knight's figure violently acted like the furious ghost claw bear, raising his shield and fiercely charging in one direction. It actually brazenly slammed a black shadow out of the empty air. The previous voice was the bait. The black shadow that had just suddenly appeared beside Xiao Knight was likewise just a doppelganger. When that person's real body was blatantly knocked out of the sneaking state by Xiao Knight, a pair of dangling eyes were filled with shock, and before he could speak, he fell into a state of vertigo. This is the effect of savage charge. Amidst that person's incredulous expression, the lance in Xiao Knight's hand stabbed out. Ghost fire toxin. Corpse poison. Ghost. One by one, the damage numbers burst out while instantly adding a series of negative effects onto that person's body. How? How is that possible? How did you see through my doppelganger? Watching that person's eyes widen in terror, Xiao Knight then sneered and said, "You guessed correctly, I do have a skill that can detect sneaking. It's just that the first time, I didn't use it at all." Xiao Knight's ultrasonic enemy detection had a cooldown of 3 minutes. But when he had just fought this person for the first time, Xiao Knight actually didn't use it at all. And the reason why he was able to accurately block the first surprise attack with his Tiger Fierce battle shield was entirely due to Xiao Knight's awareness and judgment. As early as in his 3 years of high school's brand new simulated fighting class, Xiao Knight had already fought against the thief profession countless times. He had also come to the realization that experience was sometimes more useful than detection skills in determining the positioning of enemies in a sneaking state. Therefore, Xiao Knight, who had been saving his ultrasonic enemy detection as a killer until just now, directly recognized that the black shadow was a doppelganger through the ultrasonic waves, and the location of the main body was also visible. The position of the main body had also fallen in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. He directly used Savage Charge to lock onto the target. The man woke up from his stunned state and gritted his teeth before he tried to distance himself from Xiao Knight. However, he suddenly felt a trance in front of his eyes and his movements slowed down a lot. How can this be? The man looked at the series of negative statuses on his body, corpse poison, burning. His face finally revealed panic for the first time. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, looked at him and smiled coldly as he, "Where's your strong concealment technique? I'd like to see how a person whose body is on fire should be invisible." Xiao Knight directly turned on beast blood boiling, without the slightest hesitation. Attack power and attack speed skyrocketed. The lance in his hand blossomed as harshly as a lotus flower, viciously stabbing into the man's neck and heart. Each shot was weak point damage. 518, 679. One by one, the damage numbers were mixed with the effects of toxins and burning, rapidly cutting down that person's blood bar. As a brittle assassin profession, his blood bar was as high as over 3,000. It meant that he had at least 3 pieces of gold-level equipment on his body. When an assassin lost his pride in sneak and agility, facing a warrior head-on would result in him being powerless. The man raised the black dagger in his hand and blocked in a panic. But in front of Xiao Knight, he was as clumsy as a clown, and could only scream miserably as he watched his blood return to 0 bit by bit. "You! Who exactly are you? Let me go. I have all the golden weapons on my body to give you. I have the money to give it all to you." Deep fear and a humble plea for mercy finally surfaced on that one white face. Only these words that Xiao Knight hadn't heard it for the first time today. There are always some people who treat themselves as hunters and treat each other as prey to be slaughtered. But when the situation is reversed, he begs others to spare his life. It is really a bit ridiculous. Xiao Knight looked at him with a cold smile. Gold equipment, money? Xiao Knight are not interested. What he is interested in now is sacrificing this ranked professional assassin in front of him. What kind of words can he pop out? Chapter 36. To destroy the grass, remove the roots. Destroy the body to destroy the trail. Don't kill me. I have a lot of money. I'll give you anything. What do you want? Gold, where? Industry. I have it all. The man's face was very white and clean. It could be seen that he was raised from an extremely rich and noble family, except that at this moment, This white and clean face was written with panic and despair. It was because he saw Xiao Knight's eyes. It was exactly the same as the way he had looked at those prey before. It was a killing intent that would not show the slightest bit of mercy. When Xiao Knight's gun tip was pressed against his throat, he was still frantically begging for mercy, trying to make himself known, and, "Don't kill me. I am." But before his words were finished, the tip of the gun had already penetrated his throat, taking away the last trace of his qi and blood. 319. Xiao Knight can see that this person is a great person. If he was from an ordinary family, he wouldn't be able to cultivate such a maniacal and murderous character. However, Xiao Knight couldn't possibly leave him alive. Letting him go back would only bring endless trouble. But since he decided to kill him, if you don't know who he is and what his family is like, it's the best way to hide him. Xiao Knight would just pretend that he had killed a mole cricket today and didn't know his name. A trace of ghostly pay flame immediately surfaced above that person's corpse, and the appearance of this pay flame that only Xiao Knight could see also proved that his life was completely over. Sacrificial salary flame. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Shuer and Lin Fei were still at the other end of the tomb passage, Xiao Knight decisively held the sacrifice ceremony, and the ethereal salary flame converged into his body, and a line of prompts also appeared in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. A class profession Ghost Dagger Assassin's Fire Sacrifice successful. Gained the talent skill, Ghost Shadow Split Grade A. Ghost Shadow Splitter. Effect. Summons a ghostly shadow doppelganger identical to the main body within a short period of time. Its movement and actions can be controlled remotely, but the doppelganger does not have a physical body. I didn't expect to burst out with this skill. Xiao Knight had also experienced the realism of that ghost shadow doppelganger up close with his own eyes just now. If he hadn't relied on ultrasonic enemy solicitation to discover that it was just a shadow, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference with the naked eye alone. In the battle with professionals, it can be said to be a surprise-killing move. It was a pity that the assassin-type profession's specialized skill sneak, or that strong concealment hadn't popped up. However, it was thought that the specialized skills of all professions were not that easy to obtain. The burning effect on that person's body was still going on, and without the life recovery power, the body would soon be burned to ashes. Before that, Xiao Knight rummaged through his body, and indeed peeled off 3 gold-level equipment. They were the spectral black dagger in his hand, the wrist guard, and the chest armor. Broken Spectre Dagger. Grade: Gold level. Level requirement: Level 25. Attack power: plus 315. Attribute: Agility plus 34, strike rate plus 15%. Attributes: Agility plus 34, strike rate plus 15. Attributes: Agility plus 34, strike rate plus 15% attachment. Armor-breaking attacks come with 25% armor penetration. Snake Scale Wrist Guard. Grade: Gold level. Level requirement: Level 25. Defense: plus 210. Attribute: plus 30 physical fitness. Attribute: plus 30 physical fitness. Additional phrase: Fine Steel resists 100 points of melee physical damage. Additional phrase: Fine Steel resists 100 points of melee physical damage. Gold Silk Lock Armor. Grade: Gold grade. Level requirement: Level 25. Defense: plus 328. Attribute: Physique plus 15, Strength plus 15. Attachment: Heart Protector Weakness Damage Reduction by 35%. Attachment: Heart Protector Weakness Damage Reduction by 35%. The enchantment of the 3 golden artifacts with special lexical entries attached directly allowed a brittle assassin to gain a defense and chi almost equal to that of a warrior. It also reinforced the fact that this person really did come from a great source. An ordinary family simply couldn't manage to buy a newly awakened professional 3 golden artifacts with such superb phrases. And from his body, Xiao Knight also peeled off a fanny pack. Inside was a black gold dragon coin storage card, a few sets of potions, and some materials. Looking at this exquisite black gold card, Xiao Knight could even imagine that there were at least several 100,000 dragon coins inside, right? However, as long as he dared to use this card, he would inevitably be tracked down by the family behind him. Xiao Knight did not hesitate, and he directly threw all of these things in his backpack into the burning fire and burned them to ashes. When Xiao Knight returned to the tomb passage carrying the 3 golden artifacts on that man's body, he only to see that Lin Fei had finally managed to save his life under the treatment of priest Li Shuer. The duo could not help but look at Xiao Knight with some trembling when they saw those equipment and black daggers that had once brought them the deepest fear being carried in Xiao Knight's hands. "He's dead," Xiao Knight said indifferently. The duo couldn't help but lose their voices and cry. It was a kind of grief of witnessing a teammate die in front of their eyes, and the complex emotion of escaping to heaven. Li Shuer suddenly pulled Lin Fei and knelt down towards Xiao Knight, and, "Thank you, benefactor." Xiao Knight took a step forward and helped them up, but his face did not have the slightest expression of relief because he knew that things were not over yet. "Take me to see your teammates," Xiao Knight said in a deep voice. In order to truly put an end to the trouble forever, not only did he have to dispose of the corpses of the killers, those who were killed by him should likewise be cleaned up. For an unknown and huge family, any traces left behind would likely become a lifeline hook for them in the future. Li Shuer and Lin Fei looked at each other, while a great sadness once again appeared on their faces. Lin Fei silently walked ahead to lead the way, bringing Li Shuer and Xiao Yi back to that nightmarish tomb passage. "Li Yang, Song brother." Li Shuer saw this scene cannot help but cry out again. The first thing that came into view was Li Yang's body. This mage wearing a cloth robe had a hole pierced through his chest in order to cover Li Shuer. Then there was the body of Berserker Chan Song lying straight on the ground. His fatal wound was in his back. And right at this moment, the sharp-eyed Lin Fei, however, suddenly saw a corpse leaning against the wall in the corner of the tomb passage suddenly tremble. It was their Captain Hong Liang. "Captain! Captain!" Lin Fei hurriedly ran over, only to see that Captain Hong Liang still had a breath left. "Xiao Shui! Captain, he's still alive." Upon hearing this, Li Shuer also hurriedly ran over like a madwoman, waving the staff in her hand and trying to cast a healing spell. However, she was unable to cast it even though she had already exhausted her magic power long ago and was crying in a hurry. "Drink this." Xiao Yi walked over briskly and handed Li Shuer a bottle of magic potion while taking out a bottle of blood potion to support Hong Liang, he fed him and drank it, only to see that Hong Liang had lost his human form at the moment. Although he still had a breath, one of his arms and both of his legs had already had their tendons and veins cut off. The reason why he hadn't died yet was purely because that epileptic person wanted to keep him slowly waiting for death to torture him. Li Shuer and Lin Fei were first delighted when they realized that Captain Hong Liang was still alive. Then they realized that Hong Liang had been tortured like this, and they couldn't help bawling. They knew that if it wasn't for the sake of holding back that madman for a moment and letting the two of them escape, Captain Hong Liang wouldn't have been so miserable. "Captain!" Li Shuer's voice was already too hoarse to speak. But suddenly, she heard Xiao Knight behind her open her mouth and say, "Just be able to survive." The tendons on the arms and legs were cut, so if we can find a priest with a flesh and blood rebirth skill above the 5th turn, it's not impossible to cure them. A glimmer of light immediately appeared within the eyes of Li Shuer and Lin Fei. However, Xiao Knight's next words once again poured a pot of cold water on them. "The price for begging a 5th turn priest to make a move is at least 2 million dragon coins. Your captain's injuries must be treated within a month," Xiao Knight said indifferently. "So you guys don't have time to grieve anymore." Chapter 37 Lixuil's Gift. The Map of the Tomb Chamber. 2 million dragon coins. Li Shuer and Lin Fei glanced at each other, and the light in their eyes gradually dimmed. Their squad of professionals had been diligently descending on copies every day to exchange the materials they fought for money for an entire year before they had only accumulated 100,000 or so dragon coins. To gather 2 million dragon coins in just 1 month's time was a mirage. Even if they sold all the equipment on their bodies, it wouldn't be enough at all. However, Xiao Knight threw the 3 golden artifacts that he had stripped from the man's body in front of the two of them and said, "The words attached to these 3 golden artifacts are all superb, so if you put them on the black market, you can sell them for close to 800,000 dragon coins. But don't sell them in Shangjing City. Find a way to another black market and do it in a more obscure way." It wasn't that Xiao Knight couldn't look at these 3 golden artifacts. Rather, wearing these 3 golden weapons would be as flashy as carrying a murder weapon on one's body. The best way to deal with them was to bring them to the black market in other cities and dispose of them. Even Lin Fei and Li Shuer knew the value of these 3 golden weapons. Xiao Knight giving them these golden weapons was like saving their captain's life again. "Thank you," Li Shuer said as she bit her lips. Xiao Knight's kindness had already left her at a loss as to how to repay it. And Lin Fei, who had always regarded Captain Hong Liang as his big brother, was even looking at Xiao Knight with eyes full of gratitude at this moment, saying, "Benefactor, please also leave a name. Big favor. I, Lin Fei, owe you a life." Unexpectedly, Xiao Knight shook his head and said somewhat coldly, "It's better that we don't know each other's names. You should also know that the person behind that person is not a small person. Now that he died in this copy, there will definitely be people who will come to investigate when the time comes. If you don't want to be sought out for revenge after you go out, what happened in this tomb passage must not be known to another person." Li Shuer and Lin Fei nodded in unison. Then the two of them glanced at each other, as if they had made some kind of decision. Li Shuer suddenly took out a roll of maps from within her backpack and said to Xiao Knight that, "Benefactor, there is no way to repay the great favor. This map is also for you to keep. This is something that our Captain Hong Liang happened to find in a side hall when we first came to this general's tomb copy, and drawn on it is a map of the entire general's tomb. The path to the main hall of the general's tomb should be on it." Xiao Yi was stunned, only to see that what Li Shuer handed over was an ancient roll of parchment map. Someone had used one thin notes to carve out a tomb passage and a scaled chamber on it, clear and accurate at a glance. Li Shuer and Lin Fei together helped up Captain Hong Liang, and with sorrow in their eyes, they said, "It's no longer possible for our team to move on. We can only take the captain out for treatment as soon as possible, and take Li Yang and Chun Song's bodies out as well. I heard that everyone is looking for the main hall of General Lolan's tomb. You must catch up ahead of them." Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Either that or many of the things within the copies are for the fated to obtain. Who would have thought that the map of this Lulan general's tomb would be in the hands of Li Shuer and the others? I'm afraid that everyone else, including Lin Xueming and the others, had already gone crazy looking for it. Good. With regards to this return gift from Li Shuer and Lin Fei, Xiao Knight was not flattered. The two of them could have waited until after they got out of the duplicate and directly put this map up in the auction house, and it could also be sold for a considerable amount of money, but they chose to use this key piece of information. However, they chose to send this key map to Xiao Knight. "Leave a contact information." Xiao Knight took the map and said, "If I get something valuable in the main hall of the tomb, I'll share it with you guys when I get out." Li Shuer was a bit hesitant. The favor Xiao Knight had given them had been enough long ago. But it was just that Captain Hong Liang's injuries were far from needing a large sum of money right now. Xiao Knight didn't wait for her to refuse and took the initiative to send a contactor invitation. In addition to Qin Yen Yen, there was also finally a second name in the liaison device's contacts, Li Shuer. "Farewell on this note," Xiao Knight said with a gentle nod. While Li Shuer and Li Fei still had too many things to do, they had to send their Captain Hong Liang out to receive treatment, and they also had to personally clean up the bodies of their two former teammates. "Xiao Knight." Li Shuer looked at the name in the middle of the contact device, held her hands in front of her chest, and performed a priestly light salute from afar, and, "May the God of Light bless you." Xiao Knight continued to rush deeper along that one tomb passage while he scrutinized the roll of sheepskin map. The drawing on the sheepskin map was very detailed. It turned out that the entire Lulan General's tomb was actually divided into 3 layers, and the tomb passage Xiao Knight was currently in was always on the top layer. According to the map, the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb was located in the center of the deepest layer. In order to reach the main hall, apart from opening up layer by layer, there was also a special path that could directly pass through the second layer in the center and directly reach the third layer. This path was also marked on the sheepskin map in deep red handwriting. I heard that the designers of many tombs would leave a path of escape for themselves in case they were sealed in the tomb by the tomb owner's family for martyrdom. It seemed that this particular path should be the back way that the designers of the tombs left for themselves. Xiao Knight followed the guidelines on the map and he groped his way to the entrance of this pathway. Along the way, he encountered other professionals who had entered the copy. They were either fighting with the soldier nymphs or groping around for hidden paths and treasure chests. Desire was written all over everyone's eyes, and no one noticed Xiao Knight, who looked mediocre from his equipment. And while walking past them, Xiao Knight harvested some information from the rumors and gossip. "Have you heard? It turns out that there's another level below this tomb passage, and the Hegemony Guild at the front has already reached the 2nd level. After all, the Hegemony Guild is one of the 4 major guilds, and this term's leader is the S-ranked professional Lin Xueming, so he's definitely much faster than the rest of us. But I also heard that Wang Biao from the Black Eagle Guild also brought people over, and although he came late, his progress is no worse than theirs." Looks like this Lulan General's tomb copy is still a piece of fat meat. 2 of the 4 major guilds have their eyes on it. Not only that, my brother seems to have seen Polygroup's people outside. I didn't expect that the rich and powerful Polygroup would also come to play this kind of copy. Oh, they're all big shots, ah. Never mind that. Let's also grab a look to see if we can have another mouthful of soup. It's also not possible to grab the main hall. It's fine to go to the side halls and touch some treasure chests. Hegemony, Black Eagle, Bowley Group. The 3 giants of Shangjing City have gathered together in a newly appeared low-level copy. It seems that this Lulan General's tomb is not that simple. Chapter 38 Treasure Map Guidelines. Bagging all the treasure chests. According to common sense, although the 4 major guilds were quite competitive with each other, they would never put their faces on some limited resources. Especially when it comes to a new low-level copy like General Lulan's tomb. Generally speaking, if one of the 4 major guilds makes a move, the other 3 guilds won't bother to come back and intervene. Now not only Black Eagle and Hegemony guilds have entered this copy. Even the Bowley Group had come? What exactly is in this Lulan General's tomb that is worth the 3 major forces to get involved in? Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but carefully observe the roll of sheepskin map in his hand. In addition to the red notes marking out the road that led directly to the 3rd underground floor, there were also a number of branches and forks that were also marked with red notes. There were also some branching intersections that were specially marked out. For example, the corridor where Xiao Knight obtained the jade hidden ring from the treasure chest was among them. I see. Xiao Knight suddenly came to his senses. I'm afraid that this volume of sheepskin map in his hand was not just an escape map, but a treasure map. The person who drew this map not only marked out an escape route, but also marked out all the treasures in the tomb of General Lulan. It seems that this senior not only wanted to leave a way out for himself. He also wanted to steal the Lulan General's tomb. However, judging from the treasure chest at the end of the corridor where Xiao Knight had obtained the jade hidden ring, this senior did not have the ability to steal the tomb for some reason. For some reason, this senior didn't succeed, at least he didn't take away all the treasures. That would be a bargain for Xiao Knight now. This Lulan General's tomb was huge and twisted, just like an underground city. Without a map, it would be difficult to search every corner even if thousands of people came to search. But the current Xiao Knight was like a godsend. According to the map, there was a specially labeled treasure chest on a nearby Sharaputra. Seeing that no one was around, Xiao Knight directly turned on his water-evoking step, and with a flash of his figure, he drilled into this 3-story tall stupa. Climbing up the stairs and looking up, he saw that there was indeed a treasure chest glowing with silver light on top of the spire. Xiao Knight observed carefully and confirmed that there were no teleportation array traps around the treasure chest like before. At that moment, he decisively executed the unlocking technique. The tools used to open the lock, Xiao Knight actually also prepared several sets in his backpack, but with the A-rank locksmithing from Wang Tong, the loss of locksmithing tools is almost negligible, and he was able to open the treasure chest in front of him in a couple of times. I was able to open the silver light treasure chest in front of me, only to see that there was a simple and ancient necklace lying in it. Jade Lin necklace. Jade Forest necklace. Grade: silver. Level: 30. Description: a jade necklace made by the special craftsmanship of the Lulan Kingdom, a symbol of the noble status of the general's tribe. Attribute: strength plus 25, physique plus 25. Attributes: strength plus 25, physique plus 25. Although it was only a silver artifact, it was a jewelry equipment with an extremely low burst rate. The double attribute bonus was also a great battle power boost. Previously, killing those 1,000-foot soldier nymphs in the tomb passage had allowed Xiao Knight's level to rise to level 29, and he was just 1 step away from level 30. He was only 1 step away from level 30, so he would soon be able to equip it. Xiao Knight then immediately followed the map's directions and rushed to the next location that was marked out. Together with the 2 treasure chests Xiao Knight had already obtained, there were a total of 5 marked locations on the 1st floor of the entire Lulan General's tomb. The remaining 3 locations happened to be in the vicinity of the secret passage leading to the 3rd floor. Xiao Knight's water-calling steps never stopped. He went straight ahead of the others and ran to each of the locations. Coupled with the advanced detection of ultrasonic enemy detection, the monsters encountered along the way were directly avoided if they could. If you can't avoid them, you can kill them with your own hands. And the other people are still like a headless fly general blindly groping time. Xiao has also marked out the remaining 3 treasure chests all open. Light Feather Beast Skin Boots. 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 Grade: Silver grade. Level requirement. Level 30. Defense. Plus 215. Attribute. Agility plus 25. Imperial Guard chest armor. Grade. Silver. Level requirement. 30. Attribute. Agility plus 25. Level requirement. Level 30. Defense. Plus 310. Attribute. Plus 31. Ice Silk wrist guard. Grade gold. Level requirement. Level 30. Defense. Plus 210. Attribute. Strength plus 35. Additional words. Concentration base blitz rate increased by 15%. 2 silver artifacts and 1 gold artifact. All of the attributes were just the right amount of strength and sensitivity that Shao Knight was pursuing. The golden artifact Ice Silk wrist guard that has a special phrase is an additional increase in the extremely rare bludgeon rate of early stage equipment. The experience of solving those soldiers' nymphs along the way also made Shao Knight's level finally come to level 30, and all the attributes were directly added to the agility, as usual. Equipped with 4 pieces of level 30 equipment at once, Shao Knight's attributes were immediately refreshed. Shao Knight. Profession. Godforsaken. Level 30. Blood. 45-20 magic. 810. Attack. 391 defense. 975. Physique. 126 strength. 165. Agility. 205 spirit. 105. Initial talent crippled godhead. Talent phrase. Savagery D rank. Light and Restoration S rank. Ghost Fire Toxin A rank. Skills. Water Calling Step B rank. Beast Blood Boiling A rank. Savage Charge A rank. Ultrasonic Solace S rank. The potions Shao Knight carried in his backpack were hardly consumed. Either. Everything was ready, and the secret passage that directly skipped the second level to enter the third level was right in front of him. According to the rumors, both Lin Xueming of the Hegemony and Wang Biao of the Black Eagle Guild had yet to find a way to the third floor and were still struggling to open up the second floor. An opportunity could not be lost. Shao Knight directly took out a tube of lighting bugs and jumped into the secret passageway in front of him that was disguised as an ordinary chamber. The secret passage was at a slanting downward angle, and it had not been opened for 100 years, causing a layer of ash to accumulate on top of it. Shao Knight covered his mouth and nose and slid all the way down. He slid about 30 to 40 meters high before reaching the bottom. Looking around, the surrounding chamber was dark. The lighting bugs in Shao Knight's hand could only illuminate the surrounding range of a few meters. To be on the safe side, Shao Knight directly turned on the ultrasonic solitaire once. Ultrasonic waves immediately centered on Shao Knight and reverberated in the surrounding chambers. It immediately detected the entire terrain and other information as well, only to see that there were indeed quite a few guard monsters that were moving around. Moreover, they were not moving irregularly individually, but seemed to be moving in teams of 3, as if they were patrolling the third level of the crypt. This meant that one had to take on at least 3 monsters in teams at a time. Tricky. Shao Knight once again opened the sheepskin map in his hand and viewed it with the light of the illuminating bug in his hand. The main hall of the Lulan General's chamber marked on it was in the central area of the third floor. And the path to get there. There were 2 groups of guard monsters hovering around. Chapter 39, The Tricky Lulan Imperial Guard. Sacrifice. Since there was no way around it, there was only one battle. A new equipment Shao Knight. Now the defense power has long been not that small brittle skin before, plus the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield blocking effect. Coupled with the blocking effect of the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield, it may not be impossible to fight 3 against 1. Shao Knight held the shield forward, the corner in front. 3 teams of monsters should be herd into Shao Knight's line of sight, only to see that it was 3 monsters dressed in a pair of clothes, and the 3 of them were wearing a pair of shoes, and the 3 of them were wearing a pair of shoes. Only to see that it was actually 3 soldiers wearing Lulan Ancient Kingdom's armor. The leading one was holding a shield and a longsword, the one immediately following him was holding a lance, and the last one wearing a leather armor was holding a bow in his hand. At the same time, the attributes of these 3 guard monsters appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Lulan Imperial Guard. Level 35. Attribute. Unknown. Introduction. The elite Imperial Guards trained by the Lulan country's great general himself. The Imperial Guards formed in groups of 3 with a special pairing are enough to pose a fatal danger to any aggressor. Introduction. Frowny face. Woo! These 3 Lulan Imperial Guards immediately displayed a ferocious look after discovering Shao Knight's trail. The Imperial Guard in the lead slapped the longsword in his hand fiercely against his shield, trying to let out a battle cry. However, after years of decay, he had now become a mass of rotting flesh above his chin, and could only let out a whimpering, eerie sound. The leader raised his shield in front of him, and the one holding the lance rushed over towards Xiao Knight right after him. At the same time, with the sound of a crossbow expanding, a crossbow arrow also shot over towards Xiao Knight from afar. Xiao Knight raised his shield to block it, and felt that the force of the crossbow arrow was very large, but it was not enough to break through the blocking effect of the Tiger Fierce battle shield. Then the two melee Imperial Guards had also rushed to the front. The longsword that was swept by the force came to his face. Xiao Knight reversed the direction of the Tiger Fierce battle shield and blocked again. But suddenly, the crossbow arrow felt very powerful. However, suddenly, the spearman hiding behind the shield guards violently stabbed. A long spear stabbed Xiao Knight's waist, extremely fast and severe. Xiao Knight was unable to avoid it. 513. A damage number burst out from Xiao Knight's body. These well-trained Imperial Guards in formation were really tricky. The shield guard's long swords slashed from the top, while the spearman at the back only stabbed the bottom 3 ways, making it impossible to defend. But Xiao Knight's counterattack also came extremely fast. The lance in his hand accurately avoided the Imperial Guard's shield, and blatantly stabbed into his chest. Although these Imperial Guards were well-trained, their movements had long since become stiff after the decay of time, so naturally, they could not block Xiao Knight's attack. 451. A damage number jumped out while a recovery number similarly appeared on Xiao Knight's body. 451. Plus 113. This was precisely the bloodlust phrase that had exploded from the mutant wolves, and the attack came with a 5% blood absorption effect. However, under the S-ranked phrase light and recovery, but with the addition of a 5-fold recovery effect, it directly became 25%. This was Xiao Knight's reliance on being one against many, with a 25% blood absorption recovery effect, coupled with taking a chi and blood recovery potion himself. Even if some attacks could not be dodged, one could still fight sustainably. Xiao Knight raised his shield with his left hand to block, while his right hand stabbed with his spear. He fought back and forth with the 2 Imperial Guards that surrounded him, and even though his own blood bar had dropped, he had already killed the shield-wielding Imperial Guard's blood bar to a sliver. Xiao Knight raised his gun to harvest his life, but at this time, a series of crossbow arrows suddenly shot over towards Xiao Knight. The rate of fire was actually several times higher than before. 153. 149. Forced Xiao Knight had to retreat back to raise the shield to block, looked up. In the distance the crossbowman actually will crossbow on the ground. Do not know with what mechanism to build the crossbow actually can do continuous shooting. It turns out that the crossbowmen hidden at the end are the big killers. This Lulan Imperial Guard is really tricky. Xiao Knight narrowed his eyes and quickly calculated his blood level. Then, he surged forward and hardened himself against the damage from the flurry of arrows, and with one shot, he ended up with that shield Imperial Guard at the very front. 418. At the same time that he finished off the shield Imperial Guard, Xiao Knight himself also received several arrows, and his blood level was instantly reduced to half. He hurriedly raised his shield and retreated, tilting his head back to pour down a bottle of blood pill. The recovery effect of a bottle of low-level blood potion is 500 points of blood value. However, through the recovery effect of the potion can also receive the photosynthesis recovery 5 times. A bottle of it will be able to almost replenish the blood bar. Xiao Knight, who had replenished his status, went forward again, and without the shield-bearing Imperial Guards, it would be difficult for a single gunman Imperial Guard to block Xiao Knight's attack. With beast blood boiling turned on directly, Xiao Knight brazenly resolved the gun soldier against the crossbowman's barrage of arrows. Then, he rushed towards the long-range crossbowman with a murderous spirit. Once the distance was closed, the crossbowman in leather armor was poked by Xiao Knight's 3 or 2 shots. 691. 981. The last blow directly dealt nearly 1,000 damage. 3 Lulan Imperial Guards fell in front of Xiao Knight one after another, and one of them even exploded a piece of equipment, only to see that it was a helmet filled with the style of the ancient Lulan country, with colorful feathers on top of the head. Lulan Imperial Guard Helmet. Grade Bronze. Level Requirement. Level 30. Defense. Plus 150. Attribute. Physical Fitness plus 15. A bronze weapon, but just enough to make up for the gap in his helmet equipment. Xiao Knight directly chose to equip it, only to feel a heavy weight on his head, but with an extra sense of security. The salaries on top of the corpses of the 3 Lulan Imperial Guards were also directly sacrificed by Shao Knight. The Lulan Imperial Guards' salary flames were sacrificed successfully. Spark +9. Although it didn't explode the words, it gave 9 points of fire value, which wasn't a loss. After replenishing his status, Shao Knight continued to move forward, and at this time, there was only one long corridor left from the location of the main hall, labeled in that sheepskin map. However, in the corridor, there was still a team of Lulan Imperial Guards patrolling numbly, coincidentally blocking the path of passage. It was still the same configuration of 1 sword and shield warrior, 1 spearman, and 1 crossbowman. However, this time, Shao Knight, who had already gained experience, directly opened the water calling step from afar and took the initiative to attack. At this time, that team of Lulan Imperial Guards also discovered the incoming Shao Knight and once again took the same stance. However, when they arrived, Shao Knight violently opened his savage charge and he avoided the shield warriors and gunmen in front of him and charged straight at the crossbowman hiding at the end. Before the bewildered crossbowman had time to put his crossbow on the ground, he was stunned by Shao Knight and then directly poked through with 2 shots. 719. 719. 2 damage bursts directly resulted in this leather armor profession crossbowman. Without the crossbow at the back, the remaining shield and sword warriors and gunmen were naturally not enough to fear. After a few minutes, the corpses of the 3 Lulan Imperial Guards collapsed in front of Shao Knight in unison. Sacrifice the Lulan Imperial Guards payload. Shao Ye's sacrifice ceremony was already well practiced. As the flames dissipated, a pleasant voice also sounded in Shao Knight's ears. The Lulan Imperial Guards fire sacrifice is successful. Acquired talent skill treading spike rank B. Chapter 40 The main hall of the General's tomb. 3 golden treasure chests. Treading and sprinting. Rank B. Effects. An ancient Lulan combat technique, stepping forward with a swift pace, stabbing the target in front of you, dealing 150% physical damage to the target. Effect. An ancient Lulan combat technique, stepping forward with a swift pace, stabbing the target in front of you, dealing 150% physical damage to the target. Effect. An ancient Lulan combat technique, stepping forward with a swift pace, stabbing the target in front of you, dealing 150% physical damage to the target. Cooldown. 15 seconds. Finally, a damaging skill had popped up. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Although the damage bonus of the stepping burst wasn't really high, it was expensive in that it struck quickly. However, it was valuable in that it struck quickly. There was almost no skill lead time. In the middle of a battle, it was almost difficult to dodge a sudden thrust. Moreover, Shao Knight could use the fire value he had saved up to strengthen this skill. Strengthening it from B rank to a rank didn't consume much fire seed value. Reinforced treading spike. Shao Knight directly chose to strengthen it, and a line of prompts immediately appeared in front of him. Does it consume 30 points of fire seed value to strengthen the treading spike B rank? Shao Knight nodded his head to confirm. Yes, the treading spike has been strengthened to Swift Thunder Spike. Remaining fire seed value 45. Swift Thunder Burst. Effect. Moves forward a small distance with the momentum of Swift Thunder and stabs the target, dealing 180% physical damage. Cooldown. 10 seconds. Bonus. This skill can be bludgeoned. Bonus. This skill can be bludgeoned. Bonus. What a Swift Thunder Burst. The physical damage bonus has been increased to 180%. Not only did it have the additional phrase of being stormable, the cooldown time was also directly reduced to 10 seconds. That means that this Thunderbolt can be used as a common means of output. It's also quite a rewarding experience. Shao Knight didn't dare to stay here any longer, as the Lulan Imperial Guard's patrol routes were all moving. He must take advantage of this moment to rush to the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb. Following the guidance on the sheepskin map, walking through the corridor in front of us, we can see a main hall that has been polished over the years and is still golden and brilliant appears in front of us. This is the deepest and the center of Lulan General's tomb. It is also the residence of the former Lulan General. The entire Lulan General's tomb was like a giant underground city, and it could be seen that the General's position in Lulan at that time, I am afraid that it was at least under 1 person and above 10,000 people. Shao Knight walked forward, only to see that the main door of the main hall was engraved with the General's life achievements in some ancient Lulan scripts. Only that although Shao Knight knew about this kind of script, he could not see the General's life achievements. It was only that although Shao Knight was aware of the existence of this script, he could only recognize some of the most basic characters, and it was almost impossible to read the inscriptions on it. However, through some general formatting, Shao Knight still managed to find out the name of this Lulan General Fuhua, a name that was very much in the style of ancient Lulan. The murals around the main door depicted one battle scene after another, in which the unusually tall figure standing on top of a chariot pulled by 4 horses should be this General Fuhua. Entering the main hall was important. Shao Knight stopped wandering and walked forward to give it a push. There was a gurgling sound of a machine shell coming from this huge door, and without much effort, it opened automatically. Shao Knight raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand and stepped into it vigilantly, only to see that the entire main hall was unusually wide, and what met his eyes were sculptures of terracotta warriors one after another. The carvings were lifelike, neatly arranged in the main hall, like an army in full armor. The atmosphere was austere and stern. Even Shao Knight was a little cautious. These soldier chrysalis sculptures will not come to life one by one, right? Shao Knight took very few steps and did not dare to make a sound. The 1,000-legged soldier nymphs in the first floor of the tomb were already not something that an ordinary person could deal with. The soldier nymphs in the main hall were all carved with even more majestic carvings. If all of them came to life, Shao Knight was afraid that his life would have to be accounted for here. But the good thing is that these terracotta warriors do not seem to want to live over the appearance, just like the stone carving General Straight stood there. At the end of the army of soldier chrysalids, there is a 4-horse chariot also carved in stone. Above the chariot was a gilded coffin. It should be where General Fuhua was perched. Shao Knight felt like a grave robber at the moment, but since he had already arrived here, what he was looking for was the treasure chest in the tomb. Shao Knight immediately looked around. He only saw 3 treasure chests shining with golden light at the back of the main hall. That is, around the coffin. Sorry to bother you. Shao Knight immediately bowed to General Fuhua's coffin. What he wanted was those 3 treasure chests. As for the coffin on the 4-horse chariot, Shao Yi decided not to disturb the resting place of this Lulan ancient kingdom general. Seeing the heroic performance of this General Fuhua in his lifetime, he must be a fierce man. In case he came out and released a general's soul, he was estimated to be at least a level 50 gold boss. Just at this moment, Shao Knight suddenly heard a clamor coming from the corridor behind him, and it seemed that quite a few professionals had already arrived at the 3rd floor. Coming so fast? Shao Knight immediately felt bad. It seemed that he had still underestimated the 2 major guilds, the Hegemony and the Black Eagle. Even though it was only the Shangjing City branch, the squad of professionals led by Lin Xueming and Wang Biao were definitely all elites. I'm afraid that all of them were at least A-level professionals. But at this moment, there are several screams coming from the distance. It seemed that they had already encountered the Lulan Imperial Guards, and this 3-member Imperial Guards were not that easy to deal with. Could at least stop them for 10 minutes or so. Shao Knight no longer hesitated and he directly opened the water summoning step and rushed towards the 3 treasure chests at the back of that main hall. He took out his lock-picking tools and scrambled to get them open. At least before they reached the main hall, they had to take all the things in these 3 treasure chests. Looking up close, one could see that the carvings on these 3 treasure chests were all of the same Lulan Ancient Kingdom decorations, but without exception all of them were glowing with the same color. But without exception, all of them were glowing with a brilliant golden light. It appeared that there were at least 3 golden objects inside. Xiao Yu sank his heart. With a crisp, unlocking sound, the first treasure chest was opened. What was placed inside was a black cloak, and the end of the cloak was embroidered with a killing pattern. Black Moon Cloak. Grade Gold. Level requirement: none. Attribute: Shao Knight didn't have time to look at its attributes in detail, so he hurriedly moved on to the next treasure chest and the lock-picking technique in his hand became more and more skillful. It didn't take long for the second treasure chest to open. Inside was a gilded long sword sealed inside a scabbard, the hilt of which was adorned with a variety of carved gemstones, incomparably gorgeous. The King's Sword. Grade: Gold grade. Level requirement: Level 50. Attributes: It was actually a level 50 gold weapon. However, at this time, the commotion coming from behind him in the long corridor was getting closer and closer. Shao Knight bent his body and hid behind that stone chariot. While casting the lock-opening technique at great speed in his hands, he was simply racing against time. The sounds outside the corridor were getting closer and closer. Almost at the same time, The third treasure chest was finally opened by Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight did not even have time to look at it, and directly grabbed the contents of the treasure chest and loaded them into his backpack, ducking towards the back of the main hall, only to see that the back of the main hall was an entire bare wall, and there didn't seem to be any hiding places. Out of nowhere, Xiao Knight saw a groove on the wall, but the shape was somewhat familiar. Jade hidden ring. Xiao Knight suddenly remembered that the ring he had obtained from the treasure chest in the corridor was the key to opening a dark room in the tomb. Xiao Knight hurriedly took off the ring and inserted it into the groove, and on top of the originally polished wall, a very small secret door suddenly opened. Xiao Knight drilled in with a cat's body. At the same time, the clamor then had arrived at the main entrance of the main hall, and, Brother Xue Ming, look, the main hall is right there. We finally found it. Chapter 41 Epic Item. Lulan Tiger Talisman In. The door to the secret room once again thumped shut after Xiao Knight entered. There was not the slightest trace on the smooth walls. Anyone who came would not be able to tell that there was actually a person hidden behind this wall. At this time, the noisy commotion outside had already arrived in the main hall. It sounded like there were at least 30 to 40 people. I'm afraid that all of the members of the Hegemony Guild's branch that Lin Xueming had brought with him had arrived here. Brother Xue Ming, quickly look. There's a treasure chest. Some sharp-eyed people had already seen the 3 treasure chests behind that 4-horse chariot coffin and immediately shouted in excitement. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Knight had even more thoughtfully re-locked the treasure chests after opening them. In the eyes of Hegemony's group, they still thought that they were the first ones to reach the main hall. Quickly show me. A hint of ecstasy also surfaced in Lin Xueming's eyes. The monsters in this general's tomb copy were far more tricky than other low-level copies. The treasure chest in that main hall would definitely not disappoint him. Lin Xueming rushed to the treasure chest first, and the close-up view of the 3 golden treasure chests made him even more delighted. Where's the thief profession? Quickly come over and unlock the door. Lin Xueming called out with some impatience, and behind him, a thief profession rushed forward and pulled out a set of lock-opening tools and kept messing with them. Nearby, Lin Xueming also held his breath, his eyes filled with desire. Next to Lu Ruyan was timely over, took his arm, softly said, Xue Ming, what equipment do you think will be in here? Lin Xueming felt a burst of warmth coming from his arm, and for a moment, he also drifted off and said, Don't worry, Ruyan. As long as the mage equipment that you can use comes out, it will definitely be given to my baby first. Ruyan Lu was instantly filled with joy, and her charming eyes looked at Lin Xueming with a glance like spring. The duo didn't care in the slightest about the different eyes of their hegemony teammates behind them, although this Lu Ruyan was also an A-ranked fire elemental mage, but she didn't contribute at all in the copy. Either she encountered a monster and feigned shock, hiding in Lin Xueming's arms, or she got tired after just 2 steps and simply hid at the back. When playing in a group, the operation is even worse. The release of skills as you wish, do not know how to cooperate with the team. Now out of the treasure box, those conscientious play output mage teammates, but instead not the first selection of qualifications. Several people looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do. Who let Lin Xueming be the team leader this time? He was a solid S-ranked profession, a seedling that the hegemony had focused on cultivating, so naturally, it was the person with the hardest fists that counted. Right at this moment, the sweaty thief who was squatting in front of the treasure chest finally had a crisp unlocking sound coming from his hand, and the treasure chest opened in response. That thief took a look into the treasure chest, and his eyes widened. Brother Xue Ming. This. Lin Xueming pushed him away and hurriedly went forward to take a look, only to see that the magnificent-looking treasure chest was actually empty, not even a hair. This is impossible. After spending so much effort to push his way to the main hall, the treasure chest was actually empty. Lin Xueming immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. His eyes looked at the 2 treasure chests next to that, and in a cold voice he said, Go! Open those 2 treasure chests and take a look as well. The thieves didn't dare to be slow and rushed over with their lock-opening tools. A few minutes later, Lin Xueming looked at the 3 empty treasure chests with a grimace, not saying a word. It took so much effort to bring the people from hegemony to be the first to push their way here, but he didn't expect that the 3 golden treasure chests in the huge main hall would all be empty. Could it be that someone had gotten there first? It can't be. From the first floor of the tomb all the way over, Lin Xueming asked himself that the dominance is absolutely ahead of everyone, even if it is the Black Eagle led by Wang Biao was also left behind by him. Could it be that this treasure chest was originally empty? Lin Xueming feelings can't help but doubt this general tomb copy itself. But on the contrary, the guild executives also specially instructed him that this Lulan general tomb, it is very likely that there will be that thing. At this time, hiding in the secret room at the back of the main hall, Xiao Knight finally had a chance to take a good look at the 3 gold pieces he got from the treasure chest. The first treasure chest was a ghostly black cloak. Black moon cloak. Grade gold. Level requirement. None. Attributes. Agility plus 30. Dodge plus 30. Additional words. Black moon time. Black moon wraps around the body. When turned on, the figure becomes blurred and the movement speed increases by 50% in a short period of time. Duration. 30 seconds. Duration. 30 seconds. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Equipment with additional skills. Xiao Knight immediately brightened up. Although the attribute bonus of this cloak wasn't high, it directly came with an active skill, Black Moon Hour. When opened, the figure became blurred and the movement speed was directly increased by 50%. Coupled with Xiao Knight's water calling steps movement speed bonus, it was simply a divine escape skill after killing someone. The second piece of equipment was a bright and splendid great sword. The King's Sword. Grade gold. Level 50. Attack power plus 1100. Attributes. Strength plus 50, agility plus 50. Attributes. Strength plus 50, agility plus 50. Attachment. King's Might. When killing a target, it causes a shocking effect on nearby enemies, making them unable to counterattack or parry for a short period of time. A sword directly added over 1000 attack power. It was worthy of being a level 50 golden weapon. In contrast, Xiao Knight's current equipment totaled less than 500 attack power. The terror of a high-grade golden weapon could be seen. However, Xiao Knight's level is still quite a bit away from level 50, so he can only level up first. Next is the last treasure chest that Xiao Knight couldn't even look at, only to see that it was a jade tiger talisman. The carving is extremely delicate, and the entire tiger symbol reveals a murderous aura. However, it is only half, not complete. Lulan Tiger Talisman In. Grade. Epic item. Description. The tiger talisman of the ancient state of Lulan, gathering the power of yin and yang. Gathering both yin and yang parts, it can break 1,000 armies and cut down 10,000 horses. Attribute. Yin Tiger Amulet. When opened, all friendly troops within the tiger amulet's range will immediately recover 50% of their maximum life value. Effective range. 1,000 meters. Cooldown time. 12 hours. Just one word alone caused Xiao Knight to suck in a breath of cool air. Epic item. Above the gold artifact, radiant, transcendent, and only after that, epic equipment. I didn't expect that this jade tiger talisman in his hand, which was only half of a jade talisman, would actually be a complete and utter epic item. An existence that has crossed 2 orders. All friendly troops within a range of 1,000 meters immediately recovered 50% of their maximum life value. Whether it's a guild war or a national war, it's enough to play a role in turning the tide. No wonder the 3 giants, Blackhawk, Hegemony, and Bowley Group came out. It seems that their goal is also the most valuable thing in this general's tomb, which is this Lulan Tiger Talisman In. Chapter 42, Opening the Coffin. Level 50 gold level Lulan Corpse General. But now this Lulan Tiger Talisman In had fallen into Xiao Knight's hands. According to the description above, this Lulan Tiger Amulet has another half, the Yang Tiger Amulet. Collecting both the yin and yang halves and combining them into one can defeat thousands of troops and horses. That means if you can combine both the yin and yang halves of the Tiger Talisman, the effect of the skill can be greatly enhanced. It's really a good thing. There are no clues as to where the other half of the Yang Talisman is. Just at this moment, Xiao Knight also heard the people outside making a lot of noise, as if everyone was rummaging around in the main hall, and there was also a sound from Lin Xueming. Lin Xueming's furious voice also came from outside. And, search. Turn this place upside down for me. I just can't believe that after all the hard work pushing here, there's actually nothing. The group of people from the hegemony industry were suddenly in the middle of the main hall, as if the wind had swept through them, making a great deal of noise. However, the results left Lin Xueming extremely dissatisfied. In the large main hall, there was nothing but 3 empty treasure chests. He had gone through all the trouble of rushing into the main hall in front of the Black Eagle Guild, but it was a complete waste of time. Lin Xueming's face was cloudy, and the surrounding hegemony players didn't dare to speak. This was the first time he had led a hegemony division as a junior army chief, and if he had ended up with such a result, it would definitely be unacceptable. At this time, only Lu Ruyan's gaze jumped around in this hall, and finally landed on top of that four-horse-drawn coffin. Xue Ming, don't be in a hurry. Do you think that the real treasure will be hidden in this Lulan general's coffin? Lu Ruyan's words instantly woke up the dreamer with a single word. Lin Xueming's eyes also lit up, and he couldn't help but look up and down at the four-horse-drawn coffin in front of him. It makes sense. Who doesn't put their most precious things in their coffin when they're buried? Maybe that thing that the guild's senior management had explained down was really inside this coffin. After getting that item, this first time leading a team by himself could be considered a complete success. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Lin Xueming's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "Brothers, open the coffin." The accompanying members of the hegemony were also shocked. Everyone knew that the coffin should be the general of the ancient Lulan country. If the coffin was opened, 9 times out of 10, a boss would emerge. Xue Ming, should we reconsider? Do we really want to open this coffin? There's no need to take this risk. Lin Xueming, on the other hand, coldly swept over these members of hegemony and said, "What are you afraid of? We have more than 40 people back here. All of them are the division's elites. What kind of bosses can't we push through? I will personally lead you to fight today. Return to your positions. Shield warriors to the front. Mages, archers back off." Lin Xueming barked out orders in an unquestionable manner. However, hegemony's players also quickly followed the command and set up their formation. All the shield warriors and front row professions bravely stood at the front, protecting the mages and archers in the center of the group. The priest profession responsible for healing was situated at the very back. As the captain of the team, Lin Xueming, who was also a melee profession, stood at the forefront, holding his long sword tightly in his hand. Gripping the long sword in his hand, he had to be the first to open the coffin. Lin Xueming stepped into the coffin of the 4 horses pulling the cart, looking at the carving of the lifelike, mighty 4 horses. Even though his palms were still full of tears, he could not help it. Even his palms can't help but sweat a little wet. This is a Lulan ancient country general's grave coffin. I don't care about that much. Lin Xueming clenched his teeth. The long sword in his hand ruthlessly stabbed into the gap of the coffin. Then he directly launched the skill Xian Ice Chop. Pieces of cold air erupted from the long sword in his hand, splitting the sealed coffin through a crack. In an instant, wisps of black gas leaked out from the cracks of the coffin. At first there were only hair-like strands. Then there were sheets and sheets of black water like mercury falling to the ground. The coffin, which had been sealed for hundreds of years, erupted into a tremor. Damn, there's really something alive inside. Lin Xueming didn't dare to stay in the front, turning his head back to the group, standing in a line with a few shield warriors. "Everyone, don't panic. Prepare to open the boss." Lin Xueming looked confident. The next second, as if in response to his shouts, the lid of that coffin violently exploded and a lanky and tall figure far beyond the norm stood up from it. The muscles of his body had stiffened. His eyes were blood red, and he was holding a blood-colored spear in his hand. Holding a blood-colored lance in his hand, he stood brazenly on the 4-drawn chariot, just like the scene depicted in the mural. "Go! I'd like to see how much weight this Lulan ancient kingdom general of yours has." Lin Xueming gave an order, and the long sword in his hand slashed up viciously. The sharp sword entered the flesh, splitting the armor that had long been corrupted by the centuries of time. But it was unable to disclose the flesh and blood of this great general of Lulan. 95. A number that was no more than 100 immediately caused Lin Xueming to be stunned for a moment. This was his damage skill as an S-ranked professional. At the same time, the rain of arrows from the hegemony's formation, and the stormy flames also fell on the Lulan general in front of him like a gale of wind and rain. However, the numbers that smashed out were shocking and ridiculous. 45, 33, 9. None of the damage was over 100, and there was even someone who only dealt a pitiful single-digit damage. At the same time, the attributes of this Lulan country's great general also finally unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. Lulan Corp's General Fu Hua. Level 50 Gold Boss. Blood. 500,000. Introduction. The invincible general of Lulan, who swept all the countries during his life, was buried here with the king's rights after his death. Anyone who disturbs the general's peace after 100 years will be reduced to a spirit under the bloody lance. A level 50 gold boss? Lin Xueming was instantly enraged. This was already far beyond the ability of their group of people whose highest level was less than 40. Not to mention the bloodstain that was as high as 500,000. He had brought all of the division's elites with him this time, and just now, after a barrage of bombardment. Their bloodstains didn't even decrease. Every member of the hegemony's team was trembling in their boots. However, it was already too late to regret. The Lulan Ancient Kingdom's great general's eyes were red, revealing a hint of murderous eyes. The blood-colored lance in his hand violently erupted in a burst of light, sweeping towards the hegemony's camp with a sweeping momentum. Defense! Lin Xueming shouted anxiously. The shield warriors in the front row also immediately raised their shields to protect the front of the formation. However, a blood-red gun blanket swept through. 2,355, 2,988, 2,783. One by one, near-second damage burst out on these hegemony's elite shield warriors. Like a gale cutting through the grass. Chapter 43 Hate Detachment. The calamity triggered by Rian Lu. The front row shield warriors that Lin Xueming had brought over this time were all handpicked from within the Hegemony Guild's Shangjing City branch. Almost all of them were B rank or higher professions, and everyone had at least a few pieces of silver artifacts on their bodies. Coupled with the defensive power bonus of the shield warrior profession, these front rows had almost all accumulated more than 1,000 defense power. However, in front of this level 50 gold class boss, it was like paper mache. The blood-colored lance in the hands of the Lulan Corps general was swung violently, and a piece of damage as high as 2 to 3,000 was dealt. It was a piece of damage as high as 2 to 3,000. Lin Xueming couldn't help but be staggered by such horrific damage. Even his own defensive skill, Ice Shield, was only rubbed a little bit and then directly broke. He said, "Healers in the back row, keep up." Lin Xueming hurriedly shouted. A white healing ray immediately swung over from the tail end of the formation. It was also good that they had brought quite a few priest professions this time. All the healing skills were focused on the front row of several shield warriors. For a time, they also pulled the bloodline back hard. Good. Seeing this, Lin Xueming exclaimed. As long as we don't get killed in seconds, we have hope. Output professions give me concentrated firepower. And Lin Xueming himself didn't stop outputting. A Xian Ice Chop slashed at that Lulan Corps general and was considered to have finally dealt the first 100 damage. 291. As an S-ranked professional, his output ability was almost as high as that of 3 mages. The mages and archers in the hegemony team were all carefully selected elites, although the damage figures are low. But after all, there are many people. Output frequency also keep up, especially in the team of auxiliary professions to give the halo bonus. The overall output is not to be underestimated. Within a few minutes, the Lulan Corps general had worn down more than 10,000 tons of blood. Seeing the blood level of the level 50 gold level boss drop by a fraction of an inch with the naked eye, everyone from hegemony also saw hope as if they had been given chicken blood. Hold it for me! Lin Xueming, on the other hand, shouted with particular excitement. If he could lead his team to take down this level 50 gold boss, it would be the first time in the entire Shangjing City or even the entire country. It would definitely be the first gold level kill of this awakened class. Not only would the higher-ups of the Hegemony Guild have to look at themselves favorably, but they could even become famous as a commander. The opportunity is right in front of us. Lin Xueming couldn't help but feel complacent about his own boldness. Even if he couldn't find the item that the higher-ups were talking about, pushing out this boss would definitely be a great achievement. However, I'm afraid things weren't as simple as he thought. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on that Lulan Corps general, Xiao Knight also quietly opened the door of the secret room by a crack. He didn't expect Lin Xueming to take the risk of opening the coffin. And after finding out that this Lulan Corps general was a level 50 gold boss, he didn't retreat, but instead led the team to kill it. In Xiao Knight's opinion, this was no different from seeking death. Although the current hegemony's people seemed to be holding up against this Lulan Corps general's damage and were constantly outputting effectively. However, quite a few bosses would have a second stage of rage, and the damage would inevitably skyrocket at that time. What's more, this is a level 50 gold level boss. Although the front row of the hegemony's equipment are not bad, but in the early stage can only barely carry. Once the boss has changed, will be able to break through their formation, and then the hegemony's people are afraid that they will not be able to carry the boss. At that time, I'm afraid that the people of the hegemony will be too late to get out of the game again. The first thing I'd like to say is that I don't know what to do. As if it verified Xiao Knight's opinion, the situation in the hall instantly changed drastically. The trigger was Lu Ruyan, who was standing in the center of the mage team. As an A-class professional fire elemental mage, she had a lot of equipment that Lin Xueming had taken from the guild, and her damage and output on the panel was almost the top of the hegemony's mage team. Looking around at her and Lin Xueming's teammates who were looking at her with different gazes, Lu Ruyan's heart was also stifled. Ruyan Lu was also holding her breath in her heart. What are you guys? How dare you talk behind their backs? Lu Ruyan waved her staff, and a series of explosive inflammation spells landed on that Lulan Corpse General's body, erupting in a series of rather sizable burning damage. 98. 95. Ruyan Lu seemed to be deliberately trying to prove her strength by overpowering her mage teammates around her, whose equipment and professions were inferior to hers. However, the arrogance in her heart made her forget that when she is in a team, the core output profession in the team must deliberately control their output, because once the output is too high, there is a risk that the output will be too high. Because once the output is too high, there is a danger that the boss's hatred will be detached from the front row shield warrior. Lin Xueming, who was the captain, also noticed this, and he was just about to speak out to remind. Ruyan, you? The Lulan Corpse General in front of him swung the lance in his hand and swept it towards him. Lin Xueming dodged in a panic. However, it was these few seconds of delay that was already too late. Lu Ruyan's tyrannical inflammation art stacked the burning damage attached to the Lulan Corpse General to 10 layers, and suddenly dealt out a huge amount of damage. 982. Lu Ruyan's face was instantly delighted as she looked around at her teammates with disdain. Heh, you bunch of trash. However, before the words were finished, Lin Xueming, who was at the forefront, was heard shouting. Not good. The boss's hatred is disengaging. Shield warriors in the front row, hold it for me. As soon as the words fell, he saw the Lulan Corpse General's bloodshot eyes staring fiercely at Ruyan Lu at the center of the team, looking straight at Ruyan Lu's heart in a panic. The surrounding mage teammates were all looking at her with the same gaze as a little cutie. They looked at her with the same gaze, and quite a few of them had already quietly dispersed behind the team, moving away from her. Hold it for me, Lin Xueming yelled anxiously. After 3 years of following Shao Knight's ass in high school, he had also learned some of the rules of team fighting that must never be broken. He knew in his heart what the consequences would be once the front row was broken, only to see that Lulan Corpse General eyes more and more blood red. Suddenly, he held the end of the blood-red lance with both hands, stood with his legs bowed, and swept it violently. The blood-red lance was whirled round and round, like a blood-colored full moon. In an instant, a huge amount of damage exploded out and the 5 shield warriors in the front row of the hegemony team were swept away in unison. 2 of the shield warriors who hadn't even had time to replenish their bloodlines were directly killed in seconds. A prompt appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lulan Corpse General has used the skill Full Moon Sweep, after instantly sweeping away the front row. The former Lulan Ancient Kingdom General rushed into the hegemony's formation as if he was a god of killing, straight towards Lu Ruyan. Chapter 44. Black Hawk Hegemony joins forces? But the fisherman was behind. Ruyan, be careful, Lin Xueming instantly shouted in a hurry. However, he didn't defiantly block in front of that Lulan Corpse General, but instead, he took it upon himself to hide to the side and, front row shield warriors, hold it for me, Lin Xueming roared in a fierce voice. However, this hegemony division team he was leading was also all newly awakened professionals from this term. Everyone hadn't been together for very long, much less had much deep faith in him as the so-called captain. In the face of the level 50 gold boss, Lulan Corpse General rushed into the formation and killed the 4 directions in an instant. All of them were in a panic. All of the people were in a state of panic and fled in all directions. Lu Ruyan, who was located in the center of the team, was blocked to death and couldn't even run. Xueming, help me! Ruyan Lu shouted in panic, but in the midst of the panic, Lin Xueming didn't even look at her. As for Shao Knight, who was hidden in the secret room of the main hall, he was coldly eyeing all of this, but he couldn't save it, and he didn't intend to save it at all. People have to pay the price for their own choices. If Shao Knight hadn't been able to hide in the secret room in time and had been discovered by Lin Xueming, then I'm afraid that this group of hegemony's men would not be able to help. Then I'm afraid that the target of this group of hegemony's men would not be that Lulan Corpse General, but himself. If Lin Xueming and the hegemony's group of people could die in this copy, Shao Yi would not sympathize with them, but would be happy to see them. However, there was also a change in things. Just as hegemony's group was dispersed by the Lulan Corpse Generals, and fled in all directions. Another group had also arrived. Another group of people had already arrived in the main hall. It was the Black Eagle Guild led by Wang Biao. Looking at this miserable and panicked scene in front of him, Wang Biao revealed a trace of a gloating smile. Taking the people under his hand to hide in the doorway of the main hall, he shouted to Lin Xueming from afar. Lin Xueming, how did your hegemony get into this miserable state? Lin Xueming himself was a bit flustered, and at this moment, seeing Wang Biao watching the joke there, he hated his teeth even more. He said, Wang Biao, you're less likely to make snide remarks there. This is a level 50 gold level boss. Wang Biao's face was also shocked when he heard this. A level 50 gold class boss? That was the first time that the Awakened of their term had ever encountered one, and if they could lead the team to push it down, it would definitely be something that would make them famous in one fell swoop. At this moment, Wang Biao's thoughts were just like Lin Xueming's. Everyone wanted to be famous, and he, the son of the Black Eagle Guild's president, couldn't wait to prove himself. However, looking at this miserable situation of the Hegemony Guild, Wang Biao's heart couldn't help but mutter. After all, he knew that the strength of the group of people Lin Xueming had brought with him wasn't worse than his. Even if the level 50 gold boss bloodline had been knocked down by the hegemony, they were absolutely not sure that they could take over. Unless, after thinking for a moment, Wang Biao, however, suddenly had a hard look in his eyes and shouted at Lin Xueming from afar that, Lin Xueming, make a deal. We Black Eagle help you hegemony to fight together. After it's done, we'll split the equipment that comes out equally. When Lin Xueming heard this, he couldn't help but spit angrily. Bah! Damn! Their hegemony had fought hard for half a day, and had already lost the lives of several of their teammates, and as a result, they had to share the loot with Black Eagle in the end? But now Lin Xueming had no choice. If they didn't cooperate with Blackhawk Guild, all of their previous efforts would go down the drain. The loot will be split in half, but we, hegemony, have to choose first. After all, we've already lost so many people. Lin Xueming immediately gritted his teeth and said, the first time he led a team to a copy, he directly lost several players. If there wasn't a result, the Hegemony Guild executives wouldn't give him any good fruit. Wang Biao also did not pull more skin. Hegemony has already knocked out a lot of blood for them. Now the two parties are working together. For their Black Eagle Guild is simply a sure thing. A nod of the head and said, deal. Lin Xueming immediately shouted anxiously and said, then don't be too quick to let your Black Eagle's front row top it. Wang Biao didn't hide anything on his side, and personally led a group of Black Eagle's front row fighters to rush up. He himself was an S-ranked front row profession Pan-Long martial monk, able to carry and fight. In terms of defense, it was much higher than Lin Xueming's frost swordsman who majored in force sensitivity. As the first shield of the whole team, Wang Biao took the lead at the front and raised his specialized weapon, the Pan-Long stick. He raised his specialized weapon, the dragon stick, and attracted the boss's hatred to himself. At this time, the Black Eagle's entire team also all entered the field. Front row, mages, healing professions set up a formation, stabilized the situation. And Hegemony's people also took the opportunity to reorganize and intersperse themselves into the Black Eagle Guild's formation. All back row healing professions all target me. Wang Biao roared with confidence. With his current equipment, coupled with the special defense skill of the Discordant Dragon Martial Monk, Discordant Dragon Bottle, not only did it drastically increase his defense, but it also increased his blood value to as much as 8,000. Wang Biao claimed to be the second in defense of the current awakened. No one dared to claim the first. A person at the front, directly absorbing the effects of all the healing professions, was simply an impregnable shield. This was also Wang Biao's team's specialty. Only to see that Lulan Corpse General's blood-colored lance swing at Wang Biao's body. Surprisingly, it only dealt over 1,000 damage. 1,284. This 1,000 damage was almost instantly recovered by the dozen or so healing professions that had teamed up to heal him. A front row that could carry the load was more than enough to outperform a dozen inferior front rows. When Lin Xueming saw this scene, a hint of shade appeared in his eyes as well. This Wang Biao's S-rank profession, Discordant Dragon Warrior Monk, really wasn't weaker than himself. But right now, the two major guilds, Black Eagle and Hegemony, had to join forces to be able to crush this level 50 gold class boss, Lulan Corpse General. The teams of the two top guilds had gathered together, and not only did the front row have Wang Biao as an impenetrable shield, the mages and other output-type professions in the team were also directly doubled. A rain of arrows. A rain of arrows, mixed with flames, ice picks, lightning, and other various attribute spells bombarded the body of the Lulon Corpse General. Even the blood bar of this level 50 gold boss was being cut down as far as the eye could see. Within half an hour, half of the total 500,000 blood volume had been killed. The two major guilds had joined forces, and it was really unusually smooth. According to this progress, I'm afraid that it won't take long for them to complete the first kill of this Awakens Gold class boss. Wang Biao and Lin Xueming looked at each other in the crowd, and there was a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. The first kill of a gold-level boss was the highest honor of every awakened one. However, they didn't know that. However, unbeknownst to them, there was another person who was just as excited as they were in the bustling main hall. It was Shao Knight, who was hiding in the secret room. At this time, Shao Knight had already put on his Black Moon cloak and was secretly calculating his way out of the secret room. Secretly calculating the distance from the secret room to the Lulon Corpse General, as well as the distance to the exit of the main hall. 30 seconds of time. The time of the Black Moon's drastically increased movement speed effect. It wasn't impossible to grab this boss. Chapter 45. There was Old 6. The Hegemony and Black Eagle guilds had combined to send out close to 100 people this time, each and every one of them being hand-picked elites among the new class of professionals. Their average level was close to 40. Under the joint bombardment of up to 100 people, even the level 50 gold level boss Lulon Corpse General could not hold back. Not only did its bloodstain drop below half, but its furious counterattack was also eaten by Wang Biao, who had a group of healers on top of him. This was the strength of a team fight. As long as there was a front row that could hold up, paired with a group of healing professions, plus the output team of mages and archers, no matter how thick the blood was, the boss could always die. However, as we watched the Lulon Corpse General's bloodstain get smaller and smaller, Lin, the leader of the two guilds, was getting more and more tired. The leaders of the two guilds, Lin Xueming and Wang Biao, began to coincide with each other. Although it was agreed that if they could kill the boss, the loot would be shared equally. But they didn't say who was going to make the last move. As we all know, the last one to kill the boss will get half of the experience. The remaining half of the experience will be shared equally by everyone present. Moreover, this is the first gold-level boss that the Awakened have opened up in this session. Whoever makes up the last cut will be qualified to say that they have taken the first kill of a gold-level boss. Lin Xueming couldn't help but give Wang Biao a gloomy look. Obviously, at this time, it was no longer feasible to discuss the matter, and Wang Biao would never be able to leave the opportunity to make the last cut to himself for nothing. Wang Biao in the forefront of the boss looked at that less and less blood. The heart also gradually calculated up. Both of them unspokenly slowed down the output rhythm of their hands. Both of them slowed down the output rhythm of their hands, keeping their highest output skill, ready to grab the last mending knife. Those members of Hegemony and Blackhawk who were familiar with their captain's mind also cooperated with each other. In fact, among all of them, only Wang Biao and Lin Xueming have the gold equipment provided by the guild, and they are the only ones who can really talk about the damage of a single skill. Only these two are unique. The other players basically have no possibility to grab the last knife. The entire action of pushing the boss gradually turned into a duo between the hook and heart. Although Wang Biao, who was at the front, had been keeping his strongest killing moves useless, he was always the first shield of the entire team, carrying the damage for the team all the time. However, next to him, Lin Xueming, as the main attacker of the melee profession, had visibly slowed down the pace of his output, and his paddling attitude had caused many people in the Black Eagle Guild to become dissatisfied. Hey, your Hegemony's captain is simply paddling. He hasn't even played any output for so half a day? If you ask me, your Hegemony's output is just like your captain's. It's simply not working. As one of the 4 great guilds, how could the people from the Hegemony Guild hold back after hearing these words? Immediately, they countered by saying, "When is it your turn to control our Hegemony's captain? Just mind your own business. SS. You Black Eagles picked up a bargain later on, so just enjoy yourselves." Although the two guilds were still outputting, they were already squabbling with each other in a tit-for-tat manner. "Without us, you guys would have been wiped out long ago. Bull. If we hadn't gotten the boss's attack moves out, you guys would have ended up the same way. Our captain isn't a little brittle like your captain. Are you going to say one more word there? Say what you will." As the smell of gunpowder became more and more charged, both parties didn't have the slightest doubt that by the time this boss went down, they might all just go straight to work. Lin Xueming, on the other hand, secretly sent a sentence in the Hegemony Guild's contact channel. When this boss is about to die, everyone get ready to cooperate with me to patch up. The final slash of this gold-level boss must not be snatched by Black Eagle. The instructions that Hegemony's people received in the contact channel, one by one, they also secretly prepared themselves. As for Wang Biao there, he also pressed on and stopped hiding, directly yelling at the people of Hegemony beside him that, "In a moment, all of you will get out of the way. I'll see who dares to grab the last knife with me." Wang Biao's words made the Hegemony's people even more dissatisfied in their hearts. And right at this moment, that Lulan Corp's general's blood level was getting lower and lower, finally approaching the final chopping line. "It's now." Wang Biao gripped the Pandragon's stick with both hands and violently stomped on the ground. The huge vibration suddenly shook the surrounding Hegemony's people backward in unison, clearing a vacuum around the boss that. He also cleared a space for himself to make up for the last slash. Aiming at the boss, they were about to execute their killing moves. However, Lin Xueming was even more astute, and at this critical point in time, he suddenly said in the Hegemony's chat channel, "All of Hegemony's output professions have stopped." So in an instant, half of the mages and archers stopped. The entire team's output was cut in half, and the boss's bloodline, which was about to approach the kill line, suddenly fell short by a hair. Wang Biao's killing move hit the body of the Lulan Corp's general, bursting out with a huge amount of damage. 816. However, it did not knock out the last ounce of its blood. This Lulan Corp's general's blood bar was already almost empty, but there was just a sliver of blood left that was visible to the naked eye. Behind him, Lin Xueming violently rushed out, the long sword in his hand erupting with a blast of cold air, heading straight for that Lulan Corp's general. "Damn, you're playing dirty with me." Seeing this scene, Wang Biaoqi couldn't help but roar in anger. However, the killing move in his hand had already entered its cooldown time. Ordinary means of attack would simply not be able to knock out the boss's last blood bar in a short period of time. Angry and anxious, Wang Biao simply clenched his teeth and blocked straight in front of Lin Xueming. "Wang Biao, you give me the old man to get out of the way." Lin Xueming's eyes widened anxiously, and he shouted fiercely under his breath, "Or else I'll even kill you piece by piece." Both of them were red-eyed at the moment. Right at this split-second moment, everyone didn't notice. From the wall behind the main hall, a black shadow suddenly appeared. The speed was extremely fast and rushed towards the Lulan Corp's general, who only had a trace of blood left from behind. The speed of movement was as fast as a shadow, and in the darkness of the tomb, it was even more difficult to see. Before anyone could react, a damaged figure had already burst out from the back of the Lulan Corp's general. This level 50 gold level boss let out an unwilling roar and suddenly fell to the ground. A prompt appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Congratulations! You have killed the level 50 gold boss Lulan Corp's general." The experience of killing a gold level boss across the levels allowed everyone present to directly level up by one. However, both Lin Xueming and Wang Biao only had a white light flash on them. Both of them had only risen by one level, and neither of them had grabbed the huge amount of experience from this last sliver of mending. "What's going on?" Wang Biao and Lin Xueming glanced at each other, each with a look of shock and bewilderment in their eyes. In the gazes of these two somewhat dumbfounded leaders, a black shadow stormed up from amongst the fallen Lulan Corp's general's corpse, and like the wind sweeping through the clouds, it took all the equipment with a glittering golden light that had been exploded out of this level 50 gold class boss in its arms. Then again, he turned into a black shadow and swept towards the entrance of the main hall. "Good you, Lin Xueming, still hiding a hegemony assassin in the back. How insidious!" Wang Biao still regarded that black shadow as someone from the hegemony, so he couldn't help but curse. Lin Xueming, on the other hand, was also stunned, then immediately reacted and said with wide eyes, "What? Isn't that one of your Black Eagle's people?" "What do you mean? It's not." "Quickly stop him. Damn. This damn old six." Chapter 46 Escape from Life. The black shadow was naturally Shao Knight, who had turned on the skill attached to his cloak, Black Moon Time. That black shadow was naturally Shao Knight who had turned on the skill attached to his cloak, Time of the Black Moon. Movement speed directly increased by 50% within 30 seconds, and the silhouette had a blurring effect, making it impossible to see accurately. Between the flashes of light when Wang Biao and Lin Xueming were fighting to grab the boss's last slash, Shao Knight, who had all of his beast blood boiling, water-calling steps turned on, struck his highest damage skill, Thunderous Surge, at the back of the boss. After one-shotting this unstoppable level 50 gold class boss, Shao Knight didn't even look at it. Shao Knight didn't even look at it. Directly this boss burst out of a piece of equipment in the most brilliant gold, several pieces of equipment all into the arms, and also sacrificed this building. In the meantime, he also sacrificed the Lulan Corpse General's fire seed. Before the people from the Hegemony and Black Eagle guilds could react, they had already run to the entrance of the main hall. Damn it! Quickly stop that guy for me! Wang Biao, who had reacted, roared hysterically in anger. Lin Xueming, on the other hand, was even more furious that he was already on fire, and while lifting his leg to chase after him, he shouted with a hoarse voice, saying, "Give me a chase! Notify all the brothers of the Hegemony. Be sure to catch him for me." The two major guilds had joined forces to push the boss, and instead of grabbing the last slice of mending kill experience, even the equipment that had exploded had all been robbed. If this gets out, Black Eagle and Hegemony guilds' faces have been disgraced by their two leaders. At this time, Shao Knight had already broken out of the door of the main hall, turned his head and turned into one of the tomb passages. Belatedly, a white light flashed across his body. The experience from the complimentary kill of the up to level 50 gold level boss directly allowed Shao Knight to rise 8 levels in a row, and the level directly came to level 38. Without the slightest hesitation, Shao Knight decisively added all the attribute points gained from these 8 levels to agility. Now he could run as fast as he could. It was too late to look at the equipment in his arms and threw it all in his backpack. And right at this moment, Shao Knight's ears also heard a familiar prompt. Lulan Corpse General's salary fire sacrifice successful. Fire seed plus 100. Acquired talent skill full moon sweep grade A. Although his current running posture was a bit lousy, Shao Knight was simply a bit happy. In the flash of light just now, Shao Knight had also sacrificed the Lulan Corpse General's salary flame in passing. This level 50 gold boss is different. Not only did it directly give 100 points of fire value, but it also directly popped out an A rank. He also gave out an A rank skill, and it should be the same move that the Lulan Corpse General had just used to kill the 4 directions full moon sweep. I've made a fortune this time. Shao Knight felt that Wang Biao and Lin Xueming were simply a blessing to him, and wherever these two appeared, they could always make a big profit for themselves. However, the situation now is not a time to slack off. Feeling the vibrations and shouts of curses coming from behind him. Obviously, Lin Xueming and Wang Biao had brought all the people from the Hegemony and Black Eagle guilds to catch up. A lighting arrow and a fireball spell blasted directly towards the front in an attempt to illuminate the position of the Black Shadow, trying to illuminate the Black Shadow's position. However, Shao Knight, whose movement speed was extreme, took advantage of the fact that the effect of the Black Moon Hour hadn't yet disappeared, and directly turned into a fork in the road, immediately leaving behind Hegemony and the Black Eagle Guild, immediately throwing off the tracking of the Hegemony and Black Eagle Guild. Damn! Which way did that kid run over? Lin Xueming hurriedly brought his men to chase after him, but he was dumbfounded by the 3-way intersection in front of him. Never mind that much. Split up and go after him for me. Wang Biao gave an order. At this moment, the two of them reached an agreement again. Beiji and Black Eagle's people and soldiers united in 3 ways, respectively, into the 3 forks in the road, and the fork in the tomb passage in the middle of the fork in the road again. The 7-twisted mechanism design would have been easy to make people unable to figure out the direction, and every time they reached a fork in the road they had to divide the tracking team into points and points. However, Shao Knight had a prop in his hand that was as helpful as a god. The sheepskin map. No one knew all the terrain and structures in the tomb passage better than Shao Knight, including the paths and secret doors that led in all directions. What's more, Shao Knight also had an open-ended detection skill, ultrasonic enemy detection. With the help of these two, Shao Knight was often able to anticipate the enemy and turn towards the path with the least number of people. However, the ones who chased after him in the main hall were not all the people who had entered the copy of Hegemony and Blackhawk this time. In addition to the elites led by Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, there were still quite a few people from Hegemony and Blackhawk who were practicing on the 1st and 2nd floors of the replica. At this time, Wang Biao and Lin Xueming gave an order in the contact channel and immediately surrounded them from the upper level. There was a siege in front and pursuers behind. Even though Shao Knight was able to play hide and seek in this well-connected tomb passage, it wasn't an easy task to escape. Turning into a dark room once again, Shao Knight instantly raised the lighting bug and once again went to look at the roll of sheepskin map in his hand. The predecessor who drew this map was the designer of this Lulan general's tomb. Then besides the entrance to the copy, there should be a hidden exit. Xiao Knight carefully turned the sheepskin map over and over again. Finally, on the back of the map, he found a road outlined in light handwriting that led straight to the outside of the tomb. However, this path was the opposite of the entrance to this copy of the tomb. The path that left the tomb was actually in the main tomb hall that Xiao Knight had just come from. So that's how it is. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the ingenuity of the map maker. The path to escape from Ascension was right near the main hall. I'm afraid that no one else would have thought of it. At this time, Xiao Knight, who was hidden in the dark room, also heard a tracking sound coming from the surroundings. It is from the main hall chased over the group of people of the hegemony and Black Eagle. Xiao Knight held his breath without uttering a word, quietly waiting for this group of people. Xiao Knight held his breath without uttering a word and quietly waited for this group of people to chase past before coming out from the dark room and swept in the opposite direction. That is, the direction of the main hall. And this way has long been no silhouettes. No one will think that that person still dares to go to the main hall. No one would have thought that person would still dare to run back. The so-called most dangerous place was the safest place, and that ancestor who designed the entire general's tomb was obviously well-versed in this truth. A few hundred years later, it was a bargain for Xiao Knight, the person who came after him. Returning back to the main hall with a light heart, Xiao Knight was also able to make it through the main hall without any problems. Xiao Knight was also able to smoothly find that secret passage to escape from the copy of the tomb near the main hall that it was hidden at the foot of one of the thousands of terracotta warrior statues that stood in the main hall. It was just big enough for one person to get out. Before going out, Xiao Knight seemed to have discovered a hint of abnormality, only to see that the terracotta warrior on top of the dark passage seemed to be different from the other warrior chrysalises. What he was carrying in his hand was not a sword, but a pen. It should be a civil official. Could this be the person who drew the sheepskin map? Hundreds of years have passed, and the truth has long been unknown. Xiao Knight could only respectfully pay his respects to this terracotta warrior, then drilled into the secret passage and, leaving this copy of the general's tomb, which was still roaring with the siege, and returned with a full load. Chapter 47. Black clothes? Assassin? Right on the mark. Outside of the Lulan general's tomb replica was still crowded, and there were still quite a few late arriving professionals who wanted to get a piece of the action. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the copy, they were told that the copy was in progress. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the copy, they were told that there was a siege in the middle of the copy in which the two major guilds had joined forces. The exact reason was unclear, but it was said that the leaders of the Black Eagle and Hegemony guilds had personally put down the word to. They were joining forces to put a manhunt on for an agility profession wearing a black cloak. The occupation level is at least A class. Could be an assassin or a thief. Even the entrances and exits of the replica were heavily guarded by the two guilds, and every agility profession entering and exiting was strictly inspected. Quite a few people were gloating as they watched the action unfold. There were also quite a few people who had already pieced together the facts through the whispers of eyewitnesses that, "Have you heard? It seems like someone robbed the equipment of the hegemony." Robbing equipment? I heard that someone killed someone from the hegemony guild inside. What? What kind of person would have the guts to kill someone from hegemony? Yes, I heard that Black Eagle's people were also killed by him. I don't know where the ruthless person are. My brother's inside said that he's an A-rank assassin. An A-rank assassin killed someone? So scary. But even if it's an A-ranked professional, this time he's directly wanted by the two major guilds together, so I'm afraid it'll be hard to escape from this copy even with wings. Yeah. Offending two major guilds at once, how bold is this? Between the bustling crowd, Xiao Knight, who was wearing mixed profession equipment, quietly climbed out from another exit of this general's tomb copy. Long ago, the conspicuous black moon cloak, and some of the gold equipment to change down after the Xiao Knight just like a D-class warrior appearance, easy to mix into the crowd of onlookers, listening to the rumors coming out of his ears that were not strictly in line with himself. Xiao Knight couldn't help but be happy. Sure enough, this rumor thing was only getting more and more exaggerated, and if one wanted to catch someone based on these characteristics in the rumors, I'm afraid that they would never be able to catch Xiao Knight in their lifetime. Before leaving the general's tomb copy, Xiao Knight noticed an unusual thing. Right at the entrance of that copy, Bowley Group's people seemed to have all withdrawn from the copy, but they did not leave and were waiting for something. Xiao Knight's eyes snapped shut. It seemed that since the beginning, The actions of the people from the Baoli group in this Lulan General's tomb copy were somewhat strange. They neither fought with the Black Eagle or the hegemony guilds for the treasure chests in the copy, nor did they organize regular practice sessions for their players. Neither did they organize their players for leveling, and even Shao Knight barely saw a few of the Baoli group's people in the copy. It was as if they were just going through the motions. Or rather, they were accompanying someone in this copy. Shao Knight couldn't help but think of the black-clothed assassin who died in his own hands. That person had once begged Shao Knight for forgiveness before his death, saying that his background was extremely upholding the truth that not knowing is the best way to hide. Shao Knight ended him without waiting for him to finish. But now, looking at it, Shao Knight had to consider the worst possible outcome. That is, the background behind that assassin with a white face was feared to be the Baoli group. Hiss. Shao Knight couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The Baoli group, although it hadn't formally inserted itself into the profession of the Professionals Guild, the high-level professionals who worked for them under their hands weren't even the slightest bit less than those of the four major guilds. The rich and powerful Baoli group had monopolized almost all of the main industries in Shangjing City, and could be said to have the eyes and ears of the heavens. Messing with them was even more troublesome than messing with the four major guilds. If that person was really the esteemed young master of the Baoli group, and was now dead in the middle of the General Lulan replica, it would definitely cause 1,000 pairs of eyes to investigate. I hope that Li Shuer and Lin Fei will remember Shao Knight's instructions. Run far away to the black market in another city to sell those 3 golden artifacts that were stripped from that person's body, or else with the Baoli group's eyes, it wouldn't take long for them to be investigated. However, in the middle of the copy, Shao Knight handled it quite cleanly. Even the corpses with equipment were burned clean by the salary flame sacrifice ritual, so there was no way to find out even if they were investigated. Unexpectedly, just as Shao Knight blended into the crowd and, when he was about to leave this copy of General Lulan's tomb, however, he heard a ridiculous but convincing statement from the crowd. Have you heard? The 4th young master of the Baoli group has also come to the General's tomb copy this time, and so many people from the Baoli group have come to escort him. I heard that this Baoli group's 4th young master has an extremely foppish personality, and has also awakened an A-class assassin profession. Hush! Tell you a secret, but don't tell others. I've heard that the person who killed the Hegemony and Blackhawk guilds, that's him. What? No wonder. Besides this Baoli group's 4th young master, who else would have the guts to touch the people of the 2 major guilds? There are also people saying that this Baoli group's 4th young master has a maniacal temperament and a penchant for killing. Then it must be him. This time, there's a lot of excitement in this copy. Shao Knight was stunned. Then he suddenly came to his senses, when he turned on the time of the Black Moon and grabbed the Lulan Corp's General's last slice of mending experience and equipment from Hegemony and Black Eagle. Almost doubled his movement speed. The speed of movement was so fast that they thought it was an agile profession, either an assassin or a thief, and it was at least an A rank or above professional. The person who died in his own hands happened to be dressed in black, wearing a huge black hood that covered half of his face. And his profession was an A-rank assassin. Black clothes? Assassin? The two were a perfect match. So in the eyes of these onlookers, the killing of the people from the Hegemony and Blackhawk guilds was done by the 4th young master of the Baoli group. Only the 4th young master of the Baoli group, who had a big and powerful family, would dare to kill the people of the 4 major guilds. Doesn't this make sense? It's too reasonable. Even Shao Knight, who was the culprit himself, was dumbfounded by what he heard. The powerful imagination of these onlookers directly created a natural way to get out of the way for Shao Knight. What's more, at this time, the General's tomb copy has already made a big fuss, and the people of the 2 major guilds are still teaming up to pursue and intercept them. And the 4th young master of the Baoli group, who killed the people of the 2 major guilds, was hiding in the copy, teasing the pursuers. This instantly involves 2 of the 4 major guilds, plus the Baoli group. The explosive news between the 3 giants. It became even more enjoyable for the onlookers who liked to watch. The so-called cicada shelling plan. These onlookers directly made a perfect shell for Shao Knight. Shao Knight sat back and enjoyed his success. Chapter 48. Woe to the East. The Baoli group struck out. At the entrance of the copy of General Lulan's tomb, Polaroid Group's fleet of off-road vehicles were parked neatly in a back shape. A secretary wearing the Polaroid Group's standard clothing carefully approached the nanny car that was surrounded in the very center, raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Uncle Chin, There are some rumors from the people outside, and I don't know if they're true or not. It's about the fourth young master. The door of the nanny van slowly opened. The middle-aged man in his 50s, who was called Uncle Chin, was leaning back in his seat, wearing a pair of sunglasses. This person's full name was Chin Shan, and he was the housekeeper of the chairman of the Baoli Group's family. Although he didn't have a real position in the Baoli Group, he was still a pivotal figure, and it was heard that he had been working for the Baoli Group all his life. Uncle Chin slowly removed the sunglasses on his glasses. He has long been accustomed to this kind of light sleep that wakes up at any time. What rumors? Uncle Chin faintly asked. For the personality of the Baoli Group's fourth young master, whom he had watched grow up with his own eyes since he was a child, he knew only too well. Behavioral, morbid, those are just some cover words that are put on the stage. In his opinion, the Baoli Group's fourth young master is a complete pervert suffering from homicidal disorder. And Uncle Chin's task today is to be responsible for watching him and not to play too much. But first, you have to let him play. As the fourth son of the Baoli Group, a mere low-level copy, even if it's the first time it's appeared, isn't even worth putting in your eyes. The only reason that kid wanted to come here was to have some real fun, robbing, bullying, and even killing. And all Uncle Chin had to do was wipe his ass for him. This wasn't the first time he had done so for this fourth son of the Baoli Group. No matter how big the mess is, Uncle Chin can clean it up. This was his half a lifetime of experience in the jungle and his value to the Baoli Group. Uncle Chin. The secretary who knocked on the car door was a bit afraid to look at Uncle Chin's eyes. All of them here were a bit afraid of him, especially after having seen Uncle Chin handle those corpses with his own eyes. The secretary cautiously said. Someone said that the fourth young master killed someone inside, and it seems like it was someone from the 4 major guilds as well. Uncle Chin's brow love couldn't help but frown. This damn little really killed again. However, Uncle Chin didn't panic. He just felt that there was some trouble. Even the 4 major guilds and the Baoli Group all had inextricably linked interests, and it wouldn't be too difficult to solve this time. The 4 major guilds? Is it the Black Eagle or the Hegemony? The secretary's even more a little shaky said. I heard that they all killed. Now Black Eagle and Hegemony's people are teaming up to hunt down the fourth young master in the middle of the copy. Uncle Chin took a deep breath. Among the 4 major guilds, Hegemony's president, Tang Jinyuan, was like a businessman who put profits first in everything, and when dealing with him, many things could be resolved by virtue of the benefits alone. But Black Eagle is not so easy. The current president Wang Mang is a ruthless character. Really, if you kill their people, I'm afraid it will take a lot of things to settle. Give me to inquire clearly, the 4 dukes actually moved who? Is it an elite seed inside their guild? Uncle Chin said indifferently. Also, who are the captains of Hegemony and Black Eagle who brought their teams here this time? The secretary hurriedly replied with trepidation that the leader coming from Hegemony is called Lin Shueming, a newly recruited S-ranked professional seed this year. The one from Black Eagle is President Wang Mang's son Wang Biao. Uncle Chin frowned once again, and in a moment of silence said, bring a few people and follow me into the copy. The secretary immediately gestured, and 4 professionals from the Baoli Group immediately followed with full gear. Uncle Chin stepped out of the car and moved his body and bones. Under the attention of the onlookers, he led the way into this Lulan general's tomb. 10 minutes later, in a relatively empty chamber on the 2nd floor of the Lulan general's tomb, Uncle Chin quietly sat on a piece of rubbing paper. Uncle Chin was quietly sitting on top of a polished stone monument, and in front of him stood 2 young professionals respectfully. One wore the symbol of the Hegemony, while the other was from the Black Eagle Guild. Notify your leaders this time in your guild's channel. Have them come over and say that the Baoli Group has something to talk to them about. Uncle Chin's voice had an unquestionable attitude to it. The 2 newly awakened professionals didn't dare to disobey, and immediately contacted each of them in the middle of their guild's contact channel. It didn't take long. Wang Biao and Lin Shueming appeared in the middle of this chamber in unison. Uncle Chin? Why did your old man come? Wang Biao was a bit surprised to see the person who came. With his family background and the connection between the Baoli Group, he had long recognized the Baoli Group's most loyal eagle dog, Chin Shan. As for Lin Shueming, after hearing Wang Biao call Uncle Chin, he also respectfully followed suit. He didn't recognize this Baoli Group's butler, but he could also tell from the way he was dressed and his aura that this person was by no means ordinary. Didn't your old man turn 5 decades ago? Why do you still have the interest to go down to this low-level copy? Wang Biao asked with some bewilderment at once. And the words in his mouth also made Lin Shueming surprised. This middle-aged man in front of him was actually a 5-turned powerhouse a few decades ago. So what point should his strength reach nowadays? Lin Shueming wanted to go up and climb up, but the humility and fear in his bones made him open his mouth and swallow it down. Only to see that Uncle Qin smiled at Wang Biao and said, "Xiao Biao, I heard that you, Black Eagle and Beiji are teaming up to arrest someone? What exactly is going on?" Wang Biao instantly raised an eyebrow, gritted his teeth and said indignantly, "I'll make you laugh. We teamed up to push a level 50 gold boss in the main hall of the 3rd level of this chamber. And as we watched it was about to come to fruition, damn it, I don't know where an assassin came out from. Not to mention robbing the boss with a single slash, he also fished away all the equipment that popped out. Do you think it's bad luck?" Uncle Qin's eyes twitched, then but a nod of his head complimented, saying, "You guys have only just switched jobs, and you were able to team up to push out a level 50 gold boss. You're really fearful of the future generations." Wang Biao immediately grinned and said, "Uncle Qin, fallacious praise, compared to your old man is nothing." Uncle Qin then pretended to be careless and asked, "The person who robbed your boss, have you seen what he looks like?" At this time there was finally a chance to pick up the conversation. Lin Shueming hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Uncle Qin, I saw it clearly. That kid is an assassin, dressed all in black, and is estimated to be at least an A-ranked profession. I don't know how long he's been hiding in the main hall. I'm afraid he's a turtle, and he's really able to live with it." Lin Shueming didn't observe that Uncle Qin's face had changed slightly, because Uncle Qin's heart couldn't be clearer. The Baoli Group's 4th young master's profession was an A-class assassin. "Did you guys catch him then?" Uncle Qin asked with a wry smile. Wang Biao shook his head in exasperation and said, "Not yet. The terrain in this chamber is too complicated. That kid is like a rat." Halfway through his words, Wang Biao suddenly realized something in his heart. He had occasionally heard his father say at the dinner table, "Baoli Group has an extremely eccentric character of the 4th young master. Everywhere committed a lot of trouble. Fortunately, there are Qin Shan in the butt for him." "Uncle Qin, did you come with the Chun family's oldest 4 on this trip?" Wang Biao's face changed, and he tentatively asked, "Could it be that the person who robbed their boss was Chun family's oldest? If it's really him, then I'm afraid that according to the connection between the Baoli Group and the Black Eagle Guild, this matter will have to be left unsettled." Uncle Qin grinned. He knew that Wang Biao had already guessed it. Sure enough, he's a smart kid. Not even remotely close to your father. Next to him, Lin Shueming was still listening to a cloud of confusion, not knowing what the two were talking about. But then he saw Uncle Qin stand up and said in a deep voice that, "Both of you will be the pride of the guild in the future. Your future is unlimited. Here please also sell someone Qin a favor. The matter of chasing and killing that little thief will be put to rest. Regarding the equipment of that level 50 gold class boss, I, Poly Group, will return it to you double. When we go out, my Baoli Group will also do its part to publicize the two of you for being young and talented." Wang Biao's face was expressionless, but his mind was moving fast. Knowing the connection between the 4 major guilds and the Baoli Group, he had already thought clearly about the power of it in an instant, and immediately nodded his head and said painfully, "Okay, everything will be according to what Uncle Qin said." And next to Lin Shueming, although still a little unclear, but also not so stupid to get to the bottom of it, also pretended to say painfully, "I'll listen to Uncle Qin as well. Not to mention the double gold level equipment reward compensation. Just the fact that Baoli Group personally promised to publicize it was enough to make the two of them moved. After all, what the two of them were seeking wasn't just a name." After sending off Wang Biao and Lin Shueming, Uncle Qin's face didn't show the slightest bit of relief. Years of wandering in the midst of killing, he always had a hint of a bad feeling in his heart. Frowning, he said to the secretary next to him, "Check the location on the 4th young master." The bank card that the 4th young master carried with him had the unique positioning mark of the Baoli Group, so as long as he belonged to the same copy space, he could check his location. The secretary immediately took out a special terminal, and after some inquiries, a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Uncle Qin, no? Didn't check it." Chapter 49, Uncle Qin's Unease. The disappearing 4th young master. "What do you mean you can't find out?" Uncle Qin's frown tightened. According to the temperament of that 1/4 young master of his family, he should have come back pretending to be a human being after making such a big and exciting incident. The secretary next to him, whose cold sweat had already dampened his back, forced himself to calm down and explained. Uncle Chin, it's true that the positioning on the fourth young master can't be found in this copy. Could it be that the fourth young master he's already out of the copy and headed elsewhere? Uncle Chin shook his head and coldly said, Impossible, because today is the birthday of Mrs. Chun of the Bowley Group. Even if this fourth young master was a rebel, he would never dare not go to the evening banquet. The banquet of Bowley Group is extremely grand. Even the Chun family's fourth young master has to go to try on the dinner dress in advance. What's more, even if the fourth young master disobeyed anyone, he wouldn't disobey Madam. After all, that was the person who spoiled him the most in the entire Bowley Group. Her ladyship's love for her little son, who was born with an eccentric personality, was almost to the point of spoiling him. Send all the people underneath to look for it. Don't let go of every corner. And see if there are any dark rooms, or teleportation formations or other spatial formations in the middle of this copy. For the first time in decades, there was a hint of panic in Uncle Chin's heart. Even if this Chun family's fourth young master stirred up a huge blunder today, he could still wipe the slate clean for him. But the fourth young master absolutely cannot go missing, much less have an accident. Especially since today is also Madam's birthday banquet. Uncle Chin lifted the wristwatch on his wrist and looked at the time. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and there were still 5 hours before the evening dinner. Before then, the Chun family's fourth young master must be retrieved. It's too late. Immediately transfer people from the group and block the entrances and exits for me. Uncle Chin's face was dark, and the uneasiness in his heart was growing stronger. The professionals around General Lu Lan's copy seemed to have watched a big show today. The people from the 2 major guilds, Hegemony and Black Eagle, who were blocking the entrances and exits, withdrew. However, the people from the Bowley Group had taken over the place again. Every professional who enters and leaves has to be checked clearly by them with a black face. Some of the onlookers were afraid of being caught in the crossfire and gradually dispersed. Xiao Knight, who had already left this place of wrongdoing, did not immediately return to his own small rental house in Shangjing City. Instead, he circled around the low-level practice area to avoid being targeted by anyone. By the way, he checked his backpack for a few pieces of equipment that he had snatched from the hands of the Hegemony and Black Eagle. A level 50 gold level boss. At least give a few pieces of gold equipment, right? At that time, Xiao Knight was in too much of a hurry and didn't have time to look at it at all. Now that he opened his backpack, he only saw for more items inside. 3 of them were equipment that were glowing with golden light. The first one was a snake-shaped staff that looked like a coiled ancient vine root. Ancient Lulan Priest Staff. Grade Gold. Level 50. Spell damage. Plus 1050. Attributes. Spirit. Plus 45 mana. Plus 1000. Attachment. Focus when casting spells. Reduce the forward swing of casting spells by 25% attribute. Spirit. Plus 45 mana plus 1000. Description. The staff used by Lulan Ancient Kingdom's High Priest Falling Cloud during his life, crafted from golden silk sandalwood, condensing this High Priest's lifelong learning and spirituality. What a superb golden artifact staff. Xiao Knight immediately looked happy in his heart. Although this staff was not a weapon that he specialized in, it could definitely make a huge profit by sending it to the auction or the black market. Even if they were all equally gold artifacts, the price of weapons is often higher than equipment. And as the level gets higher, the value also rises. Such a superb level 50 gold level staff, but also attached a word that can reduce the casting of spells before shaking, even hanging a 600,000 dragon coins. Even if you put a price of 600,000 dragon coins, there is absolutely no worry about selling it. The second piece was a pair of black feathered leg armor, not dazzling in appearance, but polished with great care, flexible but not heavy. Black feather leg armor. Grade, gold artifact. Level requirement, level 50. Defense, plus 450. Attribute, agility, plus 45 physique, plus 45. Attachment, light armor increase movement speed by 15% attachment. Light armor increase movement speed by 15%. Introduction, a light leg armor designed by an ingenious and playful person. While maintaining a high strength defense, the reduced weight design allows you to move more lightly and quickly. Another quite practical level 50 gold weapon, the first choice of force-sensitive warriors. However, this black feather leg armor Xiao Knight didn't intend to consign it, but instead directly left it for himself to wear when he was level 50. After all, What he was wearing now was still a level 20 black stone weapon decaying with leg wraps, and the strong attributes of the gold weapon couldn't be compared at all. The third piece was also a crescent moon-shaped necklace with a luscious texture and a hint of lavender color. Crescent moon necklace. Grade, gold artifact. Grade, level 50. Attributes: spirit, plus 50 mana, plus 500 strike value, plus 15%. Additional phrase: moon chanting when out of combat. Returns 0.5% of maximum mana every second. Description: a necklace in the traditional style of the ancient country of Lulan, created using extremely rare glazed ore. Once a love token for the nobles of Lulan, with a magical restoring effect. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but feel both happy and helpless. Joy is that this equipment is definitely a mage's recovery artifact. The additional phrase moon chanting, the ability to constantly recover mana when out of combat state, was a sought-after attribute for any mage profession in the stage. Not everyone was able to consume mana potions as if money was nothing. Moreover, due to the limited space in the backpack, a mage could not bring in too many copies of the potion even if they were rich. Once there is no more mana, the mage profession will be completely reduced to a waste. But the sad thing is that this crescent moon necklace is good, but it is simply customized for mages, and the attributes added are spirit and mana. For Xiao Knight, this force-sensitive warrior, it was a bit skewed. To extract the maximum value of this necklace, it can only be consigned to the auction together with the ancient Lulan High Priest staff. One reduces the forward swing of spell casting. One protects mana life. Regardless of which mage could collect these two pieces of equipment, the output ability would be increased by at least one level. Only one of the 3 gold weapons can be used by himself. Just as Xiao Knight was feeling a bit sorry for himself, his eyes also fell on the 4th item that had appeared in his backpack. He saw that it was a ring with a spiral pattern, and on top of the ring was carved an ancient totem that looked like a ghostly shadow. The light emanating from its body was not gold-colored, but a strange blood-red color. Just by holding it in his hand and glancing at it, Xiao Knight's heart immediately surged into a wave of ecstasy. The Ghostman Ring. Grade: brilliant artifact. Surprisingly, it's a brilliant artifact. Chapter 50 Radiant Wear. Ghostman Ring. Breakthrough level 50. Ghostman Ring. Grade: brilliant artifact. Level requirement: level 50. Attributes: strength plus 100 agility, plus 100 strike rate, plus 20%. Additional words: ghost manification when attacking the same target continuously. Each attack stacks 5% attack speed for 15 seconds, with a maximum of 15 layers. Introduction: Mysterious Ghostman Clan Martial Artist's Ring contains the power of Peerless Ghostly Shadow. When continuously attacking the same target, it will present a terrifying state of ghost manifestation. It was actually a radiant grade ring, an equipment that was a full rank higher than a gold artifact. The 3 attribute bonuses were accompanied by a special phrase of ghost manifestation. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but be overjoyed. If the star and moon necklace was tailor-made for the mage profession, then this Ghostman ring was for the mage profession. If the star moon necklace was tailored to the mage profession, then this Ghostman ring was tailored to Xiao Knight's force-sensitive stream warrior. Continuously attacking the same target and being able to continuously stack attack speeds is simply a godsend for soloing elite-level bosses. It was a perfect fit for Xiao Knight's current lone wolf fighting style. Brilliant grade equipment is really strong. With this, along with a king's sword that he had gotten from the treasure chest in the main hall of General Lolan's tomb, Xiao Knight had already assembled half a set of level 50 equipment. When Xiao Knight's level rose to 50, his battle power would be a qualitative change. The experience of grabbing the Lulan Corps General from the Hegemony and Black Eagle Guild directly allowed Xiao Knight's level to jump to level 38, which wasn't too far from level 50. Then the next goal was to level up to 50 as soon as possible. Since the goal was to level up, the experience given by the low-level leveling zones around Shangjing City wouldn't be enough. What Xiao Knight needed now was a leveling area that was at least level 30 or higher, preferably with some elite monsters and bosses. And without exception, these high-level zones were all in places far away from Shangjing City. However, the current Xiao Knight has nothing to worry about, and also just took this opportunity to leave Shangjing City to avoid the wind. So he simply didn't return to Shangjing City. He took a screenshot of the attributes of the ancient Lulan priest staff and crescent moon necklace equipment in his hand, and put them up on the online trading line on his contact device. After repopulating the vendors outside of Shangjing City with enough food, potions, and a field tent, He directly headed towards the advanced leveling area in the distance. For the next 5 days, Xiao Knight planned to stay in the leveling area until he reached level 50. Think of it as camping. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Knight's departure has caused a lot of suffering to one person in Shangjing City. That person is exactly the High Commissioner Nie Xiaoyu sent down by the military. Originally, she was responsible for designing this year's Tower of Trials. But the boldness of her on the spur of the moment to the military just captured obsidian dragon cubs into the hidden layer of the Tower of Trials as a hidden boss. But how did not expect the always arrogant and proud of the Tower of Trials as a hidden boss? But the military just captured obsidian dragon cubs into the Tower of Trials as a hidden boss. But how did she not expect that the always proud dragon cub would be directly contracted by Xiao Knight by mistake and taken away? That is a dragon cub that can be called a strategic weapon. Nie Xiaoyu, who was instantly flustered, immediately found Xiao Knight's address in the military's database. Nie Xiaoyu, who had just awakened and was able to contract a dragon cub, came directly in plain clothes to see what kind of god he was. I found Xiao Knight's home, but she came up empty. What's wrong? That guy didn't run away with the dragon, did he? Nie Xiaoyu in Xiao Knight's doorway blocked Xiao Knight for 5 days, but did not even see a shadow of a person. This time Nie Xiaoyu is also completely panicked. If this accident was really on her head, it would be enough to send her to a military court. I think I've done a lot for the organization, and I can't go to jail if I've done a lot for the organization. The more Nie Xiaoyu thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, wanting to cry. First look at their own just gained the rank of major, even cover have not yet covered hot at this time, not to mention is demoted, not directly dismissed from the military even if it is good. Nie Xiaoyu is ready to report this matter to the organization. Even if he turns himself in, the organization must send someone to put a nationwide manhunt out for this guy. Xiao Knight. There was a sudden sound of footsteps coming from the dilapidated rental building. With a sound of unlocking, the door of the rental house opened from the outside and Nie Xiaoyu violently bounced up from the worn-out sofa, staring with wide eyes at the dusty guy standing outside the door with a tent on his back. She would never forget this face that she had seen from the database. Xiao Knight. That guy had actually come back. Nie Xiaoyu's venting voice hoarsely roared that. Xiao Knight, where have you been for such a long time? You are. Xiao Knight looked warily at this woman who had risen violently from her couch and, for a moment, he was still confused by this justified question. Wait a minute. This seems to be his own rental house. Why would this strange woman appear in his house? Xiao Knight, who had survived for 5 days in the advanced leveling area in the wilderness, was still somewhat vicissitudes and tired even with enough food and a wilderness tent. But the woman in front of him who appeared in his home seemed even more haggard than he was. The loose hair hadn't been washed for several days, right? And the dark circles around her large eyes were as resentful as a panda's. No, who are you? Xiao Knight narrowed her eyes and asked, crossing her arms. This is my house. How did you get in? That Nie Xiaoyu was stunned by Xiao Knight's rhetorical question, and only then did she react to it. After waiting until the next day without blocking Xiao Knight, the short-tempered her directly looked for someone to pick the door lock, and simply lived in Xiao Knight's house to wait for him. Nie Xiaoyu was still somewhat speechless for a moment. After all, their own hall military sent the High Commissioner to pick the locks of other people's doors. Trespassing things really say out not too honorable. You first do not care how I came in. Nie Xiaoyu stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed her temples, took a deep breath to calm down, then looked at Xiao Knight and asked, Where's my dragon? Xiao Knight was stunned at the words. Dragon? How did this woman know that she had contracted an obsidian dragon? After coming out from the Tower of Trials, Xiao Knight had never leaked out half of the rumors. Dragon? What dragon? Xiao Knight, whose brain was rapidly spinning, immediately acted online and said, without blushing or jumping, What are you talking about? You people are sick. Nie Xiaoyu, who had personally witnessed the scene of Xiao Knight contracting the obsidian dragon cub in the surveillance video on the hidden level of the Tower of Trials, saw Xiao Knight's disoriented behavior. Seeing Xiao Knight's jerkish pretending to be a fool, she was instantly furious and immediately roared, saying, Don't play dumb for me. There is an obsidian dragon cub placed inside the hidden layer of the Tower of Trials. You're the only one who reached the hidden layer during this year's awakening ceremony. Where is my mother's obsidian dragon cub? Xiao Knight was instantly startled in his heart. The amount of information in these words was enough to prove that the woman in front of him was afraid of not being an ordinary person. The hidden layer of the Tower of Trials was not broadcast live to anyone. How did she know about the hidden layer of the Tower of Trials? Unless she is a big shot. Shao Knight, who figured out this layer, instantly sold out. His face instantly changed, and with a smiling face he asked, Dare I ask this, sister, what exactly are you na? When Nie Xiaoyu saw Shao Knight's attitude, she also lost a few points of her anger. Immediately, she sat down on that worn-out sofa, crossed her legs and said, Who am I? I'm the High Commissioner sent down by the military, the designer of this year's Tower of Trials. By rank, you should call me Major Nie. Chapter 51. Nie Xiaoyu, who came to the door. Where's my dragon?
Mayor Nie.
Shao Knight was shocked in his heart. This woman was really a big shot. I had heard that this year's Tower of Trials was personally designed by the High Commissioner sent down by the military, so it turns out that the designer was right in front of me. Then it was no wonder that people knew about the obsidian dragon cub they contracted from the hidden layer of the Tower of Trials, which was originally designed by others. The Tower of Trials was originally designed by others. It was certain that the things he had done in the hidden layer had long been seen by others. However, this kind of thing, the beast harnessing contract. Once contracted, it was almost impossible to undo it. Even if Shao Knight wanted to return this dragon cub to her, it wouldn't be that easy. So, where is the obsidian dragon cub? Nie Xiaoyu's face flushed as she coldly said. She, who had been promoted to major with her dazzling military achievements at the age of 20-something, had also finally stabilized her normally majestic aura. Well, you wait, ha! Shao Knight slowed down his emotions and thought quickly in his heart. It was definitely impossible to hide it, and in front of this High Commissioner, it would be better to cooperate directly by unnecessarily concealing it. What's more, the people coming from this military can't be hard-robbed, right? Shao Knight instantly chose to summon the obsidian dragon cub, answering with practical actions. However, a burst of summoning intent passed and, however, the obsidian dragon cub in the summoning space didn't give any response. The dragon cub seemed to be sleeping. From the very beginning, Shao Knight had discovered this. There was no way for an ordinary summoner to command this noble dragon cub. Shao Knight couldn't stop this little guy from coming out when he wanted to. When it didn't want to come out, Shao Knight couldn't call it out either. Looking at Nie Xiaoyu, the impatient expression on her face grew heavier and heavier, and her already haggard face was even more intent on killing. Shao Knight's head was also sweating, anxious and helpless, saying, Cough, cough. Sir, you first take it easy. It's not that I don't summon. It's that dragon cub that doesn't listen to me. It won't come out. Nie Xiaoyu was also worried because she had lost the dragon cub, and now she couldn't be at peace without seeing it. But after hearing Shao Knight's words, Nie Xiaoyu but suddenly calmed down, her eyes lit up and said, Are you saying that the obsidian dragon cub can freely break through the restrictions of the summoning space? Shao Knight hurriedly nodded and, That's right. Thinking back to his previous time with the cub, that dragon cub was simply able to enter and exit whenever he wanted. During the days of practicing in the field leveling area, the dragon cub would always come out like it smelled something when Shao Knight set up a bonfire to roast meat for dinner. Usually in the copy, Shao Knight occasionally want to call it out as a combatant, but how can not call it out? Thinking of this, Shao Knight suddenly tapped his head and, Wait, I have a method. Shao Knight snapped up, pulled out a leg meat bought on the way from his backpack, and walked to the kitchen for a burst of busy work. Nie Xiaoyu was also a bit bewildered when she saw this scene. With her eyes glaring brightly, she also involuntarily followed Shao Knight to the kitchen. While inside her mouth, she said to herself, The obsidian dragon can break the rules of the summoning space. That's a great discovery. When we first studied it, we suspected that the powerful defense ability of the obsidian dragon scales seemed to be related to the rules of space. This is a new piece of evidence. Shao Knight skillfully sliced the meat, opened fire, and fried it on one side. While doing so, he quietly sized up the young female colonel. This Colonel Nie seemed to be a military scientific research figure, and when talking about the research on that obsidian dragon, the entire person entered a state of oblivion. He talked about a lot of research matters, seemingly forgetting about Shao Knight next to him. Seems to have forgotten the existence of Shao Knight next to him. There were even many things that Shao Knight didn't know whether he should listen to or not. Shouldn't that stuff be a military secret? It wasn't until Shao Knight purposely set out 2 portions of the fried meat and handed one to Nie Xiaoyu in front of him. Sir, would you like to eat some as well? Nye Xiaoyu's clattering mouth came to a violent stop, and a scent of fried meat fiercely entered through her nose. Almost instantly, an extraordinarily distinct grunt came out from her stomach. Goo! Nye Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she slowed down. She had been blocking Xiao Night here for so many days, eating either cookies or instant noodles. Now the scent of this freshly fried meat smelled so good that it practically pierced right through her heavenly soul. Then I'm not polite. Nye Xiaoyu didn't hold back after all, and her eyes went straight as she took over and ate a plate of meat. And next to him, Xiao Night was also feeling a surge of joy in his heart. As the saying goes, the mouth of the eater is short, and this major Nye can't turn the other cheek, right? Nye Xiaoyu took a bite, only to feel that the outside was scorched and the inside was tender. The rich meat flavor exploded in his mouth, and the whole person wanted to cry a little. One didn't hold back. A strange sound came out of her mouth, and, oh! Only a child would instinctively make this kind of sound when eating something delicious. Nye Xiaoyu love cannot help but cheeks a blush, but also did not stop eating, and right at this moment, a flash of light from a teleportation array flashed through the dilapidated rental house, and the large black shining dragon cubs suddenly appeared. A pair of vertical pupils curiously swept in the surrounding, accurately gathered on the fried meat that Xiao Night had already served. It obediently walked over and sat down, waiting to be fed by Xiao Night. Nye Xiaoyu, who saw this scene with her own eyes, was dumbfounded. Oi oi! Was this still the noble bloodline, untamed black Yu dragon? And when she saw Xiao Yi throw a piece of fried meat, which was exactly the same as the one she had just eaten, to the obsidian dragon cub, a thought involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Isn't it true that this dragon cub eats so well every day? Then this life isn't a loss. Nye Xiaoyu shook his head and threw this unorthodox thought out of his mind. Then the researcher's occupational disease suddenly took over, carefully observing the obsidian dragon cub in front of him. A short week had passed. This dragon cub seemed to have grown a full circle. This growth progress was comparable to the results of the half a year they had kept in the research base before. What exactly did Xiao Yi feed it? No, it's not. It should be because after contracting a human professional, the contracted beast can also gain growth value from the experience gained from human upgrades. This was also the reason why the military research base had tried to get this obsidian dragon cub to sign a contract with a professional at an early date. It was only that no matter how excellent the military professionals they had found were, they were unable to successfully sign a contract with this obsidian dragon. What kind of magic power did this Xiao Knight have in his body? Watching the loving scene of a man and a dragon feeding each other in a witty manner, Nye Xiaoyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that it wasn't a bad thing for this obsidian dragon cub to be contracted by Xiao Knight. In a sense, it had instead solved a problem for their military. It was just that a strategic beast like the obsidian dragon cub had to be paired with a strong enough professional to be able to utilize the highest combat power of a dragon species. Was the Xiao Knight in front of him qualified? However, Nye Xiaoyu remembered that this Xiao Knight was the only awakened in this session of the Tower of Trials who had cleared all the levels to reach the hidden level. But he was only a D-ranked professional after all. What kind of magic power does a D-ranked professional have to be able to contract an obsidian dragon? Unless he has a special talent phrase. Could it be dragon affinity? Nye Xiaoyu instantly had a flash of brilliance in his eyes. That was a rare talent that was 1 in a million. When it really came to strategic value, it could be said to be higher than even SS-grade talent phrases. Almost half of all the dragon warriors and dragon knights who had signed contracts with the dragon race throughout history had done so because they possessed this extremely rare talent. A professional with a dragon affinity phrase. Under the cultivation of the research base, he would almost certainly become a dragon warrior knight in the future. Chapter 52 Human and Dragon in Harmony.
Nye Xiaoyu jest szok.
A dragon affinity is simply a born dragon knight. A professional with the dragon affinity talent phrase would be in a unique position when it came to getting along and training with noble creatures like the dragons. A proud and powerful creature like a dragon was very difficult to get along with, and ordinary professionals, even the strongest among humans, would find it hard to get along when they established a relationship with it. That kind of arrogance from the bloodline could never be erased by time and effort. That was why every country had to pay a huge price when it came to nurturing such a killing weapon as a dragon rider. Even the dragons raised from childhood would never easily recognize a professional. There were even a handful of cases of killing the professionals paired with them. Therefore, for every country, a professional who was born with a dragon affinity talent was a huge valuable asset. Could it be that the Shao Knight in front of him was such a one-in-a-million dragon affinity? Nie Xiaoyu's heart couldn't help but thump with emotion. When the upper echelons handed over the obsidian dragon pup, a strategic-level dragon race, to their research group, the entire group was thrilled. Once they were able to successfully breed a dragon knight, it would be a major boost in battle power for the entire dragon kingdom. However, during this period of research, even after bringing in several excellent and powerful warriors from the military, they were unable to get the recognition of the obsidian dragon cub. The process of cultivating the Dragon Knight program had almost reached a stalemate. At this time, Shao Knight, who was born with a dragon affinity phrase, coincidentally appeared. He even easily established a contract with this black demon dragon cub in the hidden layer of the Tower of Trials. This was simply a gift of fate. The corners of Nie Xiaoyu's mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. With Shao Knight, a dragon affinity, the next series of plans to cultivate dragon knights could continue and go almost predictably smoothly. And most notably, Shao Knight was merely a student who had just awakened his profession.
Proper freshman status na.
Nie Xiaoyu could even help him participate in that program that the military was secretly carrying out. Even if he's nothing more than a D-ranked warrior right now, after coming out of that military's secret program, he would definitely be able to become a unique warrior. What's more, if he could really become a complementary dragon knight with this obsidian dragon cub, he would be strong enough to suppress S-ranked professionals at that time. Nie Xiaoyu even felt that the military medal was beckoning to him. The merit of discovering a dragon knight professional was enough to add another star above her rank. Well, Mr. Shao Knight, is it? Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but rub her temples and said with a smile in the gentlest tone she could muster. She didn't want to scare him. Whether it was the Dragon Knight's cultivation program or that secret plan of the military hierarchy, it wasn't a level that the current Shao Knight could access. If she told him directly, she was afraid that it would only scare him, unbeknownst to him. At this moment, Shao Knight, who did not show any signs on the surface, had already guessed this Nie Xiaoyu's background and mind in his heart. From the point of view of Nie Xiaoyu's gabble once she heard about the obsidian dragon cub, this woman should be a complete scientific researcher. This woman should be a complete scientific research fanatic. The obsidian dragon cub was put into the last hidden layer of the Tower of Trials through her hands. By mistake, that obsidian dragon cub was contracted by herself and brought back home. A dragon cub, even if it was placed in the army, it was considered an absolute strategic resource. It was no wonder that she had rushed to the door and waited for several days at Shao Knight's home. However, Shao Knight had indeed signed a contract with this obsidian dragon cub. Even if he wanted to break it, he couldn't. Major Nie Xiaoyu, who was originally engaged in research, should be more than clear about this point. Therefore, it was even more unlikely that she would force herself to ask the obsidian dragon cub to break the contract. I just don't know what she's going to do next. Sir, Shao Knight instantly responded without being overbearing. And, what's the matter you say? Only to see that the enthusiasm in Nie Xiaoyu's eyes as she regarded Shao Knight was not the least bit less than looking at the black radiant dragon cub, and then said, Mr. Shao Knight, do you usually live by yourself? Looking at Nie Xiaoyu, whose attitude had suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Shao Knight's heart also flooded with mutterings. Is she getting close to herself? Yeah. Shao Knight instantly replied, somewhat puzzled. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Nie Xiaoyu with a surprised look on her face as she said, Great, then can I move over and live with you? What? Shao Yi was immediately shocked, and the spatula in his hand almost fell off the table. This is a bit too sudden, isn't it? Although this Nie Xiaoyu was quite a bit older than herself, she was also after all a full-fledged imperial beauty, not to mention that her arrival was not small. Moving over to live under the same roof with oneself, what was that called? Seeing Shao Knight reacting in such a big way, that Nie Xiaoyu was suddenly blinking her eyes, and even said in a somewhat pitiful manner, This obsidian dragon cub was a task given to me by the organization, and now that it's been contracted over by you, I simply can't deliver. According to reason, after making such a big mistake, I have to be sent to a military court. Oh, but, Nie Xiaoyu said with a bright light in her eyes even as her words changed. If I can move in and monitor and observe the growth of the dragon cubs from time to time, it would instead be a great help to my research. Our research team has also long since observed the spatial laws on the obsidian dragon scales, only that we have not been able to confirm it. Besides, I'm the best dragon expert in the military's research group, There's no one who knows more about the habits of the dragon race and how to tame a dragon type than me. You should have also realized that this little guy is not listening to you at all, right? Only to see that Xiaoyu blinking her eyes, but a hint of cunning was also revealed in her eyes, half threatening and half seductive. She said to Xiao Knight, saying, "Classmate Xiao Knight, you don't want to contract a titular dragon clan but not be able to help you fight, right?" Xiao Knight's tiger body shook violently. Why did this discourse technique sound a bit strange? However, although he had contracted this obsidian dragon cub, he had indeed not yet found a way to tame this little guy to help him fight. He had once also checked the database of the entire first high school. However, there was very little information on the dragon race, and it was obvious that the information on this noble and powerful race should be held in a higher-level database. For example, the military's database. The Xiaoyu in front of him was an expert in this area. Chapter 53 Free Dragon Nanny. Cohabitation with an Imperial Sister. So, how are you considering it, fellow Xiao Knight? Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and said assiduously, "Free Dragon Cub Nanny-o." Xiao Yinyu couldn't help but take a deep breath, and how to tame this obsidian dragon cub was indeed a big problem. Not to mention that he was still a half-baked beastmaster. If he took a crooked path and failed to utilize the strong strength of this obsidian dragon clan in the future, it would undoubtedly be a waste. Okay. Xiao Knight simply and cheerfully nodded his head once. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's reply, Xiaoyu immediately revealed a satisfied smile, and the haggardness on her entire face seemed to be instantly swept away. A lazy strand of hair fell onto her cheeks, and it was only at this moment that Xiao Yi noticed that Xiaoyu, who was only 27 or 28 years old, could definitely be considered a beauty. It was only the messy short hair and the glasses on the bridge of her nose that sealed her face value. Looking closely, her nose is high, and her eyebrows and eyes have a kind of beauty with a heroic spirit, so she's a proper imperial lady. Living under the same roof, it wasn't a loss. Right? Xiaoyu suddenly pulled out an extremely tiny contact device from within her backpack, as if she thought of something, and handed it to Xiao Knight. This is the military's special contact device, and it contains my dedicated number. So once you encounter any problems, you can contact me at any time. Whether it's the obsidian dragon cub or your safety, it's all very important to me, Xiaoyu said with conviction. She wasn't lying. Nowadays Xiaoyu was simply as important to her as the dragon cub, a natural-born dragon affinity, but it was hard to find another one even by beating the lanterns. Well, so there's still fried meat to eat? Xiaoyu asked slightly shyly, a hint of scarlet still floating on her cheeks. She was a bit ashamed of herself for this to come out of a 27-year-old female major's mouth. There it is, wait ha. Xiao Knight was also helpless for a while, taking out a piece of meat from the refrigerator and once again a burst of busy work. He himself was considered to be the head chef this time. Xiao Knight's old broken small rental house was simple, but it was always cleaned. There are only 2 rooms in the rental house. In addition to the one that Xiao Knight lives in, the other one is occupied by Xiaoyu in a dignified manner. The 2 of them slept across the wall. Both of them had experienced the week-long exertion and emaciation, and it wasn't long before snoring sounds were heard. Early in the morning, the 2 of them who were in the middle of the 2 rooms coincidentally opened their eyes early. Xiaoyu took out her military classified contact and sent a message to her assistant at the research base. The obsidian dragon cub has been found. I have found a new direction to start the next step of my research experiments. I won't be returning to the base for a short time. Don't miss it. And Xiao Knight's side similarly woke up early. Even if he had such a mutation in this rental house that he had lived in for so many years, he must not delay his development plans because of it. After 5 full days of painstakingly brushing monsters in the advanced leveling area, Xiao Knight's level had already reached 50, and he had not only gained a number of new talent words, but he had also gained a number of new talent words. Not only had he obtained many new talent phrases, he had finally put on his level 50 king sword, ghost ring, black feather leg armor, and other gold-level equipment, and his attributes had changed drastically. Xiao Knight. Occupation. Godforsaken. Level. 50. Blood. 9540 magic. 2150. Attack. 1595 defense. 1588. Physique. 181 strength. 315. Agility. 345 spirit. 155. Initial talent. Crippled Godhead. Talent phrase. Savagery D rank. Light and Restoration S rank. Ghost Fire Toxin A rank. Talent Phrase. Savagery D rank. Light and Restoration S rank. Ghost Fire Toxin A rank. Skills. Water Calling Step B rank. Beast Blood Boiling A rank. Full Moon Sweep A rank. Ultrasonic Claim S rank. Skills. Water Calling Step B rank. Beast Blood Boiling A rank. Full Moon Sweep A rank. Ultrasonic Claim S rank. Leveling up to level 50 meant that the qualification for the first turn had been ushered in, and the next step Xiao Knight had to take was to prepare for the first turn. According to the rules of Shangjing City. According to the rules of Shangjing City, a professional who has reached level 50 needs to independently clear a Danger Class A copy, or to clear a Danger Class S copy with a team of no more than 10 people. Then they can obtain a Certificate of Strength. With the Certificate of Strength, you can go to the center of Shangjing City to advance in your profession. It was also known as the first turn. The first turn is crucial for any professional. Not only could they obtain new specialized skills, their entire attributes could also be drastically increased once again. It can be said that the combat power of a professional before and after the first turn is two completely different situations. Xiao Knight was also curious as to how far his profession of God Abandoner would be able to reach after the first turn. However, whether it was clearing a Danger Level A copy alone or teaming up to clear an S-rank copy, it wasn't an easy task. In reference to the last new Lulan General's tomb, the threat of the copy was S-rank, and for the level of the professional in the 30s, it took the Hegemony and Blackhawk guilds to join forces to finally kill the final Lulan Corps general boss. Although Xiao Knight's level has now reached 50, and his combat power has long since doubled, he still can't take the enemy lightly. What's more, in the past few days, there were already more than 20 people on the leveling charts in Shangjing City who had reached level 50, including Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, Qin Yanyan, and other S-ranked professionals were even at the top of the list. All of them were painstakingly preparing in order to be the first to obtain proof of their strength, to be the first one to turn one amongst the awakened in this session. Achieving this honor would not only shine in the eyes of the citizens of Shangjing, but would also earn them a special reward from the Professional Bounty Association. Only after the first turn could a professional formally register with the Bounty Association and be qualified to take on a wide variety of missions with high bounties. At that time, that was the time to really make money as a professional. Every person who chose to become a professional was almost always doing so in order to make a fortune in the Bounty Association. A bounty mission with a danger level of S rank. The bounty obtained after completing it was even as high as 1 million dragon coins, enough for an ordinary family to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Xiao Knight also needed this way to make money. Therefore, his next goal was to find an A-ranked copy with the lowest risk. Not only did he have to fulfill the conditions for a single person to clear the level, but he also had to try to avoid being interfered with and deliberately tripped up by other people. But before that, Xiao Knight had one more place to go first: the trading office in Shangjing City. The ancient Lulan Priest Scepter and Crescent Moon Necklace that he had put up earlier had already been sold. The person who auctioned off the two pieces of equipment was the same person, and the time for the offline transaction was today. Chapter 54: The Exchange. Millions of dragon coins arrived. Before Xiao Knight left the house, only to see Nie Xiaoyu suddenly sticking out ahead from her own house and curiously asking, "Where are you going?" Xiao Knight, on the other hand, also answered frankly that, going to inquire about the intelligence of some copies and trade some equipment along the way. Nie Xiaoyu nodded obediently and blinked her eyes, saying, "Go early and come back early, yo." Xiao Knight is also speechless. This self-familiar tone. This sister is also really not taking herself as an outsider. Before leaving, Xiao Knight to see that Nie Xiaoyu is holding a contact device to say something, but also does not avoid Xiao Knight. It sounds as if the military research base to send over some equipment. It seems that this sister really wants to change her broken rental house into a research lab. Xiao Knight scratched his head and didn't care. The trading office is an official trading place set up by Shangjing City, and all the equipment hanging on the contactor line can be taken offline to be traded here face to face once it is photographed. By the Shangjing City official is responsible for the safety of both sides of the transaction, but also the biggest guarantee. Xiao Knight's ancient Lulan Priest Scepter and Crescent Moon Necklace, 2 level 50 mage grade equipment, were auctioned off for a total of $110. In the end, a total of 1.1 million dragon coins were auctioned off, and after deducting the 10% handling fee, there was still a huge income of nearly 1 million. The same person who shot these two pieces of equipment, the name left on the line is called Tang Sichuan. Although there is no other information left, but the transaction is quite fast, this person directly online to pay the deposit, The appointment is in today's face-to-face transaction. Xiao Knight rushed to the exchange after registering the serial number of the transaction. He was led to a compartment, only to see that the object of the transaction had come to a surprise. Only to see that the object of the transaction even came earlier than Xiao Knight, and had already waited in the cubicle in advance. Are you the person who traded the ancient Lulan priest scepter and crescent moon necklace? Seeing Xiao Knight, the man immediately stood up in excitement. He only saw that it was a thin but rather low-key dressed young man. Looking at his age, he should be the same as Xiao Knight, and was likewise an awakened of this term. However, Xiao Knight had never seen him in the first middle school before, and should be someone from the affiliated county of Shangjing City. Hello, my name is Tang Jianchuan. This person actually left his real name directly on the line, which was also considered straightforward. In comparison, Xiao Knight had only left a trading code name online. This Tang Jianchuan's eyes were clear as he looked Xiao Knight up and down, but there was no impoliteness in his eyes as he said to himself, "These two pieces of equipment of yours have really helped me a lot. Immediately, I'm going to lead the team to fight for the transformation proof, and if it wasn't for these two level 50 gold equipment, I really wouldn't have a clue in my heart." This person spoke without any sense of propriety, directly exposing that these two pieces of gold equipment were for himself, and being able to take out 1 million dragon coins to buy two pieces of gold level equipment showed that this Tang Sichuan's family background was also absolutely solid. "You're a mage profession?" Xiao Yi asked in a polite manner, only to see that Tang Sichuan then nodded his head repeatedly and said with a smile, saying, "That's right, S-rank profession Thunder Domain Mage, much obliged. Actually an S-class profession mage?" Xiao Knight's heart was also startled. It seemed that each and every one of the affiliated counties of this Shangjing city were also crouching tigers and hidden dragons. An S-ranked mage coupled with these two level 50 gold equipment, the output ability could be comparable to that of a team. This person will definitely rise to prominence in the future. And this Tang Jianchuan has always been polite and courteous, giving Xiao Knight a good impression. Xiao Knight also painfully took out the two pieces of equipment and placed them on the appraisal table of the exchange to confirm, and then directly traded them to Tang Jianchuan. Tang Jianchuan also immediately paid the rest of the final payment to Xiao Knight's card. Happy trading. Looking at the balance in his card, which instantly increased by a large amount, Xiao Knight's heart was also filled with pleasure. Before leaving, Tang Jianchuan then politely asked, "This student, I wonder if it's convenient to add a friend? If there are any more suitable mage equipment, you can just give me a price. I will definitely charge the highest price." This person was generous. Xiao Knight also happened to lack such a gold master, and immediately added a contact friend painfully, only to see that this Tang Sichuan contact information, accompanied by a guild he belongs to Beacon, with the Hegemony and Blackhawk belonging to one of the 4 major guilds, Beacon. It's no wonder that an S-ranked mage profession is able to inhabit such a sycamore tree as one of the 4 major guilds. And Tang Jianchuan saw Xiao Knight's slightly surprised expression, but also opened the door frankly said, "I'm now the small army chief of the Shangjing City branch of the Beacon Guild. I don't know if this brother has a guild? If a talent like you can come to our Beacon Fire, it must be a win-win situation." Tang Jianchuan's attitude was incredibly sincere. Although he still didn't know what Xiao Knight's occupation was, he was definitely no mortal if he was able to hit 2 level 50 gold grade equipment at this time stage. "Sorry, I already have a union." Xiao Knight refused. Tang Jianchuan, on the other hand, was undeterred as he pursued the question. "Oh? Which guild did your brother join?" Xiao Knight was stunned. He had already verbally promised Qin Yenran to join her guild, but at the time when the two of them exchanged words, Qin Yenran hadn't actually registered a guild. So right now, Xiao Knight didn't even know what the name of his guild was. A guild that was just created, and it hasn't settled on a name yet. A great deal of regret immediately flowed from Tang Jianchuan's eyes as he persuaded, saying, "It's not that I'm persuading you. A talent like brother deserves a bigger platform for you to play on. Or are you planning to go it alone, brother?" Xiao Knight smiled and shook his head, saying, "A gentleman's word. I've already promised that person to join her guild, so naturally I can't go back on my word." Tang Jianchuan frowned, then also smiled brightly and said, "What a gentleman's word. Since that's the case, it's no good for me to force myself. But since it's a guild that a talent like brother is looking at, I'm sure it's by no means a generalized one. Looks like we'll meet again sooner or later in the future. Farewell. Farewell." After leaving from the exchange, Xiao Knight opened his contact and found one of the names Li Shuer and sent a message. Where are you guys now? Is it convenient to meet? Within a few seconds, the reply from Michelle Lai came. We're in the 3rd hospital's inpatient department. Wait, I'll send you the location. The fact that he was able to obtain the Black Moon Cloak, Tiger Talisman and other equipment from the main hall was, in a sense, thanks to the sheepskin maps gifted by Li Shuer and Lin Fei. After coming out of the Lulan General's tomb copy, Xiao Knight didn't directly return to Shangjing City for insurance purposes, but instead wandered around for a few days. Now that the 2 gold-level equipment had been sold, it was time to honor his promise. Chapter 55: A Gift in the Snow. An unmerited favor. The emergence of priests with healing spells had brought the medical level of the entire world to a new era. However, due to the fact that the professionals who went to the duplicates could not help but suffer from all sorts of strange injuries and illnesses, there were many unstable duplicates in the residential areas. However, since the professionals who went to the dungeons were bound to suffer from all sorts of strange injuries and illnesses, and since many unstable duplicates appeared in residential areas, it was like a disaster. As a result, the number of hospitals did not decrease, but rather increased. When Xiao Knight arrived at the 3rd hospital's inpatient department, he only saw that Hong Liang, who had escaped death, had regained consciousness, but his entire body was like a mummy. However, his entire body was wrapped tightly in bandages like a mummy, lying on the bed with only his face exposed. Seeing Xiao Knight's arrival, Hong Liang was also excited and wanted to stand up from the bed, and his words were still a little fuzzy. Many thanks to this brother for saving his life. Hong Liang is unable to repay him. Next to her, Li Shuer also hurriedly made Xiao Knight sit down. Her cheeks were a little flushed, and her gaze carried an unconcealed excitement. Xiao Knight, you sit down. And Lin Fei also looked at Xiao Knight with eyes full of gratitude. Brother Xiao Knight, you really managed to come out from amongst the copies. Xiao Shui, she's been worried to death for the past few days. Lin Fei's words caused another blush to hang on Li Shuer's face. What are you talking about, you? Xiao Yi coughed gently a few times and said, How is your captain's injury? The 3 of them immediately looked at each other in embarrassment. And finally Lin Fei opened his mouth and said, The captain's injuries have been stabilized for now, but just like you said, brother, in order to regain the ability to act, we must find a priest above the 5th turn to step in. We've asked the 3rd hospital, and they said that although they can contact one, they have to prepare at least 1.8 million dragon coins. The situation was really no different from what Xiao Knight had predicted. With injuries as severe as their captain Hong Liang's, without the help of a priest with more than 5 revolutions, he would be doomed to become an invalid. Lying on the hospital bed, Hong Liang sighed, but squeezed out a smile and said, It's not in the way, Lin Fei. Xiao Shui, you guys don't stress so much. Big deal. I'll retire to the background in the future. As usual, I can do something. Lin Fei, however, said excitedly, Captain, don't say such words. We will definitely cure you even if we have to spell out this life. Li Shuer also nodded her head hurriedly. The 2 of them had long since had deeper feelings for Captain Hong Liang than family. A powerless atmosphere immediately filled the hospital room. Xiao Knight, however, coldly interjected and asked, How much money do you guys have on hand now? Li Shuer bit her lips and said, All of us have taken out our savings and borrowed some from our friends, so we now have 600,000 dragon coins. Xiao Knight narrowed his eyes and asked, Those few pieces of equipment, did you find a chance to bid on them? Li Shuer and Lin Fei shook their heads as they looked at each other. Hong Liang, who was lying on the hospital bed, then took over and said, I was the one who stopped them from selling. The power behind the one who made a move on us is by no means ordinary. I was afraid that they would fall into the trap. Xiao Knight nodded. Captain Hong Liang's approach was right. Earlier, in the middle of that copy, when Xiao Knight instructed the 2 of them, he had thought about the deep power behind that person. However, he did not expect that person to be the 4th young master of the Baoli group. The 4 words, Baoli group, can't be described as a profound force. Even if he ran into the black market of another city, it would be difficult to escape their eyes. It's right not to sell, you guys should also know who that person is, right? Xiao Knight's face changed and his tone became stern. The rumors from the Lulan General's tomb copyside in the last few days were also gradually spreading to the middle of Shangjing City, coupled with some of the media digging as if they had seen a treasure. A statement had already reached people's ears. The 4th young master of the Baoli group had disappeared in the copy of General Lolan's tomb, and before he disappeared, he seemed to have been surrounded by the 2 major guilds, the Hegemony and the Black Eagle. Mrs. Bowley was furious. But until now, there is still no news of this fourth son, who is the most doted upon by him. I heard that the Black Eagle Guild and Hegemony Guild executives have been in contact with the Bowley Group, but so far no word has been given. Historically, people love to see this kind of high and mighty rich people dog-eat-dog scene. But only Hong Liang, Li Shuer and Lin Fei in this ward knew the real truth. The assassin who chased them was the fourth young master of the Bowley Group. He died in the hands of Shao Knight. As for how Shao Knight had led the scourge to the Hegemony and Black Eagle Guilds, Hong Liang and the three of them couldn't figure it out, and only grew more and more impressed with Shao Knight, even with a deep sense of awe. Got it! Lin Fei and Li Shuer gritted their teeth and nodded. Towards this Bowley Group they were afraid. But there was even more hatred in their hearts. Injustice had a head and a debt had a head. That Bowley Group's fourth young master had brutally killed 2 of their teammates. There was no shame in death. Shao Knight, on the other hand, sighed and said, "Next, the Bowley Group will definitely investigate all markets closely. So find a chance to destroy those 3 pieces of equipment in your hands and never strike again." Lin Fei instantly said anxiously, "But what about the captain's his illness? If we don't sell the equipment, where will we get together the remaining 1 million or so dragon coins?" Hong Liang, who was lying on the hospital bed, said in a deep voice, "Shao Fei, listen to brother Shao Knight. He's right. Once the Bowley Group finds out, not only will all 3 of us have to die, we'll also implicate brother Shao Knight." Lin Fei's face instantly showed a sense of powerlessness. Sometimes money could buy a person's life. Without money, one could only watch Hong Liang become a waste. "The 1,200,000 dragon coins that are still missing, I can lend it to you." Shao Knight suddenly spoke up. After getting almost 1 million dragon coins from the exchange, plus the prize money Shao Knight had gotten from the Tower of Trials, it added up to almost exactly 1,200,000 dragon coins. This was also his entire family fortune. "No, no!" Hong Liang, who was lying on the bed, hastily refused, saying, "Brother Shao Knight, saving my life is already a favor that can't be repaid. Even if I am cured, it will be difficult for us to repay this 1,200,000 dragon coins." Hong Liang was clear about their own strength. They simply couldn't afford to pay back this favor of Shao Knight. Li Shuer and Lin Fei also lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They already owed Shao Knight too much. "If you can't pay it back, then pay it back slowly, big deal, I'll give you guys interest," Shao Knight said indifferently. He was actually doing this not only to help Hong Liang, but also to eliminate the risk of being found out by the Bowley Group. "Your Captain Hong Liang's injury must be treated as soon as possible, because next, the Bowley Group will definitely liquidate everyone who has been among the copies of General Lolan's tomb one by one. And the injury on your body is the deadliest evidence. Within 3 days, it must be erased as soon as possible." Hong Liang froze, and the 3 of them finally realized the seriousness of what Shao Knight had said. The Bowley Group by no means was that easy to fool. They would definitely trace the cause of this fourth young master's death at all costs. "Good." Hong Liang nodded with difficulty, knowing that this was the only option. "Brother Shao Knight, we will definitely pay back this money." Chapter 56, The Bounty Society's Hitch. There are ghosts. Money can make the ghosts go away. With this 1.8 million dragon coins, the hospital side would soon be able to contact a 5th turn priest to step in, and the 5th turn skill, flesh and blood recasting, could even restore Hong Liang's previous mobility within a day. No one would think that this 1.8 million dragon coins was not worth it. No one would feel that it was too easy for a turn 5 priest to earn money, because a priest who could reach level 250 with 5 turns was a rare find in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The higher the level, the harder it is to rise. The degree of difficulty for a priest profession to reach level 250 was dozens or even hundreds of times harder than a combat profession. Priests who had reached that status were already considered saints, except for those who had been provided for by major giants and top plutocrats, and those who were still willing to come out and collect money to heal people. It was only after healing the injuries on Hong Liang's body that the clues could be completely erased. Facing such a giant as the Bowley Group, any trace must not be left behind, and Shao Knight had to grab all the time he could to become stronger. At this moment, he also realized that an ordinary person would be as helpless as a mole cricket when facing the threat of a giant force like the Bowley Group. But the good thing is that Shao Knight is now in the dark. The trick of bringing in the evil in the middle of the duplicate had also allowed the 2 great guilds, the Hegemony and the Black Eagle, to temporarily block the gun for themselves. Completing the first turn is imminent. After Xiao Knight left the third hospital, he also came directly to the Bounty Association. This place had more information and intelligence from the official copies. Only by completing a copy that was above the danger level rated by the Bounty Association would one be able to obtain a transfer certificate. And here, Xiao Knight also saw quite a few familiar faces from the first middle school. Most of them were in occupations above a rank. Everyone hadn't fallen behind in their progress during the beginning of the scramble, and quite a few of them had already reached level 50. However, among them, Xiao Knight did not see Lin Xueming and Wang Biao. It seemed that due to the disappearance of the Baoli group's fourth young master, the two of them who were associated with the case were now also distracted. This also just gave Xiao Knight an opportunity. Just as Xiao Knight was carefully browsing through the information provided by the Shangjing Association on the A-level copies, a chit-chatting voice suddenly came out of the room. A chit-chatting voice suddenly came from behind Xiao Knight's back. "This student, are you also here to fight for the transfer certificate?" Xiao Knight turned his head to look, only to see that the person coming was a melee profession carrying dual swords. Half of the equipment on his body was at least silver, and his level had likewise reached level 50. "Yes," Xiao Knight nodded, only to see the gaze of the boy carrying the dual swords glancing over Xiao Knight's equipment all over his body. His eyes rolled and he said, "Great. Do you want to join our team? We're all going to fight for the transmutation proof and we plan to push the S-ranked copies, and there just happened to be a few spots missing." This boy carrying dual swords turned around and gestured towards a group of people in the distance. And the few people in the distance similarly waved at him, and one by one, those people also reached level 50. "How about it, brother? Fighting together in a group is much more stable than soloing alone." This person immediately launched a group invitation to Xiao Knight and said, although an S-ranked copy was only one level higher than an A-ranked copy's danger level, the difficulty and risk involved had increased by several times. That was why the Bounty Association's requirements were relaxed to the point that as long as a group of less than 10 people passed an S-ranked copy, they could obtain a transfer certificate. "Don't worry, we have 3 A-rank professions amongst our team, so we're guaranteed to pass an S-rank copy." The boy carrying the dual swords continued to persuade. His eyes had been intentionally or unintentionally sizing up the equipment on Xiao Knight's body. The equipment on Xiao Knight's body was deliberately covered with many rags and sandpapered to make it look old. At first glance, passers-by wouldn't realize that it was all precious gold equipment. Besides, the S-ranked copy can brush out a lot of golden weapons after passing. When the time comes, the team will distribute them as needed. The boy with the shoulders on his back had been baiting and enticing, seemingly eager to get Xiao Knight to join their team. The enthusiastic and fire-like attitude simply made people suspect that there was a ghost in it. "Fine." Xiao Knight, however, suddenly gave a painful nod. A hint of ecstasy immediately appeared in the eyes of the boy carrying the dual swords, and he hurriedly waved at his distant companion, saying, "Great, let's not delay, let's set off now." Several of his distant companions also quickly surrounded him, only to see that they were a heavily armored warrior, 2 mages, a priest and an archer. Together with the boy carrying the dual swords, there were a total of 6 people, and the gazes of these later ones were likewise all intentionally or unintentionally sizing up Xiao Knight. That heavy armored warrior, on the other hand, enthusiastically extended a hand to Xiao Knight and said, "Welcome this brother to our team. Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to pass this S-ranked copy with us." Before the polite words were finished, several people had already put on their backpacks and equipment and made a gesture to set off. Xiao Knight narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have you guys already chosen your copies?" The heavily armored warrior froze, then launched a smiling face and explained, "That's right, brother. The copy we picked is the S-ranked Ghost Beast Valley. Don't worry, we've already prepared the intelligence about this Ghost Beast Valley, and we'll definitely be able to clear it." Seeing that Xiao Knight seemed skeptical, then one of the mages hurriedly said, "Actually, we mainly chose the Ghost Beast Valley based on our team's strengths. Just rest assured." "That's right, today's time is just right. I think we should set off now." The boy carrying the dual swords instantly proposed. The remaining few companions also nodded in agreement, and a group of people surrounded Xiao Knight in the center and were about to head out of the city. "Wait a minute." Xiao Knight, however, suddenly opened his mouth and said. The sudden interruption caused the expressions on several people's faces to be stunned, but Xiao Knight continued, saying, "Aren't you guys going to ask me what my name and occupation is?" The heavily armored warrior's face immediately smiled sardonically and said, "Look at our haste. We forgot about this. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan Changhe. I wonder what this brother's name is?" And the boy next to him, who was carrying dual swords, also hurriedly smiled and said, "Right, right. My name is Yuan Changting. My name is Yuan Xiaoyu." The corner of Xiao Knight's mouth slightly hooked as he feigned disinterest and said, "It's fine. My name is Xiao Knight." In his heart, however, he already had a number. This group of people all had the same surname, and they should all come from the same affiliated county in Shangjing City, a proper group of fellow countrymen. The group of people who were blowing and coaxing Xiao Knight into the team were afraid that they hadn't put their minds on Xiao Knight. There are definitely ghosts in that Ghost Beast Valley. Chapter 57, Ghost Beast Valley. The Suspicious Yuan Brothers. The Ghost Beast Valley was located in the north of Shangjing City. When Xiao Knight followed the group of people to the northern city gates, he realized that there were 3 other people waiting for them outside the city gates. 2 of them were incomparably familiar with the few people surnamed Yuan, with the exception of a petite shield warrior girl who looked a bit raw and out of place with them. "These 3 are also with us." Yuan Changting, who was carrying dual swords, put on a smile and explained to Xiao Knight. The 7 people on Xiao Knight's side, plus those 3 people, just made up 10 people. Along the way, the gazes of the few people surnamed Yuan and the 2 later on had also been intentionally or unintentionally looking at Xiao Knight, and they even feigned unintentional exchanges of glances with each other. Unbeknownst to them, all of this fell into Xiao Knight's eyes. Several of them must have their own private contact channels. Only the shield warrior girl who came later was a bit confused like Xiao Knight, and should not be in the same group as them. This girl had a petite figure, but she was carrying a huge shield that was almost as big as her entire body, making her look somewhat contrasting. Taking the opportunity to bend down and organize his equipment, Xiao Knight walked up to the girl and struck up a conversation with her. "Hello. Were you also called by them to fight the transformation proof together?" The girl nodded at once, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. It looked as if it was a shy social terrorist character. "My name is Xiao Knight." Xiao Knight instantly introduced himself. The girl, on the other hand, hurriedly replied politely as well and said, "My name is Gu Shiyu." This simple conversation between the 2 drew the attention of Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting in front of them. These 2 brothers intentionally or unintentionally stared at Xiao Knight with their afterimages. They only saw that Xiao Yi had only struck up a conversation with her for a couple of moments before he walked back to the front of the group before turning his head. Then, just as he was striking up a conversation, Xiao Knight quietly sent out a contact add friend invitation to Gu Shiyu. A few seconds later, Gu Shiyu agreed to the invitation. The Ghost Beast Valley was located at the foot of a mountain range near Shangjing City, with the mountain range on the left and the plains on the right, forming several natural gullies in the middle. These gullies could easily be dozens of meters deep, creating a world of their own. Due to the good light conditions, the climate is humid. The gullies even grow more than 1-person-high bushes. Among them hides a deadly monster ghost beast. That is a shape like apes and monkeys, long black fluffy hair, but the face has a natural formation of bone armor mask, strange as a human face. Hence the name Ghost Beast. The Ghost Beast was an extremely aggressive swarming monster, nestled in this valley, moving swiftly and possessing a sense of group combat. Its destructive power was quite astonishing. Before it was classified as a danger level S copy area, there were often news of single professionals mistakenly entering the Ghost Beast Valley and losing their lives. As the group reached the Ghost Beast Valley, everyone's faces were also tensed up. That heavy armor warrior Yuan Changhe walked at the front of the group. Dual sword agile swordsman Yuan Changting was right behind him, and the rest of the several mage and archer professions had each found their own positions. These 8 people had a tacit understanding that needed no words, and it was obvious that they had been teaming up for years. "Brother Xiao Knight, sister Gu Shiyu, you 2 are also melee professions. Follow beside me," heavy armor warrior Yuan Changhe said with a wave of his hand at Xiao Knight. There was nothing wrong with what he said. Xiao Knight immediately pulled out his weapon from his backpack and walked at the front of the group, only that what he took out was not the level 50 gold weapon, King's Sword of the King's Grant, but the weapon that he had exploded in the duplicates earlier. Instead, it was an ordinary bronze longsword that had been popped out in the duplicates earlier. Yuan Changting, who was also holding 2 longswords as weapons, glanced at the longsword in Xiao Knight's hand and turned away. The entire group also began to cautiously push forward. Soon, a sparse movement appeared in one of the bushes ahead. A dexterous black shadow seemed to flash through it. Xiao Knight watched it carefully. The heavy armored warriors next to him, Yuan Changhe and Yuan Chongting, likewise looked at it, and the two exchanged a look with each other. The Yuan Changhe violently stepped forward and rushed forward. Raising the shield in his hand, he slammed it hard into that grass. This should be his charge skill, and Yuan Chongting followed suit with a quick step, the two long swords in his hands waving like a whirlwind. A miserable scream was emitted from the grass, and a ghost beast with black fur as tall as half a man was knocked out. This ghost beast was just about to let out a loud scream to attract its companions. However, the two spells and the long sword that came right after it from the team reaped the last of its life. This team's coordination was extremely tacit, and they came up and directly killed a ghost beast on point. Xiao Knight didn't even have time to make a move. This team of several Yuan brothers did indeed have the strength to be able to push out S-ranked copies. Then what exactly were they doing bringing themselves and another shield warrior girl, Gu Shiyu, to this ghost beast valley? Xiao Knight was secretly wary in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't show a single trace. The process of their advancement in the Ghost Beast Valley seemed to be particularly smooth. The ghost beasts that they encountered along the way were all silently killed by them. In this way, they had already advanced to the depths of the valley, and the cliff walls on both sides around them were already 4 or 5 stories high. Some messy straw was exposed in the surrounding bushes. Xiao Knight used his sword to push aside the bushes and saw that it was actually a dilapidated demonic beast's nest. The nest made of straw had already been chopped into pieces, and it seemed like someone had already been here. Could it be that the Yuan brothers had already been here once? Xiao Knight had a question in his mind. Immediately afterward, he heard Yuan Chongting behind him cry out in surprise, saying, "Quickly look, what is this?" Several people immediately surrounded over, and Xiao Knight's eyes also looked towards Yuan Chongting. He only saw that he was holding a piece of or that emitted an azure-colored light. Essence spirit or... Xiao Knight instantly recognized the item in Yuan Chongting's hand with a glance. It was an ore material that could be used to enchant high-level weapons, and was extremely valuable, almost measurable in grams. The few people around him, on the other hand, all similarly let out exclamations of surprise and, "This should be essence ore, right? I've heard that it's old valuable. How could I pick it up here?" Yuan Chongting also had a look of excitement on his face and, "I don't know. I just stepped on a piece of hard stuff in the bushes too, and picked it up to see that it was actually essence ore." And the leader of the group, heavy armor warrior Yuan Changhe, said with a glint in his eye, "The essence ore will never appear individually. Let's quickly disperse to look for it. There might be a vein here. If we can find a vein, we'll be rich." Then Yuan Changhe immediately pointed his finger in the direction and commanded, "Teams of 2, Chongting, Xiaoyu, you go over there. Dashin, Erzhan, you guys go to the west and look for it. Brother Xiao Knight, Sister Gu Shiyu, why don't you two join together? Go to the east side of the cliff and look there. There seems to be a cave there." This shield warrior sister seemed to believe Yuan Changhe's words and nodded with a burst of excitement on her face. Xiao Yi similarly nodded with a single nod. Essence spirit vein? He would like to see what kind of medicine this Yuan Changhe was selling in his gourd. Chapter 58 Essence Mining Vein. Shield Warrior Girl Gu Shiyu. The essence vein was a new type of or that appeared on this planet along with copies and monsters. It was used as the best material for enchanting high-level weapons and equipment because of its innate ability to have an extremely strong affinity for spells. However, this vein is extremely rare and follows almost no pattern. Every professional who had ever discovered this kind of vein had invariably risen to greatness. Could it be that there was actually an essence vein hidden in this Ghost Beast Valley? Instead, Xiao Knight's heart became even more vigilant. The piece of or emitting azure light that Yuan Chongting had just seen in his hands was indeed an essence vein. But he would never believe that the Yuan brothers would give it to two strangers they just met if they found something as valuable as the essence vein. Those few people should be pretending just now, right? However, if they didn't reveal themselves, Xiao Knight mustn't startle the snakes first. The direction Yuan Changhe pointed out to him and Gu Shiyu was just ahead, where there was a cave deep within the cliff face. From afar, it was pitch black inside. Gu Shiyu, the shield warrior girl next to him, raised the lighting pure in her hand and probed forward, only to see stars of azure light blossom inside. "It's essence or... it's inside the cave," Gu Shiyu immediately said excitedly, stretching her legs to step in. However, she was stopped by Xiao Yi, who reached out and shushed her with his hand at his mouth, and then quietly sent a sentence to her in the contact device, saying, "Be careful. That group of people have ghosts. Natural essence spirit or is often mixed in with rock formations, and the surface will be wrapped in a layer of oxidation, not leaving the azure-colored inner layer bare on the surface at all. Those ores in the cave were obviously placed inside on purpose. This kind of luring tactic. It was simply too clumsy. Gu Xiu froze and immediately looked at Xiao Knight with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. Xiao Yi shook his head at her and then he turned his head to Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting who were searching in the other direction and said, "There are no ores in the cave. Let's both go look elsewhere." Xiao Knight's words immediately drew a gaze from the Yuan brothers, only to see that Yuan Changhe's face froze, then squeezed out a smile and said, "Brother Xiao Knight, do you want to take a closer look? That essence spirit ore is a precious thing. I heard that a single piece can be sold for tens of thousands of dragon coins." Xiao Knight, on the other hand, frowned and said, "There really isn't any inside this cave, and aren't we making this trip to fight for the transformation certificate?" Xiao Knight's words caused Yuan Changhe's face to pull down and said, "The transfer proof can be fought sooner or later, but this essence vein can be found but not sought. If we really find it, we'll be rich." Xiao Yi suddenly smiled at him and said, "Brother Yuan, if we really find it, how should the vein be divided?" Yuan Changhe's face was stunned and said, That is naturally divided equally. Everyone has a share. You quickly go inside the cave and take another look." Xiao Yi, however, took another step away from the cave entrance and said, "There really isn't any inside this cave. Since that's the case, we'd better hurry and look somewhere else." "How can that be?" Yuan Changhe's face finally changed. A sinister look was revealed in his pair of tiny eyes, and his tone became cold, too. "Is Brother Xiao Knight not trusting me? You didn't even go in. How do you know that there are no veins inside that cave?" Finally, he was going to reveal his true colors. Xiao Knight immediately let out a cold laugh and said, "How is Brother Yuan so sure that there are essence veins inside this cave? Could it be that you put those ores inside?" One sentence directly punctured Yuan Changhe's mind. At this moment, Yuan Changhe simply stopped pretending and coldly seemed to say something in the contact group. Yuan Changting and a few Yuan surnames in the distance also immediately rapped over, each one of them already equipped with weapons in their hands. "Hee, I didn't expect to let you see it." Yuan Changhe gave a sardonic laugh and said, "But today, even if you two enter, you have to enter, and if you don't, you have to enter." A group of people surrounded Xiao Knight and Gu Xiu in front of the cave in unison. Their nature revealed itself. "What do you guys want to do?" Shield warrior girl Gu Xiu instantly raised that one huge shield on her back in her hands in some panic and stammered, saying, "We're not going into this cave." Xiao Knight, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and coldly swept over the group of people in front of him. The Yuan Changting brothers had the best equipment on them. Almost half of them had silver weapons. While the rest of them were not as well equipped as the two of them, they hid behind the two of them and took up battle formations. Gangs were committing crimes. This group of people should be repeat offenders. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid that instead of having essence veins inside this cave, it's the lair of that ghost beast," Xiao Knight said with a cold smile. "You went through all the trouble of tricking the two of us into coming here just so that we could be the bait to feed that group of ghost beasts, so that you could free up your hands to find that real vein." Yuan Changting rubbed the twin swords in his hands and laughed sardonically, saying, "Count yourself smart. But we'll just have to sacrifice the two of you today to fulfill our brother's dreams of reaching heaven in one step." Yuan Changting was a cautious person. He also saw early on that Xiao Knight was not an ordinary person, and knew deep down that too many words would lead to loss. He hastily turned his head to Yuan Changhe and said, "Brother, don't waste so many words with them, do it." Yuan Changhe also gave an order. The two mages in the team suddenly struck out in unison. The staffs in their hands swung violently. Two muddy yellow void rays struck out from the staff like two snakes, landing at the feet of Xiao Knight and Gu Xiu. Earth Dragon Art. Suddenly, the soil under Xiao Knight and shield warrior girl Gu Xiu's feet violently rioted, and a powerful thrust surged out from the ground. Like an earth dragon, it pushed the two of them into the cave in unison. "Not good." Xiao Knight's expression was aghast. He did not expect that the two mages in the Yuan family brothers team were all earth attribute mages. Although this earth dragon technique did not deal high damage, it was a hard pushing skill. The dirt under their feet had become a steep slope, forcing the duo to slide towards the cave. Xiao Knight's feet slammed down on the ground, and his body nimbly climbed towards the front. Unexpectedly, the body of Gu Shiyu in front of him had already slumped to the ground, and along with the huge shield, it slammed down towards Xiao Knight at the back, like a giant pot lid. Like a giant pot lid. The Xiao Knight that was already about to climb out was snapped back. I'm going to... Xiao Knight was smashed by Gu Shiyu, and his body rolled and crawled into the mountain cave. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings were already dark, and those two earth attribute mages had directly sealed the entrance of the cave with their skills. The two of them were sealed in the cave. Xiao Knight was thrown to the ground, not to mention that he felt the weight of a small Iron Man pressing down on him, and the huge shield was still buckled. That a huge shield is still buckled on his head. This girl looks petite, one how so heavy. This time is considered by her to be a bad thing. In her ears came the ghostly voice of Gu Shiyu, the shield warrior girl.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chapter 59 Mutant Species. Abominable Ghost Beast. Cough cough. Why don't you get up first for a moment? Xiao Knight was somewhat out of breath from the pressure. He didn't expect that the petite Gu Shiyu, whose physique seemed to be just over 1.5 meters, would weigh a full 300 to 400 pounds. Her equipment was all thick and heavy armor. He had just lost a section of his blood, and more than half of it had been smashed by this girl. Oh, sorry. Gu Shiyu rolled over and rolled off of Xiao Knight, then hurriedly reached out to help Xiao Knight and, Classmate, are you okay? I'm okay. Xiao Knight gasped and said, while covering his mouth and nose, he reached out and pulled out the fluorescent insect from his backpack. In the midst of the roiling smoke and dust, the fluorescent bugs could only illuminate a range of 4 or 5 meters around them. Looking upwards, he saw that the entrance to the cave where they fell down had been completely sealed. Xiao Knight was still undeterred and climbed a few steps upwards to check it out, only to see that it should be an earth magician's pouring technique. The entire entrance of the cave had almost been poured into a thick wall of earth. When I hit it with the hilt of my sword, it was so solid that it didn't even rattle. It seems like it should be impossible to break this wall from the inside. Sorry. Beside him suddenly sounded that Gu Shiyu's ghostly voice. Just now, if it wasn't for me blocking it, you would have already climbed up. Xiao Knight was also somewhat helpless. However, this girl is considered to be a little bit conscientious, and in this moment she has already said 3 apologies to herself, and her attitude is also incomparably sincere. The attitude was also incomparably sincere. What else could Xiao Knight do? Not to mention the fact that the two of them are now all on the same rope. Xiao Knight didn't say anything else and buried his head in thought about the way to escape. However, he heard Gu Shiyu suddenly open her mouth and say, "But don't worry, we can definitely get out alive. I'll protect you." Xiao Yi was stunned, and through the dim light of the illuminating bug, he only saw Gu Shiyu's face of conviction. "You protect me?" Xiao Knight said with some surprise, only to see Gu Shiyu nodding seriously and saying, "I'm a shield warrior. My defense value is very high. If you encounter a ghost beast, you can hide behind me." Xiao Knight couldn't help but hold his forehead for a while and, for a moment, he didn't know whether to say that this sister was too naive or too simple, but these words sounded strangely touching. However, that Yuan family brothers lured the two of them into this cave by no means randomly. From their behavior, this Ghost Beast Valley they should have been here once before, should have already stepped on the point. This cave was most likely the lair of the Ghost Beasts. Don't forget, this Ghost Beast Valley is an S-rank copy. That meant that the bosses in it were at least dangerous rank S monsters. Right at this moment, a coarse and violent aura suddenly came from the depths of the cave in front of them. Xiao Knight and the two of them were instantly on guard. He could feel some obvious nervousness from Gu Shiyu beside him, and his hands that were gripping his shield were shaking a bit. "Don't panic," Xiao Knight said softly. Then he gently rolled the fluorescent insect in his hand along the ground. The dark fluorescent light rotated and rolled towards the depths of the cave, illuminating the source of that burst of violent aura, only to see that it was an extremely fat body, like a truck-sized giant ghost beast. Its thick and obese limbs and huge belly were stuck in an extremely crooked position in the depths of the cave. The original black fur on its body was already somewhat white, and the bone armor mask on its face was equally bloated. Mutant species. A trace of austerity also appeared in Xiao Knight's eyes. According to the information, unusual ghost beasts could only grow to human size at most even in their adult form. This bloated ghost beast that looked like a giant monster in front of him was bound to be a mutant species in the population. In an instant, The lighting bug that rolled to its feet was shattered with a slap. A ferocious howl resounded throughout the cave. It was straight up horrifying. "What is this thing?" Gu Shiyu said in panic, obviously also startled by the ugly and bloated ghost beast. "It's a mutated species amongst the ghost beast community," Xiao Yi replied while he then pulled out a new tube of lighting bugs from within his backpack once again. "Don't panic. It seems to be stuck in the cave. It shouldn't be able to come out for a while." The light from the lighting bug that just rolled past was only for a split second, but Xiao Knight saw it carefully. This mutant species ghost beast was stuck in the deeper and narrower cave due to its size being too bloated, and it was unable to move even though it was ferocious. Xiao Knight used the lighting bug to shine a light at his feet, only to see that the underground of the cave around him was indeed covered with piece after piece of white bones and corpses, from all kinds of animals, and even from the ghost beast's own kind. "It's really a scourge," Xiao Knight said in a low voice. Gu Shiyu, who was beside him, trembled and asked, "Then what should we do now?" Xiao Knight surveyed the surroundings and could only helplessly shake his head and said, "There are no other forks around this cave, so if we can't retreat, we can only move forward. We can only finish that guy and see if there is a way out behind it." "Dry out it?" Gu Shiyu immediately widened her eyes. With just the two of us?" Xiao Yi suddenly realized that this petite sister had a characteristic. She stuttered a bit when she was nervous to speak. "That's right." Xiao Knight nodded. "If we don't kill it, we'll really be sealed in this cave." After saying that, Xiao Knight exchanged the real level 50 gold weapon, King's Sword of the King's Grant, from his backpack. Then he turned on the ghost flame toxin. A layer of demonic flames immediately ignited on the entire brilliant sword, and the firelight illuminated the surrounding cave. Now that his level had reached 50, and half of his body was wearing a gold weapon, and he even had a brilliant grade ring, Xiao Knight's output ability had long since been judged as different. The mutant species ghost beast that was stuck in the cave in front of him was like a living target. It was just like a living target. Xiao Knight could try to see how far his output could go. With the water-calling steps on his feet, Xiao Knight's movement speed suddenly increased, and he raised his king's sword and charged straight into the depths of the cave. The long sword with burning and toxin effects illuminated the face of the mutated ghost beast. He came up with a thunderbolt strike. 1957. A number close to 2000 burst out violently above the ghost beast's chest. Good. High damage. The huge damage number saw Gu Shiyu couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. And at the same time, the attributes of the mutant species ghost beast also appeared in front of the two of them. Abominable ghost beast. Level 55 gold class boss. Blood 100,000. Introduction. Once the strongest individual of the ghost beast race, after being infected and becoming the host of the abomination, its greed and desire for power drove it crazy and gradually reduced it to a monster that is loathed and feared by its own kind. Chapter 60. Having Revenge. The blackened Xiao Knight. The mutant species ghost beast's counterattack came fast and furious. Its bloated arm swung violently at Xiao Knight, bringing up a sheet of harsh debris. Xiao Knight's footsteps gently stepped to the side and accurately dodged this powerful strike. At the same time, his left hand was instantly equipped with the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield, which blocked all of the powerful debris. Not even a single damage was received. Xiao Knight held his sword in one hand, and the damage bonus of the level 50 gold weapon allowed Xiao Knight's damage numbers to reach 4 digits for each strike. 1,389, 1,288, 1,355. Amidst Gu Shiyu's dumbfounded gaze, Xiao Knight's attack speed was getting faster and faster. The long sword in his hand with a burning effect was waved like a fiery snake. One by one, damage numbers as high as thousands of points exploded out on the body of that mutant ghost beast. The damage effects of burning and toxins were mixed together. Almost within a few short minutes, it had already knocked out a section of its blood bar with the naked eye. Good. Strong. Gu Shiyu's eyes widened as she stammered, saying that the Xiao Knight in front of her eyes was like she was putting on a show, each strike of the long sword in her hand accurately stabbing at the vitals of the ghost beast. The horrifyingly rough return strikes of the mutated ghost beasts had her heart pounding every time she watched them, but they were all easily dodged by Xiao Knight. This was simply a teaching lesson in positioning. Gu Shiyu had never seen such a performance in her entire life. Under the illumination of that long sword with firelight, Xiao Knight's figure was like a dancer with the most deft steps, precise and deadly. She felt that these few short minutes seemed to have taught her a lot. No wonder he had the confidence to say that he would kill this mutated ghost beast. It was because his output ability alone was enough, and he didn't even need to use himself at all. That mutant ghost beast's blood bar of up to 100,000 was diminishing as far as the eye could see. It soon fell directly to half. At this moment, the overlord of this bloated monster had finally fallen into a state of rage. For the first time, a look of panic appeared on his face, and his huge force became even more furious. The enormous force became even more furious, and its thick arms waved in the cave, triggering a tremor with every hard smash. The debris above his head smashed down like rain, and even Xiao Knight couldn't dodge the pieces of rubble. A piece of rubble that was like a hidden weapon scraped a path of damage on his body. The 39, 47. Although the damage numbers were not large, they were enough to affect Xiao Knight's judgment and movements. A huge, already shaky piece of rubble above his head was violently shaken down. "Be careful." Gu Xiu behind her hurriedly opened her mouth to warn. Xiao Yi tilted his head and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, it was at this moment that the mutant ghost beast's thick arm violently smashed towards Xiao Yi. One up, one in front. The attacks coming from both directions made Xiao Knight unable to dodge them all, and instinctively raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand to hard shoulder the mutant beast's smash. 2158. In an instant, a huge damage number exploded on Xiao Knight's body at the same time. Xiao Knight's entire body was smashed away like a kite with broken strings. And at this moment, the most damaging scene happened. Only to see that as the implementation around the cave loosened, the mutant ghost beast that was originally stuck in the cave seemed to have broken free of half of its body. Only 2 bloated legs remained stuck inside. As a result, its attack range suddenly doubled. The already ferocious beast was now in a state of rage, and after smashing Xiao Knight with a punch, it swooped down and raised its arms towards Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight's heart was in a bad mood. He hurriedly rolled over and got up, but it was already too late. It was destined to be difficult to escape the ferocious blow of the ghost beast. With his eyes wide open, he watched as those 2 thick calf-like arms smashed towards him. Suddenly, Xiao Knight's eyes went black. Boom! A loud crashing sound rang out in the middle of the mountain cave, deafening Xiao Knight's ears straight away. However, the expected pain and damage did not appear. Xiao Knight snapped his eyes open, but he saw that Gu Xiu had actually blocked in front of him. Her petite and delicate body was holding a huge shield that was even larger than herself, and she stood firmly in front of Xiao Knight. The shield that was stuck on the ground, along with her feet, was smashed to the point that it cut several deep grooves in the ground. However, she didn't retreat even a single step. "Quickly dodge," Gu Xiu said, gritting her teeth. Just then, the ghost beast's explosive smashing attacked once again. Like a meteor, it ruthlessly smashed into the large shield in Gu Xiu's hand, causing her to retreat a few more steps. At the same time, a damage appeared on her body of 1,259. Xiao Knight hurriedly rolled over and retreated, shouting to Gu Xiu that, "Retreat quickly. Get out of that guy's attack range," only to see that Gu Xiu, who was wearing heavy armor and holding a huge shield, could be said to be moving slowly and clumsily, and was unable to retreat in time, and, a small face tensed tightly, she suddenly put her shield away, and her entire body slumped to the ground and rolled to the back in one smooth motion. With an extremely comical posture, rolled out of the attack range of the mutant ghost beast. This woeful yet witty maneuver looked at Xiao Knight, who was also stunned. However, after experiencing this, Xiao Knight was impressed by this girl. This girl really did not say empty words. Something is really on, and she just put up her shield to bear the smashing attack of the mutant ghost beast. And the amount of blood dropped was even less than that of Xiao Knight, showing that her heavy armor was not in vain. This means that she's not wearing this heavy armor for nothing, and I'm afraid that her defense is even higher than Xiao Knight's, who's wearing a half-body gold weapon. This girl's shield warrior profession level should be at least an A rank. Who? Gu Xiu escaped with a ragged breath, her eyes wide open and her face flushed with fear. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, tilted his head and poured down a blood vial. After replenishing his status, he held the king's sword of monarch authorization and went back up. Beast blood boiling was directly opened, and Xiao Knight's damage and output directly came to a new level again. The attack speed of the Sovereign Grant King's sword in his hand was getting faster and faster. This was the additional effect of the radiant artifact Ghost Man Ring Ghost Manifestation. When attacking the same target, the attack speed continued to stack. Under this violent attack by Shao Knight, after 10 minutes, half of the mutated ghost beast's remaining blood bar was finally consumed. With an unwilling wail, it was reduced to a bloated corpse. In an instant, several white lights converged on Shao Knight and Gu Xiu's bodies. The experience given by this level 55 gold class boss was quite generous, directly allowing Shao Knight to ascend 3 levels in a row. Although Gu Xiu didn't gain as much experience as Shao Knight, she also gained a level up with a flash of white light. The most exciting thing for the two of them was, as the huge body of the mutated ghost beast fell, a faint ray of light came from the cave behind it. If there was light, it meant that there was an exit. Saved! Gu Xiu couldn't help but let out a cry of joy. Shao Yi, on the other hand, was holding the king's sword of monarch authorization and hacked off the 4 claws of that ghost beast. This level 55 gold class boss was enough to serve as proof that they had cleared this ghost beast valley. Shao Yi handed one of the claws to Gu Xiu and said, "Don't be too happy. Don't forget that the group of people who sealed us in this cave should still be nearby." Gu Xiu froze, and an indignant look appeared on her face, saying, "That group of guys is really too much." Shao Yi put away the claws of the ghost beast, but then he suddenly looked at Gu Xiu and opened his mouth, asking, "Gu Xiu, can I trust you?" Gu Xiu froze and looked at Shao Yi's eyes, which seemed to be very serious. Then she also nodded her head fiercely and seriously and said, "Of course. I, Gu Xiu, have always had a good character. Not to mention that the two of us are also considered to have shared the same life and death." Looking at this girl so serious that she even raised a hand to swear. The corner of Shao Knight's mouth also revealed a wry smile and said, "That's good. Next I want you to cooperate with me in a play." Gu Xiu listened with a cloud of confusion, but she still nodded her head, only to see Shao Knight pull out 3 pieces of black equipment from his backpack and change them on, which were a wrist guard, a dagger, and a lock armor. Snake scale wrist guard, broken specter dagger, gold silk lock armor. These 3 pieces of equipment were exactly what was stripped off of the 4th young master of the Chun family of the Baoli group, who had died in the tomb of the general's replica. Before leaving from the 3rd hospital's inpatient unit, Shao Knight had asked for these 3 pieces of equipment from Hong Liang and the others. He was originally going to personally destroy these 3 pieces of equipment to eliminate any future problems. However, when he met Yuan Changhe and Yuan Chongting at the Bounty Association, Shao Knight suddenly changed his mind. Sometimes the trick of bringing the evil to the east was more useful than destroying the corpse. He had long since seen that there was a ghost underneath the Yuan brothers' enthusiastic invitation to join them. The reason why Shao Knight had followed them all the way to the Ghost Beast Valley under the false pretense of being tricked was to personally kill this scourge. The reason why Shao Knight followed them all the way to the Ghost Beast Valley was to personally send the 3 pieces of equipment that would cause so much trouble to him. He had to give them to the greedy Yuan brothers and their group. Chapter 61, Chrysalis of False Death. The show begins. How can I help? Gu Xiu instantly tensed her little face as well. That group of Yuan family brothers outside were a pack of jackals with murderous hearts. Even if they could escape from this cave, it wasn't absolutely safe. What exactly does he have in mind? However, he heard Shao Knight say a sentence word by word that made Gu Xiu's entire heart jump a bit. And, "I want you to dig up my corpse in half an hour." What? Gu Xiu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "SH? What corpse? What do you want to do?" Wasn't the Shao Knight in front of her standing alive? Why did he say that he wanted her to help dig up the corpse? Although there is a faint ray of light in this cave, it is still dark and gloomy. Under the already eerie atmosphere, Gu Xiu only felt a chill rising from her back and stammered, saying, "Are you a dead person or a living person?" Shao Yi froze, then helplessly laughed and said, "Of course I'm a living person. Don't believe me? Touch it." Shao Knight jokingly stretched out an arm. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiu really took a step forward vigilantly, and stretched out her small hand and tentatively pinched it, before she let out a long sigh of relief, not relieved. Then she took a long breath and asked in confusion, "Then what did you say about the corpse for good reason?" "Scared people." Shao Knight smiled wryly. Then suddenly his entire body stiffened, then fell straight back, just like a corpse. "Maea!" Gu Xiu was so scared that she yelled. then hurriedly walked forward and reached out to touch Xiao Knight's nose. But he was already not breathing. Looking at Xiao Knight's blood bar again, it had actually cleared to 0. The person died. You don't scare me? Gu Shiyu's eyes turned red with anxiety and tears came out, whimpering that. How could this happen? Didn't you just single-handedly fight that mutant species ghost beast? Are you injured or poisoned? How did you die? In a good place. Suddenly, Xiao Knight let out a long breath in his mouth and nose, violently opened his eyes, and sat up straight. This violent movement immediately frightened Gu Shiyu and another burst of flowers and colors. You, how did you swindle again, Xiao Knight explained with a faint smile and, Hola. This is one of my natural skills, Chrysalis of False Death. After using it, it will fall into a state of fake death and look just like a corpse. Chrysalis of False Death, a rank talent phrase. It was a phrase that Xiao Knight had sacrificed from the body of the monster Dead Leaf Butterfly when he was rushing level 50 in the wild. This monster, which was extremely adept at camouflage, would wrap itself into a sort of chrysalis when it was on the verge of death, as if it were a corpse that had already died out. It waited until the enemy left before regaining its breath. The naked eye of a dead leaf butterfly that had fallen into a state of pseudo-death would not even be able to realize that it was actually alive. At that time, Xiao Knight had also been fooled several times by this dead leaf butterfly's false death technique, and he hadn't expected to obtain this phrase by mistake when he sacrificed it. Pupa of False Death had no significance in the middle of an ordinary battle. But in some special occasions it would become a bloodless knife in Xiao Knight's hands. For example, right now, later on, I will go out first and seek revenge on that Yuan surname brothers group. Xiao Knight's face also straightened up as he said, word by word. Then I'll use the Chrysalis of False Death to pretend to be killed by them, and they'll definitely strip my equipment and bury my corpse with an earth attribute spell. After almost an hour, I want you to find where they buried it and dig up my corpse. Gu Shiyu's head exploded as she listened, waving her hands and saying, No. No way. This is too messy for you. What if you really die in their hands? What if they split your body? Gu Shiyu felt that what she said was being carried a bit off course and eerie by this guy, and hurriedly said, And what if I can't find your corpse? Don't worry. Xiao Knight but smiled and said, First of all, the first point, they can't kill me, with their strength is not enough. Second point, when there are 2 earth attribute mages in your team, burying the corpse with earth spells must be the best way to destroy the corpse. And if they really want to split me up, then the plan will be cancelled and I'll escape on my own. Gu Shiyu listened in awe. She who had just witnessed this man single-handedly brushing that level 55 gold level boss altered ghost beast with one person's strength believed that Xiao Knight must have the ability to escape. Even if there was no way to fight off many with one person, with this guy's terrifying stance, he would definitely be able to escape, right? But how do I know where they buried you? What if it's out of time? Gu Shiyu asked, her scalp still numb. Xiao Yi was almost handing her life over by doing this. However, she saw Xiao Knight pull out 2 tubes of worms leaning together from within his backpack and handed her one, saying, The name of this worm is called the Zimu bug. As long as you release it afterward, the Zimu bug will follow the scent to find the location of the mother bug. I'll bring the mother bug with me, and you'll use the daughter bug to find me an hour later. Gu Shiyu reached out and took the tiny tube of worms, her entire brain still buzzing within. Oi, such an outrageous plan. How did one agree to it? This is still too dangerous. Xiao Knight, however, laughed and said, Don't worry, I won't die that easily. In fact, even if Gu Shiyu didn't find his body after an hour, Xiao Knight could still lift the Chrysalis of False Death on his own. Being in a state of false death didn't mean that he didn't have any of his 5 senses. Gu Shiyu was merely a second layer of protection. This. Gu Shiyu was still struggling mentally. Xiao Knight suddenly used his long sword to turn out 2 pieces of equipment that shone with golden light from underneath the corpse of that mutated ghost beast. Just now, the 2 of them were so immersed in the joy of escaping from life that they didn't even notice that the ghost beast had also released 2 pieces of equipment. One was a golden wrist guard, and the other appeared to be a cloth tiara of a mage profession. Out of equipment, it should be a golden artifact, so take it first. When we get out, the 2 of us will split it evenly. Xiao Yi reached out and handed these 2 gold grade equipment to Gu Shiyu. Gu Shiyu received the 2 gold equipment, and for a moment, she was both happy and worried at the same time. Taking advantage of the moment when she was frozen in thought, Xiao Yi also sacrificed the mutant ghost beast's fire seed in his hand. Abominable ghost beast fire seed successfully sacrificed. Fire seed value plus 50. A line of hints popped up, but unfortunately didn't gain any new phrases. Xiao Knight took off the equipment he was wearing and loaded it into his backpack. Then he changed into those 3 pieces of equipment that he had stripped off from the Bowley Group's 4th young master: snake scale wrist guard, broken phantom dagger, gold silk lock armor. He also deliberately put on a black hood. In the dark light of the cave, he looked like the crazy assassin in the general's tomb copy. Gu Xiu shivered at this scene, only to see Xiao Knight trustingly handing her his backpack as well. The corner of his mouth hooked and said, "Let the show begin." Chapter 62. Before acting, kill a few to vent his anger first. After Xiao Knight changed his equipment, he held the black, broken specter dagger. He opened the water-calling steps under his feet and swept towards the faint light in the cave like a black shadow. Gu Xiu, who was behind her, was dumbstruck. What kind of profession is this guy? Can carry and fight, pick up a dagger, run faster than the assassin profession. After changing into those 3 pieces of equipment, Xiao Knight's attributes were naturally lowered quite a bit from before. However, the 3 pieces of equipment allocated from that Bowley Group's 4th young master were all gold weapons after all as well. Even Xiao Knight's current attributes were far superior to Yuan Changhe and the others. The source of the faint light in the depths of the cave was a hole in the ceiling like a patio. It was almost 2 to 3 meters away from the ground. Xiao Knight nimbly leaped, stuck the dagger in his hand on top of the wall and easily picked his way out. When he came out, he saw that this exit was already in another part of the Monster Valley, several hundred meters away from the previous entrance of the cave. Xiao Knight quietly stooped down and hid in the bushes, and then directly turned on the ultrasonic sound. Then, he directly turned on ultrasonic enemy claim. Soon, several red targets that were active appeared in the west's neighborhood. Judging from the number, they should be the Yuan brothers. Xiao Knight did not move and touched along the bushes, and from afar, he saw that these people were working in a decent manner. The weapons in their hands had been replaced with shovels and draft horses. They seemed to be working hard to cut a large piece of or into small pieces. In front of them, in the middle of a cliff face, there was a piece of hard or more than half a man high set in it. From the surface of the scratches revealed a light blue light, proving that this piece of or is indeed the Jing prana, or only to see the color purity is somewhat poor. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. I am afraid that this group of Yuan family brothers should have lost their eyesight. The real essence of prana vein is by no means like this into a large piece of existence, but like gold or that is mixed in the ore. This Yuan family brothers found should be a piece of accidentally appeared alone or not a real vein. This is what is commonly known as dog head gold. A single piece formed alone, although it also had value, it was simply not comparable to an entire vein of ore. Then look at this piece of Ghost Beast Valley terrain actually is a huge gully, maybe here in a few million years ago was once an ocean. So it seems that the real vein of or is simply untraceable. If the Yuan brothers had looked into the principles of essence vein formation as closely as Xiao Knight did when they were in high school, they would have known this. But unfortunately not everyone was like Xiao Knight who had to explore everything like this. Xiao Knight quietly felt his way over. As the distance got closer and closer, Xiao Knight, who was hiding in the bushes, also heard the conversation of several of them. Yuan Chongting, who was carrying the dual swords, was smashing the ore with a pickaxe while revealing a sinister smile and said, "Big brother, it's still your idea. By using the name of teaming up to fight for the transformation certificate, we can easily trick 2 scapegoats from the Bounty Association's side. With them to block the mouth of that mutant ghost beast, we'll be able to dig for or smoothly." Yuan Changhe also sneered and said, "Humph, these 2 guys who tricked their way over here today were quite smart. They almost missed, so we'll have to be more careful in the future. Who would have thought that the mutated ghost beast that was stuck in the cave was so troublesome? As soon as it gets hungry every day, it calls out for its kind. And this group of ghost beasts really treats that guy as their king in their provisioning too." Yuan Chongting also grinned and said, "Don't worry, big brother. The big deal is that tomorrow, a few of us will go to the Bounty Association and trick a few more scapegoats to come over. Feed that monster to the fullest every day." The conversation between a few people made Xiao Knight's face grow colder and colder as he listened. This group of people really were repeat offenders. Long before himself and Gu Xiu, there should have been other professionals who had been victimized by them. Those primate skeletons in the cave were not ghost beasts, but human professionals. Before digging up the ore every day, they used the name of teaming up to fight for the transfer certificate to trick some professionals into feeding the stomach of the mutated ghost beasts. It's really a good and vicious mind. A hint of killing intent appeared in Shao Knight's eyes, holding his breath, in front of the bush where he was hibernating. One of the archers among the Yuan brothers was carrying a bucket of chopped or over. This was a brittle profession, and it was just the right time to be the first target. Shao Knight left no room for error when he struck. Taking advantage of the moment when that person walked past his body, Shao Knight held the broken specter dagger and suddenly surged up. Thunderbolt directly penetrated the back of the archer's chest. In an instant, a huge number exploded out. 2,598. 2,598. The golden dagger's high bludgeon rate bonus directly struck a bludgeoning blow. 2,598. This broken specter dagger was incomparably smooth to use, and if it wasn't for the fear of being exposed, Shao Knight wanted to use it as his secondary backup weapon. The high amount of bludgeoning damage directly knocked out half of the archer's bloodline. The Yuan archer, who was a brittle professional, only had a total of 4,000 to 5,000 blood, and this sudden damage directly caused the archer to lose half of his blood. This sudden damage directly confused him. The sharp pain from behind him caused him to turn his head, but he met Shao Knight's eyes with murderous intent. Oh! Terrified, he was just about to open his mouth and cry out when the Shao Knight's broken specter dagger in his hand, but it directly pierced into his mouth. Weakness damage. 2,144. Another huge damage number exploded out, and the 2 slashes of bludgeoning damage directly killed this Yuan archer in leather armor in seconds. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone hadn't even noticed, Shao Knight caught the fallen body of this archer and hit him in the grass. Then the next target was another mage who was hanging around nearby. For the Yuan brothers, a group of outlaws. Even if it was to put on a show, Shao Knight had to kill a few of them first to vent his anger. Not long after, the unknown earth mage also walked past the bushes where Shao Knight was hibernating without realizing it. The powerful broken specter dagger stabbed out once again. The cloth-robed mage's career bar was even thinner than the leather-armored archer. Shao Knight's 2 consecutive slashes, which were dry and sharp, wiped out her neck. Bright red blood flowed out from between her neck, and her wide-eyed eyes looked incredulously at Shao Knight in front of her. Xiao Yi remembered that this female mage was called Yuan Xiaoyu, then slowly closed her unwilling eyes. Right at this moment, a terrified scream suddenly came from the nearby hill. It was the other mage, Yuan Xiaoyu. She ran to relieve herself and came back just in time to see the scene that made her liver split into pieces. Ah! Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu is dead. I'm going to kill you. That mage's scream was instantly like an alarm bell, attracting the attention of the surrounding Yuan brothers. In the midst of this eye-rolling gaze, the Shao Knight's figure, however, suddenly split into 2. It turned into 2 identical black shadows and fled in different directions. Acting should be done in full set. This skill. It was the skill that Shao Knight had sacrificed from the Baoli Group's 4th Young Master Ghost Shadow Split. Chapter 63. The Wealthy Wolf Bites the Hook. The money-hungry Yuan family. Xiaoyu, Yuan Changhe and Yuan Chongting, who were not far away, turned their heads and witnessed the scene of their younger sister, Yuan Xiaoyu, being stabbed through the heart with a dagger. The 2 of them immediately let out a wail and ran wildly towards this place in unison. And right at this moment, they saw that the culprit, Shao Knight, smiling evilly at the 2 of them. The black figure suddenly split into 2. The 2 shadows ran towards different directions in unison. Ah, damn! I'm going to make you pay for your life, Yuan Chongting hissed and roared. Kill him for me! Kill him for me! The surrounding several Yuan brothers, including another Earth attribute mage woman, were all filled with grief and indignantly took up their weapons in their hands and surrounded towards Shao Knight, who was split in 2. Yuan Chongting unsheathed the twin swords on his back and chased after one of the black shadows regardless. The 2 long swords were like a whirlwind, violently ravaging the back of that black shadow. Die for me! The blades of the swords swept across the black shadow's back. However, the expected damage numbers did not jump out, and the living black shadow in front of him suddenly dissipated in pieces and it just disappeared in front of his eyes. Big brother, this is a fake, Yuan Chongting roared. Turning his head, he saw another black shadow under the siege of several other Yuan brothers, moving between them. With a single strike of the ghostly black dagger in his hand, The black dagger in his hand directly wiped out the neck of another Yuan family member, almost emptying his blood bar again. Bao! Yuan Chongting shouted anxiously. However, it was too late to do anything about it, and he could only watch as the black shadow, under the siege of several people, surged forward and slashed again, killing Bao's last blood bar. Ah! On the other side, Yuan Changhe, who was the elder brother, was similarly shocked by this scene and his eyes turned red. They were brothers who came out from Yuan family village together, and no matter what they encountered, they always shared the same enemy. For the sake of one day being able to rise in the world, killing people, crossing goods, all the unscrupulous things they have done together. But now, within a few short minutes, 3 bloodline relatives died in front of his eyes. Xiaoyu, Bao, Lazy, I will definitely take revenge for you. Yuan Changhe's eyes were red, and he rushed forward regardless of everything. While Yuan Chongting next to him was a trace of fear in his eyes, the man's strikes were vicious and unrelenting. Almost every move was aimed at the vitals. Big brother, be careful, Yuan Chongting shouted, but his footsteps seemed to be a bit immobile. He was afraid that he would become the next soul under the knife. However, right at this moment, the other living Yuan would attribute Mage's move, Earth Dragon technique, suddenly trapped the black shadow. Opportunity. The 2 nearby Yuan brothers immediately surrounded them like mad. The swords in their hands viciously stabbed at the black shadow. Yuan Changhe, who had rushed to the scene with red eyes, raised the long sword in his hand and ruthlessly slashed at it. Several large damage numbers burst out on that black shadow's body. 953, 832, 1136. In an instant, the black shadow's bloodline was cut down by half. Seeing this scene, Yuan Chongting instinctively felt that something was wrong. Judging from that black shadow's smart maneuvering, that slow Earth Dragon technique should have been easily dodged by him. However, Yuan Changhe and a few Yuan brothers who had already killed their eyes didn't care at all. Taking this opportunity, they went crazy and chopped away. By the time Yuan Chongting rushed over, the black shadow's blood bar had already been completely emptied and reduced to a corpse. It's him. It's actually that kid. Someone recognized that the black shadow was the same kid that they had sealed in the cave earlier. He actually escaped from the cave? Yuan Chongting's eyes widened at once. This couldn't be possible. Earlier, they had also probed deeply into that one cave, and as long as the entrance was sealed, there was absolutely no other exit. Unless he could kill that mutated ghost beast that was blocking the depths. And that was a level 55 gold class boss. If he really had the strength to kill that terrifying mutant ghost beast, how could he have been killed by their group? Could it be that he had fallen in the gutter? At this moment, Yuan Changhe was still immersed in the grief of having 3 of his brothers and sisters die in an instant. With a crying voice, he said fiercely, "Damn! I should have killed him and fed him to the ghost beast." Just at this moment, a Yuan warrior in the vicinity walked forward and peeled out the black dagger from the corpse's hand. After taking a look at it, he said with an agitated expression on his face that, "Big brother, a gold weapon dagger. No wonder the damage can be so high." Someone started, and the 2 Yuan brothers around them were equally greedy as they stepped forward and stripped off all the equipment on Xiao Knight's body. The wrist guards are also gold artifacts. There's also lock armor. Damn. This kid actually has 3 gold artifacts on him, hiding deep enough. A group of people were already money-hungry wolves. Now that they had directly obtained 3 golden artifacts, even the death of their fellow bloodline was directly cast aside. Even Yuan Changhe's eyes revealed a flash of color, a full 3 pieces of golden weapon equipment. That was as much as 1,000,000 dragon coins given a windfall. Placed in their village, it was enough to buy the lives of a family. Strip off all the equipment from his body, Yuan Changhe immediately said in a cold voice. Big brother, Yuan Chongting, who was next to him, said with some hesitation. This kid has 3 gold artifacts on his body. I'm afraid that his head is not small. If we take his equipment, will we attract trouble? Yuan Changhe, on the other hand, waved his hand and said with red eyes that, who cares what he is? Is it possible that Xiaoyu, Bao, and the others died in vain? Even if we don't use it ourselves, we'll find a black market to sell it, and send a portion of the money from the sale to Xiaoyu and Bao's families. Yuan Changhe put it to this point. Yuan Chongting couldn't say anything else. He just watched with complicated eyes as they stripped off a piece of equipment from the corpse with their own hands. and then said to the other Yuan Chongting who survived. Then he carefully explained to the other Yuan mage who survived. Xiaoying, find a remote corner to bury this corpse with your earth spells for him later. Make sure to do it without leaving any traces. This was the best means they had always used to kill and dump corpses. Earth mages were natural corpse handlers. Only now there was only one left in their group. Move all neatly. Yuan Changhe received all 3 pieces of gold equipment into his backpack, then said in a cold voice, let's hurry up with our oars and finish them all before nightfall. During this period of time, we'll return to the village to avoid the wind. And when 2 days pass, Chongting, you'll go with me to find a black market to offer these 3 pieces of gold equipment. Yuan Chongting nodded. Good. Chapter 64 Back from the Dead. Annoyed eagle dog Uncle Chin. Yuan Changhe actually had some scruples and weaknesses in his heart. A group of people will be that essence or hastily chop down most of it, then taking advantage of the sky gradually sunset, they hurriedly left the Ghost Beast Valley. Almost exactly 1 hour later, a group of flying insects with fluorescent light quietly flew out of the cave, haunting the Ghost Beast Valley in search of. A small girl wearing heavy armor is anxiously following this group of small flying insects. She ran all the way. She came to a mountain field full of weeds. Seeing the group of fluorescent flying insects hovering and lingering on the soil, the girl in heavy armor raised her hand to the ground. The girl in heavy armor raised the huge shield in her hand and used it as a shovel. Little by little, she carefully dug into this piece of dirt. 1 foot, 2 feet. The soil, which could not be seen at all, dug deeper and deeper, and finally a hand with blood on it was exposed. Gu Xiyu hurriedly put down her shield and used both hands to carefully dig out the person buried in the dirt. Oi oi! Wake up! You're not really dead, are you? Gu Xiyu was in a hurry to flatten this corpse onto the ground, only to see that the entire person's body was still intact and the blood scabs on his body had already started to fall off and some of the scars on the arms had actually recovered. With a deep intake of breath, Xiao Knight violently opened his eyes and, when he looked up, he saw Gu Xiyu, who was looking at him with wide eyes. Even though she had already seen Xiao Knight swindle once, Gu Xiyu was still startled by Xiao Knight, who suddenly opened her eyes. How are you? You didn't suffer any injuries, did you? Xiao Knight straightened up and moved his muscles. The injuries on his body had long since recovered under the powerful 5-fold healing power of his own photosynthesis recovery. The blood bar had also recovered most of the way. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xiao Knight took a long breath and said. Looking around, he quietly activated ultrasonic enemy claim, only to see that other than some scattered monsters around the entire Ghost Beast Valley, the figures of the Yuan brothers had long since disappeared. That's good. Only to see Gu Xiyu also similarly long sigh of relief paralyzed on the ground. Just now in that 1 hour she lived can be more tormented than Xiao Knight. I'm warning you in the future. This kind of thing should never, ever, 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 ever be asked to do again. Gu Xiyu pouted and said with an indignant face. 2 people who had just met and gotten to know each other. In this short half-day's time they had gone through the same life and death together, even digging up corpses. Gu Xiyu felt that her journey in this half-day was simply more exciting than her 10 years of life. Thanks a lot this time. Xiao Yi also thanked her seriously. When we return to Shangjing City, I'll treat you to a big meal. That has to be eaten at the returning cloud building. Gu Xiyu, who was full of grievances, said indignantly. The returning cloud building was one of the most famous restaurants in Shangjing City, and the price was quite expensive. Unexpectedly, Xiao Knight agreed very painfully. Okay, let's go to the returning cloud building. Shangjing City, on the top floor of a rotten building. Many people had their hands and feet tied up and were hanging in mid-air on the highest floor, as if they were hanging ghosts, but they were all still holding their breath. Uncle Chin sat on a stone brick and smoked a cigarette, coldly looking at the group of people he hung up. His hair was a bit messy, and the suit he was wearing was still the same one he wore to the banquet 5 or 6 days ago. It had already been covered with a lot of dirt and dust. But Uncle Chin, who had always been very particular about his appearance, could not care less about that now. Uncle Chin has been very agitated lately, because the 4th young master of Baoli Group has not been found until now. He has not seen anyone alive, and he has not seen his body. His heart's hidden uneasiness let him feel that in the only respected by the ladies small afraid has died. but in favor of not being able to find even the slightest clue. Those people hanging on the roof of the building are all people who usually have a grudge against the Bowley group. In just one night, almost all of these people were captured by Uncle Chin. But no matter what means he used, he couldn't even pry out any useful information. Mrs. Chin has given him an ultimatum. She gave him 24 hours. Think he Chin Shan for Bowley Group Chin family sold most of his life, conscientious, as a most loyal eagle dog, even an eagle dog with a lot of achievements. But in the end, they are in the soon-to-be retired time out of this gear. Not only will he be unable to save his life, I'm afraid that even if he wants to live quietly as an ordinary person to enjoy his old age, he will not be able to do so. Bowley Group and Mrs. means he knows best. Everything is fine. He is the most respected Uncle Chin in the mouth of all the people who work for Bowley Group. But once something goes wrong, he is the first one to bear the wrath. The next life, do not do anything for people as a dog. Uncle Chin smiled mockingly. The immediate future had become a dead end for him. His only thought now is just curious about the Chun family's oldest for that little who actually killed him, can actually do so clean. Even he, the old geezer who has been doing this kind of thing all his life, could not find out the slightest clue. And just at this moment, Uncle Chin's contact device received a message. The message was sent by one of his eyes outside the city. It seemed that he had discovered someone wearing the equipment that Chun clan's oldest had worn before he was born. Where is the person? Don't scare the snakes yet. Wait for me to come over. Chin Shan, who had picked up the contact, suddenly revealed an eagle-like sharpness in his eyes that were covered in red bloodshot threads. Outside Shangjing City, heading to the countryside on the highway, Chin Shan recited these words in his mouth for a while, and then he violently got up, and the piece of stone brick under his legs that he was originally sitting on suddenly loosened, and a rope slid out from underneath the stone brick, and the figures hanging from the top floor of the rotten building fell like stones. With a few loud bangs, the wailing sound came to an abrupt end. Looking down from the top floor high up, only to see a few brilliant blood flowers floating up on the ground below, Chin Shan's already somewhat stooped waist straightened once again, and a spine-chilling coldness appeared in his eyes as he said, "Notify all the brothers to get ready. Leave 1 or 2 people in all areas to continue to keep an eye on them. The rest of you gather at the North City Gate. Prepare to follow me out of the city." Those men following him beside him watched as this batch of old wolves re-bared their fangs. One by one, they also tensed their nerves and replied loudly, "Yes." Under the rotten building, a car was quickly mobilized. Chin Shan, on the other hand, took out a map of the surroundings of Shangjing City, and with his fingernail, gently drew a circle on that highway near the North City Gate. That highway led precisely from Shangjing City to the countryside. The highway leads from Shangjing City to the countryside, and there are several counties and villages that are affiliated with Shangjing City along the road. One of the most remote, the reputation is also the worst so-called poor mountains and bad water out of the unruly people's place. It is called Yuanjia Village. It is called Yuanjia Village. Chapter 65 Jackal meets Eagle and Dog. Dog bites dog. Big brother, you said that this gold artifact dagger is just different. This shape, this luster. A Yuan clan brother was prettily playing with the broken specter dagger in his hand. On the ghostly black matte surface, a streamlined pattern converged into a lurid blood groove. This is simply art. Several people got together, greedily playing with the 3 golden artifacts as they hurried along. Yuan Changhe, on the other hand, looked around warily and impatiently opened his mouth to remind them that, "Almost done. Put it away as soon as you're done looking at it. Be careful of sticking someone's eyes." There weren't too many pedestrians on this road to the countryside. Only those of them who came out from the Yuan family village were familiar with this road. "All right, don't even look." Yuan Changhe simply went up and received all 3 pieces of equipment into his backpack, saying, "These 3 pieces of gold equipment, we are not blessed to consume them. When the time comes, we still have to go to the black market to exchange them for money to be safe. You guys really take it as your own?" Looking at the golden artifacts that Yuan Changhe had taken away, the greed in the eyes of several Yuan brothers couldn't be contained. If they could equip these 3 golden weapons, their entire body's attributes could simply double. "Big brother, if not, we don't want the money, and leave a golden weapon for us to use in turn," one of the Yuan brothers said. Yuan Changhe glared at them fiercely. "That's a beautiful thought. If you keep it in your hands, none of you will survive if someone sees you." A few Yuan brothers immediately snapped and laughed. Despite the fact that all the people who came out from Yuan village were jackals, this Yuan Changhe still had a certain amount of authority as a big brother. Yuan Chongting also came out to round off the situation and said, "Big brother is also for your good. Changing into money is more real than anything else. If you accidentally leak money, it will be troublesome." Unbeknownst to them, just a few kilometers behind the Yuan brothers, a convoy of cars was chasing them like ghosts. When the sound of the car's engine approached, Yuan Changhe, several people have not yet reacted. In this professional-dominated awakening era, luxury cars, such things are still the plaything of the upper class. A few Yuan Brotherhood couldn't help but TSK and sigh as they looked at this clear fleet of SUVs and, "Hey, it's so grand. Big brother, do you think we can get one if we sell those 3 golden artifacts?" The group of people didn't realize the arrival of this soul-locking scythe in the slightest, until the fleet of off-road vehicles slowly stopped around them, directly surrounding the group of people. What for? What do they mean? Yuan Changhe was the first to react, subconsciously hiding his packages behind him, and asked vigilantly as an SUV surrounded them like a city wall. This group of Yuan brothers finally panicked. All of them looked at each other, not even daring to say anything. While Yuan Chongting brothers were even more uneasy in their hearts. The two of them glanced at each other and, fear of what will come. Could it be that these people are here for the 3 golden artifacts? But how did they come so quickly? When exactly were they exposed? In order to be on the safe side, the prudent ones obviously didn't step into the capital city at all. Instead, they directly turned their heads back to the countryside. Unbeknownst to them, outside of the capital city, there were also all the eyes of the Baoli group. The doors of the SUVs opened. One by one, people wearing the same uniform surrounded them, all of them professionals. In the lead SUV, a middle-aged man wearing a wrinkled suit slowly opened the door and stepped out of the car. Uncle Chin's eyes were like those of an old wolf, the coldly sweeping across the faces of this group of Yuan family brothers, for a while staring straight at them, not even daring to say anything. "What do you want to do?" Only Yuan Changhe clenched his teeth and opened his mouth to ask. However, he saw that Uncle Chin didn't even look at him, but turned his head to look at a person among his own team, only to see a uniformed professional being signaled by this single look from Uncle Chin to hurriedly stepped forward. His eyes swept around the faces of a group of Yuan brothers, and with an outstretched hand, he pointed at one of them and said, "It's him. It's him. Uncle Chin. I saw him playing with 4th young master's dagger." One sentence. Yuan Changhe's group's hearts plummeted. This group of people were really after the 3 golden weapons. Can it be that they have really messed with the wrong people this time? Listening to that man's voice, he called himself the 4th young master. But if he wasn't a big family man, how would he dare to call himself the 4th young master? And that Yuan family member who was pointed out was even more horrified, his eyes looking to Yuan Changhe for help. I don't have it. What golden artifact? I don't even know." However, Yuan Changhe hated to kill him with his own hands. In his heart, he regretted that he shouldn't have taken out the golden weapon and let them play with it in the first place. Now he was considered to be in big trouble. However, he saw that Uncle Chin was still looking at that Yuan brothers with a cold gaze, lit a cigarette, and opened his mouth to say, "Take off your backpacks." A group of Yuan family brothers immediately looked at each other with panic in their eyes. The most panicked among them was Yuan Changhe himself, because he clearly knew that those 3 golden artifacts were lying in his backpack at the moment. "By virtue of what?" Yuan Changhe gritted his teeth and said, "What right do you guys have to search us? I don't know you guys at all." However, Uncle Chin simply didn't have the patience to play with them any longer. He had painstakingly searched for that Chun family's 4th young master for so many days, but there wasn't even a trace of him. If you want to see a person alive, you have to see a corpse dead. Now that he finally had a clue, he couldn't wait to see those gold-ware equipment on the 4th young master. "Do it," Uncle Chin faintly said. Then he turned around and got into the car. Those men around immediately surrounded over, each directly equipped with a weapon in their hands, and the expression on their faces was as if they were looking at a dead person. "You! What do you want to do?" Yuan Changhe clenched his teeth and roared. "Brothers plunge. Today let you see that our Yuan family village people are not so easy to bully. This is not Shangjing City. If you dare to make a move, I'll take your arms off." Yuan Changhe's head start also caused a group of Yuan family brothers to all clamor as if they had exploded. The people who came out of Yuan family village were like a pack of hungry wolves. There were no rules in their eyes, much less any humanity. They didn't even know what it meant to be afraid. A Yuan family member raised the long knife in his hand and viciously slashed towards one of Uncle Chin's men. However, very soon, he realized what it meant to be in despair. He soon realized what despair meant. A damage number popped up that he couldn't believe his eyes. 1. At this moment, his opponent's whole body's attributes and level also immediately appeared in front of his eyes. These people one by one is actually all the second turn 100 level or more professionals. The equipment on their bodies were all the elite provided by the Baoli group. The level and equipment brought about a crushing gap, making these Yuan brothers unable to break through the defense at all. The next second, the Yuan family member who rushed out first had his arm cut off by a knife in an instant. Then another slash. Then another knife cut off his leg. Chapter 66. Dead to the World. The Unwilling Yuan Chongting. This group of people coming out of Yuanjia village are really all wolf cubs one by one. Uncle Chin smoked his cigarette nonchalantly and said with a cold smile, "No wonder the fourth young master fell into their hands. This group of wolves who recognize money but not people can do anything." In recent days, his informant also passed over some information, said that the Yuan family village out of a group of young people, the hands have moved a lot of lives. This group of Yuanjia village wolves do not care what the rules. As long as the profit is profitable, the knife murder is a common thing. Now Uncle Chin is more and more convinced that the Baoli group's fourth young master is dead in their hands. Other than this group of wolf cubs, who in Shangjing City would dare to make a move against the people of Baoli group? Ah! Chong Shun! A hoarse hissing sound came out from the mouths of this group of Yuan brothers. The Chong Shun in their mouths, however, had already been cut in half by the bloody downfall of their compatriot, however, stirred up that banditry in their bones even more. "I will kill you all." Yuan Changhe was also red-eyed at the moment, and after the 3 pieces of gold equipment in his backpack had been rummaged through by them, there was no escape. Sooner or later, he would die. Since there was no way to live, it would be better to fight to the death. Brothers of Yuanjia village, do it. Avenge Chong Shun. A group of Yuan family brothers were red-eyed, knowing that they were undefeatable, but they also rushed up as if they were crazy. However, in front of this group of well-trained professionals from the Baoli group, their bravery would only expose their weaknesses to the blade faster. A brutal massacre was underway. Without Uncle Chin's word, this one-sided slaughter will not stop. One after another, the Yuan brothers fell in front of Yuan Changhe in a few seconds, almost in a miserable state of death. Despair, powerlessness, grief. A series of emotions that made him break down rushed into his brain. Yuan Changhe wanted to know why. Why was the original good group of people in one day almost to die out? What kind of person had he offended? Ha ha ha. Yuan Changhe suddenly erupted into a wild, insane laugh and, suddenly pulling out those 3 gold artifacts from his backpack, he waved them towards Uncle Chin, who was sitting inside the car, coldly staring at the scene. Then he directly equipped them on himself and laughed maniacally, saying, "Ha ha, aren't you looking for these 3 pieces of gold equipment? They're in my hands." Uncle Chin violently stood up from his seat, his eyes staring at the 3 pieces of equipment in Yuan Changhe's hands like a torch. He recognized them clearly. They were the very same equipment that Chun family's 4th young master was wearing. The golden weapon, Broken Spectre Dagger, was the one he had personally auctioned off and given to the 4th young master. The culprit is really this group of damn Yuan family village wolf cubs. What Yuan Changhe said next made Uncle Chin's face turn colder and colder. "That's right. The person you are looking for has already died in my hands. I buried him with my own hands. You'll never be able to find his body in this lifetime." Yuan Changhe laughed like a madman and, then holding that 1 gold artifact dagger, he ruthlessly stabbed towards one of the nearest Baoli group's people. The bonus of the gold-grade equipment allowed him to finally break the opponent's defense and, slashing out a not-so-small amount of damage. 951. However, this damage of nearly 1,000 was a drop in the bucket compared to the opponent's tens of thousands of bloodstains. The opponent's blade was already on his neck, but he hesitated to do so, and instead turned his head to look at Uncle Chin with a questioning look. Should he keep this person for the lady's trial? After a few short seconds of contemplation, Uncle Chin coldly gestured and wiped between his neck. Since the equipment had already been found, he was going to let this person be reduced to a corpse directly, ending this matter once and for all. At this moment, that group of Yuan brothers had almost all died out. Only two brothers, Yuan Changhe and Yuan Chongting, were left. Looking at the blade of the knife on his own brother's neck, Yuan Chongting looked desperate. Yuan Chongting kneeled down in despair. Please, don't kill my brother. We really didn't know that person was. If he didn't make the first move, we wouldn't have killed him. The plea of his own brother but caused a trace of scorn to appear on Yuan Changhe's face, and said in a fierce voice that, "Get up, Chongting. When have the people of our Yuan family village ever begged for mercy from others? Even if your head falls off, it's only a scar the size of a bowl." However, there was a trace of unwillingness in Yuan Chongting's heart. He didn't want to die. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with all of this. These 3 golden artifacts had been delivered to them like a death wish. Who was the person that the group of people in front of them were looking for? Was it really the person they killed in the Ghost Beast Valley? Wait a minute. Who exactly are you people? Why are you trying to kill us? Don't you guys want to know the truth? I'll cooperate. I'll tell you everything. Yuan Chongting suddenly acted as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly said, "As long as you guys don't kill me and leave me alive, even if I die, let me die with understanding." Only to see that sitting in the car, Uncle Chin slowly walked out of the car, step by step, walked to the front of the only remaining 2 Yuan family brothers. Looking at the 2 Yuan brothers, one of whom was looking at death and the other was desperately trying to survive, Uncle Chin suddenly grinned. Uncle Chin suddenly grinned. Only his grin looked even more vicious and horrible to the 2 Yuan brothers. "Why should I kill you guys?" Uncle Chin said with a cold smile. "Of course it's because you moved someone you shouldn't have. It's said that everyone from Yuanjia village is a money-hungry jackal. But I didn't expect that you guys would actually dare to hit on the 4th young master of Baoli Group. You're really tired of living." Yuan Chongting froze for a split second when he heard these words. In fact, they had also heard something about the disappearance of the Baoli Group's 4th young master during this period of time. Could it be that the person they killed in the Ghost Beast Valley was the 4th young master of the Baoli Group? No, that's not right. That person is not the 4th young master of the Baoli Group. He had personally said that his name was Shao Knight. Yuan Chongting's pupils suddenly widened as he seemed to understand something. A few of his own brothers were afraid that they were being used as scapegoats. "Wait, no, it's not us. You listen to me. What we killed was not your 4th young master." Yuan Chongting anxiously whimpered in defense and, however, Uncle Chin's hands had already pinched both of the brothers' throats, with a layer of knives like blades on top of his fingers. Over the decades, it was unknown how many lives had died under these blade finger cuffs. "It seems that you guys still don't understand." Uncle Chin shook his head with a fierce smile and said, "Who exactly are the people you guys killed is actually not important to me. What's important is that you guys killed someone, and I saw with my own eyes that the 4th young master's 3 golden artifacts are in your hands." Yuan Chongting's face froze, his eyes filled with despair. He suddenly understood that what Uncle Chin wanted was a result. He didn't care about the truth, whether they killed the 4th young master or not. For Uncle Chin, the 4th young master was the one they killed. The blade of Uncle Chin's fingertips slashed and blood flowed out. At this point, all Yuan's family members have been reduced to corpses. They died on the road to Yuan's village. Chapter 67. One turn. The first person of the same session. When Uncle Chin delivered those 3 pieces of gold where to that old mansion of the Baoli Group, the madam was standing in front of the windowsill, holding a glass of red wine in her hand and staring out of the window with a dull gaze. There was a newly dug grave there, waiting for the body. The figure of this biggest power holder of the Baoli Group nowadays looked a bit forlorn and thin. The figure of this well-behaved Chun family's oldest son was her most favored son, and the only one who grew up beside her from a young age. "Has the murderer been found out?" Madam's voice was a bit hoarse, but still not without majesty. For decades, Uncle Chin had witnessed this raw girl from the countryside climb step by step to the very top of the Baoli Group. It's been checked out clearly. It was a group of Yuanjia village people who did this. Uncle Chin bowed his head respectfully. "Humph," Madam snorted coldly, as if she was mocking herself as she spoke drunkenly. "I knew something would happen to that child's nature sooner or later. I did not expect him to leave so early. Dead or good also stayed sooner or later is the group's scourge. Oh, my Hall Chun Li's son actually died in the hands of a group of countryside villagers. The colder the madam's words were, Uncle Chin knew that the more sorrowful her heart was. Madam, please save your sorrow, Uncle Chin said in a deep voice. That group of Yuanjia village's people have already been settled cleanly by me. The informants have also been dispatched. When I find some grounds, I will directly send people to make a move against Yuanjia village. Let their entire village bury young master with them. Madam smiled mournfully, then turned her head to Uncle Chin and asked, Chin Shan, how many years have you worked for the group? Uncle Chin's heart immediately sank, and he respectfully replied, back to Madam, 42 years. He saw that after hearing his answer, Madam tilted her head and looked at the sky outside the window, seemingly pondering what kind of a person she was 42 years ago. Only after a long time did the lady open her mouth and ask, Chin Shan, you are from Sangshan, right? Uncle Chin's eyes widened at once. His heart was full of mixed feelings. He had realized what Madam meant by this question, and yet he could only nod his head and reply that. Back to Madam, yes, only to see that Madam turned to look out of the window again. Her tone had already returned to the aura and coldness of the person in charge of the Baoli group. Sangshan is a good place, you're old. Go back and take a look. Uncle Chin's pupils suddenly dilated, even though he was already mentally prepared. When he heard these words, his brain was still somewhat blank. He came to Shangjing City from his teenage years, using the knife and blood in his hands to work for Baoli Group, and climbed step by step to his current position. But now, with one word, he was going to lose everything. Just because of a born sick little? Unwilling, anger, regret. A series of complex emotions surged into Uncle Chin's mind. But in the end, he could only bow once and whisper, saying, Yes, ma'am. When he came out from the old mansion, a young man in an embroidered suit at the entrance suddenly spoke up and called out to him, and, Uncle Chin, my name is Liao Yuan. Madam asked me to do some handover with you. Uncle Chin knew that this person should be his replacement. With 4 eyes facing each other, Uncle Chin saw ambition and desire written all over that young man's eyes, but without losing his caution. It was almost exactly like his younger self. He. Uncle Chin could not help but laugh out loud. Seems to be laughing at this young man's future fate, but also seems to be laughing at himself. Not in a hurry. Uncle Chin, not slow to light a cigarette, then looked up at the sky, some wantonly said, Old man is hungry and wants to have a meal first. The young man called Liao Yuan froze and said, What does Uncle Chin want to eat? I'll treat you. Uncle Chin took a drag on his cigarette and said indifferently, Returning Cloud Building. North City Gate of Shangjing City. Xiao Knight and Gu Xiu had rushed all the way back from the Ghost Beast Valley in a flurry of wind and fire. Transfer first. Transfer first. Gu Xiu's eyes were shining brightly, and at this time, she had taken off her heavy armor equipment. Her petite body jumped like a rabbit and hurriedly ran towards the Shield Warrior Association in the center of the city, while also turning her head to say something to the Shield Warrior Association. While still turning her head to Xiao Knight, she instructed him, See you at the returning cloud building later. I'll see you at the returning cloud building later. Don't you dare cheat. Unlike Xiao Knight, Gu Xiu's transformation strength-proof task was taken from the Shield Warrior Association, so she had to go to the Shield Warrior Association first to exchange her Ghost Beast Claw for the transformation proof. And the reason why she was in such a hurry was likewise because of that news. The officials of Shangjing City had an extremely generous extra reward for the top 30 professionals who were the first to complete the first turn this term. At least no one had completed the first turn until today. The Ghost Beast Claws in the hands of Xiao Knight and Gu Xiu were enough to exchange for qualified transfer certificates. The top 30 spots should be within reach. On the way back, Gu Xiu excitedly chanted the whole way. From her mouth, Xiao Knight also learned that this girl's profession was indeed an A-rank Xian armor warrior. She carries a special talent skill, Xian Armor Shield, which allows the defensive attributes of the heavy armor she wears to converge on top of her shield, gaining the effect of doubling her defensive power. Could be said to be a top-tier front row tank. In terms of defense alone, it was simply no less than an S-rank profession. However, along the way, Xiao Knight also had a hint of worry in his heart. Transmutation was a huge upgrade for all professionals. Every professional was able to receive a career advancement from that god he followed. From there, he would be bestowed with even more powerful transmutation skills. However, Xiao Knight's own profession was a god abandoner, a person who had been abandoned by the gods. Naturally, no god would transfer him, so what kind of scene would he see when he stood on the transfer stage? Due to the ability to obtain sacrifices, one could obtain quite powerful talent phrases and skills from many monsters. So did that mean that he would not be able to improve from his career advancement? However, everything could only be answered by practice. After Shao Knight brought the sharp claws of the mutant ghost beast to the Bounty Association and successfully obtained a stamped certificate of transfer, he arrived at the center of Shangjing City. This was the place where the ancient stone monument of the awakening ceremony existed, and it was also the place where the career advancement ceremony was held for all professionals. Outside this splendid temple-like building were closely guarded military guards. After checking Shao Knight's identity level as well as the proof of transfer, the guards also looked at Shao Knight with an approving gaze and granted him a release. Kid is not bad. This year's class of Awakened has not yet had anyone who can get a transfer certificate, and you're the first one. Hurry up and go in. Shao Knight's heart was immediately happy, and he lifted his leg and stepped into this transformation center. And it seemed that Gu Shiyu's girl was also a step behind him. Raising his eyes, he saw that on the floor of this splendid hall was a huge array formation. It was said to have been established to communicate with the gods through ancient stone tablets. Stepping into the formation, a familiar feeling immediately surged into Shao Knight's heart, and the situation when he touched that ancient stone tablet was still vivid in his mind. The shock brought about by that one single deity caused a wave of trembling and fervor to well up in Shao Knight's heart as well. The first turn. It's finally coming. Chapter 68 Lexical Fusion. SSS Rank-Breaking Pupil. Shao Knight walked into the teleportation array. The entire hall was completely emptied of people, leaving only a magus in a vestment robe, almost in his 40s. Magi were a special profession. They did not have any other combat attributes or skills. This was the only profession that could communicate with the gods. Every magus was a transmitter of the gods and the one responsible for the profession transfer. This magus looked at Shao Knight with a solemn expression and said, carefully, the transfer ceremony is not the same as the awakening ceremony. The gods do not descend. Rather, you will be transported to the world of the gods. There you will once again see with your own eyes the God who bestowed your profession, and the Lord God will grant you the power to advance in your profession. Shao Knight nodded gently. If this solemn magus knew that his profession was not bestowed by a god at all, I wonder what his reaction would be. But without waiting for Shao Knight to ponder, the light of the teleportation array under his feet appeared. A sense of chaos like the ancient stone monument once brought to Shao Knight suddenly surfaced in the entire hall, and Shao Knight's vision gradually became blurred. Shao Knight's vision gradually became blurred, and, the next second, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the splendid hall collapsed inch by inch, gradually turning into a collapsed ruin. Here seems to be an abandoned temple. As far as the eye can see are all collapsed broken walls, a barren and dilapidated. Shao Knight even smelled the pungent odor of nitrous smoke. The good news is that he has successfully crossed the teleportation array and is not unable to perform the transfer ceremony at all. The bad news is that it doesn't look like there are people here who can guide one's career advancement following the path under his feet that wasn't really a road. Shao Knight made his way across piles of rubble and collapsed ruins to the very center of this abandoned temple, only to see that the place was empty. Nothing. There were no gods, and the ancestor from the awakening ceremony who had bestowed his profession as a godforsaken was nowhere to be seen. What was there was only a letter placed on the steps. On top of the envelope, there was a line of scribbled words. Just by looking at this handwriting, Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but recall the ancestor who was covered in wounds and in a sorry state during the awakening ceremony. The message was only 4 words to those who come after. Shao Knight's heart was pounding. It seemed like the key to his career realm was in there. Shao Knight gently opened the envelope, only to see that there was a piece of letter paper with blood stains on it, and on it as if written in charcoal ash. Later on, when you see this letter, it means that you have already traveled a path of your own. I'm glad that you didn't die before level 50 and didn't give up on this incomparably difficult path. There is still a long road ahead. Forgive me for not being able to personally teach you the wonders of career advancement, but I will teach you some of the wonders of the fire seed value and the law of sacrifice. I'm sure you've already discovered that using the fire seed value can strengthen some of these talent phrases and skills, but I'd like to tell you that this is far from the full extent of the fire seed value's uses. Using this next ritual will allow you to fuse the talent phrases you've acquired by burning the fire seed value. Talent phrases could still be fused. A wave of shock and ecstasy immediately surged through Shao Knight's heart as he, looking downwards, He only saw a special formation seal drawn on top of the letter paper. Xiao Knight only took one look and felt that this formation mark was engraved into his heart and seemed to be so familiar that he had grasped it in an instant. You have acquired the fire fusion ritual. By burning the fire seed value, a portion of words can be fused and advanced to become a new word. This was a huge discovery. It was like opening the door to a new world for Xiao Knight, who had accumulated enough lexical items in his body so far. From the lowest D-rank phrase, savagery, focus, to the A-ranked ghost fire toxin, ghost grievance, to the S-ranked photosynthesis recovery, ultrasonic enemy solicitation. Although there were many talent phrases, apart from some basic attribute bonus phrases, Xiao Knight was unable to utilize all of them in a single battle. After all, in a battle, the time to strike was limited, and the most appropriate and strongest talent skills had to be used. However, now through this ritual that he had just acquired, he was able to fuse some of the phrases for advancement. Xiao Knight simply couldn't wait to try it out. However, the contents within the letter paper weren't finished. Xiao Knight turned to the last page, only to see that a gift was actually left at the end of the letter. Ladder. I'm sorry that I can't personally teach something to you. I've left you a gift here. I hope it will help you on your next path. That's where the scribbling ends. The end of the envelope was not even signed. Yet a gift was left for Xiao Knight, a gift that Xiao Knight was all too familiar with. One could only see that it was a bouquet of pulsating ghostly blue pay flame. It was different from all the flames Xiao Knight had seen before, not only because of its color, but also because there seemed to be a bizarre eyeball in the middle of that bunch of burning flames. The moment Xiao Knight's finger touched the salary flame, the sacrifice ceremony automatically opened. Congratulations! The sacrifice of the spirit of delusion salary flame is successful. You have obtained the talent phrase, the pupil of delusion breaker SSS rank. In a flash, the scene before Xiao Knight's eyes seemed to become incomparably clear. The lines and dust on top of the broken walls in the distance could even be seen clearly, which was far beyond the normal range of vision. The next line of introduction also appeared in front of his eyes. Paranoia breaking pupil. Rank, SSS rank. Effect. The pupil of the spirit of delusion, which travels between the realm of illusion and reality. After using it, it can see through the target's talent phrases, as well as hidden attributes and weaknesses. Additional phrase. The range of vision is increased. Additional phrase. Range of vision increased by 300%. Additional phrase. Can see through the effects of illusions below legendary level. Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but take a deep breath and, at this time, Xiao Knight's heart no longer had the eye-rolling and envy towards other professions that could obtain new skills when they advanced. For him, this breaking delusion pupil was the best new skill. After using it, it could see through the talent entries that the target had. This alone was enough to save Xiao Knight too much effort in blindly sacrificing and killing monsters. From now on, Xiao Knight would be able to precisely hunt monsters with a goal in mind so that he could obtain the phrases he wanted. Not only that, this breaking delusion pupil also had the added bonus of increasing the range of vision by a full 3 times, as well as the effect of seeing through the weaknesses of illusionary targets. It was worthy of being an SSS rank talent phrase. That godforsaken senior had left behind the flame of the spirit of delusion for himself was not unintentional, but rather intentional. Rather, it was intentional. It was precisely because this senior had once traveled the same path that he had left behind such a bundle of payload for Xiao Knight here. Just by looking at the description of the spirit of delusion, it was clear that this level of monster was far beyond Xiao Knight's reach at this stage. Those who planted trees in the past will enjoy the coolness of those who come after them. Xiao Knight respectfully bowed to the envelope in his hand and, in the next second, this envelope with scribbled handwriting burned itself without flame and gradually turned into ashes that, passing away with the wind. Chapter 69. The clouds are deep and unknown, and the capital returns to the cloud tower. The scenery in front of his eyes gradually toned down and dissipated. When he opened his eyes again, Xiao Knight had already reappeared in that glorious transfer hall. The glow emanating from the teleportation array under his feet gradually faded out. Only that Magus, whose expression remained solemn as usual, gently nodded to Xiao Knight and said, "Congratulations! You have completed the career promotion ceremony." Xiao Knight turned around and, only to see a line of words emerge on the Magus head. Profession. Magus. Level. 150. Talent. Divine Service Rank S. Divine Servant. A faithful believer chosen by the gods to carry the key link to communicate with the gods. One who is favored by the gods. It was precisely the effect of his own breaking delusion pupil. Xiao Knight's heart was pounding while his face remained as normal as he saluted the magus. He didn't expect that his delusion-breaking pupil could even see through the attributes and words of a magus who was as high as 150 levels. Worthy of being an SSS-ranked phrase, it directly erased the invisible suppression of rank. While pondering, one of the recorders in the middle of the transfer hall then suddenly came forward with a smile and shook Xiao Knight's hand, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Xiao Knight. You have become the first of the current awakened in Shangjing City to complete the first turn." Even though the lights were not bright at this time, Xiao Knight could easily see the name on the badge of the staff member of the transformation hall clearly. Name Wang Song. Position, Transition Recorder. This recorder named Wang Song seemed to be even more excited than Xiao Knight himself, and as he shook Xiao Knight's hand, he said, "I didn't expect the first turn to appear so soon. Xiao Knight's future is unlimited." Facing this passionate Wang Song, Xiao Knight also momentarily snorted and nodded his head. Realizing that he was a bit too enthusiastic, Wang Song suddenly scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry, this year is also my first time to serve in the transfer hall. I'm a little excited. By the way, do you know that this year, the officials of Shangjing City have a special reward for the first 30 professionals who are the first to complete the first turn?" Before Wang Song finished his words, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice coming from the contact device in his ear. It was coming from his top boss, Minister Liu. Two whispers rang out from the contact device. Then Wang Song's face turned a little shocked and strange, and his eyes once again sized up the Xiao Knight in front of him, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he somewhat helplessly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao Knight. You can leave first. We'll inform you about the reward later." Xiao Knight heard a hint of dissimilarity from his tone. However, he did not dwell on it but turned around and left the transfer hall. He still had to go to the returning cloud building for his appointment first. After leaving from the transfer hall, the pedestrians on the street came and went along the way, and Xiao Knight also didn't hold back his curiosity after all and opened the Breaking Delusions pupil, which was the first time he had opened the Breaking Delusions pupil. The talent entries attached to each of the pedestrians all fell into Xiao Knight's eyes without fail. Iron Wall Grade C. Seeing through C rank.
Précision des rangs.
Gate like the wind.
Thunder élémental des rangs.
A variety of strange and bizarre phrases appeared on everyone's head. At this time, Xiao Knight also realized that most of the talent phrases attached to these pedestrians were below B rank. Even A-ranked phrases were rare, let alone S-ranked ones. Not to mention S-ranked ones. After all, in this world, B-rank and C-rank professionals are the majority. The ones standing at the top of the pyramid were still a minority after all. As the streets became more and more lively, Xiao Knight also walked to the center of the city. This is the most prosperous streets in Shangjing City, where auctions, private employment agencies, and luxury clubs are all located. This is the paradise of the rich, and one of the most well-known is also the most luxurious, is located in the middle of the neighborhood Return to the Cloud building. The clouds are deep and I don't know where it is, but it's the Returning Clouds building in the capital. The Returning Cloud building is the best restaurant in the city. A meal costing a few thousand dragon coins is just the minimum consumption. Here only you cannot think, no you cannot eat things. Even those rare and exotic delicacies and favorites can't escape the mysterious and unpredictable source of goods in this Guiyun building. At most, I'll treat that girl to $1,000. Xiao Knight's heart was also silently pondering. This Guiyun Lu was also his first time to come, but since he had promised Gu Xiu, this promise still had to be honored. Although this Guiyun Lu was expensive and luxurious, it was definitely value for money. Xiao Knight was greeted by a warm and courteous waiter as soon as he entered. "Sir, may I ask if you are here alone?" The waitresses of the Returning Cloud building were all dressed in cheongsams. Their stature was impressive and not rude, and the smiles on their faces made people feel at home. "Both of you, please help me find a quieter seat." Xiao Yi nodded his head and replied. Soon he was led to a window seat. This Guiyun building was located in the center of Shangjing City, and all the window seats on the floors were excellent places to view the scenery. At this time, it was already twilight. At this point in time, it was already dusk, and all the homes in Shangjing City were lit up, and looking down from high above, it was like looking down on a brilliant river of stars. Returning cloud building, 11th floor. Xiao Knight pressed his contact and sent a message to Gu Xiu. It didn't take more than a few seconds to receive a reply that, "Good drop. I finished transferring as well. I'll be right there." Hee hee. This girl had been in high spirits all the way there. According to Xiu's own words, she had thought that it would be extremely difficult for her to beat the transfer certificate by her own strength alone. Becoming one of the top 30 professionals in the entire Shangjing city in this term of transfer is even more unthinkable. But she didn't expect to be blessed by the misfortune today, and was able to get the transfer certificate so quickly. At this time, Gu Xiu hadn't arrived yet. Xiao Knight's table opposite was empty. Subconsciously, he continued to look forward and happened to see that there were originally 2 people at the other table right next to him. But one of the young men left in a hurry after settling the bill. Only a middle-aged man in a worn-out suit was left, drinking alone and looking out the window. Drinking alone, looking out the window. His tall figure looked a bit lonely, but his eyes were like an old wolf in its twilight years. This man is none other than Uncle Qin. It's funny, he boasts that he's been in the city for half his life, but he's the most famous person in the city. However, this is the most famous returning cloud building in the capital city, but he is only the second time to come. The last time was 30 years ago, when he had just made a name for himself and was spotted by the Baoli group. At that time, Qin Shan felt that he was a young man with high aspirations. How could he have expected that he would end up like this? Looking out of the window with a river of stars, the lights, the scene has not been 30 years ago the way. Uncle Qin raised his glass and drank it all in one go. At this time, his heart is no longer entangled in how he has fallen to this point. For him, a person who has been in the Jianghu for half of his life, all the problems come down to the fact that he is not as skilled as others. Uncle Qin turned his head and he happened to meet Xiao Knight on the opposite table with his 4 eyes. Xiao Knight substituted tea for wine and raised his cup from afar. Although he is a stranger, but Xiao Knight has a kind of inexplicable respect for this middle-aged man in front of him. Uncle Qin also raised his glass. From the eyes of this unfamiliar young man, he also saw a lion-like look that made him somewhat in awe. For a moment, Uncle Qin suddenly felt that maybe what Madam said was right, that he was indeed getting old. A new generation is better than the old. Chapter 70 Hidden Killing Intent. Dimple Girl Gu Xiu. Uncle Qin was holding one glass of wine after another. Today was the last time he looked out the window at the brightly lit city of Shangjing. Sangshan is a deserted and remote mountain valley. If he didn't have enough to eat, how could he have come to Shangjing City to make a living? Over the decades, he rarely drank. Alcohol will paralyze his consciousness. Like him on the tip of the knife licking blood people, a moment of inattention will not be able to wake up again. But today, he wanted to drink to his heart's content and get drunk. Not for the group. Not for the group of brothers under the hand, only for his own drunk once. The light in front of his eyes is getting more and more blurred, as if a dream bubble. It's time to go. Uncle Qin held the table and stood up, staggering downstairs. The car outside the city gates was ready, and he was leaving Shangjing City tonight. The wine is not drunk. Everyone is drunk. The dazed Uncle Qin was walking down the stairs alone when Uncle Qin walked down the stairs alone, on another table far away on the same floor, a few people dressed in ordinary clothes also quietly stood up and followed him down the stairs. If it was placed in the usual day of Uncle Qin, would have long seen these few with the killing intent of the tale. But on this particular day, the heart dead and sound was oblivious to this. However, this scene fell impartially in Xiao Knight's eyes. Those people wanted to kill that middle-aged man. Xiao Knight keenly perceived the hidden killing intent. Moreover, with the breaking delusion pupil on, he could see clearly that the several people who got up after the middle-aged man were all clear-colored professionals, and from the attribute point of view they should be wearing the same kind of clothes. Judging from their attributes, they should be wearing a full set of light armor. Only hidden under civilian clothes. The talent phrases on everyone's body were all extremely strong combat phrases. Or rather, killer phrases. And the level was quite high, far from what Xiao Knight could get involved in nowadays. To manage or not to manage. Xiao Knight hesitated briefly before immediately making a decision. This kind of force that dared to kill people in the middle of Shangjing City in a dignified manner was by no means ordinary. He himself was merely here to eat at the returning cloud building. There was absolutely no need to cause trouble. However, despite this, when that middle-aged man turned his head, Xiao Knight still used his eyes to secretly glance in the direction of that group of killers. If he was vigilant enough, he should be able to detect his reminder. But the middle-aged man's drunken eyes were so bleary. Even the head did not return, then self-centered staggering down the stairs. A message from the contact device interrupted Xiao Knight's thoughts, and it was sent by Gu Shiyu. Hey, I'm here. Xiao Knight, where are you? You wouldn't have stood me up, would you? Xiao Knight stood up at once and looked around, only to see that in the other direction of the 11-story building. A petite figure was tilting her head and looking around, sneaking to glance at the faces of the guests one by one. Hey, turn your head. This way. Xiao Knight said helplessly into the contact, and, only to see that Gu Shiyu's body turned around. Twisting her head this way, she saw Xiao Knight. Suddenly her face was happy, jumping and running over. Hey, you're a man of your word. Gu Shiyu had already changed out of her heavy armor and put on a small goose yellow dress. Her already petite figure appeared even more somewhat aura-rich. Sorry to keep you waiting. This girl went home to change her clothes. Gu Shiyu smiled. The corners of her mouth even revealed 2 shallow dimples. To be honest, it was only through the light of this Guiyun building that Xiao Yi got a good look at her for the first time. After all, when she was in the Ghost Beast Valley earlier, Gu Shiyu had been wearing a thick helmet, and her face could not be seen at all because of the tightly fitted face armor. Now that she looked closely, she only felt that this Gu Shiyu was quite durable, although it wasn't like Qin Yan, who was a beauty in the crowd at a glance. This girl's smile always made people smile. But this girl's smile always makes people feel quite refreshed and energetic. Here, order. Xiao Knight immediately pushed the electronic menu over and said, 1,000 budget, haha. I won't pay for more. Humph. Stingy guy. Gu Shiyu instantly wrinkled her nose, but she still couldn't stop the smile on her face and said, 1,000 is 1,000. I haven't come to this returning cloud building to eat yet. He. Gu Shiyu blinked her eyes as she carefully patrolled the menu, but in her heart, she was also secretly calculating the price. By the way, what's the result of your transfer? Xiao Yi, on the other hand, suddenly opened his mouth and asked. His own god-abandoner profession could not be formally advanced through the first turn, which had likewise gained a not-so-small boost. He was curious as to what those ordinary professions actually gained after their first turn, only to see that as soon as this question was asked, Gu Shiyu immediately straightened her back and said with a proud face, of course it was a success. This girl is now a first-turn Shen armor warrior, the first among the shield warrior professions in the entire Shangjing city to change professions. Bravo! No wonder. Xiao Knight instantly raised a thumb in an extremely cooperative manner, then asked, did you obtain any new skills? Well, Gu Shiyu immediately scratched her head, then seemed to open her attribute panel, saying, wait, let me take a look, haha. Xiao Yi couldn't help but hold his forehead for a while. So this girl only remembered the success of the first turn, and didn't even look at what first-turn skills were given? Well, it gives an A-ranked Shen Armor Chi Formation skill, which immediately gains an additional shield of 30% of the maximum life value and slowly converts it into life value. There's also a Thorn Shield counter skill that seems to bounce back damage. The original Arcane Armor Shield skill has also been strengthened, and now has a higher damage immunity. Not bad. Not bad. Xiao Knight nodded knowingly at once. It seemed that it was similar to what he had expected, that the other normal professions would obtain new profession skills after the first turn. And their previous exclusive skills would also be further strengthened. Gu Shiyu's profession was an A-ranked Shen armor warrior, and her type was a front-row profession with more defense than offense. The new skills obtained after the first turn seemed to be quite strong. Aha! Choose well. This girl is going to eat these dishes. After inspecting the entire electronic menu all carefully from start to finish, Gu Shiyu finally made her choice with satisfaction and, elegantly waving her hand at the waiter, she then pushed the electronic menu on the table and pushed it over to Xiao Knight's side. He's paying. Xiao Knight looked down and, only to see that above the electronic menu's total, it was clearly written total, 1,000 dragon coins. Cough, cough. Xiao Nightfall couldn't help but cough for a while. It was really complete. Combined. This girl was making up the numbers for half a day. Good guy, you're fast at counting. The opposite side of Gu Shiyu is unconcerned with a cheeky smile. He. Waitress sister, is there any free tea first? Chapter 71 Siege Under the Darkness. Underground Black Emperor. Uncle Chin didn't realize the tails following behind him until he was walking through an alley. The bus back to Sangshan was waiting outside the West City Gate. This narrow and deserted alley leading to the West City Gate was a road that Uncle Chin used to walk down on weekdays when he did dirty work for the group. Someone had expected this. In an instant, Uncle Chin had half sobered up and a pair of eyes once again revealed that old wolf-like sharpness. After following for half a day, "Come out," Uncle Chin said with a cold smile, and, behind him, there was a rustling of footsteps, not only behind him, but also in the alley ahead. Not only behind him, but all the corners of the alley in front of him also revealed a dozen black shadows that, before and after him, he was wrapped up in a circle. "Come, so many people. Really look up to me, ah?" Uncle Chin laughed mockingly. However, those black shadows that surrounded him step by step didn't dare to slack off. They knew very well who their target was tonight. It was an old geezer who had been on this road all his life, and if they didn't pay attention, they would become his soul under the knife tonight. "Humph, it's just some little minions." Uncle Chin's gaze narrowed slightly as he chided. "Where is your leader? He's here, but he doesn't dare to come out to meet him." After a moment of silence, a figure slowly stepped out from the alley in front of him, and with a playful smile on his face, he said, "Uncle Chin is worthy of being an old man. Still can't hide it from your eyes." Uncle Chin stared at the figure in front of him with awe, and although the alley was dimly lit, he still recognized it clearly. This person was none other than Liao Yuan, the replacement the group had found for himself. "I want to know, is this madam's intention, or yours?" Uncle Chin asked as he lit a cigarette nonchalantly and, only to see Liao Yuan grinning. "No comment. If I want to blame you, I can only blame you for knowing too much about the group, Uncle Chin." Hearing these words, Uncle Chin's gaze was slightly austere. He had already guessed it out. It should be Madame who wanted to kill him. For so many years, he had watched Madame step by step become the current decisive and resolute mistress of the Baoli group who did not leave an ounce of mercy. The seal should be thorough, only the dead will not speak. This truth, or when Uncle Chin personally taught her. I didn't expect to be rewarded in their own heads, but it's really the fate of the world. Uncle Chin can't help but laugh at himself, but then he heard that Liao Yuan's words, suddenly said, "But if you are willing to cooperate, I can save your life." "Oh." Uncle Chin was a bit surprised, took a drag on his cigarette and asked, "How can I cooperate?" Only to see that Liao Yuan's eyes revealed an unconcealed ambition, and said, word by word, "I can save your life and make a fake death for you. In exchange, I want you to teach me all of your accumulations and doorways over the past 40 years in this Shangjing city. Everyone knows that you, Qin Shan, are the underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City." "Ha ha. Underground Black Emperor? You're really lifting up old me." Uncle Chin grinned, then took a sharp drag on his cigarette, his eyes vainly austere. "But what if I don't?" Only to see that Liao Yuan also instantly changed his face, saying, "Uncle Chin, don't refuse to eat a penalty wine. Leave a life is always good. If you lose your life, you lose everything." Uncle Chin coldly looked at Liao Yuan, who was standing under the dark shadow. This replacement of himself was even more ambitious than himself at the beginning. He wanted to use himself as a springboard to squeeze out the last ounce of value. According to his values for most of his life, following Liao Yuan's wishes and keeping a life was indeed better than anything else. But he didn't want to He. Uncle Chin extinguished the cigarette in his hand, revealed a sardonic smile and said, word by word, "Then I will give you this first lesson today. The old man's doorway is all cut from one knife to another. The lights and shadows are dim in the alley." In an instant, this middle-aged man who was like an old wolf but suddenly erupted into a burst of killing intent that chilled everyone. Liao Yuan's pupils tightened violently and, "Qin Shan, then it's not my fault. Do it." A black shadow with a chilling light stormed up in the middle of the alley. Xiao Knight and Gu Xiu parted ways at the returning cloud building after the two of them had practically wolfed down the meal and swept it away. This girl looked petite in stature, but her appetite was not the least bit worse than Xiao Knight's. Before she left, she was still in love with Gu Xiu. Before leaving, she also fondly looked at the menu of other people's returning cloud building once again and left Xiao Knight with a sentence. "Next time there is such a good thing, remember to look for me again, yo." After leaving the luxurious returning clouds mansion, Xiao Knight also returned home, step by step, from the bustling downtown area of Shangjing, back to his own dilapidated rental building in the middle of nowhere. The scenery of the neighborhood changed little by little, the reddish color of the building changed little by little. The scene of the neighborhood changed a little bit, and the world of red lights gradually returned to reality. In the alleys in front of me, even the streetlights are not all good. Under the flickering lights, there are more stray cats than pedestrians running away. It was not even midnight yet, but there were almost no pedestrians in this remote neighborhood. However, Xiao Knight had long since gotten used to the quietness of this place. From this piece of alleyway to Xiao Knight's own rented house, there was still not a small distance to travel. Under the dark light. Under the dark light, Xiao Knight, who possessed the paranoia-breaking pupils, was able to see all of the surrounding scenery in his eyes, and with the triple vision bonus, he was able to see all of the surrounding scenery. The triple vision bonus allowed him to see clearly even at night. Suddenly, Xiao Knight saw what appeared to be a silhouette lying in a hidden corner in front of him. The person's back was against the wall, and the slight undulations covering his abdomen proved that he was still alive. Underneath his body, fresh blood had already soaked a large portion of the ground, and there was even a broken blade sticking out of his leg. Xiao Knight's gaze was slightly stern, because he recognized the person that. It was precisely the middle-aged man who was sitting at the table opposite him at the returning cloud building, drinking to himself. He had indeed been attacked. But under the joint pursuit of a group of professionals like that, he actually survived? Although such a serious injury could almost have killed him at any time, he was still alive. Xiao Knight subconsciously violently turned on ultrasonic solicitation. An unnoticed ultrasonic wave instantly centered on itself and spread to the surrounding blocks. Nowadays, ultrasonic solitary enemy was enough to cover a fairly large area. Soon, the results came back. There was no one in the nearby neighborhood. That meant that the middle-aged man had escaped from the group of professionals, and had even escaped a considerable safe distance. Xiao Knight slowly walked up, but saw that the middle-aged man's breath had already weakened, and he had an out-breath but no in-breath. Xiao Knight no longer hesitated, and pulled out a bottle of blood medicine from his backpack, and was just about to give him a drink. However, he saw that the middle-aged man violently opened his eyes. A pair of hands gripped Xiao Knight's hand like an eagle's claw. However, in the next second, Uncle Qin, whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, also recognized that the young man in front of him was the one he had met by chance in the returning clouds building. "It's you?" Xiao Yi looked straight into his eyes and said, "Your injuries are too severe. The blood medicine can no longer save your life. How am I going to help you?" Uncle Qin looked at this teenager who had only met him on one side, took a sharp breath, covered a fatal wound on his chest, and said, "Red Moon Hair Salon. Send me there." Chapter 72 Red Moon Hair Salon. The Corpse Sewer. Red Samson. In the middle of the old town where the night was filled with color, Xiao Knight carried a person on his back like a dark shadow in the darkness of the night as he traveled through the large and small alleys. According to what the middle-aged man had said, the location of the Red Moon Hair Salon was in the middle of another dilapidated old town. However, in order to travel there, one had to cross a busy neighborhood. Xiao Knight didn't know who the people chasing him were, but going through that neighborhood meant being exposed to the gazes of countless pedestrians, and the chances of being discovered would never be small. The chances of being discovered would never be small. At this moment, the breath of the middle-aged man on his back was getting weaker and weaker, with only the beating heart remaining to prove that he was still breathing. This state, even if it is now sent to the hospital in the city of Beijing, may not be able to save life. Who in the Red Moon Hair Salon could save his life? Xiao Knight clenched his teeth, throwing all of these mixed thoughts to the back of his mind. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. If there is a person in the city who can send this middle-aged man to the Red Moon Salon under the gaze of so many eyes, then the only person who can save his life is the one who has the ultrasonic ropes. It was only Xiao Knight who possessed the ultrasonic enemy claim. Xiao Knight's footsteps were violent, and while the water-calling step was on, an unheard ultrasonic wave quickly spread out to the surroundings. At this moment, the ultrasonic enemy detection was like a sonar. Once he found any rapidly moving people around him, Xiao Knight immediately changed direction. If someone could look down on this intricate alleyway from the air at this moment, they would have realized that Xiao Knight, who was carrying a person on his back, was like opening the eyes of God, weaving in and out of the layers of intersecting alleys, precisely avoiding each and every one of them. Finally, The only thing left in front of them was the brightly lit street with countless pedestrians wandering around. Xiao Knight's ultrasonic enemy solicitation had all but lost its effect in this situation. Xiao Knight's gaze swept over the faces of the nearby pedestrians. However, he was unable to tell which of the many people might be the pursuing killers. At this time, if he rushed across the street with a person on his back, he would only look more suspicious and attract more attention. Xiao Knight gently lowered the middle-aged man on his back and carried half of his body on his shoulders, saying, "Wake up, walk through this street and you'll be there. There are eyes all around. You have to stand up and walk with me." Uncle Chin desperately opened his trance-like eyes and saw this familiar street in front of him, and a flash of shock and hope flashed through his heart. He didn't know exactly how this teenager had carried him on his back and broken through the heavy encirclement in the middle of that alley, but now as long as he could reach the Red Moon Hair Salon, this life of his own would be saved. Good. Uncle Chin gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, the intense pain coming from his family's body, and stiffly helped Xiao Knight's shoulders to stand up. Xiao Knight held him up and, step by step, as if no one else was there, he crossed this illuminated street. 1 step, 2 steps. Just at the moment when he was about to step into the opposite side of the old city center, suddenly, Xiao Knight, who had opened his breaking delusion pupils, suddenly saw 2 people in plain clothes rushing towards him among the crowd, with the dagger hidden within his long sleeves flashed with a cold light. "Run!" Xiao Knight violently put the middle-aged man on his back and rushed into this old city center. "Which way?" Xiao Knight asked with a low roar. The old buildings here that were already hundreds of years old were as intricate as a maze. The large and small alleys could even pass right through some of the dangerous houses in them. Uncle Chin on his back raised his hand with difficulty and pointed in a direction. The few killers on the street were chasing closely behind them, and Xiao Knight could almost see them with the afterglow of a turn of his head. If they caught up with him, even his own life would be accounted for. Taking advantage of a dark corner ahead, Xiao Knight violently opened Ghost Shadow Divergence. A shadow identical to Xiao Knight suddenly appeared out of thin air in the middle of the alleyway. While Xiao Knight was carrying the middle-aged man on his back, he ran in the other direction. At this moment, Xiao Knight could not be bothered to look back to see if his cicada shelling move had taken effect or not. He could only rush forward. He could only rush forward with all his strength. But the good thing is, not far away, on top of an old-fashioned 3-story building, a neon signboard of some age was flashing Red Moon Hair Salon. Finally arrived. Xiao Knight took 3 steps and rushed over. It was already late at night, but the Red Moon Hair Salon's roll-up door was only half pulled down. Xiao Knight also do not care to knock on the door, body a short, back on the body of the middle-aged people will drill into. Then he turned around and pulled the roll-up door down. "Who are you guys?" A clear and crisp gulp came from inside the room, only to see that sitting by the counter was a girl with a clear face, looking about the same age as Xiao Knight himself, who was staring at Xiao Knight with a frown. "Help, he's dying." Xiao Knight couldn't care less and put the middle-aged man on his back on top of a recliner and said urgently, "He has 4 fatal stab wounds on his body. Can you save him?" The girl came forward without the slightest fear, and when she saw the face of the middle-aged man looking at her, she also looked shocked. "Uncle Chin? I can't save him, only Sanyang can save him." The girl covered her mouth with an exclamation of shock and hurriedly rushed back into the house, and, "Sanyang, you quickly come out." Not long after, a woman wearing a red dress with a graceful demeanor hurriedly walked out. Her age was almost in her 30s, and there was a reddish flirtatiousness in her brows and eyes. The gaze of the woman known as Sanyang was somewhat surprised as she swept over Xiao Knight's face, and when it fell on the middle-aged man's face, it was an extremely complicated look. When it landed on the middle-aged man's face, it was an extremely complicated look. There was heartache, resentment, and an incredulous shock in those eyes. "March, fetch my needle and thread." The red-skirted woman took a deep breath and said to the girl next to her, her voice as slippery and seductive as silk. Xiao Knight retreated to the side in some astonishment, making room. Needle and thread? That middle-aged man's injuries had already reached this point. Even if he was stitched up now, what was the use? The paranoia-breaking pupil swept over the woman named Sanyang, and a line of words instantly surfaced that read, "Profession, corpse sewer, talent word, corpse sewing rejuvenation technique SS rank." The girl hurriedly retrieved a set of needles and threads from the house, and Xiao Knight keenly saw that the needles and threads were by no means ordinary needles and threads, but a precious artifact. It was at least a radiant rank artifact. Ah Shan, I told you long ago that you would end up like this sooner or later if you followed that woman. But you refused to listen, the red-skirted woman said with some resentment in her voice. Next to Xiao Knight from this sentence seems to have heard a lot of gossip, but has not heard the general obediently stood by the side. At this time, the woman in the red dress turned her head to look at Xiao Knight. Her tone charming and indisputable said, "You do not recognize me? People on the road call me Red Sanyang. It's not peaceful outside tonight, so you'll stay in my Red Moon hair salon. Keep you safe." Chapter 73, giving you $1 billion. Do you dare to ask for it? After Hong Sanyang received the needle tool wrapped in silk from the young girl named September, her other jade hand separated 2 fingers and quickly and precisely pulled out the stumpy blade that was stuck in Uncle Chin's leg. As fast as a shadow. The next action of Hong Sanyang's stitching up the wound was what opened Xiao Knight's eyes. Several slender needles, like hairs, shuttled between Hong Sanyang's fingers. The movement was so fast that even Xiao Knight couldn't see it. The wounds on Uncle Chin's body were quickly stitched up. With each stitch, Xiao Knight could see Uncle Chin's blood bar steadily increase by a sliver, and his rapidly fading life was also slowly stabilized. The whole person is now alive. This is the sewing corpse rejuvenation technique? The shock in Xiao Knight's heart was overflowing. The so-called masters in the folk, previously corpse sewing craftsmen. This kind of occupation Xiao Knight even heard of. Now it seems to really have the skill of heavenly craftsmanship. The girl by the side named September saw the shock on Xiao Knight's face and laughed softly. Blurred eyes, right? Sanyang's corpse sewing skills are hard to find in 1,000 years. So I'll let you open your eyes today. Red Sanyang gently glared at September. The sewing action in her hand did not stop at all, saying, "I'm afraid that we'll have to stay overnight to complete the stitching. If this little brother is tired, he should go and rest first. September, you go lead this guest upstairs." 9 Moons instantly nodded her head in a docile manner, reached out and pulled over Xiao Knight's sleeve, smiling shyly and said, "This guest come with me." This guest was referring to himself. Xiao Knight immediately blushed for no reason. Since the master had spoken, there was no reason for him to wait here. Xiao Knight had carried the middle-aged man on his back, escaping the pursuit and sending him to the Red Moon hair salon, which was already considered to be a mercy. As for whether or not the middle-aged man could survive, it was none of Xiao Knight's business. But for now, it seemed that he should be able to save a life. "Guest, this way please." With light footsteps, September guided Xiao Knight through a narrow staircase to the upper floor. This small 3-story building was also somewhat old, and a piece of the wooden floor was old but clean and tidy. The girl named September gently opened one of the small rooms in the corridor, and then said to Xiao Knight, "You can rest here tonight." Xiao Knight stretched his head and looked, only to see that the room was very narrow, almost only able to fit a single bed, and the wallpaper on the wall was painted with some sexy girls, which was quite dated. Only Xiao Knight reached out and turned on the light. The entire room was covered with a pink light. The entire atmosphere seemed a bit strange. Xiao Knight froze for a moment, but did not say anything. Next to the September is his expression in the eyes, covered his mouth and laughed lightly, said, "What? Haven't you ever been to a place like this before?" Xiao Knight was stunned by these words and scratched his head. He really hadn't been to this kind of place before. Under the pink light, that September's knitted brows and smile looked extraordinarily seductive. Her age was not much older than Xiao Knight, but she favored a raised eyebrow, and her gaze tickled Xiao Knight so much that he didn't dare to look at her face. "Raw melon." September stared straight at Xiao Knight's face, and with a smile on her brow, she suddenly stepped forward and said, "If you need it, you can call me Yo." In the middle of the already narrow room, the girl named September took a step forward, and her entire body almost stuck into Xiao Knight's arms. Xiao Knight subconsciously wanted to take a step back but leaned against the wall. A fragrance came from September's body. September's face was close to her eyes. Xiao Knight could almost feel the slight movement of the long eyelashes sweeping across her eyes when she blinked. The girl's eyes were phoenix-tailed eyes with slightly upturned corners, now with a full smile in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Knight. So beautiful that Xiao Knight couldn't help but hold her breath. "No need. Is there anywhere where I can wash my hands and feet?" Xiao Knight smoothed out his breathing and calmly said, "Ha ha ha." The girl named September instantly let out a silvery bell-like laugh, lightly retreated a few steps away from the room, and, without looking back, she reached out and pointed in the direction of the end of the corridor. There's a bathroom there. Xiao Knight waited until the girl named September went downstairs before coming to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. The Xiao Knight in the mirror already had a large amount of blood stained on his clothes. The bare spots on his ankles were also stained with a lot of mud and dirt. Xiao Knight took off his clothes and equipment to the side, turned on the shower, and carefully washed off his clothes and equipment. Turning on the shower, he carefully washed off the blood stains and mud on his body, and also eased the nerves that had been strained for the whole night. Xiao Knight had also heard some rumors about this old city. This was the largest gray area in Shangjing City. Not only was the city's largest underground black market located here, many unseemly items that could not be traded in the open, and even some wanted criminals stayed here. Even the military has repeatedly wanted to completely eradicate this place, but in the end, all to no avail, only because the interests involved here are really too big. Xiao Knight didn't know exactly who the middle-aged man he carried over tonight was, but it must be inseparable from those gray forces hidden behind the scenes. The Red Sanyang, with her shocking tactics, even made Xiao Knight re-establish his knowledge of this old city. Contrast those powerful people of Shangjing City who were active under the sun. On the other side, under the shadows, there were also crouching tigers and hidden dragons. After cleaning himself up, Xiao Knight returned to that narrow room and turned off the lights, and he closed his eyes and rested his mind for the night, not sleeping heavily, but in a state where he could wake up at any time. From the gap in the doorway, the lights from downstairs filtered through, not going out all night. Red Sanyang spent the whole night sewing up that middle-aged man's wounds. Until early the next morning, a light sound of footsteps came from the wooden stairs of the corridor, followed by a gentle knock on the door of Xiao Knight's room, and a familiar voice rang out, and it was none other than the girl named September. "Get up! Sanyang has something to find you." Xiao Knight sat up, rearranged his clothes, and followed September downstairs, only to see that the floor of the first floor was filled with blood-stained gauze, and Hong Sanyang was gently rubbing her temples with her fingers as she leaned against the counter, while the middle-aged man who was lying on the reclining chair had already woken up. Breathing was still a little weak, but had stabilized. The middle-aged man and Hong Sanyang's gazes looked towards Xiao Knight, who had come downstairs. Both of their gazes carried a hint of sharpness, and suddenly the middle-aged man opened his mouth and asked Xiao Knight, "Little brother, do you know who I am?" Xiao Knight shook his head. Other than the one-sided relationship at the returning cloud building last night, Xiao Knight knew nothing about the middle-aged man in front of him. "My name is Qin Shan. People on the road call me Uncle Qin." Uncle Qin couldn't suppress a cough, but there was a hint of deep meaning in his gaze as he looked at Xiao Knight, then slowly spoke, saying, "You saved my life last night. As a reward, I'll send you $1 billion. Do you dare to take it?" Chapter 74. Xiao Knight, the new underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City. 2 hours ago, Uncle Qin, who was in a coma, had gradually woken up and, in a trance, looking at the familiar scene in front of him and Hong Sanyang, who was stitching up his wounds. Uncle Qin's heart couldn't help but feel a sense of security that had long been missing. Uncle Qin's heart couldn't help but feel a sense of security that he hadn't felt for a long time. He knew he had saved his life, although he didn't know how that young man, whom he had only met once, had escaped from the interception on his back. He had survived, but in the end is alive. At this moment, Uncle Qin did not dare to open his eyes. He was a bit vain, and even a bit afraid of this woman in the red dress. He continued to squint his eyes, pretending to look like he was still unconscious. "Humph!" Red Sanyang coldly snorted. The needle and thread in her hand violently exerted force, straight to the point of pain. Uncle Qin's face twitched, and, "Squeak out when you wake up. Don't pretend to be unconscious for me there." Uncle Qin hurriedly opened his eyes, smiled sardonically, and called out to Sanyang. Red Sanyang, however, did not raise her head, but the force on her hand once again increased by a lot. "Goo!" The pain of that Uncle Qin's straight yell, urgent voice, said, "Sanyang, I have injuries on my body at least." Red Sanyang face like frost said, "Don't worry, you can't die." Uncle Qin panicked to endure the pain on his body, compensated with a smile, and said, "I told you that when it comes to medical skills it has to be you, Sanyang. The hospital and the Illuminati, those guys are just a false name." Red Sanyang is already not eat the set of him. Face changed, sullen voice said, Cut the crap. Who wanted to kill you last night? What kind of person could hurt you like this? Uncle Chin's face was stunned. Then it also became colder and colder, and after a moment of silence, he spoke, saying, "It's Madam." Hey! Red Sanyang suddenly revealed a cold smile, said, Mrs. Has come to now, you still call her Mrs. I told you earlier that Chun Li is simply a wolfish demon. At her side, sooner or later you will have no life to live. Uncle Chin didn't dare to speak and coughed a few times. His face changed and said, I just didn't expect things to come to an end. She actually didn't even give me a way to live. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. When Uncle Chin said this, his entire face had an uncontrollable heart death. Seeing this disheveled expression on his face, Hong Sanyang also swallowed the words that were about to be cursed in her mouth for a moment. But in the end, she couldn't help but sneer and say, So what else can it be? It wasn't you personally willing to sell your life for her. Uncle Chin suddenly laughed in a self-deprecating manner. It was both a laugh at himself and a kind of release. He had been working for the Baoli Group since he was 14 years old, and 42 years had passed. From the beginning of a small horse with a knife charge, mixed to now everyone should be honored as a position of Uncle Chin. More personally watched the girl who had the honor of knowing himself, step by step from a girl who was slaughtered, to the position of the head of the Baoli Group today. He thought that no matter what Chun Li would not kill himself. But he was wrong. Chun Li had even found a replacement for him to take over all of his operations and power in Shangjing City over these 40 years. The unwillingness in his heart gradually turned into indifference. That Liao Yuan was a talented person, and a person with ambition, far more ruthless than his own back then. But this time, Uncle Chin preferred not to follow their wishes. I intend to hand over all my businesses. Uncle Chin suddenly opened his mouth and said. Hearing this, Hong Sanyang froze and asked, What do you mean? Uncle Chin smiled faintly and, People are getting old. It's time to retire. It's better to be forced to retire than to take the initiative to retire, not to mention that the group has long wanted to collect those cards of mine. But this time, I'm not giving it to them. A trace of surprise appeared on Hong Sanyang's face, frowning as she asked, Then who are you going to give it to? Those businesses of yours are said to be a fortune, rather than a scourge. Besides, who can take it? Uncle Chin narrowed his eyes, his gaze austere as he said, The kid who carried me over last night, what do you think of him? 2 hours later. As a reward, I'll send you $1 billion. Do you dare to take it? Listening to the words that suddenly came out of Uncle Chin's mouth, Xiao Knight raised his eyebrows and was filled with consternation. Was this person crazy? But on the contrary, from the temperament of these two people, they were by no means crazy, nor did they look like they were joking. What was this? A heavenly fortune or a trap to toy with people? Xiao Knight's face twitched for half a day before he then slowly opened his mouth and asked, 1 billion dragon coins? This question, in turn, drew a burst of wanton laughter from Hong Sanyang, while Uncle Chin's face revealed a trace of embarrassment, saying, Not 1 billion dragon coins in cash. But then, Uncle Chin's face became serious, and his entire aura was suddenly like a different person. For a split second, it made Xiao Knight once again remember the old wolf-like figure in the returning cloud building. I'm talking about assets and businesses worth $1 billion. More than half of the gray businesses in the entire Shangjing City, including this old city where you are now, are mine. Uncle Chin said, word for word. His tone was flat but carried an intimidating pressure. Someone wanted to kill me, wanted to take these away from me, but I was unwilling to do as he wished. But now, even if it's me who wants to take back this $1 billion business, I'll have to hack it back with a knife and blood. Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, Who exactly are you guys? Uncle Chin's gaze was slightly austere as he said, My name is Qin Shan. I used to be the butler of the Chun family members of the Baoli Group, and I am also the underground Black Emperor in this old city. Xiao Knight's pupils tightened violently. He had thought that this middle-aged man's identity was definitely not ordinary, and he had also thought that he definitely had an inseparable relationship with those gray forces hidden behind him. But he didn't expect that this Qin Shan was actually someone from the Baoli Group. More so, he was the butler of President Chen's family. Xiao Knight's expression did not reveal any cracks. However, Uncle Chin, whose gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, still saw the abnormality in Xiao Knight's heart and asked after him. You know me? Xiao Knight frankly shook his head. I don't know. Uncle Chin immediately smiled playfully and said, "Then do you know who the person who killed me yesterday was?" Xiao Knight shook his head once again, and the group of professionals in civilian clothes had extremely strong attributes and their identities were by no means ordinary. However, he saw Uncle Chin smile in a self-deprecating manner and said, "I won't hide it from you. The ones who wanted to kill me yesterday were the people from the Baoli group. Last night you really and truly saved my life, so I'll also tell you frankly, this 1 billion is not that good. But I will teach you how to take it from the Polaroid group little by little. So you dare to take it?" Uncle Chin's gaze stared straight at Xiao Knight, as if he could see through him all over, then slowly said, "No matter what, you have saved my life. If you are unwilling to take this risk, I will compensate you in other ways. But if you are willing, I will personally teach you to be the new underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City." At this moment, Xiao Knight's face did not show the slightest bit of expression. However, his heart was flooded with huge waves. From Uncle Chin's words, Xiao Knight had keenly pieced together an intricate and coincidental story that even he could not believe. Why would Uncle Chin, the chief executive of the Baoli Group, be silenced by the people of the Baoli Group? Even if it is a cunning rabbit death, traitor cooking, there must be a reason. Recently, there was only one major event in the Baoli Group, the accidental death of the fourth young master of the Baoli Group. And this matter, on the other hand, has an inseparable relationship with Xiao Knight in any case. Because the Chun family's fourth young master. He killed him. Chapter 75. Good boy. Dare to kill, dare to bury. Butterfly effect. Reincarnation of karma. Xiao Knight's heart tightened violently. In a sense, is it because he killed the fourth young master of the Baoli Group in General Lolan's tomb that Uncle Chin was killed by the Baoli Group? That's why Uncle Chin was killed by the Baoli Group. He's in this situation, and he coincidentally in the alley last night, saved the life of Uncle Chin, who had met him in passing. He harmed him but saved him. Xiao Knight could have sealed this secret in his heart, and Uncle Chin would never know that he killed the Chun family's fourth young master. Uncle Chin used $1 billion of business as a reward for saving his life. He promised to personally teach Xiao Knight to become the new underground Black King of the city. This is an offer no one can refuse. But Xiao was a stubborn man. If he didn't make it clear, and relied on concealment and hypocrisy to obtain this great opportunity, Xiao Knight always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and he wanted to take a gamble. "Uncle Chin, you were hunted down and silenced by the Baoli Group, ultimately because the fourth young master of the Baoli Group there was killed, right?" Xiao Knight said with a face as unassuming as one. Uncle Chin's face was stunned when he heard this. His face smiled indifferently and said, "How did you learn about this matter? It seems that this matter has already spread in Shangjing City." Xiao Knight took a sharp breath and said, "The fourth young master of the Baoli Group, I killed him." Uncle Chin's pupils suddenly shrunk. "What did you say?" In an instant, the entire Red Moon hair salon was awfully quiet. Even the red Sanyang next to her was holding the edge of the table tightly with her fingers, and her face straightened up as she looked at Xiao Knight and said, "Little brother, you can't dare to say this nonsense. The ones who killed that Chun family's oldest four were a group of people from the Yuan family village." Since the words had already been spoken, Xiao Knight became more and more calm and said, word by word, "The first level of the Lulan General's tomb copy. I killed him there." Uncle Chin, who was lying on the recliner, violently straightened up and stared at Xiao Knight with an incredulous expression and said,
Impossible.
"How did you kill him?" Xiao Knight said with a frank and straight face, "He wanted to kill me, so I killed him." Seeing that Xiao Knight's expression was by no means a playful remark, Uncle Chin's face became more and more stern and he pursued, asking, "In that Lulan General's tomb, I personally brought people to check all over. How did you destroy the corpse?" Xiao Knight stretched out a finger, and the burning effect attached to the ghost flame toxin suddenly appeared on top of his finger, with a wisp of flame dancing on his fingertip. Burning the corpse into ashes naturally doesn't leave the slightest trace. At this point, a trace of shock had surfaced on Uncle Chin's face, but he still asked, somewhat incredulously, "You said that you killed him on the first floor, but the people from the two major guilds, Black Eagle and Hegemony, clearly still saw him when they killed the boss on the third floor. What explanation do you have for this?" Xiao Knight replied without the slightest pause. "Woe to the east. He was already dead at that time, and the person who robbed the Hegemony and Black Eagle bosses and equipment on the third floor was me." Qin Shuji couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and the injuries on his body made him stifle a coughing fit. However, after infesting the Jianghu for many years, his thoughts were also spinning rapidly as he furrowed his brows and stared at Xiao Knight and asked, "Where is that group of Yuanjia village people? Why are the 3 golden artifacts of the Chun family's oldest 4 on them?" Xiao Knight continued and replied, "The golden weapons and the borrowed knife. Those 3 golden artifacts were delivered to the Yuan family brothers by my own hands. Those jackals are insatiable and are natural scapegoats." Uncle Qin's eyes, which were like those of an old wolf, stared straight at Xiao Knight as if he wanted to see through everything about him, and Xiao Yi similarly looked straight into his eyes. The 4 eyes were facing each other. It was just like the first time the 2 of them met in the returning cloud building. The entire Red Moon Hair salon room once again became quiet and solemn. Suddenly, Uncle Qin opened his mouth. He laughed, laughing louder and louder. He laughed so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes. He laughed so hard that he coughed and couldn't even catch his breath. The culprit who caused himself to be abandoned by the group and fell into this state was actually this kid who saved his life last night. However, at this moment, instead of holding a grudge, Uncle Qin had an incomparable pain in his heart. He really chose the right person. While coughing and coming up for air, Uncle Qin held his chest and said loudly, "Good boy, what a skill." Next to her, Hong Sanyang also laughed and looked at Xiao Knight with a charming smile, saying, "Qin Shan, this kid has more balls than you did back then." Seeing this scene, Xiao Knight was a bit unsure and stood straight there, waiting until Uncle Qin finished laughing before he opened his mouth and asked, "Don't you hate me?" Uncle Qin shook his head and said with a straight face that, "I, Qin Shan, have fallen to this point now. The death of the Chun family's oldest 4 is the cause, but it is only one of the thus already. Baoli Group has long been unable to tolerate me. Even if not for this matter, they will sooner or later take action against me. As for that 4th young master of the Qin family, it's just a sick little thing. Kill it." Uncle Qin looked at the young man in front of him, but his eyes became more and more appreciative. He was very similar to himself back then when he had just arrived in Shangjing City, yet somewhat different. Just like what Red Sanyang said. He had more balls than his own self back then. If you dare to kill, you dare to bury. Uncle Qin narrowed his eyes and asked, "Since you've already guessed that I'm in this situation because of the death of the Chun family's 4th young master, why do you still want to say it?" Xiao Knight, on the other hand, replied frankly that, "One size does not fit all. If I conceal this matter and receive your $1 billion reward, it is always uncomfortable in my heart. Good one heart is not comfortable," Uncle Qin once again said with a big smile. At this time, he suddenly realized that this teenager was different from himself. When he got a lot of things he shouldn't get, a youthful spirit is gradually corroded turbid maggot. "That now you intend to how?" Xiao Knight looked at Uncle Qin in front of him and asked, only to see that Uncle Qin and Hong Sanyang glanced at each other. Then his face changed as he looked at Xiao Knight and said in a deep voice that, "I gave you 2 choices before, but now I've changed my mind. You don't have a choice. This $1 billion business, you have to take it or leave it. Because you are the heir that I, Qin Shan, personally chose. The new underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City. It's not that easy for the Baoli Group to take back all the accumulation I've made over the past 40 years. Within a month, I want you to reach the 2nd turn. Rise to prominence amongst the dark forces in the entire old city."
Chapter 76 Suicide Leveling.
Blackwater City. Reaching the 2nd turn within a month? As soon as Uncle Qin, an old wolf, opened his mouth, he spoke in a shocking manner. 1 month. Xiao Knight couldn't help but frown as well and said, he himself had already spent almost a month to rise from level 1 to level 50 for the first turn. As one's level increased, the experience required for each level up would be greatly increased. From level 50 to level 100, the experience value needed for the 2nd turn was at least dozens of times or even higher than reaching the 1st turn. How was it possible to do that in just 1 month's time? Even if you keep taking risks and challenging high-level copies, you may not be able to level up to 100 within a month. Unless those rich kids from prominent families spent a lot of money to hire those higher-level professionals to take them through the high-leveled copies and give them the last mending experience of the bosses. What? Can't do it. Uncle Qin saw the shock in Xiao Knight's heart and said with a slight smile. He subconsciously wanted to pull out a cigarette from his pocket, but then he saw the murderous gaze of Hong Sanyang next to him and he let out a sarcastic laugh and took his hand back into his pocket, turned his head and continued to Xiao Knight and said, "I know what you're thinking. but wanting to level up quickly, each kind of person has a different way. Those rich young masters can naturally spend money to hire someone to take them to level up quickly. But those of us who lick blood from the tip of a sword likewise have our own ways. Uncle Chin's gaze suddenly contracted as he looked at Xiao Knight and slowly spoke of a place that Blackwater City. Only there can allow you to reach level 100 turn 2 or even higher within a month. Xiao Knight's expression also became serious. Blackwater City? It was a place name he had never heard of before. Xiao Knight prided himself on knowing all the large and small human city-states around Shangjing City, as well as all the major duplicate areas like the back of his hand. However, whether it was from the textbooks of the first middle school or the canonical books in the library, Xiao Knight was certain that he had never turned up this name. Blackwater City? What is that place? Xiao Knight asked bluntly. On the side, Hong Sanyang let out a light laugh and opened her mouth to explain, saying, "It's normal that you don't know Blackwater City. That's a place that can't be brought to the surface even more than the underground black market. Because the source of 90% of the goods in the underground black market in Shangjing City comes from there. September, bring the map." Red Sanyang let out a yell, and the young girl named September answered with a clear voice. Then not long after, took out a map that was finely sealed. Hong Sanyang spread the map out through the counter, only to see that the map was densely packed, and each area was labeled with a huge amount of information using an extremely fine pen. With a slender finger, Hong Sanyang gently pointed at a direction and said, "This is Blackwater City." Just by gently glancing up, Xiao Knight only felt as if his brain had exploded. He suddenly felt that the perceptions he had seen before were only the tip of the iceberg of this world, because where Hong Sanyang was pointing with her finger was simply a highly contaminated area that had already fallen. According to the map in the textbook, it was an area where the level of danger had already reached crimson, and all sorts of highly dangerous monsters had already taken over. All the humans who used to live there had already moved out hundreds of years ago. The military of Shangjing City had already blocked it off as the highest danger zone. Now you're telling me that in the most dangerous area in the entire vicinity of Shangjing City, there is actually a human city-state, and it is the source that provides goods for the entire underground black market of Shangjing City. The shock in Xiao Knight's heart overflowed onto his face as he stared straight at Blackwater City on the map. If there really was a human city-state here, then the surrounding area was dotted with high danger level monsters. It wasn't impossible to kill all those high danger level monsters in a month's time and rise to level 100. But only if you have the life to stay alive, because this was simply suicidal leveling. However, a ruthlessness gradually surged up within Xiao Knight's gaze. For those humans at the bottom of the pyramid, to climb up one step at a time, they had to exchange their lives with a life of licking blood from the tip of a knife. "I'll go." Xiao Knight didn't hesitate any longer and said dryly. A hint of surprise appeared in Hong Sanyang's eyes as she glared at Xiao Knight and said, "Oh, you have to think about it." While still glaring at the nearby Uncle Chin, she said, "It's not necessary to listen to him in everything. Even when he was young, he didn't dare to go and break into Blackwater City at the first turn." Uncle Chin, on the other hand, stroked his chin somewhat unconvincingly and said, "I'm not letting this kid go to his death. The situation is different now after all. The Blackwater City side isn't the same small colony that couldn't even survive the beast tide back then. Besides, there are still our people on the Blackwater City side to take over." Xiao Knight would never turn back since he had made a decision. The next step was to do his best to learn all the information to do this. "How am I going to get to Blackwater City?" Xiao Knight asked suddenly as he looked at the map. The area where Blackwater City was situated was highly polluted, yet it had long been blocked off by the military. Unusual people were not even allowed to get close, needless to say going deeper into the center area. Uncle Chin saw that Xiao Knight had immediately begun planning, and was also somewhat relieved as he heatedly smiled and said, "Don't worry. Those blockade areas on the surface are simply full of holes for us. There are 4 routes with our people picking them up alone. As long as you go, I will naturally arrange everything for you. The question is, when do you plan to leave?" At this time, the sky had already brightened up, and a ray of morning sunlight shone through the slit in the window of the Red Moon Hair Salon into the house. Xiao Knight briefly pondered for a while and bluntly said, "Today. Good." Uncle Chin's eyes also revealed sharpness when he heard this, directly straightening his body from the recliner and saying, "I'll give you 1 day's preparation time. At 10 o'clock this evening, I'll be waiting for you here. At that time, I will arrange for someone to bring you there." Hong Sanyang frowned as she looked at Uncle Qin, and then looked at Xiao Knight with some concern. The sunlight shone on the side of this teenager's face. Hong Sanyang suddenly felt that this kid was exactly the same as Qin Shan who first arrived in Shangjing City back then. The same decisiveness and boldness. The same boldness, not afraid of death. Red Sanyang cannot help but sigh. But nowadays the situation, once Uncle Qin fell down, followed by the forces of all sides of the big siege behind and eyeing the Baoli group, they really need a new leader. However, looking at that Xiao Knight carefully looking at the map on the counter, seriously as if he wanted to memorize the entire map, the corner of Hong Sanyang's mouth also looked at the map. The corner of Hong Sanyang's mouth couldn't help but hook up an intoxicating arc. There's a new generation of old people. This new faucet. Not bad.
Chapter 77 Nie Xiaoyu's Gift.
S-Class Skill Scroll. As the night passed, the door to the Red Moon Hair Salon opened once again. There were also already quite a few wandering figures amongst the entire old town in the early morning. Breakfast stores, handmade jobs, grocery stalls. At this time Xiao Knight realized that this on the capital is everyone daunted by the gray area of the old city. In fact, more is just some poor people. Xiao Knight turned back and looked, only to see that Hong Sanyang also hung the signboard of the Red Moon Hair Salon outside the door, lazily stretched out and smiled at Xiao Knight and said, "See you tonight." Xiao Knight nodded and turned to leave. When Xiao Knight passed through one alley after another and returned to his own old rental house, only to see the entire living room configured with all sorts of documents and equipment piled up in a somewhat cluttered manner. However, Nie Xiaoyu was not at home. From the many screens in the house, Xiao Yang saw that in addition to the research on the obsidian dragon cub, Nie Xiaoyu was also conducting a number of other research projects at the same time, and there were also a number of research meetings every day. There were still quite a few research meetings to be held every day, so he thought that he should also be back in their military research base today. Xiao Knight smoothly lay down on the worn-out sofa, wanting to soothe his nerves after a long night, but he was not able to do so. Too many things happened last night. However, just after lying down, a teleportation formation suddenly lit up in this narrow rented room. Immediately after a dark figure deftly drilled out from the teleportation array, it was the obsidian dragon cub. This little dragon cub was as if it could sense that it had returned home, and after sniffing around, it wailed at Xiao Knight. "Good guy. This dragon cub is hungry again." Xiao Knight sighed and helplessly got up from the sofa and walked towards the kitchen. However, on the refrigerator, he suddenly saw a note that Nie Xiaoyu had left for him. "I'm going back to the research base for a meeting, and the research on how to tame the obsidian dragon has recently made some new progress. I'll let you know later. By the way, there's a good thing left for you. For fear that this broken rental house of yours will be burglarized, I've put it in the refrigerator for you, Nie Xiaoyu." Xiao Yu was immediately surprised and opened the refrigerator door to take a look, only to see that, in the refrigerated cabinet, a scroll with purple light was lying there quietly, and a layer of frost had formed around it. Skill scroll. Xiao Knight was immediately startled. Other than obtaining skills through awakening and transferring, the only way for a professional to obtain new skills was through skill scrolls. However, creating a skill scroll was indeed not an easy task and required a specialized high-level branding master to work with it. Moreover, the higher the level of the skill, the more difficult it was to create a skill scroll. Therefore, the value of each skill scroll was above several 100,000 dragon coins. The smart scroll sitting in the refrigerator was glowing with purple light and was at least an S-rank skill. This Nie Xiaoyu was really skillful. Where could she get this kind of thing from? Xiao Knight immediately hurriedly used both hands to carefully remove that skill scroll from the refrigerator. For a while, he was also a little bit in tears and laughter. Which person would hide something as precious as a skill scroll in the refrigerator? Saying that she was trying to find a way to prevent thieves from taking her by surprise. She also left a note on the refrigerator. However, at the same time, the attributes of the skill scroll in her hand also appeared in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. Spirit Mastery Link. Rank S rank. Introduction. Legendary Spirit Master Lin Sui Jie's famous skill. By exercising the means of spirit harnessing, he establishes a soul link with the harnessed beasts, thus achieving the link of unity of mind and spirit. Sure enough, it was an S-ranked spirit harnessing means. Xiao Yi was suddenly secretly shocked, and it was feared that the value of this skill scroll in his hand had long exceeded 1,000,000 dragon coins. What exactly was Nie Xiaoyu's position amongst the military's research institute? He could even get this kind of thing. At the same time, A line of prompts appeared in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. Do you want to learn the skill Spirit Link? At this time, the obsidian dragon cub also curiously came over, stretching its neck and gently sniffing the skill scroll in Xiao Knight's hand. Learn! Xiao Knight clicked OK without hesitation. On his trip to Blackwater City, the obsidian dragon cub that was in the summoning space was his biggest card. If he was able to establish a better link, one person and one dragon fighting together would definitely be able to burst out with a battle power that could not be underestimated. Only to see that the scroll that still had frost on it suddenly activated, and a warm current immediately surged into his body from the center of his hand. At the same time, an extremely powerful spiritual force mixed with a huge amount of information surged into Xiao Knight's mind. This was the method of passing down the skill scrolls. Only those high-level spell sealers were able to gather the complicated methods of using skills in their spiritual power and save them, then inscribe them on top of the scroll. Skill acquired Spirit Link S rank. Only to see that this skill also immediately appeared in his skill bar. Xiao Knight was instantly delighted in his heart and he attempted to use the Spirit Link on the obsidian dragon cub that was curiously looking at him, only to see an extremely slender bridge of light projecting out from his body, converging on the obsidian dragon cub. It converged on the obsidian dragon cub's body. The obsidian dragon cub was also curious and stretched out its claws to take a left and right nibble, but the nibble was empty. However, all of a sudden, Xiao Knight's mind appeared another picture, and the viewpoint of the picture was the one in front of him. The perspective of the picture is exactly this dilapidated rental house in front of his eyes. However, the angle is a lot lower than his own. It was in the middle of the puzzlement, but saw the perspective suddenly turned. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the eyes. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Knight himself. Hiss! Xiao Knight instantly understood the wonderful use of this Spirit Harnessing Link skill. Nowadays, Xiao Knight could almost put himself in the obsidian dragon cub's shoes and listen to what the obsidian dragon cub heard. What a Spirit Harnessing Link! Xiao Knight immediately and keenly sensed the gold content of this skill. The biggest difficulty in establishing communication with harnessed beasts was the inability to empathize with them. However, this Spirit Harnessing Link directly broke this biggest barrier. From now on, Xiao Knight could even see things through the obsidian dragon cub's perspective. This was simply an additional scouting skill. After all, dragon cubs could fly. However, immediately after, some of the dragon cub's sensations in his mind also fell into Xiao Knight's mind. The hungry. Alright, I'll make it for you right away. Xiao Knight immediately also took out the meat from the refrigerator, skillfully opened fire, burned oil, and fed the dragon. A familiar and incomparable operation process. At the end, Xiao Knight deliberately fried several new steaks, wrapped in plastic wrap, and put it in the refrigerator. This is for Nye Xiaoyu to stay, only need a simple heating can. And above the door of the refrigerator, Xiao Knight also left a new note for Nye Xiaoyu. I'm going out for a period of time, and I'll write down the dragon cub's changes during that time for you and send it to you through the contact device. Thank you for the skill scroll. In the fridge are some steaks I fried for you. Heat them up and you can eat them, Xiao Knight. After one person and one dragon had eaten and drank their fill, Xiao Knight returned to his room and lay on the bed with his eyes closed. The obsidian dragon cub coiled obediently in the corner of the bed, its ghostly black scales leaning against the side of Xiao Knight's legs, emitting a comforting coolness. Outside the rental house, the sun was setting and the shadows were slanting. The day passed by in a flash. When Xiao Knight opened his eyes again, it was already nightfall. In his chest, an anticipatory feeling of war surged. He couldn't help but chant softly. Blackwater City, Chapter 78 S-Class Professional Undead Thief September. Once night fell, the entire old town was immediately filled with a solemn atmosphere. During the day, all the ordinary businesses closed their doors as early as possible. The stores that could not be displayed in the open had their signboards up one by one. Red Moon Hair Salon's signboard is still as bright, located in the middle of a piece of dilapidated houses. A small 3-story building is very dazzling. Xiao Knight stood in front of the Red Moon Hair Salon's door, only to see that tonight's Red Moon Hair Salon was especially lively in the middle of the building, with many silhouettes crowded on the recliners on the first floor, amounting to more than 10 people. You're here? Come in. Red Sanyang, who was leaning her face on the counter with one hand, saw Xiao Knight outside the door at a glance and waved her hand at him, saying, Xiao Knight was not polite and stepped through the door. The moment he entered the door, he saw that the Red Moon Hair Salon's gazes all converged on him. There was no lack of hostility and speculation amongst the gazes. Xiao Knight also swept his gaze across these people's faces without fear, and his breaking delusion pupil secretly opened, only to see that this group of people were also all professionals. Judging from their attributes and talent phrases, they were not even the slightest bit worse than the group of killers that chased after Uncle Chin that night. These are the people that Master Chin has his eye on? The kid hasn't even grown any hair yet. A big man with a scar on his face instantly opened his mouth in dissatisfaction and yelled, "Hee hee." Another thin man with a turban only revealing a pair of narrow eyes also got up and looked up and down at Xiao Knight with an unkind gaze and laughed with a crooked mouth, saying, "The small appearance is quite handsome. Is it Master Chin's illegitimate son that he hides outside?" Red Sanyang, who was crouching on the counter, also smiled without saying anything as she watched this scene. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from inside the room. "If you people keep talking nonsense here, beware of me cutting off your tongues." Only to see that the person who spoke was none other than the girl named September, walking out of the house with a burst of light footsteps and a heavy face. The scarred man outside heard this, his face also instantly changed, snapped a smile and did not make a sound. Seems to be a little afraid of September. Only to see that September had changed her outfit today. She changed to the casual long skirt that Xiao Knight had seen yesterday, and put on a valiant leather armor outfit, with a dagger with a cold light on her waist. This September was actually a professional. Looking at the equipment, it should be an assassin or a thief. What are you looking at?" September's gaze landed on Xiao Knight's face, but once again bloomed with a teasing smile like last night's, which, staring straight at Xiao Knight's face, which burned for a while. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come tonight, but I didn't think you had the guts. Raw melon seed." September let out an angry scolding, causing another burst of laughter from the people in the room at Xiao Knight. Hong Sanyang by the counter gently knocked on the counter with her finger and said, "All right, September, don't tease him. Uncle Chin will be here in a while." Then Red Sanyang also walked to Xiao Knight's front and reached out to hand Xiao Knight an item, which was precisely the detailed labeled map that Xiao Knight had seen yesterday. "This map is for you." Xiao Knight's eyes lit up. This was definitely an extremely useful gift. He hurriedly accepted it with both hands and said, "Many thanks to Red Sanyang." Hong Sanyang looked at Xiao Knight with a smile on her face and whispered in his ear, "Did that girl September molest you again last night?" Xiao Knight's cheeks instantly blushed, and the dense scene in that narrow room last night once again surfaced in his mind, and for a moment, he did not know how to answer. Hong Sanyang, however, suddenly waved her hand and looked at Xiao Knight with a slightly meaningful look and said, "That girl is this fun-loving nature, but don't get me wrong. My Red Moon Hair Salon hasn't been doing that kind of business since more than 10 years ago. September is a good girl. This time when we go to Blackwater City, she'll go with you." Xiao Knight was instantly a bit surprised. September was almost as old as herself and should also be a professional who had just awakened not long ago. This trip to Blackwater City was incredibly dangerous, so he had no choice but to go by himself. Why did Red Sanyang let September go to this place where dragons and tigers were trapped? Red Sanyang seemed to see the doubts in Xiao Knight's heart, smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about her. September is an S-class undead thief. It's not just those bright forces in Shangjing City that have dazzling descendants. We dark forces also have our own successors." Xiao Knight's heart immediately stirred up a wave. "I didn't expect September to be an S-class professional. It seems that there are hidden tigers and dragons among these underground forces, and the entire city of Shangjing is definitely not just a few S-class professionals such as Lin Xueming and Wang Biao that are reported on the surface." Xiao Knight's eyes looked towards September, and coincidentally, September's eyes also came towards him. For eyes met. The corners of September's mouth smiled slightly, but the pupils of one pair of eyes suddenly turned blood red. Blood-colored pupils. It was the characteristic of the undead. As expected, it was an S-ranked profession undead thief. Right at this moment, the roar of a car sounded outside Red Moon Hair Salon. A tall figure appeared at the door. "Uncle Chin is here. It's Uncle Chin." In an instant, the group of people who were still sitting crookedly in the hair salon stood up respectfully. Everyone's gazes carried a heartfelt respect when they looked at the tall figure at the door. "Uncle Chin, are you all right?" That scarred man hurriedly went forward and worriedly surveyed Uncle Chin up and down. But he only saw that Uncle Chin, who was still covered with injuries and lying on the recliner last night, was already standing steadily at this moment. I don't know whether it's because of Uncle Chin's strong recovery power, or because of the seamstress Red Sanyang's work. It's not in the way. Uncle Chin waved his hand. His eyes swept around the faces of the people in the room, and finally landed on Xiao Knight's face, nodding gently at him and saying, "Not much more to say. Everyone get ready to depart immediately. Let's take the waterway to Blackwater City this time." The people in the entire Red Moon Hair Salon immediately moved, and with the exception of Red Sanyang, everyone quickly put on their equipment and weapons. Uncle Chin had brought over 3 buggies this time, just enough to accommodate everyone to sit in them. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, was arranged to sit next to Uncle Chin. Uncle Chin took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth, but did not light it, as if it was just to quench his thirst. Then he turned his head to Xiao Knight and said, "I will personally send you out of the city. Then Scar and the others will escort you all the way to Blackwater City by water. After arriving there, September will lead you to our brothers who will receive you in Blackwater City. After that, it's all up to you. A month later, I will send someone over to pick you up." Uncle Chin pressed down the window of the car, waved his hand at the Red Sanyang standing at the entrance of the Red Hair Salon, and said, "Sanyang, let's go." The car's engine ignited once again and, taking advantage of the night color, the group of caravans drove steadily towards the pier in Shangjing City. Chapter 79 Underground Tunnels. Thrilling Waterway. Shangjing City was a city facing the river, and at one time the city had boasted numerous prosperous docks. However, as more and more beast tides invaded, in order to ensure the safety of Shangjing City, the military had to blockade most of the docks, leaving behind only the last 2 docks that were connected to the canal. It was one of them that Uncle Chin was heading to. The entire fleet of off-road vehicles weaved in and out of the alleys of Shangjing City, and then but drove violently into the underground. Going down the long passageway, in front of them was a 4-way underground tunnel. In the dark tunnels, with the headlights shining, several railroad tracks reflected the lights of the headlights. There were even a lot of people walking around in each platform. It could be called an underground world. This is an abandoned subway line? This route was an eye-opening experience for Xiao Knight. He didn't expect that these subway lines, which had been abandoned for hundreds of years, would actually become underground passages that dark forces would rush to. "That's right." Uncle Chin nodded and said, "When these underground tunnels were constructed, they were built according to the standards of air defense shelters, and they are still sturdy even after 100 years. But aren't there often unstable copies and high-danger level monsters in this underground tunnel?" Xiao Knight asked with some confusion, only to see Uncle Chin turn his head, his gaze carrying a hint of cunning as he said, "Guess who put out this claim? Without tricking the military and most of the people out of it, how can those of us who are hiding in the shadows occupy these well-connected underground lines in a dignified manner?" Xiao Knight suddenly realized that Uncle Chin's group of forces hiding in the shadows were much smarter than they thought. About half an hour later, the off-road vehicle fleet passed through a dark underground tunnel and drove back to the ground. A pier with starry lights was right in front of them. The 3 SUVs turned off their lights, slowly drove into a path leading to the interior of the pier, quietly passed through the barrier, and stopped by a cargo ship. Then they stopped beside a cargo ship. "Here we are. Get off," Uncle Chin whispered into the liaison. The scar-faced man and the face-wrapped man hurriedly got out of the car with their men and cautiously walked towards the front. There seemed to be a few silhouettes standing by the cargo ship ahead, the very people who had come to meet them, and after a few people talked, Scarface waved his hand towards Uncle Chin from afar. "Go over there." Uncle Chin sat in the car, turned his head to Xiao Knight next to him and said, after all, he couldn't help but light the cigarette in his hand and put it to his mouth, but didn't smoke it, and, after arriving at Blackwater City, remember one thing. The danger is not just those high pollution level monsters outside the city. Be sure to beware of other human professionals. Uncle Chin's eyes were complicated, but Xiao Knight understood what he meant. "I'll pick you up in a month." Xiao Knight rolled over and got out of the car. "See you in a month." With Scarface and Wrapped Face Man leading the way, Xiao Knight and September were brought onto the cargo ship that was hidden in the darkness of the night. The space in the freighter was very narrow, and the only thing left for Xiao Knight to live in was a small compartment less than a meter high, and he couldn't even straighten his waist while sitting on the bed. September lived next door to him, and at the same time the narrow cubicle was not much better. It wasn't long before Xiao Knight heard the partition sandwich between the two of them being gently knocked on, and then September's voice rang out. Shangguazi, after the ship passes the barrier in a while. Let's go to the deck and take a look. How suffocating it is here. Seeing that Xiao Knight didn't reply, September thumped the bulkhead again. Hear that? Xiao Knight couldn't resist the sound and replied in a low voice that, you didn't even squeak when you heard it? Don't call me Raw Melon Seed. My name is Xiao Knight. Raw Melon Seed. Raw Melon Seed. Soon, Xiao Knight sensed that this cargo ship he was on was starting to slowly travel. However, he was a little worried about the barrier that September had spoken of. That was after all a sea blockade established by people from the military. If he was found out, not to mention not being able to go to Blackwater City, he was afraid that he would be directly imprisoned. But the fact proved that Xiao Knight's worries were a bit redundant. Uncle Qin and the others had already made some connections, and the cargo ship didn't even slow down when it traveled to the vicinity of the barrier, passing through it smoothly. After another moment, the bulkhead once again resounded with a thud, followed by a sound of September's impatient voice. Then came the impatient voice of September. Shangguazi, let's go. Xiao Knight rolled out of bed and slowly climbed up the dark cargo warehouse ladder. September, on the other hand, had already climbed to the top, turned her head and glared at him, stretching out her hand and saying, hurry up. The moment Xiao Knight climbed out of the warehouse, he smelled a fresh and refreshing river breeze. Compared to the narrow and dreary cargo warehouse, it was simply two worlds. He saw that Scarface and Wrapped Man were already on the deck. September walked a few steps closer and walked to the parapet to take a deep breath of the fresh air. At this time in the night sky, the moon is bright. The moon was shining brightly in the night sky, shining on the fluctuating water of the river, as if it were silver paint spilling down a river of stars. Xiao Knight suddenly felt a burst of joy in his heart. September quietly came over and punched Xiao Knight's waist, saying with a smile, how's it going, Raw Melon? It's not much more comfortable here than in your cargo warehouse. Xiao Knight couldn't deny it. Suddenly, however, he heard a clamor coming from the deck in front of him, which was also mixed with a person's miserable scream. What's going on? Scarface on the deck let out a low roar, but the wrapped face man beside him had already rushed over like a stump. A scimitar with a cold light glowing from his waist was already in his hand. What a fast speed! Xiao Knight's heart was startled, then also alerted. Both eyes opened the breaking delusion pupil toward the front of the deck to look, and saw that many shipwrights had already gathered there. Seeing that quite a number of shipwrights had already gathered there, each of them holding a weapon in their hands. Don't panic! September beside him spoke with a calm face, while also holding a dagger in his hand at his waist. It should be the monster at the head of the river that got on board. But with Brother Scar and Flower Face here, nothing can happen. Let's go take a look too. Xiao Knight was startled in his heart. Due to the living environment and the fact that no one hunted them, the monsters that lived in the sea and rivers were often more powerful and dangerous than those on land. At this moment, September had already quietly leaned up. Xiao Knight, however, didn't dare to slack off in the slightest and put on all his equipment, holding the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield, and followed him over. The two of them walked to the front of the deck. They only saw the scarred face holding a fierce giant axe across the deck, blocking the front of the boatman. While the face-wrapped man was protecting a shipwright who was constantly wailing, the lower half of the shipwright's body was already missing a leg. And in front of the crowd, a giant crab covered in thorns and as big as 2 cows was dominating the bow of the ship. A pair of narrow eyes looked at the crowd cruelly, while wielding 2 pincers like gate knives, tearing apart a blood-soaked leg bit by bit, greedily sending it to his mouth to chew on. The ghost-scythe giant crab, one of the most dangerous creatures of the sea tribe. The number of human professionals who died in their mouths each year was high in the top 10 among all monsters. Chapter 80 Monster on Board. Highly dangerous class ghost-scythe giant crab. This mutated giant crab-like monster possessed a steel plate like thorny shell and had almost no natural enemies underwater. If not hunted, it can grow in size almost indefinitely. In recent years, countries around the world have been constantly setting new size records for the ghost sickle crab, with the largest almost as big as a transportation ship, which has already reached the danger level of calamity-class monsters. The ghost sickle giant crab that is now perched on the bow of the ship has already exceeded the size of ordinary monsters. The 2 thick thorn pincers were up to 2 meters long, and even Scarface's giant axe that was more than 1 person high looked a little small in front of him. Xiao Knight, who has opened his delusion-breaking pupils, can clearly see a series of attributes of the monster. Ghost sickle giant crab. Level 95. Talent: Thorn Shell, Bloodlust. An elite monster as high as level 95 was far from something that the current Shao Knight could contend with. However, Scarface, who was standing at the bow of the ship, was not the least bit afraid, and the huge axe in his hand was raised high, ruthlessly slashing at the pincers of the giant crab. It was quite like a one-man army situation. Scarface's attributes also appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Profession: Blood Berserker. Level: 115. Talent: Blood Burning, Rage Rush, Axe Blade Specialization. No wonder September said that with the Scarface and that wrapped face man around, nothing could go wrong. Only to see that Scarface alone blocking the front, the huge axe in his hand waving like a gale. Every time that ghost sickle giant crab raised its pincers ferociously to try to guillotine his body, it was precisely cut back by that tiger-like axe. Shao Knight had never seen a heavy weapon like a giant axe that could be wielded with such dexterity. The huge axe that was as long as a person even had a 4,000 kilogram implication in Scarface's hands. This should be his talent phrase: Axe Blade Specialization. Scarface violently stepped forward with a single step. A giant axe turned defense into offense. He violently picked apart the pincers of the ghost sickle giant crab and ruthlessly hacked at its head. In an instant, the thorn-covered armor of the ghost sickle crab cracked open, and the blade of the giant axe slashed into its head. The blade of the giant axe cut into the crack. Scarface held the axe handle with both hands and viciously pried. A stream of green blood flowed out of the ghost-scythed giant crab's armor, causing it to wriggle wildly, and the huge, sharp limbs and feet of the ghost-scythed giant crab were all over the place. Huge and sharp limbs and feet in the bow of the boat cut through a frightening gully. Suddenly, the boat, which was already shaken by the wind and waves, tilted to one side in an instant. The scarred face feet slipped, body to the side crooked, the hand of the huge axe actually almost out of hand. If this was on the ground, Scarface would have been able to kill the ghost sickle crab alone. However, this is on the water. At this time, the moon hanging high in the sky was covered by a burst of dark clouds. The original peaceful flow of the river also started waves. The boat creaked and shook, and Scarface kept stepping to maintain his balance. However, this did not allow him to easily swing the huge axe in his hand. On the contrary, the ghost sickle giant crab used its sharp limbs and feet to ruthlessly plunge into the deck of the ship's prow, stabilizing its stance. The two huge pincers were like huge guillotines, guillotining towards Scarface. Scarface couldn't dodge in time. Despite blocking with the huge axe in his hand, he still received a solid blow. Huge wounds with bloody holes immediately appeared on his arms. In an instant, the situation was critical. The masked man who was guarding the broken-legged shipwright hurriedly yelled, "September, you take over." "Okay." September hurriedly answered and rushed over, using potions and bandages to stop the shipwright's bleeding. The man with the wrapped face, on the other hand, followed the guardrail on the side of the ship and rushed towards the bow like a stump. He was as light as a shadow, as if he was not affected by the rocking of the ship. 2 round moon scimitars had appeared in his hands at some point. The man with the face wrapped nimbly jumped and landed behind the ghost sickle giant crab, and the man with the face wrapped nimbly jumped and landed behind the ghost sickle giant crab. The round moon scimitar transformed into a storm of sharp blades, slashing at the rear limbs of that ghost sickle giant crab. Scarface was instantly relieved. At this time, the other shipwrights on the deck also assembled, and everyone was equipped with bows and arrows in their hands, and a rain of arrows shot at the ghost sickle crab. A rain of arrows shot at the shell of the ghost sickle crab. Although the damage was not high, it had the effect of slowing down its movements. The situation stabilized again. If things continue like this, it won't take long to drive the ghost sickle giant crab at the bow of the ship away, or to exterminate it. Right at this moment, it seemed that someone among the boat workers was an archer. A lighting arrow was shot towards the bow of the boat, and the glowing light immediately illuminated the ship. The glowing light immediately illuminated the entire body of the ghost sickle giant crab, only to see that the thorny shell was covered with a lurid pattern of bright red like the face of a ghost. This scene was clearly seen by Shao Knight, who had opened his delusion-breaking pupils. Shao Knight, whose eyes were violently wide, hurriedly roared in a loud voice, saying, "Something's not right. The ghost face pattern on the back of this ghost sickle crab is bright red. Only male ghost sickle crabs in estrus and mating period will have bright red lines. Ghost sickle crabs during this period won't hunt alone. There must be a female crab nearby." Everyone be careful. Xiao Knight's loud shout was heard by all the boatmen above the entire deck, including Scarface and Wrapped Face Man, who were fighting soundly with the ghost sickle giant crab at the bow of the ship. What is that kid talking about? He said there's another female crab nearby? Really? Could it be that he's bluffing? I think so. What does a hairless kid know? There was a lot of talk among the boatmen, yet no one took Xiao Knight's reminder seriously. Only September looked at him with a surprised face and asked, somewhat incredulously, "What are you talking about? Is there really another ghost sickle giant crab nearby? It can't be wrong," Xiao Knight said fiercely with a clench of his teeth. Then his eyes were also quickly looking around the deck. At this time, the moonlight was already darkening. The entire boat on the river was surrounded by darkness, with a visibility of no more than 2 meters. Xiao Knight's eyes looked upwards. Then he put the Tiger Fierce battle shield on his back, and climbed straight up the mast to the highest lookout, and set up the lookout on the mast. He set up the searchlight on the watchtower and searched the entire deck. The bright column of light from the searchlight immediately illuminated the entire ship. "There!" Xiao Knight shouted, pointing fiercely at the stern of the ship. The lookout lamp in his hand shone through the sails and shone on the stern of the ship, only to see a huge shadow slowly crawling down the stern towards the deck. 8 limbs and 2 pincers cast down the shadow of 2 or 3 meters long, like ghosts and monsters generally frightening Gaul. The deck above the shipwrights were in a panic. One by one, they turned their bows and crossbows towards the stern of the ship, but none of them had a sword. However, none of them had the ability to block the front like Scarface. The sound of the ghost sickle crab's sharp limbs slashing across the deck made everyone's liver and gall blown away. 1 head and 1 tail, like a demon god. However, Xiao Knight, who was standing on the watchtower, was even more chilled by the sight. Under the illumination of the searchlight, he saw that the abdomen of the female crab at the stern had flattened out, indicating that it had already finished spawning. Xiao Knight hurriedly turned the searchlight in his hand and shone it towards both sides of the cargo ship. Seeing the dark shadows, a young crab the size of a man's head was densely picking at the hull of the ship and climbing upwards, with a ghostly face on the shell of each one. Crab monsters are extremely good at spawning, each time up to several thousand or even tens of thousands. Chapter 31: The Crab Plague. Shipwright's Horn. Searchlight. As the searchlight in Xiao Knight's hand shone onto the ship's hull, everyone on the ship also witnessed the scalp-numbing scene. One by one, the young crabs were crawling desperately towards the ship with a crunching sound. On the back of each crab's armor, there were lines like ghost faces. Under the light, it was like a group of ghosts demanding for their lives. Ah! Many of the boatmen were so scared by this horrifying scene that their livers cracked, and they held their heads and cried out in pain. There were even people who directly sat paralyzed on the deck, despair already in their eyes. Most of these shipwrights were ordinary people, either living professions or extremely weak combat professions, and had come to this cargo ship as shipwrights just to make a living. Where had they seen such a scene? Scarface and Wrapped Face Man, who were fighting with the male crabs at the bow of the ship, also saw the same scalp-numbing scene. "Motor ear!" Stabbed the crab nest. Scarface spat and cursed in a low voice. Still really let that brat with no hair grow in his head. The 2 eyes exposed by the Wrapped Face Man carried horror, and his heart sank violently, secretly saying that it was not good. The male crab at the bow had not yet been resolved, but a larger female crab climbed up from the stern. The surrounding area was densely packed with young ghost sickle crabs that were about to climb onto the deck. Once they climbed up, it was all over. He and Scarface naturally have the power to protect themselves, but those boat workers will suffer. I'm afraid it won't take long for all of them to die in the mouth of the crabs. Without the boatmen, the boat will not be able to sail to Blackwater City. The situation has reached a critical point. The deck is a mess, and the boatmen are all in danger. There was a shipwright who had already been frightened to the point of collapse, screaming and jumping directly from the side of the ship, wanting to abandon the ship to escape. "Don't jump!" Xiao Knight hurriedly shouted. However, it was already too late. The light from the searchlight chased after the shipwright who jumped over, only to see that under the surface of the river that splashed with a wave, countless young crabs floated up from the water, pouncing on the body of that boatman, their sharp pincers brutally splitting his body. Sharp and miserable screams came. All the shipwrights on the deck gradually despaired. Just at that moment, the searchlight high above the ship's mast but violently shone on their faces. The intense light illuminated them for a moment some trance. Standing on the watchtower, Xiao Knight violently roared. Everyone don't panic. We can't die. Those juvenile crabs that just hatched out are just level 10 monsters. Everyone on the deck listen to my command. Take all the weapons you have at hand and guard both sides of the ship. September! Xiao Knight shouted at September. September, who was already at a loss for words, instantly understood what he meant, and pulled out the dagger that was inserted in his waist, ruthlessly wiping at a dagger that had rushed into the boat. Ruthlessly wiped at a young crab that had rushed onto the deck. The light of the dagger flashed. The young crab let out a mournful cry and was directly split in half. September also hurriedly shouted, Everyone don't panic. Listen to Xiao Knight's command. These crab pups are just small monsters, we can kill them. When people were most flustered and at a loss for words, they often needed someone to come forward and tell them what to do in a straightforward manner. Xiao Knight's words were like a searchlight in the dark night that it made those muddled and desperate shipwrights feel as if they had rekindled their hope for a split second. Gripping the weapons in their hands, they rushed to the sides of the ship. It is better to fight than to wait for death. And September's figure was rushing at the front. The daggers glowing with cold light rushed to the deck one by one and slaughtered all the young crabs. They, splattered by the thick and fishy crab blood, also did not care. In September, the slaughter of the general slaughter, so that these boatmen regained their courage, one by one, guarded the deck. One by one, they guarded the deck side, recklessly using the weapons in their hands to smash and slash, slapping a young crab into the mud. Some of them wailed and shouted to give vent to their anger, and some sang the shipwright's call to arms. Yo! Yo! Through the waves AI step, dangerous beach Lu. Shipwrights are all gall. The old ancestor handed down the shipwright horn in the night, invariably appeased the heart. The crisis on deck was temporarily held. Yet a greater crisis had arrived. The figure of a huge female ghost sickle crab at the stern of the ship had slowly climbed onto the ship, with 8 sharp limbs and feet. 8 sharp limbs and feet were severely clamped on the stern, and the heirs that died tragically on the deck made it directly fall into a state of rage, and the mouth parts of the crab emitted a sound of nuisance. A hissing sound came out of its mouthpiece. The 2 guillotine-like pincers waved, surprisingly straightening up its upper body as if it was standing and crawling towards the middle of the ship. Ghost scythe crab. Level 115. It was even higher level than the one male crab at the bow of the ship. It was also much larger in size. The huge figure reflected on the ship's hull, and those shipwrights on the deck were all shaking a little. If they let it rush onto the deck, they were afraid that it would be reduced to a buffet in a matter of moments. Knowing that he was the only combat professional on the deck, September didn't hesitate, gripping the dagger in his hand and fearlessly rushed up, for as long as she could. She had to stand out. The face-wrapped man at the front of the ship who saw this scene couldn't help but let out a sharp roar. September, don't go over there. He knew that with September's agility as a brittle profession, and facing such a large level difference, it was simply impossible to block the female crab at the stern of the ship. Once he took a hit, he might get killed. In front of an iron crab like the ghost scythe giant crab, which had high offense and thick blood, the thief profession was simply at a huge disadvantage. Wrapped Face Man wanted to rush to the stern of the ship, but it was already too late. Now the only thing he could do was to quickly finish off the male crabs at the bow with Scarface. Quick battle! Wrapped Face Man yelled sharply. Good! Scarface also knew that the situation was grim, clenched his teeth and held a huge axe in both hands, violently chopping towards the male crab, a life-threatening fight. At this time, the September person had already stopped in front of the female crab at the stern of the ship, relying on the agile pace of the thief that, the dagger in her hand had already viciously slashed at the shell of the female crab's abdomen. However, a few painless damage burst out, letting her simply some despair. The dagger in her hand, which was only a foot long, couldn't even break through the thick armor of the female crab. This kind of small and quick weapon like a dagger was simply an inherent disadvantage against this kind of thick armored monster. The female crab's furious counterattack had already arrived, seeing its heirs on the deck being slaughtered by the boatmen. Angry, it was bound to roll any obstruction into mush. At this time, the wind and waves on the river, the ship once again rocked, September's original sensitive pace but unsteady. Seeing the huge guillotine like crab pincers coming at her, she could not dodge in time. September! Scarface and Wrapped Face Man at the bow of the boat hissed. However, all of a sudden, a figure leapt down from the ship's mast, accurately blocking in front of September's body. A shield with a white tiger pattern accurately deflected the ghost scythe giant crab's strike between lightning and fire. With a roar of gold and iron, the huge level difference smashed the ghost sickle giant crab. The huge difference in rank smashed Shao Knight along with the tiger fierce battle shield in his hand and slid back a few meters. However, it blocked this fatal blow for September. "Leave this place to me." Shao Knight's face didn't change as he roared without looking back and, "Let Scar and the others kill the male crab first." Chapter 82 Crab Feet Slip. Eating roasted crabs today. September's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Shao Knight, who was holding the tiger fierce battle shield in front of her, even though Shao Knight had almost managed to block perfectly with that strike just now. However, the huge difference in level and attributes still caused Shao Knight to be smashed back several meters by the ghost sickle giant crab like a kite with a broken string. "Hand it over? Are you crazy? How can you possibly do this alone?" September hurriedly said, wanting to go forward and pull Shao Knight up. However, Shao Knight didn't wait for her to pull, and with a nimble flip up, holding the tiger fierce battle shield, he once again met him. "You go and let Scarface and the others take care of the male crabs at the bow first," Shao Knight said without looking back. "Kill one first. We can't afford a war of attrition." September's eyes were appalled, but she knew that Shao Knight was right. The only ones on this freighter who could fight against the ghost sickle giant crab were Scar and Flowerface. However, at this moment, both of them were at the bow of the ship. The distance from the bow to the stern was just over 50 meters, but in today's situation it was a life and death distance. Even if they were to let one of them come to the stern and hold off the more ferocious female crab, it would still be too late. It would be better to concentrate the power of the tip of the blade and kill the male crab first. "Good. I know." September nodded her head, biting her lip fiercely. With that, a flash of blood color once again surfaced in her pupils, and her body's speed skyrocketed. September swung the dagger in her hand and passed through the center of the ship, while killing those juvenile crabs that had broken through the boatman's defense circle, while shouting to the scarred duo at the bow of the ship, "Quickly, kill the male crabs first. Shao Knight won't last long on his own." When Scar and Wrapped Face Man heard this, they turned their heads towards the stern of the ship and saw that Shao Knight was the only one blocking there, holding a tiger fierce battle shield in his hand. Holding the tiger fierce battle shield in his hand, he became the last barrier for the boatman on the deck. "Mother, this kid isn't messing around. He doesn't want to die." Scarface immediately cursed sharply. He and Wrapped Face Man's mission for this trip was to escort Shao Knight to Blackwater City safely. If this kid died in the middle of the road, how could he tell Uncle Chin? Scarface violently drew out a delicate dagger from his waist and slashed across his arm. A stream of blood flowed out at the same time. The entire person's muscles suddenly burst up by inches. This was his profession's special talent phrase, blood-burning battle frenzy. At the cost of burning a large portion of his life value, he was able to obtain an instant burst of power and damage. Scarface was directly fighting for his life. On the other hand, the man with the wrapped face also revealed a flash of ruthlessness, and with his hands, he thrust his round moon scimitar together. His body violently rotated like a gyroscope, and his blade chopped towards the male crab like a gale. Under the joint efforts of the two of them, the blood bar of the ghost sickle crab was also decreasing rapidly. September, who was on the deck, turned her head in worry. He saw that Shao Knight, who was holding the tiger fierce battle shield, was only a few steps away from the female crab, level 50 Shao Knight, against an elite level monster that was as high as level 115. Even with the addition of the extraordinary number of talent phrases on Shao Knight's body, it was still far from being able to make up for the disparity in attributes. However, at this moment Shao Knight was getting calmer and calmer, because what he was trying to do wasn't actually killing this terrifying ghost scythe giant crab. Rather, it was to delay it for a sufficient amount of time. As long as he could delay it a little longer, until the Scar and Wrapped Face Man at the front of the boat killed the male crab and freed up their hands, the situation would be resolved. The situation would be resolved. Shao Knight didn't even need to deal much damage. He only needed to attract hatred and survive the pincers of the furious female crab. The ghost sickle female crab's guillotine-like pincers frantically killed towards Shao Knight. Shao Knight saw it in his eyes. His feet opened up with a water-calling step, and his body nimbly reversed towards the female crab's inner body. In an instant, he flashed to the side of the female crab, and then his feet didn't dare to have the slightest pause, and his body flashed to the back of the female crab. He's getting into the blind spot of the ghost sickle crab's vision. September on the deck instantly saw Shao Knight's maneuver. This ghost sickle giant crab's 8 sharp limb horns ruthlessly stuck above the deck, and although it stabilized its body from the swaying ship, however, it also immobilized itself. This was its weakness. Shao Knight dodged to the back of the ghost sickle giant crab, and immediately switched out the king's sword in his hand, and the ghost fire toxin was violently activated. Ghost fire toxin was unleashed. With the effect of burning and toxin, he stabbed the back of the ghost sickle crab. Although it failed to penetrate its armor. Due to the huge level difference, it also failed to attach the burning and toxin effect. However, Shao Knight's operation successfully attracted the hatred of the ghost sickle crab. The furious female crab moved her gaze away from the boatman on the deck. Turning her huge and heavy body, she wanted to guillotine the uninvited guest behind her. However, due to the previous limbs and feet have been deeply inserted into the deck, every move a limb sickle must first be pulled out of the deck. The advantage that originally fixed its huge body on the rocking ship. At this moment, it had turned in vain and became the biggest disadvantage of this ghost sickle giant crab. In contrast, but Shao Knight, who kept dodging and stuck in the dead center behind the ghost sickle crab, was incredibly flexible. The rocking of the ship had caused the deck to be covered in water. The ghost sickle crab's sharp limbs and feet were constantly piercing the deck, and one of its limbs and feet slipped violently and hit an empty spot. Although it was not affected by the support of its 8 limbs and feet, this scene was recognized by Xiao Min. But this scene was keenly seen by Shao Knight. Suddenly, he shouted to September and the shipwrights on the deck that, "Oil! Is there any oil?" September jolted awake, and her eyes immediately searched around on the deck, and one of the old shipwrights also reacted and hurriedly took out a barrel of oil used to lubricate the landing gear bearings from the reserve box and handed it to September. Originally, September wanted to toss it high to Shao Knight, but when she saw the female crab that stood up almost as tall as a 1-story building with her teeth and claws open, stopping the entire air dead in its tracks, she was struck by an idea. She had an idea and bent down to slide the bucket of lubricating oil along the deck underneath the body of the ghost sickle giant crab and, "Shao Knight, take it." A bucket of lubricating oil was thrown over from the deck along the gap between the 8 limbs and feet of the ghost sickle crab. Shao Knight saw it carefully and stepped on it with 1 foot. Then he gripped the king's sword in his hand and stabbed through the oil tank. The yellowish oil immediately spread along the deck in all directions. The already smooth and shiny deck instantly became oily and slippery. The ghost scythe giant crab's sharp legs stabbed on it and immediately slipped. The left half of its limbs and feet almost stepped on the oil, and its entire body instantly tipped over. Shao Knight took advantage of this opportunity and ghost fire toxin was unleashed once again. In an instant, the left half of the ghost sickle crab's oil-soaked body was set ablaze. 26. Although the damage from the burning wasn't much, and could even be said to be pitifully low, but it instantly caused the ghost sickle crab that lived in the water to panic. It had never seen fire in its life, and half of its body was being burned, and its 8 limbs and feet were frantically stomping. But instead, all of them were stepping on oil, and all of its body was burning up with flames. Although the intense burning sensation is not fatal, it made it panic and rage, ignoring the Shao Knight beside it. This scene also fell into the eyes of Scarface and Wrapped Face Man at the bow of the ship. "Good brat. He's really something." Scarface couldn't help but let out a cheer. Under the joint output of him and Wrapped Face Man, the blood bar of the male crab at the bow of the boat finally bottomed out. Scarface swung the huge axe in his hand and chopped the crab's head into 2 halves. Then he and Wrapped Face Man exchanged a glance, and the 2 of them rushed to the stern of the ship to save the day. "Damn it! We're having roasted crab today." Chapter 83 The Face of the Wrapped Man. Arriving at Blackwater City. "Shao Knight brat, hide far away. Let Master Sword show you his hand." Scarface hemmed and hawed, and with both hands gripping his giant axe, he charged towards the stern of the ship. The heavy giant axe that was more than 1 person high was wheeled round by him, like a full moon blooming on the deck. Then a huge axe blade shadow appeared out of thin air. It was 7 or 8 meters long, and it ruthlessly hacked towards the crab-tailed female crab. Shao Knight's body shook as he watched, and he hurriedly dodged towards the cargo warehouse next to him, only to see that huge axe blade shadow ruthlessly chopping on the back shell of the female crab. The unsteady female crab was chopped by this solid axe and fell down on the deck. The armor with thorns on her back was directly torn through a large hole. 21,689. Up to 20,000 damage numbers burst out. Shao Knight was secretly surprised. This should be Scarface's big move. At this time, the shadow of the man with the wrapped face flickered, and at some point, he had already circled around to the back of the female crab. "Kid, your mission has been completed. We'll leave it to our brothers next," Scarface said to Shao Knight without looking back, only to see that the bandages wrapped around half of his body there, including his head and face, suddenly unraveled. The long bandage in his hand, as if it had a spirit, flung towards the female crab, instantly binding one of its pincers tightly. This bandage was actually a piece of equipment, or I should say it was a weapon. The destructive power of the ghost scythe giant crab, which had one of its pincers bound, instantly dropped by half, but even if it struggled desperately, it couldn't tear off the bandage wrapped around it for a while. Unwrapped the bandage wrapped around the face that wrapped the face of the man also finally revealed the true face of the mountain, only to see that a thin face, the face of the man, the face of the man, the face of the man. Only to see that a thin face actually really people as its name painted a face. Accurately said not painted on, but tattooed a theater in the Dan actor's face. Seems to be in order to cover the face of that piece of Burns' horrifying burns. Shao Knight Love cannot help but heart a shock. This person actually experienced what? At this time a hand suddenly pulled Shao Knight into the cabin next to it. It is the September that rushed over. Seeing Shao Knight's gaze staring straight at the face of the man with the wrapped face. The September spoke in a low voice and said, "Flower-faced brother was carried back from the dead by Uncle Chin. I heard that he offended someone he shouldn't have, and the whole family was burned to death by a stormflame mage. Even Sanyang couldn't sew his face well. So he later tattooed this faceplate on his face and kept it wrapped around his face." Shao Knight didn't say anything. This group of people were actually nothing but bitter people one by one. The two of them hid in the cabin. They only saw that under the joint efforts of the scarred face and the face-wrapped man, this vicious female crab at the stern of the ship could only retreat. The two of them were working well together. Scarface is the main attacker, and the man with the face is the main controller. Obviously there are no more scruples. The firepower of the two people to take the stern of the ghost sickle giant crab is only a matter of time. This is not a place where you need to use yourself. Shao Knight and September also followed the cargo hold to the deck, helping the boatmen to clean up the young crabs that are still crawling to the boat without any knowledge of death. Without the threat of male and female giant crabs. Without the threat of male and female giant crabs, these low-grade young crabs, although still densely packed, didn't seem so scary. The boatmen all stabilized their minds and steadily guarded the two sides of the boat. Shao Knight and September is also a knife one, dry and sharp. Finally, with Scarface's roar, the huge axe blade shadow split down on the stern of the ship. That female crab's huge body also collapsed, completely out of breath. "Who?" The shipwrights on the deck waved their weapons in their hands, cheering as they escaped with their lives. The Shao Knight's heart couldn't help but take a long breath of relief. At this time, the bright moon in the sky once again drilled out from the dark clouds, and the silver like moonlight splashed back onto the sky. The silver like moonlight splashed on the river surface again. Everything is quiet again. Scarface hard to the female crab, huge pincers to remove, mouth yelling to roast to eat. The face-wrapped man seems to be disgusted with the female crab. The man with the wrapped face seemed to be saying something in disgust. The captain of the ship on the deck held a list of names in his hand, and one by one, he counted the ship's laborers, and the boatmen whose names were read slowly raised their hands, but their faces did not look too happy. This crab disaster, they died 3 boatmen, seriously injured 1. Among the boatmen who survived, some were praying to the gods, thanking them for their blessings. Some were silently looking at the empty seats beside them in a daze. By the time this voyage was over, the dead shipwrights, there will be a generous pension to their families. This is the life of the vast majority of ordinary people in this world. Shao Knight sat on the steps of the cargo hold, gazing out at the scene on the deck. September quietly sat down beside him and said, "By dawn, we'll almost be at Blackwater City." Xiao Yi gently nodded in response. September looked at Xiao Ye's side face and was likewise a little lost in thought. She thought back to the scene where Shao Knight calmly stood in front of her under the frenzied attack of the female crab. This person was somewhat similar to Uncle Chin, yet also somewhat different. Xiao Knight suddenly turned his head and saw the September, who was out of her mind looking at her, and asked, "What's wrong?" September was caught off guard and met Xiao Ye's eyes. Her cheeks suddenly floated a trace of scarlet, and she hurriedly turned her head away. "Nothing. I'm going to sleep for a while." Then, with light but somewhat flustered footsteps, she walked back to the cargo warehouse. Not a moment later, Scarface was holding the crab pincer that was more than a meter long in one hand, while carrying a charcoal grill in the other, and he sat on his butt on the deck near Xiao Knight and seemed to be baking the crab pincer to eat it. However, the grill should have been dampened by the charcoal when the ship was agitated just now, and Scarface could not light it. Scarface couldn't light it and sighed anxiously. Turning his head to see Xiao Knight sitting on the steps, his eyes lit up and said, "Good boy. I remember that you just had a trick that can light a fire. Quickly help me light this stove." Xiao Knight was instantly helpless, and with a stretch of his hand, he turned on the ghost flame toxin, and with flames dancing on his fingertips, he said to Scarface, "This fire of mine is poisoned. Are you sure you want it?" Scarface immediately froze, looking at the wisp of flame in Xiao Knight's hand that seemed to still have a hint of a weird green color in it. He immediately skimmed his mouth and said, "Huh. That's better to forget about it." Xiao Knight laughed and persuaded him, saying, "I think you'd better not bother with this. The meat of the ghost sickle giant crab at maturity is extremely faggy and sour. It's not tasty." Scarface glared at Xiao Knight with a skeptical look. "Really? You kid, don't bluff me." Xiao Knight nodded helplessly. Scarface hesitated for half a day, but still chose to believe Xiao Knight, cursed and held the huge crab pincer to the bow of the boat, and angrily threw it into the river.
Mutter stinky Krab.
Fart useless. At this time the eastern sky has been flooded with a fish belly white. A few wisps of sunrise surplus. A few wisps of sunrise surplus and sprinkled down on the river. In the distance a magnificent city-state shadow slowly appeared. Blackwater City has arrived. Chapter 84, Nightingale Tavern. Talent word fusion. The morning sunlight sprinkled down. The black-shadowed city-state that was like a mountain in front was getting closer and closer, and the originally calm river water reached here, but the flow speed was obviously faster with the naked eye. The boatman on the freighter even directly turned off the engine, but the boat still sailed forward at an unabated speed, as if it was being pulled far away by a huge suction force. The morning fog gradually dispersed. Xiao Knight, who unconsciously stood up from the deck, finally saw the huge thing in front of him, only to see that it was a magnificent dam sitting on the river. The river was cut off at this moment, and with the dam's mountain-like rise and fall, the surrounding boats were naturally sucked along with the current. Under the shadow of the dam, the river water, which was originally mixed with mud and sand, was like ink. No wonder this place was called Blackwater City. It's said that this dam is only a third of what it was in its heyday, and if it hadn't been destroyed by that one Calamity-class monster back then, it would only be even more spectacular now. Stripes didn't know when he stood next to Xiao Knight at this time. He once again wrapped his entire face tightly, as if he was explaining to Xiao Knight, as if he was talking to himself, saying, "But even if there's only one gate left, it's still enough to supply the entire city with electricity." At this time, September also arrived on the deck. Looking at the dam in front of her that was like a huge giant, her face was also a leap of joy. It's finally here. The ships in front of them had also converged into a long line, and with the passage gates of the tributaries, bit by bit, they sailed into the city-state that was almost built on a dam. The freighter docked alongside one of the wharves and, "Let's go!" The Scarface at the bow of the boat greeted Xiao Knight's several people and took the lead, jumping onto the shore. Mother it's still this solid ground that's comfortable to step on." Scar cursed in a low voice, ruthlessly stepped on the ground a few times before he felt comfortable, then said to Wrapped Face Man, "Flower Face, where is the person we contacted? Which place is it?" "Nightingale Tavern." The man with the wrapped face whispered and led the way. September beside him quietly said to Xiao Knight, "Actually, it's Scar Brother's first time coming to this Blackwater City, but Stripes' brother isn't. He's more familiar with this Blackwater City than he is with the old town. Let's just follow him." The path that Stripes took was a small, narrow, and twisted road, and he didn't encounter any other people along the way. As the noisy sounds gradually came from the front, the path in front of them opened up, only to see Stripes leading them directly into the marketplace of Blackwater City. It was only at this moment that Xiao Knight realized the gold content of the words Uncle Chin had said 90% of the source of goods in the underground black market in the middle of Shangjing City came from here. As far as the eye could see, this place was like a huge ghost market. The bazaar on the ground was crowded with people, and the surrounding small buildings were built with interconnected self-built corridors, and on top of them were corridors. The layers overlapped like a labyrinth. The goods displayed in each of these stores were an eye-opener for Shao Knight. Bloodstains have not been cleaned equipment weapons by the military strictly prohibited high-risk level alien beast cubs, and even some of the humanoid monsters detained in the cage. It was noisy, boisterous, but it was also frightening. This is Blackwater City. The Nightingale Tavern, which Stripes led the way to, was situated in one of the still quiet neighborhoods. The new wave of neon lights nailed to a wooden plaque read for big words Nightingale Tavern. The main body of this tavern seemed to be underground, with only an entrance built into the facade above ground. Stripes and Scar walked ahead, following a staircase all the way down. This underground was really something else. Just the hall at the entrance was as wide as a factory building, and further inside there were a number of long corridors, as if it was a complete underground shelter. Stripes went to say something to the person in front of the counter. Soon a woman with purple-dyed hair came over and brought Shao Knight's people to a suite at the far end of the deep corridor. "You guys are staying here today. If you have anything to say to the people at the tavern, you're all on your own here," Flower Face explained to Shao Knight and September. "Scar and I still have some things to go out for. You guys stay in the room for now and try not to go out." September quietly glanced at Shao Knight, but still obediently carried her luggage into the suite, only to see that there were a total of 4 rooms in this suite, and although it was located underground, it wasn't too narrow. At least it was much better than that cabin. September directly opened the doors of all 4 rooms with a big grin. Then, picking the most satisfactory one for herself, she pointed to the one next to her and said to Shao Knight, "Shangguazi, I'll stay in this room, you stay in the one inside." Shao Knight didn't care anyway. These rooms were all located underground, and all of them had no windows, so he walked in and laid down on the bed. Closing the door to the room. The night's thrilling water journey had caused Shao Knight's exhaustion to surge up as soon as he laid down. The sound of pattering water sounded next door, seemingly September taking a bath. Shao Knight sat down on the bed with his legs crossed. Then he opened his attribute panel. The experience from participating in killing the ghost sickle giant crab and hundreds of juvenile crabs on the deck last night allowed Shao Knight's level to directly rise 4 levels in a row. And when he was disposing of the corpses, Shao Knight quietly sacrificed all of the 2 ghost sickle giant crabs and the payloads of countless juvenile crabs. Until now, Shao Knight's mind could still recall that wonderful beeping sound that ghost sickle giant crab's salary flame sacrifice successful. Gained fire value 489 points. The corpses of the ghost sickle crab on the deck together provided Shao Knight with nearly 500 points of fire seed value. It was simply a heavenly fortune. Shao Knight also managed to obtain one of the ghost sickle crab's talent phrases, Fury Dance. Level, Class A. Effect. The ghost crab's sharp barbed feet are one of its most powerful weapons, allowing it to move steadily on sloping surfaces with various angles of inclination. Additional effect. Increases movement speed by 15%. Additional effect. Immunity to most forced displacement effects when standing steadily. Additional effect. Immunity to most forced displacement effects when standing steadily. In the middle of the quiet room, Shao Knight suddenly turned on this furious dance, only to see that a fierce suction force seemed to converge above his feet and hands, and every step he took was like a steady nail on the ground, extremely solid. Shao Knight experimentally boarded on the wall and leapt violently, and could even take several steps in a row on a vertical wall, and it also increased his movement speed by 15%. Good skill. Shao Knight instantly remembered his other skill that increased his movement speed, Water Calling Step, which also had the added effect of being immune to most control skills. I wonder what it would be like if these 2 skills were combined into one. Shao Knight met Uncle Chin the same night after he successfully made the first turn, and was then caught up in the series of changes. The talent phrase fusion technique that he had learned from the envelope left behind by his predecessor at the transfer ceremony had not yet had the time to use it. At this moment, Shao Knight instantly moved his mind. A line of words instantly appeared before his eyes. Is it possible to consume 100 points of fire value to fuse the phrase Water Evoking Steps with Furious Dance Steps? Chapter 85 Crazy Fusion. S-rank word calling Tide Spirit Steps. Fusion. Shao Knight chose fusion without hesitation. After harvesting a large wave of fire seed value on the deck last night, coupled with his previous hoard, Shao Knight had a full 900 points of fire seed value in his hand. If he didn't use it at this time, when would he wait? Then a line of prompts appeared in front of Xiao Knight all of a sudden. After fusion, you will permanently lose your talent phrases water calling steps. Raging dance steps. Do you continue fusion? Continue fusion. Xiao Knight nodded his head to make sure. If the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. Immediately, 2 strands of fire suddenly broke out from his body, like 2 fire snakes that echoed each other, gradually melding with each other too. Gathered together into a new and more dazzling kindling, a line of prompts suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Talent phrase fusion successful. Acquired S-rank talent tide rousing spirit steps. Success. Xiao Knight's heart rejoiced, and he hurriedly clicked on the attribute panel. A new phrase had already appeared in the column of talent phrases. Calling tide spirit steps. Rank, S-rank. Effect. Summon the spirit of the tides to gain spiritual power. Upon activation, instantly increases movement speed by 50%. Additional phrase. When activated, immune to most slowing effects and control effects. Additional phrase. When located in a water environment, the skill effect is increased by 100%. What a tide-calling spirit step. Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but be overjoyed. He did not expect that AB-ranked water-evoking steps, coupled with an A-ranked furious dance steps, had actually fused an S-ranked talent skill. Not only did it directly stack the immunity to deceleration and control effects of the 2 original phrases, but it also directly enhanced the movement speed. It had even strengthened the increase in movement speed to 50%. If you add on the additional skill of the Black Moon Cloak that you have equipped Black Moon Hour, the additional 50% speed increase for 30 seconds, Xiao Knight, who is a force-sensitive streamer, will be able to increase his movement speed to 50%. Xiao Knight's movement speed, which was originally a force-sensitive stream, would reach a terrifying level. He could even completely crush pure agility professions of the same level. The first time he fused skill phrases, he produced a superb product. Xiao Knight can't help but have high expectations for the next fusion of other skills. Quietly checking the 20 or so talent phrases in his attribute panel. When Xiao Knight used the word fusion technique, he also discovered that not any 2 phrases could be fused with each other. For example, the D-rank phrase, savagery, which increased the strength value by 100 points, could not be fused with concentration, which increased the mental value by 100 points, because there was no connection between the 2 phrases. This was because the 2 phrases were unrelated to each other. However, the undead phrase that increased poison resistance by 100 points could be fused with the corrosion resistance phrase that increased corrosion resistance by 100 points, because both of them increased attributes. This is because both of these increase resistance to attribute anomalies. And since both phrases were of D rank, fusing them would only consume 40 points of fire value. Xiao Knight chose to fuse them without hesitation, and immediately, he obtained a new B rank phrase, Steel Physique. Effect. Steel Physique, with a substantial increase in resistance to both poison attributes and corrosive effects. Additional effect. Defense plus 500. Not only did he fuse and upgrade all of the 2 phrases, he also washed out an additional effect of increased defense. 100 benefits without any harm. After figuring out the law of word fusion, Xiao Knight also quickly searched amongst the talent words. Suddenly, however, 2 words that made him somewhat unexpected actually showed that they could be fused. They were the A-ranked Chrysalis of False Death and the same A-ranked Ghost Shadow Divergence. These 2 phrases can actually fuse? Xiao Knight himself was a bit surprised. After all, from the description of the skills in the entries, the effects and attributes of these 2 skills were simply unrelated. However, due to the fact that both were ranked skills, in order to fuse them into a single phrase, it would require the consumption of a whopping 300 points of fire seed value. Xiao Knight instantly hesitated, because as of now, these 2 phrases already had tremendous strategic significance. Both were able to have an unexpected effect on the enemy when cast in battle. If the fused skills were skewed, it would instead be a major weakening of one's combat power. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Knight finally chose to fuse it. A gamble. I'll bet that this fusion, which consumed a whopping 300 fire seed points, won't produce a wasteful skill. The moment after Xiao Knight made his choice, the 2 strands of fire were pulled out of his body and slowly melded with each other. Finally, a prompt appeared in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. Talent phrase Ghost Shadow Divergence and phrase Chrysalis of False Death fused successfully. Obtained SS rank talent phrase Substitute Mirror Image. Effect. Instantly summons a mirror image within a certain range around the host. The mirror image is solid and identical to the host's appearance, and has 50% of the host's full attributes. Additional phrase. The host can remotely manipulate the mirror image within an effective range, and cause the single damage received by itself to be transferred to the mirror double, once only. SS rank talent phrase. Xiao Yuelyong couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. This time it was considered to be a huge profit. The 2A rank skills with strong strategic significance had not been consumed in vain. This substitute mirror image directly allowed the doppelganger to possess an entity. It was no longer an empty shadow projection. Once it had an entity, Xiao Knight was able to implement too many tactics. A two-line operation, a surprise, and there was also a superb additional phrase that allowed the double mirror image to take 1 damage for itself. This was simply a crushing gold medal for saving one's life. The 300 points of spark value consumed was too worth it, and just as Xiao Knight was overjoyed over the gains from this fusion, suddenly, he saw a set of talent phrases that could be fused amongst the many phrases. A line of prompts also appeared in front of Xiao Knight. Do you want to fuse the talent phrases Ghost Fire Toxin, Corpse Poison, and Ghost Grievance? Xiao Knight immediately froze. Is it actually possible to fuse multiple talents at the same time? He had actually thought that Ghost Fire Toxin and Corpse Poison, which were both toxins, could be fused, but he hadn't thought that Ghost Grievance could be fused with Ghost Fire Toxin. But he didn't realize that Ghost Grievance could also be fused together. This phrase is the phrase that I obtained when I killed the 1,000-foot soldier Chrysalis in General Lulan. The effect is that after opening the attack with the Ghostly Grievance effect, able to ignore all the target's physical defense and magic resistance, causing continuous real damage. The effect was that the attack would ignore all physical defense and magic resistance of the target and inflict sustained true damage. Although the damage value was not high, there was one thing that was very disgusting. That is, the grievance effect cannot be removed by items such as antidote potions, unless it is removed by a priest's purification skills such as Holy Light. Now these 3 talent phrases could actually be fused together, but it needed to consume a full whopping 500 points of spark value. It was almost all of Xiao Knight's remaining inventory in his hand. This could be said to be directly emptying his family's pockets. Although Xiao Knight was in pain, he didn't hesitate for a moment. After scanning through some of the other talent phrases on his body, other than some of the most basic D-rank resistance phrases that could still be fused, the rest of the higher-ranked phrases such as Photosynthesis Recovery, Ultrasonic Enemy Claim, Full Moon Sweep, and Thunderbolt Spike could not be fused with each other for the time being. It was simply a direct Pokemon. Xiao Knight clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Fuse me." Chapter 86 Toxin Fusion. SS Rank, Tarsus Poisonous Flame. 3 different strands of fire suddenly drilled out from Xiao Knight's body. The one with the eerie green light was the Ghost Flame Toxin. The one that glowed with wisps of white smoke was the Corpse Poison. The one that traveled like a skeleton from time to time was the Ghost Grievance. The 3 fire types that symbolized different talent phrases immediately intertwined and fused in front of Xiao Knight's eyes, emitting a burst of crackling and burning sounds, seemingly engulfing and killing each other. Finally, the 3 strands of Salary Flame intertwined and fused together, becoming an even more violent bunch of Salary Flame. The fusion of Ghost Fire Toxin, Corpse Poison, and Ghost Grievance is successful. SS Grade Talent Phrase Tarsal Poisonous Flame has been obtained. Another SS ranked phrase. Xiao Knight could not help but hold his breath as he hurriedly went to check this new talent phrase. After all, those Ghost Flame Toxin and Corpse Poison, these toxin effects were a big help in getting him this far. Just what kind of new talent phrase could be fused? In the talent bar, the attributes of the new phrase appeared. Tarsal Poison Inflammation. Rank, SS. Effect. The poison of the tarsus, which is as immortal as a life-supporting ghost, will cause the target to fall into a poisonous inflammation effect after hitting the target, continuously dealing damage every second. After stacking 10 layers, it turns to deal 1% of maximum blood damage per second. Additional effect. Cannot be removed by normal antidote potions, cannot be removed by normal purification spells. Additional effect. After the target falls into the Tarsus Poisonous Inferno state, the stun resistance gradually decreases, making it easier to hit with abnormal effects. Hiss. Xiao Nightfall couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. This was the SS rank toxin that fused Ghost Fire Toxin, Corpse Poison, and Ghost Grievance. As long as it hits the target, it cannot be undone by ordinary means. This alone was already overbearing enough. Not to mention that after stacking it to 10 layers, It turned directly into a continuous poison that dealt damage at a percentage of maximum life value every second. Fierce poison. Fierce poison. Even Xiao Knight himself was a bit shocked as he watched. In other words, as long as this tarsal poison flame was stacked to 10 layers, then the target could only obediently wait for death, unless it was a higher-level alchemy antidote potion and a divine-level purification technique. However, who would keep a bottle of alchemy antidote potion worth more than $10,000 in their backpack? Not to mention the divine-grade purification technique, which an ordinary priest would only be able to possess if he reached the 3rd turn or higher. This thing was simply Xiao Knight's killer mace. It was worthy of being called bone tarsus poisoning inflammation. As long as it stuck, it would be like a tarsus that could never be escaped. At this stage, it was almost unbeatable. It's even a desperate means to kill boss-level monsters alone. Unless it was some epic-level or higher boss-level monster that was far beyond Xiao Knight's level, it would not be able to withstand this bone-tacking poisonous inflammation. Now that Xiao Knight had come to this Blackwater City, it just happened to be a big help for him to brush his monsters and upgrade. These 500 points of spark value were simply too worth spending. If it came now, it also directly emptied out all of Xiao Knight's hoarded seed of fire value home base up until now. The next step was not only to brush experience to level up, but sacrificing monsters to harvest a large amount of fire seed value was also imperative. Just as Xiao Knight was carefully studying and trying to use the newly fused high-level phrases, there was a sudden sound from outside the door of the room. There was a sudden knock on the door of the room. "Shangguazi, are you resting?" Xiao Knight, who had been disturbed in his thoughts, didn't want to answer. However, within a few seconds, the door to the room was opened from the outside, only to see that September leaning against the door frame with a smile on her face, juggling a delicate lock-picking tool in her hand. Her profession was an undead thief, a profession that was born to find undead treasures. The unique lock-picking technique that came with her talent phrase was top-notch even when looking at all thief-type professions. Xiao Knight instantly looked helplessly at September in front of her. "Don't you think that's a bit impolite? Opening someone's door without permission?" September, however, justified a smile and said, "Hee. Hands are raw. Take the lock on your door to practice." Xiao Knight. "Hey, don't be so petty." September walked into Xiao Knight's house with a big grin. Her eyes scanned the house and sat down on the chair by the bed. Then he smiled wryly at Xiao Knight and asked, "Aren't you curious about what Scar and Flowerface are doing mysteriously?" Xiao Knight shook his head and honestly said, "Not curious." He had come to this Blackwater City with only one mission, and that was to utilize all the conditions around him that he could to rapidly level up within a month. The other things that Uncle Chin didn't say, then it had nothing to do with Xiao Knight. However, he saw September blankly glance at him, as if she had already anticipated Xiao Knight's reply like this, and said to herself, "I heard that Uncle Chin sent Scar and the two of them to Blackwater City for another matter. It seems to be about a batch of goods. Someone in Blackwater City robbed a batch of goods that should have been shipped to Uncle Chin's hands, and now this batch of goods is nowhere to be found. I guess Scar and the two of them should be the ones who went to investigate this matter." Xiao Knight listened clearly word for word, but did not have any reaction. With an attitude that had nothing to do with it, looking at September's heart, she stood up and glared at Xiao Knight, saying, "Hey, aren't you curious about what this batch of goods is?" Xiao Knight shook his head again and said, "Not curious. Uncle Chin has his own arrangements." September was instantly infuriated by Xiao Knight's oily and salty look and said fiercely, "Then you stay in this house of yours." Xiao Knight remained indifferent and rested his eyes with his eyes closed. On the contrary, after thumping around the house a few times in anger, September still couldn't help but walk over to Xiao Knight and said, "I heard Uncle Chin's conversation with Sanyang the other day, and the batch of goods that was lost was a batch of high-grade alchemy potions. Do you understand high-grade alchemy potions? That's going to be sent to the battlefield to save lives." Xiao Yi finally opened his eyes and suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Since it's Uncle Chin's potion, why is it being sent to the battlefield?" September froze for a moment and said, This I don't know. I only know that this batch of high-level alchemy potions is worth a lot. Even Uncle Chin, his old man, can't afford to sit back and watch this batch of goods being robbed." Hearing this, Xiao Knight was once again resuming his previous state of resting his eyes with closed eyes and said indifferently, "Since this is the case, it is even less of a matter for you and I to care about. Your mission for coming to this Blackwater City should be the same as mine, right? Both are to level up as quickly as possible within a month. These idle matters will be looked into by Scarface and the others. September frowned but could only slowly put it down. The task that Sanyang gave her before she left was indeed like this, and Sanyang, who understood her temperament, also specifically instructed her not to mind other things. September could also only sigh and say, "Really lost to you. So what do you say? When are we going out of the city to practice?" Xiao Knight squinted his eyes and pointed his finger precisely at the pair of maps placed on the bed that Red Sanyang had given him and said, "There's a high-level contaminated area outside of Blackwater City that used to be a jade mine, and the monsters spread out inside are between level 50 and 90. Tomorrow at dawn, set out. Chapter 87 Dragons and Snakes, the terrifyingly high pollution zone. Until late at night, the duo of Scar and Stripes did not return. The nights at the Nightingale Tavern were not considered quiet, but they were considered safe. There was a set of hidden gates between the suite area where Xiao Knight and September stayed and the long corridor and hall outside. At night, the tavern sent someone over to close the gates, isolating the suite area from the outside, and sent over a dinner for Xiao Knight and September. The person who delivered the meal was still the woman with purple-dyed hair who had guided them during the day. September still wanted to get a set of words from her and ask Scar where they had actually gone. Unexpectedly, the purple-haired woman ignored her and only reminded her, "Try not to go out at night. Someone will open the inner gate tomorrow morning. All for your safety." The night in the middle of the Nightingale Tavern passed quickly. Xiao Knight also finally slept a peaceful sleep, soothing his continuously tense body and nerves. When he opened his eyes, it was exactly midnight. Xiao Knight rearranged the backpack he was carrying. For this trip to Blackwater City for leveling, Xiao Knight had spent a large sum of money to prepare a considerable amount of high-grade blood pills and other recovery potions. He had also prepared a series of auxiliary props that could be used, such as antidote potions, mother and child bugs, and lighting bugs, in order to cope with the various situations that might occur in the advanced pollution zone. Everything is ready. Xiao Knight gently knocked on September's door, and just after placing his finger on the door of the room was opened from the inside, only to see that September, who had already put on her equipment, was standing in front of the door with a smile on her face. A tight-fitting leather armor equipment appeared valiant, and the eyes with some red color were giving a dangerous but charming beauty. "Shangguazi, when it comes to practicing leveling, you got up quite early." September's footsteps were light as she walked past Xiao Knight, and a dagger with a cold light played a blade pattern on her fingertips before reinserting it into the holster on her waist. "Depart." There was a Blackwater City gate near the Nightingale Tavern, and the tavern had specially sent someone to lead the way for Xiao Knight and September. At this time, although the sky was just slightly bright, there were already quite a number of traders in Blackwater City who were already busy. In the morning color, there were many shadows. The person leading the way was obviously a living map, leading Xiao Knight and September all the way through the bazaar and houses familiarly, and soon arrived at the gates of Blackwater City. This is the northern gate of Blackwater City. After you go out there is a highly polluted area. You too must be careful. The person leading the way had completed his task and instructed Xiao Knight and September. One could only see that this slightly crude city gate was like a makeshift defense measure compared to the majestic city gate barrier in Shangjing City. It was quite shabby. However, there were hundreds of guards in front of the gate. Each other's clothing systems were all different, yet each of them formed into formations, firmly guarding their defensive positions in unison. "Who are these guards?" Xiao Knight asked at once. "It doesn't look like they are from the same group of forces." September pondered briefly and replied, "I've heard Uncle Chin and the others say that the security of the city defense of this Blackwater City is maintained by the major forces in the city joining forces, and each force will send their own men to participate in the city defense. Because they all know in their hearts that once Blackwater City is gone, everyone's business will be over. So just by virtue of the benefits involved, every power will do their best in city defense, not daring to slack off in the slightest." A shock also floated up in Xiao Knight's heart for once. This Blackwater City, which was hidden behind all the major black forces, had actually maintained the defense of a city all by virtue of its interests. "I'm afraid that there must be someone high up behind it." When the guards of the various forces at the city gates saw Xiao Knight and September, two young professionals, leaving the city, they all looked at them with a strange gaze. As if they were looking at dead people. However, they did not stop them, as their mission was only to enter, not to leave. What's more, the number of dead people outside this Blackwater City every day was never low. Stepping outside the gates of Blackwater City, Xiao Knight almost immediately felt the difference between this highly polluted area and those normal leveling areas near Shangjing City. That was that there were too many monsters roaming around here. There were tens of times more than the normal leveling areas. And the types of monsters were even more bizarre, with ordinary monsters mixed with elite-level monsters. Just outside the city gates, less than 100 meters in front of us, there was a group of hideous-looking mutant hyenas. Their scarlet eyes were staring at Xiao Knight and September. But just as they approached the city gates within 100 meters, they were attacked by the guards at the city gates. However, just as they approached within 100 meters of the city gates, they were shot by the guards at the city gates with a few spells and arrows. However, before they could catch their breath for a moment, another group of monsters from another direction rushed towards the city gates, smelling the smell of Blackwater City. These guards don't have an easy job. Xiao Knight also couldn't help but glance at each other with September. Both of their eyes were also taut, not daring to slack off any longer. Once they stepped out of the city gates, it was like stepping into a tide of beasts, with monsters on all sides. If you were not careful, you would even fall into the prey. This was the Advanced Pollution Zone. Xiao Knight once again took out the map from his backpack and confirmed the direction, then pointed towards an abandoned road in front of him, which was the direction of the jade mine. However, not to mention the jade mines at this moment, even crossing the empty land in front of him that was filled with wandering monsters was not an easy task. We have to kill our way through. Xiao Knight held his Tiger Fierce battle shield in one hand, and his King's Sword of Monarch Authorization in the other. His body status was pulled to full capacity, and he directly killed his way into the group of monsters. When he passed by the corpses of the group of mutated hyenas that had been shot by the guards, he patched up one of the hyenas that hadn't died out yet, and he also sacrificed the fire from their corpses. Mutant hyena's fire sacrifice is successful. Gained 50 spark points. A line of prompts suddenly rang in Xiao Knight's ears, instantly causing Xiao Knight's heart to rejoice. These monsters in the high pollution zone surprisingly gave much higher fire seed values than normal monsters as well. Behind her, September wasn't willing to lag behind, and she quickly caught up with the dagger in her hand, as she was an agile thief. In front of the two of them was a giant rhinoceros monster that was as big as a small house. The blood vessels under its skin were bursting like hot lava, emitting white smoke. The giant rhinoceros walked towards the two of them step by step, and the footprints left behind by each step were burning with fire. In front of its forehead, a horn like a sharp knife was pierced through the body of a professional. Xiao Knight, who had opened his paranoia-breaking pupil, had the information of this behemoth appear in front of his eyes all of a sudden. Lava giant rhinoceros. Level 60 high pollution monster. Blood quantity 30,000. Talent phrase. Lava armor, magma blood, explosive horn. Chapter 88 Lava giant rhinoceros. Unexpected new phrase. High pollution level monster. Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but whisper. This was the first time he had ever faced a high pollution level monster head-on in reality. According to the description in the textbook of the first middle school, high pollution level monsters were different from ordinary monsters, and had more obvious and destructive mutations due to the high level of pollution all over their bodies. The lava rhinoceros in front of him was a living example. Not only had its size increased several times, its skin was as hot as lava. The horn in front of his forehead was even more chilling, like a blade. However, at this moment, the lava rhinoceros tilted its head back and threw down the corpse of the professional that was stuck on its horn. A pair of blood-red eyes immediately took the Xiao Knight duo in front of them as their new target. 2 thick breaths were spewed out from his nostrils, and his 4 stout hooves stomped on the ground, ready to strike. The first to strike was the strongest. I'll start the monster. Without hesitation, Xiao Knight rushed up, holding the King's Sword of the Monarch Authorization. A fiery hot wind immediately blew across his face, and the closer he got to the surroundings of the lava giant rhinoceros, the temperature suddenly rose. When the lava rhinoceros saw Xiao Knight charging towards him, he was as enraged as if he had been enraged. As if enraged, the rhinoceros sprayed thick air out of its nose, buried its head low, and rushed over towards Xiao Knight with its horn held high. The moment the two collided, Xiao Knight suddenly turned on the tidal wave spirit steps. His body speed suddenly became faster, and the King's Sword of the Monarch plunged into the ground, making a hard turn. He narrowly avoided the charge of the lava giant rhinoceros, and at the same time, the Junjun King's sword slashed at its leg in a smooth manner. 896. A damaged figure burst out. This giant rhinoceros-type monster was worthy of being a representative of high defense and thick blood. Xiao Knight's attack power, which was originally as high as 1500, could only look to deal nearly 900 damage. But as long as you can break the defense, you can kill it. At this time, behind the September also moved, holding a cold light dagger. She took a light step, while nimbly dodging the aftermath of the lava giant rhino's charge. On the other hand, her body was wrapped in a blood-red darkness, and with a flash of her figure, she suddenly appeared behind it. The dagger in his hand danced out a trail of blood colors, and instantly dealt multiple times of damage. 351, 351, 298, 344. Although the single damage was not high, the attack speed was extremely fast. In September, the output of this S-rank profession, Undead Thief, was definitely not to be underestimated. The lava rhinoceros had a stabbing pain in the back of its buttocks, and its blood bar dropped by a fraction. It immediately turned its head, its fierce gaze glaring fiercely at September as its hatred shifted to her. The lava giant rhinoceros body turned around. The horn in front of his forehead was like a spear and swept towards September. September retreated several steps and dodged away. However, she saw the lava rhinoceros burying its head and charging towards September again. With a fierce momentum, suddenly, September's body flashed with blood-colored red light, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in its field of vision. It was the assassin's unique skill, sneak. The lava rhinoceros suddenly lost its target and raised its head, blankly scanning the empty surroundings. However, between this pull, Xiao Knight behind him had also rushed to its back with the king's sword in hand. Swift thunder burst, directly dealt a bludgeoning damage. 2,583. Ooh, what high damage! A voice suddenly rang in Xiao Knight's ears, only to see the blood-colored figure of September slowly emerge beside him. Her eyes were slightly surprised as she looked at the large blood bar that had violently dropped from the lava giant rhinoceros. Xiao Yu didn't have the time to chat with her. Taking advantage of the lava rhinoceros' unwieldy turn, he deftly turned to its back once again. The king's sword in his hand stabbed out one after another, and several damage appeared once again. September was not willing to lag behind. Her figure flashed and appeared on the other side of the lava rhinoceros. The dagger in her hand slashed fiercely, and a line of damage burst out on the body of the lava rhinoceros. The lava rhinoceros was furious, turning its entire body to charge around, but it was unable to do anything with the two extremely dexterous people. Xiao Knight and September silhouettes dodged one after another, juggling around the lava rhinoceros, attracting the hatred of the lava rhinoceros. The hatred of the lava rhinoceros kept jumping between the two of them, but they couldn't touch the figure of any of them, so they could only hiss furiously. He could only keep hissing furiously. The blood has already been ground to the bottom. Although it was the first time for the two of them to form a team, they already had a tacit understanding. Seeing that the lava rhinoceros bloodstain was only a sliver left, September's pupils flashed with a flash of blood color, and the corner of her mouth hooked, so she wanted to go up and grab the last slice of mending experience. Where would Xiao Knight let her? His footsteps fiercely stepped, and the monarch-authorized king's sword in his hand swiftly and thunderously stabbed out, only to see the unstoppable lava rhinoceros hissing in anger, his eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness. A burst of hot air erupted from his skin, and fiery red filaments of blood light suddenly protruded out. Suddenly, the paranoia-breaking pupil in Xiao Knight's eyes clearly saw that a phrase, thermal molten self-explosion, had suddenly appeared on that lava giant rhinoceros. Quickly retreat! Xiao Knight was quick to reach out and pull back September, who wanted to go up and make up for the situation. The crushing advantage of the strength attribute allowed Xiao Knight to yank her back and, pulling her back sharply, "You raw melon child! You're still playing around with—" September's instantly widened her eyes and let out a yell of indignant dissatisfaction that, however, before she finished her sentence, she saw the lava rhinoceros with only a sliver of blood left in front of her explode behind her. A roar shook her ears, and her entire huge body suddenly exploded. The entire huge body suddenly exploded, and the scorching hot blood like along the river splashed everywhere, directly burning a huge crater out of the original position. Hiss! Such a terrifying picture. Looking straight at it, September couldn't help but spit out her tongue, rubbing her somewhat dazed ears and turning her head to look at Xiao Knight with palpitations and asked, "How did you know that this guy still has this trick?" She simply didn't dare to think, just now the distance if she was blown up. I'm afraid that she would be disabled without dying. At least she would have to go back to the Nightingale Tavern to recuperate for a few days. Xiao Knight raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything, faintly pretending a wave. In fact, just now he had also discovered the sudden change in the lava giant rhinoceros in time. However, if it wasn't for the breaking delusion pupil directly discerning the sudden appearance of that thermal molten self explosion's words, Xiao Knight's reaction would not have been so decisive. After all, this kind of words and phrases of self-detonation will generally only appear on a specific number of insect monsters, such as the sharp-edged wasp, the demolition armor cricket, and other monsters. I didn't expect that this lava giant rhinoceros body would actually suddenly change a self-detonation phrase. Perhaps this was the special thing about high pollution level monsters. The damage of self-explosion is often able to cause amazing destructive power beyond the monster's original level. Looking at the huge crater in front of him that was more than 10 meters wide, one would know how terrifying this move was just now. And what was even more ominous was that this violent explosion had attracted all the monsters roaming around in unison. Rip who? Xiao Knight instantly judged his bearings, turned his head and ran. Behind him, September also hurriedly followed. At this time, 2 channels of white light came out from the corpses of the lava rhinoceros in the huge pit and converged on Xiao Knight's body, only to see Xiao Knight's experience bar grow by a large amount. Worthy of being a high pollution level monster, the experience given was indeed several times more than that of ordinary monsters. Just as Xiao Knight was running away, a ghostly payload suddenly emerged from the blasted pit and drilled straight into Xiao Knight's body. Then a prompt that was somewhat unexpected to Xiao Knight suddenly rang in his ears. Lava giant rhinoceros salary flame sacrifice successful. Acquired talent phrase thermal molten self explosion S rank. Ah! Chapter 89 Arachnophobia. Black tattooed sphinx spider. Thermal fusion self explosion. Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. He didn't expect to actually explode this phrase. Looking down at his talent bar, he saw that there was a new talent phrase lying plainly in it. Thermal melt self explosion. Rank S rank. Effect. Burns his own bloodline, bursting out with the power of a magma like hot explosion, inflicting 1000% of his maximum life value explosion damage to a wide area, and attaching a burning effect to the area. Additional phrase. Death follows self-detonation. Xiao Knight was both helpless and somewhat amused for a moment. An explosion of 10 times the maximum life value was certainly very terrifying. However, once this move is used, one will also die. What kind of life-ending technique is this? Suddenly, Xiao Knight's mind was struck by a sudden inspiration, remembering another phrase he had just obtained through fusion. Substitute mirror image? Substitute mirror image. The doppelganger that was summoned had 50% of its own attributes, and at the same time it could be remotely controlled by Xiao Knight and perform its own skills. That meant that the doppelganger could also use this thermite self-destruct skill. Even if the doppelganger only had 50% of Xiao Knight's attributes, after the damage was stacked, this thermal self-explosion would still have a damage of 500% of the maximum life value. That was quite a terrifying amount of damage, and it was very unexpected. In an instant, Xiao Knight's heart turned from sadness to joy, and the tactics that the doppelganger could implement were once again added to his repertoire. At this time, Xiao Knight and September also quickly crossed the vast flatland, avoiding being surrounded by the monsters that had heard the sound. Passing through this abandoned highway in front of them was the destination of Xiao Knight and his duo, this time around the jade mines. However, the density of monsters in highly polluted areas really wasn't comparable to those ordinary leveling areas. The highway in front of them alone was dotted with wandering high pollution level monsters. Mutant coyote, carrion-eating vulture, black-veined sphinx spider. These high pollution level monsters that blocked the road were not all in each other's way. In the distance, a scavenging vulture circling at a low altitude had a fight with a black spider hibernating at the roadside. It suddenly swooped down like an arrow, and its 2 sharp claws were out to kill the black-veined sphinx spider. However, just as the scavenging vulture was about to grab the black sphinx, it suddenly lost its strength as if it had been struck by a thunderbolt, and fell down in a crooked manner. In an instant, it was entangled in the wings by the poisonous silk web shot out by the black spider, and dragged down from the air. Not a moment later, it let out a miserable scream. Xiao Knight saw that September beside him suddenly shivered, and his face was even a little white as he said, "Damn! I am most afraid of spiders. How can there be this thing here, I didn't realize that this girl in September was not afraid of the sky and the earth, but she had arachnophobia. After the mutation in this world, I'm afraid that one of the most miserable people would be the arachnophobes. After all sorts of mutated spider-like monsters were dozens or even more than 100 times bigger than the previous clans. Many of the professionals who had successfully awakened were staying away from those spider-type monsters. Then I'll help you clean it up, Shao Knight said indifferently. To him, all monsters were living experience and paychecks. This was especially true when he saw that there were quite a few corpses of other monsters lying beside that massive black striped sphinx spider. It was simply a fortune. September froze as she looked at the Shao Knight, who had already drawn his Junjun King's sword and rushed up, and frowned as she said, "Hey, be careful." However, Shao Knight, who had opened his delusion-breaking pupils, had already seen the information of the black-veined sphinx spider in front of his eyes. Black tattooed sphinx spider. Level 65 high pollution level monster. Talent: poisonous silk web, compound eye vision, hallucinogenic magic pattern. Weakness: hair weak to fire. Shao Knight's paranoia-breaking pupil directly gave a hint of the weakness. At this moment, Shao Knight also clearly saw the grayish-brown hairs all over the black-veined sphinx spider's body. The presence of hairs meant a weak fire. Shao Knight's heart even had a hint of trembling, yesterday's new fusion out of the words, Tarsus poisonous inflammation. Finally have the opportunity to test. The king's sword in his hand immediately had a wisp of flame with a strange glow attached to it, and he directly made a swift thunder strike. A thunderbolt strike directly pierced the body of the black tattooed sphinx. The dense fur on the spider's body was instantly set ablaze. The target has fallen into the poisonous inflammation state. A single damage burst out. 153, 176, 173. The persistent burning and poisonous inflammation damage was up to over 100 points each time. The black-veined sphinx spider was also furious as it threw aside the carcass of the carrion eater vulture that was at its mouth and turned around to spew out beaded silk towards Shao Knight. A thick, sticky spider silk as thick as a thin rope shot over towards Shao Knight. Once hit, one could imagine how difficult it would be. Shao Knight's footsteps then accelerated violently, and the calling tide spirit steps directly opened. Completely immune to the control effects of deceleration and binding, Shao Knight's body turned around, and the king's sword in his hand smoothly struck a sweeping sweep of the full moon to kill the black tattooed sphinx spider, adding a layer of poisonous inflammation effect to it, and then exploding a high level of poison. By the way, it exploded with a high amount of damage, 2,864. 2,864. The defense of the black tattooed sphinx spider, which only had a layer of fur on its body as a defense, was no match for the thick-skinned lava rhinoceros. At this time, the black spider seemed to have some panic. The burning flames on its body made it even more uneasy, and suddenly the velvet on its back was too thick to be used as defense. Suddenly, the fluff on its back fluttered extremely fast, only to see that the black lines on its body, like a human face in general, exuded a wave that made people a little dizzy. Shao Knight's heart was on alert. In front of his eyes, a line of prompts appeared. Immune to the hallucinogenic effect launched by the target. I see. Shao Knight suddenly realized in his heart that this should be the black tattooed sphinx. This should be the hallucinogenic magic mark, a special talent phrase that came with the black-veined sphinx spider. I'm afraid that the scavenging vulture that swooped down from the sky just now was caught in its trap. Unfortunately, one of the effects of Shao Knight's SSS ranked Breaking Delusion's pupil was that it was immune to hallucinogenic skills. The ferocious and unstoppable black-veined sphinx spider was simply restrained by Shao Knight in all aspects. The king's sword in Shao Knight's hand dealt a high amount of damage one after another. 2,381, 2,455. Tarsal poisonous flame. Hadn't even stacked enough for 10 layers before this black tattooed sphinx spider died. Taking advantage of the fact that September hadn't yet come over behind him, Shao Knight skillfully sacrificed all of the corpses of this black tattooed sphinx spider, as well as the surrounding carrion-eating vultures and some other high-pollution level monsters, with a familiar beeping sound. Although he didn't obtain any new words, it allowed Shao Knight to harvest 350 points of fire value once again. And the fire value provided by these high pollution and monsters was just bountiful. After the black-veined sphinx spider fell, September also covered her eyes and jogged all the way over. After the two of them teamed up again to kill a few high pollution level monsters that blocked the road, this abandoned highway also came to an end. Only to see that in the valley in front of them, which was covered with traces of mining, several huge pits and a series of artificially mined kills were scattered all over it, large enough to give a glimpse of its former splendor. The Jade Mine has arrived. Chapter 91st Exploration of the Jade Quarry. Fey Body Stone Statue Ghosts. However, what made Shao Knight feel a little weird was that compared to the dense monsters roaming on the highway just now, the Jade Quarry in front of him seemed a little quiet. Compared to the dense roaming monsters on the highway just now, the Jade Quarry in front of him appeared a bit quiet. Not only did he not see any wandering monsters, even those large and small mines were scattered around the mouth of the mine, but there were also no traces of any monsters. Be careful. Shao Knight immediately narrowed his gaze and opened his mouth to remind him. September, who was about to go forward with her dagger in her hand, immediately retreated to his side in a well-behaved manner when she heard this. After so many things, September now had incomparable faith in Shao Knight's acumen. What's wrong? Do you see something again? September instantly also followed Shao Knight's gaze forward and asked curiously. Shao Knight, on the other hand, bluntly stated his judgment, too. This jade mining field belongs to a heavily polluted area, and the number of monsters in it should definitely not be considered a handful, but yet there isn't even a single one to be seen. This means that the monsters in it should be light-fearing and dark-tending monsters, so they should all be hiding in the mines during the day. Shao Knight turned his head to September and asked, "Do you have any light-oriented damage skills?" Only to see September scratching her brain, she bitterly and helplessly said, This really doesn't. I'm an undead thief. I'm also afraid of light." Well, Shao Knight could only nod helplessly, which was true. September, an undead thief, not being restrained by light attribute skills would be good. Letting her have light system skills was really hard for her. What then? September instantly tilted her head and looked at Xiao Yi and asked. Xiao Yuya pulled out a tube of lighting bugs from among his backpack and hung it on his waist, saying, "Come all the way here. Let's go in first and take a look." Shao Knight walked in front with his Tiger Fierce Battle shield in hand, and just after stepping into the mine, he felt a coolness. It wasn't an ordinary cave's chill, but a chill that sent chills down the back of the chest. It seems that the monsters in this mine may have ice attributes. Shao Knight didn't dare to be careless, and held his Tiger Fierce Battle shield as he explored the cave step by step. The entire cave was extremely quiet. Even the sound of water drops could be heard. Although the light from the lighting bugs was weak, it caused refraction on the walls of the mine. Looking closely, I could only see that the walls of the cave were inlaid with quite a lot of translucent jade, refracting the translucent light. Having only just entered the cave not tens of meters ago, there was already such a high-purity jade mine around. No wonder the people of that time would establish such a majestic mine here.
Sheng Guazi.
Be careful! Right in the middle of Shao Knight's thoughts. But September's scream suddenly came from behind him, only to see September's quick eyes and hands snapping forward. The dagger in her hand ruthlessly stabbed on top of the wall beside Shao Knight. A clanging sound echoed in the mine. Alarmed, Shao Knight also jerked back to look, but there was nothing but a dagger in the middle of the mine. However, apart from a deep mark that the dagger had scratched out on the wall of the mine, there was nothing. What's going on? Shao Knight asked in confusion. But he saw September staring blankly at the one mark he had just chiseled with the dagger, saying, "Ha! I clearly just saw an emerald-colored eye here." Shao Knight was instantly alert as well, squinting his eyes to scrutinize the layer of ore on the wall that was translucent with light. But there was nothing except a deep trace that had been chiseled out by a dagger. You must believe me," September instantly swore. "I really just saw a pair of eyes moving and staring at you." Shao Knight gently nodded and said, "I believe it. But if according to what you said, there was indeed a monster in the middle of these walls just now, but now it has disappeared, then it means that the monsters here can roam amongst the walls of the mine." Shao Knight's eyes also revealed a hint of austerity. He then quietly turned on ultrasonic solicitation. An unnoticed sound wave instantly dispersed in all directions, and in a narrow environment like a mine, the sound wave could echo and travel farther. It soon detected a target that was moving quickly. The path of the target was within the surrounding walls. "It's really within the walls," Shao Knight said in a shocked voice. However, After the ultrasonic enemy detection results returned, Xiao Knight couldn't help but feel a little numb, because the ultrasonic sonic enemy was able to detect not only the monster, but also the surrounding terrain. From the sonic detection results, the surrounding walls are covered with densely packed channels like capillaries, which are simply hollowed out by something. The diameter of these tiny passages is only about 30 centimeters, absolutely unable to accommodate human beings to pass through. Obviously, this is the monster in the mine for. Right at this moment, Xiao Knight detected that in the wall above his head, a target was rapidly moving over towards September, and immediately said in a hurried voice, "Watch your head." Then he raised his Tiger Fierce battle shield, protecting September's head like an umbrella. At the same time, a crisp sound of shattering jade resounded above their heads. A baby-sized monster descended from the sky and grabbed on top of the Tiger Fierce battle shield. It looked like a winged, sharp-tongued ape, emitting emerald-colored fluorescence all over its body. The arms and legs were covered with sharp claws, ruthlessly grasping on top of the Tiger Fierce battle shield. There was also a mournful cry. Xiao Knight's paranoia-breaking pupil immediately opened and a line of information appeared. A line of information also surfaced on this emerald-colored monster that suddenly emerged from the top of its head. Fey Body Goblin. Level 55 High Pollution Level Monster. Blood 5,000. Description: the first Fey Body Goblin appeared from a jade fetus that was forgotten in the jade mine. Over the centuries it has hatched endless heirs. These deep jadeite-colored goblins have become the true masters of this mine. Do it! It doesn't have a high blood count. Xiao Knight instantly let out a low roar and raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it towards the wall of the mine. The Fey Body Stone ghost that was grasping and attaching itself to the shield was immediately knocked down and landed on the ground. This monster with wings on its back was like an escaping brat, and it attacked viciously towards Xiao Knight and the two of them again. The September beside them was quick, and the dagger in his hand spun in a circle and slashed at its abdomen. 1,759. A bludgeoning damage immediately sprang out. This Fiddler Stone ghost's blood level wasn't high, and it instantly dropped a large chunk. The king's sword in Xiao Knight's hand also immediately stabbed up. Swift thunder burst. Likewise, it dealt a high amount of damage. 1867. 1867. The Fiddler Stone ghost, which had a total blood count of only 5,000, was immediately left with only a sliver of blood. He was directly killed by September. Two wisps of white light immediately surged into Xiao Knight and September's bodies, and the experience value grew by a small amount visible to the naked eye. September said happily, "This Fey Body Stone ghost isn't much better. Isn't this giving us experience for nothing?" However, Xiao Yi instinctively felt that things weren't that simple. At this moment, only a sparse and fragmented sound could be heard coming from the depths of the mine. Then the sharp sound of sharp stones cutting through the walls rang out from the walls like a rainstorm. Xiao Knight, who had turned on ultrasonic enemy detection, immediately sensed that a huge number of enemies were constantly coming towards this place. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Chapter 91. Is Xiao Knight crazy? Now that's what I call brushing monsters. This sound isn't right, is it? September's face gradually changed as she wisely turned her head and ran. However, Xiao Knight violently grabbed his arm and caught him in the act. "Don't rush. Wait and see." September instantly widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Knight like she was crazy, saying, You let go. You crazy person don't want to harm me." Although a single Fey Body Stone ghost didn't do much damage and didn't have much blood. But a group of them, that would be completely different. More mosquitoes could still bite a person to death. Not to mention the scalp-numbing sound of sharp stones scratching coming from the middle of this mine at this moment. I'm afraid there must be thousands of them. Raw melon seeds. I'll slip away first. One against many is never something that assassin professions are good at. September couldn't help but turn her head and run. However, strength is likewise not something that the assassin profession excels at. September's arm that was firmly grasped by Xiao Knight was like a lock, unable to move at all. Both of her feet slipped on the ground, but she couldn't break free even a little bit. "Oh, you crazy. Wanna die? Do not pull me, ah," September said with tears in her eyes. Xiao Knight, however, was unmoved. His mind was rapidly calculating. The attack of the Fey Body Stone Goblin just now could not break through his defense when he raised his Tiger Fierce battle shield. The hole in front of him was only about 3 meters wide and high, so even if that Feisher ghost was able to fly low in the air, it would only be able to hold at most 6 or 7 of them. Even if the Fey body ghost was able to fly low, it would only be able to accommodate a maximum of 6 or 7 Fey body ghosts attacking at the same time. If there were more of them, even if they were more sensitive, they would have to block each other and crowded together and would not be able to attack instead. In other words, in this narrow mine, Xiao Xiao had to withstand the attacks of only 6 or 7 Fey body goblins at the same time. Under the joint attack, even if Xiao Knight used his Tiger Fierce battle shield to block, he would definitely be hurt. But don't forget that Xiao Knight's body had an S-rank phrase, photosynthesis recovery, with a 5x recovery effect bonus. As long as he continued to take recovery potions, he might not be unable to block. As long as you can block it, this narrow mine is an excellent place to brush experience. That's why Xiao Knight dragged the September that wanted to go for the best plan. After all, in order to speed up the speed of clearing monsters, the output of this S-ranked undead thief of hers could definitely not be less. All calculations are just theories, and to really see the effect, you have to try it out in person. Between pulls, the depths of the mine had already been flooded with emerald green fluorescence, and a Fey Sure stone ghost was whistling towards Xiao Knight and the two of them like a swarm of bats that had been startled. September, who was already in a state of panic, said with a bitter face, "My life is over." Xiao Knight, however, held his Tiger Fierce battle shield steadily in front of him and fully opened his blocking stance. "I'll resist the damage. You output," Xiao Knight said through gritted teeth. September stared at him with wide eyes and instantly understood what he meant. He wanted to use this narrow mine as a brush point. Crazy. September bit her lips and cursed fiercely, but she could only dodge in a flash to hide behind Xiao Knight, gripping the dagger in her hand, ready to output at any time. A fluttering sound of wings mixed with smoke came from far and near. Then a force like a fist smashed onto the Tiger Fierce battle shield in Xiao Knight's hand. The sound of sharp claws rubbing against metal rang out all of a sudden, and a damage that exceeded the blocking effect burst out from Xiao Knight's body. 276. 315. 278. In an instant, Xiao Knight's blood bar dropped by nearly 1,000 points, but for Xiao Knight, whose blood bar was now over 10,000, it was only 1/10. "Carry on," Xiao Knight said in a ruthless voice, but he didn't dare to slow down as he pulled out a bottle of blood pill from his backpack and bit into his mouth. With a tilt of his head, he poured down a mouthful. Under the support of photosynthesis recovery, the 5-fold recovery effect instantly replenished Xiao Knight's bloodline. At the same time, Xiao Knight re-equipped his other hand with the King's Sword of Monarch and ruthlessly swung it forward. A bizarre flame was also instantly wrapped around the sword. The Tarsal Poison Flame. At this moment, Xiao Knight no longer had any reservations, and all of his battle power phrases poured out. Beast blood boiling. Beast blood boiling. Beast blood boiling. Beast blood boiling. Round moon sweep. Thunderous thrust. The King's sword swung fiercely towards the Fey body stone goblin that was grasping the shield. Instantly, a large swathe of damage numbers interspersed with blows burst out. 3,166. 2,581. 3,089. Between the damage dealt, a blood recovery effect also burst out. Plus 861. Plus 754. It was the bloodthirsty phrase that Xiao Knight had attached to his body that brought about the blood-sucking effect. Originally, there was only a 5% blood absorption effect, but it was directly increased by 5 times with the addition of light and recovery. The amount of recovery was quite considerable. The blood absorption, coupled with the blood replenishment from the recovery potion. This was one of the reliances that Xiao Knight was confident that he could carry through. This scene in front of him also made September, who was hiding behind Xiao Knight, look dumbfounded. This guy was too tough. Could he really be able to block the thousands of Fey body stone ghosts surging over? After the shock, September regained her concentration, and the dagger in her hand suddenly erupted in a burst of blood-colored light. The dagger, which was originally only a foot long, extended into a 3-foot-long silhouette, and the range of her attacks increased dramatically. It was her natural skill, soul-locking blood blade. September stood behind Xiao Knight, and the dagger in her hand accurately stabbed at the Fey body stone ghosts that were on top of Xiao Knight's shield. A high amount of damage exploded out as well. September's attack not only had an extremely high bludgeon rate, it also had a bleeding effect. The Fey body stone ghosts that were stabbed in their weak points would bleed to death in a short period of time even if they didn't die. The sound of thumping, the sound of blades cutting through flesh and blood, resounded in this narrow mine cave. Xiao Knight's feet were almost ruthlessly dug into the earth as he carried the attacks coming from above the Tiger Fierce battle shield with all his might. As the number of Fey Body Stone ghosts surging over increased, they also crowded together just as Xiao Knight had expected, instead losing their advantage of being small and agile. Often, before the Fey Body Stone ghosts that had just rushed over had the chance to launch an attack on Xiao Knight, they were knocked sideways by their counterparts behind them and crushed headfirst on top of the Tiger Fierce battle shield. As more and more Fey body goblins crowded into the mine, Xiao Knight didn't even need to aim the king's sword in his hand. He only needed to keep swinging and slashing to bring out a large swath of damage amongst the pile of monsters. The corpses of the Fey Sure Stone ghosts fell to the floor of the mine like kites with broken strings and piled up into mountains. The corpses of the fiddler goblins fell to the floor of the mine like a broken kite, piling up into mountains. The later fiddlesticks stepped on them and continued to send them to their deaths. A white light of experience flowed out from the corpses and merged into Xiao Knight and September's bodies. And Xiao Knight watched with his own eyes as his experience bar continued to grow with the naked eye. Within a short 10 minutes, he had risen 2 levels in a row. This is what is called brushing monsters. Chapter 92 Wildly Brushing Experience. The self-detonation tactic was first revealed. Whoops! My God! This experience! The experience value at their fingertips caused Xiao Knight and September's excitement to grow. Both of them are people who die for money. Just like the monstrous waves of experience value that came up for nothing, it was simply like a wave of heavenly chance. September was even hiding peacefully behind Xiao Knight, with the blood-colored dagger in her hand rising and falling with her hand. Xiao Knight's afterglow saw the smile on the corner of her mouth that she simply couldn't stop, and the monarch-authorized king's sword in Xiao Knight's hand likewise didn't stop reaping at all. They, along with the ghost manifestation effect triggered by the Ghost Man ring. Xiao Knight's attack speed became faster and faster, even compared to September, who was an agility profession and held the most flexible dagger weapon next to him. Suddenly, when the king's sword in Xiao Knight's hand violently cleaved through a Fey Body Stone ghost, a golden-colored light suddenly surged out from the hilt of the king's sword. Like a ripple, it spread out to the surroundings. The Fey Sure ghosts that were affected by this golden light were as if they were struck by lightning. Their 2 shares trembled, and their desire to attack ceased. The original fierce desire to attack also stopped, as if afraid of what General frozen on the spot. Seeing this scene, Xiao Knight was also stunned, and then a prompt appeared in front of him. Then a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. The target has received a shock effect and has fallen into a state of fear. Xiao Knight suddenly realized that. It turned out that he had triggered the weapon attachment effect of the King's Sword King's Might. When killing a target, there is a chance that the rest of the target's surrounding kind will fall into a deterrent effect. All along, due to the fact that the chance of triggering this King's Might was really too low, Xiao Knight had almost forgotten that the King's Sword had such an additional effect. But now the Fey Body Stone ghosts in front of him that covered the sky like a mountain or a sea had struck out all of this effect with a very low chance. In an instant, the Fey Body Stone ghosts within dozens of meters in front of Xiao Knight were all shocked and trembling, and some of them had even knelt down in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. What's going on? Next to him, September was also staring blankly at this scene. Those Fey Body Stone ghosts in front of them were as if they were demented. Some of them had even been trampled under the feet of their counterparts that had surged over behind them, but they still did not dare to go forward in fear. Hitting the weapon's additional effect shock and awe, Xiao Knight explained while, on the other hand, he took this opportunity to take out a new set of blood pills in his backpack and, in the meantime, he used the marching sharpening stone to polish the blade of the King's Sword of Monarch authorization. Under the H intensity of killing monsters, even the golden weapon of the King's Sword had become a bit sluggish. On top of the Tiger Fierce battle shield held in his left hand, there was also a scratch mark left by the Fey Body Stone ghost. Xiao Knight couldn't help but feel a heartache. This Tiger Fierce battle shield was the first golden artifact that he had gotten his hands on, and it was definitely a great help for Xiao Knight to go all the way to the present. Even though it's only a level 30 gold weapon shield, the attributes and additional effects are still impressive. Only in today's imminent leveling, also can only let this old buddy again top a hand. Although it was only nearly an hour of killing monsters. However, half of the blood pills carried in Xiao Knight's backpack had already been consumed. Even though Xiao Knight still had a high level of blood-sucking effect to restore his own blood, the rate of blood pill depletion was still beyond expectation. Although some of these fiddler stone ghosts that came up one after another were even directly reduced to stepping stones for their own kind, and were unable to launch an attack on Shao Knight in time. The endless number of Fiddler Stone ghosts stacked on top of each other was too much for Shao Knight to handle. However, under the superposition of endless numbers, it was still a battle of attrition. This was the first time after Shao Knight had awakened his profession that for the first time, he felt that the compartment of his backpack was too small, and the blood pills he carried were simply not enough. Shao Knight's backpack was a primary marching bag purchased from Shangjing City, with a total of 24 compartments, each of which could hold a set of 12 bottles of blood pills. In the past, when going down a copy, one would often only need to consume 1 or 2 sets of blood pills, and the rest of the compartments could still be empty for the equipment and materials that were exploded. But this time when he came to this jade mine, Shao Knight had carried 10 sets of blood pills and 5 sets of blue pills. Now only half of them were left. In its place was a massive amount of experience. This hour or so of intense monster slaying had allowed Shao Knight's level to directly rise 4 levels in a row to level 58. Couldn't be said that it wasn't a great effect. But according to this rate of consumption, the next can only last less than an hour. Shao Knight's backpack blood medicine will be consumed. Once the blood pills are gone, the recovery from bloodsucking alone won't be able to withstand the desperate charge of these Fei-Shur stone ghosts. Just as Shao Knight was pouring down a bottle of blood pills, his backpack gradually became empty. September behind him suddenly reached out and handed over several sets of blood pills, saying, "Raw melon seeds, all for you. I can't use them anyway." Hiding behind Shao Knight, she almost didn't receive any frontal damage. Even some of the fish that missed the net and flew over the side of Shao Knight's shield were mended by her quick eyes and hands, creating little threat. "It's just a pity that I only have 5 sets of blood pills in my backpack." September Love couldn't help but smash her mouth and said regretfully. As a thief, she usually had more things to carry in her backpack than a normal profession. Lock-picking tools, trap tools, darts, extracting poison potions, and various other props were going to take up quite a few squares. "It's fine, almost there." Shao Knight nodded his head as he received the blood pills while looking at the Tiger Fierce battle shield that was already scarred on the surface and said, "After consuming these sets of blood pills, it's time for us to hit the road." The higher the intensity of killing monsters, the faster the wear and tear on weapons and equipment. Even the gold-level Tiger Fierce battle shield couldn't withstand such intense consumption. When they returned to Blackwater City, they had to find a smith to do some equipment care and repair. Brushing monsters and leveling up has never been something that burns money. Whether it was the consumption of equipment or potions, ordinary professionals simply couldn't afford the financial pressure. Thus, this was actually an invisible limitation. The stronger and more consumable the professional was, the stronger they became. On the contrary, those who were not strong enough and could not afford to consume could only sit back and watch the gap widen. Almost another hour passed. The 5 sets of blood pills Shao Knight had brought from September were almost all consumed. The Fey body stone ghosts that were still pouring up in the mine in front of him seemed to have no tendency to decrease at all. "Retreat. Come back tomorrow." Shao Knight gestured and held the last bottle of blood pills in his hand in his mouth, intending to retreat to the entrance of the mine while fighting. And September also directly got out of the way and stood next to the wall, somewhat worried, saying, "You slowly retreat. I'll cover you." But Shao Knight's mouth corner hooked and said without looking back, "No need, you retreat first. I have a move for the back." Seeing that his kindness was not appreciated by others, September grunted angrily and didn't care about Shao Knight, turning around and retreating towards the cave entrance. After September walked away, Shao Knight tilted his head and poured down the last bottle of blood pill, and directly turned on the replacement mirror image. In an instant, a ghostly shadow identical to Shao Knight appeared in the mine, and had a solid body. Shao Knight violently withdrew. The surrounding Fey body stone ghosts immediately attacked towards the ghostly shadow as if they had gone crazy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shao Knight maneuvered his double forward. On the other hand, he turned on his tidal wave spirit steps and hurriedly ran towards the outside of the mine. When he was almost at the entrance of the cave, Shao Knight's mind moved, and the double in the depths of the mine. The double that was far away in the depths of the mine suddenly erupted with a burst of scorching heat. Blood like magma seemed to be gushing out of his body. Then a dull explosion came from the depths of the mine. Shao Knight, who had lost the perspective of his double, couldn't see the effect of the explosion, and only saw countless white lights flying out from the depths of the mine, slowly converging on his own body, slowly converging on himself. This wave of the double's lava self-explosion had killed at least 40 to 50 Fei-Shur goblins. A wisp of ghostly flames also belatedly came out of the mine. Chapter 93 Returning to Blackwater City. The Secret of the Jade Mines. Faye's Goblin's salary flame has been successfully sacrificed. The fire value is +5. Faye Sure Gargoyle's salary flame. A line of hints appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Each Faye Body Goblin's salary flame was able to provide 5 points of fire seed value to himself. Shao Knight, who had already depleted his hoarded home base, reaped a large wave of fire seed value in just a few hours. The kindling value in his hand also broke through 4 digits for the first time, amounting to over 1,800 points. And the experience gained from the last wave of thermal melt self-explosion of the dead Fae Body Stone ghosts also allowed Shao Knight to eventually level up to level 59, with only a slight gap left to level 60. However, what made Shao Knight a bit strange was that after sacrificing the payload of so many Fae Body Stone ghosts, he hadn't gained any words? In the past, even if the chances of the words popping out weren't high, killing a few more would always be able to sacrifice them. But today, there were almost hundreds of Fae Sure goblins killed in this jade mine. But why did they not even get a single phrase? What kind of creatures were these Fae Sure goblins? Shao Knight couldn't wait to ponder all this here, and took advantage of the deterrent power left behind by the thermal fusion self-explosion too. He hurriedly withdrew from the mine. September was waiting outside, a small face full of anxiety, until she saw Shao Knight escaping from the mine. Then she let go of her heart. Shangguazi, are you okay? Shangguazi, are you alright? What was that explosion inside the cave just now? Was that the trick you were talking about? What a mess. Do you want to bury yourself inside? Shao Knight, on the other hand, laughed and said, Don't worry. I know in my heart. The damage and range of the double mirror image's self-detonation just now was almost completely within his calculations. The double mirror image only possessed 50% of Shao Knight's own full attributes. Moreover, Shao Knight had already observed just now that those ores attached to the walls of these mines were extremely hard in texture and seemed to have undergone a mutation. Even September's full force strike could only produce a shallow mark on the ore. The explosion damage generated by the mirror image split self-detonation would not affect the solidity of the mine, but was just enough to kill those Fae Body Gargoyles with only 5,000 bloodstains. September skimmed her mouth and shook her head with hatred, saying, You crazy bastard. Shao Knight, on the other hand, suddenly handed her half a set of blood pills and said, Take it! Just now, in the middle of the mine, Shao Knight did not consume all of the blood pills, but left a group behind in case he encountered a monster that blocked his way on the way back. But fortunately, they didn't encounter too many wandering monsters on the way back. After the duo left the jade mines, they followed the abandoned highway back to Blackwater City, only to see that at this time in the city gate guards have changed a batch of people, the same one each wearing a different system of clothing, but all are meticulous. However, all of them were meticulously guarding their positions, and only after some close inspection and registration that was no less than that of Shangjing City, did they let Shao Knight and September in. At this time, after returning to this human city-state built in the middle of a heavily polluted area, Shao Knight and September couldn't help but feel a trace of security in their hearts. Inside the city and outside the city were simply two worlds. The high-level pollution area outside the city would kill you if you weren't careful, but the Black Bazaar inside the city was crowded with people. The Black Bazaar inside the city was a sea of people, bustling, the two of them back to the Nightingale Tavern in the suite, but sea that disappeared for a whole day of the Scarface surprisingly came back. Shao Knight and September pushed open the door of the suite. They saw that Scarface was half naked, his arm was covered with stab wounds, and he was bandaging himself. He was the only one, but there was no sign of the man with the wrapped face. Brother Scar? What's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, September hurriedly ran up, took the medicine in Scar's hand and bandaged him up, saying, How did you get so badly injured? Where is Flowerface? Only to see Scarface see the two of them, then is grinning and said, It's all right, I'm fine. It's you two who look like you've gained quite a lot. Shao Knight took a look at the injury on Scar's arm. It should have been cut by someone. The slash wounds did not come from the same person, but they were not fatal. This meant that although the number of people on the other side was large, their occupational level was far less than Scar's. This battle should not have been a major success for Scar. In this battle, Scar should not have suffered any losses. September was both worried and somewhat proud as she said, We went to the jade mines today and rushed almost 6 levels in one day. Scar grinned a hefty smile and nodded, saying, Not bad. Don't worry about Flowerface. He's still got things to do outside and won't be back tonight. September frowned and asked, Brother Scar, just what kind of person injured you like this? Aren't there quite a few of our brothers in this Blackwater city? However, he saw Scarface shake his head and obstinately said, Don't get involved in these matters, you two. This Blackwater city has changed. The fish and dragons are mixed up. It's not like before. And Uncle Cheen said, Your mission for this trip to Blackwater City is to upgrade. Not to mention that before the second turn, you two can't help much. September Tun skimmed his lips and said, Scar, how come your words are exactly the same as what that raw melon said? Shao Knight shrugged his shoulders and pulled out a piece of cloth on the side and delicately wiped the bloodstains on the King of Monarch's sword, only to see that the blood of the Fey body gargoyle that remained on it had actually precipitated crystals one by one after it had dried up. Under the light in the room, it reflected a starry emerald-colored glow. Shao Knight suddenly frowned and asked, Brother Scar, what actually happened to the jade mine outside of Blackwater City? Why was such a large mine suddenly abandoned? I knew that even in this day and age, jadeite jade is still a valuable and rare commodity.
Jade mine.
Scarface, on the other hand, scratched his head and said with a blank expression, I'm not sure about this. It's also my first time coming to this Blackwater City. But Flowerface should know. He's an old man in this Blackwater City. When he comes back tomorrow, ask him. Shao Knight nodded and used the cotton cloth in his hand to collect the wiped-down crystals in his backpack. Scarface also grinned as he looked at the dusty, exhausted duo and said, What? This leveling wasn't easy, was it? Tomorrow, I'll have the boss's wife of the Nightingale Tavern introduce you to an equipment smith, so you can rest and replenish your supplies. When September heard this but her eyes lit up, she gossiped and asked, Brother Scar, the owner of this Nightingale Tavern is a woman? Scar's eyes immediately revealed a trace of longing, and said with some emotion, Not bad. That's also a hot-tempered master. You guys should be able to meet her tomorrow. Just grab some time to rest and relax today. Shao Knight was just about to get up and go back to the house when a signal came from the contact he was carrying. It wasn't the contact device that Qin Yanyan had given him. Instead, it was the military's miniature confidential contact device. Nye Xiaoyu had sent a message. Chapter 94, Nye Xiaoyu's Military Secrets, the Godslayer Program. Coincidentally, someone from the Nightingale Tavern knocked on the door of the suite, seemingly calling Scarface for something, and September couldn't resist the loneliness of having to follow him out. With only Shao Knight left alone in the entire suite, Shao Knight instantly walked back into his room and closed the door, with the military's miniature contact device in his ear. Nye Xiaoyu's voice instantly rang in his ears, and, Mr. Shao Knight, where have you been? Nye Xiaoyu's voice was still whimpering, and she seemed to be eating something, in all likelihood. It was the meat steak that she had left for her in the refrigerator. Went on a long trip and went down to the copy to rush through the levels. Shao Knight replied softly, Oh, rushing levels is good. The higher the host's level rises, the strength of the contracted harness beasts will likewise rise. How's the dragon cub doing? Did you learn that skill scroll I left for you? Shao Knight secretly used the ultrasonic soul enemy to detect the environment around the suite, only to see that there was no one nearby at this time. At once, he opened the spirit harnessing link, and with a thought, a teleportation array appeared in the middle of the room. The obsidian dragon cub with black scales and armor rushed out with an excited wail, and a pair of vertical pupils curiously surveyed the new environment around him. Since learning the spirit harnessing link, the mind induction between Shao Knight and this obsidian dragon cub had gradually become much smoother. At least now Shao Knight was able to call this little dragon cub out from within the summoning space. Thanks for the gift, Shao Knight instantly said to the contact device, and then he pulled out a large bag of dried meat from his luggage and casually fed it to the obsidian dragon cub, saying, Make do with what you've got. Now that you're outside, this is all you've got. The obsidian dragon cub is not half a bit of disdain. The neck stretched out steadily catch, big mouth bite that called a fragrant. In the dark light of the room, only to see the obsidian dragon cub's size than before obviously grew a circle. From the beginning of only half a big man, the obsidian dragon cub's body size was only half a big man. The obsidian dragon cub's body size was only half a big man. From the beginning, only half a person was big. And now it almost exceeded Shao Knight when it raised its head. The black color of the scales on his body seemed to become deeper and deeper, and the color of the scales on his body seemed to become deeper and deeper. Xiao Yinyu couldn't help but remember what Nye Xiaoyu had said, that the scales on the obsidian dragon's body that had a powerful defense seemed to be related to the laws of space. The dragon cub should have grown a bit more. Xiao Knight reported to Nye Xiaoyu while rummaging out a soft ruler from his luggage, carefully helping the dragon cub measure its height and length. Xiao Knight's rigor in everything was something that Nye Xiaoyu appreciated immensely. After carefully reporting to Nye Xiaoyu about the growth of the dragon cub, Nye Xiaoyu was satisfied. Nye Xiaoyu's side also stretched a lazy waist with satisfaction, then suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Right, Xiao Knight, a few days ago, you've already succeeded in your first turn, right? Did the Transformation Hall tell you about the list revealing conference in a month's time? This is an opportunity." The list revealing assembly? Xiao Knight immediately froze. When he succeeded in his first turn, the transfer hall didn't tell him about the list revealing conference? What? They didn't tell you? In the contact device, Nye Xiaoyu's voice seemed a bit puzzled as she said, "It's only logical that the top 30 successful first-turners in the entire Shangjing city would be qualified to directly participate in the list-receiving assembly. I remember that you should be among the top few, right?" Xiao Knight's brows suddenly furrowed. Not just the top few. He himself was the first one turned among this class of professionals back then. He suddenly remembered the record keeper's strange face at the end when he was in the transfer hall, as well as the words that told him to go back and wait for the notification. Hee. Xiao Knight immediately let out a faint laugh, thinking that it must be because the person in that transfer hall had learned that the profession he had awakened was nothing more than a whiteboard profession. So even though he was the first to complete a turn, he didn't want to waste the participation qualification of this list revealing assembly on himself, so he let himself go back and wait for the notification first. What does the list revealing assembly mean? Xiao Knight asked at once, only to hear Nye Xiaoyu's voice in the contact device also become a bit indignant and serious. And, what? Those people in the transfer hall actually really didn't tell you about this. Even the military's rules dare to be ignored. These people really have a lot of guts. The Unveiling List Conference is a talent selection conference organized by the military this year, and in a month's time it will test the strength of this term's awakened and unveil a green list of the potential of this term's awakened. According to the rules set by the military, the top 30 professionals who are the first to complete their first turn will be directly qualified to participate in the Unveiling Conference. Nye Xiaoyu's tone resumed its usual majesty as she said sternly, "Don't worry, I'll definitely get back this spot in the list revealing assembly for you. You're the one I have my eye on, and no one can snatch the spot that should belong to you." These domineering words immediately warmed Xiao Knight's heart. Not knowing if he had dipped into the light of this obsidian dragon cub, he immediately tore off another large piece of dried meat and fed it to the dragon cub. "Many thanks," Xiao Knight said in a sincere tone. Then the conversation turned and asked, "But what exactly is the meaning of this potential green ranking? Is it of any use?" Xiao Knight wasn't someone who liked to show his face. If he was on the list for no reason, he would be noticed by too many people, and it would not be beneficial to his current self, who was in dire need of savage development. However, he heard Nye Xiaoyu on the other side of the contact device remain silent for a moment before speaking. "The green list is related to the military's next plan. I can't reveal the specific information to you. I can only tell you that this green ranking is very important. It's important to you, and to the obsidian dragon pups. You must come back a month later to participate, and take as high a ranking as possible. Right now, the entire Shangjing City's professionals of this term are all preparing for this ranking reveal conference with all their might." Xiao Knight took a deep breath and spoke into the contact device, saying, "Good." He believed Nye Xiaoyu's words. Moreover, 1 month later, it was just the right time for him to return from this Blackwater city. Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, thought that these former old classmates would have to meet again at the Unveiling Conference at that time. On the other hand, in Xiao Knight's dilapidated rented house in Shangjing City, Nye Xiaoyu was carefully filling out the research file of the obsidian dragon pup according to the data reported to her by Xiao Knight. On the other hand, she was directly grasping the hot pork chop with her hands and eating it, and her slender fingers were stained with oil, but she put it directly into her mouth without caring about her image. Anyway, she was the only one in this rented house. And on the screen of the classified military terminal on her desk, which she carries with her everywhere she goes, is playing the entire northern part of the Dragon Kingdom today. On the screen of the classified military terminal that she carries everywhere she goes, there is a top-secret plan for the entire northern military region of the Dragon Kingdom. The same is what she had just said to Shao Knight about the follow-up plan related to the green ranking. On the first page of the plan. The first page of the plan was carefully written with 4 big red-headed words: the Godslayer Plan. Chapter 95, The Old Man of Iron. White Tiger Fierce Shield. Origin. In the evening, September returned to the suite. As soon as he returned, he knocked on Shao Knight's door with gusto. Shang Guazi, Brother Scar has found us a smith in Blackwater City. Let's go repair our equipment together. Since it was business, Shao Knight also quickly packed up the equipment on his body and opened the door. Where is the smith? Shao Knight also asked with some curiosity. September gave him a blank look and said, Of course the smith is in someone's workshop. It's hard not to personally come over to repair your equipment. Besides, there's no furnace here. After easily letting Shao Knight suffer a defeat for once, the corners of September's mouth simply couldn't suppress a smile as she reached out and pulled Shao Knight, saying, Hurry up and go. Brother Scar is still waiting for us outside. Under Scar's leadership, Shao Knight and the two of them passed through the bustling black bazaar around them and arrived in a small alley. From afar, they could hear a crisp iron smithing sound, as well as the sound of an airbox creaking and squeaking. The black lacquered building in front of him was the smith's workshop. Only to see that in the workshop, there is a bare-shouldered old man with a white beard, showing a beard that does not match his age. Showing his arm muscles that did not match his age, he was hammering a piece of iron embryo with a hammer. Master Lon. Scar was the first to smile and talk to this master. Only to see this iron old man, his head also did not lift, care also ignore. Until Scar opened his mouth and said that he was introduced by the boss's wife of the Nightingale Tavern. The old ironworker stopped his work, raised his head to look at Scar and said in a cold voice, Beating something or repairing something? The attitude was not considered cold, but it was definitely not enthusiastic either. However, the mixed-up Scar didn't care about this at all, grinning and handing over the axe he was holding, saying, I'd like to trouble Master Lon to help me fix it. This axe of mine is chopping some curled edges. Scar's huge axe was as tall as a man, but the old man ironworker picked it up with one hand and placed it steadily on the workbench. Shao Knight was also secretly surprised by such a scene. The strength value of this old man ironworker was definitely not low. A smith was a living profession, and their attributes often could not be compared to combat professions. Not to mention that this Scar was not an ordinary combat profession. Even he himself had to hold this huge axe with both hands when he fought that ghost-sized giant crab on the ship. But this old man, who had already passed 100 years of age, had easily taken over this huge axe with one hand, only to see that the old man ironworker placed Scar's huge axe on the workbench, carefully examined it, and then with a touch of his upper hand, he opened his mouth and said, Cloud grain steel, cold blade stone. Scar immediately widened his eyes and cried out in laughter, saying, Worthy of being Master Lon. A glance reveals the casting material of my axe. The old ironworker, however, coldly said, I do have cloud grain steel here, but not cold blade stone. You go to the bazaar and buy some. Good, good, good. I'll go buy them. Scar hurriedly nodded his head and turned his head to go to the bazaar, only to see that old man ironworker put Scar's axe to the side. Then his eyes looked at Shao Knight and September, and coldly asked, Are you two also here to repair your equipment? This strange-tempered old man looked at September with some fear, and immediately ducked behind Shao Knight, signaling Shao Knight to come first. And the scene just now had already made Shao Knight see that this old man in front of him definitely had real skills. He immediately respectfully placed the Junjun authorized King Sword and Tiger Fierce Battle Shield on the workbench. Master Lon is in trouble. Seeing that this old man held the hilt of the Junjun authorized King Sword with one hand, the other finger gently lifted the tip of the sword and carefully examined it. With his eyebrows raised somewhat slightly, he said to himself, This sword, it has some flavor of the ancient Lulan kingdom. A single sentence caused the respect in Shao Knight's heart to deepen even more. This Junjun authorized King Sword was exactly what was brought out from the tomb of the Lulan general, and this old man of iron smithing even saw it with just a few glances. The sword body is broken, but it's not serious, so we need to consume some fine iron to remelt and polish it. Seeing that the old man ironworker gently put the king's sword to the side, and then picked up the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield next to it, he said, It's not that bad. However, when his eyes landed on the unique white tiger pattern on the shield's surface, his eyes suddenly became stern. Raising his head and staring straight into Shao Knight's eyes, he asked, Where did you get this shield from? Shao Knight was also stunned, This tiger fierce battle shield was something he had exchanged from the armory in Shangjing City. However, Xiao Knight actually knew something about the provenance of this tiger fierce battle shield. That particular tiger pattern was none other than the symbol of a famous artisan family in White Tiger City. At that time, the reason why he had picked this tiger fierce battle shield in the armory was precisely because of this. This old man is obviously an old man with great skills, so he must be able to recognize the symbol of this famous Smith's family. I just don't know what is the origin between him and that White Tiger City Smith family. Is it a grudge? Or is it a favor? This tiger stripe battle shield is something I got from the armory in Shangjing City. However, Xiao Knight still answered frankly. After all, the means by which he got this tiger fierce battle shield was also honorable and there was nothing to hide. As for what ties this old ironworker had with that White Tiger City Smith family, it always had nothing to do with himself. Armory. But see this iron-smithing old man gaze out of focus staring at the tiger fierce battle shield for a long time, mouth murmured. I didn't expect to see you here. This iron-smashing old man seemed to be speaking to the shield. Xiao Knight was a little afraid to talk easily for a moment, while September behind him couldn't help but cricket softly in his ear, saying, "What a weird old man." Xiao Yi turned around and frowned at her, but saw September spit out her tongue in defiance. When he looked back again, he saw that the old ironworker was lifting his head up and down to look at himself carefully. Instead of the previous coldness and hostility, there was a trace of gentleness in his gaze. On a face that had not smiled for a long time, he opened his mouth a bit stiffly and said to Xiao Yi, "Late born, do you know who built this shield?" Xiao Knight returned without thinking and said, "The White Tiger Fierce pattern is the unique symbol of the famous artisan family of White Tiger City, and it was precisely because I saw this that I picked it from the armory of Shangjing City." Only to see this old ironworker's eyes suddenly glaring. His face changed, and in a deep voice he asked to Xiao Knight, "Since you were born in Shangjing City, why did you come to this Blackwater City where people and ghosts mingle, instead of staying well in Shangjing City?" Xiao Knight raised an eyebrow and replied without thinking, "Blackwater City, Shangjing City, aren't they both human city-states?" "Huh." The old man ironworker grinned, but the smile on his face made people feel a bit odd, saying, "Late born, this tiger fierce battle shield of yours was cast by the old man's own hand when he was young. More than 40 years have passed in a flash. I didn't expect to see it in this Blackwater City today." Chapter 96, The Boss Lady. Jean Kyer, The Past of the Jade Quarry. Oh, young and wild, the sharpness of make a shield, the corners are still to open a blade. That iron old man laughed strangely at the tiger fierce battle shield and said, some words like talking about the White Tiger Fierce shield, but also like talking about his own young self at the beginning. However, Xiao Knight, who heard this, was in awe. "I didn't realize that my Tiger Fierce battle shield was actually from the hand of the old man who made the iron. And he is actually that famous White Tiger City Smith family's clan. But I don't know why even came to this Blackwater City? Senior is a member of the White Tiger City's Smith family?" Xiao Knight asked respectfully with respect in his eyes, only to see that the Iron Smith's old man's face showed a complicated feeling, waved his hand, smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "It is the clan, but it is a sinner. That's just it, your White Tiger Fierce shield will be placed here. I'll repolish it for you and come back for it tomorrow." Xiao Knight's heart was instantly happy when he heard this. This Lan Senior's craftsmanship is by no means ordinary. The White Tiger shield is from his hands. The White Tiger Fierce shield was from his hand, and the repolishing and polishing that he said in his mouth meant that he would recast and upgrade it for the White Tiger Fierce shield. The skillful equipment smith can be recast, the equipment will be upgraded and strengthened, or even advanced, attributes greatly increased. He was simply picking up a piece of pie that fell from the sky. He didn't expect that the Tiger Fierce battle shield that he had gotten from the Shangjing City Armory would actually meet his builder in this Blackwater City. "Many thanks, Senior." Xiao Knight respectfully performed a salute, and, however, he saw that old ironworker waving his hand somewhat impatiently, saying, "That little girl over there. Leave the equipment you want to repair as well. I owe that Nightingale Tavern's proprietress a favor. You guys will come over tomorrow to pick it up." The September at the side instantly carefully removed the dagger from his waist and placed it on the table in front of the old ironworker's eyes, gently saying, "Many thanks, old senior." That eccentric ironsmith old man was waving his hand without lifting his head, meaning to send off the guests. And Xiao Knight and September also knew better than to stop being an eyesore here and quietly left. On the way back to the Nightingale Tavern, September was still skimming her lips and spitting, saying, Shangguazi, do you think that weird old man will roll up and run away? That's a gold weapon dagger for this lady. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, shook her head in amusement and said, Don't worry, it won't. September blinked her eyes and asked unconvincingly, And how do you know? Xiao Knight helplessly replied, Look at the thick layer of soot attached to the wall next to the furnace in his workshop. This is by no means something that can be smoked in 10 days and half a month. It means that his workshop has been open in Blackwater City for at least a decade. How can a workshop that has been open for a decade run away for 1 or 2 pieces of gold artifacts? September scratched his nose thoughtfully and said, Well, what soot? Why didn't I notice? When the two of them returned to the Nightingale Tavern, they saw that the man with the wrapped face who had disappeared for almost 2 days had finally returned. He was sitting upright on a chair next to the front counter of the tavern, chatting with a woman at the counter about something. Brother Stripes. September ran over with a burst of excitement when she saw a wrapped face man. You're back. How is it? You didn't suffer any injuries, did you? Seeing the man with the wrapped face, he was still dressed in the same fierce outfit that wrapped around his entire face, only revealing his 2 eyes, but to September that narrow pair of eyes was still wrapped around his face. However, to September, a hint of gentleness was revealed within those narrow eyes, saying, Don't worry, I'm not Scar that Ram, the number is not superior but also go up to Mang. Wrapped face man also spat venomously at Scar, then saw Xiao Knight who came over immediately after September also nodded to him, then got up and said, Introducing you guys, this is the Nightingale Tavern's proprietress, Jean Kyer. Only to see that sitting at the counter facing the face-wrapped man was a woman with short, valiant hair. The blonde hair color with a few strands of fiery red highlights looked extremely dazzling. Her features were large and open, and her thick face had a different kind of heroic spirit. Jean Kyer is the kind of person who is full of vigor in the crowd, younger than Hong Sanyang. At this time, she was leaning against the counter, a pair of beautiful eyes looking straight at Xiao Knight and September, smiling warmly and saying,
Yo.
These two are the juniors that Uncle Chin and Sanyang picked. At least looking at their appearance, they are quite handsome, much better than you in that Scarface. September, on the other hand, also looked at Jean Kyer with both curiosity and excitement, saying, You're Kyer? Sanyang has always mentioned you to me, saying that if I'm half as good as you, she'll be so happy that she'll be able to live for a few more years. Ha ha ha. Once Jean Kyer heard this, then she gave a bright burst of laughter. Her 2 eyes smiled into a crescent moon, saying, Is that what Sanyang told you? Back then, this sister of mine never praised me and scolded me fiercely. The face-wrapped man next to him then explained to Xiao Knight, Miss Jean and Sanyang are righteous sisters. By the way, from what Scar said, you guys went to the jade mine today? The face-wrapped man asked with a sudden turn of phrase. September snatched the answer. Yes, we were in that jade mine cave, directly rushed 6 or 7 levels, if not with the blood medicine used up, only to see some flickering within the gaze of the face-wrapped man. He exchanged a glance with Jean Kyer and said, Have you guys ever encountered some jade-like monsters there? Fiddlesticks. Xiao Knight nodded, then pulled out the cloth wrapped with fey-colored crystals from his backpack and spread it out on the counter, saying, These were analyzed from their blood. These monsters seem to be different from ordinary monsters. Brother Stripes, what exactly happened in that jade mine? Obviously, this mine is not far from Blackwater City, and it can be completely scratched into the defense line, so why was it abandoned by the people here? Seeing the face-wrapped man staring at the crystals in the cloth with a torch-like gaze, he slowly opened his mouth and said, It's these crystals that are right. That jade mine has been closed for hundreds of years, and I've heard about it from the old people in Blackwater City. When that jade mine was in its heyday, there were tens of thousands of workers mining the jade deposits. But one year, all the workers there suddenly fell ill for some reason. Emerald-colored crystals grew out of each worker's blood, and the deaths were extremely miserable. Xiao Knight immediately frowned, and as soon as September heard this, she also panicked and stretched out her own white arm to look at the blood vessels, saying, Then we won't catch this disease too, right? The man with the wrapped face laughed and said, Don't worry, the body resistance of an awakened professional is too much higher than that of an ordinary human, and it has already been confirmed that they won't be affected by this disease. September immediately took a long breath of relief, Xiao Knight, on the other hand, pursued and asked, "Then was there any investigation into what caused this disease?" Only to hear the man with the wrapped face slowly say, "It was said that Blackwater City had also sent a few professionals to investigate the depths of the jade mining cave. But in that era, the number of awakened professionals was not as high as it is now. Several times, 3 times the investigation also did not find out what results to ordinary workers are to the jade mine of disease to avoid. Have all fled here. Without laborers, this once glorious jade mine can only gradually fall into ruins. In recent years, there are some professionals like you to go to the jade mine to practice leveling, but can only be swarms of fey body gargoyles blocked in the periphery of the mines. No one was able to go deep into it. Nowadays, no one knows what the depths of this jade mine are really like." September instantly pouted. "Brother wrapped face. Originally we were planning to go back to this jade mine tomorrow. Hearing you say that..." Wrapped face man smiled and said, "That jade mining city, I actually went to explore it once. If you guys only practiced in the periphery of the mine, it would be a good place to kill monsters for impact, as long as you don't recklessly explore deeper into the mines." Xiao Knight, on the other hand, quickly solved in his heart. At that time, he was in the middle of that mine cave and realized that the jade ore there had an extremely hard texture and had long since become completely different from ordinary jade ore. In that case, it seemed that there should be a source deep underground in that jade mine that had triggered the mutation of the entire mineral vein and had also caused that disease plague in the first place. A source of this level had already reached the quasi-calamity level. I wonder if it's an object or a monster. If one could sacrifice it, it would definitely be a great fortune. Xiao Knight's heart couldn't help but raise a thought. Chapter 97: A Big Gamble. SS-ranked lexical item cicada shelling. Among Xiao Knight's many talent phrases, there was a phrase called homogenization. It was obtained by chance from a monster called the Crystal Worm when Xiao Knight was hitting level 50 in the field replica in Shangjing City. Its effect was to briefly gain a small portion of the target's attributes and traits when it touched the target's body. However, the rank of this item was only the lowest D rank, and the attributes and traits gained were only a very low few percent, and the duration was also very short. It was a dispensable auxiliary phrase. So all along, Xiao Knight had never used this talent phrase, much less thought of consuming the precious fire value to upgrade it. After all, the kindling value consumed to strengthen a D order phrase from the lowest level would exponentially increase. Xiao Knight's precious seed of fire value should naturally be used on the blade of a knife. But now Xiao Knight had nearly 2,000 points of fire seed value in his hand to squander. Assuming that the bizarre source deep within the Jade Quarry was the cause of the disease disaster that occurred several hundred years ago, as well as the alienation of the ores within it, then the means by which it produced its effects would most likely be an invisible radiation that caused the monsters, humans, and even the ores in the mine to be alienated, according to what the masked man said. According to the face wrapper man, the awakened professional will not be affected in the periphery due to his own physical enhancement, but if he goes deeper into the depths of the mine, he will not be certain. But what if Xiao Knight used homogenization to steal the attributes and traits of the monsters in the mine, the Fey Bodystone ghosts? These monsters that were originally birthed from within the mineral veins would naturally not be affected by them. If the D-ranked homogenization didn't steal enough attributes and traits, what about the A-ranked? What about the A rank? What about the S rank? The up to 2,000 points of fire seed value in Xiao Knight's hand today was enough to strengthen this D rank phrase to S rank or even higher. Should he bet his entire fortune on this homogenization phrase? This bold thought immediately arose in Xiao Knight's mind. He wanted to take a look at what kind of existence this quasi-cataclysmic level thing, hidden deep underground in the Jade Quarry was. Anyway, if you guys are going to go back to the Jade Mines tomorrow to practice, you must be more careful. The wrapped face man gave a final command and got up to say goodbye to Jean Kyer as well, as if he had something else to do. Jean Kyer also waved her hand at Xiao Knight and September and said, "You two should also rest early and go. Practicing in a highly polluted area is not an easy task. If you have any needs, feel free to mention them to the people in the tavern. We're all on our own here." After returning to the suite, Xiao Knight went straight back to his house. The sound of running water next door was faintly audible. September was a girl who loved cleanliness and even had some cleanliness fetishes. It just so happened that no one was disturbing. Xiao Knight directly opened the fire seed strengthening ceremony, and with a thought, a line of prompts instantly surfaced. Whether or not to consume 5 points of fire seed value to strengthen the talent phrase homogenization D rank. Xiao Knight no longer hesitated and chose OK. Let's first try which direction this homogenization will strengthen. A wisp of fire value gushed out from his body, and then dissipated in the air, and a line of prompts appeared. A line of prompts appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Consumed 5 spark values. Talent phrase homogenization D rank has been strengthened to strong homogenization C rank. Shao Knight immediately took a deep breath and looked at the strengthened phrase in detail. Strong homogenization. Strong homogenization. Rank C rank. Effect. When touching the target's body, it can briefly acquire 15% of its attributes and traits for 10 minutes. Receiving a certain amount of damage will break the homogenization state, and after breaking it, it will fall into a weakened state. The attributes and traits gained have been raised to 15% from the previous cockamamie single digits, and the duration has grown as well. It was a good start, too. But it wasn't nearly enough. A line of prompts suddenly appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes once again. Is it possible to consume 18 points of spark value to strengthen the talent phrase strong homogenization C rank? The amount of fire seed value consumed had really increased by a lot, but Shao Knight didn't hesitate and chose to continue strengthening it. Soon after, the prompt of successful reinforcement appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes once again, consuming 18 fire seed values. The talent phrase strong homogenization C rank has been strengthened to strong homogenization B rank. Strong homogenization. Effect. When touching the target's body, gain 30% of its attributes and traits assimilated for a longer period of time. Can be lifted at any time on its own. When lifting the homogenization state on its own, it will not enter a weakened state. Continue strengthening. Consuming 70 points of fire value, the talent phrase strong homogenization B rank has been strengthened to low-level shape-changing technique A rank. Shao Knight's heart was instantly delighted. Sure enough, the talent phrase underwent a qualitative change when it was strengthened to a rank. From an attribute assimilation type of phrase, it directly turned into a shape-changing art. Low-level shape-changing technique. Level, a rank. Effect. Upon contact with a monster, it can briefly change into the target's appearance, inheriting 50% of its full attributes and traits, and breaking the shape-shifting state after receiving a certain amount of damage. It's actually possible to change shape and appearance. In that case, the phrase low-level shape-changing technique had taken on a qualitatively different tactical significance. Even if the bet on the Jade Mine didn't work out in the end, this phrase would still be useful in the future. Shao Knight looked at the 1,000 or so points of fire seed value he still had left, so if he was going to gamble, he would gamble to the end and simply go straight to the pokies. Continue strengthening. Consuming 270 points of fire seed value, Talent Lexicon Low-Order Shape-Changing Technique A rank has been strengthened to High-Order Shape-Changing Technique S rank. The phrase had been strengthened to S rank. This next reinforcement was destined to directly empty out almost all of Shao Knight's family fortune. Continue strengthening. As expected, a prompt that made Shao Knight's eyes hurt like hell appeared. Is it possible to consume 1,100 points of fire seed value to strengthen the talent phrase high-grade shape-changing technique S grade? Shao Knight clenched his teeth and chose to confirm. Immediately, a wisp of fire gushed out from his body, like a burning hurricane in the room, and then dissipated into the air. Shao Knight's heart also welled up. Shao Knight's heart also surged a sense of emptiness if nothing else. This wave can be said to have emptied the family, directly strengthened all the way to the head, only to see a prompt emerge in front of his eyes. Consuming 1,100 points of fire value, the talent phrase high-order shape-changing technique S rank has been strengthened to Golden Cicada Shell Removal SS rank. Golden Cicada Shell Removal. Level, SS rank. Effects. Golden Cicada Shell Removal. The art of skillful creation. Without touching it, after a short spell guide, it can transform into the appearance of a target within its line of sight and inherit 100% of its full attributes and traits. Additional effect. The status is only interrupted when fatal damage is dealt, and can be removed at any time without any negative effects. Additional effect. The target of the change can be any species, including human professionals. Additional effect. The target of the change can be any species, including human professionals. Hiss. Looking at the introduction of this SS rank talent phrase, Golden Cicada Shell Removal, even Shao Knight himself couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Without the need for any contact, it can take on a shape and appearance, and can inherit 100% of the target's full attributes and traits, and the target can even be a human professional. The strategic significance of this skill is no less than mirror image. It is simply a must-have skill for stealing the sky and killing people. Moreover, directly inheriting 100% of the target's attributes and traits is enough to allow Shao Knight to transform into a Fei-Shi ghost and explore the depths of the Jade Quarry. He can explore the depths of the Jade Quarry. Chapter 98 Recasting. Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger. Early the next morning, Shao Knight got up early as usual and reintegrated his equipment. Suddenly a knock came from the door of his room. Unexpectedly, September from next door got up earlier than himself. Shao Knight opened the door of the room and he saw her smilingly reaching out and lifting up a backpack, handing it to Shao Knight, saying, "Here, Brother Stripes gave it to me, a high-level military storage bag. The capacity is a few times more than the broken backpack we both had before." Shao Knight was instantly surprised and reached out to take it, only to see that this army green backpack was indeed much thicker and heavier than his current backpack. The outside of the backpack was decorated with army green patterns, while the inside was lined with some spatial formations. There were a full 60 compartments. This thing must be worth a lot, knowing that the price of every extra compartment of the backpack could be much higher. How many dragon coins does this advanced marching pack cost? Shao Knight asked in a serious manner at once. But he saw September pat his shoulder and say, "It's fine. Brother Scar gave it to me, so just take it." That guy. I guess he'll have to go back to Uncle Chin for reimbursement. Shao Knight gently nodded, intending to turn around and personally go to Scar Bro himself to thank him. But nowadays, this advanced marching bag with a capacity of 60 compartments was indeed a great help to himself. With more compartments, one could bring more medicines with them, instead of depleting their supplies early and having to return to Blackwater City. Go! Let's go see if the equipment that weird old man gave us has been fixed yet. September walked ahead with light footsteps, saying. Shao Knight then followed, saying seriously, "Scar calls him Master Lon. Don't call him a weird old man." Okay. September, on the other hand, skimmed his lips and agreed with his mouth, but in his heart he obviously didn't listen. When the two of them returned to the ironworker's workshop in the middle of the alley along the same path as yesterday, only to see that the old man ironsmith was still bare-chested, holding a sledgehammer in his hand and waving it vigorously, not fearing the coolness of this early morning at all. "You guys are here?" When the old man ironworker saw Shao Knight and September, he temporarily put down the work in his hands and wiped his hands with the clothes he was wearing. Then he took down the weapons that Shao Knight and September had placed here yesterday from the rack next to him and handed them over. "The guys and gals have all been fixed. See how it looks?" September instantly took over the dagger she had and took a close look at it, only to see that the blade and the body of the knife had been repolished to be as sharp as ever, and at once he also nodded with joy and, "Master Lon has worked hard." Shao Yi took over his own king's sword and saw that some of the slightly worn areas had been repolished with a cold light. It was really a good craft. At this time, the old man ironworker took out Shao Knight's Tiger Fierce battle shield from a vat filled with oil. After carefully rinsing it with cold water, he wiped the residual oil on it with a clean linen cloth. Then he reached out and handed it to Shao Knight, grinning. "Late born. See if it's still smooth?" Shao Knight respectfully received the brand new Tiger Fierce battle shield with both hands, and when he put it in his hand, he felt that it was better than the previous one. When he entered his hand, he felt that it was much heavier and thicker than before. When he looked more closely, he saw that the entire Tiger Fierce battle shield had been recast and polished. The sharp edges around the shield had been melted into a circle of heavy lines. A metal skeleton was inlaid on the face of the shield. Although the entire shield had lost a few points of its original killing aura, it was heavy and heavy, just like a flood bell. Shao Knight held it in one hand and waved it in the air, making several blocking motions. He only felt that the shield was a lot heavier than before, but it was much smoother. It also fit Shao Knight's strength value, which had already soared by leaps and bounds. Equipped with this shield, it was like an unbreakable bell. It gave Shao Knight a sense of dominance that he could not be defeated by anyone. At this moment, the attributes of the improved Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand also surfaced in front of his eyes. Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger. Level 75. Grade. Brilliant Artifact. Power Requirement 450 points. Defense plus 2,800. Blocking Effect Extremely Strong Immunity. Blocking Effect Extremely Strong Immunity. Attributes Physique. Plus 150 strength. Plus 180 blood. Plus 3000. Additional effect. Immovable as mountain. Immunity to most damage after perfect blocking. Additional effect. Tiger's momentum. Each perfect block accumulates a layer of momentum, and when counterattacking, all the accumulated momentum will be consumed, resulting in a terrifying Jedi counterattack. With such a domineering attribute, Shao Knight was both shocked and excited to see it. Level 75 Radiant Artifact. Although the current Shao Knight's level is not enough to directly equip it to play 100% of its attributes, it is still enough to crush a large area. But it is also enough to crush a large number of gold weapons. This Lan Master is not simply re-polishing it for himself. It's simply giving himself a generous gift, a skeleton made of Xuanwu steel, and a shield brim inlaid with mountain-breaking stone. As the old man ironworker watched Shao Knight wield the shield with a tiger-like vigor, a hint of appreciation was revealed in his eyes as well, and he introduced his own work, saying, "A shield is a shield. What's the need for fancy blades for edges? Only the thickness of the cast is its true meaning." A smith's state of mind was different throughout his life, and the weapons and equipment he forged were similarly different. Especially those craftsmen with crowning skills tend to have a deeper and deeper understanding of weapons as the years of time accumulate. This Lan Master's recasting of the Tiger Fierce battle shield also contains his own life experience and precipitation of a lifetime of skill. Shao Knight even deeply felt the heart and soul contained in this shield. It had even exceeded the value that could be measured with money. "Thank you, Master Lan," Shao Yi respectfully said. "Grandmaster Lan is a unique craftsman, so feel free to set a price for this shield, no matter how much it is. My junior will definitely try his best to fulfill it." However, he saw this old ironworker grin and shook his head, saying, "Forget about the price. For me to be able to see what I forged when I was young again in this Blackwater city, it is also considered to be some kind of fate with you. Late born, take a message for me as a credit." Shao Knight immediately straightened his face and washed his ears as he said, "Please speak." Only to see this eccentric-tempered Master Lan, whose hair was already white, slowly raised his head and looked at the western sky that was not yet all lit up. In a somewhat despondent tone, he said, "Late born, if you have the opportunity to go to White Tiger City in the future, take a message for me and my clan. Just say that the unfilial descendant, Lan Qiuan, is still alive, and I hope that the ancestor will not miss him." Shao Knight was stunned at his words. Then he nodded fiercely, and, "The late generation will definitely bring the words." Lan Qiuan looked deeply at the young brat in front of him. Just like his state of mind last night when he recast this Tiger Fierce battle shield, he himself had drifted all his life, and in the end, he had lost his sharpness but had gained more heft. But this kid and his own is not the same, young but already dare to this Blackwater city to mix. The future is destined to be unlimited. Just like the shield on the re-carved a tiger on the mountain. Chapter 99, Exploring the Jade Mines Again. Terrifying Tiger Power Counterattack. Shao Knight, do you think that weird old man is really from that famous Smith family clan in White Tiger City? After leaving from the iron smithy, September also asked curiously, asking, "Master Lan."
Shao Ye emphasized seriously.
Fine, Master Lan. Master Lan. September's heart actually had more respect for this old blacksmith with gray hair. After all, not everyone has this exquisite skill to repair his dagger as good as new. If it wasn't true, how could he have asked me to bring such a sentence to the White Tiger City Smith family? Shao Knight nodded and said. In his heart, he also could not help but repeat that name, Lan Qiuan, once again. Although he did not know why the skillful Grandmaster Lan stayed away from White Tiger City and came to this Blackwater City where fish and dragons were mixed. But I'm sure there must be his own hardships. White Tiger City, along with Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu are the four main cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Both the size of the city-state and its strategic significance were far above the secondary city of Shangjing City. These four main cities are the true lifeblood of the Dragon Kingdom. The strength and number of professionals that were mixed up in the main cities was also far more than that of Shangjing City by dozens of times, and it was also the location of the headquarters of the four major guilds of the Dragon Kingdom. It was there that one could truly meet the top professionals of the Dragon Kingdom. For ordinary people, only professionals whose strength had reached the second turn or higher were qualified to travel to the four main cities. To fulfill Grandmaster Lan's wishes, he himself must likewise raise his level and strength as soon as possible. After getting their equipment and weapons, Xiao Knight and September also followed the same path as yesterday and explored the jade mines again. With the experience from the last time, the duo who had prepared double the medicines and supplies this time were even more confident. Shangguazi, let's at least charge another 10 levels today. The dagger in September's hand pulled the blade flower and said with a leap of joy, I have prepared a whole 20 sets of blood medicines today, so you'll be a human shield for a day. Xiao Knight blankly glanced at her in dismay. He was a force-sensitive output stream warrior who should have been a top roaming position, but could only be a turtle shell front row. There was no way around it. Who let September be a brittle and thin-blooded thief? At this moment, Xiao Knight's mind couldn't help but float to a silhouette Gu Shiyu, the Xian armor warrior. If only that girl who liked to wear heavy armor equipment was here. That girl who specialized in defense should not be any worse than Xiao Knight with her resistance to injuries. However, at this time in Shangjing City, she should also be fully preparing for the unveiling of the list conference in a month's time. Familiar abandoned highway. The jade mine is exactly the same as it was yesterday. And the several deep holes in the mine. Xiao Knight and his duo formed a formation one after the other, skillfully advancing towards the mine holes. Nowadays, Xiao Knight's level was only 59, but his strength had already reached the requirements for using the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger, and after equipping it, it was enough to utilize it. After equipping it, it was also enough to utilize 80% of its defense and attributes. Compared to before, Xiao Knight's defense had now reached a high of 3,588 points. His blood value had finally broken through the 10,000 mark, reaching nearly 12,000 points. Today's Xiao Knight was definitely not weak even when compared to a group of heavily armored front row professions. Feeling the heavier shield in his hand, Xiao Knight couldn't help but feel a steady sense of security in his heart as he continued to push forward. Not long after, the familiar sharp sound of sharp stone claws rubbing against the cave wall once again resounded in the mine. An emerald-colored figure came from the depths of the mine. Fiddlesticks, or should I say a swarm of fiddlesticks. Incoming! Xiao Knight immediately spoke in a deep voice, raising the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger in his hand and steadily blocking at the front, along with the first fiddlestick stone ghost pouncing on it. The shield in his hand immediately transmitted a sense of impact, but it was far too slight compared to yesterday. The additional effect, immovable as a mountain, was immediately activated, directly blocking off more than 90% of the damage. A double-digit damage just surfaced painlessly on Xiao Knight's body. The 59. This was the terrifying defense of a level 75 radiant artifact. At the same time, a prompt surfaced in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. A layer of tiger momentum has been accumulated. The next blocking counterattack will increase the damage and attack range by 10%. Tiger momentum could actually increase the attack range. Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but feel happy in his heart and said, "Open kill." With his right hand, he drew out his king's sword, but did not directly launch an attack. Instead, he concentrated on blocking with the shield in his left hand. Under the dim lighting of the illuminating insects, Xiao Knight kept adjusting the angle of his shield left and right precisely, striving for perfection in every block. Behind him, September had already begun her harvesting journey. The dagger in his hand instantly exploded with blood-colored light, hiding behind Xiao Knight and accurately stabbing at the weak point of a Fey body stone goblin. 3,199. 3,081. One by one, the bludgeoning weakness damage had increased quite a bit compared to yesterday. As the miserable screams of the Fey goblins echoed in the mine, a loud scuffling sound once again came from the depths of the mine, and there were more Fey goblins than yesterday. More Fey body goblins than yesterday came out densely. Xiao Knight didn't even need much deliberate blocking. The force of an impact on top of the shield came from the accumulated tiger power had instantly arrived at the 18th level. Xiao Knight saw the right time, and after another perfect block, the Junjun King sword in his right hand violently slashed forward. Block counterattack. Block counterattack. Instantly consuming all of the accumulated tiger momentum, only to see the Junjun authorized King sword in his hand violently glowing with a huge shadow. It slashed forward with an unstoppable force. A tiger's roar echoed in the narrow mine cave. As the huge shadow slashed down, a Fey stone goblin was instantly turned into rubble and ashes. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. One by one, the damage numbers surfaced in front of their eyes, and the strike that had accumulated 18 layers of the tiger's power. directly killing all of the dozen or so Fey body stone ghosts within the range of the attack that had a blood quantity of no more than 5,000. The damage had even overflowed. Shangguazi, what kind of damage are you doing? It wasn't just September beside him who had already looked dumbfounded. Even Xiao Knight himself was a bit dumbfounded. Such a terrifying piece of range damage had actually been dealt by himself. This tiger power was truly a killer weapon to counterattack in a desperate situation. A stream of experience emerged from the corpse of the Fei Sure Stone Ghost and converged on Xiao Knight and September. Xiao Knight's level also finally broke through level 60. Chapter 100 Deep in the Mines. Strange Jadeization Phenomenon. Xiao Knight's duo's immovable formation was in the middle of the mine, not retreating but advancing. With Tiger Power, a large range counter move with explosive damage, the duo's output efficiency was another tier higher than yesterday. In less than an hour, the corpses of Fey body stone ghosts piled up under their feet seemed to have already caught up with yesterday's battle results. The duo's levels, on the other hand, had once again risen 2 levels in a row. Xiao Yi clearly felt that after reaching level 60, the experience required for each level up was too much higher than before. The experience of these several hundred Fey body stone ghosts had already allowed them to level up 6 or 7 levels yesterday, but today they had only leveled up 2 levels. Without realizing it, the sharp and ear-piercing sound of sharp stones grinding on the cave walls in the mine gradually became much lighter. As the Fey body stone goblins in front of them became thinner and thinner, the two of them realized that the densely packed Fey body stone statue ghosts were actually killed by them. As the dagger in September's hand ruthlessly nailed the last noisy Fey Sure ghost, the entire mine finally quieted down. All of the Fey Sure goblins were reduced to corpses. That's it. September also had some disbelief and looked up at Xiao Knight and asked, "How many levels are you?" Xiao Knight glanced at his attribute panel. His level had just reached level 65 over half of his experience, and replied, "I'm level 65. September nodded at once and said, "Me too. I thought I would be able to level up to 70 today. Why did I just finish killing these Fey body stone ghosts?" September looked into the depths of the mine with some reluctance. While looking into the depths of the mine, a wry smile appeared on his face, and he came over to Xiao Knight's ear and said, "Shangguazi, do we want to go to the depths of the mine to have a look?" Xiao Knight was stunned. This was to his liking. He had consumed more than 1,000 points of spark value yesterday to strengthen his golden cicada shell removal, in order to be able to go down to the depths of the mines to find out what was going on. Only he didn't expect this September to go as well. Xiao Knight immediately frowned and said, "Didn't Flower Face explain that we shouldn't go deeper into the mine? Have you forgotten about those workers who contracted bad diseases? It's highly likely that there's weird radiation inside the depths of this mine, and even professionals may not be unaffected." However, he saw September narrow her eyes and smiled provocatively and said, "What? You're scared?" Xiao Knight skimmed his mouth and said frankly, "I do have a skill that should be immune to the effects of the depths of this mine. But what about you? If you go down there rashly, you might get killed." However, he saw September's eyebrows raise in a smile and said, "He, looking down on who? Shangguazi, show me." Only to see September's pair of pupils suddenly turn blood red. Immediately after that, the neck that was exposed outside of the outfit also suddenly turned into a weird white color, with veins and veins inside clearly defined, just like a dead undead. The corner of September's mouth hooked and laughed. This skill is called Undead Body. It is the exclusive talent skill of this lady's profession. After opening it, it can immunize most of the abnormal statuses for living beings. Xiao Knight narrowed his eyes and looked her up and down carefully, and his heart was secretly surprised for a while. He had to admit that he had underestimated September's S-rank profession, Undead Thief. The gold content of an S-rank profession was still not to be underestimated, and the strength of some of the unique talent words was definitely not bad. Undead Body. As the name implies, the body is like an undead, so naturally, it can immunize some of the abnormal states of living beings, and naturally, the radiation in the mine is the same. "Okay, then let's explore deeper into the mine." Xiao Yi nodded his head at once and said in a deep voice. His original plan was to have September as a receiver outside the mine, and he would go in alone to explore the depths of the mine. Now that there was an additional S-ranked companion like September by his side to take care of each other, it was also definitely a good thing. September's eyes also revealed a desire to explore. Just like what Red Sanyang had said, In terms of boldness, September was actually very similar to Xiao Knight. The two of them used the weapons in their hands to clear a path amongst the corpses of the Feisher ghosts that were spreading all over the place. They went deeper into the mine. So far, Xiao Knight hadn't sensed anything strange. However, the deeper he walked into the mine, the more he felt a bone-chilling chill. Ultrasonic claiming enemy darkly opened. The complex terrain of the mine ahead also appeared in Xiao Knight's mind. Suddenly, September, who was walking in front of him, turned his head strangely to look at Xiao Knight and asked, somewhat blankly, Shangguazi, did you feel a fluctuation? It's reverberating back and forth in the middle of this mine. Xiao Yi froze, and before he could speak, but he saw that September had already twisted her head once again and said to herself, strange. How come it seems to be gone again? Xiao Knight's heart was secretly surprised. This S-rank ultrasonic claiming enemy of his own in front of September, who was also an S-rank profession, would actually be detected by her. It should be because her five senses had also become sharper after opening her undead body. It seemed that every S-rank profession had their own unique natural skills and could not be underestimated in any way. And it was time for his own proud S-rank probing skill, ultrasonic enemy solicitation, to be advanced once again. Judging from yesterday's strengthening process. From yesterday's strengthening process, an S-rank talent phrase would consume at least 1,000 points of spark value to strengthen it to SS rank. However, when he killed that Fey body goblin today, he had also harvested a large wave of fire seed value no less than what he had harvested yesterday. When the time came, he could use it on this ultrasonic enemy claim. I wonder what kind of surprises this ultrasonic enemy solicitation would bring to me if I strengthened it to SS rank? In the middle of thinking, however, the originally narrow mine cave in front of them gradually opened up, and a wide underground space suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Ha! September, who was walking in front, immediately let out an astonished exclamation of surprise, and Xiao Knight, who had opened his delusion-breaking pupils at the back, could see it just as clearly, only to see that this huge underground space, which was originally supposed to be a transit station in this mine, was dotted with many abandoned buildings. There are a lot of abandoned railroad cars and a rusty giant elevator. After hundreds of years, these mechanical facilities had long since lost their effectiveness. But here's the weird thing. However, strangely enough, on top of these mechanical devices that were originally made of steel casting, the dim light of the lighting bugs reflected a piece of emerald-colored light. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but walk up to observe carefully, only to see that these steel frames had actually been jadeized. What exactly is it? Even steel can be alienated into this appearance? Xiao Yixing couldn't help but frown at among the inch-by-inch rust in front of his eyes. All of that steel had turned into emerald green jade-colored or mixing with the rust as one. And at this moment, September on the other side suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, Xiao Knight, look! There's a person there. No, it should be a corpse. Chapter 101 Miner's Notes. Strange Disease.
Christeleistmann.
Xiao Knight followed September's gaze and saw that right there in the rusty giant elevator operation room, a vaguely humanoid corpse was revealing half of its body. September was also bold, and in 3 or 2 steps, she directly climbed up, gently fiddled with that corpse with the dagger in her hand, and called out in alarm, saying, Shangguazi, come look! This seems to be a staff member who was once in the middle of this mine. Xiao Knight instantly walked over in a hurry, only to see a set of standardized clothes hanging above this corpse that was already about to rot, and for a moment, he could identify that it should be work clothes. However, underneath the overalls, the person's corpse was extremely strange. According to this jade mine closed for hundreds of years, in the depths of the mine the body should have already decayed into white bones but there is still the appearance of a human being. September used the dagger in his hand to gently pick the arm of the corpse, but the skin that had already dried up immediately fell off inch by inch, revealing the white bones and dry meat inside. Under the dim light there was a fey-colored jade light. The rotten flesh and white bones under the epidermis had actually been jadeized. Ah! September couldn't help but let out a cry of shock as the two of them glanced at each other, and a hint of shock appeared in each other's eyes. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and uttered a sentence that creeped September out even more. This person, it seems like he committed suicide. What did you say? September was startled at his words. Xiao Knight gently picked apart the rotting clothes covering that corpse with the King of Kings' authorization sword in his hand, only to see a lurid wound faintly visible above that person's abdomen. Not only the abdomen, the chest, the lungs, even the kidneys, just the legs and neck have several open wounds. And right next to this corpse, a decayed dagger was also found, which had likewise been jadeized. Xiao Knight was filled with horror as he looked at it, and September was also filled with fear as she muttered. Just how much pain did this person suffer during his lifetime before he would use such a means to pierce every part of his body to end his life? In fact, both of them also had a hint of a hidden answer in their hearts. Xiao Knight raised the Junjun authorized king sword in his hand and gently slashed through the half-jade decayed flesh on the corpse's chest, only to see that the chest cavity had long been covered with a sharp fey-colored crystal, as if 10,000 needles pierced through the heart. September immediately turned his face away. Such a miserable state of death. Just by looking at it, one's scalp would be numb. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, suddenly found a notebook with a corner exposed underneath the man's corpse and,
I'm offended.
Xiao Knight said softly to the corpse and reached out and pulled out the notebook, only to see that the paper had long since yellowed and broken, and the handwriting inside had become blurred with the wear and tear of the years. Xiao Knight carefully turned it over, only to see that the content on the notebook was not much. Most of it was some work logs. Only the latest few pages had scribbled and alarming handwriting on them. Someone started coughing up blood again yesterday. It's gone. Everyone has fled. Everyone is afraid of catching this strange disease. But I can't leave yet. Damn the company. Shuiyang, he also got that weird disease. I saw him with my own eyes last night. So scary. Why doesn't the protective suit work? The handwriting became more and more scribbled, and the last page of the notebook only left one line that read, "Help! I don't want to become a monster." Xiao Knight had mixed feelings in his heart for a while. According to the man with the wrapped face, it was several hundred years ago when this jade mine went wrong. That time was also at the beginning of the Occupation Great Awakening era, and many strange things that humans simply couldn't understand or explain suddenly happened all over the world. Replicas, monsters, and pollution began to appear one after another. For humans, it was a time of disaster. The first batch of awakened professionals were few and far between, and ordinary human beings were unarmed in front of all sorts of weirdness, and the number of human beings who died in that era was more than any other period of time. This jade mine was a living example, but today, it was time for the mystery here to be solved. Xiao Knight re-equipped his left hand with the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger. The monster described in this notebook made Xiao Knight very concerned. The owner who left these notes personally ended his own life with a dagger before being reduced to this miserable corpse in front of him. But what if he hadn't killed himself in the first place? What kind of monster would he have become? September. Be more careful on the road ahead. Xiao Knight immediately opened his mouth and reminded. September was also stunned for a moment. But right at this moment, only a sound of sharp stones rubbing against the cave wall could be heard from the depths of the mine ahead. But it was not noisy. It seemed heavy and slow. Fiddlesticks. September immediately blurted out with alarm. Xiao Knight shook his head. Ultrasonic enemy detection had already given feedback that there was only one enemy in the depths of the mine ahead. Unlike the sensitive Fey bodystone ghosts that could fly low in the air, that thing moved extremely slowly. I'm afraid it's either an elite monster. It's a boss. High pollution level bosses were definitely not that easy to deal with. Old formation. Xiao Knight whispered and raised his shield in front of September. Luckily, this was not the narrow mine cave, but a relatively wide underground platform, so there was also some space to pull. The slow scuffling sound is getting closer and closer. A huge figure gradually appeared in the platform, only to see that it was a tall and strange humanoid monster. Both hands and feet are elongated as if apes and monkeys, a full 3 meters high, and what made Xiao Knight's nerves tense up even more was, this humanoid monster's body was wrapped in an extremely thick layer of fey-colored crystals. It was like armor with spikes. Xiao Knight's paranoia breaking pupil directly opened, and a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Fey color crystallized man. Level 70 high pollution level quasi-boss.
Phrase. Crystallized skin, pollution corpse spot, gravel storm.
This should be the monster that the owner of that note was talking about. The end of the contaminated jade turned into such a horrible appearance. Xiao Knight's eyes flinched as he raised his shield in front of his body. The face of that huge crystallized man was likewise wrapped in a thick layer of crystallization. There were no eyes or features at all, and the faceless giant face looked more and more bizarre. Suddenly, it realized the existence of Xiao Knight and September in some unknown way. He violently rushed towards Xiao Knight and September, his ape-like running posture causing his heartbeat to stutter.
Boom!
The tiger stripe battle shield in Xiao Knight's hand, who was watching carefully, accurately met it, and, in an instant, he felt a huge force penetrate his body, and his entire body was shaken backward. The whole body was shaken backward. Even though he had successfully blocked it, he was still dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage. This crystallized man was worthy of being a high-pollution level quasi-boss. However, at the same time, Xiao Knight had already accumulated a layer of tiger power. Without thinking, he directly launched a block counterattack. Xiao Knight wanted to see just how much weight this crystallized man had. The king's sword in his right hand, with a layer of tiger momentum, directly slashed down on his face. The blade of the sword slashed at the crystallized person's skin, but it made a crunching sound. A damage figure that made Xiao Knight's eyes widen suddenly burst out. 77. 77. How is this possible? Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but be shocked. With his current attack power of nearly 2,000 points, and then stacked with a layer of Tiger Potential's bonus, how could he have only dealt a double-digit damage? At the same time, behind him, the figure of September also suddenly swept out. The dagger in his hand with a blood-colored glow ruthlessly stabbed at the crystallized man's chest. A damage figure burst out, too. 65. What? September instantly also stared wide-eyed. Chapter 102 Weird Crystalline Layer. Xiao Knight couldn't suppress the fire. Not. What's going on here? September's entire being was confused. This was because according to the damage numbers, the strike he had just made had also dealt a bludgeoning blow. A bludgeon only hit a mere 65 points of damage? The two boasted that they were among the best of the awakened in the same session, whether it was equipment or their own professional strength. Not to say that they were far ahead of the top is definitely the top of the class. However, one person came up with a knife, but the damage has not been able to exceed 100. At this time, that Fey-color crystalline people's counterattack also came extremely fast. A pair of long and slender arms with crystalline spikes like apes and monkeys fiercely hugged towards September. It was fortunate that September reacted extremely quickly, dodging narrowly and narrowly to avoid it. Watch out! Xiao Knight held the tiger stripe battle shield and blocked in front of her again. In his eyes, however, he could already see a hint of clues. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for both of them to only deal double-digit damage. I'm afraid that it was because of the effect of the talent phrase, crystalline skin, that came with that Fey-colored crystalline man. Xiao Knight opened his paranoia-breaking pupil and looked again. He saw that the thick layer of Fey-colored crystals on the crystallized man's body was like an innate protective layer that wrapped the entire body tightly, not even revealing a single weakness. A line of prompts also floated directly in front of his eyes. The target is in a crystallized state, and its defense has increased substantially. Just how high is this guy's defense power? Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but frown and forbid his eyebrows. At this time, the blood stripe on that Fey-color crystallized person's body was also revealed, only to see that its total blood quantity wasn't high, only more than 20,000. However, the damage dealt by Xiao Knight and September's two knives just now was just like a drizzle, and there was no visible decrease in the blood bar. At this time, the Fey-color crystalline man once again threw up his long arms like an ape and grabbed towards Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight raised the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand, and once again accurately blocked it. He took advantage of the tremendous force and took a step backward, while the king's sword in his hand surged forward. Xiao Knight disbelievingly directly struck a swift thunder burst. The sovereign Grant King's sword viciously stabbed at the chest of that Fey crystalline man, only to see a painless number burst out once again. 105. 105. Good guy. Even Thunderbolt Strike only managed to deal 100 damage. This time, Xiao Knight was completely convinced, while deftly retreating a few steps back, while drinking a bottle of blood medicine poured in his mouth. The good thing was that this Fey-color crystalline man's attack moves were fierce, but his speed wasn't fast. September, who was an agility profession, could easily dodge it by walking away from it. The tiger stripe battle shield in Xiao Knight's hand could also block a large amount of damage after it was recast and strengthened. September made a dexterous dodge and circled around to the back of the crystallized man. The dagger in his hand danced out again with great force, and a few damage numbers exploded. Several damage numbers burst out. 44. 51. 47. Mom, yeah. Playing out the damage, September herself simply didn't have the eyes to see, and couldn't help but mutter that. How can I hit this? This is not a pure iron bastard. In fact, this fey crystalline man's blood bar wasn't exactly thick, but its defense was ridiculously high. Shao Knight was also holding back a burst of fire that he couldn't suppress. In the middle of this underground platform that was not narrow but definitely not wide either, the two of them surrounded this fey color crystallized man one by one, constantly dodging that ape-like bizarre attack. Although they hadn't encountered any fatal crises for the time being, it wasn't a problem to go on like this. The damage of the two's ordinary attacks simply couldn't exceed 100. It was like scraping the bottom of the barrel. Although 20,000 blood bars does not sound like much, at this time it is simply like a moat. Shao Knight bullied his way forward, and the king's sword in his hand suddenly wrapped around a trace of strange flames and ruthlessly slashed at the body of this fey crystalline man. Tarsus poisonous flame. Tarsal poisonous flame. However, an expected prompt appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. The target is immune. The effect of tarsal poison flame has failed to attach. As expected, even his own bone Tarsus poisoning inflammation didn't work. This fey color crystalline person has long been not a living creature. The fey stone crystals are not afraid of fire. It is simply fire poison does not invade. This kind of thick armor monster like the Iron Bastard often needed a blunt weapon such as a giant hammer in order to deal better damage. However, Shao Knight and September are both blade weapons, which were just restrained by the thick layer of crystals. Blunt weapon? Shao Knight suddenly had an idea, and shouted to September from afar. Hey, you retreat farther first. September was still a bit puzzled, but hurriedly withdrew to the corner of the platform, muttering, Shangguazi, what's your move again? However, he only saw Shao Knight's gaze locked onto the fey-colored crystalline person. Suddenly, Shao Knight's own body was flooded with a layer of light golden light, and his entire figure suddenly changed by inches, his arms and legs gradually lengthening and growing longer. His arms and legs gradually lengthened, and a thick layer of fey-colored crystals grew out. It was the new phrase that Shao Knight had spent more than 1,000 points of fire seed value to gamble on golden cicada shelling. Since he didn't have a blunt weapon in his hand, he would become a blunt weapon himself. After all, was there a better blunt weapon than this fey-colored crystallized human body? A line of prompts suddenly appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Has transformed into a fey crystalline man. Due to his level being lower than the target, the inherited attribute effect is 83%. Inherited blood, 18,721. Inherited defense, 12889. Inherited attack power, 2,791. Inherited agility, 230. Inheritance. A strange sensation came over his body. Shao Knight only felt that his perspective had also suddenly become higher, and when he looked down, he saw that his hands and feet had also become as slender as that crystallized person, and were wrapped in a thick layer of fey-colored crystals. Looking at his defense attribute, it had reached nearly 13,000. This was only 83% of the attribute effect, which meant that the actual defense of the fey crystalline man had already reached 15,000 tons. It's far beyond the current stage of monsters. No wonder it couldn't break its defense at all. Unbeknownst to him, this scene fell in the eyes of the nearby September, but it was incredibly bizarre and numbing. Ah! September's immediately let out a sharp shriek, reaching out to point at Shao Knight and stuttering, saying, Shao Knight, you! How did you also turn into that thing? Are you infected with a disease? Then I only saw that September hurriedly looked down at her body and said with a sobbing voice, It's over. Oh! I'm going to turn into this ghostly appearance too. At this moment, an even more bizarre scene appeared. One could only see that the fey-colored crystalline man that Shao Knight had turned into suddenly raised an arm and waved it at September. His intention was to remind September that he hadn't mutated, but due to the fact that Shao Knight's entire face was also wrapped in thick fey-colored crystals at this time, he couldn't speak at all. However, this situation was even more terrifying in September's eyes. September froze for a moment. Then she suddenly let out a loud cry and turned her head and ran towards the outside of the mine. While running, she cried, Wow! Shao Knight, you become a ghost. Don't come to me. Shao Knight. Chapter 103 Fist for Fist. The way to break the crystallized layer. Shao Knight couldn't care less about that September. The fey-colored crystalline person in front of him had once again charged over towards Mang himself without a care in the world. At this time, Xiao Knight's entire face was covered with a thick layer of fey color crystals, and he could only see a rough shadow in front of his eyes, which should be the perspective of that fey color crystallized person, only to see an ape-like silhouette with long limbs pouncing towards him like the wind. Xiao Knight instinctively wanted to dodge, but suddenly realized that his entire body was heavy from being filled with cement, and even jumping a step backward was quite slow. It was too late. Xiao Knight directly swung his equally slender crystallized arm and ruthlessly slammed it towards the fey-colored crystallized person that lunged over to him. The bodies that were both equally covered in fey-colored crystals collided with each other, immediately smashing a burst of fey-colored powder, forming a smoke in the air. However, this time, Xiao Knight was not knocked back by the move, but rather, he and the fey-colored crystalline person were shocked and stumbled backward for a while. Despite only having 83% of his opponent's attributes, at this point, Xiao Knight already had the capital to trade punches with it. In a flash, two damage numbers burst out on each other's bodies at the same time. 591, 591, 481, 481, 481. Sure enough, they dealt effective damage. Even the damage number that Xiao Knight had exploded on that fey-color crystalline man was instead the higher one. That was because it was its face that was hit by Xiao Knight's swing, while the one that was bruised was its own bladder. By returning blood for blood, he might not have no chance of killing it. Xiao Xiao was instantly energized. He re-established his steps with one arm in front of his chest. The other hand in the back of the force, stepping forward is a swinging fist. It slammed straight into the crystallized man's face. 891. The heavy punch caused the fey-color crystalline person to go backward, seemingly confused by the punch. However, it then let out a strange cry from somewhere in its body, and like a violent rage, it pounced towards Xiao Knight again. However, in this short period of a few moves, Xiao Knight had gradually familiarized himself with this heavy but incomparably sturdy body, although his entire body's attributes were only 83% of his opponent's. However, Xiao Knight's fighting skills had been refined in the holographic simulation class, and he had been the number 1 on the heavenly ranking for 3 years at the number 1 middle school. That fey-color crystalline person once again hugged towards Xiao Knight like an ape. However, Xiao Knight directly dodged it with a low head, and then hammered it in the face again with a vicious uppercut from the top down. The hammer caused it to fall backward on its back. At the same time, a piece of fey-color debris was smashed off the fey-color crystallized person's face. Out of nowhere, Xiao Yi suddenly saw that its face, which was covered in fey-colored crystals, seemed to be missing a piece from the hammering, revealing the flesh inside. This was precisely because Xiao Knight had thrown 3 punches in succession, all of which had hit its face. The crystallized layer could be broken. Such a thought snapped into Xiao Knight's mind, provided that he used high enough damage to instill the same point. In order to corroborate his suspicions, Xiao Knight directly ventured forward to chase after the jadeite-colored crystalline man and ruthlessly slammed into the gaping hole in his face. With the feedback of a solid punch to the flesh, a huge number instantly soared out. 3,211. As expected, Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but roar out in excitement. Yet in that mouth wrapped in fey-colored crystals could only let out a whimpering strange sound. As long as the surface layer of crystals was broken, the defense of the fey-sure crystalline man would immediately drop drastically. However, before Xiao Knight had a chance to get excited, he clearly saw that the crystalline layer that was originally missing from the fey-Tian crystalline man's face was growing fuller at an extremely fast speed that could be seen by the naked eye. What? The crystallized layer could actually recover on its own? Xiao Knight instantly became anxious and surged forward, wanting to take advantage of its illness. However, the extremely slow and heavy movements of his body required several seconds to even swing a punch. If only September was still here, with her S-rank undead thief's agility and explosive output, would have been enough to directly kill it before the crystallized layer grew. At this moment, a blood-red blade suddenly came from behind Xiao Knight, and violently chopped through the gap in the face of the fey crystalline man that hadn't had time to grow back. Then, like a swallow returning, it flew back behind Xiao Knight. A large damage number immediately exploded on the fey-color crystalline man's face. 3,871. 3,871. Xiao Knight immediately turned his head to look. However, he saw that September had actually gone and returned. A pair of eyes were still glaring at Xiao Knight with vigilance, and there was still some redness in his eyes as he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Hey, If you're Xiao Knight, nod your head. Xiao Knight instantly nodded his head hastily. However, the hard crystallized layer covering his neck actually caused him to not be able to lower his neck. Xiao Knight simply bent down directly and gave you a bow. All right, got it. September instantly said somewhat breathlessly, although there was still some incredulity and vigilance on his face. Xiao Knight, however, hastily stretched out a hand and pointed at the crystalline layer that was rapidly growing closed on the face of that fey-colored crystalline person. September instantly understood what he meant, and with a chilly face, the dagger in her hand once again blossomed with a burst of blood-colored light, spun around, and was held in her hand in reverse. Then her figure flashed, like a blood-red residual shadow. She suddenly swept towards that fey-colored crystalline person. This was the first time Xiao Knight had seen September in full fire, only to see her stride with dexterity and swiftness. She violently stepped on the ground and leaped up like a cheetah hunting. The dagger held in her hand accurately stabbed at the fey-color crystallized person's face. 3,681. And that's not all. September, who had fallen from the air, stabbed the fey-colored crystalline man in the chest with the dagger in her hand, and with a borrowed force, her body spun out once again. Several blood-red rays of light in succession bloomed like a lotus flower on the fey-colored crystalline person's face. 3,191. 2,985. 3,381. In an instant, the 3 explosive damage levels cleared out the fey-crystallized man's bloodstain. This was the explosion of the S-rank thief profession. As the heavy corpse of the fey-crystallized man slammed onto the ground, it, raising a cloud of debris, September also lightly landed on the ground and, turning around to look back, Xiao Knight raised his stiff arm to give her a thumbs up. Chapter 104 Can Opening Duo. Maniacally killing crystallized people. As Xiao Knight lifted the golden cicada shell removal state on his own, the thick fey-colored crystalline layer all over his body peeled off layer by layer and dissipated into the air, and the original ape-like long and slender limbs also changed back to normal. Looking at this bizarre scene, next to September, a hint of vigilance appeared on his face once again, saying, Hey, Shangguazi, what the hell is going on with you? Why did you change into a crystallized person for a while, and then a human for a while? Xiao Knight moved his stiff facial muscles before opening his mouth and explaining that. This is one of my skills that can briefly change into the appearance of a monster. September was silent for a moment and said, Similar to what high-grade shape-changing technique does? Xiao Knight nodded and said, Pretty much. Then September suddenly stormed up and violently punched Xiao Knight's back waist, gritting her teeth and saying, Then why didn't you say it earlier? Harmed me. Xiao Knight instantly said, somewhat helplessly altogether. I originally wanted to say it to you after I transformed, but I didn't think that after I transformed, my face was also wrapped in a thick layer of crystallization, so I couldn't say anything. This wave was indeed Xiao Knight's own pot. September instantly hated her teeth. Her own party had simply made a fool of herself. Looking at September's reddened eyes, which seemed to have traces of crying, Xiao Knight was also a little guilty and curious as he asked, Then how did you figure it out outside? The corner of September's face suddenly twitched and said, What I thought was that even if I run away, I still have to come back to collect your corpse, take a little piece of clothing or something, and go back to at least set up a grave for you. Xiao Knight was silent for a moment and said, I can't thank you enough. You're welcome. At this moment, on the corpse of the fallen fey-colored crystalline human in the distance, that thick layer of crystalline layer also suddenly and gradually began to peel off, revealing a somewhat dried-up human form. On top of the human body, there was also a set of overalls that looked exactly like the corpse from before. As expected, these fey-color crystallized people and the corpse that left behind the notes were all once workers in the jade mine. From this point of view, I'm afraid that if we continue to explore deeper into the mine, we should still encounter quite a few more fey-color crystallized people. However, at this moment, 2 white experience rays also gushed out from the corpse of that crystallized person and converged on Xiao Knight and September's bodies. The experience bars of the 2 immediately grew by a large amount that was visible to the naked eye. September, who had made up the last cut, even had a flash on her body and directly rose a level and, Hey, I've upgraded. September, who was still indignant with resentment just now, the corners of his mouth also turned from sadness to joy at this moment, joyfully saying, The experience given by this Fey-color crystalline human being is surprisingly so rich? Xiao Knight was also astonished in his heart. His original experience bar of only over half of level 65 had directly risen by a full 1/3. According to this efficiency, he would be able to level up 1 level for every 3 Fey-color crystalline people he killed, worthy of being a level 70 high pollution level quasi-boss. Further into the depths of the mine, there should be quite a few more of the same Fey-color crystallized people. As long as we use high enough damage to infuse the same place, we'll be able to temporarily break through the thick crystalline layer on its body. Xiao Knight's eyes instantly lit up as he explained to September that, as long as we break that crystalline layer, the defense inside will be greatly reduced, and the two of us teaming up can even directly kill it in seconds. Upon hearing this, September's pair of somewhat reddened eyes suddenly also re-brightened. In fact, when she struck out just now, she had also vaguely understood this, and instantly and eagerly asked, "How do you instill damage? How did you just break it?" Blade-type weapons did not have a high destructive power against the crystalline layer, something that the duo had already tried long ago. Xiao Knight recalled that he had just smashed it open with the fist that was also covered in crystallized layers in a raw manner. So he mused and said, "When I transformed into a crystallized man, I had the same layer of crystallized skin, so I can break it by exchanging my fist for a fist. The cooldown time for me to transform once is half an hour, but as long as I don't get fatally injured, the transformation can last forever." September instantly understood what he meant, and said with a light shining within her eyes that, "I see. Don't worry. Shangguazi, with me here, you can't die." The two exchanged a silent look. They understood each other's meaning. As long as Xiao Knight transformed into a crystallized man and destroyed the crystalline layer of that Fey crystallized man, September could use her explosive output means to directly kill it in seconds. And if Xiao Knight didn't receive any fatal injuries, he could maintain the state of the crystallized man all the time. In this way, as long as he didn't encounter the crystallized man that appeared in groups, he could keep replicating this one routine and harvest that huge amount of experience from the crystallized man. After half an hour of rest and recuperation, the two of them were ready to go. Golden cicada shell removal had finished cooling down. Xiao Knight directly turned into that strange man with long limbs covered in crystallized layers again. This time, September, who had witnessed the entire scene, was curiously watching from the side while propping her face up with her hands, seemingly judging something, and if anything, she said to Xiao Knight, "Come, turn around and show me. See if the backside is also the same as the crystallized man." Xiao Knight thoughtlessly turned in a circle, but didn't want to make that September guffaw. And scolded. He. Really ugly. Xiao Knight." The two continued to explore the depths of the mine. After leaving this underground platform, they once again entered the narrow mine cave. It wasn't long before a heavy and slow sound of footsteps could be heard once again. September, with a dexterous step, first went to investigate. Not long after, he turned back with a happy face and gestured to Xiao Knight, saying, "Just one crystallized person. Let's kill." Xiao Knight immediately took a direct stance, moved his stiff body, and then with a violent and heavy jog, that Fey-colored crystalline man from the depths of the mine only just showed his head, and it was then smashed in the face by a fist of a kindred spirit that looked exactly like itself. The same body wrapped in a thick layer of crystals collided, and a burst of Fey-colored debris was immediately sent out. Without waiting for the Fey-colored crystalline person to react, Xiao Knight stepped forward and threw another punch. This heavy body had already been gradually adapted to by him, and 3 consecutive punches, all of which hit the Fey-colored crystalline person's face. With a burst of Fey-colored shattered smoke exploding in the air, the Fey-colored crystalline man's face exploded. That Fey-colored crystalline man's face was once again chiseled open. Xiao Knight tacitly moved his body to the side and, a figure with a blood-colored glow immediately flashed behind him, and the dagger in September's hand wreaked havoc on the crystalline man's face like a lotus flower of death. Several high-damage bursts followed one after another. The Fey-colored crystallized man collapsed with a loud bang. Only the sound of heavy stones colliding and the roar of bodies hitting the ground could be heard echoing through the mine. A similar scene was staged in the depths of the mine. I don't remember how many Fey crystallized people the two of them had killed with this can-opener method, but the two of them went forward to explore and guide the monsters again. September, who once again went forward to explore and lead the monsters, suddenly froze at the mine in front of her, as if she had seen something that shocked her. "Oh!" Xiao Knight wanted to open her mouth to ask what was going on, but she was so wrapped up in the crystalline layer of her face that she couldn't speak at all, so she could only step forward slowly with her heavy body to take a look at it. And, just a glance, Xiao Knight could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, only to see the front of the mine through a huge enough to have a few thousand meters wide underground pit. And in that underground pit, hundreds and thousands of Fei Jing people were surrounding the center of the pit, in a kneeling position, motionless. Chapter 105 High-Order Crystalline Believer. Booby Trap Plan. Such a bizarre scene was a sight to behold, and the duo's hearts fluttered. So many Fey-color crystallized people. September Love couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva and lowered his voice to Xiao Knight, saying, "Shangguazi, why don't we withdraw?" Sanyang said, "If you can't beat them, run, there's no shame." It wasn't as if the idea of walking away was not floating in Xiao Knight's mind. After all, the duo's open the Ken routine was fine against a single Fey-color crystallized man alone. If it was against multiple crystallized people at the same time, and they failed to break through their crystalline layer in the first place, it would be troublesome. Not to mention the fact that there were hundreds or thousands of Fey crystallized people in this huge underground cave in front of them. Moreover, the two of them came all the way along the mine cave and had already killed more than 24 Fey-color crystallized people, and Xiao Knight's level had already risen to level 71, so this wave of Jade Mine trip was already considered to be quite rewarding. Wait a minute! Xiao Knight, who had lifted the golden cicada shell state, however, suddenly whispered, "These Fey-colored crystalline people seem to be sleeping?" With his paradox-breaking pupil opened, his eyesight was several times higher than September's, and he was able to see clearly even in the middle of this dark mine. He only saw that the circle of Fey-colored crystalline people kneeling around the center were all as motionless as stone statues, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. What exactly are they doing? At the center, what exactly were the thousands of Fey-colored crystalline people kneeling and worshipping? Because the distance was too far away, even Xiao Knight, who had opened his delusion-breaking pupil, could only see a dark blur in the center. Slumber. September instantly pursed her lips, and with a twinkle in her eye said, "What you mean is that we can lure these sleeping crystallized people over and kill them one by one?" Xiao Knight didn't nod his head but didn't shake it either. This idea was just too risky. Who could guarantee that only one crystallized man would be awakened at a time? Although it was true that these crystallized people who were gathered around each other still had a not-so-close distance between them. In case a stone stirred up 1,000 birds, and these hundreds of crystallized people were all awakened, then it would be a disaster. But if the plan works, this number of nearly 1,000 crystallized people would be walking experience packs. If you killed them all, you would be able to directly rise to level 80 or even 90. September's eyes with a touch of red were gradually flickering. Obviously, she couldn't let go of the high amount of experience of these Fey-colored crystallized people. "Want to give it a try?" September said with a leap of faith in her voice. "I'll sneak over, steal a knife from behind and run. There shouldn't be too much commotion." The thief profession, by nature, was a connoisseur of opening monsters. Xiao Knight instantly glanced back at the mine that the duo had come from, and all those wandering crystallized people along the way had already been cleared out by the duo. Once they failed to attract monsters in September, the duo could also directly retreat the same way. Instead, the narrow mine was easier to get out of, and even if those Fey-colored crystallized people were numerous, they would still crowd together and trip over each other like those stone ghosts from earlier. It was worth a try. Feasible. Xiao Knight said in a low voice all of a sudden, resupplied his state and, returning to the previous mine to find a corner where it was easier to perform, he said to September that, "Be careful one by one. Try to see if it works first." September instantly also carefully and directly opened the sneak, disappearing into the air with a blood-colored figure. Xiao Knight nervously looked ahead into the pit trap, only to see that very soon, a light with a blood-colored glow suddenly appeared from the air and stabbed behind the outermost and closest Fey-colored crystalline person. 19. A very low-damage figure burst out. Obviously September also left his hand, only to see that the dagger immediately cut a mark on the crystallized man's back. Then a slight fluctuation rose from the crystallized man's body. As expected, it had successfully awakened it. Xiao Knight, who was watching this scene from afar, couldn't help but hold his breath in nervousness, only to see the Fey-colored crystallized man that had been awakened by September slowly stand up. A clicking sound was emitted from the joints encased in a thick layer of crystals, and she turned her head to look at September behind her with that faceless, eerie giant face. Then in an instant it launched itself at September. However, these movements did not wake up the other Fey-colored crystallites in the surroundings, just this one crystallite. It works! September's face was instantly joyful. Then she turned around and slipped. He ran towards the corner of the mine that he had agreed to with Xiao Knight, and the Fey-crystallized man behind him came after him with the same large strides. Xiao Knight immediately activated the golden cicada shell removal and transformed into the humanoid monster covered in thick crystals. He renewed his fists and hunkered down at the corner. Only waiting for September's figure to appear, he violently smashed towards her back. Flesh covered with crystallized layers clashed with each other. And Xiao Yang clearly felt that this attack did not directly hammer the crystallized person into a crooked position like before, but rather, it was like hitting a wall of momentum. Instead, it was like hitting a powerful wall. No, the level of this Fey-colored crystallized man was higher than those crystallized men that had wandered through the mine earlier. 759. As expected, the damage of Xiao Knight's punch was also much lower, and the attributes of the Fey-color crystallized man that chased after him appeared. Fey-color crystalline devotee. Level 75 high pollution level quasi-boss. Blood 30,000. Sure enough, the level had increased by another 5 levels. But now the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Xiao Knight, who had already gotten more and more skillful at mastering this meal of a body, swung his fists one after another and opened his bow left and right, ruthlessly smashing into the crystallized believer's face. A burst of Fey-colored rubble smoke exploded, obscuring Xiao Knight's already unclear vision. Suddenly, September beside him let out a shriek and, "Xiao Knight, watch out for the right side." Xiao Knight heard it in his ears, and his body quickly reacted by viciously sidestepping a step to the left. He then saw a Fey-colored crystalline longsword swinging out from the smoke, slashing violently at the place where he had just stood. This crystallized devotee actually had a weapon? Xiao Knight's heart flinched, and when the smoke cleared, he saw that the crystallized long sword had actually grown out of his hand. The original slender arm had actually extended into a sword wrapped in Fey-colored crystals. Mutant monster. This crystallized devotee is really not that simple. The attributes of Xiao Knight, who had transformed into an ordinary crystallized man, were not in his favor, and now the other party had a weapon in their hands. Now the only advantage was Xiao Knight's own fighting skills. The arm of the crystallized believer had turned into a crystallized longsword, and although the range of attack had increased dramatically, however, it had also become much less dexterous in this narrow mine. Xiao Knight's heart crossed and he used a rather risky move. The vertical body hug. Suddenly crouching low on his upper body, he saw an opening and directly charged towards the arms of that crystallized believer, slamming his entire bladder into its chest. In this way, that 2-meter-long crystalline sword arm was unable to attack Xiao Knight, who was already close to it. Xiao Knight held it tightly with one hand. With his other hand, he made an uppercut and smashed its chin with several consecutive punches. 816. 759. 1136. As one piece of Fey-colored rubble smoke exploded after another. That crystalline devotee finally had a gaping hole smashed open in its jaw. It is now. September, who had already become more and more familiar with each other, flashed out directly from behind Xiao Knight and he stepped on Xiao Knight's back and leapt up high. The bloody light of the dagger in his hand appeared, and a round of blood-colored lotus flowers reappeared. 4,661. 3,981. 3,996. A high amount of explosive damage exploded on the crystallized believer's head. The crystallized believer hissed in rage and struggled, but Xiao Knight held it still and didn't move. September took the opportunity to replenish a round of high burst output. 4,517. 3,955. Even if the crystalline devotee's bloodline was as high as 30,000, after breaking through the defensive crystalline layer, it was like a papier-mâché. This was the fatal weakness of such monsters. September retracted her sword back to her waist and lightly fell off of Xiao Knight's body. The crystallized believer also slowly collapsed from Xiao Knight's arms, turning into a piece of crystalline debris. Immediately afterward, 2 streaks of white light converged into Xiao Knight and September's bodies. The experience bars of the two of them grew by a large amount in unison. Although this crystallized devotee had become even more tricky, The experience value it gave was also twice as much as a normal crystallized man. Xiao Knight and September glanced at each other. This move was feasible. Booby trap plan begin. Chapter 106. The culprit of everything. The Chalcedony trickster tire. September's silhouette weaved its way through the mines again and again. One after another, the Chalcedony-colored believers in the pit were successfully lured to the corner of the mine. What was waiting for it was a ferocious creature of its own kind, also covered in fiddler crystals. The booby trap tactic went very smoothly. Xiao Yu also discovered one thing. Among those pits, the closer to the center, the higher the attributes of the Fey crystals were. At the beginning, those Fei Jing followers at the periphery were only level 75. The further back they go, the higher the level of these Fey color crystal believers, level 78, 81. After killing almost 50 Fey Tian crystallized devotees, the level of the Fey crystalline devotee that September lured over again had actually reached level 85. Even though Xiao Yi would use golden cicada shell removal to change into the latest Fey crystalline devotee to increase his attributes every half hour after the cooldown, he was still unable to increase his attributes after this crystalline devotee had been killed. However, he still felt a hint of attribute suppression in front of this crystalline devotee. Fey Martyr. Level 85 high pollution quasi-boss. Blood quantity 50,000. Talent phrase. Crystallized skin. Fei Sure sword body. Fei Sure shield. Talent phrase. Crystallized skin. Fei Sure sword body. Fei Sure shield. A line of information surfaced in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. Sure enough, this crystallized man's level had increased again, and even his name had become different. Fei Sure Martyr. The level was clearly already one rank higher than the believer. After being lured into the mine by September, the Fei Sure Martyr, who had just received a punch from Xiao Knight, had already manifested an arm. One arm had already manifested a crystallized sword, and the other arm had actually manifested into a crystallized shield. Hey! This is the first time I've seen this. Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but secretly sigh, but in his heart, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. He himself was using a shield sword as a weapon, and he was more than aware of how much defense would be improved by having an additional shield. However, the experience of killing nearly 50 Fei Sure devotees with their successful booby-trapped tactic earlier had also allowed Xiao Yu's level to soar from level 71 to level 79. The increase in level allowed the attribute inheritance percentage when he cast Golden Cicada Shell to transform into a crystallized man to also increase drastically. As a result of replacing the illusionary form of the latest Fey crystalline devotee, Xiao Knight could now also execute the skill of transforming his arm into a crystalline greatsword. The moment that Fey Martyr reacted, the right arm transformed into a crystallized sword. The crystallized sword transformed into his right arm accurately stabbed towards the Fey Martyr's face. In an instant, a burst of Fey stone smoke erupted. This sword directly stabbed a crack out of that Fey Martyr's face. Xiao Knight wanted to receive another sword in his hand. However, he didn't expect that this Fey Martyr's movements were much faster than those crystallized believers before. The crystallized shield that was transformed into his left hand immediately protected in front of him. It seemed that not only had this Fey Martyr's attributes increased dramatically, but also his battle sense. At this moment, he even displayed a standard defensive counterattack. It was a pity that his opponent was Xiao Knight, a person who was incomparably familiar with the shield sword stream's combat moves. Only to see Xiao Knight raise his leg and deliver a fierce kick, directly hitting the center of the crystalline shield raised by that Fey Martyr. That's right, the most practical way to break the opponent's shield defense was to directly kick the opponent. After all, the crystallized shield that the Fei Sure Martyr's left arm had transformed into was not a huge shield that could stand on the ground, but rather a small shield. By this fierce kick from Xiao Knight, his entire body immediately stumbled, and he directly staggered and fell backward. In an instant, the center door was wide open. All of this was within Xiao Knight's prediction. Xiao Knight immediately bullied his way forward, and the crystalline greatsword that was visualized in his right hand violently slammed another sword that it specifically struck the unsteady Fey-colored martyr. A gaping hole appeared on its face. Behind him, September saw the right moment and rushed up like a bloody storm. The dagger in her hand accurately stabbed on the gap. 4,136. 4,758. In an instant, several huge damage burst out, and that Fey-colored martyr hurriedly tried to protect his weak points. However, with Xiao Knight at his side, not to mention protecting his weaknesses, He directly slashed it with sword after sword, making it unsteady to stand at all. After another round of output, the two of them joined forces. After another round of output from the two of them, the Fey martyr finally collapsed, transforming into a burst of Fey-colored fragments that gradually dissipated. A wisp of experience was added to the two of them. Shao Knight's level had finally reached level 80. Killing monsters at a high intensity for a day in a row had long since made the two of them feel a hint of fatigue. But this kind of fatigue was not as strong as the high level of experience. However, this fatigue had been overshadowed by the excitement in return for the high experience value, and it was only now that it gradually became apparent. Shao Knight instantly lifted the golden cicada shell, stayed on his own, moved his stiff bones and said, "It's almost ready. Wait. If we drag it out into the night, it'll be troublesome on the way back." September nodded back, but her face was a bit hesitant, as if she had something she wanted to say. "What's wrong?" Shao Knight asked, seeing the difference on her face. However, he saw that a wryness suddenly appeared in September's pair of beautiful eyes and said,
Shengguazi.
In fact, just now this last Fey martyr was already the last layer of crystallized man in that pit trap, and its position was only a few steps away from the very center. I didn't have time to look at it in my haste when I was luring the monsters just now. Do you want to see what exactly is surrounded by the crystallized people at the center? Shao Knight's curiosity was immediately aroused upon hearing this. In fact, he had already had some suspicions about the bizarre picture of a group of Fey-colored crystalline people making a pilgrimage in the middle of that pit. Those crystallized people seemed to be performing some kind of ceremony. These crystallized people who were employees of the Jade Quarry in their lifetime not only became this weird-looking after death, but also became believers and martyrs one by one. It was really a bit bizarre. Shao Knight and the two of them quietly walked to the end of the mine at once, and looked far away into the pit trap, only to see that the original surrounded several circles of crystallized people. Close to the side of the mine hole by the duo's booby trap tactics almost cleared out half of the. Another huge gap came out, leading straight to the center. "It is indeed possible to take a look." Shao Knight nodded and said, September's profession was originally a thief, and her sneaking skill would allow her to lean over unnoticed. Shao Knight, who possessed the tide-calling spirit steps, also had a not too low movement speed, so even if there were any accidents, she should be able to escape in time. "Go!" September's eyes instantly lit up. Her body flashed with a blood-colored light and she entered a sneaking state, taking the lead and slipping down the mine. Shao Knight also followed closely behind, having turned on the tide-calling spirit steps. He was still a little unaccustomed to this speed that was too much more flexible than the crystallized man. The two of them moved gently, tiptoeing step by step along the gap to the center, exploring. Along the way, the changes in the appearance of the kneeling crystallized believers also proved Shao Knight's judgment once again. The further away from the center the crystallites were, the higher their level was, and the taller Fey martyr they killed at the end was the innermost circle. There were only 5 Fey martyrs in total, and now that one was missing, they were all kneeling around the center in unison. At this moment, Shao Knight's body also suddenly felt a penetrating shade. September. Shao Knight was just about to open his mouth to remind, but he saw that Yu's figure had already appeared at the very center a few paces away, and was standing straight there, saying in a shocked voice that, "Shao Knight, this seems to be a fetus." These words immediately made Shao Knight's body feel like a pinprick, and he only felt a wave of creepiness. Hurrying to take 2 steps over to take a look, he only saw that what September said was indeed true. At the very center of this group of crystalline people kneeling was a piece of crystal translucent, as if the world's purest chrysalis like chrysalis, with the underground jade vein tightly connected, as if the source. Inside the chalcedony, an extremely young, not yet fully formed humanoid fetus in which the gestation of such a bizarre and unspeakable, and even a hint of divinity, the picture. The two of them were both shocked on the spot. Nearly several hundred years had passed, and this piece of this huge jade vein buried underground had actually spawned a fetus? What would this fetus be if it hatched out? A monster? A human being? Or a god? However, Shao Knight instinctively felt that it was not a good thing for the fetus in this chalcedony to hatch out. If the birth of a god needs to be greeted with tens of thousands of human lives infected with a strange disease, then what's the difference between this god and a monster? Then what was the difference between this god and a monster? Xiao Yang immediately opened his paranoia-breaking pupil. His eyes pierced through the layer of crystal chalcedony. Suddenly, he saw something he was very familiar with in the belly of the fetus. It was a slightly pulsating emerald-colored payload. The chalcedony wrapped outside of the fetus was crystalline and glowing, and by killing it, Shao Knight could sacrifice the strand of emerald-colored payload. The pay flame that was birthed from such a large battle must be extraordinary. Just as the hesitant thoughts in Shao Knight's mind were rapidly bouncing around, suddenly, September beside him, however, violently let out a violent cough, and even directly coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. September was suddenly filled with horror and she slowly stretched out her hand that was stained with blood, only to see her hand that bright red blood actually precipitated a fey-color crystal. Chapter 107 Sacrificial Guile Fetus. The crippled godhead finally. September, how are you? Shao Knight's heart suddenly tightened and he hurriedly stepped forward to support September, only to see that at this moment, September's face was already white, desperately trying to suppress her coughing, for fear of waking up the surrounding crystallized martyrs. But in the blood coughed up, there was already a clear presence of fey-color crystals that were exactly the same as those in the miners' corpses. When did September, who had turned on her undead body, contract the strange disease? But why wasn't there anything strange about himself? Shao Knight's mind quickly recalled the situation where they had killed their way over from the depths of the mine. Suddenly, Shao Knight seemed to have some understanding. From the time he had walked into this pit trap, he had felt that the shade here was several times more severe than in the mine. The closer one was to the fetus in the chalcedony at the center of this pit, the more severe the impact would be. September had come to this pit trap time and time again to lure monsters, and the impact she had received had long since exceeded her undead body's resistance. The reason why Shao Knight wasn't affected was because he had formed into a crystallized person for most of the time. The golden cicada shell removal allowed Shao Knight to inherit all of the target's attributes and traits during his phantom form, which was why he was immune to the majority of the effects. Go! I'll carry you out. Shao Knight carried September on his back in a flash, and with their professional strong physical qualities, as long as they got out of this influence as soon as possible, they should be able to gradually recover. It's too late. However, September, who was being carried on Shao Knight's body, suddenly weakly reached out and pointed to the front, her eyes despairing as she said, "Shang Guazi, you have to go. You have to live." Shao Knight followed the direction of September's finger and looked, but he saw that those outermost crystallized believers were actually startled at some point and, one by one, they gradually stood up, and a burst of fey-sheer debris fell from their bodies. Some of the first crystallized people to wake up have slowly turned their heads towards Shao Knight and September in the center, and then rushed forward with heavy steps. Then they rushed over with heavy steps. The situation changed drastically in a split second. Once the exit of the mine was blocked by these crystallized believers, it was a dead end. September suddenly struggled to get off of Shao Knight, and an obstinacy appeared in her face as she said, "Neither of them will survive if you carry me on your back. I'll stay here to help attract their attention. You escape. Hurry!" Shao Knight looked at September's eyes full of shock and dismay, but he saw that September's weak and pale face suddenly smiled at him, as if he was in that narrow cubicle in the Red Moon hair salon that day. Raw melon. It was I who had to be bent on going down into the depths of this mine. You go. I don't blame you. You have to live. Shao Knight snapped his head up and opened his paranoia-breaking pupil to look around sharply, running rapidly in his mind. When they descended into this pit trap, they definitely didn't wake up any of the crystallized people. What's more, even if they had violated any taboos, if they wanted to awaken them, they would have started with these fey-colored martyrs around them. Then how exactly were these peripheral crystallized believers awakened? There were no signs of any formations underneath the duo's feet, and there were even no signs of man-made traces here at all. And on the contrary, those peripheral crystallized believers, just as if they intended to surround the Shao Knight duo, even wanted to block the exit of the mine. It was as if they were being commanded. It was as if Shao Knight's mind had been struck by a bolt of lightning viciously, and a thought suddenly appeared, that, "It's you, isn't it?" Shao Knight violently turned around and stared sternly at the fetus hidden within the chalcedony at the very center. If the fetus that was about to hatch within this chalcedony was the culprit that had caused the mutation of the entire jade quarry, only it could control those crystallized believers kneeling at the periphery. It's too late to run out of the mine with September. The only way to get rid of September's weird influence in the vein is to kill the chalcedony fetus. sacrifice the emerald-colored fire in its belly. Once the fuel flame was sacrificed, any influence left in the world would dissipate and go away. In a flash, a series of consequences surfaced within Xiao Knight's mind. Once the fetus in this chalcedony died, those bizarre influences that pervaded the entire jade quarry would disappear. Those cave walls and machinery that had already been jadeized might also disappear. In that case, the already porous mine will not collapse. One by one, the possible consequences quickly flashed through Xiao Yu's mind. But looking at September's weak and stubborn face in front of him, Xiao Knight had only one thought in his mind. Xiao Knight's heart only had one thought. He didn't want her to die. Thus, Xiao Yi equipped himself with the king's sword of the king's authorization. Holding it with both hands, he ruthlessly aimed at the fetus in the center of the chalcedony. In an instant, a tremor occurred throughout the entire mine, and those fey-colored believers who surrounded them from the periphery seemed to sense a wave of fear and rushed towards Xiao Knight even more crazily. Those fey martyrs beside them also shuddered one by one, seemingly awakening dramatically. However, Xiao Knight, who saw this scene, revealed a cold smile. He knew that he had made the right bet. The fetus within that chalcedony was afraid. The monarch authorized king's sword in his hand violently pierced through the layer of crystal-clear chalcedony. Almost without any obstruction, it pierced through the strange fetus. Then a ray of emerald-colored lighted pay flame swayed in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. Sacrificial flame. The sacrifice ceremony, which had already been performed countless times, was skillfully unleashed. The emerald-colored fire suddenly followed the tip of the king's sword, drifting in the air and turning into ashes around Xiao Knight. A mournful sound with extreme unwillingness whistled past his ears and, piercing Xiao Knight's ears with a buzzing sound. Then a lurid crack quickly erupted on the surrounding ground, and the ore above his head also let out a sharp tearing sound. Shaking, and one collapsed boulder after another smashed down. The thing Xiao Knight was most worried about still happened. Without the jadeization to support it, the mine that had already been corroded with thousands of holes had finally collapsed. Before the entire wall of the cave overhead came crashing down, Xiao Knight quickly picked up September beside him and rushed into a giant concave groove in front of him. The roaring collapse sound buried everything. The entire mine was plunged into darkness. A familiar voice, however, rang in Xiao Knight's ears. Successful sacrifice of the chalcedony guile tree's fuel flame. The crippled godhead has obtained a subtle compliment.
Chapter 108 colapse.
Claustrophobic underground space. Everything in front of them turned dark. The sound of collapsing, sinking, and the shattering sound of large boulders falling and falling apart resounded continuously around Xiao Knight and the two of them, stirring up dust and debris in the sky. September leaned in Xiao Knight's arms and coughed again. Xiao Knight took off the black moon cloak on his body and covered up a curtain for her. The two of them temporarily hid in an alcove in the cave wall. In the flash of lightning crisis, Xiao Knight saw that the degree of jadeization here is the slightest. Once that weird jadeization influence disappears, may also be able to hold on for a while. However, the collapse of the mine was still beyond Xiao Knight's prediction. The sound of the collapse around them lasted for several hours before it gradually stopped. The two of them are now in a position where they should almost be in the deepest part of the mine. The structure of the mine that has long been rotten and unbearable all pressed down. The debris almost buried everything. The surrounding air also became thinner and thinner, but fortunately not completely cut off. It means that there must still be some gaps between the collapsed mines. This was the only good news in a desperate situation. The sound of the collapse that was like thunder just now also shook the already weak September into a deep sleep. At the moment, this alcove was extremely small. It was so small that it reminded Xiao Knight of the cargo hold of the cargo ship he had taken when traveling to Blackwater City. And he couldn't even fully stand up. Xiao Knight could only hold the unconscious September in his arms. As the surrounding rubble collapsed and the sliding sounds gradually stopped, everything seemed quieter and quieter in the darkness. Xiao Knight's mind was also rapidly thinking about it. At this time, he had already felt that a penetrating shade on his body had gradually dispersed, that means that the weird influence here is also gradually dissipating. In this way, with the strong physique of a September professional, he should be able to recover slowly. It might take a few days, but at least it wouldn't be fatal. The question in front of Xiao Knight now was how to escape from this piece of mine that was buried like a grave. At this moment, it was pitch black, and one couldn't see a finger in front of his eyes. However, Xiao Knight didn't dare to easily turn on ultrasonic enemy detection. Anymore, in those environments with sturdy structures, ultrasonic could be used to recklessly survey the terrain for enemies. But now in this shaky, already collapsed once in the mine, Xiao Knight's ultrasonic enemy is very likely to trigger another collapse. How exactly should we get out? Xiao Knight slowed his mind and forced himself to calm down. The air around him was thin, but it wasn't enough to suffocate a professional. Both he and September had enough dry food and water for at least 5 or 6 days in their backpacks. They wouldn't starve to death or die of thirst in a short period of time. Xiao Knight took off the contact device he was carrying and gently tapped it, but there was no signal at all. These mines containing various kinds of ores were already prone to isolating signals. Although the military contact device that Nie Xiaoyu had given him had some extremely weak signals, it was simply not enough to send a distress message. However, this jade mine was not far from Blackwater City. The news that the entire mine had suddenly collapsed should reach Blackwater City in no time. At that time, Scarface, who knew that he and September had come to this jade mine to practice leveling, should come to look for them when he saw that the two of them hadn't gone back yet. They would have come to look for them. However, even if they rushed to the jade mine, facing this collapsed scene that was like a ruin, it was still like looking for a needle in a haystack. Want to go out, still have to rely on themselves. After thinking clearly about the desperate situation that they were facing today, Xiao Knight, on the contrary, became more and more calm. Nowadays, the first thing to ensure is sufficient physical strength and a stable mindset. Otherwise, claustrophobia alone would be enough to kill a person. Xiao Knight pulled out a tube of lighting bugs from his backpack, and with this weak light, he carefully examined the situation that the two of them were in, only to see a huge piece of or fall from the sky, just covering this alcove, creating a small and stable space. After Xiao Knight carefully checked the surroundings for a round, then he directly reached out and smashed the tube of lighting bugs in his hand, only to see those tiny glowing bugs immediately flying and scattering in the space. Then they gradually flew in slowly towards a gap on the side. Xiao Knight bent down and put his nose over to smell it, only to realize that there was indeed a flow of air in the gap. The senses of insects were the most sensitive, and this gap should be the direction where the air flowed through. If you want to go out, you can only start from this gap. Having a direction was better than having no direction at all. Xiao Knight took the Tiger Stripe battle shield out of his backpack and used it as a support to securely jam it under that huge piece of or as insurance. After doing all of this, Xiao Knight instantly also felt an exhaustion surging through his heart. After simply eating some dry food and water, he leaned against the cave wall behind him and slowly fell asleep. When Xiao Knight opened his eyes, it was still dark in front of him. However, according to the time on the contact device, it was already early morning the next day. If Scar and the others returned to the Nightingale Tavern, they should have realized that the duo had not returned yesterday. The news of the jade mine collapse should have also reached Blackwater City, and by this evening at the latest, Scar and the others should have arrived here. But even if they arrived here, they might not be able to find the two of them who were buried deep under the ground in a short period of time. Due to the darkness in front of them, the Xiao Knight, who could no longer distinguish between day and night, took out a tube of lighting bugs and stood next to it. He began to study the tiny gap that had air flowing through it. Xiao Knight had a lot of skills on his body, but none of them could be used right now. Any brute force movement could lead to a second collapse. Xiao Knight had to carefully dig forward along the crevices while stabilizing the conditions of this piece of resting place, trying to find a path to the outside. However, this method was destined to be difficult and weakly effective. September woke up near nightfall the next day. After a day and night's rest, September's originally pale face had already gained a hint of redness. The first reaction to waking up was a violent cough, but no longer coughing up blood. Under the dim light of the illuminating bugs, September blinked her eyes obediently. Looking at Xiao Knight, who was huddled together with herself, she softly opened her mouth and asked, "Shangguazi, where are we?" Xiao Knight gently picked up the tube of lighting bugs and shone it on September's face, scrutinizing it carefully. September was stared at by Xiao Knight at such a close distance. Her cheeks immediately floated up a touch of scarlet, and she softly said, "What are you looking at me for?" Xiao Knight raised his eyebrows and asked, "How does it feel?" September took a deep breath, followed by a coughing fit, seeming to be a little out of breath, but said with some surprise that, "Well, raw melon seeds. I feel much better. That pang of bone-deep pain in my chest seems to have dissipated for the most part." Xiao Knight also let out a sigh of relief. It was true that as long as the effects of that weird jadization were eliminated, with the strong physique of a 9 moons professionist, he would begin to slowly recover and heal himself. But how did we get here? Where is this place, Why is it pitch black? Looking around at this narrow and dark space, September instantly asked with some curiosity. Xiao Knight pondered for a moment, but still told her about this tragic reality. And the entire jade mine collapsed, and we are now crushed deep in the mine. The good news is that there is still some thin oxygen here, and both of us still have some dry food and water in our backpacks. The bad news is that we can only last 4 or 5 days, and if we want to get out, we'll have to dig a way out. But once the movement is a little bit bigger, there's a possibility that the collapse will be triggered again. A little bit of September's small face suddenly turned from joy to sorrow, and then summarized a sentence, saying quietly, "That is to say, that the 2 of us are buried alive." Xiao Knight. Chapter 109 Epic Rank Word. Glazed Realm. After September woke up, the posture of the 2 people changed from September leaning on Xiao Knight's arms to sitting cross-legged with their backs to each other. Oh, Shangguazi, I didn't expect that this young lady would actually die here with you in the end. Xiao Knight was instantly speechless, and simply ignored her and, concentrating on going to use a piece of rubble at hand to support beside that one gap, so as to prevent the excavation from collapsing. Unexpectedly in the darkness of the groove, but as if September opened the box of words in general, on the side of the ghostly chatter up. Dying to the end, actually even a corpse collector is not available. And there is not a coffin. Sanyang said, people must have a good coffin when they die, so that they can cast a good tire in the next life. Alas, I don't know if this place has good feng shui. Xiao Knight couldn't help but open his mouth and interject. With the Blackwater City's long river at its back and a natural jade vein neighboring it, the feng shui of this place is not bad. As soon as September heard this, she immediately became energized and twisted her head to say, "Hey, Shangguazi, do you still know about this?" Xiao Knight shook his head and gave him a blank look. "And, I'm talking nonsense. The yin qi in here is so heavy. Maybe you'll even turn into a zombie after you die." September shivered violently and bared her teeth, saying, "Ha, I don't want to turn into a monster similar to those crystallized people. Shangguazi, if I die first, you must collect my corpse." Xiao Knight instantly looked at her helplessly and said, "It's such a small place in total. How do you want me to collect your corpse?" I said, "Can't you think of something better? Think of a way to get out?" September immediately spat out her tongue and looked at Xiao Knight with a crooked face and said, "I'm not psychologically preparing myself in advance. But then again, is it the light? Or am I just looking at my eyes? Shangguazi, how did your hand become emerald-colored?" September this coldly came out with a sentence that immediately made Xiao Knight's heart startled, and he violently lowered his head to look at it, only to see that under the dim fluorescent light of the lighting bug, Xiao Knight's hands that were supporting the gap were actually a somewhat strange emerald color. It was exactly like the Chalcedony tire. Xiao Knight's heart and mind were in a state of awe. Could it be that the weird influence under the mine had not disappeared? However, he clearly could no longer feel that strange shade, and September's body was also recovering as far as the eye could see. Was it the cause of this illuminating insect light? Xiao Knight immediately stretched out a finger and turned on the Tarsus poisonous flame, and a wisp of ghostly flame immediately ignited above his finger. The light from the flame illuminated the entire underground alcove. Xiao Knight could see it clearly. It was definitely not the reason for the light, but the fact that one of his own hands had somehow turned into that weird emerald color. Hiss! Behind him, September also couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. And, "Shangguazi, what's going on?" Xiao Knight, however, gently moved his fingers and didn't feel any stiffness or discomfort. His own body likewise did not have any abnormalities. Why is it like this? However, September suddenly stretched out a finger, pointing at the crevice that Xiao Knight had just touched, and said in a shocked voice, "Shangguazi, quickly look. The place you touched has also turned into emerald-colored jadization." Xiao Knight stretched out his flame-lit finger and went over, only to see that the pieces of rubble that he had just touched had already had that gap, and at some point, it had also shown a touch of emerald-colored jadization. Could it be that the jadization ability of that Chalcedony guile tire was transferred to himself? A thought that was somewhat alarming to himself immediately surfaced in Xiao Knight's mind. However, when this happened to Xiao Knight himself was conversely not too surprised. This was because acquiring the ability phrases of monsters was something that Xiao Knight had already done countless times over the past few days. Could it be that he had obtained a talent phrase when he sacrificed that Chalcedony Guile fetus? Xiao Knight hurriedly opened his attribute panel. After the mine collapsed, although Xiao Knight heard that prompt of a successful sacrifice salary flame. But he didn't even bother to go up and look at it. So he hid in the alcove with September in his arms. When Xiao Knight opened his attribute panel, he saw a new emerald-colored phrase lying quietly in the talent bar. Glazed Realm. Rank. Epic. Description. The essence of the underground jade veins. The chalcedony of the extreme Een gas, nurtured from the chrysanthemum, born with the ability to crystallize everything around the life form. Effects. After opening, the host can transform his body into a glazed body and jadeized objects within a certain range around him, forming an impenetrable glazed realm that is completely immune to any damage for a certain period of time. Effects. Additional effect. The host can jadeize surrounding living and non-living objects by touch, thus pulling them into the glazed realm and enjoying the same immunity to damage effect bonus as the host. The more targets that are jadeized, the shorter the immunity damage duration of the Lili realm will be. Additional effect. Current maximum range, 10 meters in circumference, can be advanced with the host strength. Epic talent phrase. Xiao Knight's heart was ecstatic for a split second. This was his first truly epic level phrase that surpassed the SSS rank. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between epic rank and SSS rank, everyone knew that these were simply 2 completely different levels. Only those gifted phrase skills that were powerful enough to be remembered by human history were qualified to be evaluated as epic level. And any epic level skill was far superior to 10 SSS level skills. But now this emerald-colored phrase was lying in Xiao Knight's talent bar. Glazed Realm. After opening it, you can be immune to any damage for a sustained period of time. You can even pull your surrounding companions and inanimate objects into the invincible state of the Glazed Realm. A card that truly transcends the gap in battle power. Even if one encountered a professional far above one's level at this stage, one could completely withstand any killer moves from the other party. This was the strength of an epic level skill. More importantly, this skill also allowed Xiao Knight's duo, who were buried in the depths of the mine, to finally have a way to break through and survive. Shangguazi, what are you giggling about there? Looking at Xiao Knight's demented smile, September, who was on the side, couldn't help but frown and said. Then she, who had also similarly opened her attribute panel, suddenly let out a shocked cry as well. Huh? How did I get to level 87? Xiao Knight, who heard this, also glanced at his level and saw that he had risen to level 90 at some point. I see. Xiao Knight instantly snapped out of it originally before the accident that happened when he entered this pit trap. When the two of them killed the crystalline devotee through the booby trap tactic, the level they eventually reached was both level 80. Unexpectedly, killing this Chalcedony Guile fetus actually directly gave the duo a tsunami of experience, allowing September to directly level up 7 levels in a row. Xiao Knight even gained more experience value because he personally mended that Chalcedony Guile fetus, and his level directly soared to level 90. Not only that, but Xiao Knight's mind immediately recalled the prompt he had heard earlier. Crippled Godhead has obtained a subtle patch. When he looked down, he saw that the only blood-red special phrase in his talent bar. Crippled Divine Character. I don't know when there was even a hint of a brilliant gilt color. Chapter 110 Escape from Life. Lifting the clouds to see the light. The crippled Godhead obtaining a subtle compliment? What exactly does this hint mean? The godly sphere gradually repairing and completing itself. What changes would there be for oneself? But very quickly, Xiao Knight was shocked to find out where the changes in his body had occurred. He suddenly realized that all of the attributes on his entire attribute panel had all been raised by a large margin. These boosts weren't brought about by leveling up to level 90, but were suddenly raised. Xiao Knight seemed to suddenly understand some of the subtle complement of the defective god's grimoire was actually boosted on his entire occupation strength. In other words, Xiao Knight's occupation godforsaken had become stronger. In fact, the gap between professions of different ranks was mainly reflected in their respective attribute growth potential. For example, Xiao Knight's career, Divine Abandoner, was a whiteboard career that was even worse than a D rank career. If it wasn't for the fact that the lowest level career rating was D rank, Xiao Knight wouldn't even be considered D rank. As a result, apart from the 5 free attribute points he gained every time he rose a level, There was almost no growth in his other attribute values. In contrast, the attribute growth potential of S-rank professionals was much higher than other professionals. Every time an S-ranked professional ascended a level, not only would they gain free attribute points, but their entire attributes would grow by a considerable amount. Even the specialized attributes corresponding to this profession could grow by as much as a few dozen points per level. For example, the agility of the assassin and thief class, mage's spiritual value, warrior, tank class profession corresponding to the strength, physical. This is the reason why the gap between S-ranked professionals and those of other ranks grows wider with each level. But nowadays, with the mutilated godhead having been replenished, Shao Knight's profession, divine abandoner, was no longer a blank slate profession with no growth attributes. Therefore, the moment he sacrificed the Chalcedony tire, Shao Knight's missing attribute growth from this level 90 was all made up. Shao Knight, profession, godforsaken, level 90, blood, 17540 magic, 5430, attack, 4781 defense, 4310, physique, 855 strength, 915, agility, 961 spirit, 631. Initial talent, broken godhead, talent phrase, glazed realm epic rank, pupil of breaking delusion SSS rank, Tarsus poisonous inflammation SS rank, skills, evocative tide spirit step S rank, substitute mirror image SS rank, imperial spirit link S rank, thermal fusion self-explosion S rank. Shao Knight predicted that his career strength today had already exceeded at least a rank. It wasn't even close to an S-rank occupation. This mutilated godhead had only been slightly supplemented, and it had brought about such a terrifying advancement in occupational strength. In the future, it would only be a matter of time before it surpassed the S-rank, or even the SSS rank. It was only after sacrificing this deadly Chalcedony terrorist tire that he was able to obtain the slightest complementation. Then how should Shao Knight find the way to replenish the godhead next? A silhouette of a person suddenly appeared in Shao Knight's mind. He thought that his senior, who was also a god abandoner, should know something about it. Now that Shao Knight's level had reached level 90, he wasn't far from level 100. I should be able to see him again at the transfer ceremony soon. I don't know if I'll be able to see that senior in person this time, or if it's just a letter left behind. Shangguazi, what are you giggling about again? September instantly crossed her eyebrows and said, even if we rise to level 100, if we can't get out, won't the two of us still have to suffocate in here? September's words woke Shao Knight up from his thoughts. Shao Knight slowed down his emotions. Then the corner of his mouth hooked and laughed at September and said, I'm happy, of course, because there's a way out. September instantly jerked up straight and asked with a happy brow. Really? What way? Shao Knight didn't say anything, but instead directly pressed his hand against the gap in the middle of the narrow alcove, and the glazed realm was directly launched. In an instant, all of the places Shao Knight's fingers touched changed into emerald-colored jadeized or crystal clear, but indestructible. Shangguazi, how did you know this trick too? September instantly hurriedly touched Shao Knight's forehead with her hand and said, you wouldn't have contracted a strange disease as well, right? Shao Knight then shook his head and said, don't worry, I'm fine. I'll tell you the exact cause later when I have the chance. September froze at once. She wasn't a stupid person. September's delicate mind was not even worse than Hong Sanyang's. Earlier, before she fainted in that pit trap, she had witnessed Shao Knight stabbing that Chalcedony Guile tire with a sword in order to save her. The influence of that Chalcedony Guile tire must have somehow transferred to Shao Knight. A complex emotion immediately surged up in September's heart. It was both heartbroken, guilty, and touched. But there was also an indescribable emotion that could not be described. Who is a young girl who is not pregnant? Said also is only September, she is now this age. Raw melon seeds. September suddenly turned her head away and muttered a sentence in her mouth that Shao Knight, who was only focusing on casting the glazed realm, did not notice September's change in mood. He only felt that his hands became as cold as icebergs and the places he touched also immediately turned into jadeized or he was quickly figuring out how to accurately control this Lioli realm. The description of this glazed realm in the talent column was very detailed. The larger the life form and the range of the glazed state, the shorter the duration of glazing would be. Then in turn, As long as Shao Knight was able to control the range of glazing to a minimum, it would be able to last longer. Shao Knight raised both of his hands and slowly touched around the slit that was permeated with flowing air and, slowly, he turned all of the half-man-high ores around this slit into glauconization. As long as you could turn the surrounding stone walls that were used as support into impenetrable jade, then it would not cause a collapse when breaking the slit. After Shao Knight's gaze once again examined the jadeized reinforced stone wall in front of him, he directly equipped the King's Sword of Monarch Authorization, gently inserting it into that gap of flowing air, carefully prying it from side to side. The piece of debris fell down at once. However, since the surrounding supporting stone walls had all turned to jade, it really didn't cause any overall collapse. Behind him, September, who was watching this scene, suddenly saw a light in her eyes and understood Shao Knight's good intentions. "Let me help you." September instantly also pulled out her own golden weapon dagger and inserted it into that one crevice, carefully digging. A crevice was slowly chiseled into a hole. Shao Knight drilled through with the lighting bug in his hand, only to see that the front was indeed a gap made up of large boulders stacked one on top of the other. The air was flowing in from amongst these gaps. Shao Knight immediately bent down and climbed in. September slowly followed behind him as well, and by the way, he used some stones to re-block the gap that he had just made, just in case the glazing failed and caused another collapse. There was still darkness ahead. Some of the gaps between the boulders were wide enough for a person to climb through, while others were too narrow to allow a person to pass through at all. It was necessary to use the glazed boundary to jadeize the surrounding supports again before chiseling open the passages one by one. The instinct to survive made Shao Knight and September tirelessly open up mountains and chisel rocks along the way. If they came across a solid space that was wide enough to accommodate their bodies, they would stop and use it as a rest stop. After 3 whole days and 3 nights like this, as Shao Knight used the Junjia King's sword in his hand to chisel away the blockage of a huge rock once again, the array of ghostly moonlight in front of them suddenly shone straight onto the faces of the two of them. In an instant, both Shao Knight and September couldn't help but squint their eyes, wanting to reach out and touch this moonlight, which had no substance at all, and
Sheng Guazi.
"We've finally come out." September was so excited that her voice was a little hoarse. Shao Knight gently nodded without saying anything, but was suddenly hugged tightly by September, pressing her cheek against his neck. Ahead of the Tiger Mountain, dialing the clouds and fog to see the light. Chapter 111. Moonlit Night. Ghouls. Temporary camp. Splitting straight through the last collapsed boulder in front of him, a breath of fresh air finally hit his face. After coming out from amongst the collapsed ruins, Shao Knight and the two of them realized what a big commotion they had made. Only to see the original built in the mountain of the jade mine, even with the surrounding half of the mountain, are all collapsed into a huge sinkhole. All kinds of ruins and debris were mixed together, like a whirlpool that completely submerged the underground mine that was already full of holes. A round bright moon was in the sky, more round than the one Shao Knight and his team had seen on the deck of the cargo ship the night they came to Blackwater City, and the two of them were already in the mine. The two of them had already been trapped under this mine for 3 or 4 days. During that time, there was no way to know if Scarface and the others had come to find themselves. But the two of them had finally escaped with their lives. September's face was stained with a lot of dust and mud, but the uncontrollable smile on his face looked different under the moonlight. "Shao Knight!" September instantly called out Shao Knight's name with a smile on her face. Shao Knight turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" September but guffawed. "Nothing. Just called you." At this time, Shao Knight was, however, judging the orientation of where the duo was now based on the nearby scenery. The duo should be on the east side of the jade mine at this time. However, since the entire jade mining plant had collapsed into a giant pit, the abandoned roads that were originally left behind had naturally long since ceased to exist. In order to return to Blackwater City, one would have to make a big detour. Shao Knight briefly determined the direction, reached out and pointed to the west and said, "After circling around this mountain for almost 20 kilometers, we should be able to return to Blackwater City." September nodded obediently and said, Great." Shao Knight's face, however, once again surfaced a trace of worry, and with a change in color, he said, "But now there is another problem." Seeing this look on his face, September was also stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Shao Knight turned his head and scanned the surrounding wild mountain roads that were blacked out, took a deep breath and said, "It's nighttime. And we're in an extremely dangerous and highly polluted area. It was only after September heard this that she realized the problem. The night in a highly polluted zone was far more dangerous than the day. Even though they weren't too far from Blackwater City now, this section of the night road was definitely not that easy to travel. More high-danger level monsters would appear at night in the highly contaminated zone, even Lord-level bosses that were out hunting. Once they encountered even one of them, the already exhausted duo feared that they wouldn't even be able to escape. What then? September immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, her gaze even somewhat subconsciously looking towards the piece of rubble under her feet. Should we hide back again and wait until daytime to come out again? Shao Knight, however, shook his head with a serious face and said, "No way. These ruins still have the danger of collapsing again, not to mention the commotion we just made. I'm afraid we've already attracted the monsters roaming around." Right at this moment, as if in response to what Shao Knight had said, a sparse and fragmented sound suddenly came out from the nearby wild forest, with, one by one, eyes that emitted light as if they were ghostly flames moved swiftly among them. Not good. Seeing this scene, Shao Knight's face immediately changed drastically, reaching out and violently pulling September, directly fleeing in another direction. At the same time, September was also keenly aware of those figures hidden in the wild forest. She had never seen Shao Knight so flustered before, and at once, her entire body immediately tensed up as well, and while fleeing, she asked, "Shao Knight, what exactly are those?" Only to hear Shao Knight utter a name without looking back. Ghouls. In an instant, September's face also changed dramatically. Ghoul. A high-pollution level elite monster with a level of over 100. A nocturnal species that hunts in groups. It has a high desire to attack all creatures, and is extremely swift and deadly, like a blood plague wherever it goes. It was one of the most dangerous monsters for human professionals. The intelligence of this monster quickly surfaced in Shao Knight's mind. On the detailed map that Hong Sanyang had given him, Shao Knight had once seen some dangerous activity ranges of ghouls marked out in some of the highly polluted areas around Blackwater City. But it was not in the vicinity of this jade mine. Why would ghouls come here? Why would a ghoul come here? To a place so close to a human city-state? Could it be that they were attracted by the movement of the jade mine? But at this time, Shao Knight could no longer think about the reason. Once the ghouls locked onto their prey, they would work as a team to quickly encircle and surround them. Shao Knight's duo had to escape to a place close enough to Blackwater City before they were taken as prey by the ghouls, and prayed that they wouldn't dare to come too close to the range of human activities. That figure of the duo swiftly traveled through the wild forest. Behind them, the new red ghost flames followed closely behind, as if they were testing, and as if they were trailing. Blackwater City is still too far away. At this time, it was only close to midnight, and there was still a whole night's time left before dawn. Only after leaving the ruins, he entered the tiger's mouth again, just when Shao Knight was a bit desperate and ready to turn back and let go of the fight. Suddenly, he saw the light of a bonfire appearing in the mountains in the distance. There seems to be a temporary camp for human professionals in front. Shao Knight immediately rejoiced. Sometimes when some powerful human professional squads were carrying out bounty missions in the wilderness, they would not be able to return to the main city in time, so they would set up a temporary camp in a suitable place nearby. And they would light a bonfire to illuminate the direction for other professionals who could not return to the main city in time. A bonfire meant that there were people in the camp, and there should be quite a few occupiers. Shao Knight immediately tensed his nerves, and his tide-calling spirit steps and black moon time suddenly turned on, and his movement speed immediately skyrocketed. September, who had already recovered most of her body, also displayed her high sensitivity as a thief. The two of them quickly fled towards the temporary camp. The campfire in front of them was getting closer and closer. The sounds and ghostly flames that were trailing behind them gradually dispersed, and the ghouls retreated. The ghouls have retreated. They really don't dare to fight with groups of human professionals. This is a temporary camp based on an abandoned church. The surrounding area was surrounded by stone walls and fences to form a defense line. The four corners of the camp were lit with a bunch of blazing bonfires. The camp is even more crowded. There should be at least 24 professionals, as many as... A professional archer who was guarding the camp's main gate keenly spotted Shao Knight's duo approaching, and immediately fired a shot from afar. He immediately shot a lighting arrow from afar, illuminating Shao Knight and September's side. Where did that come from? The vigilant archer immediately shouted out in a loud voice, and Xiao Knight, on the other hand, shouted back. We are professionals in Blackwater City. We got lost in the wild forest and didn't have time to go back to the city, only to see that archer turn around and say something to the professionals in the camp, then wave to Xiao Knight and the two of them from afar and droned, saying, Komein, move quickly. Chapter 112. Stepping through iron shoes without finding a place. Xiao Knight and September instantly hurriedly walked into this makeshift camp, only to see that the one archer who had stood on guard on the high platform earlier also lightly jumped down and opened a simple defense door covered with iron thorns from the inner side of the camp. When he looked closer, he saw that this archer was a man with a rather thin figure. However, the marks left by the claws of the beasts on his equipment proved that he was definitely an old man who had been in the wild for a long time, and the longbow in his hand was even a good bow. The thin man waved his hand sharply at Xiao Knight and said, Hurry up. It's not going to be peaceful around here tonight. Xiao Knight and September were just about to enter the temporary camp. Unexpectedly, a man covered in flesh suddenly blocked the door. He was bald, with a big waist, and the flesh on his face was squeezed into a piece. The man narrowed his eyes and looked Xiao Knight and September up and down, and said in a stern voice, Wait! Only to see the bald man twist his head around to glare at the skinny man and say fiercely, Why are you letting everyone in? Where can we fit so many people in the camp? Xiao Knight noticed that these two people were not wearing the same style of clothes, so he was afraid that they were not the same group of people. As expected, the thin man was not accustomed to him in the slightest, frowning. He opened his mouth and disliked back, saying, Why don't you let them in? The temporary camp is originally open to all human professionals, and this has been the rule since ancient times. What's more, why do you need to decide whether or not they can be accommodated in this camp? That bald man immediately showed a fierce look on his face, staring fiercely at that thin man, yet somewhat fearful of the bow and arrow in his hand. He could only turn around and viciously spit on the ground, cursing and saying, Damn! What kind of broken rules? Xiao Knight also simply did not look at him, pulled September into this temporary camp, and said to the skinny man, Thanks a lot. The skinny man then waved his hand. His eyes looked at the dusty Xiao Knight and September, and said, It's just a small matter. Come on in. Find a place to rest. It will be safe until dawn. He then rejoined that high platform, his eyes vigilantly looking into the wild forest around the camp. Xiao Knight's gaze glanced around in this makeshift camp. He only saw that there were more than 20 people in the not-so-large camp. Among them, there were two groups of people who wore the same style of clothing, and one of them was the same as the skinny man, with the symbol of a flower shield embroidered on the clothing in front of their chests. It should be from the same guild. Some of them were on guard in the other direction of the camp, while others were cooking some soup by the campfire. The other group of people, on the other hand, were wearing the same standardized clothes as the bald man, and carried the mark of a black viper above their sleeves. This group of people were all occupying the only main room in the abandoned church that still had a roof, and many of them were staring at the newcomers Xiao Knight and September with unfavorable gazes. In particular, that bald man was even staring at Xiao Knight with a gaze that he didn't even try to hide. His mouth seemed to be cursing something in a low voice. Xiao Knight directly opened his paranoia-breaking pupil and saw that the bald man was a 95-year-old man. He saw that the bald man was a level 95 berserker, and his companions who were occupying the church were basically all between level 90 and 80, basically all combat professions. The other group of people, that is, the skinny man's companions, were of a lower level, and there were even a lot of level 50 to 60 people. Only the skinny man was a level 108 archer. The skinny man's group seemed to be a group of traders with a mix of combat professions and living professions. Xiao Knight and September found a spot on the outskirts of the temporary campsite near the bonfire, farther away from the bald man's group. The two of them sat on the ground around the bonfire. Xiao Knight also took out some portable cooking tools, poured the water left in his backpack into them, and added some dried meat. Borrowing the campfire, they cooked a simple bowl of soup. After being buried in the ruins deep in that mine for 3 or 4 days, at this time, this bowl of hot soup food was better than anything else for Xiao Knight and his duo. September even drank it in one gulp, wiped her mouth with her cuffs without any elegance, and raised a thumbs up to Xiao Knight with satisfaction, saying, Not bad. Shangguazi, I didn't expect you to have this hand. Xiao Knight is skimming the mouth. Heart, this girl is really did not eat what good things. And at this time, the previous thin man seemed to be replaced by his companion's class, walked to his team and chatted a few words, then slowly walked over towards Xiao Knight and the two of them and took the initiative to chat and said, You guys didn't suffer any injuries, right? There is a healer amongst my team, so if you need it you can let her help you guys check it out. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, shook his head and said, "No, thanks for what happened just now," only to see that skinny man smile and say, "It's just a small matter. It's not enough to worry about. This temporary camp was originally left behind by previous generations. We have only come in one step ahead of you. Any professional who can't make it back to the main city in time has the right to come in and take refuge. My name is Yu Feng. I am the leader of this merchant team," the skinny man immediately said as he introduced himself. And Xiao Knight replied frankly, saying, "My name is Xiao Knight. The two of us are professionals from Blackwater City who came out to practice leveling." That Yu Feng immediately looked at the wretched appearance of the two of them covered in dust and laughed, saying, "I see, but with the age of the two of you daring to practice leveling near this Blackwater City, you are also considered to have guts. But next time, you must remember to return to the city in time before nightfall. These temporary camps in the wild are not foolproof after all." Speaking here, Yu Feng also quietly glanced at the bald man and his group who were occupying the church, and lowered his voice to say, "Beware of that group of people. I've been walking the merchants around this Blackwater City for 7 or 8 years, and I've never seen these faces before." Xiao Knight instantly nodded in understanding. After Yu Feng finished saying these words, he also rejoined their group. While Xiao Knight's gaze was quietly sizing up the group of bald men who were dominating the middle of the church in a dignified manner. The black viper symbol on the sleeves of their clothes, Xiao Knight was sure that he had never seen it in Shangjing City, so he was afraid that it should refer to a force from outside the city. Xiao Knight's eyes intentionally swept around that abandoned church and, suddenly, his eyes flickered and his eyes landed on an exposed haystack outside the church, only to see that it was a haystack that was piled up tightly, and although the bald man's group of people were lying down and sitting around, they were all guarding that haystack intentionally or unintentionally. "Xiao Knight, what's wrong?" September saw the change in Xiao Knight's face and feigned unintentionally leaned over and asked in a low voice. Xiao Knight then lowered his voice and said, "September, do you still remember the mission that Scarface and Flowerfacer and the others came on in the middle of this Blackwater City?" September immediately froze and softly said, "You mean the batch of potions that Uncle Qin lost?" Xiao Yi unobtrusively made a wink at September. September followed his gaze and looked, only to see that the corner of the haystack that was guarded by the bald man and his group in the abandoned church. There was a hint of shiny metallic skin, and a layer of cold frost was attached to the skin. Seems to be some kind of portable cryogenic storage. Chapter 113, 10 out of 10. Darkness. September's gaze flickered, and emotion couldn't help but slightly widen her eyes. Then immediately turning his head as if nothing had happened, he whispered to Xiao Knight, saying, "Are you saying that the batch of potions that Uncle Qin lost is here?" Xiao Knight nodded and said, "Guess." Although Xiao Knight didn't know exactly what kind of potions Uncle Qin had thrown away, it was obvious that only some high-grade special potions would need to be put into a low-temperature environment for preservation. If it was just a batch of ordinary potions, Uncle Qin wouldn't have sent the Scarface duo here to go through all the trouble. Xiao Knight then used his afterglow to survey the bald group of people that were hogging the church and said, "You can see that group of people's clothes are covered in dust, the tools for cooking and the floor beds are messily placed around, and the campfire and dirty stains on the ground show that they definitely haven't been in the middle of this makeshift camp for more than a day or two. That bald man who didn't want us to come in before was also playing with the idea of being afraid of crowds of people. What kind of person would stay in the middle of this makeshift camp for a few days but not want to return to Blackwater City, which isn't that far away?" September's face also changed and she whispered, "According to you, I'm afraid it's 9 out of 10. No wonder Brother Scar and the others searched in Blackwater City for several days without finding anything. I didn't realize that this batch of potions was actually hidden by them in the temporary camp outside the city." September gently patted the contact device in her hand. I don't know if it was due to the fact that they had collapsed the entire jade mine, but the signal around them had all but disappeared, and the contact device still didn't work properly. "Looks like we can only wait until daytime." Xiao Knight looked up at the night and said, "Regardless of whether this thing that was hidden by the bald man's group in the middle of the haystacks was that lost batch of potions, as long as they could wait until daybreak, the two of them would return to Blackwater City to inform Scar and the others, and they would find out by checking it out." However, Xiao Knight was vaguely worried. Once it was daytime, I was afraid that it would not be so easy for them and the traders to leave the camp. If the batch of potions that Uncle Qin had lost was really in their hands, Then, in order to avoid the news from leaking out, they would have to kill and silence them. If the batch of potion that Uncle Chin lost is really in their hands, then, in order to avoid the news from leaking out, they will definitely do something like killing people to silence them. If they were to do it, it would be at the crack of dawn. The only person that the bald man's group was afraid of was Yufeng, the leader of the other group, and most of the other people were living professions with no combat power. On the contrary, the bald guy's group were all battle professions. From the number of people, they had a crushing advantage. Once the battle started, Yufeng was afraid that they would suffer. September, when it's almost dawn, you should leave the camp first and go back to Blackwater City. Xiao Knight suddenly opened his mouth and said, while his eyes glanced around the fence surrounding this makeshift camp, only to see that there was a not-so-small gap right in the middle of the fence near the two of them, so that with September's slender figure, she could completely slip out. September, however, frowned when she heard this. Raw melon, what do you mean? She, who had a delicate mind, also instantly guessed the worry in Xiao Knight's heart and whispered, "You're afraid that they'll make a move against us?" Xiao Knight nodded and said, "I'm not afraid of 10,000, but I'm afraid of the unexpected. When it's almost dawn, you'll go back to Blackwater City first and inform Scar and the others about the situation here." September, on the other hand, obstinately shook her head and said, "No way. If you want to leave, it's the two of us who should leave together. Isn't it more dangerous to leave you here alone?" Xiao Knight shook his head and said, "Don't worry. What that group is afraid of is the news leaking out. As long as I don't leave this temporary camp, they won't directly tear their faces off and take action against me. What's more, there's always a person left here to watch over them." A trace of worry once again appeared in September's gaze as she hesitantly said, "But..." Xiao Knight, however, interrupted her and said, "And the fact that this group of people were able to snatch that batch of goods from Uncle Chin's hands means that they still have reinforcements outside. If we wait until their people come and move the goods ahead of time, then we'll be in trouble." Knowing that he was right, September could only bite her lip and nodded her head. Good. For the rest of the second half of the night, Xiao Knight and September took turns standing guard, relying on each other to rest, grasping every second to recover the nerves and body that had been strained for several days. Towards the time when dawn was approaching, Xiao Knight quietly gestured to September, then pulled out a blanket from among the backpack and covered her body. In an instant, September's figure suddenly entered a sneaking state. And covered under the blanket were several ordinary equipment that had been arranged in the shape of a human, as if it was a person who was curled up and resting. After doing all of this, the Xiao Knight stretched out as if no one else was there and used his body to cover the human form behind him, creating the illusion that September was still asleep in the middle of the blanket. At this time, September, on the other hand, had already quietly left through that gap above the fence. The sky was just slightly light. Xiao Knight then saw that the bald man and his entourage not only intentionally or unintentionally swept over towards this side. It seemed that after seeing that both of them were still obediently in the middle of the campsite, they looked towards Yufeng and his group again. Will they actually take the lead? Xiao Knight's heart also had a trace of nervousness. At this moment, he saw that the bald man also walked out from the church, staring fiercely at Yufeng and whistling provocatively. Yufeng turned his head and gave him a cold look, then simply ignored him, wiping the bow and arrows in his hand, quietly waiting for the dawn to come. They were a group of traders and would leave this temporary camp at dawn. Yufeng was not willing to clash with the bald man's group. However, he saw that the bald man actually walked straight towards him and, along the way, he grinned broadly and directly stepped on the blankets spread on the ground by the vendors, and casually kicked down some of the cooking tools that had been propped up. "Hey, the one with the bow and arrow!" The bald man's face instantly revealed a sardonic smile and provoked, saying, "Weren't you arrogant last night? If it wasn't for the fact that you're an archer who is still useful at night, I would have chopped you up long ago." Such a grandiose provocation caused Yufeng's face to change. Although he was able to keep his composure, as a leader, losing face in front of his own people was a dishonorable thing. "What do you want?" Yufeng said as he stared at him coldly, only to see that bald man grinning, revealing 2 rows of ghastly white teeth, and said, "Not doing anything. Just want to see what kind of goods you are carrying? Let my brothers open their eyes." That bald man said and then aimed his gaze at the cargo boxes beside the several living profession vendors, with a greedy look in his eyes that was not hidden in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yuelyang couldn't help but frown. Last night this bald man still had quite a lot of scruples towards Yufeng. Why would he dare to be so arrogant once the day dawned? unless their reinforcements were already arriving. As expected, as the sky gradually illuminated the surrounding scenery. On the abandoned highway leading to Blackwater City outside the temporary camp, a group of silhouettes appeared. Were rushing towards the temporary camp. Chapter 114 Camp Bloodbath. Blending in, Yufeng, the leader of that merchant, also sensed a wave of strangeness, and his face chilled violently and, directly bending his bow and arrow, he pointed it at that bald man and said in a fierce voice that, "We are all occupiers who have taken refuge in such a temporary camp. Once the day breaks, we will go our own way. Do you want to take advantage of the fire?" Yufeng's action instantly alerted the entire team of traders one by one, and, one after another, they woke up their companions who were still sleeping, and each of them took out the weapons in their hands. However, this momentum did not scare off the bald man at all, only to see him grinning and saying, "Robbery? I not only want your goods today, I also want your lives. It's your fault that you had to break into this temporary camp last night. There's no door in hell for you to break in. Brothers, do it." Seeing this bald man give an order, a single weapon-wielding combat professional rushed out from the church. It seemed that they had already made a plan last night, and they would strike as soon as the day dawned. Yufeng's face instantly became colder and colder as he said, "Well water does not offend river water amongst the temporary camp. You are breaking the rules of Blackwater City. You will be punished by heaven." The bald man, however, as if he had heard some big joke, bared his teeth and said, "What broken rules? I'm the biggest in the world. Attack!" Yufeng violently bent his bow. A row of meteoric arrows and landed in front of the bald man. The sharp rain of arrows immediately shot out a row of openings on the ground. "Let's see which one of you dares to?" Yufeng deeply knew that he was almost the only fighting force amongst this group of traders, but he was not the least bit afraid after years of breaking into the world. That bald man looked at the precise row of arrows in front of him, and a trace of scorn once again appeared in his gaze. With a ruthless face, he violently pulled out a ring-building machete and chopped off the arrows in front of him, saying, "You are ruthless enough, but I want to see how many people you can protect." In an instant, the two groups of people exchanged blows, and a berserker profession with a hammer in his hand also rushed towards Shao Knight with a ferocious light in his eyes. With a greenish-colored face, he was obviously a ruthless character who traveled between blades, and said to Shao Knight, "Little brat, I'll take you first today." Seeing this, Yufeng immediately reminded Shao Knight anxiously, saying, "Little brother, you too quickly come over here. This group of people is a pack of jackals." At this point, that Yufeng still wanted to protect Shao Knight and the two of them together, which was really a chivalrous character. However, Shao Knight did not move at this time. As soon as he did, he would expose the fact that September had already escaped. The paranoia-breaking pupil was directly opened. He saw that the level of the berserker who was rushing towards him was the same as his own, and it happened to be level 90, so he could use him as a test sword. It just so happens that he can take him as a test stone. In the temporary camp, a chaotic battle was about to start. Yufeng couldn't care less about Shao Knight. He could only protect his own companions, as life and death had its own destiny. He could only protect his companions. He bent his bow and shot arrows, and the fierce arrows made every one of the bald man's men afraid. Some of the old geezers amongst the merchant team also immediately took out their weapons and formed a defensive front. Under the control of Yufeng's arrows, the situation was stabilized for a while. A set of bead arrows shot that the leader of the bald man hastily resisted. The body burst out a few huge damage figures. The bald man's heart was ruthless, and he swung his sword and slashed at a nearby living profession vendor. With a low roar, "They're all trash. Slash them to death." The people under his command also avoided Yufeng and rushed towards those living profession vendors to kill them. Swords without eyes, blood flowing into the river. "Son of a, if you have the ability to charge me." Yufeng instantly killed his eyes. A set of continuous arrows directly shot on one of the bald man's men. A huge damage number directly ended that person's blood bar. However, at this time, Yufeng was no longer able to control the scene. Only those vendors who were closer to him relied on the weapons in their hands to pile up a battle line. As for those companions who were too far away from Yufeng, quite a few of them had already died tragically under the knives of the bald man and the others, while the rest had their necks held with knives and became captives. "You god-damned dog thieves!" Yufeng's eyes were blood-red from killing. He already had the thought of fighting to the death. However, at this moment, A sound of footsteps outside the makeshift camp was something that made him even more desperate. He only saw a group of professionals wearing the same uniform as the bald man, with a black viper tattooed on their sleeves, coming towards the temporary camp. As soon as they entered the door of the camp, without saying a word, they swung their swords and slashed at them. The traitors. Only then did Yufeng realize that this group of people were not after their goods. They were basically killing them off. In a flash, the group of traders who were mostly life profession traders had their defenses collapsed almost immediately. Some of the traders were already covered in blood and cried out in pain, begging for mercy, saying, "Leader, let's not fight anymore. We can't beat them. Everyone will die if we keep fighting." Yufeng was a bit unwilling, gritted his teeth and asked fiercely, "What exactly are you guys?" That bald man narrowed his eyes and laughed up to the sky, saying, "I'm someone you can't afford to mess with," only to see Yufeng suddenly put down the bow in his hand. Lowering his head and gritting his teeth, he said, "I beg all of you, be generous. Spare our lives. We are small traders who came to Blackwater City to beg for food. If you guys want it, this batch of goods in our hands will all be given to you. Money, equipment, as long as you masters can see it all, take it. Only ask to be able to leave my brothers a life." Yufeng was the leader of this group of traders. He knew that if he kept on killing, it wouldn't be long before all his companions would die here. He could only lower his head and beg for mercy from these jackals. Even if it was to beg for the non-existent sympathy in their hearts, he had to do it. Not everyone was like him, preferring to die here in battle. As soon as the bald man heard this, he immediately laughed and rushed over and ruthlessly snatched away the longbow in his hand, kicked Yufeng's body and cursed, saying, "Soft bones. Weren't you quite a bull last night?" Yufeng's face was ruthlessly stepped on the ground, but he didn't dare to resist in the slightest. But he had no choice. If this could allow his fellow traders to live, so what if he was insulted even more? At this moment, a voice suddenly said, "Enough, baldhead. The boss has ordered that business is important. Tie these people up first." The person who spoke was the leader of the group of people with black viper marks. And as soon as the bald head heard this, there was a hint of indignation on his face. But it seemed that he didn't dare to disobey this person's words, and viciously kicked at Yufeng's body again, saying, "What are you waiting for? Tie them all up for me and wait until the night to slaughter them." A group of people swarmed up and tied Yufeng and the group of traders up in the middle of the church. No one noticed that Shao Knight's duo in the corner in the middle of the camp had suddenly disappeared, leaving only a blanket wrapped around two bloodied corpses that had been left outside the camp's fence. And a level 90 berserker with a black viper mark on his sleeve mixed into the bald man's team as if nothing had happened. Chapter 115, Meaningful High-Grade Purification Potion. This berserker was none other than Shao and I. JHT, who had turned on Golden Cicada Shell. In the midst of the flurry of chaos just now, no one noticed, and no one would have thought that the level 90 berserker would be silently killed by Shao Knight. This battle ended very quickly. Berserkers were a heresy amongst the melee professions, with a higher output and burst than other warrior professions, which also made their defense far lower than normal warrior professions. So when that berserker raised the hammer in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it against Shao Knight erupted with maximum damage output in a split second. The Beast Blood Boiling, Tarsus Poisonous Flame, Swift Thunder Burst. The berserker was only a C-ranked profession, and the highest equipment was only a silver weapon. With his equipment, attributes, and skills completely crushed, Shao Knight resolved the battle in just a few minutes. The ferocious berserker hadn't even reacted before his bloodline was corroded by the tarsal poison flame. This person couldn't even send out a cry for help when Shao Knight's sword tip was stuck in his throat. Then Shao Knight opened the Golden Cicada Shell removal and transformed into the exact same appearance of this berserker. He wrapped his body, along with the humanoid equipment that he had just used to pretend to be September, in a blood-stained blanket and threw it over the fence of the temporary camp. After the deed was done, no one even noticed this scene of the quickly ending fight that took place in the corner of the makeshift camp. Even that bald man had never considered Shao Knight's duo as a threat. Two little dolls who came out from Blackwater City to practice leveling were just two dolls. So if they killed them, they killed them. Wrapping the bodies in a blood-stained blanket and throwing them outside the wall of the makeshift camp would not raise any eyebrows. In this way, Shao Knight successfully blended in with the bald man's men, and followed a group of people to the interior of that abandoned church. "Don't just stand there. Be quick." The bald man gave an order, and a group of men hurriedly walked up and opened up the haystacks. Xiao Knight also joined in, only to see that after moving the straw pallets covered on the outside, what was hidden inside was indeed a portable cryogenic storage box. There were a total of 5 storage boxes, placed side by side as if they were a large coffin, with a hint of cold air emanating from the outside. At this time later that for a while the leader of the people also walked into the church. This person is a tall, thin, eagle-nosed gaze at these cryogenic storage boxes swept a glance. Then he gave the bald man a wink, signaling him to open it. The bald man's face immediately revealed a fawning smile, and hurriedly said to his men, "Open it. Quickly give Brother Ian a look. It's not that I'm saying that you're still not assured of my work." A group of men immediately opened all 5 cryogenic storage boxes in unison. Xiao Knight, who was already standing by the side, took advantage of the situation and squinted over to take a look, only to see that these storage boxes were indeed filled with rows and rows of finely preserved potions. In the low-temperature storage boxes that were filled with cold air, each one of them was placed in a crystal test tube. It was a liquid potion with a hint of a ghostly blue color, and there was also some light golden sediment in it. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but be startled in his heart. High-order purification potion. This was an extremely precious alchemy potion, and to be precise, it was a detoxification potion. And what it detoxified was not an ordinary toxin effect, but was used to specifically deal with disaster-level pollution. It wasn't just some monsters that would be contaminated, resulting in even more terrifying alienation. In some high-pollution level areas, even human professionals may be affected by pollution, their flesh corroded and festering until they die, or even fall into the corpse of the dead. For example, the battlefield front line. No wonder September said that this batch of potions was supposed to be sent to the battlefield. Right now, the front line of the Dragon Kingdom's warriors was an area where the pollution level exceeded the highest grade ever recorded. In that case, the significance of this batch of high-grade purification potions was more than just valuable, it was simply worth a fortune. Only to see that Eagle hooked nose nodding in satisfaction after inspecting the goods among all the storage boxes, saying, "Behave brightly for me. Someone has already checked the whereabouts of this batch of potions in Blackwater City, and at noon today, the higher-ups will send someone over to transfer this batch of potions. There mustn't be the slightest mistake," the bald man immediately said with a continuous compensatory smile. "Don't worry, Brother Ian. I'll leave this to the brothers." Then he respectfully invited the hawk-hooked nose out, and waved his hand at the men behind him to signal them to put the potion back away. Signaling them to put the potion back away and keep a close eye on it. Xiao Knight, who had transformed into a berserker's appearance, also consciously stayed in the church to guard this batch of potions. At noon, at that time, another group of people would come to transfer the potion. I don't know if September and Scar can make it here before then. Previously, Xiao Knight had used his delusion-breaking pupil to investigate the occupation of this hawk nose. He was an assassin with a rank of 118 and was the highest combatant in the group. Confronting him head-on would be too risky. Just at this moment, a miserable scream was suddenly heard, only to see 2 of the bald henchmen holding a female traitor of the living profession, yanking her hard into the middle of this abandoned church. That female traitor is a 30-year-old woman of good looks. Covered in defensive equipment has been stripped down, leaving some close clothing. In the constant resistance is revealed a touch of spring light. These 2 bald man's men want to do what already self-evident. The other guards in the church immediately also issued a burst of animal-like clamor, the woman's miserable plea for help. Against the backdrop of the woman's miserable cries for help, it seemed even more desperate. The walls of this abandoned church had quite a few holes broken in them, but there was still a cover. The people outside the camp could not see what was happening inside. Xiao Knight's gaze instantly swept through this church, only to see that other than himself. Together with the 2 beasts that came in after him, there were a total of 4 guards inside, and all 4 of them were around level 80. The equipment on their bodies is not even a single silver weapon, but some bronze weapons are not bad at all. The actual fact is that they can be killed. Xiao Knight doesn't know when September and Scar will be able to arrive. Once it reaches noon, the followers that Eagle Hook Nose has mentioned will come and transfer the potion. Just by virtue of Xiao Knight alone will not be able to stop it, unless Xiao Knight releases the tied-up Yufeng and his group quietly and joins forces to assassinate some of them first. He will not be able to stop them. Let's start with the 4 people inside this abandoned church first. Xiao Knight transformed into that berserker, and also held the sledgehammer that originally belonged to that person in his hand, and He quietly walked to a corner of the church and lowered his head as if he was checking something. Then beckoned to another guard in the church, signaling him to come over and look. "What is it, Brother Tatsu?" That person immediately walked into the corner with a suspicious face, looking down at the ground that Xiao Knight was pointing at. The Xiao Knight's other hand, however, was already equipped with his Junjun authorized king's sword. With a plopping sound of a blade entering his body, the swift thunder burst. A huge damage burst out at the back of this person's heart. 7,879. After going through the divine character completion, Xiao Knight's attributes had increased substantially, and his basic attack had already reached nearly 5,000 points. With the addition of Thunderbolt, he directly dealt nearly 8,000 points of damage. The man's gaze immediately revealed a trace of panic and disbelief. However, Xiao Knight's hand directly covered his mouth. "You! Oh!" The Junjun authorized king's sword in his hand made 2 more consecutive swords, easily reaping the last of the man's bloodstains. Xiao Knight reached out to support his corpse and gently put it down without making a single sound. Then he poked his head out and he waved his hand once again at the other guard in the church who was watching the scene with a lewd smile. Chapter 116 Overwhelming Means. Savior Xiao Knight. The 2 corpses lay down silently at the corner of the church. The other 2 beasts in the church did not realize it at all. The other 2 beasts in the church were not aware of it at all. The woman's last desperate struggle instead made them more excited. In a flash, Xiao Knight has quietly come behind them, only to see that the 2 of them ruthlessly pressed under the body of the woman's body clothes have almost been stripped bare, full of despair and struggling, but has been exhausted, 1-on-2 in order to resolve the fight as quickly as possible. Xiao Knight lifted the state of golden cicada shell removal, and a layer of dazzling flames immediately ignited on top of the king's sword of monarch authorization, and the woman who was being held down was instantly struck by the flames. The woman who was being held down immediately looked at Xiao Knight, who suddenly appeared behind the 2 beasts, dumbfounded. Xiao Knight struck decisively. A full moon sweep accurately slashed at the exposed bodies of these 2 beasts. In order to vent their desire, these 2 beasts took off their equipment. Without the defense of their equipment, the blade of the king's sword pierced through their bodies like nothing. 7,583. 9,451. 2 high amounts of damage burst out at once. One of them was still a brittle skin agile system profession, taking off a piece of equipment so that his originally low resistance is more directly by Xiao Knight a sword kill. And another face suddenly turned his head, only to see that the face of the killing intent of the Xiao Knight has been close at hand. His face, which was originally reddened with shock, turned pale in an instant. With another sword, Xiao Knight completely resolved his remaining bloodstain and sacrificed these 2 people's payloads in the process. "Shoo!" Xiao Knight gave a gesture to the woman who was still in shock. The woman also recognized the teenager in front of her at this moment. It was one of the 2 young men who had been let in by their leader Yu Feng last night. Xiao Knight turned around and took a wary look outside the church. Seeing that at this moment, no one had noticed the strange changes that had occurred inside, Xiao Knight hid the bodies of the 2 people left behind into the haystack and peeled off a piece of clothing, handing it to the stunned woman. "Where are the rest of the people tied up?" Xiao Knight asked in a low voice at once, and only to see this woman shivering, hand and foot wrapped the clothes around her body. However, the entire face was still a kind of stagnation, froze for a long time before reaching out and pointing to the back of the church and saying, "Back! Back! Leader Yu Feng and the others are all locked up in the back of the church." Xiao Knight nodded his head gently and said to the woman, "You hide here first and don't move. I'll go and find a chance to get them out." "Good. Good." The woman's collapsed emotions didn't seem to have slowed down yet. Xiao Knight simply went forward and hid her in a corner, and covered her with another handful of haystacks. In this abandoned church with 1,000 holes, there was a broken back door that could lead to the rear. Looking back along the broken hole in the door, one could only see that Yu Feng and the others were indeed tied solidly to the fence at the back with chains. There were quite a few spikes on the fence, and each one of them had been stabbed with bloody holes in their bodies, and were wailing in pain. However, in the middle of this backyard, the bald man only left one person to guard. Xiao Knight opened his breaking delusion pupil and looked only to see that this person was a level 90 shield warrior profession. At this time, he was leisurely leaning against the wall smoking a cigarette, and the large shield in his hand was leaning against the side. Sending a shield warrior to guard the prisoners? The bald man's group is really nothing more than a bunch of rabble. Xiao Knight slowly opened the back door and his footsteps were light as he groped towards the man. The tied-up Yu Feng's eyes flickered and he instantly saw Xiao Knight. Seeing that Xiao Knight was still alive, Yu Feng's eyes were first stunned, and then a life-saving hope sprang up. Xiao Knight struck very quickly. The king's sword with tarsal poisonous flame stabbed straight towards that shield warrior, and in an instant, a damage burst was dealt. In an instant, a damage burst number came out, 6,523. However, Xiao Knight was a bit surprised that this sword, which contained the damage bonus of Thunderbolt, only managed to knock out a quarter of the shield warrior's blood. Could it be that this shield warrior's blood level had actually exceeded 20,000? It meant that he had at least one piece of gold-level equipment on him, or at least an A-class professional. The shield warrior had a sharp pain on his body, and when he turned his head to see Xiao Knight, he subconsciously went to grab his shield with a shocked look on his face. Unexpectedly, he was kicked away from his shield by Xiao Knight, who had stepped one step ahead of him. "You! It's you!" The shield warrior immediately showed fear, but Xiao Knight didn't give him a chance to react, and another sword stabbed towards his face and, instantly, he attached another layer of tarsal poison flame to him. The dual effects of burning and toxin immediately ignited on his body, and the shield warrior, who was already bulky, moved even slower under the effect of the toxin. Xiao Knight wandered around him at a teasing pace, attaching layer after layer of tarsal poison flame to him. 178, 235. The effects of the poisonous flames stacked up layer after layer. Even his 20,000-strong bloodline couldn't handle the double burns. Before dying, that shield warrior unwillingly tried to let out a wail to attract the attention of his companions. But was Xiao Knight directly a sword in his mouth? Xiao Knight had practiced this move countless times when he was killing crystallized people in the depths of the mines. After violently harvesting the last sliver of blood, Xiao Knight smoothly sacrificed the fire on that corpse. A prompt immediately rang in Xiao Knight's ears. Human professional's salary fire sacrifice successful. I have obtained the talent phrase Iron Body Grade A. The talent phrase has actually popped out. Xiao Knight was surprised in his heart, but at this moment, he couldn't be bothered to take a closer look. Sprinting to Yu Feng's side, the Junjun authorized king's sword rose up and cut off the chain that was tied to his body. "Little brother, how did you?" Yu Feng's face was immediately filled with both shock and the joy of being saved. He didn't expect Xiao Knight to actually be alive. What's more, he didn't expect that the shield warrior guard had just been killed by such a powerful means by Xiao Knight. What kind of god was this youngster who looked so young? Xiao Knight handed Yu Feng the dagger that he had stripped from the corpse in the church earlier and said, "It's too late to go into details. Let your people out first." Yu Feng instantly also had a scowl on his face, and hurriedly turned back to his companions and gave them a shushing gesture. The two of them joined hands and quickly freed all the group of people who were tied to the fence. And, "Little brother, many thanks." Yu Feng arched his hand at Xiao Knight with a sincere face and said with great joy that, "There is no way to repay Yu Feng for saving his life." Xiao Knight, on the other hand, said in a deep voice, "It's not that simple. Let's escape from this camp first." Right at this moment, a cursing and shrieking sound suddenly came out from the abandoned church. It seemed that the bald man's people had discovered something strange. Chapter 117, Yu Feng's backstabbing. The plan fell through. Not good. They should have sensed it. Xiao Knight's face immediately changed and he said in a deep voice to Yu Feng that, "There are many of them, we must join forces." As he spoke, only the dilapidated back door of the abandoned church could be heard being kicked open. The bald man with a machete in his hand had already ferociously led a group of people to the backyard. Looking at Xiao Knight as well as Yu Feng and the others who were rescued by him, the bald man's face was also stunned for a while. Then he spat a mouthful of spittle and cursed, saying, "Damn! You little brat actually didn't die. I almost let you let them go. You really can't stop, since you're tired of living. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Kill all these brats for me." Xiao Knight instantly equipped his Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger directly and stood at the front of the line. While not looking back, he said to Yu Feng and the others, "Quickly find your weapons. I'll hold the fort first." Xiao Knight had already observed last night that, although Yu Feng's group of traders had a large number of living professions, the distribution of professions was quite complete, and there were not only healers but also several healing auxiliary professions. As long as they were at the back treating Xiao Knight, the Xiao Knight, who was holding the tiger stripe battle shield, would be able to hold the front row, allowing Yufeng, the archer, to output at the back. The bald man was the first to brandish a machete and slash towards Xiao Knight. There was a layer of black gas on top of the machete, which was obviously an offensive skill with a low level. However, Xiao Knight didn't take a step back. He wanted to give Yufeng and his men enough time to equip their weapons. Seeing the right moment, Xiao Knight took a step forward, and the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand accurately blocked the slash. Perfect block. Not only did he not receive any damage, it also directly shook the bald man's body and caused him to stumble. At the same time, Xiao Knight also accumulated a layer of tiger momentum on his body, and the king's sword in his right hand instantly counterattacked, striking this layer of tiger momentum out. Only the target was not the bald man, but a henchman who rushed over next to him. In an instant, an extended sword shadow slashed out and, directly cutting down half of that man's blood bar. 8,547. The huge damage caused the several people who were attacking in front of him, including the bald man, to have fear in their eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Knight directly struck another full moon sweep. The king's sword danced out a storm of sword blades like a full moon, instantly forcing the surrounding people to retreat, instantly forcing the few people around him back. Still not ready? Xiao Knight couldn't help but shout out loud, but there was a hint of dissimilarity in his heart. With that Yufeng's experience as an old man, finding his own weapon and organizing the team to regroup would definitely not take this long. At this time, however, he saw a pair of narrow eyes of the bald man in front of him, but suddenly revealed a trace of mockery as he looked behind Xiao Knight, and a sneering laugh came out of his mouth as if he was watching a joke and said, "Heh, little brat, those companions of yours are afraid that they can't care about you anymore." Xiao Knight suddenly turned his head to look, only to see that Yufeng's group had already equipped themselves with weapons. Yufeng had already equipped himself with weapons, and in his hands he had even set up a longbow, and he was storing a powerful arrow technique, but he was not aiming at the light. However, what he was aiming at was not the bald man's group, but the fence wall of the temporary camp behind him. Xiao Knight saw his intentions in a flash. He wanted to break through the wall and escape. While Xiao Knight was fending off the bald man gang in front, Yufeng tried to escape from the back with his companions. "I'm sorry, brother Xiao Knight." Yufeng's face carried a strange firmness, and without looking back, he shouted to Xiao Knight that, "I'm the leader. I have to keep my men alive." Xiao Knight's eyes flinched and he remained silent for a moment before saying, "There is a woman in your team who is still in the middle of the church. Do you not even care if she dies or lives?" "Yeah." Yufeng's face was suddenly stunned. Then he clenched his teeth and said, "It's better to die one than all die here." Yufeng hissed. The longbow in his hand suddenly let out a roar. An arrow skill like a fire dragon whistled out. The fence of the makeshift camp was unable to withstand it and was blown out with a gap large enough for one person to pass through. A group of traders immediately surged out and fled towards the outside. Yufeng also followed, and before he left, he looked back at Xiao Knight with a complicated gaze. There was guilt in his eyes, but it was more of a firmness in his choice. "You are a good leader," Xiao Knight coldly said to him. Then he turned around violently, and his tiger stripe battle shield steadily blocked a few of the bald man's men who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack. Yufeng's reneging had instantly thrown Xiao Knight's entire plan out of whack. Now, the situation had immediately changed drastically, and Xiao Knight alone had to take on the siege of 7 or 8 people, including the bald man. The bald man instantly wrung out a laugh and said, "Ha ha ha. You little brat aren't quite ballsy? I want to see now, how can you still have balls now that you are left alone?" Without the threat of archer Yufeng at his back, the bald man's face turned vicious, and the machete in his hand once again erupted with a black light as he swung towards Xiao Knight. "Mother, kill this little brat for me." The surrounding group of henchmen also took the opportunity to surround and kill, and most of this group were melee professions. At one time, all kinds of weapons came towards Xiao Knight and stabbed him. Xiao Knight calmly used the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand to blatantly block the bald man's slashes from the front, and then took a precise position to avoid the slashes. He then took a precise position to avoid the side attack, and backhanded a blocking counterattack, splitting on an enemy wearing leather armor on his side. 8,869. The block counterattack coupled with the damage bonus from Tiger Potential instantly killed off most of that leather-armored professional's bloodstain. Then Shao Knight took a violent step forward. This was followed by a swift thunder burst. The king's sword directly pierced through the leather-armored professional. 5,423. He was surrounded by many people, but he came up and killed one person first with a ruthless method. Such a scene also made the bald man's heart furious, and he directly spat at the corpse of the leather armor professional, cursing. Damn, what a waste! Immediately afterward, Shao Knight's Junjun authorized king sword in his hand was once again draped with a demonic poisonous inflammation. The full moon sweep had already cooled down, and the sword blade burning with tarsal poisonous inflammation swung, and instantly, a circle of people around them were attached to the toxic bone inflammation status. The poisonous inflammation with toxin effect immediately erupted on their bodies. A series of sustained damage and toxins caused a series of damage. A series of sustained damage and the stun effect caused by the toxin burned them off guard. Taking advantage of this moment, Shao Knight once again surged forward and grabbed one of the profession's alignment to break the dawn. The king's sword of the king of monarchs swung with awe, wreaking havoc on his body as much as it could. 6,187. 7,156. In an instant, several damage numbers exploded out and Shao Knight killed another person. The bald man stared with a pair of narrow eyes and roared out. Together, in an instant, several long knives all swung down on top of Shao Knight's tiger stripe battle shield, even though Shao Knight had tried his best to perfectly block many of the attacks. However, there were still many attacks from different directions and angles that landed on Shao Knight's body. 2,811. 1877. 2,414. One by one, damage numbers burst out. Shao Knight's bloodline was also instantly knocked down by nearly half. The bald man's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said in a cruel voice, "Little brat, I want to see what waves you can make alone." Knives and swords that were glowing with cold light came towards Shao Knight like a killing formation. Shao Knight's hand held up his tiger stripe battle shield and violently retreated one step backward, pulling away some space, and, looking at the bald man and his group, Shao Knight suddenly let out a cold smile and, with a call in his heart, a teleportation formation that was glowing with an ethereal light suddenly surfaced beside Shao Knight. In an instant, a dark and swift figure violently drilled out from the teleportation formation, like a life-sapping ghostly shadow, stormily wreaking havoc in the bald man's group of people. Hee, I'm never alone. Chapter 118 Dragon Plague. Retribution. Black shadows flashed, and sharp claws tore through flesh and blood chests. One by one, huge damage ripped up on the bald man's group of people. The 9,816. 9,133. 9,817. In just a blink of an eye, this black shadow tore apart 3 of his men. Fear and bewilderment surfaced in their eyes. Yet when the group of people looked back to see this black shadow, the horror was magnified several times more, only to see that it was a dragon with ghostly black scales, a swift and deadly body, and a pair of vertical pupils in its eyes that were looking at them as if they were prey. Dragon? Dragon plague. How is it possible? A wail of horror resounded through the crowd. Dragon plague was a name that humans called the dragon biological species with fear and awe, because every untamed dragon race was born to be a calamity-level monster. Wherever it went was a disaster of corpses and bones. At this moment, the obsidian dragon cub had once again doubled in size compared to its previous form, raising its head to a height of 3 to 4 meters. Contracted beasts grew rapidly with the strength of their hosts. Shao Knight's mutilated godhead had been mended. It also allowed this obsidian dragon cub to obtain amazing growth as well. Dragon? How could there be a dragon here? The bald man also froze instantly, even though he had just witnessed Shao Knight opening a piece of the teleportation array. However, he hadn't even thought about the fact that this dragon would be Shao Knight's contracted harnessed beast. The dragon race, an extremely noble race. However, its nobility was fought down by its destructive strength. The killing scene just now was also the first time Shao Knight had witnessed the wildly exposed side of the obsidian dragon cub. As a dragon, the tyranny that could not be hidden in his bones exploded in an instant. It was just like a black shadow that demanded to be killed. He swiftly weaved in and out of the crowd, and his claws were the sharpest blades, accurately piercing through their chests. Obsidian dragons were the swiftest of all the dragon races. This coupled with the terrifying defense brought about by their powerful magic immune scales, made them the sharpest of the sharpest blades amongst the dragon races. The obsidian dragon cub looked ferociously at the bald man beside him with a pair of vertical pupils. Then it snorted at Shao Knight, and 2 columns of black smoke emerged from its nostrils, as if it was inviting credit in general, and as if it was protecting its master. Harness Spirit Link. Shao Knight instantly and directly turned on this special skill. In an instant, a heart-to-heart mind link appeared in Shao Knight's mind, and a picture that the obsidian dragon saw was similarly shared in Shao Knight's mind. 2-line operation. Kill, accompanied by the dragon cub killing his way through the bald man's group of henchmen. The Shao Knight, holding his tiger stripe battle shield, violently took a step forward and stabbed his sword at the bald man's throat. The bald man was still immersed in the shock of coming into close contact with a dragon race species. When he was caught off guard by Shao Knight, the machete in his hand hurriedly crossed over, but he couldn't even block it in time. Shao Knight's swift thunderburst had once again finished cooling down. The king's sword was thrust out like a thunderbolt, and it went straight for the bald man's chest. In an instant, a bludgeoning damage exploded out. 9,853. 9,853. The bald man's blood bar suddenly plummeted, and for a moment, his face was terrified, panicked, and he had already lost control of the situation. He hurriedly reached out and dragged one of his subordinates to his body, blocking the knife for him. Shao Knight's ensuing sword directly stabbed this subordinate through and through. The sword is not a bludgeon, but it's a blow. This sword did not have a bludgeon, but it still harvested the man's blood bar.
Mutter er.
Don't panic. The bald man, under the fear, also clenched his teeth violently and roared out, stabilizing his mind. It's just a juvenile dragon race. Cut it down for me. The bald man greeted, and the machete in his hand slashed towards Shao Knight. However, it was firmly blocked by Shao Knight's tiger stripe battle shield. A layer of tiger momentum was waiting to be unleashed. Shao Knight did not intend to wait for the tiger momentum to build up, and his king's sword instantly launched a blocking counterattack. A layer is used when there is a layer. The bald man could not hold back and retreated step by step. The bald man knew that if he continued like this, he was bound to die in the hands of this young doll in front of him. At that moment, his heart crossed, violently holding the machete with both hands, not retreating but advancing towards Shao Knight's lower road to cut. The machete was covered with a layer of black gas. This is his killing move, a rank skill, Pan Mountain Avalanche Star. It has a nearby effect that breaks the shield stance. It was also his fight to the death. However, when this life-threatening slash with a black aura swung at him, Shao Knight's eyes flickered, but he could see a clue that, instead of using his shield to parry, he deftly retreated one after another, withdrawing a large distance in a few steps. At the same time, his mouth softly said, "Dragon breath." In an instant, the obsidian dragon cub in the middle of the crowd violently unfolded its wings, hovered its neck backward, storing its strength. A sea of fire covering 30 to 40 meters suddenly erupted. The scorching breath heat wave generally covered the entire crowd. An incomparably hot aura came from behind that bald male protagonist, yet it was already too late to dodge. In his haste, he saw a mocking smile on Shao Knight's face. Then huge burning damage exploded from the bald man and his group of henchmen. 15,639, 19,637, 17,561. This is Dragon's Breath. Dragon race species' unique scorching spitting means, causing high amount of burning damage while also ignoring burning resistance. Always on the verge was also affected by the Shao Knight, also had to raise the hands of the tiger stripe war shield, resist this hot pouncing breath. After the monstrous sea of fire was extinguished, the bald man's group of henchmen had long since died, burned to black dryness. Only the bald man's blood bar still left a trace that, at that critical moment just now, he pulled one of his men onto his body to fend off. However, before he could even get up, Shao Knight's king's sword of monarch authorization had already landed on his neck. Don't kill me. The bald man had lost all his battle and hideousness at this point, and all that was left on his ugly face was a plea that, "I'm also just doing a favor for someone." Before he died, he couldn't figure out why he would run into Shao Knight, the god of kill. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the distance behind Shao Knight. "Stop it for me." Shao Knight turned his head and looked. He saw the same eagle hook nose that he had seen earlier. But this eagle hook nose and his men came from the back of the temporary camp. The weapons in their hands were still dripping with blood. Seeing this scene, Xiao Knight couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. It turned out that just when they realized that something strange was going on in the church, they immediately split into two groups. The bald man with his men chased over from the church. And the eagle nose is to bring people directly around the back to chase that escape. Unfortunately, that Yufeng reckoning to the extreme, but still did not escape the fate of a line of people were silenced. If he hadn't turned his back on Xiao Knight at that time, but stayed and stood on the same front with Xiao Knight, at least he wouldn't have died so quickly. When Hawk Hook Nose saw the obsidian dragon in front of him, there was also a shock in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by greed and he. A hoarse laugh escaped his lips as he said, "A dragon race species? I didn't expect there to be such a fortune here. Huh? This is much more golden than that batch of potions." The bald man who was stepped on the ground by Xiao Knight was like seeing a savior when he saw the hawk-hooked nose and shouted excitedly, saying, "Brother Ian, quickly save me," only to see that eagle-hooked nose coldly glancing at him, seemingly as if he was looking at a useless piece of trash, and cursed, "Useless fool. If it wasn't for the orders from above, I wouldn't bother saving you." The hawk-hooked nose then raised his head and looked at Xiao Knight with a pair of eyes as if he was threatening and said, "Kid, release him, and then give me that dragon cub in your hand, and I will be merciful today and spare your life." Xiao Knight didn't say anything. In front of Hawk Hook Nose's face, the monarch-authorized king's sword in his hand suddenly pierced through the bald man's neck. Chapter 119 Human-Dragon Coordination. Massacre the Scout Squad. The bald head was dead. The blade of the monarch Grant King's sword went straight through his entire neck, and blood spurted out, dead beyond death. Before he died, he was still staring with narrow eyes. His eyes were full of unwillingness. He couldn't believe that Xiao Knight actually dared to kill himself in front of Eagle Hook Nose. Eagle Hook Nose couldn't believe it either. When he saw this scene, his long and narrow face was so gloomy that it was about to turn to water. Although in his eyes, the bald head is just a pig-like waste. But as a person who works for the superior, his colleague died in front of his eyes. If the superior knew about it, he himself also had no good fruit to eat. "Kid, you are ruthless. I will kill you alive," Hawk Hook Nose said fiercely, revealing 2 layers of ghastly white teeth that. What he held in his hand was a dagger, and at the end of the dagger was a chain that was not too long and not too short, wrapped around his wrist. Hawk Hook Nose flung the dagger with the chain, and with a gesture with his left hand, a group of his subordinates instantly dispersed in all directions and surrounded towards Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight also noticed an unusual point at this time. This Hawk Nose was an assassin, and his men were all agile assassins. It seemed that this should be a scouting team. It's not easy to fight one against many, not to mention some assassins who can sneak around. The hawkish nose revealed a cold smile and said, "That dragon seed contracted beast of yours is only a juvenile, isn't it? What a pity. If it was an adult today, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to make a move. But since it's a juvenile body, then don't blame me for not being polite. That dragon cub of yours can be sold for $1 billion. Kill this brat for me, but don't hurt my precious dragon." With a command from Hawk Hook Nose, almost all of the henchmen surrounding Xiao Knight entered a sneaking state, their figures disappearing into thin air. I'm afraid that any professional facing so many assassins who could sneak would have their scalp numb and wouldn't know how to deal with them. However, except for Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight held his tiger stripe battle shield to protect his entire body on the left side, and his right hand's kingsword was waiting for an opportunity to strike. Through the mind of the spirit harnessing link, he made the obsidian dragon cub turn back to back with himself, guarding his rear. 1 second. 2 seconds. Xiao Knight had practiced countless times against assassin professionals in the sneaking state in his holographic fighting simulation class. He knew that these assassins' favorite tactic after entering the sneaking state was to first come up with a wave of testing, and they would never directly risk exposing their position to launch an attack. According to Xiao Knight's experience, all attacks in the first 15 seconds were just a trial run, and Xiao Knight's killing move was to be saved for 15 seconds later, silently counting in his heart. As expected, a sudden sound of a blade breaking through the air sounded at Xiao Knight's left rear. The tiger stripe battle shield violently reversed its direction and easily blocked it, only to see that it was indeed a dagger flying over, a throwing skill rather than a real person's position. The immediately followed by the sound of air-breaking sounds coming from all directions. Shao Knight held his battle shield and blocked most of them with great difficulty. There were still quite a few blades stabbing at his body, dealing out a damage in the hundreds. However, the damage from these long-range throwing skills was already in Shao Knight's plan, and these throwing damages didn't hurt at all. Some of the ones that hit the dragon cub's ghostly black scales didn't even hit a spark. The surroundings once again fell into silence. The 15 seconds Shao Knight had counted in his heart had just arrived. He knew that the next step was the real killing move of the assassins. Ultrasonic enemy claim was violently opened. In an instant, an undetectable ultrasonic wave centered on Shao Knight spread out to the surroundings. One by one, the positions of those in the sneaking state were instantly probed. Left front 2. Right side 1. Left rear 2. Right back 1. Shao Knight made a precise judgment in a split second, and these positions were reported by Shao Knight to the Dragon Cub through the Imperial Spirit Link. In the blink of an eye, one person and one dragon both moved. The Junjun King sword in Shao Knight's hand, which was draped in tarsal bone poison flame, violently stabbed forward, and it accurately stabbed out a blood splash in the air. A dazed figure was instantly exposed, followed by a swift thunderous thrust from Shao Knight, directly hitting his throat. The 8,719. The bludgeoning damage directly secured 1. Shao Knight said in a cold voice. Then his body violently dodged to the side, and his right hand struck a full moon sweep, sweeping out all the 2 silhouettes on the left as well. The effect of tarsal bone poison flame immediately spread across their bodies and burning them into 2 fiery figures. The tiger momentum accumulated from the previous tiger stripe battle shield block directly erupted, and Shao Knight slashed down with his sword. A huge shadowy sword blade with the sound of a tiger roar instantly cleaved one to death and crippled one person. 2. Shao Knight once again counted in a cold voice. At this time, those assassins who presumptuously attempted to attack from behind Shao Knight's back had an even more miserable end. After clearly pointing out the direction, the obsidian dragon pup directly smashed an assassin whose equipment was at best a bronze weapon with 1 claw. The tail swept like a gale, and the huge force threw the remaining thieves in the 2 directions directly into the past. 2 huge amounts of damage exploded on their bodies. 7,819. 12,556. One of them couldn't dodge in time, and was directly cut by the obsidian dragon's tail end, which was like a blade that cut his throat. He died directly. This was the dragon race's powerful strength and physical weapon. 4. Shao Knight faintly counted. There were a total of 6 subordinates who swarmed up to that hawk hook nose, and in a flash, 4 of them were directly eliminated by Shao Knight and Dragon Cub, leaving the remaining 2 either dead or disabled. The remaining 2 were either dead or disabled. Seeing this scene in front of him, a viciousness and scorn appeared on Hawk Hook Nose's long and narrow face. He finally figured out why that waste of a bald head would be so easily broken in the hands of this teenager in front of him. This young dragon already had a tacit understanding of fighting with this kid, and was by no means a dragon cub with empty brute strength and dragon breath. Moreover, what made his palms slightly sweaty was that he still couldn't see how that teenager had judged the position of his subordinates who were in a sneaking state. Once an assassin's proud sneak was broken, he instantly lost all his advantages. Once the assassin profession was seen to have broken their proud sneak, they instantly lost all their advantages and were like lambs to be slaughtered. As an assassin, he knew this only too well. But Hawk Nose is not willing to die here. Whether it's the batch of potions that he was ordered to escort, or the valuable dragon cub in front of him, he was not willing to do so. Desire overcame reason. What's more, he was an uncompromising outlaw. Hawk Nose put his hand behind his back and gestured to his 5 remaining subordinates. It was a gesture that their scout team had agreed upon. It meant that all of them would kill from one point and break through head-on. Even if the kid in front of him can see they're sneaking, all of them together from one direction, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, cannot be blocked. What's more, this time, Hawk Hook Nose intended to personally hit the head and be the first blade. In a flash, Eagle Hooked Nose, along with all of his remaining subordinates behind him, all went into a sneaking state, and a blade that disappeared into the air swept towards Shao Knight. There's no need to test the waters. They just came up and took your life. Shao Knight's eyes flinched, keenly sensing that this attack was absolutely extraordinary. And ultrasonic solitaire is still on cooldown. Now there is only one way. The speed of the Hawk Hooked Nose was very fast. so fast that Shao Knight even felt a sudden surge of killing intent in the air. However, just as the dagger with the chain in his hand was swinging towards Shao Knight, Shao Yi suddenly turned into two identical people. Double mirror image. Chapter 120 Split Gaming. The lava exploded itself. The two figures were similarly holding a tiger stripe battle shield in their left hands and a monarch Grant King's sword in their right hands. Exactly the same appearance, movements, and even those blood stains on top of the weapons. Split body technique? Eagle Hook Nose violently stopped his movement. Throughout the air, those sneaking figures were all stagnant, and everyone was confused. Which is the real body? After all, Hawk Hook Nose was an old man who had fought for most of his life, a pair of eyes keenly staring at the position where Shao Knight had originally stood, and silently marking in his heart the one that came out after him must be the fake body. However, at this moment the two Shao Knights moved, only to see two identical figures backing up in unison behind the obsidian dragon cub. At the same time, the obsidian dragon cub violently spread its wings and ferociously lunged forward. A pair of sharp claws ferociously waved into the air in front of them, forcing those figures in the sneak to panic and dodge, including Hawk Hook Nose. While the two Shao Knights took the opportunity to stride deftly, dazzlingly, and constantly exchanging positions. Hawk Hook Nose is but a head down to dodge between, and then look up to see, but see that the two Shao Knight already do not know how many times to change the position. Damn little. Hawk Hooked Love could not help but curse in his heart. At this time, he had also long been unable to distinguish which was the real body and which was the fake body. However, that obsidian dragon cub's pair of tail spikes violently flung out, but unintentionally threw out a sneaking wolfish figure. 7,814. The huge damage directly caused this hawk-nosed henchman's blood bar to be greatly crippled. The two Shao Knights immediately rushed forward in unison. They, one left and one right with the king of Monarch's sword, directly stabbing the assassin who had shown his form. The obsidian dragon cub is again ferocious to go forward and make up a claw. That the eagle hook nose of the henchman died extremely miserable. Such a scene. Even Eagle Hook Nose was shocked by this scene. Third line operation? This is impossible. Eagle Hook Nose quietly retreated behind the crowd, secretly hibernating and observing. He did not believe that the young cub in front of him was able to do 3 lines of operation at the same time without revealing any cracks. At this moment, Shao Knight's entire attention was highly concentrated, and his nerves were taut. 3 images appeared in his mind at the same time. The main body, the doppelganger, and the obsidian dragon. Shao Knight was controlling 3 bodies at the same time, and had to face the remaining enemies who were still in a sneaking state and didn't know when they would strike. As well as one of the biggest threats, Hawk Hook Nose. The doppelgangers only had 50% of the body's attributes, so once they struck out alone or were harmed alone, they would definitely be seen by this veteran enemy. Shao Knight had to make sure that every strike was made by both the main body and the bilocation at the same time. In a flash, another assassin who was sneaking in the shadows couldn't hold back, and a blood-colored dagger suddenly appeared out of the air and stabbed Shao Knight in the back. This person was actually very smart, and the location of his strike just happened to be stuck in the dead center of 2 of Shao Knight's line of sight. However, he could not have imagined that. Shao Knight had another perspective in his head, that of the obsidian dragon who had established mind communication through the Imperial Spirit Link. Just when he thought he was about to get it, the 2 Shao Knights suddenly turned back in unison, and the Junjun authorized king's sword accurately stabbed him in the chest. Even as the wounds were all in one place, the damage stacked together exceeded tens of thousands of points, killing 1 more person. Rubbish! Seeing this scene in front of him, the eagle-hooked nose, who was hidden in the shadows, was furious and anxious in his heart. A little doll that he thought was a handful had already killed almost half of his men in front of him. If he dragged on like this, I'm afraid that his group of men would have to die one by one. All of you together, even if it's a diversion. Break one for me first. Who dares not go? I'll chop him up later. Hawk Hook Nose gave a deadly order in the contact device, and at the same time, his feet moved secretly. Even if he had to fight for the lives of a few more of his men, as long as he was able to break this little brat's doppelganger, he would be certain that he would be able to directly strike at Shao Knight. But at this moment, Shao Knight's ultrasonic solitaire had cooled down. However, an undetectable ultrasonic wave once again spread out in the surroundings with Shao Knight as the center. It instantly probed the surrounding enemies that were lurking in the shadows, only to see that this time, They all seemed to be attacking towards Xiao Knight as if they didn't want to die. It seemed that they wanted to fight to the death to get rid of one of Xiao Knight's doppelgangers. Seeing this, a plan immediately surfaced in Xiao Knight's mind. The two Xiao Knights that had been standing together with one action suddenly separated. One raised his tiger-striped battle shield and brazenly resisted in front. The other put away his shield and fled behind him in a puff of smoke. Little brat, want to escape? Seeing this scene, the eagle-hooked nose immediately flinched, subconsciously looking towards Xiao Knight, who was fleeing towards the back and was just about to give orders in the contact device. But he suddenly stopped. No, it's not that simple. This little brat has a very delicate mind. I'm afraid that the one who stayed in the same place is the real body, and the one who fled is just a decoy. Turn back. Kill the one who stayed in the same place. The corners of the hawk-hooked nose's mouth revealed a vicious smile, and with a flash of his figure, he took the lead in killing towards the one that stayed in place. Xiao Knight. Seeing that one by one, the enemies hidden in the shadows surrounded Xiao Knight who stayed in the same place. Xiao Yi fled to the back, but the corner of his mouth revealed an undetectable smile. In passing, the obsidian dragon cub was taken back into the summoning space again, and his steps accelerated violently, drilling into the broken wall of the church. At the same time, the dagger with chains in the hand of Hawk-Hook Nose had already stabbed at the back of that Xiao Knight who stayed in place, and suddenly, that Xiao Knight was turning back violently and smiled evilly at him. Bad. I'm on the road. Hawk-Hooked Nose's heart suddenly a burst of panic, turned around and wanted to escape. However, a hot aura violently erupted from his back, only to see the blood vessels underneath that Xiao Knight's skin suddenly burst. The red blood vessels as if filled with lava. The entire silhouette instantly exploded. Lava self-explosion deals 1000% of maximum life value damage to a large area. Although the double only had 50% of Xiao Knight's full attributes, the current Xiao Knight's main body had a full 17,000 blood. Translated, that was a whopping 80,000 or so additional lava-scorching explosion damage. For the group of leather-armored assassin professions including Eagle Hook Nose, it was like the king of hell. A thick cloud of smoke and dust exploded in the backyard of the makeshift camp, and in an instant, flesh, blood, body parts, and pieces of leather armor flew in all directions. This was also the first time Xiao Knight had witnessed the effects of this alter ego self-detonation tactic of his own. One could only say that he was satisfied. Chapter 121. It's all over. Scampering Eagle Hook Nose. The moment this tactic surfaced in Xiao Knight's mind, Xiao Knight realized that this was a game, the doppelganger and the main body. Which one would the eagle-hooked nose choose, given the already confusing situation? Xiao Knight knew that Eagle Hook Nose was an old foe that simple cleverness would not fool him, and the only one who could fool him was himself. It must be said that this is a risky gamble, because if he gave that eagle-hooked nose some more time, he might be able to recognize Xiao Knight's scheme. But everything happened so fast that the hawk-hooked nose had to make a judgment in just a few seconds. So just like Xiao Knight expected, Eagle Hook Nose took the bait. The diversionary self-destruct tactic was successfully implemented. The huge range of lava self-explosion rippled through Eagle Hook Nose and all of his men. Xiao Yu, who had retrieved the obsidian dragon cub into his summoning space in time, hid behind the wall of the abandoned church. The rolling smoke gradually cleared. Xiao Knight vigilantly held his tiger-striped battle shield and stared ahead. He knows that a person who can crawl on the tip of the knife may not have his own means of preserving his life. Although the power of this lava self-detonation has far exceeded the bloodlines of those brittle professions, the lava self-detonation can really kill that hawk-nosed man. But is it really possible to blow up that hawk-hooked nose as well? Xiao Knight took out a bottle of recovery potion from his backpack and poured it into his mouth. Examining his current state, the two major cards, the self-detonation tactic and the obsidian dragon cub, had already been played. If he hadn't been able to kill that hawk-hook nose, things would be tricky. Even if there is only the eagle hook nose left, the other party is after all an assassin with a level of 118, and his combat experience is incomparable. At this time, Xiao Knight's hand still had one last move left, Glazed Boundary. It is also the last card to save his life. The smoke gradually dispersed and Xiao Knight opened his paranoia-breaking pupil, only to see that the backyard of this temporary camp had been directly blown out into a large crater. The starry lava was still emitting a scorching aura, and those thieves who had surrounded the doppelganger had already been blown into body parts. Not even a single intact body could be seen. But among them, There was no sign of eagle hook nose and the dagger with chains in his hand. Xiao Knight's eyes instantly flinched and the nerves in his body were taut, and he was vigilantly observing all the winds and grasses around him. Suddenly a voice came from the roof of the church above Xiao Knight's head and, "Heh, what a tricky little brat." Xiao Knight snapped his head up and looked, only to see that, on the tattered roof of the abandoned church, the hawk-hooked nose had hidden there at some point and he was staring down at Xiao Knight with a shadowy face. His equipment was stained with burn marks and soot, and he was holding a bottle of recovery potion in his hand and pouring it into his mouth. I don't know what this hawk-hooked nose did in the flash of light just now. I don't know what kind of tactics this hawk-hooked nose had used to get out of that huge explosion range. But obviously his state at this moment was also extremely wretched. Little brat. A burst of jealousy, hatred, and greed mixed together erupted in that hawk-hooked nose's eyes, and he said fiercely that, "I really underestimated you, having such means and heart at such a young age. If I let you develop, I really don't know how strong you will be. It's just a pity that you don't have a future." After the eagle-hooked nose spoke, his figure suddenly launched itself and his body was like a swooping falcon coming towards Xiao Knight, and the dagger in his hand cut through a cracking sound. Today he must obliterate Xiao Knight here. Xiao Knight watched carefully. He gripped the tiger stripe battle shield tightly in his hand, and was even ready to unleash the glazed boundary at any time to defend against this eagle-hooked nose's deadly killing move. Then right at this moment, a huge familiar giant axe shadow suddenly appeared behind eagle-hooked nose, viciously slashing at his back. Sensing this killing intent behind him, Hawk-Hook Nose could not care less about Xiao Knight, and hastily dodged to the side in a mess. A familiar voice rang out from behind Eagle-Hook Nose's back. "In Tong, with your reputation, what are you doing bullying these half-grown little dolls? If you're capable, have some fun with your grandpa Scar." Xiao Knight looked behind the Hawk-Hooked Nose and, only to see a man holding a huge axe in both hands standing upright, grinning mockingly at Hawk-Hook Nose, and saying, "It was Scarface," and beside him, the man with the round moon scimitar in his hand, the man with the face wrapped around it. Jean Kyer, the proprietress of the Nightingale Tavern, as well as a delicate figure that anxiously stood on tiptoe towards Xiao Knight. It was only when she saw that Xiao Knight was still alive that a touch of sweet smile finally appeared on her face in September. They had finally arrived. Xiao Knight's moment of relief was like a weight off his shoulders, finally letting out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Eagle Hook Nose, who had seen Scar and the others at this moment, his face turned pale in an instant. Without even a minute's hesitation, he turned his head and fled. The fear of death can make a person burst out the maximum speed of escape. Hawk-Hook Nose as a stump like a shadow generally fled in one direction. Where to run? The huge axe in Scarface's hand swung in a circle, ruthlessly blocking his retreat. However, the eagle-hooked nose's figure turned sharply and fled in another direction. This was his purpose. After all, Scar was unable to keep up with his speed. The hawk-hooked nose succeeded in his plan, and his figure flashed towards the outside of the camp. But he didn't want to see a white shadow suddenly launching itself and chasing after him. It was the unsmiling man with the wrapped face, who was also of the agility profession. The same is an agile profession. The speed of the man with the wrapped face is not worse than the eagle's hook nose, or even better. Seeing this, Xiao Knight immediately put away his tiger stripe battle shield and wanted to chase after him. But Scar reached out and stopped him, grinning and saying, "Don't worry, leave it to him. If we can't even catch Yin Tong, Flowerface won't come back." The Nightingale Tavern's proprietress, Jean Kyer, also nodded her head once and said, "That fellow Yin Tong was Flowerface's underdog a few years back." At this moment, Scarface also saw the tragic scene in the backyard of this makeshift camp, and instantly said with a stunned expression, "Good brat, these are all you're doing?" Xiao Knight's tensed nerves finally relaxed, and the fatigue and injuries on his body surged up in that instant. At once, he leaned helplessly against the church's dilapidated wall. A figure immediately rushed over lightly, helped Xiao Knight. Her watery gaze swept over the wounds on Xiao Knight's body with both heartache and some resentment, and she couldn't help but scold him, saying,
Sheng Guazi.
"What are you doing alone? Had I known, I wouldn't have left." Xiao Knight, on the other hand, smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't worry, I'm not all right." September instantly pulled out some medicines from the backpack, carefully helping Xiao Knight wipe the bloodstains on his body, and asked, somewhat worriedly. We saw the bodies of those traitors on the way here, including that leader Yufeng. What exactly happened? Xiao Knight sighed with a complicated face and asked. Are all dead? September nodded in silence and, it's hard to say. Xiao Knight smiled self-deprecatingly and said, I released them. I wanted to join forces with them to deal with the bald ones, but I didn't expect them to only think about their own lives. September sniffed his face and said in a cold voice, they turned their backs on you and escaped on their own? Xiao Knight nodded. However, he saw September's face turn cold and said fiercely, then they deserve to die. I thought that Yufeng is still a person who knows the righteousness of the world, but I didn't realize that he is also this kind of villain. Xiao Knight did not speak again. People are complicated. It is impossible to judge based on one side alone. Scar hurriedly rushed into the church, opened the 5 cryogenic storage boxes, and then his face rejoiced and said, found it. The 5 boxes of potions are all here. The smiling Scar came over and patted Xiao Knight's shoulder, grinning broadly. Good boy. I owe you a big favor this time. Jean Kyer, who went into the church with Scar to search, suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Then from inside, she helped out a woman with messy clothes and a shocked face. From Yufeng's mouth, Xiao Knight learned that the woman's name was Ear. The whole team of traitors, now only one person left alive. Chapter 122 Moment of Reckoning. Viper Mercenary. You're in cahoots with those traitors, aren't you? When September saw this woman, a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes, and one hand was already touching the dagger at her waist. She wasn't an ordinary girl, having been raised by Red Sanyang since she was a child. September wasn't shy about things like killing people. The fact that Yufeng had turned his back on Xiao Knight with a group of traitors made her hate the house. Her gaze went cold as she glared at the woman. The woman, who was already in a trance, immediately had her legs tremble again and, September. Xiao Knight stopped September and said, forget it. She's just a poor person who was abandoned. This woman had endured such insults, managed to regain her life, and was abandoned by her companions. Now the entire caravan has only survived, and everyone around her is dead. I'm afraid that she may not be able to walk out for quite some time, even for the rest of her life. Scar made a gesture to the people under his hand. A group of people immediately swarmed up and carefully searched the entire makeshift camp, including the abandoned and broken church building. Scar and Jean Kyer had brought quite a few people with them this time as well. It seemed that they were all Nightingale Tavern's manpower, but each of them was a combat profession with a not-so-low level. However, everyone was a combat profession with a low level and a complete distribution of professions, making them a group of combatants that should not be underestimated. Under Jean Kyer's command, a group of people carefully carried out the 5 cryogenic storage boxes from the church. Xiao Knight suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said to Scar, Scar, I heard that Hawk Hook knows talk about how at 12 noon they had another batch of people coming over to take over, and it seems like they're going to move this batch of medicinal agents. Don't worry. I know. Scar sniffed and nodded, then grinned at Xiao Knight and said, good boy, don't worry. You've already done enough. Leave the next thing to us. Only Scar heatedly smiled, then said, I'm afraid that the batch of people that Yin Tong spoke of to receive them won't necessarily be able to come. Xiao Knight was stunned when he heard this, only to hear September explain from the side and say, in the last few days, Brother Scar and Brother Stripes and the others have also found out some clues in Blackwater City, and those vipers, our people who have mixed into the city, have already begun to start liquidating them. So that's how it was. Xiao Knight instantly remembered that Black Viper's mark on the sleeves of the group of people from Bald Head and Hawk Hook Nose. Brother Scar, what exactly is the origin of this group of people? Xiao Knight instantly opened his mouth and asked. The leader of the traitors, Yufeng, had said that this group of people were all fresh faces from the vicinity of Blackwater City. Scar, on the other hand, also reached out and kicked away one of the corpses next to him, his gaze falling on the Black Viper markings on his sleeve, saying, this group is not a force in Blackwater City, or even someone from our northwest region. If it wasn't for the fact that a few years ago, Flowerface had a connection with them, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Blackwater City would recognize them. Scar reached out and ripped off the Black Viper mark from the corpse, his mouth smiling viciously as he said, here, this group's name is called the Poison Viper Mercenaries, and they used to be a group of people who used to hang out on the border. As long as they were paid, they would take on any job no matter what. Their reputation has long been rotten. I didn't expect to actually meet them in this Blackwater City nowadays. Xiao Knight keenly extracted the keywords from the words in Scar's mouth and immediately pursued, saying, "Are you saying that this group of people are also nothing more than minions, and that someone hired them behind the scenes to rob Uncle Chin of this batch of goods?" Scar also nodded with a serious face and said, "We still need to check behind this group of people. What kind of person actually dared to hit Uncle Chin with their idea?" Xiao Knight also felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Earlier, September had said that this batch of high-grade alchemy potions was to be sent to the battlefield, and this poisonous Viper mercenary was previously operating on the border. It was hard not to feel that there wouldn't be some kind of relationship during this period. "All right, take an inventory of everything, and dispose of all the corpses here for me." Scar commanded the brothers under his hand to completely destroy the bodies of the entire makeshift camp on one side. On the other hand, he looked at Xiao Knight and September with some helplessness and said, "You two little dolls. How could you make such a big commotion in the Jade Mine? These past few days, Flowerface and I have been in a hurry. Even if we can't find this batch of goods, we can't lose you two. If anything happens to you two here in Blackwater City, Uncle Chin and Sanyang won't peel my skin off when we get back." Xiao Knight and September immediately looked at each other in disbelief. Obviously, the incident happened suddenly, and September had not been able to say anything to Scar about what happened to the two of them in the middle of the Jade Quarry. And at this time, that Jean Kyer who walked over also asked with a curious and scrutinizing look that Jade Mine collapse was really caused by you two? It's been spreading all over inside Blackwater City in recent days. This Jade Mine has been standing around for hundreds of years. I didn't expect it to collapse now, and there's quite a few rumors that there's a big beast tide coming. Jean Kyer frowned as she took one hand in one hand and ruthlessly rubbed Xiao Knight and September's heads, saying, "I really can't figure out how you two little dolls made such a big commotion." September immediately spat out her tongue in a good manner and said, "This thing is not to blame for us. We went to explore the depths of the mine. Who would have thought that we would meet that kind of strange things?" September made a wink to Xiao Knight, then said perfunctorily to Jean Kyer, "He, this matter is a long story. After going back, I'll talk to you in detail. Anyway, the two of us were buried inside for 3 days and 3 nights. Upon hearing this, even a big grinning Scar's face showed a trace of fear, saying, "Hey, didn't Flowerface explain to the two of you that it's good to practice in the periphery of the Jade Mines and never go into the depths of the mines? You guys are so good. You almost buried yourselves in it. The little dolls nowadays are really more rebellious than one another." Jean Kyer, however, shook her head and scolded with a laugh, saying, "Scar, then you don't look at who brought them out? The children who grew up with our group? Can they learn well?" Scar's face was suddenly deflated. His mouth muttered a few words. "What happened to us back then?" Jean Kyer, on the other hand, also turned her face around and said to Xiao Knight and September, "All right, the two of you should also hurry back to Blackwater City with us. Wash the dust and mud on your bodies properly and recuperate. Since this batch of goods has been found, let Scar accompany you guys to practice leveling in these next days. By the way, keep a good eye on you two little ancestors. Don't cause any more trouble for me. When the time comes, I'll have to send you two back to Sanyang and Uncle Chin with all your whiskers and tails." Chapter 123, Unexpected Joy. Assassin's Specialization Word. While Scar and Jean Kyer were leading the men to load those 5 portable cryogenic storage tanks onto the transportation vehicle, Xiao Knight, on the other hand, once again returned to the pile of corpses in the makeshift camp, and in the name of helping to dispose of the corpses, he quietly sacrificed all of the payloads of those bald and eagle-nosed henchmen one by one. Even a bunch of pay flames were not spared by the wild goose. A bunch of salary flames quietly converged on Xiao Knight's body without a trace, and a line of prompts rang in Xiao Knight's ears. Human Professions Salary Flame Sacrifice. Human Professions Salary Flame Sacrifice is successful. Spark value plus 80. Human Professions Salary Flame. The fire value given by these high-level professionals was even more than the fire value given by high-pollution-level monsters, and together with the payloads from the Fey Bodystone ghosts and crystallized people that he had killed in the depths of the Jade Quarry, Xiao Knight realized with a jolt that he was now in a state of shock, and that he was now in a state of shock. Xiao Knight suddenly realized that the fire value in his hand at this time had reached nearly 10,000. This was the richest he had ever been since awakening his profession, and I'm sure that a large portion of the fire seed value was contributed by the Chalcedony Guile fetus. Xiao Knight was beginning to think about how to use this large amount of fire seed value. A reminder suddenly sounded in his ears. Talent phrase Sneak B rank has been obtained. A talent phrase has been obtained. Xiao Knight's heart snapped with joy. Most of that hawk-nose's men were assassins and thieves. Unexpectedly, the accumulation of numbers had finally sacrificed this specialized skill of the assassin profession. Sneaking skill. It's not too much to say that it's the granddaddy skill that the assassin and thief professions rely on for their survival. Although it was only a B rank skill, Xiao Knight could use the fire value to strengthen and upgrade it. Although the fire value of human professional sacrifices was high, the burst rate of words was a bit unpredictable, sometimes even lower than monsters, but I didn't expect to actually let Xiao Knight hit the jackpot today, thanks to the team of assassin professionals brought by Hawk Nose. Moreover, Xiao Knight had also exploded an A-rank phrase called Iron Body from one of the bald man's henchmen earlier, which could be considered an unexpected gain. Before Xiao Knight could go inside the talent bar to check it out in detail, he heard September already calling out to himself in front of the car. "Shangguazi, let's go. What are you still doing there?" "Coming." Xiao Knight took 2 tight steps and followed him. The matter of the words would be looked at in detail after returning to the Nightingale Tavern. The road back to Blackwater City was very smooth and did not encounter the group of poisonous viper mercenaries that Hawk Hook Nose had said in his mouth earlier to pick up the people. With Scar and Jean Kyer's 2 masters in town, even the attitude of the guards in front of Blackwater City's gates had some more respect, and Scar had a cigarette in his mouth, leaning against the window of the car and posing as a big spectacle. But Xiao Knight felt that this should mostly be a result of the fact that they were not in the same position as the guards. But Xiao Knight feel that this should mostly be dipped in the light of the human Nightingale Tavern boss lady Jean Kyer at the entrance of the city, but saw a lot of groups of professionals bustling just the opposite of them traveling. Xiao Knight can't help but ask Jean Kyer, the owner of the Nightingale Tavern, to help him to go to the city. Xiao Yueli couldn't help but ask Jean Kyer that. "Where are these people going? I didn't see so many people here a few days ago," only to see Jean Kyer glaring at him and scolding with a smile without a good mood. She said, "Isn't it because of you 2 troublemakers? After blowing up that jade mine, many people now think that a new copy has appeared there and are planning to go for a wave of gold." Xiao Knight was suddenly speechless. September, however, was smiling as she looked out the window at the professionals who were rushing around, and joyfully said, "Then they're going to step on the empty jade mine. That place is now estimated, in addition to the dirt slag. Nothing left." Finally returning to that suite at the Nightingale Tavern once again. At this time, Xiao Knight suddenly felt that this suite, which was located underground and did not even have a window, was actually so beautiful. Previously, although the first to return to Blackwater City, but also simply too late to take a shower, September just entered the door, "Will head into the bathroom," mouth yelling, said, "Raw melon seeds. Don't grab it with me." Xiao Knight shook his head helplessly and could only sit on a chair in his room with all the dust. Closing the door, he smoothly checked his talent bar, only to see 2 brand new phrases that were lying there peacefully. Iron Body. Rank. A rank. Description. A body of steel that has been honed and trained, and is born with a physique that far exceeds that of others. Effect. Passive effect. Maximum life value increased by 20%. It turned out to be a passive phrase. Xiao Knight suddenly came to a realization. No wonder when he was assassinating that shield warrior who was guarding the backyard alone, he felt that person's life value was ridiculously high. It turned out that he was carrying this phrase on his body, and the bonus effect of this iron carapace increased according to a percentage, which meant that he could continuously increase the bonus effect as his own attributes improved. In a sense, it was also considered a growth talent. Xiao Knight reopened his attribute panel, only to see that, as expected, the original blood bar that was only around 17,000 had now broken through the 20,000 mark. This was an unexpected delight. Immediately after, Xiao Knight also clicked on the long-awaited assassin specialization talent entry. Sneaking. Rank. B rank. Description. A gift from the God of Shadows for his loyal affiliates. Through the manipulation of the power of shadows, the entire body will be hidden in the shadows. Effect. Immediately enters the sneaking state after opening. The figure cannot be detected by the naked eye. Lasts for 5 minutes. After receiving any damage, the sneaking state will be removed immediately. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. As expected, it was pretty much what Xiao Knight had thought. The B rank sneaking was just like what was written in the textbooks. It was one of the skills that the assassin profession relied on the most. Whether it was scouting, escaping, or raiding, it allowed them to take an early advantage. However, the disadvantage was also obvious. As soon as they took any damage, they would immediately be removed from the sneak state. Therefore, whether it's a mage's wide-range damage skills or an archer's rain of arrows and other skills, all of them are able to directly break their sneaking state through prejudgment. Especially the archer who has the see-through skill illumination arrow is also the nemesis of thieves and assassins. However, with the higher the occupation level, the harder their sneaking state was to detect and break. For example, the first strong assassin foe Shao Knight encountered after awakening his profession, the perverted murderous Chen family's fourth young master, in that ancient Lulan general's tomb. If Shao Knight's memory was correct, he was an A-rank assassin. His sneaking skill comes with an additional effect that forces him to enter the sneaking state again after breaking the sneaking state strong concealment technique. At this time, Shao Knight couldn't help but look forward to what effect this B rank, sneak, in his hand would have after spending spark value to strengthen it. A line of prompts appeared in front of his eyes. Whether or not to consume 50 points of kindling value to strengthen the talent phrase Sneak B rank. Shao Knight, who had nearly 10,000 points of fire seed value in hand, didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly chose OK. Strengthen. Chapter 124 Self-Selected Enhanced Branches? Spores? The Void. A bundle of fire immediately emerged from Shao Knight's body, then lingered, burned, and dissipated around him. Immediately afterward, a line of prompts surfaced in front of Shao Knight's eyes, consuming 50 points of spark value. Talent phrase. Sneaking B rank has been strengthened to high-grade sneaking technique A rank. Shao Knight immediately went to take a closer look at it. High-order sneaking technique. Rank. A rank. Description. A high-level sneaking technique that only seasoned thief professionals can master, possessing a more stealthy sneaking state, and at the same time being less likely to be broken and probed. Effect. When turned on, one immediately enters the sneaking state. Effects. Immediately enters the sneaking state after opening, immune to low-level probing skills, and will only break the sneaking state after receiving a certain amount of damage. Duration. 10 minutes. Cooldown. 7 minutes. Equivalent to an all-around enhanced sneaking. The sneaking state was also more stable, and would only be broken after receiving a certain amount of damage, not so much so that the sneaking state would be broken by the mage professional's wide-range damage skill rubbing it. But this wasn't enough. Based on Shao Knight's previous experience of using fire seed value to strengthen his talent lexical entry, the level of the phrase would not have a qualitative change until it reached at least S rank. And what Shao Knight wanted was by no means a high-grade sneaking technique. That stopped at this point. He decisively chose to continue strengthening, whether or not to consume 450 points of fire seed value to strengthen the talent phrase high-grade sneaking technique A rank. Shao Knight didn't hesitate, and based on previous experience, it was clear that, from previous experience, the fire seed value consumed for each advancement of a word entry above S rank would almost increase by about tenfold. To strengthen a word entry with strength was to consume a large amount of fire seed value. And this assassin profession specializations phrase clearly consumed even more fire seed value than a normal phrase. Continue strengthening. Wisps of burning embers once again emerged from within Shao Knight's body, burning and dissipating around Shao Knight, consuming 450 points of fire seed value. Talent phrase. High-grade sneaking technique A rank has been strengthened to shadow sneaking technique S rank. Shadow stalking. Rank. S rank. Description. Only some gifted thieves are able to understand the way of the shadow and apply it to the sneaking technique, and these people are able to gain the favor of the god of shadow and obtain the shelter of the shadow. Effects. Immediately enter the shadow sneak state when turned on, increasing movement speed by 30%, immune to probing skills other than light, and have higher immunity to ranged damage. Duration. 30 minutes. Additional effect. When in a shadowy environment, the movement speed increase effect and duration is increased by an additional 50%. Cooldown time. 5 minutes. Shao Knight was also secretly surprised in his heart as he looked at the line of skill descriptions in front of him. Sure enough, an S-rank phrase was a qualitative change. As long as the sneak state is not broken, it will be able to last for up to 30 minutes. When he was in a shadowy environment, he was as flexible as a fish in water. Shao Knight initially estimated that this shadow sneak should be about as effective as September's undead thief's profession exclusive sneaking skill. With this skill, Shao Knight could even completely use some of the thief-type profession's fighting styles. The question before Shao Knight's eyes now was whether or not to continue strengthening it further. Because according to the hints in front of him, shadow sneak technique needs to consume a whole 4,350 points of spark value to advance again. This was equivalent to directly emptying half of Shao Knight's family fortune. However, according to the strength of Xiao Knight's previous SS ranked phrases, from S to SS rank, it was another obvious qualitative change. That's just it. If I'm going to gamble, I'll gamble to the end. Xiao Knight instantly clenched his teeth and made a choice. He himself was originally of the force-sensitive school. As such, the skill sneak was not just something that could be used for scouting or running away for Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight could completely use this thief's professional specialization skill to accomplish some single-point blasting strong killing tactics. For example, when facing the situation of a one-on-many siege in the temporary camp again, Xiao Knight would not be completely passive and fight one against many in the front. Continue strengthening. Xiao Knight's words had just fallen. A wisp of fire value instantly surged out from Xiao Knight's body, lingering around the entire room like fireworks, and then pieces of it dissipated into ashes, and suddenly, a prompt that Xiao Knight had never seen before appeared in front of his eyes. Please choose the strengthening direction of the phrase. Shadow Stalking Technique S rank. 1. Active Spore SS rank. Feeds active spores with flesh. Wraps the body in active spores, thus changing it into a camouflage that blends in with the environment, and can be hidden at any time indefinitely before the spores are consumed. Spores will multiply and replenish over time. 2. Void Concealment SS rank. The best of the best in the thieving profession have been constantly exploring the power of the void, by hiding in the void, to briefly enter the state of void concealment, which cannot be probed and cannot be perceived. Xiao Knight froze for an instant. This was the first time that he had directly chosen the strengthening direction of a talent phrase by himself. Could it be due to the reason that one's mutilated godhead had been slightly replenished? The two directions of reinforcement in front of him also caused Xiao Knight to hesitate. The first one, raising active spores with one's own flesh, although it sounds a bit numbing and uncomfortable, but the spores can be hidden an unlimited number of times before they are consumed, which is the same as saying that there is no cooldown time. Directly after breaking the state of invisibility to kill a person, you can once again fall into the state of invisibility. In the midst of a one-to-many battlefield, especially in a chaotic situation, it was simply a divine skill that was like a fish out of water. However, the second void concealment was also something Xiao Knight could not choose between. The second void concealment, however, also made Xiao Knight unable to choose between it and the second void concealment. Although it had been labeled as having a short duration, it was the word sneak that had been utilized to the extreme. Just by the sound of it, one could feel a sense of security. Moreover, as far as Xiao Knight knew, the word void, which involved a high-level spell or even a rule, was a mysterious power that many of the Dragon Kingdom's mage profession mavens were diving into to explore. Now this mysterious power, but fell in front of Xiao Knight's eyes, touching, after a short period of hesitation. Xiao Knight instantly made his choice. I choose 2 void concealment. A line of words instantly appeared in front of Xiao Knight's eyes, consuming 4350 points of spark value. Talent phrase. Shadow Sneaking Technique S rank has been strengthened to Void Concealment SS rank. Void Concealment. Rank. SS rank. Introduction. A skill comprehended by a thief forerunner who was the first to touch the barrier of the void. The wonderful use of hiding in the void had allowed him to escape from death many times in the siege of top professionals. Effects. Tear through the barrier of the void when opened and hide into the void, during which time you are completely immune to probing skills and cannot be detected. Duration. 5 minutes. Additional effect. After each use, you can gain 1 void leap, which allows you to instantly move to any location within the nearby range. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Chapter 125 SS Rank Quality Change. Spectral Grievance. Xiao Knight, who had seen the full skill description, finally let out a sigh of relief. The bet was right. This was the SS rank sneaking skill Void Concealment. Although the duration of the sneaking state was shorter than other skills, it was still a full 5 minutes. And within those 5 minutes, Xiao Knight was in a void state that was completely undetectable and undetectable. 5 minutes was enough time for Xiao Knight to deal with most situations that could be called dead. Not to mention the fact that it came with a void leap effect that it could directly leap to any location within the surrounding range, and this was the first displacement skill that Xiao Knight had exploded. Previously, although Xiao Knight had skills like Tide Calling Spirit Steps that drastically increased his movement speed, he didn't really have any displacement skills that were truly meaningful. At most, there was only a Savage Charge that had exploded from the Ghost Claw Bear in the Tower of Trials, which was barely a semi-displacement skill, but the displacement speed was too slow, and it was too easy to be seen through when dealing with human professionals. Right now, This void leap was also a means for Shao Knight to make an unexpected surprise attack. The fire value of nearly 10,000 points in his hand was directly consumed by half of this sneak phrase in a split second, and he was able to see that the more other professions he had, the more he was able to use it. It can be seen that the more skills other professionals specialize in, the more kindling value they have to consume in order to strengthen them. However, Shao Knight did not have the slightest bit of regret, because during his 3 years in high school, Shao Knight had no regrets. Because during his 3 years in high school, one of the top 3 professions in the career plan Shao Knight made for himself was the assassin profession. Shao Knight had done a lot of preparation and tactical learning for the assassin profession at the beginning. Now, although he hadn't really become an assassin with this void concealment, he could be considered half an assassin. Looking at the remaining 4,500 or so spark values in his hand, Shao Knight actually had a rough usage plan in his mind. First of all, it was ultrasonic enemy detection, the probing skill that Shao Knight had used with almost the highest frequency. When he was almost detected by September, who was also an S-ranked professional in the underground mines of that Jade Plaza, Shao Knight realized that it was time to advance this probing skill. The enemies that the bald man and the hawkish nose In Tong will encounter in the future will only become more and more powerful. Once he uses his probing skill and is detected by the other party, it is very likely that he will be tricked. There was a high possibility that he would be tricked, and there would even be higher order skills that would directly find out where Shao Knight's own location was. Ultrasonic enemy claim phrase advancement was a must. Shao Knight's mind moved, and a line of prompts instantly appeared before his eyes. Is it possible to consume 2,440 fire seed points to strengthen the talent phrase ultrasonic enemy solicitation S rank? Since ultrasonic enemy solicitation was already an S rank phrase, the consumed fire seed value directly came to thousands of points. For this phrase, Shao Knight did not hesitate for a second and directly chose to strengthen it. He was curious as to what kind of advancement this ultrasonic claiming enemy could have. At first, this phrase was exploded from the body of the corpse poison bat, and it was strengthened from the A-ranked sonic probe to the S-ranked ultrasonic enemy claiming, and it had almost been strengthened to the limit in terms of sonic type skills. If it was strengthened further, in which direction would it be promoted? As a ray of fire once again surged out from Shao Knight's body, the answer also finally appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Consuming 2,440 spark points, talent phrase, ultrasonic enemy solicitation S rank has been strengthened to spectral grievance SS rank. The result of the reinforcement immediately caused Shao Knight to freeze. From the name, these two phrases were also too different. Couldn't be that the probing skill was messed up, right? Shao Knight hurriedly went to check it out in detail and spectral grievance. Rank, SS rank. Description: a ghost that wanders between the heavens and the earth, undead and indestructible. Only by entangling the target to the point of ashes and smoke can their thick grievances be eliminated. Effect: releases ghosts into the surrounding area. Effects: releases ghosts into the surroundings. The ghosts with thick grievances will automatically search for all targets in the surroundings and entangle them with a mark of grievances, marking the trajectory of their activities for a period of time to come. Effects: add-on, marks targets in sneak and hidden status. Additional effect: targets marked by grudge cannot be detected except by holy light spells, but will be removed by purification spells. Additional effect: targets marked by grudge cannot be detected except by holy light spells, but will be removed by purification spells. In an instant, Shao Knight suddenly came to a realization that advancing from the S rank to the SS rank was indeed a qualitative change. The original effect of using ultrasonic waves to probe the target had directly sublimated into a specter. This ghost was a bit tricky as soon as I heard it. After marking a target, the trajectory of its activities could be marked for the next period of time, which was far more accurate than the results of previous probing through ultrasound. The position Shao Knight had previously obtained through ultrasonic probing was a one-time event, so if the target was moving too fast, the results would not be accurate. Moreover, targets marked by grudge could only be cleared through purification, which meant that unless there was a priest in the opponent's team and the grudge mark was discovered in time, they would be directly monitored by Shao Knight throughout the entire process for quite some time. The 2,000 points of spark value spent could be said to be too valuable. Plus, Shao Knight's void concealment was completely immune to probing. In this way, when combined with the spectral grievance S enemy claiming effect, it's almost as if I'm only allowed to sneak around. It's almost like I'm the only one allowed to sneak, and you're not allowed to sneak. When the two of them were combined, Shao Knight's thief profession at this stage was simply a dimensional blow. Shao Knight couldn't help but use the soul grievance. directly in the middle of the room, only to see along with the subtle miserable screams. Countless only Shao Knight can see the ghost. Instantly to the surrounding four walls spread away. They even directly penetrated the walls. In an instant, through the virtual shadow that penetrated back after the ghost's grievances were attached to it. Shao Knight could vaguely see a lazy figure through the wall. It was precisely that September who was taking a bath. Biffed. Shao Knight was instantly and violently shocked. He then realized that the original ghost resentment would return the surrounding scene back to Shao Knight's mind the moment it attached to the target. The dense scene just now, so that Shao Knight love could not help but thump in his heart. A heart of emptiness surged to his heart. I can't imagine that the tall and slender figure of September is so material. Cough, cough. Shao Knight shook his head and threw away those distracting thoughts in his mind and, after checking, he still had about 3,000 fire values left in his hand, just barely enough to promote a phrase to the SS ranked prime again. In fact, in addition to ultrasonic enemy claim, Shao Knight actually had another phrase in his mind that he had long wanted to use. Shao Knight actually had another phrase in his heart that he had wanted to strengthen for a long time. That was the first skill that he had strengthened through his seed of fire value. Beast Blood Boiling. Chapter 126 Gambling Wasted? Outrageous Berserk Ape Form? Beast Blood Boiling. Grade. A rank. Effect. A natural skill possessed by the high-ranked bloodline orc race. Increasing damage and attack speed by 50% after stimulation. At the end of the effect, you will fall into a short period of weakness, and your defense will be reduced by 30%. Additional. Killing the target extends the duration. For Shao Knight, this was a high-output skill that had once helped him defeat the high-blooded immortal tree spirit, as well as quite a few bosses. However, due to the fact that the duplicates and monsters Shao Knight had faced recently were all of a high danger level, Shao Knight didn't dare to gamble on the weak state that reduced his defense by 30% when he wasn't sure what kind of situation he would face next. For example, in the underground mines of the Jade Quarry. Once there were not enough resting gaps to get through the weak state in the next situation, a direct 30% reduction in defense would put Shao Knight in a very risky situation. However, now that Shao Knight had accumulated enough fire seed values in his hands, it was perfectly fine to take a gamble on this beast human monster's unique talent phrase. As long as the negative weakness could be eliminated, this skill would be a qualitative change. With a thought, a line of prompts immediately appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Is it possible to consume 300 points of fire seed value to strengthen the talent phrase Beast Blood Boiling Grade A? As expected, the amount of fire seed value required to strengthen and advance each different phrase was different. But what could be expected was that, apart from the talent phrases specialized in other professions, which required a large amount of spark value over and above that of the normal phrases, the other phrases required a large amount of spark value to advance. However, it could be predicted that with the exception of the talent entries of other professions that required a large amount of seed of fire value beyond that of normal entries, the higher the seed of fire value required for the advancement of other entries, the more powerful the strengthened entry would be. This Beast Blood Boiling requires a higher fire seed value to strengthen to the S rank than many of Shao Knight's other phrases. So it seems that this Beast Blood Boiling requires a higher fire seed value to strengthen to the S rank. It seemed that this Beast Blood Boiling S strengthening prospects were quite good. Shao Knight directly chose to confirm that. After the familiar wisps of fire once again emerged from Shao Knight's body, the results of the strengthening also appeared. After the familiar wisps of fire surged out of Shao Knight's body again, the results of the enhancement appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Spark value 300 points consumed. Talent phrase. Beast Blood Boiling A rank has been strengthened to Wild Ape Form S rank. Wild Ape Form. Rank. S rank. Description. The orc monster stimulates the primitive ape bloodline in his body, and his body expands extremely to become the wild ape form, erupting with terrifying destructive power. Effect. When activated, the body changes into the form of a mad ape, the attributes of strength, physique, and life value increase by 200%, and the damage increases dramatically and destructively. Effects. The wild ape form causes the body size to expand beyond the normal human size, and the defense power is greatly strengthened. However, due to the form mutation, it is impossible to use weapons, as well as other skills while transforming. In an instant, Shao Knight experienced the process of turning his mind from great joy to great sorrow, when he saw that almost all of his attributes had increased significantly by 200%. A wave of ecstasy washed over his entire heart. Where was this the mad ape form? It was simply the Vajra form. However, When Shao Knight saw that he couldn't use weapons, as well as other skills when transforming, he instantly froze, unable to use weapons and skills, only able to use the most primitive arms and legs as weapons. Wouldn't that be the same as turning from a human into a giant ape boss? Although the destructive power and defense had been drastically strengthened, for Shao Knight, it was tantamount to being drastically weakened. Even this crazy ape form is like a clown to him. Shao Knight's own greatest advantage was that he possessed a large number of diverse natural skills. The combination of various phrases and skills can bring together countless tactics. Now, because of one skill, give up all the skill sets. That is simply too stupid.
Ever wasted.
Shao Knight immediately burst into tears. After strengthening and fusing talent phrases for so long, he had finally ruined one. Even if this wild ape form was an S-rank phrase, Shao Knight was not destined to use it at all. Even when he was brushing monsters in the next copy, Shao Knight simply didn't dare to think that if he was seen by September in this form, he would be laughed at by that girl. What's next? Is it to spend more fire value to continue to strengthen the bet once? Or to stop here and keep those embers as a backup for the future? The balance in Shao Knight's heart suddenly began to shake. However, a feeling of unwillingness and resentment took over the heavier side. Shao Knight decided to gamble to the end. He was a good man, but he was not a good man. The big deal was that he would have to work a little harder to get his spark value back later on. Shao Knight gritted his teeth and directly chose to continue strengthening. Does it consume 3,000 spark points to strengthen the talent phrase Wild Ape Form S rank? The entire 3,000 points of fire seed value was not too much, not too little, and after strengthening this wave, Shao Knight only had some bits left in his hand. Confirmed. Shao Knight's face didn't change, and his heart didn't skip a beat. The entire person's mindset was extremely calm. Even if this reinforcement was ruined, life would always continue. In an instant, a huge amount of fire emerged from Shao Knight's body and dazzled throughout the entire room. Shao Knight simply closed his eyes not to look at this scene, until a familiar voice rang in his ears. Consuming 3,000 points of fire spark value. Talent phrase. Berserk Ape Form S rank has been strengthened to Savage Bloodline SS rank. Savage Bloodline? Shao Knight snapped his eyes open and he hurriedly opened his talent bar page, only to see a new SS rank phrase lying there peacefully. Savage Bloodline. Rank? SS rank. Description. Only some extremely rare orc monsters will contain this rare ancient savage bloodline, containing extremely terrifying power. When the bloodline is activated, it is like going back to the savage era when the orcs used to be the masters of the entire planet. Effect. Upon activation of the savage bloodline, it drastically increases physical attack damage by 75% and attack speed by 75%. Duration decreases with the constant depletion of anger value. Effects. Attacks have a tearing effect, causing continuous bleeding damage after hitting the target. Additional effect. Rage gain rage value after activating Savage Bloodline. Killing targets and receiving damage will accumulate rage value. When rage value reaches its peak, you will gain a high chance of blast attack. Hiss. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and, repeatedly confirming the introduction of the effects of the phrase, it was only after confirming that there was no additional effect of changing into some other orc form that he finally let go of his heart. However, immediately afterward, a wave of ecstasy also surged in Shao Knight's heart, because he knew that, unlike the historical trajectory of the human race, the orc race's moment of glory was instead in the barbaric period thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. The strength of the ancestors of the orcs during that period was extremely terrifying, and they were the true masters of this planet. However, as the wheel of history rolls on, the bloodline of the orc race has continued to become thin and weaker and weaker. Some rare orc monsters with the phenomenon of ancestor return can occasionally have some of the bloodline of the ancestors of the barbaric period, and their strength will far exceed that of others of their kind. Now this valuable phrase has appeared on Shao Knight's body. After opening it, it directly increased physical attack damage and attack speed significantly, which equated to a threefold increase in output. Although the duration decreases with the rage value, killing the target also accumulates the rage value, and when the rage value reaches its peak, you will gain an additional chance of a blitz attack. There's no doubt about it. Savage Bloodline was the strongest move on Shao Knight at this stage, just as Shao Knight was still immersed in ecstasy. In the middle of the suite, the voices of Scar and Jean Kyer suddenly rang out. It seemed that Flowerface, who had gone after Inghook Nose Intong, has returned. Chapter 127 Dark Waves. Blackwater City's Great Reckoning. When Xiao Knight opened the door to his room, only to see the September next door similarly ghostly poking out a head, a pair of eyes flickering, almost writing curiosity and gossip on his face. The two of them also happened to see Scar and Jean Kyer with serious faces walking towards the outside of the suite. Is Stripes back? September asked to Scar with instant curiosity. How was it? Did you catch that guy? Only to see Scar nodded, then waved his hand to Xiao Knight and September signaling them to return to their room, impatiently saying, the person has already been captured. There is nothing for you two to do next. Stay in your room and rest a bit. September suddenly said indignantly. What do you mean there's nothing for us to do? If it wasn't for us, would you have been able to find that shipment and that eagle nose? But Jean Kyer turned her head and smiled at September with a deep meaning on her face and said, all right, little September. It's not that I won't let the two of you ask about it, but it's fine to leave some of the dirty hands to us. It's not time for you to get your hands dirty yet. As soon as September heard this, her face froze and realized something and snapped, saying, oh, no. Xiao Knight also heard another layer of deep meaning from this, only to see that September made a wink at him from afar, until after Scar and Jean Kyer left the suite. September, however, directly and quietly slipped into Xiao Knight's room, the entire person wearing a light pajama with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, and, entering the door, she skimmed her mouth at Xiao Knight, then suddenly said with a smile, Shangguazi, do you still not understand what Jean Kyer just said? Xiao Knight politely averted his gaze from September's body and nodded cooperatively in order not to spoil her fun. September, however, got up and favored sitting in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. Her face changed, and she said squarely, since Flower Face has already captured that guy back, it's only natural to start with him and follow the trail to feel out the mastermind behind them. So Scar and Jean Kyer should have gone to interrogate that Yin Tong. Shangguazi, you shouldn't have thought of that, right? Sister Jean Kyer is famous for her ruthless torture methods. When September said this, her face was also a flutter of eyebrows and slanted eyes. In fact, Xiao Knight was not unprepared for these words. The Nightingale Tavern was able to stand in this Blackwater city, and the people in the tavern were all combat department professionals with notable strength. If she didn't have a few tricks up her sleeve, how could Jean Kyer become the boss's wife of the Nightingale Tavern? The other day, September was in Xiao Knight's room and gossiped with him all night about Jean Kyer. However, on that day, about that hawk-nosed Yin Tong's matter. No matter how much Xiao Knight and September asked, Scarface didn't answer at all. I only know that when Scar and Flowerface returned to the suite, both of their faces were a bit unexpectedly heavy. After that, they never saw each other again. After that, they had never seen or heard of the name Hawk-Nosed Yin Tong again. The following days, Xiao Knight rested peacefully in the Nightingale Tavern for 3 days too, soothing the nerves that had been taut after escaping from that jade mine and encountering Eagle Hook Nose and his party in the temporary camp. During this period, Xiao Knight was also in the room constantly testing his newly acquired words. There was even a time when he opened the void concealment and quietly touched the cellar of the Nightingale Tavern that was not open to the public. Unexpectedly there, Xiao Knight saw the hawk-nosed Yin Tong once again. Only then, he had already been reduced to a corpse, accurately speaking, a corpse that had been tortured to the point of not being human at all. In the cellar, there were some other numbing instruments of torture. Perhaps this is the true face of Blackwater City, hidden under the bustle of the daytime. Darkness, pain, killing. This is the real face of Blackwater City, and the people who live here. And Xiao Knight realized that I don't know when he has also quietly changed. It was probably from the time Xiao Knight saw Yin Tong's corpse in the cellar that the first thought surfaced in his mind. The first thought that surfaced in his mind was that he wanted to go and see if the salary flame above the limb was still there, and if he could be sacrificed by himself. Unfortunately, the fire in Yin Tong's body, which had been dead for a few days, had long since dissipated, and Xiao Yi had long since ceased to be the same Xiao Yi from a month ago. After 3 days had passed, until the Xiao Knight duo had recuperated their hearts and minds and all their states had been fully restored. Under Jean Kyer's arrangement, only then did Scar personally lead Xiao Knight and September to go leveling near Blackwater City. Due to the fact that within just 10 days, the two of them had already completed their leveling progress beyond the plan. September's level had already reached level 87. Xiao Knight had even leveled up to 90. The remaining time to complete the leveling plan was more than enough. Plus, with Scarface personally leading the team, the efficiency of leveling had increased once again. Xiao Knight also experienced the feeling of being led by a high-level professional for the first time. Scar brought the two of them to all the high-risk level copies that were above level 100. Although Scar himself would also share some of the experience, he would often leave some of the elite monsters and bosses with the last slice of filler experience for Xiao Knight and September. In this way, with a week to go before the planned 1 month, Xiao Knight had already surpassed his level 100 goal early. However, Xiao Knight didn't slack off and continued to get up early and return late every day to sweep the nearby high-pollution level areas. With this kind of determination, Scar and Stripes were both convinced. September is full of incomprehension, but also refused to give in. Every day with a black I also want to go with Xiao Knight to practice. Finally, when there was only 1 day left before the 1 month mark, Xiao Knight's level was set at 107. Perhaps it was because he hadn't returned to Shangjing City to complete the second turn in the transfer hall. After leveling up to level 100 or above, the experience required for each level up was like a rift valley. However, this period of time, when he was burying his head in the sand to rush to level up, Xiao Knight was able to harvest a large amount of new high-level phrases. His equipment was also brand new. On the last day, Xiao Knight was in his room, analyzing the gains he had made over the past few days. Suddenly, he heard a clamor outside his suite, and it seemed that the entire Nightingale Tavern had some unusual movements. It wasn't just the Nightingale Tavern. Xiao Knight was keenly aware that the entire Blackwater City seemed to be in a state of flux recently, and it seemed that something big was about to happen. Regarding this issue, the Nightingale Tavern's boss lady in front of the counter, Jean Kyer, seemed to be slightly intoxicated and looked at Xiao Knight with a charming smile, hand mixing a cup of wine for Xiao Knight, saying, "Wanna know what happened? Hee. Because some days ago, Scar and Stripes that have released the news. Now the entire Blackwater City knows. Qin Shan is coming back. The former king of Blackwater City is coming back. The real reckoning is about to begin. All those whose hands have been touched by that batch of goods will have to die. Some people in Blackwater City are afraid they won't be able to sit still." Chapter 128 Mountain Rain. The 1 month period has passed. Uncle Qin was about to come to Blackwater City. Xiao Knight knew that Uncle Qin had asked Scar and Stripes to bring themselves to Blackwater City, but he definitely didn't just let himself practice leveling in the highly contaminated area here. He must still have his purpose. Now it seems that the source of this major black market nestled in the middle of a highly polluted zone is indeed a mixed bag of fish and dragons, with all sorts of forces intertwined. Who exactly is the person behind the scenes in this Blackwater City? Who is behind the poisonous viper mercenaries who snatched that batch of potions? Why is Uncle Qin the former king of Blackwater City? Now that he has returned to Blackwater City, what is the reason for his return? Xiao Knight's heart could not help but float up many questions, but there was nowhere to find the answers to these questions. But there is no doubt that, the day Uncle Qin returns to Blackwater City, he will definitely stir up the deep water of Blackwater City. During this last period of time, the always curious and lively September has instead become a lot more well-behaved, focusing on leveling up. Perhaps it is because she has learned that Red Sanyang will come to Blackwater City together with Uncle Qin, while September's level is still a long way behind Xiao Knight, which makes her a little vaguely anxious. On the contrary, the wrapped face man, who had been a godly dragon some time ago, had suddenly become idle recently. Xiao Knight often saw him sitting alone in front of the counter of the night camp tavern. There was only 1 cup of wine on the table, but he often drank for a day. A strange and appalling dress, coupled with his inhuman aura, ordinary people do not dare to talk to him. Only the boss's wife, Jean Kyer, saw him alone and occasionally went over to have a word or two. Even at this time, the man with the wrapped face often just nodded his head gently and agreed to a few short sentences. On the last day, when Xiao Knight sat down next to him at the counter, he did not expect the man to turn his head. But I didn't expect this face-wrapped man turned his head to look at Xiao Knight. Wrapped with bandages on the face of a pair of eyes showed a hint of easing. Actually took the initiative to say to Xiao Knight. He took the initiative to say to Xiao Knight, "It's the last day. Do you want me to take you out for a spin?" Xiao Knight's heart was suddenly surprised. He did not expect that this always cold and aloof face-wrapped man would even make an invitation to himself. Xiao Knight did not have any extra arrangements today, so he nodded and said, "Good." Who knew that the face-wrapped man's words about turning around? He really did take Xiao Knight on a quick stroll through the bustling bazaar in the entire Blackwater City. Many times, even when Xiao Knight saw some goods and vendors that interested him, the man with the wrapped face didn't stop for anything, and Xiao Knight could only give up. Xiao Knight could only give up and follow closely. However, while strolling around, Xiao Knight was also keenly aware of the abnormalities in the entire Blackwater City Bazaar. Many of the area's vendors had closed their doors in large swathes. The entire Blackwater City Bazaar was suddenly divided into distinct areas. The power of the traders in each area was different. Some people's faces were as worried as dark clouds. Some were as worried as dark clouds, while others were wildly excited. The contrast was especially obvious. In the side has been silent wrapped face man but suddenly opened his mouth to say, "Those who have closed their doors, packed up and prepared to run away, are all on the wrong side." Xiao Knight's eyes narrowed as he carefully pondered the meaning of wrapped face man's words. "Heh!" Only to hear the wrapped face man sneered and said, "They are very smart. Today is for them to stay the last time. After today is not gone. Waiting for Uncle Chin to come back. Cannot go. They still think that the current leader of Blackwater City can protect them? It's simply whimsical." Xiao Knight was shocked in his heart, but he also just happened to take this opportunity to ask the wrapped face man that. "Brother Stripes, what does Dragon Head mean?" Only to hear wrapped face man explain in a nonchalant tone that there are so many forces in Blackwater City, and they always have to choose a support leader. The Dragon Head is the head of the largest force, which will be elected every few years, and is equivalent to the person in charge of this Blackwater City. What about Uncle Chin? Uncle Chin was the last Dragon Head in this Blackwater City, and the one who used the shortest time to ascend to the position of Dragon Head. But that was all more than 20 years ago. For more than 20 years, the faucet in Blackwater City has been the same person. The Taoists call him Father. When Uncle Chin returns to this Blackwater City, the first thing he'll do is go find him. A cold smile appeared in one of the face-wrapped man's eyes, and then his gaze was fixed firmly on one of the neighborhoods in front of him. Xiao Knight followed his gaze and looked. He only saw that the neighborhood was filled with some black market equipment vendors. However, what they put on their stalls today was not some equipment and weapons with bloodstains. Instead, there were bowls of steaming hot porridge, as well as a lot of buns and noodles and other hot food. Someone was standing next to them yelling, seemingly handing out free, a black market equipment dealer, who had turned to charity porridge instead. Xiao Knight looked puzzled for a while. However, what puzzled him even more was that not far from these stalls that were giving out free hot food, there were some dirty and hungry orphans standing there. These orphans are all yellow and skinny. Their eyes involuntarily look at the equipment vendors' stalls in front of the free distribution of hot food, but none of them reached out for the hot food. However, not a single person reached out to take it. Xiao Knight took a closer look. Xiao Knight took a closer look and saw that what was in the eyes of the orphans was not longing, but rather a sense of determination and hatred. Instead, it was a kind of determination and hatred. An older orphan suddenly took the lead and shouted, "Only weaklings will eat your food. Uncle Chin is coming back. We won't eat your food. Right? We won't eat." In an instant, each orphan threw the stones in their hands at the hot food set out by the equipment vendors. Xiao Knight was deeply shocked by this scene and, "Heh." Wrapped face man spoke in a cold voice beside him, shaking his head mockingly and saying, "Only now no fake benevolence and false righteousness make this set of doings acting?" This group of people to the good Blackwater City stirred into today's this kind of rotten appearance. Uncle Chin years set down the rules have also become a wind in the ears. They now know afraid. Xiao Knight's pupils suddenly tightened, not only because he heard the amount of information in the man's words, but also because he saw the false benevolence of the man. More so, because he saw the symbols that these vendors who were giving kanji under false pretenses were wearing. They were signs that Xiao Knight was familiar with. Red River Chamber of Commerce, Fengnan Forging Pavilion, Yaiden Protective Gear. These are all well-known chambers of commerce in the city of Beijing. I didn't expect the backstage black hooks to be done in this Blackwater City. Oh, Uncle Chin came back this time, is to kick them all out of Blackwater City, the man with the wrapped face said in a cold voice. Then he suddenly whistled loudly to the group of orphans in front of him. The group of orphans turned around at the sound, and all of a sudden, each one of them ran towards Shrouded Face Man with a joyful, a sound of Flower Face Brother. Flower Face Brother called. The man with the wrapped face turned his head and waved his hand at Xiao Knight, saying, "Let's go, let's eat." That day, Xiao Knight, Flower Face, and a group of orphans had a hot meal at an open-air food stall. It was obvious that it wasn't the first time that these orphans had followed Flower Face for dinner. When they looked at Flower Face's strange whole face that was bandaged with bandages, instead of being half afraid, they were incomparably close. Xiao Knight didn't know whether Flower Face had brought himself to Blackwater City that day to take a stroll, whether it was because he had a deeper meaning, or because it was just a coincidence. He didn't have time to think about it in detail, because in the early hours of the next day after that day, when the sky was not even bright yet, a convoy drove up to the gate of Blackwater City. Uncle Chin, the former leader of Blackwater City, is back again. Chapter 129 Uncle Chin returns. Repacking the old rivers and mountains. Blackwater City, a human city-state built in the middle of a highly contaminated area, is unknown to the public. It is filled with some forces and people who can only hide in the shadows, doing some unseen business. Xiao Knight wanted to know what a city-state like this meant to. What exactly does Dragon Head mean to such a city-state? Early that morning, Xiao Knight saw for the first time just how much influence a person could have on a city-state. When Uncle Chin's caravan drove into the gates of Blackwater City, the sentries guarding the city gates all stood aside respectfully, the weapons in their hands all stowed away in their sheaths, and no one dared to show the slightest hint of sharpness. The caravan drove into the city's main street. At this time, the sky was not yet bright, but almost all the people of the entire Blackwater City were out in force. Everyone was bustling around the two sides of the street, staring at the caravan that drove through the center. Staring at the caravan that drove through the center of the street. Striving to be the first, tiptoeing on tiptoe. In the darkness there were many shadows, but no one made a sound or a commotion. The whole street was terribly quiet. The whole street was terribly quiet, until the caravan slowly stopped. A tall middle-aged figure pushed open the car door and walked down, walking in the front of the caravan. He didn't wave to the people around him, didn't even look at them, just walked forward with his gaze as one. But in an instant, the entire street erupted with deafening shouts. Dragon Head! Dragon Head! Dragon Head! From the beginning of the messy gradually reduced to a neatly organized shouts. Many figures in the caravan also walked down one after another, closely following Uncle Chin's side. Xiao Knight saw that one of the figures next to Uncle Chin was Red Sanyang, who was also surrounded by a few more Xiao Knights. There were also a few more people around that Xiao Knight had never seen before, and one of them was extremely stout and tall. One of the extremely tall and sturdy man, and a crippled old man on crutches is extremely attention-grabbing, the old man although on crutches. Although the old man was on crutches, his pace did not fall at all. Every time Uncle Chin walked through a street, there would be countless people behind him, joining the team, and the whole team became more and more vocal. Xiao Knight thought that Stripes was right. The first thing that Uncle Chin did when he returned to this Blackwater City was to go and find the current leader of Blackwater City, the priest. Uncle Chin walked in the front, like the sharp edge of a sword. The whole procession walked through a block, and the crowd behind them let out deafening cheers and frenzied roars that, suddenly smashing one store stall after another to smithereens. Not in a chaotic way, but as if they had a target, they picked out one or several of the stores in the rows. Some stores around the next door on both sides were smashed to smithereens, but the stores in between were unharmed. Seeing this scene, Xiao Knight's heart suddenly realized that the smashed stores were all well marked. Scar, Stripes, and the people under his hand have already checked the details of these stores clearly. What store should be smashed, what store should not be smashed. Uncle Chin knows it all. This is the real liquidation. Xiao Knight can't help but think of the words that Jean Kyer said again, all the hands stained with that batch of goods will have to die. At this time Xiao Knight heart cannot help but think, Uncle Chin lost that batch of goods. Is really worth a lot of money? Or is that just that Uncle Chin deliberately thrown out of the lead, lured these people mixed in the Blackwater City people show their true colors? When the crowd passed by the Nightingale Tavern, Scar, Stripes, Jean Kyer, and a bunch of other brothers also pulled Xiao Knight and September to join the group. They, of course, had to walk at the front of the group and, closely following behind Uncle Chin. The group of people were like swords heading straight for the center of Blackwater City, which was the current center of Blackwater City. That is the place where the leading priest of Blackwater City now lives. Only to see that it was an extremely magnificent church. The walls and the golden roof were as brilliant as pure gold. All the skylights were inlaid with gold. All the skylights were inlaid with emerald gemstones, emitting an incomparable radiance when the first rays of the morning sun shone down. However, this church is surrounded by a very high fence wall, and the outside world of the chaotic Blackwater City is like two worlds. At this time, the crowd has surrounded the church. The church is a quiet. Not see a silhouette more did not see that the so-called dragon-head priest? Scar was the first to go forward. An axe split the gate of the fence, opened his mouth and yelled. Behind the crowd, immediately fish slammed into the group of people boiling like a hound, bound to hide in which the priest to find out. The flower-faced child behind Xiao Knight suddenly laughed and cursed in a low voice. Scar, that simpleton is a dog. As long as Uncle Chin is around, even if it's the king of heaven, he dares to go and take a bite. Seeing that, the leading Scarface took the lead and kicked the church's door down, rushing in, along with a beating sound and smoke and dust swirling up. 10 minutes later, Scar rushed back from the middle of the church with a face of indignation and said to Uncle Chin, "Uncle Chin, there's no one there. The priest ran away a long time ago." Uncle Chin didn't say anything. He picked up a torch and personally torched the magnificent church, with the smoke billowing out. The entire Blackwater City erupted with cheer after cheer. The priest has escaped. He's no longer in charge of Blackwater City. Uncle Chin is back. Uncle Chin is the new leader. In such a way, Uncle Chin, high-profile way, he announced his return to the entire Blackwater City. Xiao Knight wondered what Uncle Chin, who had been the leader of this place more than 20 years ago, had done. What had he done to make this mixed city-state remember his name for more than 20 years? Even that priest who had been the dragon head of Blackwater City for 20 years did not even dare to show his face and fled without a trace. It was only later that I learned from Stripe's lips that all the rules in Blackwater City were set by the previous leaders, and Uncle Chin only set one rule after he became the leader. The city is closed and locked. No forces from outside Blackwater City are allowed to enter the bazaar here. It is said that during the years when Uncle Chin was the dragon head, the whole Blackwater City was like a real human city-state. Everyone obeyed the rules and no one starved to death. Then Uncle Chin left. The priest who came to power broke the rule. So one by one, outside forces surprised themselves by discovering this unknown cleansing sanctuary. They extended their hands into this Blackwater City, reducing it to a place of complete darkness and filth. The priests made a lot of money, and Blackwater City became the chaotic mess it is now. There was another rule in Blackwater City that was set by a former dragon head. That was that the goods in the hands of the previous dragons were absolutely protected in Blackwater City, and no one was allowed to move them. Once this rule was violated, everyone was qualified to kill the current dragon head and create a new one. And so a few months ago, a batch of valuable high-grade purification potions quietly arrived in Blackwater City, immediately set off a huge wave, attracting the eyes of all forces to scramble for. Chapter 130, Twilight Wolves Seeking Home? It was the wolves returning to the mountains. The chaos and revelry in Blackwater City that day lasted from the early hours of the morning until nightfall. It wasn't until late at night that Xiao Knight met Uncle Chin once again in the Nightingale Tavern. Red Sanyong, the crippled old man, and the extremely stout man were all there as well. Several people followed Uncle Chin directly down to the cellar of the Nightingale Tavern. Scarface and Stripes followed them in as well. During this 1-month period in Blackwater City, Xiao Knight and September were not allowed to enter into the cellar. However, this time, the boss's wife, Jean Kyer, beckoned to the two of them, signaling for them to follow them down. In this secret cellar that was hidden deep within the lowest level of the Nightingale Tavern, Xiao Knight once again saw a corpse. It was a corpse covered in holy white robes, but with a patch of blood stained on its chest, and wearing a gold-cast cross on its neck. Xiao Knight couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air at that moment. Could this corpse be? Jean Kyer, who was next to him, smiled faintly and directly stated the question in Xiao Knight's heart. That's right, that's the priest. 2 days ago, Stripes killed him. It was really cheap for this old thing to die just like this. Xiao Knight instantly snapped out of it in a flash. It turned out that before Uncle Chin led the people to burn the church in the center of Blackwater City today, he had already known that the priest was dead. He knew that the priest was already dead. That church is simply an empty church. Burning it was just a signal in front of the entire Blackwater City. Chin-shan is back. So everything was in Uncle Chin's plan. It was seamless and foolproof. Xiao Knight looked at the figure of Uncle Chin standing beside the priest's corpse. Only feel old, meticulous, bold. This series of words on the body of Uncle Chin all seem a little far enough. Xiao Knight cannot help but think of the first meeting in the return to the Cloud Building. That alone drinking wine, despondent as an old wolf-like figure. Perhaps since then, all this plan had already surfaced in his mind. This trip to Blackwater City. This trip to Blackwater City is not about the so-called wolf searching for his homeland, but rather it was to repack the old mountains and rivers. At this moment, the people who could enter the cellar were all Uncle Chin's own people that he could trust. Stripes took out several contracts from a locked safe next to him and handed them to Uncle Chin. These were seized from that old thing's church. Uncle Chin's face remained unchanged as he lowered his head to check the contents of the contract and did not say anything. But Xiao Knight, who was standing in the distance, saw a familiar symbol on top of those contracts, the Bowley Group. It was that very same Bowley Group that had once allowed Uncle Chin to do half of his life's dirty work for, but now instead wanted to take back everything that Uncle Chin owned. I don't know if they'll regret letting this Uncle Chin, who was like an old dog in their eyes, go. But now the one who reappeared was a head wolf returning to the mountain. The fangs that had been let go were going to be aimed at themselves again. The Bowley Group wants to reach out to Blackwater City, the root of Uncle Chin's power. So the first place that Uncle Chin is going to take back is this Blackwater City. Just as the night gradually dissipated and a new day was about to arrive, Uncle Chin arrived in the suite where Xiao Knight lived, followed by Red Sanyang and that stout man, as well as the crippled old man. Uncle Chin sat down on the sofa and instinctively wanted to light a cigarette in his hand, but he stopped halfway. Xiao Knight noticed that above his fingernails, the thick layer of smoky yellow was gone. Uncle Chin had quit smoking. "You've done well." Uncle Chin's gaze was fixed on Xiao Knight as he nodded and said. This was also the first thing he said to Xiao Knight after coming into Blackwater City. Scar said that there was also credit to you for being able to find that shipment. Xiao Knight, however, was not greedy for credit and said, "It was just a chance encounter in the middle of the makeshift camp. It was also luck." Uncle Chin, however, suddenly grinned and said, "Luck? That's not what Flowerface told me about you. 1 month's time. Level 107. Luck alone can't do that." Uncle Chin then turned his gaze to September's face next to him, smiled and said, "I heard that you and September even made a big noise in the Jade Mine?" September immediately changed her face, carefully looked at Uncle Chin and Hong Sanyang in front of her, and lowered her voice to say, That was also unintentionally caused. Who could have thought that our several hundred years of the mine could collapse?" Uncle Chin did not say anything, next to the Red Sanyang, but fiercely glared at September, scolded, said, "Still being stubborn? What did I tell you back then? You must be careful in everything. I also wanted you to properly lead Xiao Knight. But you're good. He's a newcomer to the industry and he's more like you." September immediately lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Xiao Knight on the side, however, saw clearly that love is deep and blame is deep. Hong Sanyang was treating September as her own daughter. Uncle Chin also waved his hand and said to Hong Sanyang as if flirting, "Don't you know this girl's temper? It's almost exactly like when you were young." Hong Sanyang's brows crossed and she turned her head to gouge out Uncle Chin. Then, Uncle Chin's face, however, also changed in vain, and his entire aura once again reverted to the same majesty and depth it had been in the daytime, and, reaching out and pointing at the burly man and the crippled old man, he introduced Xiao Knight and said, "Wang Laojiu, Master Mo." Xiao Knight instantly also nodded his head in a proper manner. He knew that the fact that Uncle Chin was able to bring the two of them here meant that these two were also definitely life and death friends. He only saw that the burly man named Wang Laojiu did not say a word, but only stared at Xiao Knight with wide eyes, carefully looking at him, as if he wanted to memorize Xiao Knight's appearance. It seemed as if he wanted to memorize Xiao Knight's appearance in his eyes. While that Master Mo took out the pipe in his mouth, grinned and looked Xiao Knight up and down, saying, "The kid is like a character. No wonder he has caught your eye." Uncle Chin laughed loudly at his words, then stared at Xiao Knight with a torch-like gaze and said, "Good boy. Do you still remember the agreement between us? Since you've already done it to be able to rush to level 100 turn 2 within a month, then it's time for me to fulfill my promise next. This Blackwater City is my roots and now it's also your back. It's time to take back all those coiled paths in Shangjing City, one by one." Xiao Knight still remembered what Uncle Chin had said. He wanted to support Xiao Knight to become the new underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City. However, Shangjing City is not like Blackwater City, which is a military city that does not tolerate wanton killing and chaos. Uncle Qin seemed to recognize the confusion in Xiao Knight's eyes and said, word for word, Shangjing City is not Blackwater City. There are more rules and forces there. But white has white rules and black has black rules. 20 years ago, if there was any entanglement between forces, there was only one way to settle it: gambling on treasures. Each power would select a professional they had their eye on as their bet, and then each of the bet professionals would fight in an underground black boxing ring, and whoever lived would win. But now, there's no need for these unseemly black fighters. There's a new natural betting wager in Shangjing City this year. That's the one organized by their military itself, the Unveiling Conference. Chapter 131. The List Revealing Conference. Unprecedented betting. At that time, someone will open a huge betting board for this List Unveiling Conference, and all the underground forces in Shangjing City will participate in it. Uncle Qin said with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. This betting convention will be of an unprecedented scale. You don't need to bother with the off-site tactics. Leave everything else to me. You only need to remember that for every game you win, we will be able to recover a power resource. If you can win at that List Revealing Conference until the end, we will be able to recover at least half of the underground forces in the entire Shangjing City. Xiao Knight froze in his tracks. List Revealing Assembly. This was not the first time he had heard this term. To be precise, the first time he should have learned about it from Nie Xiaoyu in the contact device. But he didn't expect that the military organized the List Revealing Conference to involve so many interests behind it. Even many underground forces in the capital city are betting on this conference. Uncle Qin's words are very clear. Uncle Qin's words were very clear, that the List Revealing Conference was a treasure show of unprecedented scale, in which all the underground forces were to participate. And Uncle Qin's treasure is on Xiao Knight's body. On the side, September suddenly whispered to Hong Sanyang and asked, but how can Sanyang guarantee that all those underground forces will participate in this treasure bet? Red Sanyang then revealed a meaningful smile and said, the treasure betting conference is an opportunity to turn over a new leaf, and no underground force will be willing to let go of this opportunity to rise to the top in a single step. Even if there are some people who want to keep their heads above water, we will still have a way to make him have to gamble everything to participate in it. This is our means. Xiao Knight's heart fluttered. Good means, even if you don't want to participate at all, and you don't want to bet on this treasure. Uncle Qin and Sanyang and the others would use all sorts of tactics to force you to bet everything you have to bet on this. This was Uncle Qin's plan. At this moment, Uncle Qin suddenly gestured to Master Mo behind him, only to see that Master Mo beside him instantly took out a slender box and handed it to Xiao Knight, saying, this is Uncle Qin's first gift to you. Those of us in the underground business don't have much else, but we definitely have a lot of equipment and weapons, so don't let people think we're cheap. Xiao Knight received the slender box with both hands and opened it. What he saw lying inside was a long gun that was black and silver in color. The body of the gun was as black as the night, with a few murderous shimmering lines attached to it, and the tip of the gun was made of Starbreaker stone. The tip of the gun was made of star-breaking stone, and there was a bit of obsidian gold in the translucent black color. Xiao Knight directly reached out and took it out. The attributes of the lance appeared in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. Killing Star. Grade. Brilliant Artifact. Level Requirement. Level 105. Introduction. Xian Shi Yao Jin is not connected to anything, but it was created by heaven and earth and was born in one place. By an unknown craftsman accidentally learned, took out this material forged and polished into a long gun, killing intent overriding the potential to kill like a star. Attack power. Plus 7,900. Attributes. Strength plus 550 agility, plus 700 spirit, plus 450. Additional effect. Star intent strike rate increased to 35%. Additional effect. Starbreaker when hitting a weak point, it gains additional physical penetration, dealing higher true damage. What a radiant weapon lance. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but rejoice greatly. The level 50 gold artifact Junjun authorized King Sword in his original hand had been scarred long ago after the intense impact of the past month, and its attributes were not as strong as they should have been. After a month of intense impacts, it was already heavily scarred, and its attributes could not keep up with Xiao Knight's current level, a level 105 brilliant weapon lance. Just this sample level weapon alone would be worth at least tens of millions of dollars if it was put into an auction in Shangjing City. Not to mention that this Killing Star was an excellent product even amongst the brilliant artifacts. The additional attributes and phrases were all output genres. could be said to be rigid to the extreme. Thank you, Uncle Chin. Xiao Knight's face was overflowing with joy as he respectfully thanked Uncle Chin. Uncle Chin, on the other hand, was staring at the equipment on Xiao Knight's body with an old-fashioned gaze and said, "This equipment of yours, the wrist guards and chest armor are not too bad. The others are simply not up to par, so after we return to Shangjing City, let Master Mo find you a new set to change into. Then at the unveiling conference, we can't afford to suffer a loss of equipment." Xiao Knight was immediately startled in his heart. This Uncle Chin's vision was extremely precise. This set of equipment on his body now, in addition to the wrist guards and chest armor, are new equipment that exploded when he followed Scar to practice leveling together at a later stage. One is a level 90 gold weapon, Phosphorus Pattern Wrist Guard, and the other is a level 100 gold weapon, Phosphorus Pattern Wrist Guard. One is a level 100 gold weapon, Dragonite Chest Armor. The rest of the equipment is not level 50 when the old equipment or some silver, bronze, and so on patchwork out. The only thing that I can say is that I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do. For his part, Master Mo also scrutinized the equipment on Xiao Knight's body and said, "There are still a few good items inside the West City District storehouse. Kid, come with me to pick them out when the time comes." Xiao Knight thanked him first and, "Thank you, Master Mo." After giving the killing star to Xiao Knight, Uncle Chin and Scar's group then hurriedly left the Nightingale Tavern once again without even a moment's rest. The hearts of Blackwater City had been stabilized. Uncle Chin's arrival had completely announced the change of ownership of the entire Blackwater City. However, the next thing was the more complicated step. Large and small forces and traders have to be resettled and reorganized. The hostile forces left behind in Blackwater City must also be cleaned up. Furthermore, Uncle Chin's big move to enter the city, directly removing all the stores placed in Blackwater City by outside forces. This move was also undoubtedly a direct declaration of war against those outside forces. For the next long period of time, I'm afraid that Blackwater City won't be too peaceful, and Uncle Chin will naturally personally sit in Blackwater City, supervising and coordinating all affairs. The first to send Xiao Knight and September back to Shangjing City were Scar and Master Mo. Compared to the secrecy and caution in Blackwater City, the road back was incomparably smooth. Compared to the secrecy and caution in Blackwater City, the road back was incredibly smooth, and they didn't even need to avoid anyone's eyes. A fleet of caravans will send Xiao Knight 2 people back to the city of Beijing. The caravan drove all the way into the city gates and drove straight to the old town where the Red Moon Hair Salon was located. Xiao Knight was shocked to find that the old city around him had completely changed its appearance. It was as if it had been divided from the rest of the neighborhood and had become a blockade. The people who were guarding outside were all Uncle Chin and Red Sanyang's people. It seems that during this month's period, Uncle Chin and Sanyang and the others hadn't been idle, and had taken back quite a few of the forces they had at hand already, such as this piece of the old city center. Sanyang's original words were something like, "The old city district and the several neighborhoods next to it have been completely cleared out. Even the military wouldn't dare to go in easily. After you guys go back, just stay over there at ease." Chapter 132. Nyesiaoyu is shocked. The Obsidian Dragon's growth. After re-entering the real human city-state of Shangjing City, looking at the familiar and bright scenery around him, Xiao Yu suddenly felt that his month in Blackwater City was like a somewhat unrealistic dream. After briefly saying goodbye to September, Xiao Yan also had to go back to his dilapidated rental house first. Nyesiaoyu was still waiting for him there. To be precise, she was waiting for the Obsidian Dragon Cub in his summoning space. Although during the month he spent in Blackwater City, Xiao Yu would remotely transmit some of the Obsidian Dragon Cub's growth data to her through his contact device. But seeing is believing. Moreover, Xiao Yu couldn't even believe it because according to the data that Xiao Knight had sent back, the growth speed of this Dragon Cub was also a bit too fast. In just a month's time, the Dragon Cub's growth by Xiao Knight's side almost surpassed the year it spent at the research base. How is this possible? That was why Xiaoyu insisted on meeting Xiao Knight on the first day he returned to Shangjing City. After leaving the old city center, Xiao Knight followed the small alleys and returned to the dilapidated little rental house where he had lived for 3 years. Even though it was this dilapidated building in front of him that barely had many people living in it, it was still much better than most of the buildings in Blackwater City. In comparison, it was simply a paradise for unauthorized and dangerous buildings. Xiao Knight followed the hallway back to the door of his house and gently knocked on the door. Not even a second had passed before. Nye Xiaoyu then quickly rushed over and opened the door. She was still in her familiar research clothes. Her slightly disheveled hair was coiled behind her head with a pen as a hairpin, her delicate face, and a pair of eyes, but she was still in the dark. On her delicate face, a pair of eyes were staring at Xiao Knight with excitement and impatience. Then she pulled him into the room and closed the door. Quickly! Hurry! Nye Xiaoyu's eyes impatiently searched Xiao Knight's body, saying, "Quickly release the dragon cub for me." Xiao Knight's eyes swept around the house, and for a split second, he froze in his tracks, only to see that his dilapidated rental house, which he had already lived in for 3 years, had actually become somewhat unrecognizable. The original living room with only a broken sofa had been replaced with many exquisite furniture, and even some of the walls that had long been covered with cracks had been repainted. The original rickety support pillars were even reinforced with steel plates. Air conditioner, large refrigerator, electric stove top. Wait! Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to push the door out to see if he had gone to the wrong door, but he was pulled back by Nye Xiaoyu, who explained, "Oh, you mean these pieces of furniture? These are some inexhaustible research funds, so simply I let them come here to improve their living conditions." Xiao Knight instantly had a black line. "I'm afraid that just these furniture with a brand name would be enough to buy this rental house down. Sister Yo, can't you rent me a better house elsewhere if you have the spare money?" Nye Xiaoyu was stunned, then scratched his head and said, "Seems like it, ha. But I kinda like it here. It's peaceful and quiet." "Nonsense. There aren't many people living in this neighborhood, so of course it's quiet." Xiao Iduan couldn't help but spit out the words, while also feeling a little emotional about how sufficient this sister's research funds are. "Cut the crap. Quickly release the dragon cub. Let me take a look." Nye Xiaoyu's gaze became fiery once again, and Xiao Knight stopped babbling. And with a thought, a familiar teleportation array instantly surfaced in the dilapidated rented house. Then a dark-scaled figure deftly and excitedly drilled out, and it was that obsidian dragon cub. It was precisely that obsidian dragon cub. However, its size was 3 or 4 times bigger than a month ago, especially in this cramped rented room. It seemed to have grown even more astonishingly. The dragon cub sniffed around curiously, and seemed to know that it had returned to its usual place, and lazily opened its wings and stretched its back. Yet the tips of the wings had touched both walls of the living room. Seeing this scene, Nye Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and she couldn't even help but open her mouth and explode a foul mouth. With a face of disbelief, her eyes immediately revealed a fiery desire for research, and she, hurriedly taking out the measuring instrument she carried with her, she first roughly measured the dragon cub's current size. The wings are 3.5 meters wide. No, it should be 4 meters or even longer when stretched out. The body length is about 3.5 meters, and the distance between its head and tail is... Nye Xiaoyu measured it while her mouth chattered on and on. Knowing that she had already entered her oblivious research maniac state once again, Xiao Yi simply retreated to a corner on one side and put aside some of the luggage he was carrying. Then only to see that Nye Xiaoyu even put her eyes on the body of the dragon cub to observe the ghostly black scales, while carefully sitting on the record, after almost an hour or so had passed. Only then did Nye Xiaoyu finally end his measurements of the dragon cub with satisfaction. Looking at the data that came out on the record board, Nye Xiaoyu finally came up with a result that was that this dragon cub had achieved a terrifying growth rate within this short span of a month. This growth rate almost surpassed the records of all of their projects at the research base. Normal natural growth could not have reached such a speed, unless it was because his host strength had gained a substantial advancement during the 1-month period. Xiao Knight, what exactly did you do during this 1-month period? Nye Xiaoyu couldn't help but cast her gaze with a desire for research towards Xiao Knight and asked, "How many levels are you now?" Xiao Knight, who was packing up his things, casually replied, "Level 107 ah. What?" In an instant, Nye Xiaoyu, who was listening, couldn't help but burst out again. Her eyes sized up the equipment that had been mostly replaced on Xiao Knight's body, then asked incredulously, "Bragging, right? In just a month's time, you're already turning 2. Xiao Knight replied frankly that, "Pretty much. There hasn't been a second turning ceremony yet." Unexpectedly, when he turned his head, he collided with Nye Xiaoyu's gaze that carried a great desire for research. Nye Xiaoyu took a step forward and carefully observed the changes in Xiao Yu's body. As the chief of the Military Research Institute, Nye Xiaoyu's vision was extremely poisonous, and she keenly perceived the changes on Xiao Knight's body. Those newly changed equipment on Xiao Knight's body were definitely not ordinary low-grade equipment. His strength today is definitely far superior to that little kid who just awakened his profession a month ago. And not only strength, Nye Xiaoyu seems to perceive that the entire temperament of Xiao Knight in front of him has changed a bit, and seems to have become more mature, just like a warrior who has been to battle. Nye Xiaoyu emotionally couldn't help but frown as she blurted out the words. It seems like you've gone through quite a bit during this 1-month period, ah. But this is just right. I've already reclaimed the qualifications for the unveiled list conference for you. Those few people from the transfer hall who dared to treat the military's rules as nothing have all been dismissed. You must remember, this list revealing assembly is very important. The higher your final ranking, the better. Chapter 133 Rules. Race System. The Odds List. Odds List Revealing Conference. Sure enough, it was the list revealing conference again, and judging from the fact that Nye Xiaoyu, who was a senior researcher in the military, was paying such attention to this matter, this list revealing conference was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Knight tentatively asked, "What exactly is the intention of the military in organizing this list revealing conference? Is there some special equipment reward?" Only to see that Nye Xiaoyu blankly glanced at Xiao Knight and said, "This list revealing assembly is only for the newest awakened in this year's session, which is the same as saying that a potential list is being discharged from amongst all the newcomers. Hee. As for the rewards or whatever you're thinking of, I can only tell you compared to the rewards of this unveiling conference, the equipment rewards and whatnot are nothing at all. Well, I can't possibly reveal too much to you about the specifics. I can only tell you that this list revealing assembly is closely related to a confidential program that the military is following up on. Whether or not you can get on this train to soar to the heavens depends on the ranking you achieve in the end." Nye Xiaoyu looked at the growth data of the obsidian dragon cub that he had just obtained with great interest while also looking at Xiao Knight meaningfully and said, "But personally, I do hope that you can achieve a good ranking. After all, you and this obsidian dragon are bound. The faster you grow, the faster the dragon cub will grow. But there's not much I can do to help you, and there's even less need to think about things like opening a back door or anything else." Xiao Knight immediately scratched his head. Speaking of which, he actually owed this Nye Xiaoyu a favor. When those people in the transfer hall had intentionally erased the quota Xiao Knight should have obtained to directly participate in the list revealing conference, it was still Nye Xiaoyu who had gotten it back for him. "Thanks for the quota thing." Xiao Knight immediately thanked Nye Xiaoyu, saying, "That's not necessary." But he saw Nye Xiaoyu say without lifting her head, "That quota originally belonged to you, and those guys in the transfer hall actually wanted to enrich themselves by reselling the quota. Next thing you know, you'll be waiting to reflect inside the jail. What's more, that quota is just for you to advance directly to the group stage." Nye Xiaoyu glanced up at Xiao Knight and said, "With your current strength, even if you were to participate in the C election, you could easily stand out and qualify to enter into the group stage. After all, a level 107 second turner, you shouldn't be able to find a few in the entire Shangjing city, right?" Xiao Knight's eyes flickered and he asked, all of a sudden, "What does the audition group stage mean again?" Only Nye Xiaoyu glared at Xiao Knight somewhat incredulously and said, "You wouldn't still be unaware of the rules of this list revealing competition, right? Where exactly are you going during this month? Isolated from the world?" Xiao Knight immediately scratched his head in some embarrassment. In fact, as soon as he returned to Shangjing City, he realized that the entire street was almost littered with publicity about this list revealing competition. The discussion on the streets about this competition was also in full swing. This ranking reveal competition had already become a hot event for all the people to participate in. However, Xiao Knight, who had just returned from Blackwater City, didn't have time to study the rules of the ranking competition in detail. Nye Xiaoyu's slender hands quickly tapped on the keyboard, and then a large sheet of rules for the ranking reveal competition was placed on the screen. "Here, look for yourself," only to see the rules written clearly on it. All the newly awakened professionals of this year are qualified to participate in the auditions for the list revealing competition. After passing the audition, the professionals would enter a randomly assigned group stage. The group matches will be based on a point system. Each professional will play against other opponents in their group, with the winner receiving 1 point and the loser receiving 1 point. At the end of the day, the professional with the most points will be selected from their group and enter the main event of the ranking reveal conference. That is the elimination round. all the professionals who came out from the group stage would have an extremely brutal one-on-one elimination match until the winner and the ranking were finally decided. There were a total of 2 tournament systems in this ranking reveal competition. In addition to the one-on-one individual professional match, there was also a 5-on-5 team match. The method of advancement was still the same as the individual tournament with an audition, team and elimination matches, and a final. Nye Xiaoyu, on the other hand, continued to explain from the side, saying, "The individual tournament and the team tournament don't conflict with each other. Every player can sign up for both events at the same time. But this team tournament, to put it bluntly, is for those top guilds, and the final champion should mostly be decided among the 4 major guilds." "I see." Xiao Knight nodded gently. Regardless of whether it was the individual competition or the team competition, the opening day was just 5 days later. Within these 5 days, the most crucial thing for Xiao Knight was to receive and complete the transfer task in time to reach the true second turn. The second turn is a threshold. Completing the transfer ceremony would have a qualitative change in one's strength. In addition to this, Xiao Knight also had to go to an appointment. A month ago, outside the door of his dilapidated rental house, the girl named Qin Yanran had once initiated a guild invitation to herself. Now that the 1-month period had passed, it was time for Xiao Knight to fulfill his promise. I don't know how the new guild created by that stubborn and tough girl is doing, but no matter what, Xiao Knight would join her guild as promised. The individual tournament was for himself and Uncle Qin and the others, and for the team match, Xiao Knight would likewise do his best for the promise he had made. There's one more thing. Nye Xiaoyu suddenly gazed with a hint of a playful smile as she looked at Xiao Knight and said, "During these days when you weren't in the rental house, there was a girl who came to look for you a total of 7 times. Wandered and looked around downstairs 15 times. Look at the appearance or a small beauty. You kid mustn't let people down." Xiao Knight was stunned. Qin Yanran was the only one who knew that he lived in this shabby rental house. From the original agreement has actually passed a month and 7 days. In the end, it is actually his own not keep the appointment. And since the collapse of the jade mine next to Blackwater City, the signals of the contact devices in the entire Blackwater City have been blocked. Only Nye Xiaoyu's confidential military contact device can occasionally receive signals. The contact device that Qin Yanyan had given herself couldn't receive or send any messages. "It's broken." Xiao Knight couldn't help but stand up violently, and a wave of emptiness surged through his heart. After letting the beautiful boss go for so long, he wouldn't be fired, would he? That's 50,000 dragon coins per month, right? There's another interesting thing. This is the odds list voted by the people of Shangjing City. From this, it can also roughly reflect the strength of the contestants this time around. Nye Xiaoyu gently tapped the keyboard. Then the screen then also displayed a contestant odds list, biting her nails as she sighed and said, "TSK. It's been a long time since Shangjing City has been this lively." Chapter 134, Dark Horses All Out. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Auj's Hunking. Xiao Knight instantly probed over to take a look. Directly, that was a large webpage made by someone that was fluctuating in real time. The top 10 odds of the participants of this ranking reveal conference were clearly marked out in red with the largest font.
Zheng Fen Yang. Profession. Yang Yan Walker S. Rang. Affiliated Guild. Beachon.
Gesang Dralma. Profession. Cold Domain Hunter Rank S. Guild. None. Hua Tu Long. Occupation. Beast Spirit Ancestor which S. Rank. Guild. None. Lin Shueming. Occupation. Frost Swordsman S. Rank. Guild. Hegemony. Xing Qingshan. Occupation. Warrior B. Rank. Guild. None. Tang Jianchuan. Occupation. Thunder Prison Mage S. Rank. Affiliated Guild. Beacon. Wang Biao. Occupation. Discordant Dragon Martial Monk S. Rank. Guild. Black Eagle. Si Mei. Occupation. White Bone Priest S. Rank. Belonging to the Guild. Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Wang Chuxian. Occupation. Holy Shield Knight Rank A. Guild. None. Liao Yuan. Profession. Soul Lock Envoy Rank. Guild. None. What? Without looking, Xiao Knight's heart was suddenly stunned. I didn't expect that a large portion of the top 10 of this odds ranking would be names that I had never seen before. The S-class professional Wang Biao was actually only ranked 7th? Qin Yanyan had somehow failed to even make it into the top 10? Only Lin Shueming ranked 4th. 3 local S-class professionals from Shangjing City actually failed to even make it into the top 3? The top three names, Zhang Fanyang, Gesang Dralma, and Hua Jinlong, are three names Xiao Knight has never even heard of before. Especially the first place. Zhang Fanyang's odds were even more disconnected. He has the lowest odds. That is to say, in the hearts of the people of Shangjing City, he has the greatest possibility of winning the championship, and is almost a sure thing. What is this Zhang Fanyang's origin? Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask at once, only to see Nie Xiaoyu gently tapping her temple with the pencil in her hand. She said. He was originally a professional from one of the affiliated counties in Shangjing City, and was scooped up by the Beacon Guild, making a big fuss the other day. On the first day that Zhang Fanyang arrived in Shangjing City, he put down a battle against the original top three on the odds list, Lin Xueming, Wang Biao and others, all. Then he fought 3 consecutive matches in the fighting arena, winning all 3. Since then, Zhang Fanyang's odds have steadily taken the lead. Xiao Yixing couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Had Lin Xueming and Wang Biao all already lost to this professional named Zhang Fanyang? Although during his 3 years in high school, Xiao Yi had also won these two people countless times and had never even lost. But precisely because of this, he also understood Lin Xueming and Wang Biao's character better in his heart. With their current status as the guild's key cultivation seeds, it was absolutely impossible for them to be half-hearted when it came to such matters of honor and reputation. That would only mean that Zhang Fanyang was a solid dark horse.
Yang Yan Walker.
Xiao Knight softly recited the name of this occupation. It seemed that he would need to find some information to research what school of occupation this was. This Zhang Fanyang was destined to be a strong enemy for Xiao Knight in the unveiling ranking conference. Xiao Ye's eyes followed the names on the leaderboard all the way down.
Xing Qingshan, Si Mei Mei, Liao Yuan.
And one of the names fell into Xiao Knight's eyes, Xing Qingshan, simply because behind his name was clearly labeled this person's occupation, which was only a B-rank warrior. Among the top 10 professions on the leaderboard, almost all of which were S-ranked, he was particularly eye-catching. Yet his ranking wasn't low, and he was even ranked 5th ahead of Wang Biao. Xing Qingshan. Xiao Knight pronounced the name with some surprise. You said Xing Qingshan, huh? Unexpectedly, Nie Xiaoyu, who was next to him, suddenly took over the conversation and said with a bland face yet with a hint of confidence. Xing Qingshan is a participant sent by our military. This person is very strong. Don't you see that his occupation is only a B-rank occupation? His fighting skills are a rare genius of 100 years that has been personally recognized by the commander-in-chief. Xiao Knight instantly made a silent note of this name. It wasn't as if there weren't some low-ranked professionals who had established dazzling feats throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom. There would always be some talents in the army that were so powerful that they could be called terrifying. That's pretty much it. Nie Xiaoyu's eyes smiled into a curved moon as she looked at Xiao Yi and said, when the group stage starts, I believe it won't take long before your name should be on this odds list as well. I'm quite curious as to how far you can go in this list-revealing conference. Xiao Knight narrowed his eyes. To be honest, when he saw each and every name on the list, there was a long-lost surge of an extremely strong desire to win or lose in his heart. That was the desire to compete that had been gradually buried by reality since he graduated from the first middle school. But now when this list reappeared in front of Xiao Knight, the feeling of being the proud son of heaven that had suppressed the first middle school for 3 long years once again surged into Xiao Knight's heart. A person who was used to winning was unable to accept any defeat. Next up is the odds list for the team competition. Nie Xiaoyu gently tapped with her finger, and another list appeared on the screen once again. First place, Beacon. Second place, Hegemony. Third place, Black Eagle. Fourth place, the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Only to see the 4 major guilds firmly occupying the top 4 positions. And one of them, Beacon Guild, was the one that held the top spot with breakneck odds. There's really no surprises on this list, Nie Xiaoyu said as she extended her finger to point at the Beacon Guild on the leaderboard. 2 of the top 10 on the individual leaderboards are from the Beacon Guild, Zhang Fanyang and Tang Jianchuan, so the champion of this group tournament should more than likely be pocketed by the Beacon Guild. Nie Xiaoyu turned her head curiously to Xiao Knight and asked, Say, do you participate in the guild? Xiao Knight nodded his head at once. Nie Xiaoyu instantly became interested and curiously asked after him. Oh, which one is it? Is it one of the 4 major guilds? With you, there might be some variation in this list. Well, Xiao Knight, at this moment, lowered his head and silently opened his contact device that had been closed for a long time. To be honest, he still didn't know the name of Qin Yenron's guild. Sure enough, as soon as he opened his contact device, dozens of messages popped up. Some of the voice messages played automatically. Qin Yenron's familiar voice rang out. Mr. Xiao Knight, are you still busy lately? Did you go to a distant copy to practice leveling? Please reply when you receive it. Classmate Xiao Knight, where have you been? The 1-month deadline is about to expire. Xiao Knight, when will you be back? Oh, Xiao Knight, something happened to you, didn't it? Hurry up and get back to me. Xiao Knight. Classmate Xiao Knight, there's going to be an unveiling conference in Shangjing City. Will you come and participate with me? You won't have forgotten our agreement, right? A voice message suddenly rang out in the rental house, and it could be heard that Qin Yenron's emotions varied. There was anxiety, concern, and resentment, and with the more behind the message, Qin Yenyen's mood is also more and more low. Next to Nie Xiaoyu, who had personally heard these voice messages, she immediately looked at Xiao Knight with a meaningful and ambiguous gaze. TSK. You scum. Xiao Knight. Chapter 135 Qin Yenron's Pining. Lineup flaw. Late at night in Shangjing City. In the middle of the Qin clan's holographic simulation battle arena, with the sound of a piece of mechanical light and shadow coming to a screeching halt. A line of red large failure, 2 words, gradually surfaced in the simulation battlefield. Qin Yenyen took down the data reading device she was carrying, biting her lip. To the several teammates standing behind her who were also carrying data reading devices, she said, Deputy T, you go down first and switch to the dual priest healing formation. Let's try again. Qin Yenyen's face was a bit lost, but she quickly adjusted her emotions once again and commanded her teammates in the middle of the simulation field, saying, This time it was a command error on my part. I misjudged the damage of the opponent's output. We'll definitely be able to do it again. Qin Yenyen's words were resounding, yet the entire new simulation battlefield was quiet. Only the Deputy T was stripping off his reading device with a relieved face, while the rest of the people's faces were all lost and tired. The mage girl in cloth robes standing next to Qin Yenyen even frowned, both distressed and worried, both heartbroken and somewhat worried, looking at Qin Yenran. Finally, she couldn't help but remove the reading device from her body and threw it on the ground, saying, Yenyen, don't bother. Don't you understand? You've commanded well enough. Everyone has tried their best. But the problem is with the lineup, our front row can't hold up against the opponent's output at all. The output advantage of the 2 of us can't be utilized at all. The girl who spoke was Qin Yenron's best girlfriend. Her name is Lemon. In addition to Qin Yenyen, she was the only other S-rank professional sound mage in the entire guild. Her dual S-rank output with Qin Yenyen was supposed to be the biggest advantage. However, because the guild simply couldn't find a front row that could hold up against the opposing team's firepower, so the entire team had become a glass cannon. The team was a glass cannon, empty of firepower, but shattering at the touch of a button. Qin Yenyen was also a bit stagnant in a pair of eyes, and said somewhat unwillingly, "Enen, let's try again. This time, we'll use dual healing professions with the front row, and see if we can hold it off." And Lemon, however, shook her head once again and looked at the already exhausted main T in the middle of the team and said, "Forget it, Huma. Whether it's a double front row and 1 healer, or a single front row and double healer lineup, we've tried it countless times. AB ranked shield warrior is already the best front row our entire guild can find." And Lemon took off the data reading device on her body, pouted, and walked over and, gently rubbing Qin Yenron's delicate cheeks, both heartbroken and somewhat indignant, she said, "I think it's better if we don't waste time on the team match. Both of us are stuck at level 98. How long have we been at level 99? There are only 5 days left in the unveiling conference. If we delay like this, we won't even be able to complete the second turn. By then, it's going to be hopeless even for the individual tournament." Qin Yenran also sighed softly. She knew that what Enlime said was right. Whether it was herself or Enlemon, the duo didn't have any problems from tactics to operations. The lack of a front row that could hold up was the fatal flaw in their lineup. And there was no way to fix it nowadays. A new guild is facing a situation where there is no talent available. Even if they relied on the financial power of the Qin group, coupled with the appeal of Qin Yenyen, an S-ranked professional, there was no way they could compete with the old guilds of the 4 major guilds. However, any a rank or above professional would not choose their new guild, which had just been established, for the sake of their own future. All the talents could only be picked up by those left over from others. Even if Qin Yanyan had also pulled in Lemon, her best friend who was also an S-ranked professional from White Tiger City. But lacking a front row, they couldn't even form a lineup that could securely kill their way into the elimination rounds. Not to mention the predicament that the Qin clan is now facing, destined to have quite a few business chores that Qin Yanyan needs to learn and solve. Qin Yanyan is simply a head-too-big distraction. She is now even a little nervous breakdown. And Lemon saw his girlfriend, this pair of haggard appearance, heartbroken or some angry, directly walked forward to pull Qin Yan out of the simulated fighting arena, scolding, saying, "Qin Yanran, you didn't sleep all night yesterday again, right? Quickly go back and rest. Everyone else is recuperating, and you're here with a broken heart." And Lemon said, anxious and helpless, "You go back and rest first. I'll lead the group to practice some more overtime. Is that okay?" A few other teammates beside him also chimed in with worry, saying, "Yes, President. You should go back and rest. Don't you still have to lead everyone to go down to the duplicates tomorrow? Hurry back, Chairman." Qin Yanyan instantly slapped her head, her recent exertion causing her mind to go into a bit of a trance, almost forgetting that she still had to lead everyone to push the matter of copies tomorrow. "Okay." Qin Yanran finally bit her lip and nodded once. Pushing for a copy was a thing that had dangers. One had to adjust their state before doing so. "Go, go, go, hurry up." And Lemon had a burst of cajoling and coaxing. Only then did Qin Yanran stuff her into the Qin group's car and send her back home. Returning back to this brand new simulated fighting arena, and Lemon was also somewhat helpless. And Lemon looked at her teammates helplessly. 2 B rank shield warrior professions, 1 B rank Halo Master supporting profession, 1 B rank assassin profession, and 1 A rank priest healing profession. This was the most reliable battle force they could find amongst their guild. The team competition required 5 participants, and no matter how they arranged their combinations or planned new tactics, they couldn't form a lineup that could actually fight. Ugh! And Lemon Love couldn't help but sigh. She knew in her heart that it wasn't a problem with the tactics at all. It was simply a matter of strength. The front row couldn't hold their own, and even if she and Qin Yanran, the 2S-ranked output professions, pulled even more, they simply didn't have a chance to output. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should go back to rest early too." And Lemon simply waved her hand, letting everyone get off work directly, looking at the relieved expressions on the faces of those exhausted teammates. And Lemon shook her head helplessly. It's also hard for them, who let them get into Qin Yanran such a harsh president. One by one, the guild's teammates were packing up their things and leaving one after another. Qin's group building, which was specially divided for Qin Yanran to use as a guild base, gradually darkened. One after another, the lights were turned off. Just as Lemon was about to pack up her things and leave work, suddenly, I heard a polite knock on the door, and Lemon raised her eyes and looked. She saw a figure standing in front of the door of the guild base. He was looking up at the neon sign that had just been installed on top of their guild base, a big sword hanging high. This person was Xiao Knight. Chapter 136, The High-Hanging Sword.
Soudain accident.
Xiao Knight searched through the recent news section and learned the name and address of the guild that Qin Yanran had established. In fact, the main reason was that he was too embarrassed to ask Qin Yanyan directly through the contact device. It's really because he's too weak to do so. The guild created by Qin Yanran wasn't named after the Qin group, but was called Hanging Sword, a sword of judgment that hangs high above the world's head. Xiao Knight searched for the address and arrived at the guild's base, tilting his head to look at the giant neon sign above his head that the sword was hanging in the air, carrying a chilling, killing intent. I don't know who designed this sign. It was already late at night, but Xiao Knight saw that there were still people in the guild base, so he gently knocked on the door, only to see a girl in a goose-yellow dress walk out. After looking at Xiao Knight and then at the sky that was already late at night, she asked with some doubt that, "You are?" The girl was in Lemon. At this moment, she was both puzzled and impatient. What kind of person is this? Knocking on the door in the middle of the night? It's not easy for me to get off work. "Hello." Xiao Knight at once politely played a care and said, "I'm here to report. I'm also from our Hanging Sword Guild, and before that, Miss Qin Yanran, had invited me." Xiao Knight hesitated for a moment, but still added a once. After all, he was the one who broke the contract in the first place, What if people don't want them now? Xiao Knight tried his best to put on a harmless smile. However, and Lemon instantly raised her guard, frowning as she sized up Xiao Knight and said, "Huh? What kind of person comes to report in the middle of the night? And Yen Yen invited you? I think you're Yen Yen's perverted suitor." Xiao Knight was stunned and hurriedly pointed to the lights still on inside and explained, "I'm not looking at the fact that there are still people inside, so I just came over to ask. I'm really invited by Qin Yen Yen." The words have not finished, but she saw Lime frowning as she looked at Xiao Knight, and the more she looked, the more skeptical she became. Her eyes narrowed and she asked interrogatively, "You said that you were invited by Yen Yen to join the guild. So tell me, what is the motto of our guild? What is the purpose? What was the original purpose of its establishment?" And Lemon's barrage of questions instantly and directly dried Xiao Knight out. Xiao Knight stared blankly, thought quickly in his head, and tentatively replied, "A sharp sword hanging high, judging all the evils in the world? Wrong." And Lemon immediately answered with a grimace, and then froze before her brain reacted. "But your sentence sounds pretty good. Where did you copy it from?" Xiao Knight, "I now made up." And Lemon. The two immediately looked at each other speechless. Each other's eyes have some first look at each other do not look good. Xiao Knight immediately turned his head and left. Simply come back tomorrow during the day, at least find a normal brain, right? However, at this moment. He suddenly saw a figure rush out from the guild base, and it was actually a liaison officer with a contact device clamped to his ear. Every guild would have some people who were responsible for coordinating and liaising operations inside the base. When the liaison officer saw Lemon at the door, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Great, Sister and Lemon, you haven't left yet. Something happened to the team led by Ji-chan, and it seems that mutated monsters have appeared inside the replica. Someone in the team just sent a distress message. It seems that Ji-chan and his team are stuck in the copy and can't get out." "What?" And Lemon's face instantly changed and she hurriedly said, "When did they go in? Isn't it not Ji-chen's turn for them to go out of the city for a quest today?" Only to see that liaison officer's face anxiously explaining that, "It's a new copy that suddenly appeared in the city of Shangjing City this morning. It's in the northern city center. Ji-chan led the team there privately, wanting to take a scouting bounty, and as a result." And Lemon was instantly angry and anxious, saying, "This Ji-chan, always acting privately." The liaison asked worriedly, "Sister and Lime, what should we do now? Should we notify the president of her?" And Lime's heart was anxious. At this point in time, Qin Yenran estimated that he had just arrived home and hadn't had time to rest for a moment. Don't tell Yen Yen. Let her rest for a while. I'll bring someone over. Quickly help me notify the team members near the northern city center to gather by that newly appeared copy." At this time, Xiao Knight, who was standing by the side and being ignored, but suddenly said in a deep voice, "Newly appeared copies tend to be in an unstable state, and the threat level is even more impossible to determine. In this current state, the military should be notified in a timely manner, and the military should arrange for the rescue of the people." And Lemon instantly glanced impatiently at Xiao Knight next to her and said, "It's too late. Since mutated monsters have appeared in the replica, it will be too late for the military to evacuate the surrounding residents before going down to rescue them." After saying that, and Lemon also casually mocked a sentence. "Didn't you say that you were invited by Yen Yen to join the guild? Then why don't you come with me to rescue them?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Knight even nodded his head squarely and said, "Yes." This time it was Lemon's turn to freeze for a moment. She didn't expect this person in front of her to actually agree. Rescuing people in a copy is an extremely dangerous thing to do, especially if you don't understand the real situation. Could it be that he was really invited to join the guild by Yen Yen herself? And Lemon's heart still somewhat refused to believe it, and immediately frowned and said, "Then hurry up." Xiao Knight had a habit of carrying all of his equipment with him at all times, even when he was in Shangjing City. Any consumed potions and supplies on his body, even if one consumed a minuscule bit, would be replenished immediately as long as there was room to spare, maintaining the most perfect condition at all times. So when he nodded his head to go with Lemon to the rescue, he was already prepared to deal with any unexpected situation in battle. Although newly appeared duplicates were not always of high danger level, they were often the most difficult to gauge and predict. That was why the officials of Shangjing City would provide a large bounty to those professionals who were the first to enter the duplicates to investigate. However, this bounty was not easy to earn. because there were too many unstable factors in the new copies, causing casualties not only to the monsters, but also to the unheard of traps. Sometimes some unheard of traps, teleportation arrays, and some even more difficult to figure out the power of the rules, causing even more horrific casualties. The first group of professionals to enter a replica often had the highest casualty rate. The two of them hurriedly rushed towards the northern city district on their way to the city. Xiao Knight asked Lemon that, "Where is the exact location of the copy?" Only to see Lemon listening intently with one hand on the contact device by her ear, while reporting a coordinate to Xiao Yi. The entrance to the replica is in Area E of Guangyin Mansion in the North City District. Underground parking lot. Chapter 137 Space-based replica. Fishman Ruins. Underground parking lot? Xiao Knight's face suddenly turned serious and his footsteps suddenly stalled as he said, "Could it be a space-type copy?" Most of the replicas that appeared in the world were categorized into two types in total. One type is the real-life territory type. It is a contaminated area formed by the corrosion of real areas in reality, such as those city north wastelands around Shangjing City, Gale Cemetery, etc. The second type is a spatial copy that suddenly appears in a certain area. This kind of replica often only appears in unstable entrance, just like a teleportation array in general. Go in to explore, the professional will be directly transported to another space. Spatial duplicates were also the trickiest. Because of its instability, many copies could not accurately predict when it would open and close. Once the copy closed early, the professionals who hadn't had time to come out would be locked up in the copy space forever. However, so far, the fastest recorded closure of a space replica was 3 or 4 days later. Since the space duplicate in the underground parking lot only appeared this morning, there is a high probability that it will not close too soon. After the two of them followed the instructions and arrived at the underground parking lot of Guangyin Mansion's Area E in the North City District, the scene in front of them confirmed Xiao Knight's guess. It was a constantly wriggling spatial crack, the size of a soccer goal. The entire dark underground parking garage was illuminated by the spatial rift that shone with a strange light. Judging from the size of the crack, the spatial scale inside this space-type replica should belong to a small to medium size. And looking at the extent of the crack's distortion, the current state should still tend to be stable. Xiao Knight gave his judgment in an instant, and Lemon beside him was stunned after hearing this. This person seemed to be much more professional than he had imagined. All this knowledge about how space-type replicas could predict their internal conditions by the size of the cracks. She actually knew some of it, but was completely unable to do so without daring to give such a confident judgment result. This guy couldn't be bluffing, right? And Lemon instantly looked at Xiao Knight with confidence and skepticism. However, she saw that Xiao Knight had already equipped a shield in his left hand and was checking the potions and items in the portable bar of his backpack. She was still using her contact device to contact the guild members around her. To be honest, she didn't believe in this guy who suddenly came to her door in the middle of the night, and she didn't hold out a lot of hope. But now it seemed that this guy was quite decent. After Xiao Knight finished checking his equipment and props all over his body, he said to Lemon with a serious expression on his face that, "From the level of contamination of the rift, we can only roughly judge the danger level of this space copy. That's why I suggest that before going in, it's best to inform the military about us going in to rescue, and likewise inform your chairman." Xiao Knight's undeniable tone of voice. In turn, it made Lemon somewhat hesitant, and stammered, asking, "Is it?" And Xiao Knight's eyes that were always as firm as usual. And Lemon also opened the liaison channel and said to the liaison officer in the guild base, saying, "We have reached the entrance to the replica and are preparing to go in to rescue it. Notify the military to report this matter. In addition, tell Qin Yen Ran about this matter as well." After doing all of this, Xiao Knight didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly raised his tiger stripe battle shield and walked into the replica crack. "Hey, wait for me." This time, and Lemon was a bit anxious to see that this person who didn't even know his name so far just walked in. Regardless of whether or not he was invited by Yen Yen to join the guild, if something happened to him, it would be his own responsibility. And Lemon also hurriedly chased after him. The moment he stepped into the spatial rift, an extremely blinding bright light appeared in front of his eyes. It made Xiao Knight instinctively cover his eyes with his hands and had to directly open his paranoia-breaking pupils to resist the effects of the bright light, only to see that this copy was really another space. On the contrary of the dark underground garage in the middle of the night, it was actually a daytime scene here. Surrounding it was an ancient primitive ruin, surrounded by broken walls, the corners of which had been smoothed out by the wind and sand. The humid winds that hit the area nevertheless had a salty smell, and it seemed to be an offshore area. Can't even tell what kind of place this used to be? Not far away, the corpses of several monsters were lying straight on the ground. It was a kind of slender arms and legs like a humanoid, yet the face was a lurid species of deep-sea fish with a hideous and horrifying face, and the neck was filled with a strip of gills. Fish-human race? Xiao Knight frowned. And at this moment, a reckless figure also suddenly appeared behind him and directly crashed into Xiao Knight's back. It was that Lemon who chased over. Hiss! The sudden strong light also illuminated, and Lemon couldn't help but cover her eyes, and only after a moment did she adapt to the light in front of her. The scene in front of her instantly made her also a little surprised. The love couldn't help but murmur. What exactly is this place? How is there still a sea? Could it be the border of the Western Sea? Xiao Knight, on the other hand, replied seriously. Among the space-type copies are affected by the irregular stance, it is impossible to use the rules and common sense of reality to judge the orientation. So there's no way to tell where exactly this place is. And Lemon's heart was instantly slightly surprised. But she still said with a stiff upper lip, I know this too. Why do I need you to say it? However, at this time, her gaze also fell on the corpses of those dead fishman monsters on the ground around her. She looked around anxiously, and then tapped the contact device by her ear, but she couldn't receive any signals. The ripples of the replica cracks are cyclical, so after entering the replica, sometimes it is impossible to receive the signal from the contact device. Xiao Knight's voice came again. However, and Lemon heard a burst of indignation. Obviously she had also seen these things in the textbooks, but how could she not think of them? Then what do you think we should do now? Without a contact device signal, how should I go find them? And Lemon instantly asked unconvincingly. But she saw Xiao Knight suddenly look at her with a somewhat skeptical gaze. Then said, word by word, of course it's to find the footprints. And Lemon was stunned again, and she couldn't help but blush a bit. Ah, why is it that following this person around always makes her seem like a little cutie? Yikes! But seeing that Xiao Knight had already walked forward and pushed aside some messy gravel, only to see that on the ground, which was piled up with a thick layer of sand and gravel, there were some messy footprints. There are some messy footprints on the ground. There should be about 4 or 5 of them, and they have been following this path to the depths of the ruins. Go! Xiao Knight immediately raised his tiger-striped battle shield and accelerated his steps to walk in front. Just now, he used his delusion-breaking pupil to detect the attributes of these fishman monsters and discovered that these monsters were all above level 90. The name of these fishman monsters was only Fishman Scout, which meant that there must be more elite monsters or even high-level bosses in the back, if those people rashly entered into the depths to explore. I'm afraid that at this point, they would have already been killed. Chapter 138 Critical Moment. The Savior descended. Xiao Knight was walking very fast, so fast that Lemon couldn't even somewhat keep up with him. However, whenever Lemon questioned whether he was going the wrong way, Xiao Knight would always come up with some clues that convinced her. Some of them were freshly cut traces from the broken walls. Some were empty potion bottles that had been discarded. Some were the ashes left behind by the burning of magic. Is this person's awakened profession a detective? And Lemon Love couldn't help but secretly spit out in her heart, unaware of these traces left behind after the battle. Unbeknownst to her, each and every one of these tiny details left behind after the battle is incredibly important in Xiao Knight's eyes. It is also through these subtle traces that Xiao Knight keenly realized that the footsteps left behind by that line of squads were becoming more and more messy. The number of potion bottles discarded on the ground was also increasing, indicating that their situation was getting worse and worse, indicating that their situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Finally, after drilling through a messy rock forest, there was finally the clamor of a battle and some anxious shouts from the front. It's Ji-chan and the others. And Lemon immediately heard it. Her face was delighted, and she hurriedly searched over in the direction where the sounds were coming from. Xiao Knight also chased after them, and with his current agility value, he easily surpassed Lemon, who was a mage. After drilling through the last piece of rocky forest, the scene in front of me opened up. The scene in front of us opened up. A team of professionals was surrounded by a group of vicious fishmen monsters in the center. Unlike the corpses of the fishmen scouts that Xiao Knight had seen before, these fishmen monsters were much bigger. These fishmen monsters were much taller and more ferocious, and their scaly arms were holding strange iron weapons. There were a total of 5 people in that team of professionals. There were only 2 melee professionals holding shields, and they were protecting the remaining 3 team members in the center, one behind the other. At this moment, the state was extremely tragic. It was obvious that a female professional who was being protected in the center was seriously injured, and was paralyzed on the ground, with one hand covering the wound on her abdomen, while the other hand was still waving her hand. One hand was covering the wound on her abdomen, while the other hand was still waving her staff, continuously outputting to the fishmen monsters in front of her. However, the number of fishmen monsters around them far exceeded theirs, and it was only a matter of time before they broke through their formation. It was only a matter of time before they broke through their formation. The screams and cries of despair were already coming faintly, and
Yi Chen.
Ing Ing, and Lemon couldn't help but anxiously shout it out. While rushing towards them, she lightly waved the staff in her hand and, only to see an invisible sonic boom explode at the staff in her hand. Then an arrow that was almost unrecognizable to the naked eye violently swept towards those fishmen monsters surrounding the professional team. In an instant, it pierced through the abdomen of one of the fishmen monsters, and as it raised a flurry of blood, a high amount of damage was dealt. 9,863. 9,863. What a high amount of damage. Xiao Knight, who had opened his paranoia-breaking pupils, could see it clearly. It seemed to be an invisible sonic boom arrow. Although in Lemon's cloth-robed equipment had already shown that she was a mage, she didn't realize that her output method was so strange, and the damage was quite not bad. It was just a bit reckless. Because according to Xiao Knight's plan, it was natural for her to first quietly feel her way over and launch a sneak attack from behind these fishmen monsters. However, it was understandable that she was eager to save others. And Lemon's shout and the sudden launch of the attack instantly attracted all of the fishmen monsters in that surrounding area. And that squad of professionals also discovered the arriving rescuers. One by one, the faces of the professionals all showed the joy of escaping from life, and some hurriedly waved at Lemon, shouting with a sobbing voice, "Sister and Lemon! Sister and Lemon! You guys are finally here! Saved! Sister and Lemon is here!" At the same time, and Lemon's forensic evidence in her hand was once again waved out a circular seal. Only to see a circle of invisible sonic booms burst out around that team of professionals instantly. It instantly shook back all those fishmen monsters surrounding them by some distance. It was another sonic boom skill, and it was a forced knockback type control skill. Xiao Knight saw it for real. In his heart, he couldn't help but be impressed by this girl who was a bit reckless. Although this girl was a bit reckless, her skill control was incredibly precise. Just now that skill was just stuck around the professional team. It repelled the surrounding monsters without harming her teammates. Only to see that amongst the group of professionals, the leader of the group, a warrior profession, also made a big mistake. The leader of the group, a warrior profession, also roared out and, taking advantage of this opportunity, he led the team to break out of the encirclement of the fish-human monsters and broke out towards Lemon's side. "Quickly! Come here quickly!" And Lemon shouted anxiously as she stood on the platform of the chaotic stone forest. This was a high-ground platform. As long as that pair of professionals could rush here, they would be half safe. However, things were not that simple. Only to see the surrounding beach suddenly appeared a huge bubble. Then a hideous fish or human monster emerged from the sea, emitting a weird and ear-piercing cry, and chased towards the team of professionals. This place is simply a monster spot, or an old haunt of fish and human monsters. Or rather, it was the lair of the fish-human monsters. The densely packed monsters cut off the path of escape for the professional team. Suddenly, a huge weapon like a harpoon was thrown over like a siege crossbow. In an instant, it shot over the warrior class at the end of the team, only affecting one of his arms. It exploded with a damage of over 10,000, instantly emptying his blood bar. However, the giant harpoon didn't stop the momentum, and narrowly grazed the corner of an already wounded cloth-robed female professional in the center of the group. And a puff of smoke exploded on the ground. Everyone looked back with fear and trepidation, only to see that not far away from the beach suddenly appeared a giant beast fishman, whose figure was several times larger than the normal fishman monsters. Elite-level boss. The throwing weapon that looked like a harpoon had just been thrown out by it. What made the professional team feel the most despair was that there were 4 or 5 of these strange weapons on the back of the beast fishman. Only to see it grimacing, It once again took down a harpoon from its back without slowing down and aimed at the professional team. It made a gesture to aim at the occupier squad. "Be careful." Seeing this scene, and Lemon immediately shouted in a hurry. However, as a mage, she could do nothing. Just at this moment, she suddenly saw a figure beside her, violently jumping off the high platform and rushed towards the professional squad with a shield in hand. It was him, and Lemon froze, jumping off the high platform by himself. Wasn't he looking for death? However, Shao Knight's speed was extremely fast and, obviously a warrior heavy armor system profession holding a shield, but his footsteps were dexterous like an assassin. On the way, he dodged one fishman monster after another on the way by virtue of his exquisite maneuvering. Almost within a few breaths, he rushed to the center of the professional team's formation, blocked in front of the last severely injured warrior professional. At the same time, Fishman Beast's giant harpoon, which was like a siege crossbow, was once again thrown over like thunder. Shao Knight raised his tiger stripe battle shield and looked directly at the high-speed harpoon with an austere gaze. A perfect block with unparalleled precision. In an instant, the entire person was knocked back a few steps by this huge force. However, under the successful defense, the damage figure that exploded out. However, the damage number that burst out after the defense was successful made the entire team of professionals, as well as in Lemon on top of the high platform, suddenly widen their eyes. 958. How is it possible? The harpoon that could even break through the city walls hit such a person and only managed to knock out over 900 drops of blood? In an instant, and Lemon's mind was filled with only one word. Top front row. Chapter 139 Perfect Blocking. What do you mean by top front row? Did you see something wrong with your eyes? And Lemon's heart was in disbelief, because she recognized the warrior professional that this team of professionals had left at the end to break the back. The name of that warrior professional was Yuan Yuan. His profession was a B-rank melee profession, his equipment was quite good, and he was also one of the front row alternatives that they were going to form a team for the team competition. However, when that giant harpoon that was like a siege crossbow had just hit Yuan Yuan, it had exploded with a damage of over 10,000. It almost killed him in seconds. However, when that same giant harpoon hit that person, it only dealt over 900 points of damage. It didn't even manage to break his shield stance. What a high defense this was. What a high strength value. And Lemon Love couldn't help but widen her eyes and look fiercely at Shao Knight, who was defiantly guarding the tail end of the team with his tiger stripe battle shield raised, only to see Shao Knight holding a bottle of recovery potion in his mouth. Tilting his head and pouring it down, he cautiously restored the small section of his bloodline that had just been knocked out. Then he handed a bottle of potion to Yuan Yuan, the warrior profession who had just suffered a heavy blow, only to see that one of his arms was already a bloody mess, and the shield in his hand had also been shaken off. The whole person tumbled to the ground with bloodstains. The whole person tumbled to the ground with his bloodstain in danger. His face was full of fear, and his spirit was even in a trance. "Hey, how is it? Can you still walk?" Shao Knight's voice woke him up from his trance. Yuan Yuan looked at the stranger who suddenly appeared beside him in a trance, and instinctively wanted to reach out his hand and take the recovery potion that Shao Knight handed to him. However, as soon as he reached out, he saw with his own eyes his arm whose bloody bones were turned out. "Ah!" Yuan Yuan's face was stunned as he let out a mournful scream, and his entire body collapsed to the ground in some despair, unable to stop himself from shouting, "My arm! My hand! My hand!" Seeing this, Shao Knight gently sighed and he could only quickly put the shield away and shoved the bottle of recovery potion directly into his mouth, blocking his miserable screams. And right at this moment, that one elite level boss, the Fishman Behemoth, let out a strange cry and removed another giant harpoon from its back. This time it was close enough for Shao Knight to see clearly that the scales of this Fishman beast had already faded, and its two thick arms were muscular, clearly an alienated monster. The giant harpoon that was like a siege crossbow tore through the air with a cracking sound and swept towards Shao Knight. Shao Knight didn't dare to be careless. One hand was equipped with the tiger stripe battle shield again, and he steadied his footsteps. He ruthlessly collided with the giant harpoon that came speeding towards him, with a sound of gold and iron clashing. Shao Knight once again blocked this heaven-destroying harpoon. At the same time, a damage burst out from his body once again. 988. Another damage that didn't exceed 1,000. This time, and Lemon could see clearly. This person not only had a horrifyingly high defense value, but his shield blocking skills were also perfect. That block just now was absolutely perfect. So strong. Who the hell is this guy? When did this person appear in Shangjing City? He's definitely the top front row of the awakened in this year's class. That's not true. He is the front row ceiling. However, before Lemon's mind could turn around from the shock, the situation became critical once again. Seeing that the beast fishman saw that his two throws were ineffective, he let out a strange cry and even held a harpoon in both hands, charging towards the professional team. That huge size, the speed of the charge was extremely fast. Be careful, and Lemon Love couldn't help but shout in a hurry. The staff in her hand was quietly waving in the air, seemingly storing up a spell of some sort. Xiao Knight's gaze flinched as he looked at the behemoth fishman that was charging towards his party and gripped the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand tightly. Then he shouted to the line of professionals behind him, saying, "He can't walk. Which one of you will help him?" After Xiao Knight's reminder, those professionals who were all scared to death finally came to their senses. An archer professional hurriedly turned back and picked up Yuan Yuan, who had collapsed on the ground. Together with the seriously injured mage female professional, there were 2 injured people in the whole team, supporting each other, and the speed of movement became even slower. However, some more fishman monsters had already appeared around them, surrounding them in groups. Suddenly, but they heard that far behind them on the high platform, and Lemon shouted out, "Quickly, cover your ears," only to see that after hearing this, the 5 members of the professional team covered their ears in unison as if they had been trained to do so, and that archer was also anxiously winking at Xiao Knight. Seeing this scene, Xiao Knight was a little confused. After all, behind him, that giant beast fishman was already close at hand. In a flash of lightning, Xiao Knight chose to believe in Lime, put down the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand, and tightly covered his ears with both hands. The next second, a sonic boom as high as thunder in the 9 heavens, centered on the staff in Lemon's hand, raged around like a tsunami raging out to the surroundings. Wherever it went, a single fishman monster's ear exploded with blood, and each of them was shocked on the spot in fear and trance, including that one behemoth fishman boss. Even Xiao Knight, who had already tightly covered his ears, felt a rumbling, muffled sound throughout his entire brain. What a strong group control skill. Xiao Knight initially estimated that the range of this skill had already exceeded 300 to 400 meters in a circle. All of the fishman monsters fell into a trance, and a not-so-small damage value exploded from each monster's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Knight snapped up and shouted to the few professionals beside him that, "Run!" However, Xiao Knight opened his mouth, but he couldn't hear himself shout out at all, and this small group of professionals still had a bit of a trance on their faces, despite having covered their ears. It seemed that their physical attributes were far lower than Xiao Knight's. Therefore, this enemy indistinguishable wide-range sonic boom skill also made this team of professionals temporarily enter a stunned state. Xiao Knight simply carried the injured Yuan Yuan directly on his body, and with his other hand, he dragged the last archer and ran wildly towards the high platform wherein Lemon was. This was because he knew that there was another guy on the scene whose physical attribute was also feared to be absolutely not low. It was that elite-level boss giant beast fishman. Along the way, those remaining 3 professionals who had gradually come to their senses had also fled after Xiao Knight, and a heavy vibration suddenly came from behind him, and Xiao Knight didn't need to turn around to know who was chasing after him. "Quick! Hurry!" When he reached the high platform, Xiao Knight pushed the severely injured Yuan Yuan up, and Lemon also reached out and pulled him up, and the rest of the professionals quickly began to climb. But it was too late. However, it was already too late. The beast fishman boss had already furiously chased after him. Xiao Knight suddenly drew back, and the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand accurately protected the last professional who was climbing the platform, while his right hand took out his lance. In his right hand, he took out his lance, killing star. With a swift lightning thrust, he accurately stabbed the beast fishman's neck between the gills. Weakness damage. Additional effect Starbreaker triggered successfully. 15,988. Chapter 140 Able to carry and fight. This is called the ceiling. That damage just now. And Lemon's hand shook violently as she watched, and she almost threw down the warrior Yuan Yuan, who had just pulled up. Again. How much? 15,000. The other professionals who were climbing the platform with their backs to Xiao Knight didn't see it, but Lime, who was standing on top of the platform, didn't see it. But Lemon, who was standing on top of the platform, saw it clearly. That person had dealt 15,000 damage to this beast fishman boss with a single shot. Now and Lemon not only doubted her eyes, but also her brain. A heavy armor front row profession with a shield in hand dealt 15,000 damage in one move? Is this reasonable? At this time, the behemoth fishman who was stabbed in his gills suffered a burst of pain and let out a sharp scream in rage, and the giant harpoon in his hand viciously stabbed towards Shao Knight. However, Shao Knight did not retreat in half a step, and the tiger stripe battle shield accurately met it with another perfect block. The killing star in his right hand backhanded and stabbed up again. Blocking and counterattacking. The tiger momentum, which had already accumulated 3 layers, struck out at the same time. Another 10,000 damage. 14,989. Shao Knight himself had already seen this damage value and was not surprised. After all, after equipping the brilliant artifact Killing Star, his basic attack power had already broken through the 10,000 mark, coupled with the addition of the skill effect. Hitting a damage value of nearly 15,000 was nothing to be surprised about. Moreover, this was not Shao Knight's full output form. After opening his current move, Savage Bloodline, Shao Knight's output could even double again. However, this damage figure fell in the eyes of Lemon on the platform, but it directly turned her entire worldview upside down. A heavily armored front row profession could still have such a high output. This damage was even better than her own and Qin Yanyan's 2S ranked full-time output professions. This guy was simply able to carry and fight. What's a top front row? This is called a top front row. As the saying goes, the defense of a team's front row profession determines the team's lower limit, while the front row profession's output ability determines a team's upper limit. The higher the output of the front row professions, the more hate they can pull. It was the back row professions that were able to output with impunity without fear of hatred detaching. At this moment, and Lemon's eyes were looking at Shao Knight a little differently. This can be called a ceiling-level front row later on. Even if it is cheating, we have to cheat him into the guild. At this time, under the high platform, only Shao Knight was left alone. And just now, Shao Knight's 2 shots of damage that broke 10,000 had also beaten the blood bar of this giant beast fishman in front of him. The Mutant Fishman Vanguard. Level 110 Elite Boss. Blood. 800,000. Sure enough, it was an elite level boss. 800,000 bloodstains was not much to say the least. If Shao Knight was allowed to fire on all cylinders, he should be able to take it down in almost 10 minutes. However, the main purpose of entering this spatial copy this time was to save people. The condition of the 2 seriously injured professionals was still unclear, so he had to send them outside the copy first. Shao Knight violently drew himself out and attacked the legs of the beast fishman, which had not yet fully evolved, with a full moon sweep. Another over 10,000 damage shot out and caused the beast fishman to stumble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shao Knight put his tiger stripe battle shield on his back and nimbly climbed onto the high platform. The high platform was able to block these fishman monsters whose lower limbs had yet to fully evolve for quite some time. Retreat quickly. Shao Knight glanced back after climbing onto the high platform. He only saw that the stretch of beach below the high platform was already covered with groups and groups of densely packed fishman race monsters, following the beach line to the depths, only to see that the back of the shallows of the vaguely and quite a few and peculiar half-exposed underwater buildings. Here is simply a fishman country. The scale of this space-based copy exceeded Shao Knight's prediction, and this beach in front of him was just the tip of the iceberg. Go! Escape towards the exit. Shao Knight opened his mouth and shouted. Several professionals immediately picked up the 2 injured people in 2s and 3s and hurriedly fled in the direction they came from. However, and Lemon, who was at the front of the group leading the way, suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at the front in a bit of panic. The chaotic stone forest in front of her was like a huge maze. Obviously, she and Shao Knight had just come out of this messy forest, and now when she turned around, she had already forgotten how to go back. And right in front of her was clearly a 3-way intersection. I forgot how the road should go. And Lemon subconsciously cast her eyes on Shao Knight at the end of the line, only to see that Shao Knight didn't say anything either and hurriedly took 2 steps to the front of the line with his tiger stripe battle shield on his back. At the rocky edge of one of these 3 intersections, he bent down and picked up an empty potion bottle. Go this way. Shao Knight reached out and pointed, obediently walking to the front of the group to lead the way. Behind him, and Lemon froze as she watched. It turned out that he had already used those empty potion bottles that he casually threw down on the way as markers to mark the way he came. Behind them, the sharp hissing sound of the fishman monsters came again, and the The group of people hurriedly passed through the chaotic stone forest following Xiao Knight and returned to the abandoned ruins at the very beginning of the replica. In the middle of the ruins, a huge void rift was constantly writhing and seemed to have widened a bit more than when they came. Seeing this, the several professions that were severely injured also revealed the joy of escaping from death, one after another. Saved! When Xiao Knight and Lemon escaped from the copy space with a group of occupiers and re-entered the underground parking lot of Guangyin Mansion, only to see that some people from the military had already rushed here and blocked off the entrance to this copy space. And quite a few members of the Hanging Sword Guild who lived in the neighborhood also rushed over, seeing Lime and the group of professionals who escaped from life all of a sudden waving their hands excitedly. Sister and Lime, you guys finally came out. The two seriously injured professionals were sent to the nearest hospital. The rest of the people had injuries that were not serious, and were simply bandaged up and left here by the military to ask for some information about this copy of the space. Xiao Knight quietly sat on the side, waiting for a moment for the military to come over to ask questions. And Lemon, on the other hand, quietly walked over and bit her lip as she asked, "So you're really a professional that Yenyu personally invited to join the guild?" Xiao Knight nodded and raised his eyebrows, saying, "Of course it's true." At this moment, and Lemon had long since lost any doubt in her heart. Instead, it was replaced by a fiery gaze that ruthlessly looked Xiao Knight up and down, then extended a hand to Xiao Knight and said, "My name is Lemon, quiet and Lemon's Lemon. Welcome to the Hanging Sword Guild." Xiao Knight similarly extended his hand and gently shook it, saying, "My name is Xiao Knight. So what exactly is our guild motto?" Only to see Lemon lazily sitting next to Xiao Knight, the corner of her mouth hooked with a smile, and said, "There's no such thing as a guild motto. I'm bluffing you, Xiao Knight." And Lemon pouted and said indignantly, "What's wrong? Yan, she hasn't had time to think of it yet, and she won't let me use the would-be training I came up with." "Then what is the motto you came up with?" "1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations, one unified wave." "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I think it's good." Chapter 141. Goodbye Qin Yenran. Smile and indifference. It didn't take long for a military man with a recording device in his hand to walk over towards Xiao Knight and Lime, saluting Xiao Knight and saying, "You are the professionals who went in just now, right? I heard that mutated monsters were found inside, and that the scale within the replica has also produced changes." Xiao Knight also stood up and returned a serious salute, saying, "Yes, based on preliminary observations, the space within this copy already has the beginnings of becoming a medium-sized or even large-sized copy, and the danger level has reached at least S-class." Only to see that soldier carefully record Xiao Knight's words. Then his face was also hair serious, saying, "An S-class copy appearing in a residential area is not a good sign. Just this morning, when this copy was first discovered, it was still only a B-ranked small copy based on the level of contamination to evaluate. I didn't expect it to change so fast." Xiao Knight also furrowed his brows. A growing space copy? Turning back to look at the replica cracks still floating in the air in the middle of that underground garage, practicing the entrance of the spatial-type replica seemed to have expanded a few more points than when they first came here. Within the copy is an ancient oceanfront relic, and the monsters within are some mutated fishman race types. I wonder if this kind of monster is recorded in your database? Xiao Knight instantly and seriously reported what he had seen and heard in it. And that military recorder, after recording all of Xiao Knight's words, also shook Xiao Knight's hand in a friendly manner and said, "Thank you for the information you provided. These are very important to us. I will report all of this information and issue an investigation mission with a rank of S or above to the Bounty Association." "You're welcome." Xiao Knight nodded and said, This military recorder was very responsible and attached great importance to the situation reported by Xiao Knight. And right at this moment, a hurried and beautiful figure also appeared in the underground garage. It is that from the liaison officer got the news immediately rushed to come over. Hanging Sword Guild's official president Qin Yanyan. Qin Yanyan's equipment had already been put on properly, and she was obviously ready to rush into the copy to save people. Seeing Lime in front of her, as well as the 3 professionals who had already been rescued and were not seriously injured, Qin Yanyan finally let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Qin Yanran finally let out a sigh of relief and asked Lime, "Where are Yuan and Lu Yingying? How are they?" And Lime, however, gently stroked Qin Yanyan's back and said, "Don't worry. The 2 of them have already been sent to the hospital, although their injuries are not light. but their lives are not in danger. But this time, thanks to that mysterious guy you invited. Yen, if you have such a powerful front row candidate, bring it out earlier. Why do we still have to soak inside the simulated fighting arena every day? Looking at Lemon, who had a strange look on her face. Qin Yen was puzzled and asked blankly, "What mysterious guy?" Only to see that Lemon nudged towards that Xiao Knight who was reporting with the military and said, "No, it's that guy. Didn't you personally invite him here?" Qin Yenran turned around and, only to see that Xiao Knight, who had already finished his report with the military's recorder, had just turned around. The four eyes met each other. Looking at Qin Yen, who had a haggard look on her beautiful face, Xiao Yu waved his hand awkwardly. Xiao Knight waved his hand in greeting with some embarrassment. But see Qin Yenran's face from stagnation to surprise, and then that originally haggard face but suddenly sprung up a touch of inhibited smile, as a flash suddenly in the ghostly world, but also in the face of the world, but also in the face of the world, but also in the face of the world. Like a touch of fireworks that suddenly bloomed in this dark basement. "Mr. Xiao Knight?" Qin Yenran rushed over towards Xiao Knight with light footsteps, staring carefully at Xiao Knight's face as she opened her mouth and asked, "Where have you been these days?" Xiao Knight couldn't help but scratch his head sheepishly, then replied, "One by one. Some time ago, I went to a highly polluted area in the distance to practice leveling, and then there was some accident there, and the signal of the contact device was cut off, so I couldn't receive any messages." "Oh," Qin Yen nodded gently, but a pair of eyes with a smile never moved away from Xiao Knight's face, and softly asked, Then you're not hurt, right? I've heard that the high contamination zone is full of monsters with extremely high danger levels there." "I'm fine. I just delayed some time and came back late." Xiao Knight immediately replied with some apologies. The promised month. Before Xiao Knight could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Qin Yenran, who said, "It doesn't matter." At this moment, behind them, and Lemon and the other three professionals who stayed here also walked over. "President." On the faces of the two occupiers was a kind of joy that they had escaped with their lives. On the other hand, one of the lightly injured warrior professions had a trace of weakness and remorse on his face, and lowered his head without saying a word. Qin Yen turned her head and looked at the injuries on these three people, and suddenly sighed and said, "It's good to be fine." The only time she looked at the warrior professional with his head lowered, Qin Yen, but a hint of exasperation appeared on her face as she chided, saying, "Ji-chun, it's not your turn to go out on a mission today. Who told you to bring a guild member to pick up a copy privately?" It turned out that this warrior professional was the leader of this squad, Ji-chun. Only to see Ji-chun with the same remorse on his face, he lowered his head and snapped, saying, "I'm sorry, Chairman. I didn't expect a mutation to appear in the middle of that copy either. The bounty for the newly appeared copy investigation mission will be a bit more generous than the others, and the team members all want to earn more money." Hearing these words, Qin Yen immediately frowned and bit her lips, wanting to speak. However, at this time, Xiao Knight had also understood the entire matter from these three words. Hee. Xiao Knight suddenly let out a laugh, looked straight at that Ji-chun, and said in a cold voice, "So you're the one who incited the other team members to join you in entering this new copy where the danger level wasn't certain?" Ji-chun instantly froze. The same thing, said in Xiao Knight's words, was an act of a completely different nature. "You?" Ji-chun stared straight at Xiao Knight, wanting to explain but unable to say anything. Unexpectedly, Xiao Knight turned his gaze to Qin Yenran and said in a deep voice that, "This is the guild you built? A person under your hand can actually wantonly take your members to the next copy of an unknown danger level without your consent? Then wouldn't you be an empty shell as a president?" Xiao Knight's word-for-word words immediately caused Qin Yenran to freeze as she stared blankly at Xiao Knight, her pretty face frozen as if she had been struck by lightning. And Lemon beside her also froze, and hurriedly reached out and pulled Xiao Knight, softly saying, "Hey, why are you talking about Yen like that?"